I was once a lowly figure who bowed for mere survival, tormented by the struggle to become a common spiritual botanist. But at the moment I spent all my savings and bet my entire life, I became the world's only Hongmeng Swordmaster. As the invisible sword intent awakened within me, I gently traced with my index finger, leaving a cut sharper than a blade on the hard red brick. At this moment, I lifted my head, faced the doubts of thousands in the livestream, with only one thought in my mind. I will make these 1.4 billion people use their wealth to forge my path to the heavens with my sword. My name is Lu Chen, a delivery writer struggling to make rent, until this message suddenly appeared on my phone. Dear user, congratulations! You have been awarded the sole global beta testing qualification for the virtual fusion game Path of the Great Dao. In 10 days, the game will merge with reality. During the beta period, all cultivation, techniques, and magical treasures will be proportionally reflected onto your real self. Click the link to embark on your supreme immortal path. Initially thinking it was a scam, I accidentally clicked the link. Instantly, countless ancient Taoist patterns emerged as the phone hovered midair, ultimately converging into the grand login interface of the heavenly path of the Great Dao. Detected special soul fluctuations, transmigrator identity confirmed. Exclusive beta qualification has been bound. Welcome, the only beta player, Lu Chen. Lu Chen's heart jolted violently, even his identity as a transmigrator had been detected. He stared fixedly at the blood-red countdown, time remaining until the great path of heaven's journey descends upon the mortal world. 9 days 23 hours 59 minutes and 55 seconds. This isn't a game, it's a monumental opportunity powerful enough to alter the destiny of the world. And he had a full 10-day golden beta testing period. System notification, first time login, you will receive one free chance to draw a profession. Would you like to draw now? Professions are divided into 3 major categories: combat, focused on killing and warfare; crafts, focused on production; and esoteric, focused on cunning and deception. Grade ranges from mortal to supreme, divided into 5 levels. Lu Chen yearned for combat-oriented classes, preferably immortal tier. He immediately drew the lot, and the wheel spun rapidly. Congratulations, you have obtained the mortal grade 100 arts profession, Spirit Planter. The lowest mortal grade, a farming profession. His smile froze. The only closed beta qualification, and this is the starting outcome? Lu Chen sharply turned his gaze to the in-game store. He found the profession change certificate, priced at 1,000 yuan each. After use, there is a chance to obtain a profession of any grade. He transferred all 100,000 yuan saved over 3 years from his backup card to purchase 100 professional job change certificates. 100 loot bags burst open. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the rare profession, Culinary Master. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the top-tier profession, Chess Sage. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the rare profession, Master Brewer. Out of 100 draws, all were support professions. Not even a single top-tier combat class. I don't believe it. Lu Chen deposited the last bit of his balance into the game and tapped on the lucky bag. BZZZZZZZ. An unprecedented violet golden immortal light burst forth. Detected the emergence of a supreme profession. Celestial phenomena have been triggered. Amidst the violet golden immortal light, an ancient scroll unfurled, revealing 3 overwhelmingly domineering characters: Primordial Sword Sovereign. Unique hidden profession, Primordial Sword Sovereign, Supreme, Profession Introduction. Before heaven and earth were formed, in the primordial chaos unformed, there already existed a sword lord who wielded his blade to cleave the heavens. This profession is the strongest sword path across all realms, unique and irreplicable. The successor shall inherit the primordial sword physique, wield the great Dao sword art, and mete out divine punishment in heaven's stead. Supreme, unique. Lu Chen burst into laughter. He had gambled and won. Without hesitation, he bound himself to the Hongmeng Swordmaster. The binding was successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the innate Dao embryo, Primordial Sword Body. Congratulations, you have awakened your destiny sword art, Void Sword Mark, LV1. Ding! Detected that you have bound the unique supreme profession, triggering a special reward, First Resonance. Your professional trait Primordial Sword Body has slightly manifested in reality, and you have comprehended the passive innate talent, Sword Intent Attachment. A peculiar tingling sensation coursed through his entire body. Lu Chen tentatively focused his attention on the index finger of his right hand. An invisible yet supremely sharp sword intent gathered at the fingertip. He extended his index finger, aimed it at the half-eaten apple on the table, and lightly flicked it. There was no resistance, no sound. The next second, half of the apple rolled away, the remaining half's cut surface smooth and even as a mirror. Holy shit! Lu Chen gasped in astonishment. Is this merely the LV1 skills effect manifesting in reality? An intense surge of desire welled up in his heart. Make money. Only by making money can I purchase experience pills during the golden 10 days before the game arrives and level up quickly. Accumulating strength like a rolling snowball. In 10 days, strength will be the only currency that matters. Lu Chen decided to go live. He immediately downloaded the live streaming app on this old phone with its yellowish screen. He set the title, "The game arrives in 10 days, help me top up 10 billion. Lu Chen took a deep breath and clicked to start the live broadcast. The livestream's viewer count quietly surpassed 50, with the chat filled with mockery and disdain.
Damn, that title is insane, 100 billion? Streamer, are you even awake? Game's descent? It must be the psychiatric ward arrives, right? Lu Chen's expression remained unchanged as he walked straight to the corner and pulled out a dark red brick.
His tone was casual. I know you don't believe it. The first step to immortality is to shatter your preconceptions. Lu Chen held the brick in his left hand and slowly raised his right hand, channeling sword intent to the edge of his palm. The next instant, his hand descended. No deafening crash, no explosive bang, not even a sound. The solid red brick silently split into two clean halves at the center. The cut surface was as smooth as a mirror. After a half-second pause, the live chat erupted with even fiercer skepticism. Holy shit, magic trick? Props. It must be a prop brick, the kind that sells for 9.9 yuan online with free shipping. Meanwhile, at Jianghai City, the Su Group headquarters, Su Mushue happened to witness this silent brick-splitting scene. She didn't dismiss it as magic. Instead, she was drawn to the calm and composed expression on Lu Chen's face, and her interest was piqued like never before. In the livestream, an ID called Truth Warrior kept inciting the audience, "Anchor, stop pretending. I saw through your trick right away. If you're brave, stop playing these childish games." A hint of mockery appeared at the corner of Lu Chen's mouth. He casually threw away the broken brick and picked up a discarded steel plate about the size of a palm. Bricks were too soft and indeed lacked any challenge. Since you all want to see it, today I'll perform carving on steel with my fingertips for everyone. As soon as these words were spoken, the live stream completely exploded. Truth Warrior directly sent a prominent bullet comment. If you can leave marks on a steel plate with your fingers, I'll live stream myself eating a keyboard on the spot. This post stands as proof. Sumachu instantly sat up straight. She wanted to see whether this man was just putting on an act or truly possessed some earth-shattering abilities. Lu Chen adjusted the angle, firmly aiming the camera at the steel plate in his hand. Under the gaze of countless netizens, he frenziedly gathered the razor-sharp sword intent at the tip of his index finger. Then, his fingertips lightly touched the steel plate's surface, as if holding an invisible engraving knife, moving effortlessly across it. In the live stream, only an extremely faint rustling sound could be heard. The next second, everyone fell silent. As Lu Chen's fingers danced, deep scratches actually began to appear on the surface of the hard, cold steel plate. The barrage of comments flooding the livestream was abruptly cut off, plunging the scene into an eerie silence. Everyone was utterly speechless at the scene before them, which completely defied the laws of physics. Chapter 4, $1 Million Tips, Insane Spending. Lu Chen paid no heed to the halting bullet comments, completely immersed in his own world. He wasn't just scribbling aimlessly. Rather, drawing upon his fairly decent painting skills from his previous life, he sketched a scene in his mind. Then, through his fingertips, he replicated it onto the steel plate. In less than a minute, a vivid depiction of a fierce tiger descending the mountain took shape on the steel plate. The beast's eyes bulged fiercely, its mane bristling with an astonishing aura. It seemed poised to burst from the steel plate at any moment, ready to pounce and devour its prey. Even the whiskers were rendered with meticulous detail, each one distinct and sharp. Top floor office of the Su Group. Su Mushue's pupils suddenly contracted. Her fingers tightened unconsciously around the tablet. What shocked her wasn't the fact that her fingertips could carve through steel plates. What stunned her was the effortless ease with which Lu Chen executed this feat as natural as eating or drinking. This wasn't pushing the limits, it was artistic creation. This was a realm beyond any magic trick or underhanded method. It was a complete defiance of the laws of physics. Xiao Chen. She almost instinctively called out to the air. Outside the door, her efficient assistant immediately pushed her way in. "Miss Su, what are your instructions?" "Investigate. Investigate everything about this streamer." Su Mushue's voice carried a hint of uncontrollable excitement. "Immediately, right now. I need to know everything about him." Inside the livestream studio, Lu Chen blew away the residual metal powder from the steel plate, then turned the masterpiece of a steel sculpture toward the camera, showcasing it from every angle. Then, in a tone so flat it bordered on cold indifference, he slowly addressed the chat section. "Fake busting pioneer. Keyboards, ready?" The moment the words left his mouth, the avatar of the most vocal anti-counterfeiting crusader instantly turned gray. Instantly offline. The deathly quiet livestream room erupted in an instant. Holy. Holy. What the hell did I just see? Is this real? This isn't special effects? Is this even humanly possible? Even Superman wouldn't pull off something this insane. Mom asked why I was kneeling while watching the livestream. I was wrong, bro. I'm bowing to you. I'm heading to the bank right now to take out a loan and help you top up 100 billion. Streamer, you still claim you're not cultivating immortality? With skills like this, I believe you could handle not just billions, but trillions. The volume and refresh rate of the bullet comments reached an unprecedented peak. The livestream's popularity meter shot up like a rocket, skyrocketing in a straight line.
Within mere seconds, it shattered the platform's newcomer rankings, then stormed the entertainment zone's hourly charts, and finally crashed into the top 10 of Shark Platform's overall rankings. Just as the entire chat erupted in frenzy, a dazzling purple-gold banner suddenly streaked across the screen. User Mushua has gifted you 1,000 super rockets. One super rocket is worth 1,000 yuan. 1,000 rockets equaled a full million yuan. Across the entire Shark platform, every user watching Livestream saw this eye-catching notification pop up on their phone screens. A million yuan tip. This ranks among the most extravagant gestures in Shark Live's history. Countless unsuspecting visitors flooded into Lu Chen's Livestream room, eager to see which divine streamer had earned such divine favor. In an instant, the number of viewers in Lu Chen's Livestream skyrocketed from the thousands to tens of thousands, and it kept climbing. Faced with $1 million tip enough to make any streamer speechless with excitement, Lu Chen's reaction was merely a calm glance at the ID. Mu Shui. He didn't even offer an exaggerated thank you, merely nodding calmly at the camera. Thank you. Seems there are still smart people out there. This cryptic remark left the newly arrived viewers utterly baffled. But to Su Mushue's ears, it struck like thunder. He had seen through her test. That calmness, as if millions meant nothing, that composure as if everything was under control, it only solidified Su Mushue's judgment. This man was undoubtedly the most extraordinary and most worthy investment she had ever encountered in her life. Without hesitation, she immediately sent Lu Chen a message through the platform's private messaging feature. I am Su Mushue, CEO of Su Group. I am very interested in you and wish to discuss a future investment opportunity. Here is my personal number, 139. Concise and to the point. Lu Chen saw the private message and noticed the extra string of zeros in his live streaming backend. After the platform's cut, he'd take home $500,000. Enough. His first fortune, secured. A faint smile touched his lips, his first genuine smile of the night. The next second, he made a move that caught everyone completely off guard. At the peak of the livestream's heat and popularity, he clicked to end the broadcast without hesitation. The screen instantly went black, leaving only countless question marks and exclamation points in the chat of hundreds of thousands of viewers. Lu Chen didn't even glance at the flood of messages pleading for him to stay. He had only one goal now. Immediately. Right now. Recharge all his money into the game. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chen used the hidden recharge interface within the Dao Tian 2 game interface to convert the entire 500,000 yuan he'd just received into in-game gold coins. Watching his gold balance surge instantly, his excitement was beyond words. He swiftly opened the shop interface and expertly located the consumables section. Basic experience pill, grants 100 EXP upon use. Price, 100 gold coins per pill. 500,000 yuan converted into 500,000 gold coins. That could buy 5,000 basic experience pills. Purchase. Lu Chen maxed out the quantity and clicked confirm. Ding. You have successfully purchased 5,000 basic experience pills. The next second, his game backpack was packed to the brim with densely packed green pills. Use all. He issued the command. Buzz. Golden experience points surged above his character's head, cascading like a waterfall across the screen. You used a basic experience pill, gaining 100 EXP. You used a basic experience pill, gaining 100 EXP. A barrage of system notifications sounded so densely they merged into a single, prolonged beep. His level began climbing at a visibly rapid pace. LV2. LV3. LV4. Golden flashes of level up burst around his character without pause, each brilliant burst signifying a leap in power. The exhilaration from this rocket-like ascent was unparalleled. Lu Chen clenched his fists, feeling the illusory surge of power coursing through him, his breath growing hot. Finally, as the last experience pill was consumed, the golden light abruptly faded. His level settled firmly at LV10. He had reached the peak of the early Qi cultivation stage. He was just a step away from reaching the mid-stage of Qi cultivation at LV11. At that very moment, a distinct system notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations on reaching level 10. The Hongmeng Sword Master class trait has been activated. You have awakened a new sword technique, Sword Writing Art LV1. Chapter 5, Citywide Broadcast, Sword Writing Flight. Sword Writing Technique. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat as he immediately opened the skill's detailed description. Sword Writing Technique LV1 enables short-range low-altitude flight by commanding a sword artifact, consuming mana. Flight speed and altitude are influenced by personal cultivation and artifact quality. Flight. The moment he saw those two words, Lu Chen's breath caught in his throat. This was flight. The ultimate fantasy of mankind since ancient times. To break free from the Earth's constraints and soar above the azure skies. Though merely a basic level, limited to short-range low-altitude flight, it was enough to send him into ecstatic delight. Next, Lu Chen experienced his first true cultivation feedback. His in-game cultivation at LV10 Qi refining initial stage, specifically the 10 points of strength, transformed into a warm, pure stream of energy. It surged forth from the void, flooding into every limb and bone of his body. This feedback was far more intense than the initial resonance when he first bound his class. Lu Chen sensed a qualitative leap in his physical capabilities, strength, speed, and reaction time all surged. More importantly, within his dantian, a faint yet undeniably real thread of energy had finally emerged. This was the real-world equivalent of magical power. The very foundation for wielding all extraordinary abilities. Just as he was reveling in the euphoria of his surging power, his phone abruptly rang. The caller ID displayed an unfamiliar number. Lu Chen answered the call. "Hello? It's me, Su Mushuei." A cool, feminine voice came through the line. "I need to see you." Su Mushue's tone carried a hint of urgency. "Now. The location is the revolving restaurant on the top floor of Sky Tower, Shanghai City's landmark. I've reserved the entire floor." The heiress's approach was decisive and direct. In the past, Lu Chen might have been intimidated by such an aura. But now, he merely smiled faintly. "The restaurant is too noisy." He declined Su Mushue's suggestion, taking charge with an unquestionable tone. "Meeting is fine. But the location I'll decide. On the rooftop terrace at the very top of Sky Tower. Also, arrange a live stream for me. I want everyone in Shanghai City to see it." On the other end of the line, Su Mushue fell instantly silent. She froze. This was the first time a man had dared to speak to her in such an almost commanding tone. And this came after she had extended the invitation herself, demonstrating immense sincerity. Had it been anyone else, she would have hung up immediately and made them vanish from Shanghai City. But then she recalled that unfathomable scene during the livestream, that man's unfathomable mystery and overwhelming power. She found herself agreeing. "All right. I'll make the arrangements." After hanging up, Su Mushue immediately mobilized the Su family's resources. Meanwhile, Lu Chen began preparing for the upcoming performance. Sword writing technique required a sword. He surveyed his dilapidated rental apartment. Forget swords, he couldn't even find a decent knife. Finally, his gaze settled on the wooden-handled fruit knife used for peeling apples on the table. He picked up the knife, channeling his sword intent into his fingertips, and began modifying the blade. His fingertips traced the stainless steel blade, sending shavings of metal scattering to the floor. After several minutes, a crude, makeshift wooden sword barely resembling a sword appeared in his hand. The blade had been whittled thin and long. The handle remained that ridiculous wooden grip. It looked utterly ridiculous. But Lu Chen was satisfied. The quality of the magical artifact only affected the speed and altitude of flight. For him, as long as it could fly, that was enough. Su Mushue's influence was immense, or rather, the Su family's influence in Shanghai City was immense. In just half an hour, an explosive piece of news spread like wildfire across Shanghai City's local social media platforms, forums, and chat groups. The mysterious streamer will attempt sword flight atop sky-piercing tower. The announcement included screenshots from Lu Chen's previous livestream and multi-platform broadcast links arranged by media companies controlled by the Su family. In an instant, the entire Shanghai City internet exploded. Countless people, drawn in by the outrageous headline, flooded into the livestream room to wait. As dusk fell, the city was bathed in the magnificent golden glow of the setting sun. Lu Chen arrived at the base of sky-piercing tower by taxi. Guided by personnel dispatched by the Su family, he boarded a private elevator that took him directly to the rooftop observation deck. The elevator doors opened. A howling evening wind swept over him. On the expansive rooftop, dozens of professional-grade drones hovered in the air, their lenses trained on the center of the platform from every angle. At the edge of the rooftop, a striking figure stood tall against the wind. Su Mushue wore a simple black gown. The evening breeze stirred her skirt and long hair, tracing breathtaking curves. Her expression was complex as she watched Lu Chen emerge from the elevator, the man who had performed miracles in that dilapidated rental apartment. Lu Chen faced the evening glow, ignoring the buzzing drones and the faint clamor rising from below the tower. He offered Su Mushue a calm smile. Then, before Su Mushue and countless live streaming cameras, he gently tossed the ridiculous wooden sword at his feet into the air. The wooden sword hung in the air. It did not fall. Defying every law of physics, it hovered silently half a meter above the ground. The tip trembled slightly, emitting a faint, almost inaudible hum. On the rooftop, Su Mushue's cold, phoenix-like eyes whitened abruptly at that moment. In countless live streams, newly arrived viewers hadn't even had time to type mocking comments before witnessing this utterly baffling spectacle. The next second, under Su Mushue's stunned gaze, faithfully recorded by dozens of drone cameras, and as millions of viewers across the internet held their breath in anticipation, Lu Chen moved. With a light leap, his feet landed steadily on the wooden sword suspended in midair. His body swayed only slightly before standing perfectly upright. His robes fluttered in the wind, harmonizing with the magnificent sunset sky behind him. In that moment, Lu Chen resembled an immortal about to ascend to heaven. "Rise." He uttered the single word calmly. He channeled the faint thread of magical energy fed back from his cultivation within his dantian, pouring it entirely into the wooden sword beneath his feet. Hum. The wooden sword emitted an even clearer, more resonant hum, as if it had come to life. Carrying Lu Chen, it soared toward the evening glow, slowly yet with unwavering stability, beginning its ascent.
1 meter, 2 meters, 10 meters. He broke free from the rooftop of the sky-piercing tower, soaring hundreds of meters above the city. Then, it began circling the tallest structure in Jianhai City, gliding slowly. This scene was broadcast live across the entire internet through countless drone cameras. Every live stream exploded with excitement at that very moment. Just moments ago, I was about to type out a sarcastic comment mocking the attention-seeking, wire-stunt-loving bullet comments only for them to vanish without a trace. Instead, a deafening silence stretched on for several seconds. Then came a volcanic eruption of comments flooding the screen. Chapter 6, Official Intervention. Police helicopters deployed. Holy. What the hell did I just see? I'm speechless, I'm truly speechless. This must be a dream, slap me. This isn't photoshopped? This isn't CGI? This is ING real? I take back everything I said before. Bro, you're a god. I'm going to take out a loan right now. Forget $1 billion, I'll scrape together $100 billion for you. The volume and refresh rate of the bullet comments reached an unprecedented peak. Countless people were speechless, resorting to the simplest, most primal words to vent the overwhelming shock threatening to burst through their skulls. Meanwhile, the impact of this miracle rapidly spread from the internet into reality. Jianhai City, beneath the sky-piercing tower. On the wide boulevard, cars traveling along the road unconsciously slowed down and came to a halt. Countless pedestrians halted their hurried steps, lifting their heads to gaze skyward. At first, it was just one person. Then 10. Then 100. Finally, everyone's movements became perfectly synchronized. They raised their phones, lenses trained on the towering skyscraper above, where an incredible figure slowly circled amidst the evening glow. Good heavens, what is that? A person? Someone flying while standing on a sword? Quick, take a picture. Hurry! This is absolutely the most sensational news of the century. A couple on a date in the square, the guy was still bragging non-stop about his new watch. Suddenly, he followed his girlfriend's gaze upward, his mouth instantly forming an O that wouldn't close. The girl beside him covered her mouth with both hands, her beautiful eyes sparkling with an unprecedented radiance as she murmured to herself. Gods are real. Within mere seconds, traffic across the entire area ground to a complete halt. Shrill screeching brakes and blaring horns echoed in succession, with several rear-end collisions occurring. But strangely, no one got out to argue, no one held a grudge. Every driver, like the pedestrians along the roadside, stared up at the sky in a daze, utterly absorbed in the immense, surreal awe. An elderly traffic officer on duty at the intersection stood with his graying hair whipped wildly by the wind. Watching the figures in the sky, the whistle in his mouth clattered to the ground. Unaware, he stood frozen, like a statue. On the other side. Jianhai City Public Security Bureau Command Center. The shrill ringing of emergency calls blared in unison, nearly shaking the roof off. All the dispatchers were swamped with work. Yet every report they received was eerily identical. Hello? Yao Ling. Sky Tower. Someone's flying on the Sky Tower. It's an immortal. I saw an immortal. A UFO. No, it's a person. He can fly. The head of the command center, a middle-aged man with graying temples, stared intently at the central monitor. The screen displayed crystal-clear footage captured by the city surveillance system, showing the sky above the Sky Tower. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead. With 30 years of experience handling countless emergencies, nothing he'd ever encountered was as bizarre or beyond comprehension as this. This completely exceeded any emergency response protocol he could conceive. Online, Lu Chen's livestream had already broken through the stratosphere in popularity. The number of online viewers surged at a terrifying rate from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, then millions. Shark platform servers repeatedly triggered overload alerts. The entire technical department was urgently recalled, desperately maintaining the only channel to witness this miraculous spectacle. Unsurprisingly, it claimed the top spot on the platform's overall rankings, leaving all celebrities and major streamers far behind. High above, Lu Chen remained utterly oblivious to the frenzy he had unleashed below. Or rather, he simply didn't care. He was merely growing accustomed to this entirely new sensation. A faint thread of magical power circulated within his dantian, resonating mysteriously with the wooden sword beneath his feet. Lu Chen strolled with effortless grace, even letting his playful side take over as he executed a few simple spirals and dives. Each maneuver drew gasps from the crowd below. Surveying the bustling metropolis below and feeling the gazes of countless people, an unprecedented sense of mastery surged within him. Just then, after a brief moment of chaos, the city bureau finally responded. At the southern city helipad, the rotors of 2 police helicopters began spinning rapidly, churning up massive air currents. Woo woo! The shrill wail of sirens grew louder as the 2 massive machines tore through the night sky, rapidly closing in on the Sky Tower. Their target was the solitary figure suspended in the sky. Soon, the 2 police helicopters arrived near Sky Tower with a tremendous roar. They did not approach recklessly. Instead, they maintained a relatively safe distance from Lu Chen, forming an encircling position in the sky. From one helicopter, a stern warning echoed through the night sky over the loudspeaker.
Attention, unknown individual in the air. Your actions have severely disrupted public order. Land immediately and submit to investigation. Repeat, land immediately or we will take coercive measures. The warning was relayed through drones, reaching the ears of every viewer in the livestream. The atmosphere in the livestream instantly turned tense. Holy! The authorities are getting involved. The streamer's really screwed now, huh? That's a helicopter. Aren't they going to get shot down as terrorists? That'd be a real mess. Run for your life, bro. Can your flying sword outpace bullets? The bullet comments were filled with worry and wild speculation. Everyone was holding their breath for Lu Chen. Yet Lu Chen, standing at the eye of the storm, showed no sign of panic upon hearing the warning. He didn't even turn his head, instead letting a faint, mocking smile curve his lips. Land? Not only did he not land, but he performed an action that caught everyone completely off guard. Lu Chen's toes lightly tapped the wooden sword. His entire body executed an exquisitely graceful sideways flip. Beneath him, the wooden sword traced a smooth arc, instantly soaring upward dozens of meters. The entire sequence flowed like clouds drifting across the sky, radiating an indescribable beauty. Holy crap! Inside the helicopter cockpit, the seasoned pilot let out a gasp. He immediately pushed the control stick, attempting to give chase. But he was horrified to discover that the opponent's maneuverability completely exceeded his comprehension. Their pride and joy, the modern heavy machinery, seemed incredibly clumsy and sluggish in comparison. It was like a clumsy eagle trying to hunt a nimble swift. What followed was an even more absurd scene for both the pilot and the livestream audience. After pulling away, Lu Chen suddenly felt playful. He maneuvered the wooden sword beneath his feet in a graceful spiral, circling around to the rear side of one of the helicopters. Then, Lu Chen simply stood on the sword, leisurely gliding alongside the helicopter. He even waved at the two stunned pilots through the cockpit window. This wave, captured in a drone's close-up shot, was clearly displayed before millions of viewers across the internet. This moment ignited everyone's emotions completely. Ha! What the hell is that? What is he doing? He's taunting the helicopter. So cocky. I love it. This isn't a confrontation anymore, it's one-sided mockery. The guy doesn't give a damn about this hunk of metal. Pilot, I was terrified. He even smiled at me. Chapter 7, the internet boils over as a wealthy fan's donations flood the screen. The audience realized this wasn't a contest between equals at all, but a one-sided demonstration of overwhelming superiority. Lu Chen declared to the world in the most direct and contemptuous manner that the deterrent power of modern technology was utterly insignificant before him. This ignited fervor found its most immediate expression in the live stream's tipping system. User Magic City Prince Wang sent you 100 super rockets. User Coal Tycoon No Shortage of Cash sent 200 super rockets to your livestream. User Just Here to Witness the Miracle sent 50 super rockets to your livestream. The entire screen was completely submerged in dazzling purple gold rocket effects, obscuring the live feed almost entirely. The eye-catching donation banners appeared so densely that they never ceased. The total donation amount in the livestream skyrocketed at a visible pace. 2 million. 3 million. 4 million. The numbers flashed faster than the ticker on a stock exchange. At the pinnacle of the sky tower, Su Muxue watched the relentlessly rising figures on her phone screen, yet her heart remained utterly still. For in her other ear, a solemn and oppressive voice echoed. Her private phone rang, displaying an encrypted number. Miss Su, this is Zhou Xinguo from the Municipal Security Department. I don't care who that person is up there or what methods they're using. I order you to make them cease this dangerous behavior immediately. Do you have any idea how much chaos this is causing? The voice on the other end carried an authority that brooked no argument. Su Muxue, however, displayed extraordinary mental fortitude. Stepping into a sheltered corner of the rooftop, her voice remained utterly calm. Commissioner Zhou, please calm down. First, Mr. Lu's actions carry no malicious intent, he's merely demonstrating a possibility to the world. Second, I cannot command him, I can only attempt to communicate. Her words were skillfully crafted, acknowledging Lu Chen's harmlessness while subtly positioning herself as the only current channel to reach this godlike figure. Silence hung heavy on the line for several seconds as the other end processed this information. High above, Lu Chen's performance was nearing its conclusion. Having successfully demonstrated his power to everyone, continuing the charade would only diminish its impact. Lu Chen cast one final glance at the two helicopters still circling futilely overhead. He manipulated the wooden sword once more, slowly descending toward the pinnacle of the sky-piercing tower. His movements were incredibly light, landing without a sound, as if a feather had drifted to the ground. The entire sequence was executed with effortless grace, as though he hadn't just stirred up a citywide storm in the sky, but merely stepped out for a stroll. The instant Lu Chen's feet touched the rooftop once more, the total amount of donations in the live stream's backend, that wildly fluctuating number, finally settled steadily on a round figure. 5 million yuan. An immortal has descended. Hail the immortal's return. Countless bullet comments flooded the screen, their tone bordering on reverence. Meanwhile, on another short video platform, a video shot to the top of the trending list at lightning speed. The protagonist of the video was none other than the same user who had previously vowed to eat a keyboard ID, anti-fake pioneer. In the footage, he appeared with a mournful expression, holding a cheap-looking keyboard model. He addressed the camera, his voice choked with tears. "Bro, I was wrong, I was truly wrong. I didn't recognize a mountain when I saw it. I'm a keyboard warrior, I'm not human. I'll keep my promise right now." With that, he closed his eyes and took a vicious bite out of the keyboard model. With a crunch, his mouth filled with plastic shards. This comical scene instantly went viral, becoming an internet sensation. On the rooftop, Lu Chen landed without so much as a glance at the helicopter still hovering above, utterly bewildered. He walked straight towards Su Muxue. His expression remained impassive, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with him. Su Muxue watched him approach step by step, her heart racing uncontrollably. She knew that from this moment onward, her relationship with this man would be forever altered. Millions of viewers across the internet watched this scene unfold through the live stream. They were all intensely curious what would be the first words spoken by this man who had stirred up the world, outmaneuvered the authorities, and performed miracles, upon returning to the surface to his partner? Lu Chen came to a halt before Su Muxue. The evening breeze ruffled the strands of hair at his forehead. He looked at the woman before him who remained composed even in such circumstances and spoke calmly. "How did it go?" Su Muxue took a deep breath, forcing down the raging storm within her heart, and answered in as steady a tone as she could manage. "Better than I could have imagined." She paused, then added, "Just now, I was contacted not only by the Municipal Security Department, but also by a secret provincial unit. They warned me the situation has spiraled completely out of control." Out of control? A barely perceptible curve lifted at the corner of Lu Chen's mouth. "This is only the beginning." He cut to the chase, stating his purpose directly. "In 10 days, this world will change. I need money, a lot of money for an upgrade. You can provide the resources I need, and I can secure you and those you represent a first-class ticket to the new world." He revealed no specifics about the arrival of the game Dao Tian 2. But the weight of those two phrases, "the world will change" and "a ticket to the new world," coming from a deity who had just flown on a sword before the entire city, was enough to shatter anyone's mental defenses. Su Muxue was an exceptionally intelligent woman. She instantly grasped the deeper meaning behind Lu Chen's words. This was neither a threat nor an invitation to cooperate. It was an announcement, a prophecy of the future delivered by a being from a higher dimension. Without hesitation, she nodded decisively. "I understand. From this moment onward, the Su Group will be your most steadfast support. I will handle everything in the real world." In that moment, a strategic alliance forged for the future was formally established between them. As they spoke, the helicopter hovering overhead seemed to receive orders from above. Its rotor blades gradually quieted as it slowly turned and began its departure. Evidently, Su Muxue's background and higher-level intervention had already taken effect. They no longer regarded Lu Chen as an unknown entity requiring containment, but elevated him to a new level demanding careful handling. "Let's go down. It's no longer safe here," Su Muxue said. The two took the private elevator and swiftly descended. When the elevator doors opened, Su Muxue's security detail had already cleared all passageways, completely shielding them from the throngs of reporters outside. Only after settling into the long-awaited black armored sedan did Lu Chen finally feel a fleeting moment of mundane peace. Inside the vehicle, Su Muxue's efficient female assistant swiftly reported the situation via tablet. "Ms. Su, Mr. Lu." Immediately after Mr. Lu ended his livestream, the total donations in the chat room settled at 11.37 million yuan. After platform commission deductions and relevant taxes, Mr. Lu's actual earnings from this broadcast amount to approximately 6.2 million yuan. A barely contained tremor still lingered in the assistant's voice. A single livestream netted over 6 million yuan. This rate of money-making was beyond terrifying. Chapter 8, The World Reports on This Man. 10 levels up. Additionally, the assistant swiped through her tablet. The incident had completely ignited global public opinion. This was CNN's headline, "Eastern Dragon, China's hidden secret weapon?" This was the BBC's shock. "Sword-flying figure appears over Jianghai City, physics is dead." And on the tablet, news anchors of every language and skin tone reported the same story with exaggerated tones. Lu Chen showed little interest in this so-called fame and fortune. Leaning back in the plush leather seat, he closed his eyes and asked only the question that truly mattered to him. "When will the money be transferred?" "I've made the arrangements. Both the bank and the platform will process it with maximum efficiency. It should be completed within an hour at the earliest," Su Muxue replied. Lu Chen nodded and said nothing more. His mind was now consumed with one thought, injecting every last cent of those 6 million yuan into the game immediately, right now. Just as a brief silence settled in the car, Su Muxue's other encrypted phone abruptly rang. The caller ID showed an unknown number from the capital. Su Muxue frowned slightly before answering the call. "Hello? A deep, authoritative baritone came through the line. Is this Ms. Su Mushue? Yes, it is. Hello, I represent a special agency known as the Sky Dome Project Team. On behalf of the state, I wish to arrange a formal, highest-level meeting with Mr. Lu, who is with you. Boom! The 5 characters Sky Dome Project Group exploded in Su Mushue's mind like a thunderclap. As the heiress of the Su family, her sphere of influence far surpassed that of ordinary people. She had vaguely heard that this was the highest-level secret agency established by the state to handle certain special incidents, reporting directly to the highest echelons of power. She never imagined they would come knocking so soon. Su Mushue forced herself to suppress the shock surging within her. Covering the phone's receiver, she turned her head. She looked at Lu Chen beside her, who was resting with his eyes closed, and silently mouthed the 5 words, enunciating each syllable clearly. Sky Dome Project Team. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes. A faint smile of triumph finally touched his lips. The fish has taken the bait. And a real giant crocodile, far exceeding expectations. Under cover of night, the convoy slipped into a private estate on the outskirts of Jianhai City. This was one of the Su family's properties with the highest security clearance, completely cut off from the outside world, ensuring the upcoming events would remain undisturbed. Su Mushue wielded immense influence. Through her personal coordination, both the bank and the live streaming platform activated green channels, processing all transfer procedures with unprecedented efficiency. Within an hour, Lu Chen received a bank notification on his phone. Your account ending in XXXX received a deposit of 6,230,000,000 yuan on XXX at XXX. Current balance, 6,230,052,140 yuan. Seeing that long string of zeros, Lu Chen's heartbeat quickened slightly. Ignoring Su Mushue's complex gaze, he calmly stated, I need a quiet room. Don't let anyone disturb me. Su Mushue nodded and personally escorted him to a bedroom on the 2nd floor of the main manor house. Bang! The door closed and locked behind them. Inside the room, Lu Chen could no longer contain his excitement. He practically threw himself onto the bed, his consciousness plunging into his mind as he eagerly opened the game interface of Dao Tian 2 visible only to him. Gazing at the recharge portal, he hesitated not a moment. Amount entered, 6,230,000. Confirm. Congratulations on your top-up of 6,230,000 yuan. Your in-game gold balance has been updated. Within the game interface, his gold coin balance skyrocketed instantly, transforming into a dazzlingly large number. Lu Chen skillfully opened the shop interface and immediately switched to the consumables section. This time, his target was no longer the basic experience pill. Intermediate experience pill grants 1000 EXP upon use. Price, 1000 gold coins per pill. 1000 gold per pill. Though the unit price was higher, it provided 10 times the experience of the basic pill, making it undeniably better value for money. Purchase. Lu Chen immediately maxed out the purchase quantity. Ding! You have successfully purchased intermediate experience pills X6230. The next second, his game inventory was instantly filled to the brim with densely packed blue pills. Use all. He silently commanded in his mind. Buzz. A golden light 10 times more intense than before erupted above his character's head. The golden experience surge no longer cascaded like a waterfall, it raged like a flood, overwhelming the screen. You used an intermediate experience pill, gaining 1000 EXP. You used an intermediate experience pill, gaining 1000 EXP. You have leveled up. Current level, LV11. You have leveled up. Current level, LV12. A barrage of system notifications, so dense they merged into a single, prolonged hum. His level began climbing at a terrifyingly rapid pace. LV13. LV15. LV18. Golden flashes of level up erupted around his character without a single second's pause. Each flash of light represented a leap in power. This rocket-like ascent delivered an unparalleled thrill. Lu Chen clenched his fists, feeling the illusory surge of power, his breath growing hot. Finally, as the last intermediate experience pill was consumed, the dazzling golden light abruptly faded. His level had firmly settled at an entirely new height. LV20. Mid-stage Qi cultivation. System notice, congratulations on reaching LV20. The Hongmeng Sword Master class trait has been activated. You have awakened a new sword technique, Azure Lotus Sword Qi LV1. Lu Chen immediately opened the skill description. Blue Lotus Sword Qi LV1 condenses magical energy to unleash a blue lotus-shaped sword Qi. Capable of ranged attacks, it possesses unparalleled sharpness with an effective range of 50 meters. It worked! He finally obtained his first true long-range attack method. This meant his combat style would undergo a qualitative transformation. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the capital, within an unmarked secret base on the map, an emergency meeting of the Sky Dome project team was underway. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense. A white-haired elder, his gaze still sharp, sat at the head of the table, listening quietly to the report. He was the supreme commander of the Sky Dome project team, codenamed Commander.
A bespectacled scientist with scholarly demeanor rose, pointing at the data model displayed on the large screen. His voice was grave as he stated, "Commander, comrades, we have conducted over 1 billion simulation analyses of the sword flying incident using the National Supercomputing Center. The conclusion is that from every known scientific perspective, aerodynamics, fluid dynamics, the law of conservation of energy, this phenomenon cannot be explained. To put it simply, it completely defies every physical law we currently understand." Chapter 9, Sword Chi Slices Bamboo Leaves. Is the Joker the entire world? A deathly silence fell over the conference room. Then, a sharp-featured intelligence analyst stood to report. According to the latest intelligence, major global intelligence agencies including the CIA, MI6, and Mossad have activated their highest-level emergency protocols. They are exhausting every resource to frantically investigate Lu Chen's identity and background. Across international networks, conspiracy theories and wild speculations were running rampant, creating an extremely complex situation. After hearing all the reports, the commander slowly picked up the teacup before him and blew on it to cool the steam. His calm gesture eased the tense atmosphere in the conference room considerably. Then, the commander set down the cup and delivered his verdict in a voice that brooked no argument. At the edge of science lies the realm of the mystical. We need not dwell on how he achieved it. We need only acknowledge one fact: he succeeded. Comrades, our policy remains unchanged. Immediately, without delay, and at all costs, establish contact with this Mr. Lu. Our approach is clear: engage, understand, collaborate. The commander's fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop, creating a steady rhythm. Winning him over to our side is our most critical strategic mission for the next decade and beyond. Its importance rivals that of the 2 bombs, 1 satellite program in its day. One sentence set the tone for the entire operation. The meeting reached a swift decision. Su Muxue, the president of Su Group who first established contact with Lu Chen and gained his initial trust, would serve as the sole intermediary. Arrange a meeting of the highest caliber, with absolute confidentiality. Within the estate, the door to Lu Chen's secluded room slowly opened. He stepped out of the room. A subtle shift had occurred in his entire demeanor. Outwardly, he remained the same fair-featured young man. Yet Su Muxue could sense a new, profoundly serene aura emanating from him as still as the deepest abyss. Simply standing there, he made her a businesswoman who had seen it all feel a faint, almost imperceptible pressure. Lu Chen said nothing, merely walking calmly to the floor-to-ceiling window and gazing out at the bamboo grove in the courtyard. Under the night sky, the bamboo shadows swayed and danced. He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. No sound, no warning. A faint, invisible stream of blue energy flashed from his fingertip, instantly traversing dozens of meters before vanishing into the bamboo grove. Su Muxue was just beginning to feel puzzled. The next second, her eyes widened instinctively. Within the bamboo grove, a vibrant green bamboo leaf silently snapped clean in two. The upper half of the leaf slid slowly down the smooth cut. It spun once in the air before drifting to the ground. The entire process unfolded in an eerie silence. The cut was smooth as glass, reflecting a faint glint under the courtyard lamp's light. Su Muxue's heart lurched. Damage inflicted from a distance. And with such precision, such utter silence. She instantly realized that Lu Chen, after just over an hour of seclusion, had grown stronger than he was at the peak of the sky-piercing tower. Not just a little stronger. They want to see me? Lu Chen withdrew his finger and turned around, as if he had just done something utterly insignificant. Only then did Su Muxue snap back to reality, nodding urgently. She relayed the formal meeting invitation from the Sky Dome project team in detail, emphasizing their status as representatives at the national level. Simultaneously, she opened the tablet in her hand. During your seclusion, global public opinion has completely erupted. The screen displayed news reports from major international media outlets. Led by a flagship interview program on the Eagle Nation's CNN, they invited various so-called experts and scholars to conduct scientific analyses of the sword-flying incident. A gray-haired physicist of international renown appeared on camera, declaring with conviction, "Oh, this is clearly a very clever performance. Based on my analysis, it must be a perfect combination of China's latest holographic projection technology and some advanced magnetic levitation silent drone. They installed projection equipment at the top of the sky tower and used a drone disguised as a sword to carry the performer. This is a meticulously planned, classic strategic deception." The expert's explanation was so convincing that the host nodded repeatedly in agreement. Another retired general, speaking as a military expert, offered a different perspective. From a military perspective, this more closely resembles the demonstration of a new type of individual soldier aircraft. However, its practical combat value is highly questionable. It flies too slowly, presents too large a target, and would be a sitting duck on a modern battlefield. The Huaxia people are doing this purely to engage in psychological warfare intimidation through such sensationalist displays, a classic manifestation of a lack of confidence. Similar expert analyses flooded the tablet screens. In short, no mainstream Western media outlet believes this is supernatural. They unanimously attributed it to some high-tech Chinese hoax or a spectacle designed to grab attention. Their words brimmed with deep-rooted arrogance and prejudice, along with utter disdain for China's technological capabilities. Lu Chen watched the so-called experts on screen, spitting venom and delivering their analyses with deadpan seriousness, a smile spreading across his face as if watching a clown. Very well. The enemy's arrogance and foolishness served as his best camouflage. This information gap was exactly what he needed. Tell them I accept the meeting invitation, Lu Chen instructed Su Muxue. Su Muxue nodded, about to reply. But then Lu Chen changed the subject. I have one condition. Go ahead. I need a proper stage to demonstrate my true worth to them. Su Muxue, quick-witted as ever, instantly grasped Lu Chen's meaning. He wasn't merely seeking an equal meeting. He intended to deliver a performance more breathtaking and impactful than sword flying itself, one that would cement his absolute, unquestionable dominance in any future collaboration. He wasn't seeking cooperation, he wanted them begging for it. Lu Chen walked to the window, gazing out at the tranquil nightscape as if deep in thought. With a thoughtful expression, he posed a question to Su Muxue. How fast can the nation's most advanced military drones fly? And how about its anti-jamming capabilities? Su Muxue's heart suddenly lurched. As she studied Lu Chen's profile, a thought so chilling it made her own heart race surfaced in her mind. What Lu Chen was about to demonstrate next. But combat capability. He intended to challenge a nation's most advanced modern military technology with his unfathomable immortal arts. The mere thought left Su Muxue feeling parched. She looked at Lu Chen, reading in this man a faint disdain for modern military technology. It wasn't arrogance, but a composure born of absolute confidence. Cold sweat beaded on Su Muxue's palms. With a complex mix of emotions bordering on reverence, she dialed the encrypted line from the imperial capital. She relayed Lu Chen's conditions verbatim, word for word, to the contact on the other end. A deathly silence hung on the other end for a full 30 seconds. Su Muxue could almost picture the look of bewilderment, shock, and even absurdity on the face of that high-ranking liaison upon hearing this utterly preposterous demand. After a long pause. Ms. Su, are you certain I heard that correctly? Chapter 10, if he wants a stage, give him the grandest stage. The liaison's voice came through, slightly hoarse. I'm certain. Su Muxue replied. Another silence fell. Finally, the liaison replied in an unprecedentedly grave tone, this matter is completely beyond my authority. I must report to the commander immediately right this instant. The call ended abruptly. Su Muxue set down her phone and realized her back was soaked with cold sweat. She glanced at Lu Chen, only to find he seemed entirely unfazed, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. He didn't even bother waiting for the follow-up response. Instead, he casually turned around and said something to Su Muxue that nearly knocked her off balance. Been busy all day. Feeling a bit hungry. Get me some late-night snacks. Anything will do. Su Muxue. While waiting for the capital's response, Lu Chen idly scrolled through his phone. Online, discussions about him remained fiercely heated. Comments mocking him as a magician, a con artist of the century, or a sensationalist kept flooding every major platform. Lu Chen glanced at the comments, a playful smile curling his lips. He murmured to himself, his voice so soft only he could hear it. Don't worry. The next act will shatter your worldview even more completely. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the imperial capital. Within an unmarked secret base on the map, the Sky Dome project team convened another emergency meeting. The atmosphere in the conference room was even heavier and more oppressive than last time. All eyes were fixed on the white-haired elder seated at the head of the table. The liaison had just finished relaying Lu Chen's conditions verbatim. The entire conference room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was rendered speechless by this demand, which could only be described as outrageous. The commander listened quietly to the report without immediately responding. He merely lifted the teacup before him and blew gently on its rim. Everyone held their breath, awaiting his final decision. Finally, the commander set down his teacup. The bottom of the cup met the tabletop with a crisp, light clink. He spoke slowly, uttering his first words. Interesting. The commander uttered these 3 words calmly. His voice was not loud, yet it echoed through the silent conference room. Every person present could sense the unfathomable depth hidden behind this brief appraisal. A military representative with stars on his shoulders and a stern expression finally couldn't contain himself and stood up first. His voice boomed with the distinctive iron-blooded aura of a soldier. Commander! I consider this a blatant provocation. Utterly arrogant. Who does he think he is? A god? Daring to make demands of the nation, challenging our military drones? I propose we immediately activate the highest-level contingency plan and employ every means necessary to forcibly subdue him. We absolutely cannot allow him to dictate the pace and lead us by the nose. These words represented the stance of the hardliners present. In their view, regardless of the power Lu Chen wielded, any individual should maintain reverence before the state apparatus. Lu Chen's actions had crossed their red line. I object. No sooner had the military representative finished speaking than another individual, a bespectacled, scholarly-looking head of the technical department, rose to counter. Comrades, we must remain calm. The risks of coercive measures are far too high. He pointed at the close-up of the bamboo leaf silently severed on the large screen. This power is completely beyond our comprehension. We have no idea where his limits lie, nor whether he possesses other unimaginable methods. If coercive measures fail and provoke him, the consequences would be unimaginable. We might push a potential collaborator completely into opposition. Who would bear that responsibility? The tension in the conference room instantly became palpable. One faction advocated for hardline control, insisting on keeping all unknown variables firmly within our grasp. The other side advocated for conciliatory cooperation, arguing that any form of confrontation with such incomprehensible, transcendent power would be foolish. Both sides stood their ground, arguing endlessly, neither able to persuade the other. Finally, all eyes turned once more to the leader seated at the head of the table. Only he could deliver the final verdict on this matter. The leader paid no heed to the faction's arguments, his fingers tapping lightly on the tabletop, producing a steady, rhythmic sound. The entire conference room was filled only with this steady, steady sound. After a long pause, the leader stopped tapping and slowly raised his head. Instead of directly answering whether he agreed, he turned to the military representative advocating the hardline stance and posed a seemingly unrelated question. If we wish to test our strongest spear against a shield we know nothing about, one that might be the most formidable in the world, what should we use? The military representative froze. He pondered for a few seconds. Then, a terrifying gleam erupted from his eyes. He instantly grasped the commander's meaning. His breathing grew slightly ragged, yet his voice remained unnaturally steady as he replied, reporting to the commander. The Dark Sword. Our latest generation of 5th-generation stealth hypersonic unmanned combat platforms. It integrates the most advanced artificial intelligence, quantum communication, and aerospace engine technology. It is the pride of our entire aviation industry and currently the most advanced drone on this planet. The commander nodded with satisfaction. His gaze swept across the room, his piercing eyes scanning each member's face. His voice, in that moment, became unwavering and filled with authority. Since he craves a stage, we shall give him the grandest stage imaginable. If he seeks to prove his worth, then we shall weigh his true measure against our nation's sharpest blade. I have decided to accept his terms. The decision sent shockwaves through the conference room. Everyone was stunned by the commander's boldness. They had considered the possibility of the commander agreeing, but never imagined he would not only consent but also directly deploy the nation's ultimate secret weapon, the top-tier, highest-level classified Dark Sword. This was no longer a test. This was responding to a single individual's challenge with a nation's most advanced technological achievement. Commander, the head of the technical department, began to speak. The leader raised his hand, silencing him. Comrades, we must think long-term. This test is both a trial for him and our best opportunity to demonstrate our sincerity. If he truly creates miracles beyond our imagination in this test, it will prove he possesses power we must rely on. He will then be qualified to lead everything in the future. Conversely, should he fail, it would reveal the limits of his capabilities, providing clearer grounds for our subsequent actions. The commander rose and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the capital's dazzling nightscape. Unify our internal thinking through a single test, clearing all obstacles for future cooperation. This is a worthwhile investment. He turned and issued the final directive. Order. The testing process shall be broadcast live with the highest internal clearance. Let all top experts in relevant fields bear witness. I'll see for myself whether his divine arts are superior, or if the culmination of our generation's wisdom and dedication holds the edge. Chapter 11, The Clash of Gods and Technology. Survive 10 minutes, and it's a draw. Within the estate. Su Mushue's encrypted phone rang again. After hearing the response on the other end, she froze in place. They agreed. They actually agreed. And the test subject? The legendary Dark Sword. She relayed the news to Lu Chen, who was enjoying a late-night snack, in a voice that sounded almost like a dream. She emphasized, the Dark Sword drone is the pinnacle of our nation's technological achievements, our true trump card. It's in a completely different league from those police helicopters you encountered before. Su Mushue wanted to warn Lu Chen about the terrifying nature of this adversary. Yet, after hearing this, Lu Chen merely set down his chopsticks. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, a faint smile touched his lips. Very well. I hope it won't disappoint me too much. This extreme confidence, this composure that treated the nation's most precious weapon as nothing, sent another wave of palpitations through Su Mushue. She knew that in one day's time, on some barren wasteland in the northwest, a confrontation between the divine and technology would unfold, one capable of overturning the entire world's understanding. One day later, an unmarked special aircraft roared to a halt deep within the northwest desert, landing at a secret airbase that didn't exist on any map. The cabin door opened. Lu Chen and Su Mushue descended the boarding stairs. Blinding sunlight and a parching wind hit them like a wave. Before them stood a vast base brimming with futuristic technology. Countless uniquely shaped structures and radar antennas stood against the Gobi backdrop, radiating an aura of grim authority and imposing might. Fully armed soldiers stood guard at every 5 steps, maintaining strict vigilance.
Lu Chen, dressed casually with his hands in his pockets, looked relaxed, as if he were on vacation.
Beside him, Su Muxue, dressed in a sharp business suit, wore a solemn expression, sensing the invisible tension in the air. A middle-aged military officer with a stern face and a shoulder insignia bearing 3 stars stood waiting on the helipad, flanked by 2 guards. This was General Li Jinghua, the overall commander of the Dark Sword Project.
Li Jinghua nodded to Su Muxue in greeting.
When his gaze fell upon Lu Chen, his expression was filled with suspicion, even tinged with a hint of undisguised contempt. Clearly, in his eyes, this young man was nothing more than a presumptuous charlatan in need of verification.
Without further ado, Li Jinghua turned away. "Follow me."
The group passed through layer upon layer of security checkpoints, entering the base's core command center. A massive circular screen flickered with countless data streams, while dozens of top scientists and engineers in white lab coats sat upright and solemn. The entire hall was so quiet that only the hum of machinery could be heard. Li Jinghua led them through the crowd to the command console. He pointed to the main screen, where a sleek, all-black, sci-fi-inspired drone sat motionless in the hangar undergoing final debugging. Its form was flat and fluid, radiating a deadly, aggressive beauty.
"Mr. Lu, President Su." A hint of uncontrollable pride tinged Li Jinghua's voice.
"This is the dark sword you will soon face."
All eyes focused on the massive main screen. On the screen, the all-black drone lay dormant under the hangar lights. Its sleek lines and flat fuselage exuded a sci-fi movie-like quality. It was more than just an aircraft, it was a work of art fusing violence and aesthetics. The arrival of Lu Chen and Su Muxue caused a subtle stir within the command center. The National Treasure level experts, who had been sitting stiffly upright, all turned their curious gazes toward them. When they saw Lu Chen's overly youthful appearance and excessively casual attire, many wore expressions of surprise and skepticism. Whispers began to stir in the corners. "Is this it?
He looks like a college graduate fresh out of school.
Is he really the one challenging Darkblade? What a joke! This is ridiculous. How could General Li agree to such an absurd test? Probably some special arrangement from above. Let's just treat it as entertainment."
Though faint, these murmurs carried distinctly in the hushed surroundings. Su Muxue's brows furrowed slightly, feeling a pang of sympathy for Lu Chen. Lu Chen himself, however, paid no heed to the murmurs. He simply watched the dark sword on the screen with calm detachment, as if admiring an exhibit that held no personal significance to him. This extreme composure only reinforced the expert's judgment that ignorance breeds courage. General Li cleared his throat and began detailing the dark sword's performance parameters. His tone brimmed with the pride of a father boasting about his gifted child. The dark sword employs the latest generation of variable cycle aerospace engines, achieving a conventional cruise speed exceeding Mach 5 and a peak instantaneous speed surpassing Mach 7. Its fuselage is coated with our newly developed third-generation radar-absorbing material, combined with plasma stealth technology, achieving absolute invisibility to all existing radar systems worldwide. Its Pangdu artificial intelligence system possesses reaction speeds and tactical decision-making capabilities surpassing any top human pilot, enabling it to execute unimaginable super-maneuverability maneuvers. A white-haired veteran engineer, seemingly the chief technical architect, added at the opportune moment, "Not only that, the dark sword also carries our newly tested miniaturized electromagnetic pulse weapon.
In Heaven's Wrath mode, a single salvo is sufficient to cripple all electronic equipment in a small city. It is the sovereign of the skies, the most perfect pinnacle of modern industrial and information technology." In their descriptions, the dark sword transcended the status of a mere drone, becoming an unassailable, flawless aerial reaper. It represents the absolute limit of what human technology can achieve. This confidence born of absolute power infected everyone present. Even Su Muxue felt an immense, suffocating pressure. She couldn't help but glance at Lu Chen with a hint of concern. Lu Chen listened quietly throughout, his expression remaining utterly unreadable. Just then, a separate screen on the side of the command center lit up. The figure of the commander appeared on the screen. He would remotely observe the entire test through this top-secret line. Without any small talk, he issued a solemn order to General Li. "General Li, proceed as planned." "Yes, sir."
Li Jinghua snapped to attention and rendered a perfect military salute. Turning to Lu Chen, he spoke in a strictly businesslike tone, tinged with a hint of superiority.
"Mr. Lu, the test will commence in 10 minutes. Your task is straightforward: evade the dark sword's lock-on and simulated attacks within this designated airspace." He paused, then added, "If you can hold out for 10 minutes, you win." The subtext of this statement dripped with the implication that they were merely indulging him. In their eyes, allowing Lu Chen to last 10 minutes against the dark sword was already a tremendous favor. Chapter 12, "You've got it wrong, I'm the one attacking it." Everyone in the command center watched Lu Chen with expressions of eager anticipation. They wanted to see how this arrogant young man would react to such a generous rule. Yet Lu Chen's response defied everyone's expectations. Upon hearing the terms, he slowly shook his head. Then, he uttered his first words since arriving at the base, words that instantly stunned the entire room. "No, you've got it wrong.
General Li and all the experts froze.
Got it wrong? What's wrong?
Lu Chen's gaze swept across General Li's face before settling back on the black dark sword displayed on the main screen. His voice wasn't loud, yet it reached every ear.
It didn't attack me. I attacked it. Dead silence. The entire command center fell into absolute silence for 3 full seconds. Then, an unbelievable commotion erupted. Did I hear that right? What did he say? He wants to attack the dark sword? He's lost his mind.
That young man has completely lost his mind.
Ha! That's the funniest joke I've heard in my entire life. What's he going to attack with? His mouth?
General Li's face instantly flushed crimson, feeling an unprecedented humiliation. He believed Lu Chen was using such absurd rhetoric to stir up a crowd and grab attention.
The general was about to explode.
Lu Chen, however, ignored everyone's reactions, as if merely stating a fact.
He held up one finger. And it won't take 10 minutes. 1 minute would suffice. This statement became the final straw that broke the camel's back. In the command center, the snickers and absurd murmurs could no longer be contained.
General Li trembled with rage, his gaze fixed on Lu Chen as he ground out the words through clenched teeth.
Fine. 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 I'll see just how you plan to attack my dark sword in 1 minute. He whipped around and bellowed at the control console. All units, attention. Cancel simulated attack mode. Authorize dark sword to open fire freely. All functions activated except live ammunition. Cancel countdown. Take off immediately.
At his command, a deafening alarm blared throughout the base. The hangar roof slowly opened, revealing the azure sky beyond.
The dark sword drone received the command, its tail thrusters glowing with an eerie blue light. The next second. Boom! The deafening roar of its engines reverberated throughout the entire base. The Black Reaper transformed into a black lightning bolt too swift for the naked eye to follow, bursting from the hangar and soaring skyward at a terrifying near 90-degree angle. Testing officially commenced. Boom!
A massive sonic boom cloud exploded across the azure sky, forming a spectacular ring of white ripples. The dark sword broke the sound barrier the instant it took off. Its terrifying acceleration elicited stifled gasps and whispers of awe throughout the command center.
Good heavens! The dark sword's engine thrust has been optimized again. From standstill to supersonic speed in under 3 seconds. It was breathtaking, the very pinnacle of brutal aesthetics. Experts stared at the rapidly climbing speed data on the screen, their faces radiating fascination and fervor. This was the crystallization of their blood, sweat, and tears, the pride of human technology. Meanwhile, at the other end of the base, on a vast testing field so spacious it could serve as a small airport, Lu Chen stood alone in the center. Gusts of wind whipped the strands of hair across his forehead, his robes fluttering in the wind. He looked up, his expression as calm as ever, watching the drone that had shrunk to a tiny black dot. In the command center, the massive main screen had already switched views. On the left was the dark sword drone's primary perspective, offering a panoramic view of the entire Gobi Desert. On the right, a dense stream of constantly updating data displayed the dark sword's altitude, speed, attitude, and every other piece of information. The dark sword had reached its designated altitude of 10,000 meters and was now activating its plasma cloaking mode. General Li's voice had regained its composure, yet the anger and pride within it grew ever more intense. As his words fell, the dark sword's radar reflection signal data on the screen instantly dropped to 0. To all conventional ground detection systems, this colossal machine vanished completely, as if it had merged with the sky, becoming a phantom that no longer existed. In its current state, the dark sword was an utterly undetectable Grim Reaper for any ground target. General Li explained with confidence, forget attacking it, they couldn't even pinpoint its direction. Just as he was speaking, he suddenly froze. Through the high-definition cameras monitoring the testing ground, he witnessed a scene he couldn't comprehend. On the ground, the young man named Lu Chen had actually lifted his head slightly, his gaze precisely fixed on the direction of the airspace where Dark Sword was currently positioned. This minuscule detail was also keenly noticed by the commander monitoring the remote screen. The commander's brow furrowed imperceptibly. General Li's expression shifted, but he quickly dismissed it as coincidence. Begin the test. He almost gritted his teeth as he issued the command. Initiate Ghost Snake Dance Maneuver Mode, execute the first dive. Order given. At 10,000 meters altitude, the stealth dark sword seemed to awaken like a venomous serpent, its nose plunging downward with sudden ferocity. With terrifying speed exceeding Mach 5, it plunged toward the tiny human silhouette on the ground, carrying an invisible, air-shredding pressure. From the command center's God's eye view, this was an unavoidable, devastating strike, a dimensional assault. They had already begun imagining the arrogant young man's pitiful state as the sonic blast threw him to the ground. Yet the scene that unfolded next froze every smile on their faces. The attack was upon him in an instant. At the very last moment before the invisible death shockwave could strike, Lu Chen on the ground moved. His movement wasn't even particularly swift, merely a casual, half-step sidestep. Just half a step. Boom!
A terrifying blast of air streaked past his body, slamming into the ground and blasting open a massive crater, sending dust and debris flying everywhere.
Lu Chen, however, remained unscathed. He had evaded the deadly strike by the narrowest of margins, almost to the point of being humiliating. How is this possible? The command center erupted in uproar. Coincidence! It must be coincidence! A young engineer exclaimed in disbelief. But the data analysis expert stared intently at the newly generated data model on the screen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It's not a coincidence. His voice trembled. The opponent's reaction speed and predictive capabilities had already surpassed human physiological limits. Chapter 13, Sky King? No, just a tin toy. For the first time, General Li's expression turned grave. He took a deep breath and issued another order. Second attack. Lock onto the target and breach from the flank. The dark sword traced an unnatural, aerodynamically impossible right angle turn through the air. The craft endured immense G-forces as it struck again from an even more unpredictable angle. This time, everyone held their breath. Yet Lu Chen on the ground didn't even shift his stance. He merely shifted his stance slightly. Whoosh! The attack once again grazed the hem of his robe, leaving a deeper gash in the ground not far away. After all this, Lu Chen even had the leisure to smile at an empty patch of sky. That smile, captured by high-definition cameras, was clearly transmitted to every pair of eyes in the command center. It was an unabashed sneer, the kind one might give to a childishly mischievous toy. The atmosphere within the command center shifted completely. The earlier ease and spectator-like attitude vanished without a trace. Replaced instead was a suffocating gravity. Beads of sweat began to form uncontrollably on the experts' foreheads. Their pride and joy, the cutting-edge technology they revered as divine, now seemed like nothing more than a clumsy, laughable tin toy in the presence of this young man. General Li's breathing grew heavy. He gripped the edge of the control console tightly, his facial muscles twitching. He refused to believe it. He absolutely refused to believe that the pinnacle of decades of human technological advancement could be defeated by such an inexplicable trick. Now, General Li's eyes blazed crimson. Gritting his back teeth, he issued his final, most frenzied command. Activate Divine Retribution Mode. Authorize use of the electromagnetic pulse cannon. Set the power to the absolute maximum within the safety threshold. Yes, sir. The operator's trembling fingers pressed the crimson button. High in the sky, countless minute energy patterns on the dark sword's hull glowed crimson as its speed, already beyond the limit, surged once more. Beneath its belly, a cannon mouth slowly opened. A visible, heart-stopping blue electromagnetic beam began to violently converge. The immense energy warped and ionized the surrounding air. Finally, a terrifying energy beam capable of instantly crippling all electronic devices in a small city locked onto Lu Chen on the ground. Facing this world-ending strike, Lu Chen finally ceased evading. Slowly, he raised his right hand. His index and middle fingers came together, forming a sword finger. Under the horrified stares of everyone in the command center, under General Li's disbelieving gaze, under the commander's suddenly constricted pupils, he pointed his sword finger toward the sky. Inside the command center, the air seemed to solidify into a tangible substance. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the screen, awaiting the impending apocalyptic explosion. The moment General Li issued the Heaven's Wrath command, in their hearts, this absurd test had already ended. No one, no flesh and blood being, could survive that blanket electromagnetic strike capable of melting steel and crippling circuits. That arrogant youth would pay the most painful price for his ignorance. Fire! General Li roared his final command. Buzz! A blue electromagnetic beam erupted from the barrel. No longer an intangible shockwave, it transformed into a divine thunderbolt of judgment, instantly traversing 10,000 meters of space. Carrying an aura of annihilation, it plunged toward the insignificant figure on the ground. Wherever the beam passed, the air violently ionized, emitting a terrifying hissing sound. Space itself seemed to visibly warp. Yet, just as everyone believed Lu Chen would be instantly consumed and reduced to ashes by this bolt of lightning, a sudden, unexpected change occurred. On the ground, a faint yet intensely pure blue light glowed from the tips of Lu Chen's clasped fingers. Initially no larger than a grain of rice, the tiny blue light seemed insignificant against the apocalyptic blue lightning, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Yet it grew, defying the storm. In an instant, the blue light blossomed, transforming into a vivid, palm-sized blue lotus composed of pure energy. Its petals layered upon each other, their intricate patterns clearly visible, emanating an indescribable aura of ancient mystery. It appeared so fragile and ethereal, as if a mere breeze could scatter it. It spun, suspended on Lu Chen's fingertip, facing the world-shattering electromagnetic beam. The two made contact. Contrary to expectations, the earth-shattering energy explosion did not occur. Not even a whisper of sound. A scene of utter strangeness unfolded. The electromagnetic beam, violent enough to paralyze an entire city, upon touching that tiny blue lotus, vanished like rivers merging into the sea, like ice and snow melting under the scorching sun. It was silently, completely swallowed, absorbed, and annihilated by the spinning blue lotus. Not even a single ripple of excess energy was stirred. The entire process was eerily silent. Impossible.
Inside the command center, the white-haired chief engineer responsible for energy monitoring sprang to his feet. Pointing at the energy readings on the screen that had instantly plummeted to zero, he screamed in disbelief, his voice shrill and piercing from sheer shock.
Where is the energy? Such immense energy vanished. Vanished into thin air. It defies the law of conservation of energy. This can't be. This absolutely cannot be.
His scream shattered the dead silence, only to plunge the atmosphere into an even deeper stillness. Across the entire venue, the worldviews of countless experts who had devoted their entire lives to faith in science, treating the laws of physics as divine truths, began to crack violently at this very moment.
General Li Jingguo's face turned deathly pale. He gripped the edge of the control console with all his might. His grip was so fierce that clear fingerprints were imprinted on the sturdy alloy surface. On the test field, Lu Chen's expression remained impassive, as if he had merely extinguished a candle with a casual flick of his fingers. He watched the dark sword in the sky, which had experienced a fraction of a second of program lag due to its ultimate weapon failing. He slowly shook his head. His gaze was as though he were observing a defective industrial product. My turn. He murmured softly. These 3 words, transmitted through the on-site audio equipment, reached every corner of the command center with crystal clarity. As the words fell, the blue lotus blossom at Lu Chen's fingertip, now denser and more brilliant after absorbing immense electromagnetic energy, suddenly burst outward. Whoosh! A slender, hair-thin streak of azure sword energy, condensed to its absolute limit, shot forth from the lotus's core. This sword energy was peculiar. Silent, devoid of flame, and to the onlookers, its speed seemed unremarkable. It simply drifted through the air, seemingly unconstrained by any physical laws, slicing through the sky toward the dark sword suspended 100 meters above. Alert! Alert! Unknown high-energy attack detected. Chapter 14, After one sword, all bow. Energy composition cannot be analyzed. Trajectory cannot be calculated. Evade. Evade immediately. The command center's AI system emitted the most shrill, urgent alarm it had ever sounded. It frantically calculated evasion routes, issuing countless maneuver commands to the dark sword. Yet the dark sword's frame seemed gripped by an invisible hand, locked in place by laws from a higher dimension. Its vaunted super-maneuverability was utterly rendered useless in this moment. It could only watch helplessly as that slender blue line steadily grew larger within its primary field of view. Amidst the stunned stares of everyone in the command center, behind the remote screens, the commander's pupils suddenly contracted. That seemingly harmless, even beautiful, blue sword energy finally touched the dark sword's sturdy hull, forged from the most advanced technological materials. Time, in that instant, seemed to hit pause. The blue sword energy had barely made contact with the dark blade's hull. Then, it simply passed right through. Nothing happened. No explosion, no flash of fire, not even the faintest sound of metal scraping. The dark sword drone, representing the pinnacle of China's technological prowess, remained suspended flawlessly at 10,000 meters altitude. Inside the command center, the suffocatingly tense atmosphere eased for an extremely brief moment. Had it failed? A young engineer instinctively exhaled in relief, murmuring to himself. I knew it couldn't be destroyed, that's our strongest composite material. Sure enough, his method only works against energy attacks, utterly useless against physical threats. The expressions of the others gradually relaxed. They exchanged glances. The lingering shock remained visible in each other's eyes. A flicker of relief at having survived the ordeal, mixed with baffling confusion, crossed General Li's face. Though the process had been bizarre, the outcome seemed favorable. His pride, the dark sword, had been preserved. Just as General Li opened his mouth to order the shadow sword to turn back immediately, suddenly, a gentle breeze swept across the vast Gobi Desert. It seemed to blow through the high skies as well. The dark sword drone, hovering silently, began to split along a line so straight it could have been laser calibrated from its flat nose all the way to the engine nozzle at its tail. Silently, it split in two. The entire process was eerily quiet. No explosion, no flash of fire, not even a single speck of excess metal debris. The two halves of the fuselage, with their mirror-smooth cut surfaces, even reflected a blinding glare under the Gobi Desert's merciless sunlight. Then, these two halves of lifeless wreckage, like two pieces of scrap iron precisely severed down the middle, began to spiral helplessly from 10,000 meters above, plummeting toward the distant Gobi Desert. Inside the command center, the atmosphere, which had just begun to relax, instantly froze into absolute stillness. You could hear a pin drop. The white-haired scientist who had been screaming about violations of the law of conservation of energy moments ago now trembled violently. His legs buckled, and he collapsed into the chair behind him. His lips trembled, his eyes unfocused, as he muttered two words over and over. Miracle. This isn't science. This is a miracle. General Li Jinggua, the iron-blooded soldier who had walked through hails of bullets, stared blankly at the two halves of the wreckage plummeting toward the screen. It was the pride of his life's work, the project he had nurtured like his own child. His gaze shifted from initial shock to uncontrollable agony.
Finally, all emotion faded away, replaced by a profound bewilderment and deepest reverence for an unknown force. Every single expert and engineer present stood frozen, like puppets whose souls had been ripped out. They stared blankly at the screen, their minds a void. The scientific faith they had spent their entire lives building in physics, in mathematics, in the entire universe. In that instant, shattered to pieces by that silent, azure blade of energy. On the remote video screen, the commander remained silent for a long while. He slowly removed his reading glasses from the bridge of his nose, pulled a handkerchief from his pocket, and meticulously wiped the lenses over and over. Then he put them back on. He exhaled a long breath. That breath seemed to expel all the preconceived notions about the world he had built up over decades of military and political careers. On the testing ground, Lu Chen slowly retracted his sword fingers and clasped his hands behind his back once more. He looked up at the two halves of wreckage plummeting from the sky, his brow furrowing imperceptibly. His tone was as matter-of-fact as a gourmet critiquing a dish that didn't suit his palate. The intensity was decent. Just too brittle. These words, transmitted flawlessly through the high-fidelity microphones on site, reached every corner of the command center and every person's ears. It became the final straw that broke everyone's psychological defenses. Thud. Several young researchers with weaker nerves immediately went limp, collapsing to the floor. General Li's body swayed violently, only regaining his balance by leaning against the control console. Too fragile. He actually said the dark sword was too fragile. Such criticism cut 10,000 times deeper than outright humiliation. Finally, the commander's voice broke the deafening silence through the command center's speakers. His voice carried an unprecedented, indescribable complexity. Shock, regret, relief, and a hint of excitement. Test complete. General Li. Yes, Commander. Li Xinghua snapped back to attention, instinctively standing at attention. You. Go personally. The commander paused, as if weighing his choice of words. Please have Mr. Lu know, Consultant Lu come to my temporary office. Yes, sir. Li Xinghua saluted again, but his turning motion seemed somewhat stiff. He led several equally dazed guards out of the command center. When the man stood before Lu Chen once more, the earlier scrutiny, suspicion, and disdain had vanished without a trace. Instead, a complex mix of awe, fear, and curiosity now filled his expression. Gazing at the young man before him, still wearing that same calm and composed expression, he felt he was not facing a mere human, but a higher dimensional presence, incomprehensible and walking among men. Li Xinghua drew a deep breath, stood at attention with feet together, and rendered the most precise and solemn military salute of his entire career. His voice carried a hoarseness and reverence he hadn't even noticed himself. Advisor Lu, the commander requests your presence. Chapter 15, The Final Showdown. Let the world recharge for you. General Li Xinghua personally drove atop of the line black military SUV. The vehicle traversed the base's internal roads in utter silence. Only the faint sound of tires rolling over the pavement could be heard. Lu Chen sat in the back seat, calmly watching the Gobi landscape rush past the window. Su Muxue sat beside him, hands resting on her knees, her body slightly tense. Along the way, every patrolling soldier who spotted the vehicle and General Li in the driver's seat immediately snapped to attention and saluted. Their gazes, however, invariably drifted uncontrollably toward the young man in casual attire seated in the back, filled with a mix of reverence and intense curiosity. Not a trace of the earlier disdain or suspicion remained. In the face of absolute power, all doubt seemed pale and laughable. The vehicle finally came to a halt before an isolated building at the very heart of the base, the most heavily guarded structure there. This was the commander's temporary office. Li Xinghua personally opened the door for Lu Chen, his posture deliberately humble. The office door stood wide open. The white-haired elder who had commanded operations on the screen, whose single word could decide the fate of thousands, now stood personally waiting at the doorway. As Lu Chen entered, the commander stepped forward and extended his right hand. His face bore a look of genuine emotion and solemnity. Mr. Lu, it's truly better to meet you in person than to hear about you. Today's events have taught me and all of us an unprecedented and unforgettable lesson. The commander's tone was neither that of a superior to a subordinate, nor of an elder to a junior. Instead, it conveyed an air of equality, even tinged with a hint of seeking guidance. Lu Chen shook his hand, his expression still calm. You're too kind. It was merely a necessary demonstration. Both men took their seats. No superfluous pleasantries or probing, they were no longer needed. The commander cut straight to the point. Mr. Lu, the nation needs your strength. He looked at Lu Chen with unmistakable sincerity. Or rather, in the unprecedented upheaval that may unfold in the future, one we cannot yet fathom, humanity needs your guidance. State your terms, any terms. Whatever the nation can deliver, we will fulfill at any cost. Coming from the mouth of this leader whose every move sent shockwaves through all of China, these words carried weight as heavy as a mountain. They also signaled a complete reversal of their respective positions from this moment onward. It was no longer the nation reaching out to understand Lu Chen. Instead, the nation was now soliciting Lu Chen's assistance and cooperation. Lu Chen didn't beat around the bush. I need money, a lot of money. I need this money to upgrade my capabilities and confront the real crisis 10 days from now. No, less than 8 days now. For the first time, he revealed a portion of the core information. This was a screening process, a game sweeping across the globe. I'm merely a pioneer who lucked into the sole beta test slot.
Time is running out.
We must be fully prepared before the public beta before the game officially descends upon the world.
Game, beta test, public release.
The commander, a man of extraordinary caliber, instantly grasped these baffling yet crucial keywords. Though he couldn't fully grasp their implications yet, he instantly realized the gravity of the situation. It was infinitely more severe than he had ever imagined. This wasn't merely the emergence of a single extraordinary being. The entire world was about to face a cataclysmic upheaval.
I understand. The commander did not press for details. He knew now was not the time. Lu Chen looked at the other man and formally proposed his cooperation model. In our future collaboration, our relationship is straightforward.
I will provide direction, guide the path, and serve as the ultimate supernatural force behind it all.
You may think of me as a deity.
The state will handle all my logistical concerns, provide every resource I require, and manage all mundane troubles.
You are the believers and the most efficient executors. God and followers.
This analogy was utterly audacious. Yet coming from Lu Chen, who had just severed the shadow blade with a single strike, it sounded utterly natural. Su Muxue and Li Jinghua stood by, their minds reeling. They had never imagined such a cooperative model could exist between an individual and the state. After a moment's contemplation, a resolute gleam flashed in the commander's eyes.
He nodded firmly. Good. We'll proceed exactly as you suggest.
From this moment onward, the entire Sky Dome project team, the entire machinery of the state will operate at full capacity to support your upgrade plan. The partnership is officially established.
Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction and stated his next, even more ambitious goal. My next objective is to break through to LV30, the late stage of Qi cultivation.
This will require a sum of money far exceeding anything before, a colossal amount measured in billions.
10 billion. Hearing this figure, even Su Muxue, the CEO of a megacorporation, couldn't help but gasp. Yet the commander didn't even bat an eyelid.
Money, in the face of the impending global transformation, was the least valuable thing. His gaze shifted directly to Su Muxue.
President Su. Present. Su Muxue responded immediately. You will be in overall charge of this matter.
The commander's voice carried an unquestionable decisiveness.
Whatever resources you require, the nation shall provide.
Publicity, distribution channels, security, diplomacy, full support across the board. Orchestrate a miracle of unprecedented scale, compelling the entire world to recharge for our guardian deity. In one sentence, he set the tone for the next phase of operations.
Lu Chen's objective was perfectly achieved.
He had successfully elevated his personal money-making and leveling up endeavor from an individual pursuit to a national strategic initiative. He had harnessed the entire nation to his chariot bound for a new world. With the agreement sealed, Lu Chen rose to depart. He had more pressing matters to attend to, digesting the insights gained from today's battle and preparing for his next upgrade. Just as he reached the doorway, the commander suddenly called out to him.
Mr. Lu, please wait. Lu Chen turned back.
The commander rose to his feet, his voice tinged with probing curiosity as he voiced the question on everyone's lips yet none dared to ask.
Forgive my boldness. What exactly lies at the end of this so-called immortal technique you speak of?
Lu Chen looked at him and then at the generals and experts behind him, their eyes equally hungry for answers. He smiled indifferently. Under the expectant gazes of all present, he spoke slowly.
The end of immortal arts? There is no end. Chapter 16, The Divine Oracle Descends, Betting the Nation's Fate.
After the meeting in the commander's office that would shape the future landscape, Lu Chen returned to the private estate arranged for him by Su Muxue. The estate was heavily guarded, its serene environment completely cut off from the outside world's clamor. On the surface, he was resting and adjusting his state. In truth, his consciousness had already sunk deep into his mind, studying the game interface visible only to him.
LV20, Mid-Stage Qi Cultivation.
This level was sufficient for him to cleave the Darkblade drone representing the pinnacle of modern technology in two with a single strike. But Lu Chen's ambitions extended far beyond that. His gaze fixed on the experience bar required to advance from LV20 to LV30. It was a string of numbers so staggering it made one's scalp tingle.
Even Lu Chen couldn't help but frown. Money. He needed even more money.
As Lu Chen pondered how to orchestrate his next miracle to harvest global wealth more efficiently,
suddenly, the game interface trembled without warning.
A blood-red pop-up window violently seized his entire field of vision. Catastrophe alert, based on worldline convergence simulations, an S-class super tsunami will strike coordinates XXXXXX in the South China Sea within 24 hours due to abnormal tectonic plate movement. This event is projected to obliterate 3 major coastal cities, impacting the South China Sea Fleet and the Dragon's Lair military base. Each character seemed written in blood, radiating the scent of death.
Lu Chen's heart clenched violently. An S-class super tsunami. Destroy 3 cities. Impact the fleet and the crucial Dragon's Den military base. This was no longer a natural disaster, it was an apocalyptic catastrophe. His mind raced. Within mere seconds, the initial shock gave way to an extreme calm. This was not merely a colossal crisis engulfing tens of millions. It was an unparalleled opportunity to cement his status as a true god, binding the entire state apparatus, indeed, the entire world, firmly to his chariot. Lu Chen hesitated not a moment longer. Rising immediately, he stepped out of the room and sought out Su Muxue, who was handling the follow-up arrangements. Contact the Sky Dome project team immediately. Contact that commander. Convey every single word I'm about to say to him immediately. Su Muxue saw the unprecedented gravity in Lu Chen's expression and felt a chill run through her. She immediately picked up the encrypted phone. 24 hours from now, South China Sea, coordinates XXXXXX, and S-class tsunami will strike. Lu Chen slowly recited the warning from the system. Su Muxue's grip on the phone tightened as the color drained from her face. Though she didn't fully grasp the implications of an S-class tsunami or the coordinates, the words "destroy 3 cities" alone were suffocating. She asked no questions, raised no doubts. Instead, she drew a deep breath and relayed this prophecy akin to divine revelation to the other end of the encrypted line with the most composed voice she could muster. Thousands of miles away, in the imperial capital, the Sky Dome project team convened another emergency meeting. The atmosphere in the conference room was 100 times heavier than when the dark sword had been severed last time. When the commander clearly announced Lu Chen's warning to the entire room, an uproar erupted. Absurd! This is utterly absurd. The white-haired chief engineer responsible for energy monitoring was the first to rise, his voice trembling with emotion. Commander! Tsunamis can be detected by scientific instruments. None of our ocean monitoring stations have detected any abnormal tectonic plate activity. To activate a national-level disaster alert based solely on someone's word? That's utter nonsense. His words were immediately echoed by the majority of scientific experts present. I agree. This defies science. We cannot blindly accept every word he says just because he demonstrates some incomprehensible abilities. If this turns out to be a hoax and we launch a mass evacuation, it would be a colossal waste of resources and an international embarrassment. Exactly. This could be strategic blackmail to extract greater benefits. The conference room echoed with waves of skepticism. Just then, a thunderous crash cut through the debate. General Li Jinghua slammed his fist on the table and abruptly stood up. This iron-willed soldier, his eyes bloodshot, swept his gaze across the skeptical experts. Science? Science? He pointed at the conference room's large screen, which was looping footage of the dark sword being split in two. Which one of you can explain to me scientifically how this thing broke? Li Jinghua's voice boomed like a bell, echoing throughout the conference room. The dark sword's wreckage still lies scattered across the Gobi Desert. I believe his words. This general, once the proudest and most skeptical of all, had now become Lu Chen's most steadfast supporter. His words instantly silenced all the scientific experts. The conference room erupted into fierce debate. On one side stood the experts clinging to scientific rationality, on the other, the hawkish military faction utterly captivated by the miracle. Neither side could persuade the other. Just then, the commander's encrypted communicator rang. It was Su Muxue. She relayed Lu Chen's second and true request. After listening, the commander hung up and remained silent for a long time. He slowly raised his head and announced Lu Chen's conditions to the public. Mr. Lu stated that he could intervene to save the world when the tsunami strikes. However, the prerequisite is that we must raise 1 billion yuan within 24 hours to help him break through to the Laichi refining stage of LV30. Otherwise, when the natural disaster strikes, even at LV20, he will be powerless to prevent it. The moment this condition was announced, the conference room erupted in chaos. Blackmail. This was outright blackmail. He was holding tens of millions of lives hostage to threaten the nation. Commander, we absolutely cannot agree to this. Setting such a precedent will only embolden him to demand more. The voices of opposition grew even more intense than before. This time, even Li Jinghua fell silent. Though he trusted Lu Chen, this demand was undeniably overbearing. All eyes once again focused on the white-haired elder seated at the head of the table. The commander remained silent, his gaze fixed on the looping footage playing on the screen. After a long while, he rose slowly from his seat. The entire conference room instantly fell silent. The leader scanned the room. Every face was etched with anxiety, anger, and unease. This was no threat. His voice, steady and powerful, instantly silenced all the noise. This is a divine test and our opportunity. He strode to the massive strategic map and slammed his finger down on the South China Sea region. Gamble. The commander turned, his eyes flashing with unprecedented resolve. I have decided to stake the credibility of our entire nation, our very future, on this gamble. I trust him. Overruling all objections, he issued an order powerful enough to shake the world. Launch 2 operations immediately. 1. Under the guise of the largest scale disaster prevention drill in history, conduct an unprecedented epic scale evacuation of 3 cities within the warning zone. Mobilize every available resource. 2. Activate Project Guardian. The commander's voice at this moment became unwaveringly resolute. Initiate global live broadcasts. Proclaim to the world, within 24 hours, we shall witness a miraculous salvation forged by the collective faith of all humanity. Chapter 17, A Century-Defining Farce? The Global Live Trial of the Divine. The commander's order thundered through the command center like a bolt of lightning. Global broadcast? Witness a miraculous salvation forged by the collective faith of the entire nation? Everyone present felt their scalps tingle at this decision bordering on madness. This was no longer a mere gamble. It was staking the entire nation's credibility on the table, betting against the entire world. Yet the leader's will was unquestionable. The vast machinery of the state, at this moment, began operating at an unimaginable efficiency. Minutes later, all official media platforms across China simultaneously released 2 bombshell announcements capable of setting the world ablaze. First, urgent notice: to address potential extreme weather threats, our nation will immediately commence the largest-scale disaster prevention drill in history. This 24-hour exercise will take place in Yunhai, Cape, and Tianya cities along the South China seacoast. Residents in affected areas are requested to cooperate with evacuation orders. Second, Operation Guardian Spirit officially commences. Within 24 hours, an unprecedented trial will unfold. Our guardian deity requires the collective faith of all citizens to forge the sword of salvation. This is a moment to witness miracles and a moment demanding our united resolve. Below this announcement was a link to Shark Live, the world's largest streaming platform. The 2 announcements instantly sent domestic public opinion into an uproar. A drill? Why so sudden? Guardian Deity Project? What is this? Sounds like something out of a web novel. I'm a bit confused. What exactly is the government up to? Countless citizens, filled with confusion and bewilderment, clicked on the Livestream link. On Shark Live's homepage, under direct state intervention, the most prominent position at the very top was firmly occupied by a brand new livestream. The screen was divided into 3 sections, a simple layout, yet one that radiated an eerie, unsettling intensity. On the left side of the screen was a massive, precise 24-hour countdown ticking down to the millisecond. The blood-red numbers flashed relentlessly, radiating a heart-stopping sense of pressure. Centered in the frame, the camera focused on the living room of a grand estate. Lu Chen sat alone on the sofa, eyes tightly closed, his expression serene, like an old monk in deep meditation. On the right side of the screen was a massive donation progress bar, starting from 0 and aiming for 1 billion. This absurd livestream exploded across the global internet the moment it went live. Countless visitors and netizens who caught wind of it flooded in like a tidal wave. The livestream's concurrent viewer count surged at a terrifying, visible speed, instantly breaking 10 million and continuing to skyrocket, triggering multiple server overload alerts. Simultaneously, Western media outlets as sharp-nosed as sharks sensing blood descended en masse. CNN, the American broadcaster. Inside the studio, the network's star anchor, a blonde, white elite named Tom Jefferson, immediately cut the ongoing broadcast to launch an emergency special live segment. Behind him, a massive screen projected the live feed from the Shark platform. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to CNN's special report. Tom Jefferson adjusted his tie, his face wearing an unabashed, exaggerated sneer. Just moments ago, that mysterious nation in the East staged what must be the most absurd and ridiculous farce of the century. They call it Project Guardian. He delivered the words in an operatic tone, dripping with scorn. After their flagship drone, the toy called the Dark Sword, was shot down by a clumsy magic trick, they clearly panicked. To salvage face, they concocted this foolish, anti-scientific propaganda stunt, reminiscent of medieval witchcraft. A countdown, a charlatan meditating before the camera, and a laughable donation slip. They expect the world to believe they have gods? Oh my God, this is more ridiculous than a Hollywood comedy. Tom spread his hands dramatically before the camera, his expression exaggerated as if observing a tribe of uncivilized savages. To analyze this farce more scientifically, we are honored to have 2 distinguished guests. The camera cuts to one, an internationally renowned geologist, and the other, a prominent sociologist. The geologist adjusted his glasses and declared confidently to the camera, "I can guarantee with my 30 years of professional experience that, according to our most advanced global geological monitoring system, the seabed at that coordinate will remain as stable as Swiss cheese, no, as solid as granite for the next 24 hours, even the entire week. The probability of an S-class tsunami occurring is lower than my chances of winning the lottery jackpot tonight." The sociologist offered his perspective from another angle. This is a classic, dangerous signal, an attempt to divert internal conflicts and consolidate power through a cult of personality. They're using this tactic to test public obedience, a strategy with countless historical precedents of failure. These arrogant and biased remarks spread to every corner of the world through CNN's global network. Countless uninformed foreign netizens were successfully incited. They flooded Lu Chen's livestream, instantly drowning the comments section in a torrent of mockery and abuse in every language. Ha! Have the Chinese lost their minds? Using fundraising to stop a tsunami? A nation of fools, a people to pity. 10 billion? Is that Joss paper?
Maybe burning it to their sea god would be more useful. The donation progress bar on the right side of the livestream climbed agonizingly slowly after the broadcast began. Only a handful of die-hard fans who'd followed Lu Chen since his last sword-flying livestream, along with a few pure spectators relishing the spectacle, were sporadically sending tips. The numbers on the progress bar flickered feebly.
Online discourse within the country also showed severe polarization. How embarrassing. Absolutely embarrassing. How could the country handle this so carelessly? Yeah, now the whole world is laughing at us.
I trust the country, but this operation is beyond my comprehension. Most people felt their pride was wounded, as if their intelligence had been dragged through the mud. Amidst this immense pressure from both inside and outside, Lu Chen remained seated at the center of the livestream, eyes tightly shut, as steady as a mountain. As if cut off from the world, all the external clamor seemed irrelevant to him. To the mockers, this extreme calm only reinforced their belief that he was putting on an act, forcing himself to stay composed.
The CNN program neared its conclusion.
Tom Jefferson rose to his feet, stepping before the camera with a victorious smile, delivering his final summary.
Well, dear viewers,
the farce has begun, and the actors are in place. Let us witness together how this empire, built upon lies and ignorance, will become the world's greatest laughingstock within 24 hours. He raised a single finger confidently toward the camera. I'd bet my entire second-half salary that in 24 hours, those waters will be as calm as a millpond, not even a single fish will be disturbed.
Chapter 18, An Epic Retreat. Shutting the world up with money.
Inside the CNN studio, the victorious smile had yet to fade from Tom Jefferson's face. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the east, at the commander's command, an unprecedented, epic-scale evacuation unfolding without warning across 3 bustling cities along the South China seacoast began, affecting tens of millions of people. The city's tranquility shattered under the piercing wail of air raid sirens.
Countless soldiers in camouflage combat uniforms and armed police officers rushed into the streets.
They knocked on doors house by house, organizing the evacuation of residents.
Emergency notice. Attention all residents.
Immediately gather essential belongings and assemble at designated locations.
This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill. Evacuate immediately. Over the city, every public address system blared the emergency announcement, its deafening echoes reverberating down every street.
Endless columns of military trucks, commandeered buses, and urgently dispatched Harmony high-speed trains formed a relentless steel torrent, racing against time toward the inland hinterlands. The entire evacuation process was rushed and chaotic, yet maintained a remarkable order under the formidable organizational power of the state apparatus. Countless families, guided by millions of soldiers, left the homes they had inhabited for generations.
Public reactions varied. Some frantically stuffed their belongings into backpacks in panic.
Others complained incessantly, unable to comprehend why they had to abandon their homes and possessions for the sake of some vague prophecy.
What the hell? My shop just opened, and now it's closing? All because of some online guardian deity's word?
That's ridiculous. On an evacuation bus about to depart, a white-haired grandmother clutched a cat carrier tightly. No matter how the soldiers tried to persuade her, she insisted on taking her old cat, whom she had raised for over a decade.
I can stay, but Nini must go.
The old lady wept like a child. Finally, the young platoon leader in charge of the area, after consulting his superiors, reluctantly granted special permission for this unofficial evacuee. Only then did the grandmother wipe her tears, lift her cat, and board the bus. These heartwarming scenes, brimming with the warmth of everyday life, were captured by Western media drones. They cherry-picked footage, sensationalizing scenes of crowding and public discontent during the evacuation.
Shocking.
A modern-day mass exodus unfolds in the eastern nation, displacing tens of millions. An unprecedented humanitarian catastrophe is unfolding. These smear campaigns further fueled negative global sentiment. In the Guardian Angel Project livestream, the donation progress bar stalled after the evacuation began, hindered by public complaints and doubts. Worse still, due to malicious refunds by some individuals, the numbers on the progress bar even saw a slight decline.
This was undoubtedly adding insult to injury.
Zhanghai City, headquarters of the Su Group. Su Mushua sat in the rear command center, watching the escalating negative public sentiment on the screen and the nearly stagnant progress bar. The icy glint in her cold, phoenix-like eyes grew increasingly intense. She knew she couldn't wait any longer. Public confidence is being eroded, and the nation's credibility is being challenged. Someone must step forward and break this deadlock in the most direct and forceful way possible. She picked up the encrypted phone on the desk, her slender fingers swiftly dialing the numbers.
The call connected. Uncle Wang, it's me, Mu Shui. Uncle Li, it's me.
On the other end were business titans with deep ties to the Su Group, men whose every move could send shockwaves through the corporate world, men driven by profound patriotism.
Su Mushua's voice was calm and resolute.
Uncles, now is the time for us to serve our country. After a few brief calls, she hung up.
Moments later,
in the globally watched Guardian God Project livestream, the long-dormant donation section erupted with dazzling effects like a volcanic explosion. Purple gold beams of light exploded like fireworks across the screen, nearly covering the entire display. User Huaxia Heavy Industries sends Super Rocket X 10,000 to your livestream.
10 million. And it didn't stop there. User Guofeng Technology sends Super Rockets X 8,000 to your livestream. 8 million. User Dongfun Logistics has gifted Super Rockets X 5,000 in your livestream. User Jojo Mining sends 5,000 Super Rockets to your livestream. Led by Su Muxue, patriotic capital representing the lifeblood of China's industrial, technological, and energy sectors declared their stance to the world in the simplest, most direct, and most effective way possible. Money. We have money. We trust him. We trust our nation.
The donation progress bar, previously stagnant, surged upward like it had been injected with adrenaline, racing madly before everyone's eyes.
50 million. 80 million. 100 million. In mere seconds, the progress bar shattered the 100 million mark with overwhelming force. This sudden, staggering surge of donations left everyone both inside and outside the livestream who had been mocking and doubting, utterly speechless. For a moment, the chat screen fell eerily silent.
On CNN's live broadcast, the smug grin on Tom Jefferson's face froze instantly, as if he'd been slapped hard across the face. The powerful entry of patriotic capital acted like a shot of adrenaline, instantly igniting the dormant public discourse. Those super rockets, forged from real gold and silver, temporarily silenced the negative voices across domestic networks. The tide of comments in the live stream shifted dramatically. Holy crap! Huaxia Heavy Industries is awesome. This is the backbone of our nation. Guofeng Technology is in too. And Ocean Shipping. These are our true core enterprises. The big players are all jumping in. What does that mean? It means the country is serious this time. This move? This move is called Your God, we'll all support together. Yet for ordinary citizens enduring the hardships of being separated from their homes, lingering doubts and grievances remain unresolved. After all, those astronomical figures tens of millions feel worlds apart from their daily lives. Just then, a video captured by official Chinese media at the evacuation site went viral across social platforms like wildfire. The video's protagonist was a veteran with graying hair but a still sturdy frame. Several faded military medals hung on his chest. Supported by several young soldiers, he was preparing to board the evacuation train bound for the interior. An accompanying reporter held a microphone to his lips. "Sir, excuse me. Many people find this emergency evacuation sudden and even hard to understand. Do you believe this disaster warning?" Chapter 19, The Explosion of National Faith. The national team takes the field. Hearing this, the veteran halted his steps. Slowly, he straightened his back, which had grown slightly stooped with age. Pointing to the military medal on his chest earned in the heat of battle, his voice, though hoarse, boomed like a temple bell. "I don't understand warnings, nor do I believe in gods. But I believe in the nation. If the nation tells me to go, I will go. Even if the path ahead is a sea of fire and a mountain of blades, these old bones of mine will follow. Now, the nation says it needs money to save the world, to protect us common folk." The veteran's eyes welled up with tears. "Then I'll donate every penny of my pension earned with my life." With trembling hands, he pulled an old smartphone with a cracked screen from his pocket. With the help of a young soldier beside him, he opened Shark Live and found the Guardian Angel Project livestream. He transferred every last cent, the few thousand yuan remaining in his bank account, into the chat as a donation. After completing this act, the veteran exhaled deeply, as if he had fulfilled a sacred mission. This video was like a spark thrown into a powder keg. It instantly ignited the long-suppressed patriotic fervor in the hearts of hundreds of millions of people, a passion smothered by humiliation and pent-up frustration. Holy! I'm a man, and I'm crying. Even our old heroes who risked their lives for us believed it. What are we, who enjoy peace, waiting for? Damn it, we won't lose face. If we can't make steamed buns, we'll fight for our pride. Even if we get scammed in the end, I'll accept it. We absolutely cannot let those foreigners look down on us. Exactly. What's a little money? I'm donating my entire month's salary. My wife's makeup budget, my son's toy money, all going in. Protect our gods. Protect our homes." Emotions erupted completely. A torrential flood of donations began. No longer the million-dollar splurges of entrepreneurs, but a spontaneous flood of faith from countless ordinary people. 10 yuan, 100 yuan, 1,000 yuan, 10,000 yuan. Countless donations, perhaps insignificant individually, yet each carrying the purest of emotions, poured in from all directions, converging into that account symbolizing hope. After a long period of stagnation, the donation progress bar in the livestream began climbing at an unprecedented, frenzied pace. 200 million. 300 million. 500 million. Each jump of the progress bar tugged at the hearts of hundreds of millions of Chinese compatriots. The tone of the live stream's chat comments completely flipped. The scattered mockery and skepticism were instantly drowned out by a tidal wave of "Go China" and "Lu Chen will win." Countless passionate netizens spontaneously organized themselves. Using every language available, they passionately confronted foreign trolls in the chat, defending their beliefs with the most straightforward curses.
Sky Dome Project Command Center.
The commander watched the rapidly climbing numbers on the large screen and the boiling public sentiment. Despite his usual composure, his eyes grew slightly moist. He turned to his colleagues and said with profound emotion, "Comrades, I made the right bet. I bet on the most crucial element, the will of the people." At the CNN broadcast studio, the atmosphere turned unbearably awkward. Tom Jefferson's face turned ashen. He couldn't comprehend why this group of Chinese people, whom he considered ignorant, could unleash such fervent unity. This defies logic. Time ticked away, second by second, amid the nation's fervor. Only 6 hours remained until the 24-hour countdown ended. On the screen, the total donation amount had painstakingly surpassed the 800 million mark through the nation's collective effort. The dawn of victory seemed within reach. But everyone knew that the later it got, the harder it would be to raise funds. Those willing to donate had mostly already done so. A full 200 million remained to reach the ultimate goal of 1 billion. These final 200 million stood like an insurmountable chasm before everyone. The progress bar's ascent visibly slowed once more. Everyone's hearts were gripped once more. The countdown entered its final 3 hours. In the livestream, the donation progress bar that held the attention of billions worldwide remained stubbornly stuck at the 9 billion mark. Its ascent had slowed to an agonizing crawl. Every tiny increment felt painfully hard-won. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Su Mushu stared at the jarring figure on the screen. For the first time, a flicker of anxiety crossed her usually composed face. She tapped into her last remaining connections and resources, even going so far as to urgently pledge a portion of Su Group's shares as collateral. She injected another massive sum of 50 million into the Guardian God Project's account. The progress bar shot up a small segment. It laboriously climbed to 950 million. Then, it once again fell into a despairing standstill. Time was running out, only 2 hours remained. Inside the Sky Dome Project Command Center, the air seemed to freeze. The commander's hand, which had steadfastly held his teacup, began to tremble slightly beyond his control, beads of sweat forming in his palm. Was failure truly inevitable? In the CNN live studio, Tom Jefferson, whose face had remained grim throughout, saw the stagnant progress bar and once again wore a smug, triumphant grin. He cleared his throat, preparing his victory speech ready to mock this century-long farce, now ending in failure, with the most scathing, most cutting words. Just as everyone felt hope was fading, even bordering on despair, an unexpected turning point emerged. An emergency resolution, stamped with the red seal of the National Treasury, was passed at breakneck speed. Under the guise of a special disaster strategic reserve fund, a massive sum was directly transferred to the Guardian Deity Project's dedicated account. The amount? Not a penny more, not a penny less. Exactly 49,999,000. Boom! The state's direct intervention was like dropping a nuclear bomb into a tranquil lake, completely igniting everyone's confidence. This represented the nation's final, unquestionable stance. We stand united with our guardian deity. The donation progress bar in the livestream, under everyone's gaze, was instantly infused with boundless momentum. It surged upward wildly, reaching a staggering figure that left everyone holding their breath. 999,999,999. Just one last 10,000. Just this final 10,000 yuan would complete this unprecedented billion yuan fundraising. Everyone stared intently at that number, hearts pounding wildly, as if awaiting the birth of a miracle. Who would be the chosen one to complete the final piece of the puzzle? Chapter 20, 10 billion achieved. A sword from the west, bound for the South Sea. At this moment, in a dormitory of an ordinary university in China, a frail-looking college student wearing black-rimmed glasses stared intently at his phone screen. His palms were drenched in sweat, his breathing rapid. At this moment, exactly 10,000 yuan lay quietly in this student's bank account. This wasn't pocket money, but the national scholarship he'd just earned through outstanding academic performance, his entire living expenses for the upcoming semester. He hesitated, torn. Finally, he glanced at the man in the livestream, unshakable amidst a barrage of Go China comments. He was China's hope and his own. He clenched his teeth, a resolute gleam of sincerity flashing in his eyes. Damn it! I'll give it my all. Worst case, I'll live on steamed buns all semester. With trembling hands, he transferred the final installment 10,000 yuan into that account. A patriotic student from China donates 10,000 yuan. Boom! The instant that 10,000 yuan hit the account. In the global livestream, the fundraising progress bar, which had captured the hearts of billions worldwide, suddenly erupted in dazzling golden light. The dazzling golden radiance nearly burst through the screen. At the center of the screen, a colossal number formed of pure gold slowly materialized. 1 billion. 1 billion. Goal achieved. In the CNN live studio, Tom Jefferson, who had been preparing to deliver his victory speech, froze with a triumphant grin frozen on his face, looking like a ridiculous statue. He stared at the golden number, his mouth slightly agape, a strange gurgling sound rising from his throat, unable to utter a single word. Meanwhile, at the Sky Dome Project Command Center, the commander's trembling hand finally steadied.
He exhaled a long breath, slumping back in his chair as if exhausted, yet his eyes blazed with an unprecedented intensity. With just 1 hour and 59 minutes remaining on the disaster countdown, the funds embodying the hopes and faith of countless people had been successfully raised. Every person watching the global livestream erupted in thunderous cheers after a single second of dead silence. Countless people wept with joy, embracing each other in celebration as if they had won a great war. And at the very peak of this global euphoria, on the live feed, the man who had remained seated with his eyes closed throughout, seemingly detached from the world, Lu Chen, at that very moment, slowly opened his eyes. 10 billion in funding was fully secured. Every camera in the global broadcast locked onto Lu Chen. All cheers, all chat messages seemed to be silenced. Billions worldwide held their breath, waiting. Those who had mocked him relentlessly before now fell silent. They wanted to see what tricks this Eastern charlatan could pull now that he'd raised the funds. Under the gaze of the entire world, Lu Chen slowly rose from the sofa. He walked to the camera, calmly facing billions of global viewers, and spoke with composure. Thank you all for your investments. Now is the moment to witness the return on your investment. His voice was soft, yet amplified through the microphone, reaching every corner of the world. As the words fell, Lu Chen's mind moved, opening the game interface visible only to him. In full view of everyone, he clicked the recharge button without hesitation. Though the audience couldn't see the virtual game interface, they would witness the true miracle unfolding next, one powerful enough to shatter their worldviews. Recharging 1 billion yuan. The instant Lu Chen confirmed the recharge. A dazzling, pure gold pillar of light so blinding it was impossible to look directly at suddenly tore through the manor's ceiling and descended from the heavens. The pillar enveloped Lu Chen entirely. The livestream feed was instantly engulfed by this blinding golden radiance, turning into a vast expanse of white. All signals suffered severe interference, emitting crackling static. Yet from Lu Chen's own perspective, a different scene unfolded. A torrent of experience points, like a cosmic flood breaking through a dam, surged madly into every fiber of his being. The experience bar above his in-game character's head began to surge upward at an unprecedented, terrifying speed. Ding! You have leveled up. Current level, LV21. Ding! You have leveled up. Current level, LV22. Golden flashes of leveling up erupted continuously across his character's form, scarcely pausing for even a second. LV25. LV28. LV29. Finally, after the last shred of experience was absorbed, his level settled firmly at a brand new height. LV30. Late Chi Cultivation Stage. System notice, congratulations on reaching level 30. The Hongmeng Swordmaster class trait has been activated. You have awakened a new sword technique, Azure Lotus Heaven Splitting Sword Array LV1. It worked. Lu Chen could distinctly feel his body undergoing a profound, transformative change. Within his dantian, the once trickling stream of magical power now surged like a raging river, growing tenfold in might. An unprecedented sense of overwhelming power, as if capable of commanding all things, filled his entire being. Moments later, the towering golden pillar of light slowly dissipated. Lu Chen's figure reappeared before the live stream camera. He was still the same person. Yet everyone sensed he was utterly transformed. His posture grew even more upright, his skin radiant and smooth, as if a precious glow flowed beneath it. His eyes were deep and profound, like the vast expanse of the starry sky. Standing there in serene stillness, he radiated an aura of profound mastery, a presence that commanded reverence and awe. Lu Chen glanced at the blood-red countdown timer on the left side of the screen, showing less than 2 hours remaining. His tone remained unflappable. The timing was perfect. He wasted no further words. Before anyone could react, Lu Chen turned and walked straight out the estate's gates. The moment his foot crossed the threshold, behind him, the modified fruit knife with its shabby wooden handle automatically flew out from the corner. Hum. A clear, piercing sword-like hum. This crude wooden sword now emitted a faint blue glow from its blade as it hovered at his feet. Lu Chen stepped onto the wooden sword, his stance steady and firm. He turned back one last time, facing the camera, facing the entire world, leaving behind 4 words. Wait for my return. The words had barely left his lips. Whoosh! The wooden sword beneath his feet blazed with a brilliant green light, and his entire body transformed into a streak of light so fast it defied comprehension, shooting skyward. That speed how many times faster than his sword flight atop the sky-piercing tower. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the pitch-black night sky, streaking toward the South Sea. He left the world with nothing but a resolute and dashing silhouette. The global livestream fell into a momentary deathly silence. Everyone was utterly stunned by this final scene. Yet on the screen, the Crimson Disaster Countdown continued its relentless ticking. Finally, it reached its end. Countdown, 3 seconds. Countdown, 2 seconds. Countdown, 1 second. Countdown, midnight. Chapter 21, A Hoax? The Tsunami Strikes. This sword changes heaven and earth. Time, 0. Billions of eyes worldwide, through satellite feeds and live broadcasts, fixated on that prophesied stretch of sea in the South China Sea. 1 second. 2 seconds. 10 seconds passed. The sea remained calm, the sun shone brightly, and seagulls flew freely. Nothing happened.
In the CNN live studio, the dead silence was shattered by a shrill burst of laughter.
Tom Jefferson witnessed this scene and could no longer contain his inner ecstasy.
Pointing at the screen, he doubled over laughing, tears welling up in his eyes.
Ha! I knew it. I knew this was a complete and utter hoax. The farce is over. Ladies and gentlemen,
China, with their own hands, has made themselves the biggest laughingstock in the world.
$10 billion. Oh, wait, 10 billion yuan.
They spent that money to hire an actor to perform a 24-hour, utterly ridiculous performance art piece. Countless foreign trolls lurking in the live chat erupted like it was a holiday, launching into frenzied celebrations and mockery. Fools of the century. A bunch of fools who got scammed and still helped count the money.
God? Where's your God? Did he fly off into outer space?
Look. Not a ripple on the water, not even a fish disturbed.
Ha!
Yet, just as Tom laughed most wildly, his voice loudest, his face most contorted. The real-time cloud map on the giant screen behind him, transmitted by the world's most advanced meteorological satellites, suddenly turned a startling, blood-red hue representing the highest alert level. Alert! Alert!
A piercing alarm echoed throughout the broadcast studio. At the same moment, in the South China Sea,
marine observation stations across all nations simultaneously emitted piercing, wailing alarms.
Then, in less than 3 seconds, all signals abruptly ceased. As if an invisible giant hand had instantly erased them from the earth.
Satellite imagery revealed the once calm sea surface violently bulging upward at a speed defying all laws of physics, visible to the naked eye. A monstrous, unimaginable water mass so vast it seemed poised to pierce the sky formed at the ocean's center. The next instant, a continuous white line stretching hundreds of kilometers appeared where sky met sea, connecting heaven and earth. That white line surged toward the coastline with unstoppable, devastating force. The super tsunami arrived as predicted. Its scale and power were 10 times, 100 times more terrifying than any geologist's most pessimistic prediction.
In the CNN live studio, Tom Jefferson's laughter abruptly ceased.
He stared blankly at the apocalyptic scene unfolding on the screen, reminiscent of the biblical end times. The color drained from his face in a single second, leaving him deathly pale.
His mouth hung open, a hoarse gasp escaping his throat.
His entire being froze in place, like a puppet whose soul had been ripped out. Every single person mocking him worldwide fell collectively silent in that instant. The live-streamed chat fell into an eerie, deathly silence. No more taunts. No more curses. What replaced them was a soul-shaking, primal dread of this world-shattering force and a horrified awe at the incomprehensible divine decree. The satellite feed urgently switched to the coastline. In those 3 cities, now dimly lit due to the mass evacuation, there were still a few areas that hadn't been evacuated in time. In the harbor, the South China Sea Fleet, a symbol of national prestige, lay moored in orderly formation. Further away stood the heavily guarded, top-secret military base codenamed Dragon's Lair. All these creations of human civilization, faced with this towering tidal wave that seemed poised to swallow the entire continent, appeared as insignificant as a pile of fragile sand. Destruction loomed within the blink of an eye. Just as the colossal wave was about to crash upon the shoreline, just as billions worldwide plunged into profound despair and terror. A streak of azure light sliced through the sky, racing against the apocalyptic tidal wave. Moving at an extreme speed, it instantly reached the very front of the tsunami and then hovered steadily in place.
Under the gaze of billions worldwide, Lu Chen materialized before the towering, hundreds of meters high tidal wave. His figure seemed utterly disproportionate against the apocalyptic scene that threatened to devour the heavens and earth. Yet Lu Chen stood there motionless, his expression utterly unruffled, as if everything unfolding before him were merely a ripple in a pond. He slowly raised his right hand. His index and middle fingers came together, forming a sword finger. He lightly tapped the raging, churning sea below. Blue lotus heaven splitting sword formation. Open. The calm voice seemed to pierce through the barriers of space, resonating within the heart of every person present. As the words fell, the unremarkable wooden sword at his feet suddenly blazed with a brilliant green light. Then, under the stunned gazes of all present, the blade disintegrated inch by inch, transforming into countless tiny points of blue sword energy like fireflies. These points of light, like an incredibly dazzling meteor shower flowing against the current, showered the entire South China Sea region engulfed by the tsunami. A bizarre and spectacular scene unfolded. Upon touching the sea surface, these blue sword energy points were not swallowed by the raging waves. They swiftly intertwined, coalesced, and resonated with one another. In an instant, an unimaginably vast, 100-mile-wide illusory blue lotus blossomed slowly upon the sea surface. The illusory lotus appeared lifelike and vivid. Petals layered upon layers, their intricate patterns clearly visible. Each petal was formed from countless razor-sharp sword energies, emanating an ancient aura that seemed to suppress the ages and soothe all things. The towering tidal wave, finally carrying the power to destroy everything, slammed violently against this enormous blue lotus. Yet, the earth-shattering collision of energies that had been anticipated did not occur.
The terrifying tidal wave, powerful enough to obliterate several cities, collided with the Azure Lotus Sword formation as if striking an invisible yet impenetrable barrier.
The wave crest was forcibly halted, unable to advance even an inch. The entire tsunami seemed frozen in time.
Before the live broadcast cameras, the entire world witnessed this soul-shaking spectacle. Half was a raging, apocalyptic natural disaster.
The other half, a serene and breathtaking blue lotus in full bloom. Between them, a stark, unmistakable divide formed a mythical tableau worthy of being etched into history. High above, Lu Chen's expression remained serene.
He once again held his fingers together, pointing toward the center of the surging wave that had been firmly blocked. With a light, airy stroke, he drew a line through the void. The motion was as fluid as an artist adding the final stroke to their masterpiece. With this gesture, at the very heart of the vast Azure Lotus Sword formation below, the bud that had long remained closed suddenly burst open. Whoosh! A massive, intensely condensed green sword aura, sharp enough to cleave the heavens and earth, shot skyward from the lotus core. Silent yet razor-sharp, it pierced the air. SSSSH. A sound so faint yet distinct that it reached every ear. The super-sized tsunami, hundreds of meters tall, was neatly cleaved in two right at its very center by this towering sword aura. The cut was smooth as a mirror. The massive waves split apart instantly lost all their momentum and kinetic energy, transforming into a sky filled with billowing water vapor and countless downpours. Meanwhile, the immense Azure Lotus Sword array on the sea surface began to rotate slowly. Emitting a gentle azure glow, it completely suppressed and smoothed out all the residual waves and turbulence left by the collapsed tsunami. The winds ceased. The waves ceased. Within mere seconds, the sea's surface restored its tranquility. The dark clouds in the sky seemed to be dispersed by this force. Golden rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, once again showering this reborn sea. Beneath the sunlight, Lu Chen stood alone, sword in hand, suspended in midair. With his own strength, he saved 3 cities, saved the South Sea Fleet, and saved the lives of tens of millions. He had saved everything. Chapter 22, Global Silence. The eagle freezes in fear how to confront the divine. One sword cleaves the sea, the Azure Lotus subdues the world. This scene, reminiscent of mythical creation, spread to every corner of the world within mere seconds through live broadcasts. The global internet fell into a minute-long, absolute dead silence. No bullet chats, no comments, no sound. Billions of people collectively fell silent at the same moment. Their brains, overwhelmed by information far beyond comprehension, shut down completely. 1 minute later. It was the total collapse of faith and the overwhelming terror of an unknown force. Oh my God! Countless people watching this scene on television, computer screens, and mobile devices felt their legs give way, kneeling uncontrollably to the ground. They began prostrating themselves before the figure bathed in moonlight, appearing like an immortal cast down from heaven. All previous doubts, mockery, and disbelief seemed utterly pale and laughable in the face of that single sword strike. In the 3 rescued cities, countless people who had just emerged from shelters rushed to the shore, gazing at the sea calm and serene, as if nothing had ever happened. Overwhelmed by emotion and the ecstasy of having survived the catastrophe, they raised their arms toward the sea and shouted with all their might. Land God! Land God! Land God! The cries of tens of millions merged into a torrent of sound that shook the heavens, as if it could completely disperse the clouds above. At the port of the South Sea Fleet, all surviving officers and soldiers spontaneously formed ranks, removed their caps, and rendered the most solemn and reverent military salute to the now fading figure in the sky. China, Imperial Capital Command Center. After a full 30 seconds of stunned silence, the entire hall erupted in thunderous applause and unrestrained cheers. Countless gray-haired scientists and battle-hardened generals were now moved to tears like children. They embraced each other, weeping and laughing simultaneously. The commander rose to his feet, gazing at the frozen image on the screen. With tears welling in his eyes, he murmured in a voice that sounded almost like a dream. The destiny of our nation rests upon China. Across the ocean, in the once dominant CNN broadcast studio. The moment Tom Jefferson witnessed the tsunami cleaved in two by a single sword strike, his brain was subjected to an unprecedented shock. His eyes rolled back, his body convulsed violently, white foam spilled from his mouth, and he fell backward stiffly. Quick! Call an ambulance! Tom's gone mad! Chaos erupted in the studio as several medical staff rushed in, frantically carrying away the once star anchor like a dead dog. CNN's credibility collapsed overnight. Its name, along with Tom Jefferson's, became the world's biggest laughingstock. World leaders, in their offices or secret bunkers, played that footage of the sword cleaving the sea over and over again. Every face turned deathly pale. They knew that from this moment onward, the old order of the world had been utterly rewritten. Eagle Nation, White House. The president urgently convened a high-level security meeting. The sole agenda item: how to confront a China that now possessed divine power. Meanwhile, the Guardian God Project account, once dormant after its successful fundraising, exploded again after the livestream ended. This time, the donations pouring in were no longer tinged with doubt. Instead, it was offerings pouring in from across the globe. Countless foreign tycoons who had previously mocked the cause, multinational conglomerates, and even official institutions from smaller nations began pouring money into the account without regard for cost. They had but one purpose: to use money to express their most humble reverence to this true deity of the East, hoping to earn divine protection or perhaps forgiveness. User Middle East Oil Prince has gifted Super Rockets X 50,000 in your livestream. User Wall Street Wolf Foundation sends Super Rocket X 100000 to your livestream. User Sakura Nation's Three-Mouth Consortium in your livestream. Within the estate, Sumushu S stared at the back end, where donation records refreshed like a waterfall. The figure had long surpassed 10 billion and was now racing toward tens of billions, a sight that had left her utterly numb. She knew that from this day forward, Lu Chen's status would be permanently cemented, no longer a mysterious figure suspected of being superhuman, but universally recognized as the world's sole true deity. China, once viewed by the world as the director of a farce, had now transformed into the sole prophet holding divine oracles, the only one capable of conversing with the gods. The world had changed. Meanwhile, Lu Chen himself, having accomplished all this, quietly returned to his estate. He seemed to have done nothing more than a trivial little thing, not even sparing a glance at the global internet, which was already boiling over to the point of explosion. He simply sat back on the sofa, closed his eyes, and took a brief rest. At that moment, an urgent message arrived from the capital's top leadership. A top-level encrypted video call was to be initiated with Lu Chen. On the screen, the white-haired elder bowed deeply to Lu Chen for the first time. Mr. Lu, on behalf of the nation and the tens of millions of compatriots in those 3 cities, I express our highest respect and most sincere gratitude. The leader's voice carried the emotion of having survived a catastrophe and boundless hope for the future. From this day forward, China will be your most steadfast and reliable support. Whatever you require, the nation shall provide. Lu Chen merely nodded calmly. The foundation of mutual trust between them was solidified through this harrowing ordeal. Lu Chen formally gained the authority to mobilize certain special national resources to a limited extent. After ending the communication, Lu Chen immersed his consciousness into the game interface to review the final gains. Following the tsunami incident, panic-driven tributes from around the globe had culminated in a staggering figure: 53 billion. This colossal sum far exceeded what was required to break through to the Qi cultivation stage. It was more than enough for him to advance directly to the next major realm, the Foundation establishment stage, without any pressure whatsoever. Across the ocean, in the Eagle Nation, at the White House, the atmosphere in the Oval Office was incredibly tense. The president's face was pale. The Emergency National Security Council meeting had been ongoing for 3 hours. On the massive screen, footage of Lu Chen cleaving the sea with a single sword was looping in slow motion from every angle. Each time the image of that blue lotus blossoming, forcibly cleaving the towering tidal wave in two, flashed across the screen, the Adam's apples of everyone in the conference room would involuntarily bob. I'll say it again. This is China's strategic deterrent. Their ultimate weapon, concealed for decades. A hawkish general with the rank of full general, renowned for his hardline stance, slammed his fist on the table, his eyes bloodshot. We must respond with even tougher military measures. Immediately deploy our carrier strike group into the South China Sea. Let them know who truly commands order on this planet. General, please calm down. A white-haired scientific advisor leapt to his feet, sweat pouring down his face. All our models have been analyzed. This is beyond the capabilities of any known weapon. It's a supernatural force we cannot comprehend. Any military adventure before we understand it is suicide. Chapter 23, They're Desperate. Challenging Lu Chen. What the hell supernatural force? The general roared. I think you scientists have all been blinded by that light. The conference room echoed with heated arguments. Just then, a man with a goatee and an arrogant gaze cleared his throat. He was the president's chief science advisor, a physicist harboring deep prejudice against China, Dr. Franklin. Gentlemen, quiet. He rose slowly, his voice carrying an air of omniscience. Do not be beguiled by the Easterners' tricks of mystification. There are no miracles in this world. Behind every phenomenon lies scientific logic. All eyes focused on him. Dr. Franklin pushed his glasses up and walked to the screen, pointing at the enormous blue lotus blossom displayed. According to my analysis, this is not supernatural force, but a super biological field technology, one we have yet to master, yet is theoretically entirely achievable. Biological force field technology? The president asked doubtfully. Exactly. Dr. Franklin's voice grew excited. That Chinese man, Lu Chen, he must have somehow vastly amplified his own biomagnetic field and projected it outward, forming an ordered energy field capable of massively influencing water molecule movement. That lotus flower is the physical manifestation of that force field. His excitement grew as he spoke, as if he had unlocked the secrets of the universe. This explains how he cleaved the tsunami. He wasn't resisting it, he was organizing it. He rearranged the violent water molecules, restoring calm. It's advanced, but fundamentally, it remains within the realm of physics. It's merely a branch on our technology tree we haven't unlocked yet. This theory sounded absurd and riddled with holes.
Yet every person present, from the president to the generals to the scientific advisors, unconsciously wore expressions of profound relief. They desperately needed a scientific explanation. For these individuals could not accept that the modern technological civilization they represented and took pride in had been utterly crushed by a deity from the East. Dr. Franklin's theory was their lifeline. So that's what it was, a bioforce field. I knew it. There's no such thing as gods. So he's just a superhuman mastering unknown biotechnology, not a god. The hawkish general's eyes lit up instantly. He exchanged a knowing glance with Dr. Franklin, and the two instantly came to an understanding. Doctor, if it's technology, then there must be a way to counter it. Can our most powerful weapons withstand this bioforce field? Absolutely. Dr. Franklin declared with pride. To reclaim our technological dignity and global influence, I propose we immediately activate the top-secret project the Pentagon has been keeping under wraps. The general's breathing quickened. You mean Aegis? 1 hour later, the Eagle Nation's president convened an emergency global press conference. Under the gaze of billions worldwide, he stood before the spotlight, his face restored to its former confidence and pride. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached a scientific conclusion regarding the tsunami incident in the East. Today, I will unveil to the world the pinnacle of human technology, the ultimate guardian of the free world, the Aegis power armor. No sooner had he finished speaking than the large screen behind him lit up. A meticulously crafted promotional video began to play. A power armor suit, crafted entirely from a dark gold alloy and radiating sci-fi aesthetics, appeared on the screen. The Aegis armor represents the pinnacle of our technological achievements. Its capabilities are sufficient to counter any threat, including unknown biotic force fields. The president's voice echoed across the globe through the live broadcast. Here, I, on behalf of technology and civilization, issue a fair challenge to Mr. Lu Chen in distant China. The time, 1 day from now. The location, a neutral, uninhabited island in the Pacific Ocean. This will be the ultimate showdown between technology and so-called miracles. Let us all bear witness, human reason and wisdom will prevail over all. These words instantly ignited global public opinion. Western media went into a frenzy, flooding the airwaves with propaganda extolling the might of the divine shield and championing the inevitability of technological supremacy. They framed this showdown as the ultimate judgment of modern civilization against feudal superstition. China, Imperial Capital Command Center. The Skydome project team watched the impassioned speech on the screen, their faces turning ashen with rage. General Li Jinghua slammed his fist on the table. This is outrageous. It's a blatant provocation. The commander, however, remained uncharacteristically calm. His gaze fixed on the screen, a meaningful smile touched the corners of his mouth. No, this is not provocation. They're voluntarily presenting their technological backbone to us, inviting us to break it. Inside the estate, Su Muxue relayed every detail of the external reactions and challenges to Lu Chen. Lu Chen was leaning back on the sofa, idly counting the long string of zeros after his account balance on his tablet. Upon hearing the news, he merely lifted his eyelids lazily. Challenge me? How boring. Seeing his expression, Su Muxue couldn't help but remind him, this duel will be broadcast globally. If you could once again. Before she could finish, Lu Chen caught the key phrase. Global broadcast? Yes, and if you win, the donations in the Guardian God Project account will likely reach astronomical figures. Lu Chen's eyes lit up instantly. He sat up straight, the lazy expression vanishing from his face. Replaced instead was a palpable excitement, eager to dive in. Oh? If they wanted to play, he'd play along. After agreeing to the challenge, Lu Chen cast all external distractions completely aside. He couldn't care less about so-called experts dissecting his bioforce field, nor did he bother with Western media hyping up that tin can called Aegis. To Lu Chen, these were merely background noise to the showdown that was about to unfold. He locked himself away in the deepest recesses of the estate of vaulted chamber Su Muxue had rebuilt overnight, its security rivaling a bank vault. What followed was the most extravagant spending spree in history. Su Muxue mobilized the full resources of the Su family to establish an absolutely secure and confidential funding channel for Lu Chen. This ensured the astronomical sum enough to make any national central bank take notice could be smoothly and discreetly injected into the virtual game interface visible only to Lu Chen himself. In the dimly lit chamber, soft light filled the space. Lu Chen sat cross-legged on the floor, his consciousness sinking deep into his mind. The interface of Dao Tian 2 slowly unfolded before him. He opened his account information and looked at the balance column. Account funds, 5,300,000,000 yuan. Chapter 24, Mortal Transformation. This is the power of foundation establishment. 53 billion. This string of numbers, almost too large to believe, represented the fear and reverence that had risen from the depths of the souls of the world's wealthiest and most powerful after witnessing a miracle. Even Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat upon seeing this figure. He wasted no time. With a flick of his thoughts, he clicked recharge. In the amount field, he steadily typed the digits representing 53 billion, then pressed the confirmation button without hesitation. Recharging 5,300,000,000 yuan. Buzz.
A colossal pillar of pure golden light, more dazzling than any before, erupted violently across his game interface.
The entire screen was completely engulfed by this dazzling golden light.
A cascade of exaggerated system notification sounds erupted like a waterfall, flooding the screen. System notice: congratulations on completing a single ultra-massive recharge. You have obtained the exclusive title, Splurging Like Water. System notice: your cumulative recharge amount has surpassed 50 billion, earning you the epic title, Wealth Rivals a Nation. System notice: your spending has caught the attention of the heavens. You have earned the special title, Walking God of Wealth. Gazing at this row of glittering, cringeworthy titles, Lu Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Ignoring these flashy yet hollow titles, he opened the shop interface. This time, his target wasn't the intermediate experience pill. Instead, his eyes locked onto the top of the shop list, a consumable item radiating an aura of noble purple gold. Purple Gold Experience Essence Pill contains the essence of heaven and earth. Upon use, grants 10 million experience points.
Price: 10 million gold coins per pill. One pill, 10 million. A single pill demanded the equivalent of 10 million in real-world currency.
Lu Chen glanced at his newly topped-up gold coin balance, now standing at 53 billion, and felt not a shred of regret.
Purchase. He immediately maxed out the purchase quantity. Ding!
You have successfully purchased 530 purple gold experience pills. The next second, his game inventory was instantly filled to the brim with 530 purple gold pills radiating dazzling, precious light. Their radiance nearly burst through the screen. Use!
Lu Chen silently commanded. Boom!
An indescribable torrent of experience, composed of pure purple gold energy, instantly engulfed his entire game character. The experience bar no longer rose slowly. Instead, it was instantly blown apart by this terrifying energy. The golden light of leveling up no longer burst forth in scattered beams, but merged into a single, ever-burning sun. You have used the purple gold experience pill, gaining 10 million EXP. You have leveled up. Current level, LV31. You have leveled up. Current level, LV32. LV35. LV38. LV39. The pace of leveling up was so rapid that the system notification sounds began to stutter. Each level up brought a clearer, more potent sense of power. Though merely in-game data, it sent shivers down Lu Chen's very soul. Finally, after consuming over 500 purple gold experience pills, his level stabilized firmly at the peak of LV39. The experience bar held only the faintest sliver of space left. He was just one step away from the next major realm, Foundation Establishment. Without hesitation, Lu Chen chose to use another. The instant another purple gold experience pill vanished from his backpack, the experience bar instantly filled to capacity. At that very moment, a pillar of light erupted from his character, a pillar that transcended gold, transcended purple gold, formed from a convergence of multicolored auroras, seemingly piercing through the entire game world. Congratulations! You have reached level 40. Successfully advanced to the Foundation Establishment stage. System notice: congratulations on advancing to a major realm. Cultivation feedback ratio increased. Current feedback ratio, 20. Boom! In the real world, Lu Chen, seated cross-legged in the secret chamber, jolted violently. A torrent of energy 10 times more immense and 100 times purer than all the feedback he'd received from early Qi cultivation to late Qi cultivation combined appeared out of nowhere, surging madly into his body through the crown of his head. Crack! Crack crack! His entire skeleton rattled like popping corn under the relentless assault of this energy. Every inch of bone fractured, only to be reshaped by even more powerful energy. From his skin surface, layer upon layer of sticky, foul-smelling black grime seeped continuously from his pores. This was the inevitable process of purifying the bones and marrow that a mortal body underwent when leaping toward a higher plane of existence. In that instant, Lu Chen's 5 senses were elevated to an unprecedented, superhuman realm. He could even hear the faintest breaths and heartbeats of the 2 bodyguards stationed outside the chamber, dozens of meters away. The entire world became clearer than ever before within his perception. The instant this transformative metamorphosis concluded, a new system notification echoed within his mind. Congratulations on reaching level 40. The Hongmeng Sword Master class trait has been activated. You have awakened a new sword technique, Sword Light Shadow Escape LV1. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes. Those once tranquil eyes now held a depth that seemed to contain the birth and death of stars. He lowered his gaze to examine his hands. His skin had turned as translucent and white as jade, his fingers long and powerful. The thin calluses left by years of constant travel had vanished without a trace. Within his body, the once trickling stream of magical power had now coalesced into a surging, unceasing river. Foundation Establishment Stage. This was the power of Foundation Establishment. With a single thought, all insights regarding the newly awakened sword technique, Sword Light Shadow Escape, naturally surfaced in his mind. It felt innate, as if he had mastered it instinctively over countless centuries. Sword Light Shadow Escape LV1 merged with the sword to become an intangible beam of light, enabling super high-speed evasion and surprise attacks, traversing 100 li in an instant. Speed. This was a qualitative leap in speed. If the previous, Celestial Lotus Cleaving Sword formation, was about area suppression and annihilation, then, Sword Light Escaped Shadow, was the ultimate single-target penetration and assassination.
Lu Chen possessed absolute confidence. Should he face the Darkblade drone again now, he wouldn't need any flashy sword formations.
A mere thought would be enough to dismember it into scrap metal at 10,000 meters altitude. He rose slowly, pushing open the heavy lead door of the chamber.
Outside, Su Muxue waited anxiously.
The moment she saw Lu Chen emerge, she froze in place. The same delicate features, the same casual attire.
Yet his entire aura had undergone a profound transformation.
If the previous Lu Chen had been a sharp sword sheathed in its scabbard, the man before her now was an abyss of unfathomable depth. Merely standing there in calm composure, he instilled a soul-crushing pressure in her, a businesswoman who had encountered countless influential figures.
Su Muxue, you were about to speak. Let's get down to business. Lu Chen cut her off immediately.
Su Muxue snapped back to focus and handed over the tablet she had already prepared.
The latest external developments. Only half a day remained until the showdown. Chapter 25, Codename Aegis. Global ridicule? The god of land makes his move.
On the Eagle Nation's side, to transform this clash of technology and divine power into a global spectacle celebrating its hegemony, the propaganda offensive has reached its peak. They made a high-profile announcement of Jack Anderson, the pilot of the Shield power armor.
In an instant, major media outlets worldwide began flooding the airwaves with coverage of this chosen one's background. Graduated first in his class from the Air Force Academy with the highest scores in history. Participated in over 10 classified military operations, never once defeated. Possesses over 10,000 hours of ace fighter pilot experience. He was crowned with countless titles: natural-born ace, son of the eagle, master of the skies. Shortly thereafter, the Eagle Nation's military released a meticulously edited promotional video. The backdrop of the video was the vast desert of Nevada. Ace pilot Jack donned the golden Aegis power armor for the first time. Amidst the roar of its engines, the Aegis suit transformed into a supersonic streak of light, executing astonishing aerial maneuvers over the desert and effortlessly shredding several retired fighter jets used as targets into fragments. At the video's conclusion, it hovers mid-air, simultaneously firing shoulder-mounted micromissiles and arm-mounted Vulcan cannons. Within mere seconds, a distant hilltop dozens of meters high was completely leveled. This video, brimming with violent aesthetics, went viral worldwide. Everyone was stunned by the near-apocalyptic power demonstrated by the Aegis armor. Countless military enthusiasts and tech aficionados hailed it as the god of land warfare, believing it represented the pinnacle of human technological achievement. Pilot Jack himself granted an exclusive interview to CNN. Before the camera, this blonde-haired, blue-eyed, handsome ace pilot appeared supremely confident, even carrying a hint of playful nonchalance. Oh, that Eastern magician? I watched his performance, quite the acrobatic stunt. But I'll end the fight in 30 seconds and show him that any trick is meaningless in the face of absolute technological might. I'll show him what real power looks like. These arrogant remarks once again ignited public debate. Major global betting companies released odds for this showdown of the century. Lu Chen's odds were a staggering 100 to 1. Hardly anyone believed he could win. Within China, the public held near blind faith in Lu Chen due to his previous Tsunami miracle. After witnessing the terrifying combat footage of the Divine Shield, a palpable sense of tension and apprehension began to permeate the internet. This opponent seems different from the previous ones. That thing is way too powerful, it flattened a mountain with a single shot. Can Lu Chen handle it? I believe in Lu Chen. But deep down, I still feel uneasy. Lu Chen scanned the information on his tablet with a blank expression. When he reached Jack's interview clip, a flicker of emotion finally crossed his face. It was a look that blended boredom with a hint of mockery. He shut off the tablet, handed it back to Su Muxue, and offered a dry comment. He sure talks a lot. Hope his armor's tougher than that last guy's flimsy stuff. The day of reckoning arrived swiftly. The world's gaze converged on the uninhabited island at the center of the Pacific, codenamed Storm Eye. The sky was densely packed with black dots. These were broadcast helicopters and state-of-the-art drones from major media outlets worldwide. They swarmed the island's airspace, leaving no corner unexamined, documenting every angle of this impending battle of the century. The Eagle Nation's deployment was nothing short of monumental. An entire aircraft carrier strike group, like a colossal steel beast, lay anchored in the azure waters near the island. Dozens of the latest fighter jets circled overhead, providing air cover. The roar of massive engines seemed to herald the arrival of a sovereign, sounding a battle hymn. On the carrier deck, ace pilot Jack Anderson, clad in a custom flight suit, delivered a stirring pre-battle speech before a sea of cameras. Today, I stand here not merely for myself, but for the dignity of technology and the glory of the free world. I will prove with facts that human wisdom and courage are the greatest forces on this planet. With his speech concluded, he boarded a heavy transport aircraft with unwavering resolve. Amidst the gaze of the masses, the transport roared into the sky, carrying the golden Aegis power armor to its designated landing zone on the uninhabited island. In stark contrast, the response from China was far more low-key.
A single unmarked aircraft silently pierced the clouds, delivering Lu Chen and Su Mushuai to the opposite end of the uninhabited island.
The cabin door opened. Lu Chen, still dressed in simple casual wear, hands tucked into his pockets, strolled leisurely down the boarding stairs. He squinted at the drones circling overhead, his expression utterly relaxed. He looked every bit like someone on a beach vacation. The global live broadcast officially commenced. The massive screen was split into two sections. On the left, Jack and the shield armor stood fully armed, surrounded by dozens of technicians performing final adjustments, radiating an imposing presence. On the right, Lu Chen stood alone, dressed in a white t-shirt and jeans, calmly striding toward the center of the battlefield. The stark visual contrast instantly captured every viewer's attention. In the studios of major global broadcasters, the so-called military experts and technology commentators, already primed and ready, began their performances. In the BBC studio of the Empire where the sun never sets, a gray-haired veteran military expert pointed at the screen, analyzing in his distinctive London accent, "Oh, dear viewers, judging by the equipment comparison, this showdown is a foregone conclusion. On one side stands a perfect war machine, embodying humanity's most advanced technology. The other side, pardon my frankness, seems to have brought only a sword that looks like it's made of wood? This is nothing short of postmodern performance art." In the land of the rising sun, a tactical analyst nodded emphatically. Contestant Jack from Team Eagle has already seized absolute dominance in momentum and psychology, especially with that confident demeanor. As for Mr. Lu Chen from China, his laxity and nonchalance will prove fatal in the high-intensity battle ahead. Across the ocean, in CNN's live studio, Dr. Franklin had been invited to the scene. Facing the camera, he declared with unwavering conviction, "Let me state this plainly. Our Aegis armor utilizes the latest memory titanium alloy for its outer shell, coated with a powerful energy deflection field. This perfectly counters any so-called bioforce field attack. That Chinese fighter is doomed to lose. Science will prevail." Just as global opinion overwhelmingly predicted Lu Chen's defeat. In the center of the battlefield, Lu Chen seemed to have grown weary from walking. He halted his steps and yawned. Then, under the stunned gaze of billions worldwide, he performed an action incomprehensible to all. The crude wooden sword at his feet automatically flew up, hovering half a meter above the ground. Lu Chen simply sat cross-legged upon it. He closed his eyes. He began to meditate. Chapter 26, Missile Barrage? Sorry, not even worthy of a scraping treatment. Lu Chen's act of sitting cross-legged on the flying sword, eyes closed in meditation, was broadcast live to every corner of the world. To the American audience, this posture was an unforgivable insult. What is he doing? Is he sleeping? Arrogance. That Eastern arrogance running through his veins. Jack, tear him apart. God. He's not even wearing any protective gear. Does he think he's on vacation? Meanwhile, in China's livestream chat, countless compatriots held their breath in suspense. What kind of tactic is this, Lu Chen? Psychological warfare? I don't get it, but I'm blown away. Hope Lu Chen has a backup plan. Don't panic. Trust Lu Chen. He's the man who can cleave a tsunami with a single sword strike. This is what it means to remain unflappable even as a mountain collapses before you. On the battlefield, Jack Anderson witnessed this scene and felt his dignity being ruthlessly trampled underfoot. Roar! He let out a furious roar, refusing to wait for the countdown to end. He immediately strapped on that golden Aegis power armor. Buzz! The armor's visor flared with a crimson light of slaughter. Dozens of micro-thrusters on his back simultaneously erupted with ghostly blue flames. Boom! A massive white sonic boom cloud erupted with a thunderous explosion at the original location. The divine shield armor transformed into a black lightning bolt, too swift for the naked eye to follow, instantly breaking the sound barrier as it charged ferociously toward Lu Chen, who remained seated with eyes closed, dozens of meters away. The showdown had officially begun. Jack wasted no time testing the waters, unleashing his full power from the very start. Taste this. You arrogant bastard. He roared, activating the micro-missile launchers embedded in his armor's shoulders. Whoosh! Dozens of small homing missiles, trailing long plumes of flame, swarmed like a bloodthirsty swarm of bees. They converged from all directions at every possible angle, completely sealing off any space Lu Chen could possibly use to evade. It was an earth-shattering saturation attack. In the global livestream, all the Western commentators leapt to their feet in excitement. Here it comes. Jack's signature move, the Swarm Storm. It's over. No living thing could survive this assault. He's been vaporized. See that? This is the power of technology. This is the civilization we take pride in. Yet, facing this terrifying firepower capable of shredding a destroyer in an instant, Lu Chen sat cross-legged on his flying sword, eyes still tightly closed, not even shifting his posture an inch. Only the floating wooden sword beneath his feet carried his body, drifting effortlessly sideways a mere few meters. Just that simple shift. Boom! 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 Every single missile missed its mark.
They detonated with a deafening roar at the spot where Lu Chen had just stood, unleashing massive plumes of smoke and violent shockwaves. The entire uninhabited island shook violently in the intense explosions, as if a minor earthquake had struck. Every viewer watching the live broadcast worldwide was stunned by the scene. Countless Chinese viewers felt their hearts leap to their throats as they stared fixedly at the area engulfed in flames and thick smoke. Meanwhile, the Western spectator stands erupted in thunderous cheers and applause.
He's dead. He must be dead. Ha! That's what happens when you dare to challenge our technological civilization. Yet, the very next second, as the explosion's dust slowly dissipated, the crowd's cheers abruptly fell silent. Before the screens, countless Western spectators' smiles froze on their faces. There, suspended mid-air, was Lu Chen still completely unscathed. Not only was he unharmed, but not even a single wrinkle or scorch mark marred the hem of his casual attire. He slowly opened his eyes and even yawned lazily. That's it? His nonchalant demeanor suggested he just weathered not a missile barrage, but a harmless fireworks display. Holy! 66,666. Lu God is freaking awesome voice cracking. You scared the crap out of me. I knew it. I knew God Lu couldn't be hurt. Those foreigners were screaming their heads off earlier. Why's the noise stop now? Keep yelling. The Huaxia livestream chat exploded like a volcanic eruption, flooding the screen in an instant. No way. Jack watched the scene unfold, stunned and furious, his mind going blank. But he was a battle-hardened ace after all. He instantly suppressed his inner terror and activated the two menacing 6-barrel Vulcan cannons on his armored arm. Dat! A shrill metallic roar pierced the sky. Two torrential streams of death, composed of specially formulated armor-piercing rounds, tore through the air at a terrifying rate of thousands of rounds per minute, unleashing a furious barrage toward Lu Chen. This time, Lu Chen still didn't dodge or flinch, allowing the dense metal barrage to strike him. Had he lost his mind? He wasn't dodging. Was he trying to withstand the Vulcan cannon head-on? Was his body made of diamond? It's over. He's overreaching this time. Just as the bullets capable of tearing tanks apart with ease were about to strike his body, a faint, nearly transparent blue shield silently materialized around Lu Chen. Clang! Clang! Every single armor-piercing round designed to bore through steel plates collided with that thin shield as if striking an invisible yet impenetrable wall. They were deflected, compressed, and deformed. Some even melted mid-air from the immense kinetic energy and friction. Not even a ripple disturbed the azure shield. The global livestream fell into an eerie silence lasting 3 full seconds. Then, the bullet comments from Chinese netizens exploded across the screen once more. Ha! What did I just see? Scraping therapy? Jack is providing Lu Chen with a paid bullet massage service, thoughtfully using armor-piercing rounds to increase the force. He's lost it. The opponent's mental state has completely shattered. Jack has gone completely berserk. He pushed the energy output of his Aegis armor to its absolute limit without reservation. The central weapon unit on the armor's chest slowly unfolds, revealing a barrel blazing with devastating light. Solar Wind High-Energy Particle Cannon. Die. Accompanied by Jack's frenzied roar, a searing white energy beam capable of instantly melting an aircraft carrier burst forth from the barrel. Carrying an aura of total annihilation, it slammed toward Lu Chen. Facing that world-ending beam, Lu Chen finally shed his lazy demeanor. He made a new move. Under the horrified gaze of billions worldwide, he slowly extended his right hand. He brought his index and middle fingers together, pinching the blindingly white beam of light between them. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. An utterly bizarre scene unfolded. The violent energy beam, powerful enough to obliterate everything, was actually held steady by Lu Chen's two seemingly slender fingers. The beam's tip hovered mere centimeters from his fingertips, yet it could advance not an inch further. All its energy was locked tight within that tiny space. Whoosh! Lu Chen felt a slight burning sensation. He flicked his fingers. The trapped energy beam, caught in his grasp, shifted direction with that simple flick. The blinding white beam whizzed past the edge of the shield armor, crashing into the distant sea surface. Boom! A deafening explosion tore a massive hole in the sea surface, sending a towering column of water dozens of meters high into the air. Only after completing this did Lu Chen rise from the suspended wooden sword. He stretched lazily, flexing his limbs as every joint in his body cracked and popped. At that very moment, the bullet chats in every live stream around the world vanished completely. Everyone had experienced a mental shutdown, rendered speechless by the utterly mind-bending spectacle before them. Then, in a tone of utter boredom, Lu Chen addressed the golden tin can, now completely frozen in place. Finished warming up? Then it's my turn, right? Chapter 27, The Battle of the Century? No, it's a one-sided massacre. Lu Chen's single sentence jolted billions of global viewers from their petrified stupor. What followed was a nuclear explosion across the entire online world. What the hell? What did he just say? Warm up? Pinching a particle cannon between his fingers is a warm-up? What the hell am I watching? Is this sci-fi or fantasy? Mom's asking again why I'm kneeling to watch the livestream. Where's Dr. Franklin? Come out and explain how this bioforce field can hold a particle cannon. Explain it already. Jack's brain had completely shut down.
He couldn't comprehend or accept what had just happened.
That's a solar wind particle cannon. The ultimate limit of energy weapons achievable by human technology. And that bastard actually caught it with just 2 fingers?
Fear, unprecedented, overwhelming dread instantly consumed every shred of Jack's reason and pride.
His sole thought was to flee as far away from this demon as possible. Jack instinctively manipulated the shield armor.
The thrusters on his back blasted at full power as he spun around and retreated frantically backward. Yet Lu Chen simply stood on that wooden sword, following the shield armor at a leisurely pace. No matter how Jack executed supersonic maneuvers or performed unimaginable aerial twists, he couldn't shake the pursuer. That figure simply trailed behind him, maintaining a distance neither too close nor too far, as if walking a dog. This scene left global viewers with utterly baffled expressions.
How did the tone suddenly shift? The mightiest weapon of the Eagle Nation being led around like a dog? Why does it feel like Lu Chen is toying with him? Lu Chen even had the leisure to accelerate alongside the shield armor. He extended his hand and tapped lightly on the sturdy, dark gold helmet. Clang! Clang! The crisp metallic clang echoed through the live feed, reaching every viewer's ears. Hey, anyone in there? Bad reception? Put. In the Huaxia livestream chat, countless viewers burst out laughing on the spot. That's just cruel. Absolutely heartless. Jack, I was terrified at the time. He even flew over to tap my helmet and ask if my signal was okay. This hurts 10,000 times more than getting blown up. Jack's spirit suffered an unprecedented shock. Ah!
He roared like a madman, unleashing every last bit of ammunition on his mech toward Lu Chen as if it were worthless. But without exception, every single attack was effortlessly deflected by Lu Chen in ways that defied all logic.
Lu Chen seemed to be enjoying himself.
He extended a finger, tracing a light arc through the air. Vivid blue sword energies materialized out of thin air. Like living ropes, they instantly bound the shield armor's limbs. Under Lu Chen's control, the once formidable war machine began performing a series of wildly comical dance moves mid-air, completely out of control. One moment it performed a swan dance, the next it twisted into a folk dance. In live streams around the world, the experts who had earlier spewed praise for the shield armor now collectively fell silent. Their faces turned as red as liver, wishing they could sink through the floor. Meanwhile, in China's live stream rooms, thunderous cheers and waves of uproarious laughter had already erupted.
What is this? A Gundam dancing? Once-in-a-lifetime series. Eagle Nation's latest tech performing driving test maneuvers for the world. I recorded it. This is absolutely the funniest video of the year.
After toying with them for several minutes, Lu Chen seemed to have completely lost patience. He shook his head and sighed softly.
Too boring. I'm done playing with you. Hearing Lu Chen's words dripping with utter contempt, Jack's mental defenses completely shattered. Bastard! I'll kill you!
He snarled, his eyes bloodshot. He activated the final, most frenzied program of the shield armor, the self-destruct charge.
He abandoned all defense and evasion, channeling every ounce of energy into the thrusters. Controlling this golden war machine, he transformed into a suicidal meteor hurtling toward Lu Chen.
Facing this final act of madness, Lu Chen's gaze finally grew serious. Watching the golden streak hurtling toward him, he murmured softly, "Let me show you what true speed is."
The moment the words fell, Lu Chen's figure and the unremarkable wooden sword at his feet suddenly blurred before the eyes of billions worldwide. Then, in an instant, they transformed into a blue streak of light, condensed to its absolute limit so fast it was nearly impossible to catch with the naked eye. Sword Light Shadow Escape activated. Whoosh! The speed of that blue streak far surpassed sound, exceeded the limits of the Aegis armor, and even outpaced the frame rates of all the highest definition cameras on site. On the live broadcast screen, only fleeting, green afterimages remained. It seemed to tear through space, defying distance. The AI system within the shield armor, currently executing a suicide charge, emitted the most piercing overload alarm it had ever sounded. It was utterly incapable of calculating, locking onto, or comprehending the target or trajectory of that blue streak of light. SSSSHHH. A faint sound echoed. The blue streak of light swept past the shield armor for the first time. The next second, the shield armor's sturdy right arm, equipped with the Vulcan cannon, was cleanly severed at the shoulder. The cut was smooth as glass. Swoosh! The blue streak swept past a second time. The left arm was severed just as cleanly. The third time, the fourth time, the fifth time. With each flash of the azure light, another section of the shield armor was stripped from the body with pinpoint precision. Two thick mechanical legs. The massive main thruster on its back. The spent missile pods on its shoulders. The entire process unfolded with fluid grace, reaching the pinnacle of speed. It possessed a brutal yet elegant anatomical beauty. Audiences worldwide were utterly dumbfounded. Their minds were utterly unable to process the surreal spectacle unfolding before them. They could only watch helplessly as the once invincible war machine, hailed as the pinnacle of human technology, was completely disassembled into a pile of useless parts in less than 5 seconds.
In the end, only the core cockpit housing the pilot remained. Deprived of all propulsion and balance systems, it began its helpless descent toward the deserted island's beach below. Mid-air. The azure streak of light slowly halted, coalescing once more into Lu Chen's form. He remained suspended in the air, his robes billowing, not a strand of his hair out of place. Watching the solitary cockpit plummeting toward the ground, Lu Chen stepped onto his flying sword and slowly followed. He flew alongside the cockpit, extending a finger to gently tap the transparent visor made of special bulletproof material. Thump. Thump. Inside the cockpit, Jack, the once proud ace pilot, was no longer the confident man he had been. His eyes were vacant, pupils dilated, his entire body shaking violently like a sieve. His lips kept repeating the same phrase over and over. "Devil, you're a devil, don't come near me." Chapter 28, is that it? The ultimate mockery. Lu Chen shook his head, seemingly bored by this outcome. His gaze shifted away from Jack's terrified face. It landed on the golden breastplate, intact and falling alongside him. He formed his fingers into a sword. A thread of intensely condensed blue sword energy appeared at his fingertips, flickering erratically. Just before the cockpit and that chestplate were about to crash heavily onto the ground, Lu Chen's figure flashed past. His fingers danced across the incredibly sturdy memory titanium alloy chestplate, moving with wild abandon. Sword energy surged, sending iron shavings flying. With that, he lingered not a moment longer, soaring skyward without a backward glance. His entire form transformed into a streak of azure light, vanishing instantly into the horizon. Boom! The cockpit and the chestplate finally slammed heavily onto the soft sand of the deserted island, kicking up a cloud of dust. In the sky, dozens of drones belonging to media outlets from around the world seemed to receive a silent command. They immediately lowered their altitude, all lenses fixed intently on the golden chestplate. Under the collective gaze of billions worldwide, two powerful, deeply carved Chinese characters, seemingly imbued with endless scorn, stood crystal clear at the very center of the breastplate, the pinnacle of Eagle Nation's technological prowess. Is that it? Those two characters felt like two resounding slaps, loud and sharp. Across the screen, across the entire Pacific Ocean, they landed with brutal force on the faces of every Westerner. Inside the CNN studio, Dr. Franklin, who moments ago had been spitting venom while proclaiming science's inevitable triumph, watched as the two characters came into focus. The blood drained from his face in an instant, leaving it deathly pale. His body stiffened abruptly, his eyes rolling back. Put! A mouthful of blood gushed from his mouth, staining the desk and documents before him a glaring crimson. Then he fell backward, stiff as a board. Chaos erupted instantly in the studio. Quick! Call an ambulance! The doctor! The doctor, he's passed out. And across the global internet, after a deafening silence lasting over 10 seconds, an unprecedented frenzy erupted. That photo of the chestplate engraved with "is that it" became an eternal classic in that moment. The comments sections of Chinese netizens' platforms transformed into a sea of joyous celebration. Is this it? Ha! I'd call this the year's most epic troll. Not very damaging, but extremely insulting. Those who dare to offend China shall be punished, no matter how far they flee. And after punishment, we'll carve words right on your forehead. This is the romance of us Chinese. From today onward, these two words shall be my motto. That photo of the golden breastplate engraved with "is that it" spread across every corner of the global internet in the following hours at a speed surpassing any virus. It transcended mere imagery, evolving into a cultural phenomenon, a symbol, a totem. It spawned countless meme variations, appearing in every trending topics comments section. Boss, this month's KPIs doubled. Me, is this it? JPG. Girlfriend, I'm fine, you keep gaming. Me, shivering, is this it? JPG. Final exam scope, the entire book. Top student, is that it? JPG. These two ancient Chinese characters have achieved an unprecedented cultural export in the most playful and most brutal way. Countless foreigners who don't understand Chinese have started flooding social media with these two characters, paired with that intensely sarcastic image. Even though they probably have no idea what it means. Eagle Nation, White House. The atmosphere in the Oval Office was incredibly tense. The president stared blankly at the enlarged photograph on the screen. Those two bold Chinese characters burned like red-hot branding irons, stinging his eyes. His chest heaved violently, his face flushing red, then turning pale, then ashen. Crash! The president leapt to his feet, sweeping his arm across the desk and sending every document, ornament, and globe crashing to the floor. The shattering clatter echoed piercingly in the silent office. After venting his rage, he felt no sense of relief. Instead, a deeper sense of helplessness enveloped him. Then, the president slumped back into his chair, clutching his head in his hands and letting out a pained groan. It's over. Everything was over. The SHIELD program was their final trump card, the last fig leaf propping up the myth of their technological supremacy. Now, that fig leaf had been ripped to shreds by that Eastern man in the most brutal, most humiliating way imaginable before the eyes of the entire world.
then trampled into mud beneath his feet. The technological myth of the Eagle Nation was utterly shattered today.
Inside a highly classified conference room at the Pentagon, the hawkish admiral who had once bellowed in meetings about deploying carrier strike groups against China now stared fixedly at the final live broadcast results. When he clearly saw the two characters on the chestplate, all color drained from the general's face. He felt as if an invisible giant hand had clamped down on his heart, making each breath a struggle. Soon, darkness engulfed his vision and he collapsed with a thud. "General! Quick! Call the medical team! The general's having a heart attack!" Chaos erupted instantly in the conference room. But the shockwaves from this confrontation extended far beyond the upper echelons. Ordinary people around the world finally gained a terrifyingly vivid understanding of the power of immortal arts. The previous sword that cleaved the sea was an act of protection, a miracle, This time, however, it was a pure, dimension-lowering blow, a dismemberment and humiliation of humanity's most advanced technology. Countless foreign netizens began frantically searching online for any information about cultivation, sword immortals, and magical arts. Translation software servers crashed under the sudden surge of searches for just these two characters. A global Chinese learning craze erupted without warning. Countless people picked up Chinese textbooks, striving to understand the culture of that mysterious land and glimpse the tip of the iceberg of that transcendent power that stood above all technology. As for those experts and scholars who had previously spewed venom on television, wildly predicting Lu Chen's downfall, they were disgraced and ruined overnight. Their social media accounts were flooded by furious netizens. Their inboxes overflowed with abusive and cursing emails. From respected authorities, they became the laughingstock of the world, never daring to appear in public again. On the deserted island, a multinational team of journalists carefully made their way onto the sandy shore. They soon located the solitary cockpit. As they laboriously opened the door, a pungent stench of urine hit them. Jack, once an ace pilot, was curled up in the pilot's seat, filthy and unkempt, his eyes devoid of color. His lips kept murmuring the same phrase over and over. "Is this all the devil's got? Don't come any closer, is this all?" Jack had completely lost his mind. This once promising prodigy, the son of the Eagle, was forever confined to the most heavily guarded psychiatric ward, spending the rest of his life trapped in endless nightmares. And behind all this chaos and collapse, the long-dormant Guardian God Project account was triggered once more. This time, the influx was no longer the patriotic fervor of the Chinese people. Instead, it was another wave of panic-stricken offerings from across the globe. Chapter 29, 100 billion in offerings. Global tycoons kneel to hand over their money. User Dubai Oil Tycoon sends Super Rocket X200000 to your livestream. User Rothschild Family Fund sends Super Rocket X300,000 to your livestream. User Mitsubishi Group of Japan sends Super Rocket X150,000 to your livestream. The main force behind these donations had completely shifted from grassroots enthusiasm to a collective tribute from the world's top-tier capital. Those multinational conglomerates, ancient families, top tycoons, and even secret agencies of minor nations who once watched from the sidelines or even sneered in the shadows are now throwing money into this account like madmen, regardless of cost. Through this most primitive and direct method, they express their most humble reverence and submission to the Eastern god of martial arts. They sought no divine protection, only hoping that when the tidal wave of the new era crashed upon them, this token of devotion might secure a precarious foothold for themselves and their families. The donation amounts skyrocketed at an unprecedented, terrifying speed. 50 billion. 80 billion. Finally, we've steadily surpassed the 10 billion mark. China, Sky Dome Project Command Center. The interior was already a sea of jubilant celebration. The commander stared at the frozen image of the chest armor on the large screen, unable to contain himself any longer. He burst into a hearty, cathartic laugh. Excellent. Well done. Brilliant. He slammed his fist on the table, his eyes brimming with tears. That strike has avenged decades of our grievances. General Li Jinghua beside him was equally overcome, his face flushed crimson with emotion. After watching this live broadcast, his reverence for Lu Chen had reached its peak. He stepped forward and rendered a crisp military salute to the commander. Reporting, Commander. I request to become Advisor Lu's dedicated liaison officer, handling all military-related affairs. He wanted to draw closer to that god. The Guardian God Project's account, after experiencing a global surge in offerings, finally began to settle into calm. Su Mushua's team, utilizing the corporation's top accountants and financial experts, spent hours compiling and verifying the data. The final figure they arrived at left everyone reeling. When Su Mushua handed the final report to Lu Chen, her hands were still trembling slightly. Even as the helmswoman of a super conglomerate, accustomed to the turbulent shifts of capital markets, she felt waves of disbelief upon seeing that figure. Mr. Lu finally confirmed, the total account balance had surpassed 100 billion. Su Mushua took a deep breath. She tried to steady her voice. Yet the unmistakable tremor betrayed the storm raging within her. The final figure was 10.5 billion. After speaking, she felt a numbness wash over her entire body. 105 billion in cash. This sum was enough to drive any medium-sized nation mad, enough to send shockwaves through any financial market worldwide. Yet all of this stemmed from the man before her, who had just staged a spectacle of disassembling a tin toy before the entire world. Lu Chen took the tablet and glanced at the screen, where a long string of zeros nearly overflowed the display. He nodded. His expression remained unreadable. Then, under Su Mushua's complex gaze, Lu Chen delivered his assessment in an utterly matter-of-fact tone. Not bad. Barely adequate. The words caused Su Mushua's mind to freeze. Barely adequate? She felt the entire worldview of money she'd built over the past 20-plus years shatter into pieces at that moment, shattered with such casual indifference by the other person. The world's disparities could be this vast. I need to retreat again. Lu Chen returned the tablet to Su Mushue and announced his decision. He had no interest in engaging with the outside world's chaos anymore. Now, he desired only to perform the most extravagant and lavish top-up ritual in history. Lu Chen turned and walked toward the secret chamber. The heavy lead door closed slowly, sealing him off from the outside world. Inside the chamber, soft lighting illuminated the space. Lu Chen sat cross-legged, his consciousness sinking into his mind as he opened the game interface visible only to him. Gazing at the staggering figures in his account numbers that would make any top-tier tycoon gasp, he held his breath and focused his mind. It began. Top up. He injected 105 billion credits into the game all at once. Buzz. The instant he confirmed, the entire game interface erupted in an unprecedented violent tremor. This time, it wasn't the monotonous golden light columns of before. The entire screen transformed into a boundless purple-gold thunderstorm. Countless chaotic divine thunderbolts, thicker than mountain ranges, raged wildly across the screen, tearing through the void. Vaguely discernible within the storm were divine dragons formed from cosmic runes, darting and roaring through the ocean of thunder. Phoenixes bathed in undying divine flames let out piercing cries at the storm's center. The entire game system seemed to be offering the most frenzied and magnificent tribute for the birth of a supreme god king. Immediately after, a cascade of wildly exaggerated, cringeworthy system notifications erupted like a waterfall, flooding the screen. System notice: your single recharge amount has shattered the records of Heaven's Way. Congratulations on earning the exclusive title, Heaven's Way VIP Client. System notice: your spending has severely disrupted the financial order of all realms. Congratulations on earning the epic title, Walking Money Printing Machine. System notice: the gods and Buddhas of all realms express shock and awe at your wealth. Congratulations on earning the unique title, the sole divine tycoon of all worlds. Gazing at the rows of glittering titles, seemingly fawning with flattery, Lu Chen's lips twitched involuntarily. He ignored these flashy, meaningless titles entirely and opened the shop interface. This time, his target wasn't the low-tier experience pills. Instead, his eyes locked onto the 3 items at the very top of the shop list: the ultimate consumables radiating primordial purple chi, seemingly as ageless as the heavens and earth themselves. Primordial Chaos Experience Divine Pill contains a trace of primordial chaos chi. Upon consumption, grants 100 million experience points. Price: 100 million gold coins per pill. 1 pill, 100 million gold coins. Lu Chen glanced at his balance of 10.5 billion gold coins and hesitated not a moment. Purchase. He selected the quantity directly. Ding. You have successfully purchased Primordial Chaos Experience Divine Pills X100. The next second, his game inventory was completely filled with 100 pills shrouded in purple mist. Use. Lu Chen silently commanded. Boom. At that moment, the experience bar lost all meaning. A torrent of experience, composed entirely of primordial purple energy, relentlessly washed over his game character. Then, it simply burst. The golden light of leveling up coalesced into a single point, transforming into a purple gold sun. Chapter 30, Foundation Establishment Mid-Stage, Catastrophe Warning Boss? You have used the Primordial Chaos Experience Divine Pill, gaining 100 million EXP. You have leveled up. Current level, LV41. You have leveled up. Current level, LV42. LV45. LV48. LV49. The ascent in levels was so rapid that the system notifications began to crackle. In the real world, Lu Chen, seated cross-legged in the secret chamber, underwent another profound transformation. A torrent of energy 10 times more colossal than during his previous foundation establishment surged from the void, violently flooding into his body. The feedback ratio had surged to 30%. Lu Chen's bones crackled incessantly as they were reshaped by the overwhelming energy, becoming crystalline and translucent. His senses extended infinitely, allowing him to perceive the minute trail of an ant crawling across the grass hundreds of meters beyond the estate. His divine sense surged to an unimaginable extent, seemingly capable of enveloping half a city. Finally, after consuming a full 100 divine pills, Lu Chen's level reached a brand new peak. LV50. Mid-Foundation Establishment. System notice: congratulations on reaching LV50. The Hongmeng Swordmaster class trait has been activated. You have awakened a new sword technique, Sword Intense summons Heavenly Might LV1.
Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, feeling the cultivation energy within him transform from a river into an ocean. With a single thought, all insights regarding the new skill naturally surfaced in his mind. Sword Intent summons Heavenly Might LV1, channel your own sword intent to communicate with the laws of heaven and earth, commanding natural forces wind, thunder, rain, lightning within a certain range to serve your will. Power depends on your cultivation level and understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. Success! His attack methods have formally ascended from mere physical sword chi to the realm of spells capable of commanding the mighty forces of heaven and earth. Just as Lu Chen was immersed in this overwhelming power that seemed capable of controlling everything, a sudden, drastic change occurred. His game interface abruptly forced a massive, blood-red warning pop-up. This marked the first time the game system had proactively issued a global event alert. Catastrophe alert. In 12 hours, the deep-sea colossus codenamed Leviathan world-class boss will awaken from the Pacific depths and assault the Eagle Nation's fearless carrier strike group at coordinates XXXXXX. Below the alert was an extremely blurred image, distorted as if by deep-sea pressure. It depicted a terrifying colossus, its size rivaling mountains, covered in countless tentacles, emanating an ancient, primordial aura. Lu Chen stared at the alert. Far from showing any sign of tension, a playful smile spread across his face. This so-called Leviathan was nothing but the perfect stepping stone to test his newfound power and utterly crush the pitiful pride of the Eagle Nation. He immediately ended his seclusion and pushed open the chamber door. Su Muxue, who had been waiting outside, immediately stepped forward as Lu Chen emerged. Contact the Sky Dome project team immediately. Lu Chen ordered directly, his tone leaving no room for argument. Convey the divine oracle I am about to speak to them exactly as I say it, without delay. Imperial Capital, Sky Dome Project Team Command Center. When the Commander-in-Chief publicly revealed the divine decree from Lu Chen, a revelation so astonishing it could be called earth-shattering, the entire conference room erupted in chaos. What? A deep-sea colossus codenamed Leviathan? And it's going to attack the Eagle Nation's carrier strike group? This is utter nonsense. First a tsunami, now a colossal beast. What's next? An alien invasion? Every expert present felt a wave of absurdity wash over them. Though they had witnessed Lu Chen's extraordinary power firsthand, the sudden emergence of mythical scenarios in the real world proved difficult to accept. The meeting atmosphere quickly fractured into two distinct camps. One faction was led by a newly joined civilian expert specializing in international strategic planning. Adjusting his glasses, he rose and analyzed the situation in a rational tone. Comrades, I believe we should immediately relay this warning through covert channels to the United States. This would demonstrate China's magnanimity and humanitarian spirit, avert a massive humanitarian catastrophe, and secure an immense favor from them. It would compel them to exercise restraint in future international affairs. This is a win-win strategy. His words garnered nods of agreement from several civilian staff members. Yet, no sooner had he finished speaking. Bang! A thunderous crash echoed as General Li Jinghua slammed his fist on the table and leaped to his feet. The iron-willed general glared at the civilian expert, his eyes wide with fury, and barked without mercy. Humanity? They dare speak of humanity? I ask you. When we predicted the South China Sea tsunami, how did they mock us in the global media? Calling us a scam of the century. Ignorant witchcraft. When they sent that tin can called Aegis to flex its muscles right at our doorstep, intent on humiliating us before the entire world, did they show even a shred of humanity? Now they're facing divine retribution, and you talk to me about humanitarianism? Let me tell you, this is divine punishment. They brought it upon themselves. We don't need to lift a finger, just grab our popcorn and soda, pull up a chair, and enjoy the show. General Li's impassioned tirade resonated deeply with every military representative present, who nodded in unanimous agreement. In the conference room, the two sides remained deadlocked. One side argued from international morality, the other from national sentiment. Neither could sway the other. Finally, all eyes turned once more to the seat of authority, to the elderly man who had remained silent throughout. The commander decided to seek divine guidance. Through the highest level encrypted line, he contacted Su Muxue at the estate, relaying the entire debate in the meeting and seeking Lu Chen's perspective. At the estate, Lu Chen sat leisurely in a recliner in the courtyard, savoring a cup of top-grade De Hong Pao tea brewed by Su Muxue herself. After hearing Su Muxue's relay, he didn't even lift an eyelid. He merely raised the teacup to his lips and blew gently on the steam. Then, in a tone of utter indifference, he uttered 8 words. No need for further discussion. Let events unfold. These 8 words, relayed through Su Muxue, reached the commander's ears. On the other end of the line, the commander fell silent for a long while. Then, he understood. This was not merely a suggestion, but a divine test, another trial for him, his followers, and the entire Chinese leadership. A test of whether they could truly shed mortal emotions and calculations, learning instead to view the world's shifting tides through the divine perspective. I understand. The commander hung up the call, overruled all objections, and made the final decision. Proceed as Advisor Lu suggested. Observe and wait. He then issued an order that would catch the world's attention.
Immediately, in the name of the nation, launch a global meteorological observation livestream. Aim all our ocean monitoring satellite signals at the coordinates prophesied in the Divine Oracle. Furthermore, display a prominent 12-hour countdown on the live feed. Chapter 31, Death Countdown? An Oracle from the East. The humiliating failure of the Eagle Nation's Aegis project felt like a resounding slap across the face of every citizen. Shame. An unprecedented disgrace. To salvage their reputation, they painted Lu Chen as a coward who only dared to use Eastern sorcery for psychological humiliation, a clown too weak to face them head-on. CNN's front-page headline, in blood-red letters, declared, "Coward's tricks. Eastern sorcerers only master mental attacks. The iron fist of technology will crush superstition." Subsequently, they loudly proclaimed that their nation's most formidable carrier strike group, the USS Daring, was conducting freedom of navigation operations in the Pacific, demonstrating to the world its still unmatched military might. In an instant, global public opinion shifted once more into a sinister whirlwind. "I told you so. That Chinese guy is just a magician. He wouldn't dare show his true colors in a real fight." Exactly. Our carrier fleet is right there. Does he dare touch it? He won't. The Aegis is just an example. Our aircraft carriers are the true symbols of power. Just as this wave of propaganda reached its peak, China suddenly issued a groundbreaking announcement to the world in the name of the state. In response to widespread requests from astronomy and ocean enthusiasts, our nation will launch a global public service meteorological observation livestream titled Storm Observatory. Live broadcast coordinates, Pacific Ocean, XXXXXX waters. Broadcast commencement, immediately. Special notice, according to simulations by our supercomputer, an unprecedented extreme oceanic phenomenon will occur in this area within 12 hours. The announcement left netizens worldwide stunned. What's going on? What is China up to? A live weather observation broadcast? With a 12-hour countdown? This script feels strangely familiar. Holy crap! Those coordinates! That's exactly where the U.S. Navy's USS Intrepid carrier strike group is currently positioned. In an instant, everyone understood. This isn't some weather observation. It's an open, direct death notice from the East, targeting the Eagle Nation's carrier strike group. This move instantly maxed out the global drama meter. Countless onlookers, eager for a good show, flooded into the official Stormwatch livestream hosted by China. Within mere minutes, the livestream's viewership surged past 2 billion. Bullet comments flooded the screen, completely overwhelming the display. American netizens went wild in the comments, unleashing a torrent of scorn. Again? Have you Chinese people gotten addicted to putting on a show? Last time it was a tsunami, what is it this time? An undersea volcanic eruption? I'll bet $100 nothing happens in 12 hours. This is psychological warfare. LOL, what magic trick are you pulling this time? Summoning a great white shark from the sea? Or Godzilla? Pitiful Easterners, when they can't win, they resort to these underhanded curses. How pathetic. Meanwhile, in the Chinese livestream chat, countless compatriots held their breath, yet an inexplicable excitement and anticipation filled the air. Here it comes. The familiar formula, the familiar flavor. Lu Chen's judgment countdown has begun again. Brothers, get your popcorn, soda, and folding stools ready. We're sitting tight to watch Mother Nature teach the eagle-winged bastards a lesson. I don't know what's going to happen this time, but I'm already pumped. Just trust Lu Chen and you're good. I'm a bit nervous. That's an entire carrier strike group. Is Lu Chen playing with fire this time? In the live broadcast, the massive fleet of the Eagle Swan Nation's USS Fearless carrier strike group sails calmly beneath the fading glow of the setting sun. On the deck, Super Hornet fighters took off and landed in orderly formation, exuding an air of formidable power and the unhurried confidence of a bygone era's dominant power. In the upper right corner of the screen, a countdown in blood-red font ticked away, second by second. 11 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. 11 hours 59 minutes and 57 seconds. The eyes of the entire world were fixed upon this seemingly tranquil expanse of sea, awaiting the final judgment foretold by prophecy. Time was slipping away rapidly. Soon, the countdown in the Stormwatch livestream entered its final minute. CNN, after its star anchor Tom was hospitalized with blood spitting due to a work injury, urgently promoted a new rookie anchor named David Reed. Now, wearing a victorious smile, he faced the camera, delivering a final, scathing assessment of China's farce in a tone dripping with contempt. Ladies and gentlemen, less than 60 seconds remain until the apocalypse foretold by China. As we can see, the sea remains calm and serene, and our fearless stands tall and mighty. David Reed spread his arms wide and burst into exaggerated laughter. This proves once again that the so-called Eastern miracle is nothing but a meticulously staged, sensationalist farce. They sought to undermine our confidence and shake the foundations of the free world. But they clearly underestimated the power of science and reason. Let us count down together to the final moments of this century's greatest farce. Countless pro-Eagle sausage netizens worldwide erupted in celebratory bullet comments, prematurely declaring victory in this battle of public opinion. Ha! It's over. The Chinese have become the laughingstock of the world.
The facts prove it, aircraft carriers are the truth. Witchcraft is utterly useless. Just waiting for the Chinese government to issue an apology. In the livestream, the blood-red countdown entered its final 3 seconds. Countdown, 3 seconds. Countdown, 2 seconds. Countdown, 1 second. Countdown, midnight. Time's up. The sea remained as calm as ever. In the CNN studio, David Reed's laughter reached its peak, even bringing tears to his eyes. He spread his arms wide, poised to face the camera and declare this farce a complete failure, a triumph for science. But in the next second, a sudden, unexpected change. Buzz. Ocean monitoring stations across every nation on Earth simultaneously sounded the highest level, blood-curdling alarm. On the Stormwatch live feed, a colossal vortex erupted without warning at the center of the tranquil sea surface. Its diameter exceeded several kilometers. Immediately afterward, seawater surged upward in a manner defying all physical laws. As if beneath the surface, a dormant volcano that had slumbered for billions of years was now awakening. A terrifying colossus beyond description in any human language slowly rose from the bottomless, pitch-black ocean. Its form rivaled mountains in scale, vast enough to block out the sun. Its surface was covered in layers of mysterious runes, flickering with an ominous, ghostly blue glow, as if branded by ancient myths. Beneath it writhed thousands of terrifying tentacles, thrashing wildly like sea monsters. Each tentacle was thicker than a destroyer. This was Leviathan. The entire world fell utterly silent at that moment. Chapter 32, The Colossus has truly arrived. President Eagle begs for help in tears. Every face frozen in mockery before computers and televisions instantly stiffened, as if paused in time. Inside the CNN live studio, David Reed's laughter abruptly stopped, sounding like a duck being choked. His mouth gaped wide enough to swallow an egg, his eyes bulging from their sockets as he froze solid on the spot. Oh my god, oh my god. After more than 10 seconds of utter stupor, the commander of the fearless carrier strike group let out a bone-deep moan of despair. But he was a battle-hardened soldier, and he snapped out of his shock, immediately issuing the highest combat order into the communicator. All units. Fire. Free fire. Concentrated fire. Send it back to hell. The order was given. The fleet instantly shifted from peaceful patrol mode to maximum combat readiness. Dozens of Super Hornet fighters circling overhead locked onto the target in an instant. Whoosh. Harpoon anti-ship missiles, trailing long plumes of flame, swarmed like bloodthirsty bees from all directions, slamming viciously into the Leviathan's massive hull. Boom. 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 Violent explosions erupted across the colossal beast's surface. Yet these missiles, powerful enough to instantly shred a destroyer to pieces, merely erupted into inconsequential sparks upon striking the Leviathan. Not even the shimmering runes on its skin were disturbed in the slightest. Attack ineffective. Repeat. Missile attack ineffective. The Ticonderoga-class cruisers and Arleigh-Burke-class destroyers within the fleet also began unleashing a furious barrage of fire from their main guns and phalanx close-in weapon systems. Rat-a-tat. Countless shells formed torrential streams of death, tearing through the air. Yet every attack, upon approaching within 100 meters of the Leviathan's body, was halted by an invisible energy shield, crashing powerlessly into the sea. These assaults thoroughly enraged the ancient god from the abyss. Leviathan let out a silent roar. It was a subsonic attack so low in frequency that humans couldn't hear it, yet devastatingly destructive. Above the sea, several fighter jets conducting a low-altitude penetration mission experienced instant failure of their precision electronic components. Pilots bled from their nostrils and ears inside the cockpits as the aircraft plunged uncontrollably into the ocean. Immediately after, Leviathan swung a tentacle as thick as a mountain range. The tentacle tore through the air with unmatched, colossal force, effortlessly snapping a nearly 10,000-ton Arleigh-Burke-class destroyer in two like a fragile toy. Boom! The massive explosion in fire lit half the sky in a blinding crimson glow. But it wasn't over. The Leviathan opened its abyssal maw, unleashing a sinister blue beam of light imbued with terrifying corrosive energy. A Ticonderoga-class cruiser, unable even to attempt evasion, melted silently like a candle consumed by flames under the beam's glare, disintegrating and vanishing from the sea surface. The fleet's vaunted defenses were utterly shredded within mere minutes. Humanity's most advanced modern weaponry proved utterly fragile and powerless before this mythical colossus. The global livestream chat exploded with comments. Holy! Is this real? Am I dreaming? Is this the extreme ocean phenomenon foretold in the Chinese prophecy? This is mythical. It's over. The Eagle's carrier strike group is finished. I take back everything I said. China is awesome. General Lu is awesome. On the battlefield, after effortlessly destroying the escort fleet, Leviathan fixed its icy gaze on the fleet's final flagship, the largest target, the Dreadnought aircraft carrier. Launch the nukes. I authorize the launch of tactical nuclear weapons. The captain of the Dreadnought, eyes bloodshot in the command center, roared in despair. Yet the Pentagon's response came as a cold, emotionless electronic voice. Authorization request processing in progress. Please wait. Wait? Wait for death?
In those mere seconds of hesitation, Leviathan's countless tentacles like hellish chains coiled around the colossal sea beast, its displacement exceeding 100,000 tons.
Creak! Creak! The massive hull emitted a shrill, metallic wail.
Under the gaze of billions worldwide, this steel colossus, a symbol of the Eagle Nation's century-long hegemony, began to be slowly dragged into the deep sea by an irresistible force.
White House, Oval Office. The president could no longer maintain his composure.
He rushed before the cameras and convened the most hastily arranged and utterly unhinged emergency press conference in history. Gone was the arrogance and confidence that had once graced his face, replaced only by endless fear and despair. Facing the cameras, he issued a final plea for help to the entire world. On behalf of the free world, I appeal to the divine power of the East. The president's voice choked with emotion, and he was on the verge of tears.
Save us.
Please save us. He abandoned all dignity, resorting to the most humble tone of supplication.
We are willing to pay any price. Any price.
This scene, broadcast live across the globe, reached every corner of the world.
An era came crashing to an end in that very moment.
The once dominant power that had ruled the world with aircraft carriers and dollars finally bowed its head, a head that had remained haughtily raised for nearly a century before an incomprehensible force. China, Sky Dome Project Command Center. General Li Jinghua and others watched the screen showing the pitiful state of their archenemy, their expressions incredibly complex. They felt a sense of schadenfreude, yet also a deep-seated dread for the Leviathan-like colossus. This was not a force technology could oppose.
It was myth. The global network erupted in an unprecedented frenzy and upheaval. Ha! What is this? The Eagle president is begging for mercy. What goes around comes around. Today, it's finally their turn. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. I'm adding 2 extra chicken drumsticks to my dinner tonight. Cry. Scream. Your God can't save you. Only our God can.
Just as the deck of the USS Intrepid was about to be completely swallowed by the sea, just as everyone believed the outcome was sealed, that an entire carrier strike group was about to be dragged into the abyss.
On the horizon,
a streak of azure light sliced through the sky at a speed beyond visual perception, beyond the capture capabilities of any camera. In an instant, it arrived directly above the battlefield.
Chapter 33, The Savior Descends? Guiding Heaven's Thunder.
The streak of light faded, revealing the figure within. Lu Chen stood suspended in the air, his feet resting on an unremarkable wooden sword, hands clasped behind his back. He looked down, surveying the apocalyptic scene below, the colossal beast wreaking havoc, and his former enemies struggling in the sea. His expression was utterly serene, even tinged with a hint of boredom. As if watching a movie that had nothing to do with him.
Lu Chen's appearance instantly became the focus of the entire world. It's Lu Chen. Lu Chen has arrived. He's here. He's here. He's walking on a flying sword. Ah! The Savior has descended.
In that moment, the despairing masses erupted in earth-shattering cheers of hope. Inside the White House, the Eagle Nation's president's legs gave way the instant he caught sight of that figure. He collapsed onto the floor, overcome with emotion as if witnessing the true Savior, tears streaming down his aged face. The Leviathan, mid-assault, immediately sensed this presence hovering in the air. Though diminutive, it radiated an intensely dangerous aura. Leviathan slowly released the aircraft carrier it had been dragging toward the ocean depths, instead fixing its cold, predatory gaze firmly upon Lu Chen. It sensed that this creature was the true threat it faced. Roar! The colossal beast unleashed a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, opening its abyssal maw.
It channeled every ounce of its energy into a single point.
Finally, it unleashed a jet of black annihilation light several times thicker than the beam that had destroyed the cruiser earlier, a beam that seemed capable of swallowing all light, firing directly at Lu Chen in the sky. Facing this world-ending strike, Lu Chen didn't even bother to assume a defensive stance. He merely raised his right hand slowly. Extending his index finger, he pointed lightly toward the azure sky above his head. Then, he murmured 5 words. Sword intense summons the wrath of heaven. As the words fell, the entire sky changed color. The once clear daylight was swiftly engulfed by endless dark clouds within mere seconds. The sky darkened as if eternal night had fallen. A terrifying vortex of thunderclouds, vast enough to cover a 100-mile stretch of sea, slowly formed above Lu Chen's head. At its core, purple lightning arcs danced wildly, while golden bolts of electricity darted chaotically. A majestic, awe-inspiring, and utterly unassailable divine might descended upon the world, a power originating from the heavens and earth, transcending all creation. The Leviathan's jet-black annihilation beam, upon contact with this divine aura, failed to stir even the slightest ripple. Like a breeze brushing over a hilltop, or ice melting under the scorching sun, it vanished without a trace. At the vortex's center, all lightning bolts seemed to receive a silent command, converging madly toward a single point. Finally, under the horrified gaze of billions worldwide, it coalesced into a judgment spear 1,000 meters long, forged entirely from the purest, most primordial golden divine lightning. The spear glowed with swirling lightning, its surface etched with ever-shifting cosmic runes. The aura it emitted was powerful enough to make gods and demons tremble.
amidst the gazes of billions worldwide, filled with awe, dread, and fervor. High above, Lu Chen gently swung his arm toward the Leviathan below, which had momentarily frozen in shock after its most powerful attack had failed. The motion was fluid, as if conducting a symphony. The golden lightning spear, forged from countless bolts of thunder and stretching a kilometer long, plunged toward the Leviathan in response. Silent, yet tearing through space, it pierced the colossal beast below with the supreme divine might of universal judgment. Wherever the spear passed, the air was completely ionized. Visible distortions and folds appeared in the fabric of space itself, utterly unable to withstand this colossal force emanating from the way of heaven. Before it, Leviathan's mountain-like colossal form seemed so insignificant, so utterly trivial. Only now did Leviathan truly sense the threat of death. It let out a wail filled with terror. Every indigo rune across its surface blazed to their brightest intensity in an instant. The energy within its body surged forth without restraint, attempting to erect a final defensive barrier before it. Yet before the resplendent might of heaven, all struggle was futile. Put! A sound so faint, yet clear enough to reach every ear. The golden lightning spear effortlessly pierced Leviathan's seemingly impenetrable energy shield. Then, it pierced straight through its head, tearing completely through its massive body. No earth-shattering explosion. No gruesome carnage of flesh and blood. Only a pure, all-consuming, purifying white light erupted violently from within the Leviathan. As the blinding light, so intense it instantly overexposed every camera lens, slowly dissipated. On the sea surface, the once mighty deep-sea colossus that had toyed with the eagle-winged nation's carrier strike group at will had vanished without a trace. Completely vaporized, utterly erased from existence. Not a single drop of blood, not a shred of flesh remained. Only the churning sea, still sizzling in billowing white steam, bore witness to its existence. The battle was over. Lu Chen slowly withdrew his sword fingers, and the swirling thunderclouds in the sky dissipated. As the dark clouds cleared, sunlight once again bathed the now calm sea, as if the apocalyptic scene moments before had been nothing but an illusion. On the surface of the sea, aboard the survivors of the aircraft carrier, the Fearless, all the surviving Eagle Flag Nation officers and crew stared blankly upward at the sky. They forgot to cheer, forgot to celebrate their narrow escape. Their minds held only the most primal awe and dread for that figure in the sky. Their pride in technology, their unwavering belief in supremacy, their national faith all shattered in that instant by the divine thunderbolt that had descended from the heavens. The aircraft carrier's commander was the first to snap out of the immense shock. He rushed to the broadcast room, snatched the microphone, and with a voice choked with tears and trembling, expressed the highest reverence he could muster toward Lu Chen in the sky. "Thank you for your rescue, great deity from the east. On behalf of the Eagle Nation and every officer and crew member aboard the Fearless, I offer you our deepest reverence. We request dialogue with you. Yet, for all of this, the gratitude of this aircraft carrier, the request of this nation." Lu Chen paid no heed whatsoever. He did not even lower his gaze to glance at the ants he had casually saved. In his eyes, saving these people was no different from crushing an ant that happened to be in his way. Lu Chen merely turned away. With a light step, the wooden sword beneath his foot glowed blue once more. Under the gaze of the entire world, his entire being transformed into a streak of azure light, drifting away. He left behind for this ravaged world a profoundly enigmatic figure, one beyond comprehension and forever out of reach. The global livestream exploded once more. Gone? Just like that? How incredibly cool. Hiding his achievements and fame. That's the true demeanor of a master. Did you see that constipated look on Commander Eagle's face? Want to talk? You're not worthy. He couldn't even be bothered to utter a single word to them. Ha! That's more painful than killing them. White House, Oval Office. The Eagle Swan Nation's president stared at the resolute, receding figure on the screen, then glanced at his own fleet rescued, yet now in disarray as if defeated in battle. A complex wave of emotions, humiliation, powerlessness, and relief surged through him like never before. He slumped to the floor, muttering to himself over and over. The other side didn't even deign to exchange a single word with us. Chapter 34, Commander's Confidential Message. Please deal with the person who caused the problem. After several minutes of dead silence, the Eagle Nation's president finally struggled free from that overwhelming sense of helplessness. He adjusted his tie, damp with cold sweat. He stepped back before the cameras to hold a second global press conference. This time, his face bore no trace of the earlier panic or disarray, only a deathly calm. Facing the entire world, the president spoke in an extremely grave tone, enunciating each word deliberately. Following the Leviathan incident, we must confront a harsh reality. This world harbors powers far beyond the scope of our current scientific understanding, powers akin to the divine. The old world order, built solely upon technology, has come to an end. The statement sent shockwaves across the globe. These words sounded the death knell for the technological and global hegemony the Eagle Nation had maintained for nearly a century. As the news spread, the United States' global network of allies began to show signs of severe instability.
The Prime Minister's office of Sakura Nation, the European Union headquarters, and the Sun Never Sets Empire traditional allies of the Eagle Nation urgently convened their highest-level emergency meetings to reassess their alliances with the Eagle Nation. Some opportunistic nations, sensing the winds of change, have already begun quietly reaching out to China through various diplomatic channels, attempting to secure a new patron in the emerging global landscape.
Global financial markets experienced an unprecedented earthquake.
Stocks tied to the Eagle Nation's military-industrial complex and high-tech sectors plummeted across the board, triggering a mass flight of capital.
Meanwhile, all China-related concept stocks soared, their upward momentum impressive. Sumushua's capital team, already primed for action, seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
They launched a frenzied global buying spree and strategic positioning, reaping the richest dividends from the collapse of the old era's hegemony both for Lu Chen and for themselves. Within China, a sea of jubilation surged. National pride and unity reached unprecedented heights. Lu Chen's stature had evolved from being a guardian deity to becoming a globally recognized creator god in the truest sense, a sacred totem of faith for countless souls.
Sky Dome Project Command Center. The commander-in-chief formally approved General Li Jingguo's request. Upon receiving the appointment, the iron-blooded general's face flushed with excitement.
He immediately contacted Su Muxue, declaring the military's willingness to provide all resources and unconditionally support any actions taken by advisor Lu.
Within the estate, Lu Chen remained oblivious to the turmoil unfolding outside.
Soon, an encrypted video call from the commander-in-chief came through. Over the line, the commander expressed sincere admiration for Lu Chen's profound wisdom in observing events unfold. Advisor Lu, your strategy subduing the enemy without fighting, then seizing the decisive moment truly represents the pinnacle of open tactics.
On behalf of all comrades, I am thoroughly convinced. Utterly convinced.
The commander's voice carried a heartfelt, unrestrained sense of satisfaction.
Lu Chen merely responded with a faint hum. It was as if the one who had just wielded the majestic might of heaven to judge the mythical beast and in the process, terrified the old era overlord into kneeling and begging for mercy, was not him. Advisor Lu, please rest well. Leave all subsequent diplomatic and public opinion maneuvers to us. The leader paused, his tone growing more solemn. Your role is simply to step in and eliminate those who create problems only when we are unable to resolve them ourselves. The Leviathan incident began in a manner beyond anyone's imagination and concluded in a way that left the entire world speechless. Lu Chen wielded his sword to summon the wrath of heaven, slaying the colossal beast with a single spear thrust. His subsequent refusal to engage in dialogue with the Eagle Nation and his graceful departure became the most viewed footage circulating across global networks. That streak of azure light was captured, enlarged, turned into wallpapers. Even printed on t-shirts. It transcended mere imagery, achieving a profound elevation. It heralded the end of an old era and the dawn of a new age. Global media fell into an eerie collective silence. The TV stations and experts who had mocked China's doomsday prophecies and championed the inevitable triumph of technology found their reputations in tatters overnight. Their past statements were dug up by furious netizens, compiled into compilations. Side by side with Lu Chen's earth-shattering divine might, they became the loudest and most ironic self-debunking spectacle of the year. Northern Bear Nation, Kremlin. President Ivanov dialed the encrypted hotline to China's leader immediately. The moment the call connected, Ivanov's signature booming laughter filled the line. Old friend. Congratulations.
On behalf of all the people of the Northern Bear Nation, I extend our most sincere and heartfelt congratulations to you, to China, and to that great Eastern deity.
Ivanov's tone brimmed with unmasked schadenfreude.
I told you so, those eagle bastards were bound to play with fire and get burned. Well, now their god hasn't shown up, but your deity has arrived first. His tone shifted abruptly, becoming solemn. Old friend, the times have changed. The world needs a new beacon to illuminate the path forward. And without a doubt, that beacon lies in the east. I propose that our two nations immediately initiate comprehensive, unlimited strategic cooperation in this new era. It's time to revise those outdated rules that bind our hands. These words were practically a pledge of allegiance to China. In stark contrast to the decisive stance of the Northern Bear Nation, the atmosphere within the Prime Minister's residence of the Land of Cherry Blossoms had become oppressively tense. The emergency cabinet meeting had dragged on for hours.
Cabinet members had split into two distinct factions, locked in heated debate. We must pivot immediately.
The Eagle's hegemony has collapsed. This is our best chance to break free from its control and become a normal nation. We should immediately express our goodwill to China through secret channels, exclaimed an emotional pro-China parliamentarian. Foolish, a conservative cabinet minister immediately retorted, slamming his fist on the table.
Though the Eagle Nation has suffered heavy blows, its military might remains intact. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Siding with them now is too risky.
Once the Eagle Nation recovers, we will inevitably face the most savage retaliation.
As the two sides argued fiercely, the Prime Minister's secretary burst into the room, looking frantic. Your Excellency, the ambassador of the Eagle Nation to Sakura Nation requests an urgent audience. The conference room fell instantly silent.
Under immense pressure, the Prime Minister received the ambassador representing the former dominant power.
The ambassador shed his usual arrogance, yet his tone remained unquestionably commanding. He conveyed the Eagle Nation President's secret directive. The President wishes His Excellency to understand that the Eagle Nation will never relinquish its position. We acknowledge the existence of gods, but we believe technology will ultimately triumph over mythology. We are formulating a comprehensive countermeasure plan and expect Sakura Nation, as our most loyal ally in East Asia, to cooperate fully. Upon its successful implementation, we will grant your nation access to certain core technologies never before shared with any foreign power. Chapter 35: The Divine Island of the East Sea emerges. The ambitions of Sakura Nation. The ambassador's words made the Prime Minister's heart skip a beat. Driven by immense profit incentives and long-standing path dependence, he ultimately made his decision. Gamble. Continue following the Eagle Nation. Take the gamble. He needed an opportunity to pledge loyalty to the Eagle Nation while simultaneously demonstrating to his own people that the land of cherry blossoms remained formidable. However, the Prime Minister did not know that this long-awaited opportunity would arrive in a completely unforeseen manner. While the world's attention remained focused on the aftermath of the Leviathan incident, the fusion of game and reality deepened once more, silently and imperceptibly. In the East China Sea, a disputed maritime region, the sea surface suddenly began to churn. But it was not a tsunami. Rather, it was a gentle, breath-like undulation. Immediately, dazzling rainbow-colored rays of light shot skyward from the depths, illuminating the sky for hundreds of miles around in a dreamlike, ethereal glow. At the center of these countless beams, an island never charted on any sea map materialized from thin air, shrouded in thick white mist, slowly rising from the sea surface. This extraordinary phenomenon was detected almost simultaneously by satellites and ocean monitoring stations in China, Japan, and the United States. China, Sky Dome Project Command Center. Reporting to the commander. Energy spectrum analysis indicates the white mist surrounding that island consists of particles we've never encountered before, particles containing immense energy. We've tentatively named it spiritual energy. Preliminary measurements indicate the island's spiritual energy concentration exceeds the global average by over 100-fold. This is a true celestial sanctuary. It holds immeasurable strategic value for our future cultivation civilization. Almost simultaneously, several huaxia fishing boats operating in nearby waters, driven by curiosity, cautiously approached the mist-shrouded island bathed in rosy light. The seasoned fishermen aboard merely breathed in the air drifting from the island and felt their chronic, sea-wind-ravaged rheumatic legs cease aching, their stiff backs no longer sore. They felt refreshed and invigorated, as if 10 years had been wiped from their lives. An immortal island. This is an immortal island. The old fisherman excitedly reported this discovery back to the mainland via satellite phone. Meanwhile, upon receiving tacit approval and hints of technical support from the Eagle Nation, the land of cherry blossoms instantly seized this long-awaited opportunity. An urgent order was issued from the Prime Minister's residence. Its most advanced Izumo-class helicopter carrier task force immediately changed course, charging toward the waters at full speed with overwhelming force. Upon arrival, the Japanese fleet wasted no time, immediately declaring its ancestral sovereignty over the island and arrogantly naming it Amaterasu Island. The fleet then deployed into combat formation, imposing a military blockade on the surrounding waters. The Chinese fishing boats, still basking in the joy of discovering the mythical island, were caught off guard and swiftly surrounded by several vessels of the Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force. Amid the shrill wail of alarms, high-pressure water cannons activated. Icy, bone-chilling jets of water slammed violently against the Chinese fishing boats. An elderly fisherman, unable to dodge in time, was knocked flat by the water cannon, breaking his leg instantly and letting out an agonized scream. This scene was captured on a mobile phone by other young fishermen aboard the vessel. The video captured every act of brutality by the Japanese fleet and was swiftly transmitted back to China. The shaky footage conveyed the palpable tension of the scene. The Cherry Blossom Nation's grey warship, emblazoned with its patchwork flag, loomed like a sea bully, arrogantly dominating the frame. The white dragon of water from the high-pressure cannon, carrying immense force, slammed repeatedly and viciously onto the already cramped deck of the Chinese fishing boat. The video ended with a scene that made every Chinese compatriot's blood boil. A gray-haired old fisherman, struck by the icy water column, fell heavily to the deck. Clutching his leg, he moaned in agony. Surrounding him were the unabashed, mocking laughter of the Cherry Blossom Nation's sailors. The video's title, written in blood-red letters, screamed, "Sakura Nation seizes our divine island in the East China Sea. The hidden hand behind it is the eagle. Our fishermen compatriots fall victim to atrocities. Damn it! Those bastards." Countless Chinese netizens scrolling through their phones felt an uncontrollable rage surge to their scalps the moment they saw this video. Within mere minutes. God Lu, we've been bullied. Call upon the gods to judge us. Japan must pay the price. And a series of other topics brimming with grief and fury surged onto the top trending lists of every social media platform with overwhelming force. Each was marked with a bright red explosive icon.
The Guardian Plan livestream, now the official account for Lu Chen after the Leviathan incident, was instantly flooded with hundreds of millions of enraged netizens. Though the stream remained black, the comments section blazed like daylight, utterly drowned in a sea of crimson messages.
Lu Chen, where are you? Come out and see. They're bullying us right at our doorstep. Yes, Lord Lu.
You could spear Leviathan to death with a single thrust. Please unleash divine punishment and sink those wretched ships.
I'll donate every penny I have.
Just ask Lord Lu to step in, restore justice for us, and defend our nation's dignity.
Those who dare offend China shall be punished, no matter how far they flee. Lord Lu, it's time for you to act.
The people's fury has gathered into a sea vast enough to scorch the heavens. Within the Sky Dome Project Command Center, the atmosphere was thick with tension.
Bang!
General Li Jinghua slammed his fist hard onto the Alloy conference table before him, sending a thunderous clang echoing through the room.
The iron-blooded general's face flushed crimson with rage, veins bulging prominently on his neck. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous.
He abruptly stood up, saluted the commander seated at the head of the table with a crisp, military-style salute, his voice booming like a bell.
Reporting to the commander. I volunteer. The East Sea Fleet is fully combat ready.
At your command, we pledge to reclaim that island from those Japanese pirates at any cost.
In the conference room, all military representatives rose in unison, their voices swelling with fervor.
Yet the commander remained uncharacteristically composed. He merely waved his hand, signaling General Li to hold his horses. The commander understood clearly that in the post-divine era, conventional military conflict had lost its original meaning. A carrier, when faced with true god-tier power, was no different from a fishing boat. The crux of this conflict lay not in the fleet, but in Lu Chen's stance. He turned to Su Muxue beside him and said in a steady tone, Su, relay the situation here exactly as it is to Advisor Lu.
Chapter 36, Those who offend China shall be punished, no matter how far. While the entire nation of China was in an uproar,
the land of cherry blossoms grew increasingly brazen. Its Ministry of Foreign Affairs hastily convened a global press conference. At the conference, a slick-haired spokesperson, looking every inch the polished diplomat, stood before the podium with righteous indignation. He cleared his throat, then signaled an assistant to display several images on the large screen behind him. These purported historical documents and ancient nautical charts appeared aged but were in fact forged overnight.
Ladies and gentlemen.
The spokesperson adjusted his glasses and declared with unwavering certainty, as documented in our most ancient historical texts, the Kojiki and Nihon Shoki, and as evidenced by this map drawn by the renowned 17th-century navigator Tokugawa Ieyasu, Amaterasu Island has been the sacred and inalienable territory of our great Sakura Empire since time immemorial.
We possess indisputable sovereignty over it.
We warn the Chinese side, do not attempt to challenge the international order, and do not misjudge the situation.
These shameless remarks were broadcast live across the globe.
Meanwhile, their master, the spokesperson of the State Council of the Eagle Nation, later held a press conference where he pretended to say, We have noted the tensions in the East China Sea region.
We understand and support our allies' legitimate sovereignty claims.
At the same time, we call on all parties to exercise maximum restraint and resolve disputes through dialogue. To any discerning ear, these words were clearly biased, serving as a platform for the banditry of the land of the rising sun. The eyes of the global media once again turned to the east.
Western outlets like CNN and BBC, like sharks sensing blood, rushed to cover the incident. The first hotspot conflict of the post-divine era, a renewed clash between technology and mythology? Will China's guardian deities intervene in this dispute? Headlines dripping with sensationalism and schadenfreude relentlessly stoke the curiosity of global onlookers. Within the estate, Su Muxue relayed everything happening outside, especially the video of the injured fisherman and the overwhelming public outcry online in meticulous detail to the man seated cross-legged on a cushion, eyes closed in meditation. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes. He paid no attention to the international news or the shameless posturing of the Cherry Blossom Nation and the Eagle Nation. Instead, he repeatedly watched the footage of the fisherman being knocked down by the high-pressure water cannon. The elderly man's agonized moans formed a stark contrast to the shrill, mocking laughter of the Japanese sailors. For the first time, a cold chill flickered across Lu Chen's face. He uttered no grand declarations, nor did he make any angry proclamations. He simply rose calmly from his meditation cushion and said to Su Muxue, Prepare the backup aircraft. We're heading to the East China Sea. Su Muxue's heart jolted violently. She immediately understood what Lu Chen intended to do. Without hesitation, she exercised her highest authority to mobilize the Su family's private jet capable of direct global flights. News of Lu Chen's imminent departure spread through the Sky Dome project's internal channels, reaching China's highest leadership in real time. Inside the command center, the commander-in-chief and General Li perked up. Order! The commander rose to his feet, issuing the directive, all military radars, satellites, and reconnaissance aircraft facing the East China Sea activate immediately. Provide full support for Advisor Lu's operation. Prepare for any contingency. Half an hour later. A private airport on the outskirts of Jianhai City. Lu Chen boarded the private jet that had been waiting for him. The jet roared into the night sky, soaring toward the clouds. This scene was immediately captured by drones and satellites deployed nearby by major global media outlets. The news spread across the globe in an instant. East China Sea, waters near Amaterasu Island. On the bridge of Japan's Izumo-class aircraft carrier, the highest combat alert sounded abruptly. The night was deep, the sea wind howling. Lu Chen's special aircraft sliced through the clouds like a black blade, reaching the disputed waters of the East China Sea. The aircraft hovered steadily at 10,000 meters, refusing to descend toward the fleet below a sea of lights teeming with lethal intent. Inside the cabin, Su Muxue gazed out the porthole at the pitch-black sea and the scattered lights of distant ships, her heart involuntarily sinking. Mr. Lu, the fleet of the Land of Cherry Blossoms is below. Their Izumo is positioned at the center, with the Eagle Nation's destroyers providing support to its rear flank. She briefly relayed the latest intelligence to Lu Chen. Lu Chen merely nodded. Then he rose from his seat and walked straight toward the engine room door. Sir? Su Muxue was about to say something. Lu Chen had already reached the door and signaled the crew to open it. Whoosh! At 30,000 feet, the biting cold wind and thin air rushed in instantly. The cabin filled with the shrill wail of the decompression alarm. Under Su Muxue's worried gaze, Lu Chen stepped out of the door. His body should have plummeted like a stone into the endless darkness below the moment he stepped out. Yet, a flash of blue light suddenly flickered beneath his feet. That seemingly ordinary, even crude wooden sword materialized out of thin air. It steadied Lu Chen's body, suspending him above the clouds. High-altitude currents ruffled his black hair, making him resemble an ancient deity poised to unleash divine punishment. Through the wireless communicator still connected, he spoke his final words to Su Muxue inside the cabin. Initiate global broadcast. With that, he severed the connection. Su Muxue's heart sank, and she immediately executed the command. With lightning speed, she reactivated the Guardian God Project livestream, already the focal point of global attention through the encrypted network. This time, the livestream's title bore only 4 bold, powerful characters. Sword and Sandal in the East Sea. The moment the stream went live, billions of viewers worldwide already anxiously waiting before their screens flooded in like a tidal wave. At the same time, Lu Chen, high above, moved. His figure, captured by countless satellites and drone cameras, streaked like a meteor trailing a blue-green flame from 10,000 meters above, plummeting straight toward the massive fleet below. His speed was extreme, leaving a long white sonic boom trail in the air. Finally, just 100 meters above the sea surface, that streak of light abruptly halted. Lu Chen's figure materialized directly above the Japanese aircraft carrier Izumo. Standing proudly mid-air, he balanced on his flying sword with hands clasped behind his back. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Highest level combat alert! The Sakura Nation fleet erupted in chaos. Piercing sirens echoed across the sea and sky. On the aircraft carrier and escort ships, all phalanx close-in weapon systems rapidly rotated their barrels, emitting a teeth-chattering hum. Row after row of vertical missile launcher covers clicked open with a sharp clatter. Countless crimson laser targeting beams locked onto the solitary figure suspended mid-air from every direction. Chapter 37, How did he do it? Captain Yamada was dumbfounded. Meanwhile, at the rear of the fleet, the Eagle-flagged Arleigh Burke-class destroyer serving as the fleet's overseer immediately activated its Aegis combat system. However, they were cunning. Instead of immediately locking onto Lu Chen with their fire control radar. Instead, they shared all detection data in real time with the Sakura Nation fleet, adopting a blatantly opportunistic stance. Big brother's got your back. You go first and scout the situation. On the bridge of the Izumo carrier, Captain Yamada Kazuo, a man in his 50s with a receding hairline, stared intently through high-powered binoculars at the enlarged figure on the screen. He felt his heart was about to leap out of his throat. He immediately grabbed the microphone for the international public channel and bellowed a warning into the sky in English thick with a Sakura accent. Attention! Unidentified aerial personnel. You have invaded the airspace of our great Sakura Empire. Leave immediately. I repeat, leave immediately. Otherwise, we will take forceful measures to expel you. Attention! Unidentified aerial personnel. You have violated the airspace of our great Sakura Empire. Leave immediately. I repeat, leave immediately. Otherwise, we will take forceful measures to expel you. This stern warning, broadcast live worldwide, reached every ear. Countless Chinese netizens felt their hearts leap to their throats. Meanwhile, in the live studios of Western media outlets like CNN and BBC, the so-called military commentators were flushed with excitement. Oh, did you see that? He's locked onto by at least 32 fire control radars. He's like a fly trapped in a spider's web. Japan's Standard 3 air defense missile, the latest model developed with US technical support, boasts a terminal penetration speed exceeding Mach 4, more than enough to shred any known aircraft. It's over. This farce must end. He'll be vaporized instantly under the saturation fire of modern air defense systems. Yet, faced with this sky-filling threat and the shrill warning, Lu Chen paid no heed. He didn't even bother to glance down at the aircraft carrier below. Instead, he gazed with keen interest at the island below, its ethereal aura still shimmering in the night. This blatant disregard incensed Yamada Kazuo to the core. He felt as though his own dignity and that of the entire Great Sakura Empire had been pinned to the ground and mercilessly trampled underfoot. Bastard! Yamada Kazuo's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Forgetting all consequences, he unleashed a frenzied roar into the communicator. Fire! Fire! Bring him down! The order was given. Whoosh! 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 From the Izumo and surrounding escort vessels, dozens of anti-aircraft missiles simultaneously screamed forth, trailing long orange-red trails of flame, launching from every possible angle. They carved arcs of death across the sky, weaving an impenetrable, annihilating net that closed in on the solitary figure suspended mid-air, devouring it with fury. Billions of viewers worldwide held their breath at that moment. Everyone believed that figure would be utterly consumed by this apocalyptic missile storm in the next second. Yet Lu Chen showed no sign of defense. He didn't even bother to activate his signature protective sword aura. Only the wooden sword beneath his feet flashed faintly with a green light, carrying his body through an extremely simple, almost casual sidestep. Such a simple movement. A scene so bizarre it made physicists worldwide want to tear their textbooks to shreds unfolded. Those missiles, equipped with the most advanced intelligent targeting systems and touted as capable of locking onto any high-speed target, seemed to collectively plunge into an invisible signal black hole the moment they approached within 100 meters of Lu Chen's body. Their guidance systems malfunctioned simultaneously. All radar signals, infrared signals, and data link signals were completely blocked and disrupted by an incomprehensible force in that instant. Without guidance, the missiles instantly became headless flies. They darted wildly through the air. Some even slammed head-on into their own allies, exploding mid-air with a thunderous boom and bursting into dazzling fireworks. The few missiles that continued hurtling toward Lu Chen by sheer momentum met an even more humiliating fate. Lu Chen glided effortlessly on his flying sword. A deft sidestep evaded one. A graceful upward maneuver allowed another to pass beneath his feet. He weaved through the dense barrage of missiles as if dodging not deadly weapons, but rather taking a leisurely stroll in the park while casually avoiding a few balls tossed by children. The entire sequence flowed with effortless grace. Not only was he unharmed, but not even the hem of his simple casual attire was ruffled by the explosive shockwaves. After dodging the final missile, Lu Chen even had the composure to flash a faint, disdainful smile toward the direction of the Izumo-class carrier below. On the bridge of the Izumo, Captain Yamada Kazuo and all the commanders witnessed this scene, their minds instantly freezing. They stared blankly at the radar screen, where the signals had turned into a jumble of snowy dots, and at the figure high above, unscathed. It felt as though their entire worldview was being shattered by an invisible hammer. Why? Why was this happening? Our Aegis system. Our standard missiles. Why had they become so utterly ineffective? Inside the Combat Information Center of the Eagle Nation's destroyer, the atmosphere was equally dead silent. The observer monitoring the battle stared at the unfathomable scene on the screen, his mouth gaping wide enough to fit a fist, utterly speechless. In the global broadcast studio, Western military experts who had just moments ago been passionately analyzing missile performance and hit probabilities now collectively fell silent. Their faces turned as red as liver, wishing they could vanish into a crack in the ground. Meanwhile, in China's livestream, after a brief moment of stunned silence, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. Awesome! Voice cracking. Ha! What did I just witness? Weaving through a sea of flowers without a single petal clinging to him. That's the true aura of a god. I hereby declare, from this day forward, Newton's coffin lid belongs to General Lu. Poor Japan, they launched a missile strike that probably wiped out half a year's military budget, only to miss their target completely. Hilarious. Below, Yamada Kazuo, having endured utter shock, was now consumed by a deeper sense of humiliation and madness. He refused to believe it. He absolutely refused to believe his pride and joy his fleet could be defeated by such incomprehensible sorcery. Fire! All ships. All close-in weapons systems. All main guns. Open fire at will. Carry out indiscriminate saturation fire. Drench him in shells. Yamada Kazuo had completely lost his mind, bellowing his final command. Chapter 38, The Divine Stroke, Sword Carving Mountains and Rivers. This land belongs to China. Da! Boom! 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 In an instant, 10,000 cannons roared in unison. Countless tracer rounds and heavy shells formed an impenetrable iron storm, completely engulfing the airspace where Lu Chen stood. The terrifying density of firepower was enough to shred an entire squadron of heavy bombers to shreds in an instant. Yet, facing this metallic tempest, Lu Chen merely shifted his focus. An invisible field of sword intent, imperceptible to mortal eyes, silently unfolded around him. Clang! Clang! Every shell potent enough to pierce steel plates seemed to sink into a viscous quagmire as it neared his body. Their velocity plummeted abruptly, kinetic energy rapidly dissipating. Finally, twisted and deflected by an unseen force, they fell powerlessly into the ocean below, creating only insignificant ripples. Lu Chen stood atop his flying sword, bathed in this seemingly world-ending storm of steel, unscathed. He even extended his right hand.
Under the horrified gaze of billions worldwide, he effortlessly caught a 127mm main gun shell slowed to its absolute limit by the sword intent force field. He casually weighed the still scorching shell in his hand. His gaze was as dismissive as if he were examining a poorly made industrial scrap. Then, with the casual gesture of tossing trash, he flung it into the sea.
Plop. A faint splash, insignificant. In that instant, time seemed to stand still.
The roar of artillery, the crash of waves, the howl of wind all seemed to vanish completely. In the global livestream, after 3 seconds of dead silence, the chat exploded like a terrifying torrent of data.
Holy. 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 Catching a shell with bare hands? Am I blind? What kind of goddamn legendary moment is this? Who said Lu Chen couldn't dodge it? Where are the Western experts now? Come out and face the music. Does your face hurt? Ha! My Lu Chen didn't even bother to dodge. I'm calling this the greatest moment in the universe. No arguments accepted. Awesome. 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 Never felt this good in my life. What a triumph. After demonstrating that near unbreakable absolute defense, Lu Chen seemed to have completely lost patience with playing with these ants. He paid no heed to the futile attacks from the fleet below. He let the dense barrage of fire explode into meaningless sparks outside his sword intent force field. Lu Chen turned to face the towering, majestic peak on the island below. Billions of viewers worldwide watching this scene held their breath. They had no idea what Lu Chen would do next. Yet a powerful premonition surged within every heart. What was about to unfold would be even more breathtaking and utterly mind-boggling than the barrage of shells that had just passed. Lu Chen slowly raised his right hand. His index and middle fingers came together, forming a sword finger that pointed toward the towering mountain peak several kilometers away. The mystical energy within him surged like a raging river, madly converging toward his fingertips. Strands of intensely condensed azure sword energy continuously compressed and coalesced at his fingertip. Finally, they coalesced into a brilliant sword beam, mere inches long, seemingly capable of effortlessly slicing through space. The razor-sharp aura emanating from that blade caused even the Sakura Nation fleet, kilometers away, to feel a shudder that shook them to their very souls. On the bridge of the Izumo, Captain Yamada Kazuo clearly observed the terrifying energy reaction emanating from Lu Chen's fingertips through his high-powered binoculars. An unprecedented, overwhelming terror sufficient to shatter reason entirely gripped his heart in an instant. In a hoarse, desperate shout, he instinctively roared into the communicator. Stop him. Quickly. At any cost. Stop him. But it was already too late. Lu Chen's fingers moved. Using the night sky as his paper and sword energy as his brush, he began to write with deliberate, measured strokes upon the towering mountain peak, 1,000 meters high. The first stroke, horizontal. Whoosh. 100-meter long, intensely condensed blue sword aura shot forth from his fingers. Silent yet blindingly fast, it instantly traversed kilometers of space, slashing fiercely against the mountain's hard rock face. Boom! The earth shook violently. The indestructible granite crumbled like tofu before that sword aura. Rock shattered, dust billowed. A deep, bottomless gash smooth as glass, as if cut by a laser, suddenly appeared on the mountain's surface. Every viewer around the world was utterly dumbfounded at that moment. Their minds were utterly unable to process this surreal spectacle. But finally, they understood what Lu Chen intended to do. He wasn't going to destroy the mountain. He was carving words into the mountain. Using divine-like skill, he was leaving his mark upon this disputed land. Lu Chen's movements flowed seamlessly, without the slightest pause. The second stroke, a sweeping downward stroke. Third stroke, a downward press. The fourth stroke, vertical. The fifth stroke, horizontal fold hook. Giant blue sword chi, like divine punishment whips, continuously shot forth from his fingertips, striking specific points on the mountain with pinpoint accuracy. The entire process radiated a violent yet elegant artistic beauty, as if a supreme calligraphy master were wielding his brush, creating a masterpiece that would astonish the world. Within mere seconds. As Lu Chen completed the final stroke and withdrew his sword finger, the swirling dust in the sky finally began to settle. Under the gaze of billions worldwide. 2 colossal square Chinese characters, each stroke hewn with the force of a giant axe, radiating an overbearing majesty, were forever etched upon the mountain peak. Along the edges of the sword marks, traces of azure sword energy lingered, radiating a sacred glow in the night, holy and inviolable. Huaxia. These 2 characters, glowing with a faint, luminous radiance in the night, appeared before every live broadcast camera, before the eyes of the entire world. At this moment, every Huaxia descendant watching the live broadcast worldwide, regardless of location or age, felt their eyes instantly well up with tears. An indescribable surge of pride and emotion, rising from the depths of their very blood, made them tremble and fill with tears. Huaxia. It's Huaxia. Why, I'm crying. Me, a grown man, crying like a fool. This is the true romance of our nation. This is what it means to never yield an inch of our land. Lu Chen is amazing. In stark contrast to this scene, on the bridge of the Izumo-class carrier, a deathly silence hung heavy.
Captain Yamada Kazuo and the observer from the Eagle Nation stared blankly at the two enormous, blindingly bright Chinese characters on the screen. Their faces instantly drained of color, turning deathly pale. As if in that instant, all their vitality had been drained away, leaving them utterly devastated. Chapter 39, a single sword strike levels the summit, fleet retreats in panic. After searing those two characters capable of shaking the entire world onto the main peak, Lu Chen's performance or divine retribution was far from over. He slowly turned, shifting his gaze from the sacred mountain engraved with the characters Huaxia. It settled upon another nearby peak slightly lower, yet equally majestic. In the global livestream, every viewer's heart clenched once more. They seemed to forget to breathe, staring intently at the screen. A powerful premonition took hold. What was about to unfold would be an even more terrifying, more direct display of power than the divine inscriptions just witnessed. Lu Chen's expression remained serene, as if what he was about to do was nothing more than a trivial matter. He raised his sword fingers toward the mountain peak and casually swept them downward. No earth-shattering sword aura erupted. No dazzling radiance. Only an infinitesimally thin, hair-like streak of azure sword energy flashed from his fingertips, silently slicing through the night sky. 1 second. 2 seconds. Then, under the gaze of billions worldwide, a mix of horror and disbelief. A mountain peak hundreds of meters tall, formed from solid rock, began to slide slowly to one side. A full third of its summit moved along an incredibly smooth, perfectly straight tangent line. The sliding process was eerily quiet. Then, boom! After sliding a considerable distance, the massive mountain finally lost all support. With unstoppable, colossal force, it crashed heavily into the deep ocean below. The immense impact instantly whipped up towering waves dozens of meters high, spreading wildly in all directions. Even the Sakura Nation fleet, kilometers away, was violently rocked by the aftershocks of this colossal wave. When the waves receded, the sea revealed a mountain peak that had been completely sheared off. And a colossal, perfectly flat surface as if cleaved by a divine blade shone like a mirror. Under the moonlight, that surface even reflected a cold, icy glow. On the deck of the aircraft carrier Izumo, Captain Yamada Kazuo watched the scene unfold, his legs giving way as he collapsed onto the cold deck. His eyes were vacant, pupils dilated, as he muttered repeatedly, "Damn it! A monster! This is a monster! We're not facing humans at all. It's a god. It's a devil." His spirit was utterly shattered in that instant. Meanwhile, aboard the Eagle Nation destroyer in the rear, after a brief moment of disorientation, the observer immediately reported this godlike maneuver to superiors via the highest level encrypted line, his voice trembling. The underground command center at the Pentagon fell into a minute-long deathly silence. Finally, a cold command came down from the highest commander. "Withdraw. Withdraw immediately. Avoid provoking the target." This order came as a great relief to the Sakura Nation fleet, already shrouded in fear and despair. They cared no longer for sovereignty, dignity, or the sacred island of Amaterasu. Every vessel immediately turned its bow away. In a near-desperate flight, they pushed their engines to maximum power, fleeing in disarray toward open waters, desperately escaping this terrifying sea. Global broadcast cameras captured this dramatic scene in vivid detail. On one side of the frame stood the towering sacred mountain, its surface etched with the characters Huaxia, seeming to proclaim a new sovereignty. On the other side of the frame, the once mighty Sakura America combined fleet now fled in panic, like a pack of stray dogs. This stark contrast struck like a resounding slap across the faces of all the old-world hegemons. It proclaimed that the era where technology and naval guns reigned supreme was utterly finished. A new age had dawned, one belonging to the gods, to transcendent power. On the sea, the Sakura America fleet fled in disarray. Across the internet, Chinese viewers worldwide erupted in the most fervent, most exhilarating cheers in history. "We won! We won! Ha! Look at them running for their lives! That's so satisfying! This hurts them worse than death! Long live Lu Chen! Long live China!" Yet Lu Chen, the architect of this victory, didn't even glance at the fleeing soldiers. In his eyes, those so-called steel behemoths were no different from a swarm of startled ants. He slowly turned, the green glow of the wooden sword at his feet flaring once more. His entire form transformed into a streak of light, drifting gracefully toward the heartland of China. All that remained for this world was yet another enigmatic silhouette. The global live broadcast of the Guardian God project concluded with his departure. But the online frenzy had only just begun. The footage of swords slicing through mountain peaks and fleeing fleets was edited and shared countless times, sweeping across every corner of the global internet. Lu Chen, this name had transcended its origins as China's guardian deity, now universally recognized as the undisputed, true celestial protector of the nation. His return route happened to traverse the vast western regions of China. Here, a top-secret national project codenamed Kunlun was underway with full force. The Kunlun Underground City. This was a superscale underground refuge, built with the nation's full resources to accommodate millions of survivors, designed to withstand any form of apocalyptic crisis China might face in the future. Yet at that moment, the atmosphere within the surface command center of the Kunlun underground city was gloomy and heavy. The project's chief commander, an elderly academician named Chen Weidong, gray-haired and wearing reading glasses, stood frowning alongside a group of the nation's top engineers, all gathered around a massive geological exploration map.
Professor Chen, it still isn't working.
A chief engineer, his face smeared with oil, spoke warily.
That composite rock layer 800 meters underground is far too hard. Our data models show its most hardness exceeds even diamond.
Our most advanced Mountain Breaker #1 shield machine has worn out 3 drill bits, yet it can only leave a faint white mark on the surface.
We've even tried directional blasting, but the explosives couldn't budge it an inch.
The project has been deadlocked here for over 3 months.
At this rate, we'll never meet the deadline. Academician Chen Weidong gazed at the indestructible red zone on the screen and sighed deeply.
He removed his reading glasses, massaged his throbbing temples, and muttered in a tone bordering on despair, almost as if joking to himself. Ah, if only the god of land who just displayed his divine might over the East China Sea could pass by here and casually help us with a sword strike.
Chapter 40, Old Qian's joke came true.
This resigned jest drew wry smiles from the surrounding engineers. Yet, no sooner had the words left his mouth. A streak of azure light flashed across the sky above the base. Lu Chen, soaring at 10,000 meters with blinding speed, instantly scanned the abnormally hard rock layer deep underground and the grim-faced engineers in the ground command center with his powerful Foundation Establishment stage divine sense.
A single glance was enough for Lu Chen to grasp their predicament.
He had no intention of meddling in others' affairs. But then he thought this project was also preparing for the apocalyptic crisis that would follow the arrival of the Great Dao Celestial Path.
In a sense, it was serving his own interests too.
Well then, a daily act of kindness it is.
Lu Chen's thoughts shifted as he hovered high above.
Facing the vast expanse of the Gobi Desert below, he snapped his fingers. An extremely faint sword energy, thinner than a strand of hair and nearly undetectable by any modern instrument, silently shot into the ground. Inside the command center, academician Chen Weidong and the engineers remained gathered around the geological monitoring screen, sighing in frustration.
Suddenly,
the data representing that impenetrable rock layer on the screen began to fluctuate wildly in a completely incomprehensible manner. The young technician monitoring the data suddenly widened his eyes. Pointing at the screen, he screamed in disbelief.
Professor Chen! Look! The data! The data is changing.
The internal structure of the rock formation is disintegrating.
Its hardness is plummeting. Good heavens! It's turning to powder. What?
Chen Weidong and all the engineers immediately crowded around. Staring at the unfathomable data fluctuations on the screen, their minds went blank.
Academician Chen Weidong was the first to snap out of it.
As if struck by a sudden realization, he dashed out of the command center.
All the engineers followed him out. They dashed out onto the open Gobi Desert and looked up at the sky. Just in time to catch the fading blue streak of light on the horizon.
In that instant, every single one of them understood.
It wasn't a malfunction of the instruments.
Nor was it some geological miracle.
It was the land god.
The earth god had manifested. He truly heard our pleas and, with a casual stroke, delivered a decisive blow.
Academician Chen Weidong trembled with emotion, tears streaming down his aged face.
He smoothed his collar and bowed deeply toward the vanishing streak of light. Behind him, every engineer bowed their heads in the deepest reverence. This divine intervention, a single gesture resolving countless difficulties, was swiftly classified as top secret and reported to the Sky Dome project team. In the capital, the commander-in-chief, upon learning of this, was also filled with profound emotion. Lifting his teacup, he gazed out the window and murmured softly, "This is our nation's true guardian deity. He can display his might overseas, suppressing petty criminals, yet also bestows blessings upon the masses, blessing our infrastructure."
Across the global internet, another storm was gathering momentum.
That video of divine carvings and swords carving mountain peaks had long been edited into countless versions, set to stirring music, completely dominating every video platform and social media channel worldwide. Initially, Western media struggled to respond. So-called experts and scholars still appeared on television, using complex physics terminology to forcefully explain those godlike feats as some kind of directed energy weapon or infrasonic resonance cutting technology. However, when a fragment of the internal video showing Lu Chen casually resolving the Kunlun underground city project's challenges with a single finger in the western Gobi Desert was intentionally or unintentionally leaked through certain special channels, all such struggles became utterly futile. If the engraving in the East Sea could still be forced into explanations of coincidence or unknown technology, then this single finger, which instantly reduced impenetrable composite rock layers to powder, shattered every illusion. This was not technology. This was a miracle. A new intellectual movement, dubbed Eastern mysticism, began to spread like wildfire across the globe. New York, Wall Street. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed billionaire hedge fund manager, after wrapping up a day of intense trading, did not head to a bar or private club to unwind. He returned to his luxurious penthouse apartment in Manhattan, politely dismissing his personal assistant. Then he opened his computer and clicked on a saved instructional video.
In the video, a Chinese instructor with a standard accent was teaching pinyin. Gu, ge.
This man who commanded the financial markets now sat upright, awkwardly mimicking the sounds with his clumsy accent.
Go.
Though he produced a sound like a rooster crowing, his face bore an unprecedented look of devotion. He firmly believed that mastering this ancient Eastern language might grant him a glimpse of divine power hidden within those mysterious Chinese characters. Meanwhile, in a Gothic-style room far across Europe, a rebellious girl with smoky eye makeup and metal chains draped all over her body held her phone, using the latest translation software to scan the image on the screen over and over again.
She was determined to unravel the mystery of these two enigmatic Eastern symbols. What kind of overwhelming magic could they possibly contain that would make even the mightiest weapon of the Eagle Nation feel utterly humiliated?
Globally, an unprecedented craze for learning Chinese and embracing Chinese culture erupted without warning.
Countless foreigners began devouring Chinese textbooks and studying Daoist classics.
Even in their own backyards, they awkwardly mimicked the sword gestures seen in movies, hoping to unleash a burst of sword energy with a bayou.
At this moment, Lu Chen's prestige truly transcended national borders, becoming a global cultural phenomenon.
Zhanghai City, Su Family Manor. Su Muxue handed Lu Chen the latest report. Her expression still held a trace of awe that hadn't fully dissipated. Mr. Lu, during your seclusion, the Guardian God Project's account saw another explosive surge in funds.
Su Muxue took a deep breath before announcing a figure that made the air itself freeze.
The total amount has now surpassed 200 billion. Global financial conglomerates, ancient European royal houses, and even some small Middle Eastern nations were lining up, attempting to contribute to this account through various channels. They sought nothing else but a word of your safety, or rather, to avoid being held accountable by you in the coming upheavals.
Su Muxue's tone was complex.
She had seen the arrogance of capital countless times. Yet she never imagined that one day, the world's capital would kneel before a single person in such a humble posture, merely to seek an indulgence. Yet, faced with a figure capable of driving any nation mad, Lu Chen merely lifted his eyelids lazily.
He didn't even take the report, merely uttering a faint hum.
As if those 200 billion weren't money at all, but merely an insignificant number.
Understood. This sum was still insufficient to elevate him to level 60. Thus, Lu Chen showed no emotional fluctuation whatsoever. Instead, he asked Su Muxue with genuine interest. Anything new and exciting lately? Chapter 41, Eastern Witchcraft? The Pope's Ultimate Ace. Su Muxue's brain instantly froze. Fun? To have the world's financial tycoons and royal families cowering on their knees, begging for mercy, was that merely a bit of fun in his eyes? The chasm between this true immortal and mere mortals was so vast it left her feeling utterly powerless once more. Just as the entire world was engulfed in fervor and awe toward the Eastern true immortal. Unbeknownst to anyone, on the distant European continent. Deep beneath St. Peter's Basilica in Vatican City. Within a secret prayer chamber closed to the public, the atmosphere was thick with tension. The elderly pope, his hair streaked with white, stood before the altar in a magnificent white robe trimmed with gold. Surrounding him were a dozen cardinals clad in crimson robes. They were the most powerful group of clergy in the world. Yet at this moment, each wore a solemn expression, their faces betraying an unmistakable trace of worry. Gentlemen.
The old pope slowly turned. His aged voice echoed through the vast prayer chamber. The false god of the East is using his hellish sorcery to steal the glory of the Lord and deceive his lambs.
We cannot stand idly by.
The youngest cardinal could not contain himself, stepping forward with concern. But your holiness, we have witnessed the power of that Eastern one. He can level mountains with a single sword stroke, shatter rock with a single finger.
What can we possibly oppose him with?
These words voiced the thoughts of everyone present. Yet a mysterious, fervent smile spread across the old pope's face. He did not answer directly. Instead, he slowly walked to the altar, signaling two bishops to jointly lift the heavy altar base. Beneath the base lay a recess carved from pure gold. Within it lay a fragment of a cross, no larger than the palm of a hand. It appeared ordinary, even rusted in places. This was. The pupils of all the cardinals contracted instantly.
Indeed.
The old pope's voice surged with unbridled excitement at that moment. This was the sole surviving fragment of the cross worn by the Lord during his passion. It was the most supreme relic, preserved by the Holy See for nearly 2 millennia. With his white-gloved hands, he slowly lifted the fragment. The instant it was lifted, a sudden transformation occurred. The once dull fragment began to emit a soft, yet profoundly sacred golden glow. A miracle. It is a miracle. The Lord has answered our prayers. All the cardinals trembled with emotion at the sight. They fell to their knees, their voices raised in hymns of praise. The elderly pope held aloft the luminous relic, his face beaming with the triumphant smile of a victor. He turned toward the great cross at the dome of the cathedral and proclaimed in a powerful voice, "God loves the world. Now is the time for the lost sheep to witness the true heaven." Moments later, an emergency televised address to the global audience, personally presided over by the Pope, commenced. Before the cameras, the elderly Pope stood solemn and dignified, declaring the divine message to the world in an unquestionable tone. A true miracle is about to descend upon Europe. We shall show the world what true heaven is. The Pope's global declaration detonated like a bombshell, unleashing a tidal wave of shock across the ocean of global public opinion. The entire Western world, having endured the fear and oppression of being dominated by Eastern immortals, seemed to have found an outlet for its pent-up emotions.
I knew it. How could our God abandon us? Exactly.
That Eastern entity is witchcraft, the power of the devil. Only the radiance of our Lord is the true miracle.
Long live the Pope.
We'll wait for true heaven to descend and slap those Chinese in the face. Media outlets and experts who had previously fallen silent in awe of Lu Chen's divine might now sprang back to life.
Grasping at this lifeline, they began loudly proclaiming the Pope's declaration. They painted this impending miracle as the ultimate judgment of divine authority over witchcraft. Global public opinion once again took a sinister turn. Countless eyes shifted from the east toward Europe. They all anticipated Europe producing a true god of their own to confront the distant Eastern deity, the guardian immortal who brought an endless sense of oppression. Just as this global anticipation reached its peak, the Vatican launched an unprecedented global live broadcast. The broadcast originated deep within the Alps, in a secluded valley rarely visited by humans. The scenery was picturesque, surrounded by snow-capped mountains and lush green grass. At the valley's center, atop a temporary altar constructed of white marble, the elderly Pope, clad in his most splendid ceremonial robes and holding the golden scepter symbolizing supreme authority, stood solemnly. Behind him stood tens of thousands of the most devout believers, who had journeyed from every corner of the world. Kneeling upon the grass, hands pressed together in prayer, they chanted ancient hymns. The voices echoed through the valley, creating an atmosphere of profound sanctity and solemnity. Billions of viewers worldwide watched it all unfold through live broadcasts. The ceremony begins. The elderly Pope raised his scepter, his voice ringing out clearly. He slowly descended the altar and walked to a flat patch of grass in the center of the valley. Then, under the gaze of all present, the old Pope carefully removed the sacred fragment of the Holy Cross from his robes. He raised the fragment high above his head, as if proclaiming it to heaven and earth. Then, bending down in an almost pilgrim-like posture, he plunged the fragment into the soft earth beneath his feet. The instant the relic touched the earth, boom! A colossal pillar of pure golden light erupted from the earth, tearing through the clouds and piercing the heavens. The entire valley shook violently, as if a colossal beast slumbering beneath the earth for eons was awakening. Gentle holy light surged like a tidal wave from the core of the golden pillar, spreading wildly in all directions. Wherever the holy light touched, the landscape underwent visible, dramatic transformations. Ordinary grasslands instantly blossomed with countless exotic plants and flowers, each radiating an unseen, multicolored halo. Dried-up streams were refilled with crystal-clear spring water, its surface even glistening with flecks of golden light. A dense, almost liquid-like white mist began to permeate the air. At the Skydome Project Command Center, the energy monitoring specialist stared at the screen, where spiritual energy readings had skyrocketed off the charts, gasping in shock. The spiritual energy concentration here was nearly on par with that of the immortal island in the East Sea. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The most breathtaking spectacle unfolded. The valley, enveloped in holy light, began to rise slowly upward. As it detached from the earth, countless fragments of soil and rock cascaded down its edges, forming spectacular ring-shaped waterfalls. Finally, under the gaze of billions worldwide, a mix of horror and disbelief. A floating island brimming with life, covered in exotic flowers and plants, enveloped in dense spiritual energy and holy light, now hung suspended mid-air above the Alps. Chapter 42, The Challenge. The Pope confronts the guardian true immortal. Sunlight pierced the clouds, bathing the island in a dreamlike rainbow halo, as if a mythical paradise had descended to earth. A miracle. A true miracle. Oh my God. What am I seeing? Heaven. This is heaven. Every Westerner watching the live broadcast worldwide went utterly mad at that moment. Tears streamed down their faces as they knelt before their screens, frantically making the sign of the cross while crying out God's name. On the floating island, the old Pope stood at the edge, arms spread wide, bathed in divine light, a fervent smile on his face. He addressed the crowd below and the global broadcast cameras with a proud demeanor, proclaiming loudly, "This place is the final paradise bestowed by the Lord upon his faithful followers. I hereby name it New Eden." His proclamation concluded, he abruptly shifted focus, directing his words toward the distant east. New Eden stands as a sanctuary open to all the world. Here, in my capacity as God's sole representative on earth, I extend my most sincere invitation to Mr. Lu Chen in the distant east. Come witness the ceremony and join us in bearing witness to the true greatness of our Lord. These words brimmed with unmasked defiance and provocation. The subtext was crystal clear: if you can create a divine island in the East China Sea, we can raise a paradise in Europe. You are not the only one. The Pope's declaration had barely faded. The White House of the Eagle Nation immediately convened a press conference, with its spokesperson issuing a statement at the earliest opportunity. We congratulate the Holy See on this miraculous achievement and fully recognize the sanctity and legitimacy of New Eden.
To safeguard the peace and tranquility of this sacred land, we will immediately dispatch the Mediterranean fleet to the relevant waters to protect the Holy Land from any heretical interference. Immediately thereafter, virtually all traditional Western powers the sun never sets empire, Gaulish Rooster, Hans Cat issued statements without delay, unequivocally siding with the Vatican. A Western theocratic alliance centered on New Eden, opposing the East, had taken shape at that very moment.
They sought to unite in this manner.
To challenge the newly established, transcendent status of the true immortals belonging to Huaxia. The world's gaze once again focused on the East.
Focused on that man.
The New Eden incident erupted like a magnitude 12 public opinion earthquake, instantly setting China's internet ablaze. If Lu Chen's earlier acts inscribing characters in the East China Sea and manifesting divine power in the Western frontier had instilled unparalleled pride and honor in the nation, then this time, the Vatican's blatant challenge ignited the fury burning within every heart.
Damn it! Have these foreign monks lost their minds? Daring to challenge our true immortal? What the hell is this New Eden? Just some crappy floating island.
In terms of special effects, it's nowhere near as impressive as our Lu Chen's Azure Lotus Sword array.
Exactly. And they had the nerve to invite the Earth God to witness it? This is ing provocation. A blatant banquet of treachery. Lord Lu. Step in. I beg you. Fly over on your sword and cleave that Thai garden to pieces. Petition. All petition. Urge the Divine Lord to act, wipe out the false deities, and uphold the might of our Chinese divine realm. Topics like Lu Chen, someone stealing your business, invite a true immortal to teach that foreign monk a lesson, and other fiery demands surged onto every social media platform's trending charts with overwhelming force. The people's fury had coalesced into a raging ocean capable of scorching the heavens. Within the Sky Dome Project Command Center, the atmosphere had grown as heavy as lead. Thud. General Li Jinghua slammed his fist hard onto the Ally conference table before him, sending a thunderous echo through the room. The iron-willed general's face flushed crimson with rage, veins bulging prominently on his neck. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. A monkey dressed in a crown. He abruptly stood up, his voice trembling with emotion as he addressed the senior commander seated at the head of the table. Commander! This is undoubtedly a trap set by the Western world in concert. They know they can't act on our turf, so they're trying to lure Advisor Lu to Europe. That's their home turf. Who knows what schemes they prepared for him. If Advisor Lu ventures alone into danger and falls into their encirclement, the consequences would be unimaginable. We absolutely cannot fall for this trap. In the conference room, all the military representatives rose to their feet in response, their voices filled with passion. Yet the commander seated at the head of the table remained uncharacteristically composed. He merely waved his hand, signaling General Li to calm down. The commander's expression was grave. He understood clearly that this was no longer merely a contest between deities. It was the ultimate contest between Eastern and Western civilizations for global influence and future dominance in the new era. Retreating would severely diminish all the prestige built up thus far. Advance, and the path ahead was unknown, fraught with peril. He did not make any immediate decision. Instead, he picked up the red encrypted phone and calmly issued instructions to the liaison. What's the situation with Xiao Su? Reporting to the commander, Comrade Su Muxue is en route to the estate. Good. The commander nodded. Once she arrives, consult Advisor Lu's opinion. Ultimately, he left the final decision to the true deity. Inside the estate, in an antique-style tea room, incense swirled gently. Lu Chen sat cross-legged on a cushion, leisurely sipping his tea. Su Muxue strode into the tea room, laying bare the tumultuous upheaval raging outside. From the birth of New Eden, to the Pope's open provocation, to the united pressure from the entire Western world, and the overwhelming public sentiment within the country. Her speech was rapid yet coherent, dissecting the entire sequence of events and their implications with meticulous precision. Yet, as the absolute center of the storm, Lu Chen remained utterly unmoved by it all. He didn't even shift the position of his teacup, as if listening to some trivial gossip that had nothing to do with him. Su Muxue stared at his face, calm bordering on cold indifference. Finally unable to contain herself, she tentatively asked, Mr. Lu, how should we respond? Lu Chen finally moved. He slowly set down the teacup in his hand. Then, lifting his head, a hint of interest finally flickered across his face. He asked lazily in return, Is there money to be made from going? Su Muxue froze. She had prepared countless arguments about national dignity, civilizational competition, and personal safety. Yet she never imagined this true immortal's focus would always be so uniquely peculiar, so utterly pragmatic. After a moment of bewilderment, Su Muxue snapped back to reality, a helpless smile spreading across her face. She understood. This master didn't give the so-called Western Divine Alliance a second thought. His sole concern was profit. Adjusting her mindset, Su Muxue immediately responded in the most professional investment return tone. Mr. Lu, the returns this time may exceed your wildest expectations. The Vatican's provocation has whipped global antagonism to a fever pitch. This is no longer a simple display of divine miracles, it's a war staking the dignity of the entire Western world.
Should you prevail, the Guardian God Project's coffers will likely be filled to overflowing by the entire Western world.
Oh? Lu Chen's eyes lit up instantly. That's not bad. He nodded in satisfaction, clearly impressed by the investment return.
The next second, he rose slowly from the cushion. He stretched his arms wide, his joints cracking loudly as he did so.
All right then. Lu Chen said casually, as if deciding to grab a coat from the convenience store downstairs. Then I'll go take a look.
I'll see for myself if their paradise is strong enough to withstand my demolition.
Chapter 43, The private jet's too slow, I'll go first.
News of Lu Chen's decision to accept the challenge spread through the Sky Dome Project's secret channels, reaching the desks of major intelligence agencies worldwide within minutes.
The news sent shockwaves through the world.
No one had anticipated that, faced with the combined pressure of the entire Western world and a meticulously arranged trap, the Eastern deity would actually dare to show up. Yet, to everyone's surprise, upon receiving this news, the Vatican showed no signs of tension.
Instead, they appeared even more excited and expectant.
It seemed as though everything was unfolding precisely as they had planned. New Eden, the heart of the floating island. Within a magnificent sanctuary built of sacred light, the old pope revealed his final, true trump card to the cardinals.
Did those foolish Easterners truly believe we merely sought to rival them with a garden?
A maniacal grin of supreme confidence spread across the old pope's face.
He was wrong.
The power of the Holy Cross fragment extends far beyond merely establishing a sacred sanctuary. He raised the golden scepter in his hand, his voice echoing through the cathedral.
Its true power lies in communication. In summoning.
It can tear open the barriers of heaven, summoning a messenger of the Lord to descend upon the mortal realm and guard the Garden of Eden. A true seraphim, possessing 6 pairs of luminous wings. Seraphim. At the sound of this name, every cardinal present sucked in a sharp breath, their faces contorted with a complex mix of horror and ecstasy.
It was the highest-ranking, most powerful angel in biblical lore. Guardian of the divine throne, war god of heaven. A young cardinal, after the initial surge of excitement, could not suppress his inner worry.
His voice trembled as he asked,
Your Holiness, that Eastern deity who once cleaved a tsunami with a single sword stroke and shattered mountains with a single finger, can Archangel Seraphim truly defeat him? Defeat?
The old pope let out a confident, cold laugh upon hearing this.
Child, you still do not understand.
The Lord's messenger wields the sacred power of divine law, order, rules. But that pseudo-god of the East possesses only pure, savage destructive force. This will be a devastating blow from divine authority against immortal arts. A mad gleam flickered in the old pope's eyes.
Besides, our goal has never been to utterly defeat him. We only need to force him into a grueling battle. To wound him. To make him bleed. Once we shatter his myth of invincibility, the faith in the Lord will once again blanket this land. This is our true objective.
These words brought sudden clarity to all the cardinals, swiftly replaced by an even deeper fervor. They knelt before him, kissing the hem of his papal robes, chanting, "The Lord shall triumph."
The plan was set.
The Vatican launched the largest and most high-profile global live broadcast in history.
Countless cameras from every angle focused on the sole entrance to New Eden. Invitations were extended to journalists from major global media outlets and political figures from around the world.
They presented themselves as preparing to publicly try and execute this Eastern false god before the entire world. The eyes of the world were once again focused on the Alps. Countless people gathered before their screens, awaiting the arrival of the Eastern deity and the opening act of a divine conflict between East and West destined to be etched into history. Across the ocean, in the land of the eagle. In the Oval Office of the White House, the president watched the Vatican's live broadcast alongside several high-ranking military officials. On the screen, the elderly pope was receiving the homage of his faithful with unabashed fervor and confidence. A cold, dismissive smile flickered across the president's face.
Very well.
Let these foolish charlatans test the depth of that fellow for us. He turned to a general with the rank of admiral standing beside him.
How is our god-slaying plan progressing?
The general snapped to attention and replied, reporting to the president, everything is ready. Our ultra-high-precision energy detection satellites deployed globally have all locked onto the target area. The moment they engage, we'll gather the most precise data on every energy reaction from that Eastern man.
The president nodded with satisfaction, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes.
Only the weak and the foolish engage in direct combat with a god. He murmured to himself, his words directed at the general yet echoing his own thoughts.
A true hunter only needs to pull the trigger at the most opportune moment.
And technology is the ultimate sniper rifle in our hands, one that will inevitably pierce through the gods.
The Vatican's trap was set.
The eyes of the world were fixed upon New Eden, suspended above the Alps. The entire world waits. Waiting to see how the Eastern deity would step into this banquet of treachery. Will he arrive in a Chinese government jet, landing under the spotlight of the world? Or will he infiltrate through other, more covert means? Amidst the swirling speculation. On the Huaxia side, the official livestream for the Guardian God Project commenced once more.
Billions of viewers worldwide, already anxiously waiting before their screens, flooded in.
Yet this time, the livestream's title left everyone stunned.
No stirring declarations. No confrontational slogans. Only 5 blunt, almost mocking words appeared. Demolition squad deploys. Demolition squad? Did I see that right? What kind of weird title is this? Ha! This cracks me up. Over there they're all solemn and serious like it's Judgment Day while we just send in the demolition crew? This cultural clash gets full marks from me. What a grand gesture. Talk about the scale of a great nation. The livestream showed the courtyard of Lu Chen's estate. Sunlight streams through, birds chirp, and flowers bloom. Lu Chen stood leisurely in the center of the courtyard, dressed in his usual simple, casual attire. Billions of global viewers watched him standing there, utterly baffled, completely unable to fathom what he was up to. Just as everyone was puzzled, Lu Chen moved. He didn't head toward the helipad, nor did he walk toward the estate's gates. He simply turned toward the camera and offered a faint smile. The private jet was too slow. He stated this in a matter-of-fact tone, as if merely stating a fact. I'll be leaving first. Before the words had fully left his mouth. Buzz. The unremarkable wooden sword at his feet erupted with a blinding burst of azure light. The next second, before the eyes of billions of viewers watching the livestream, Lu Chen transformed into a dazzling streak of azure light, shooting skyward. His speed was so extreme that only a faint afterimage lingered where he stood. In an instant, he tore through the clouds and vanished into the azure sky. At that very moment, the livestream feed instantly switched. It switched to the highest authority, space-based strategic overview perspective of the Chinese military. A massive image of Earth appeared at the center of the screen. A dazzling blue light point streaked across the satellite map at a terrifying speed that defied all physical laws, leaving behind a long, straight white trail. It was crossing the Eurasian continent. Chapter 44, The Divine Mode of Travel. The Seraph descends. My God. In the Pentagon's underground command center, a technical analyst monitoring global activity stared at the screen, gasping in shock at the sudden appearance of an energy signal moving at an impossibly high speed. What is this? An intercontinental missile? No. Impossible. Its speed exceeds that of any known aircraft. Its trajectory is perfectly straight. It ignores the curvature of the Earth. It ignores the atmosphere. What the hell is it? In the live broadcast studio, every aviation expert, military strategist, and physicist worldwide fell collectively silent at that moment. Their minds were utterly unable to process the surreal spectacle unfolding before them. Sword riding flight. Intercontinental level sword flight. From the heartlands of China, across the vast grasslands of Central Asia, over the snow-white plains of Eastern Europe, and finally, into the familiar contours of Western Europe. That azure streak of light traced a precise, commanding straight line across the satellite map. The entire journey took less than 10 minutes. This method of intercontinental travel, defying spatial distance and all physical laws, rendered all previous speculations about private jets or covert infiltration utterly laughable. This was truly the mode of travel befitting a deity. Outside the New Eden floating island, above the Alps, the Pope and a gathering of world leaders and dignitaries from across the globe held champagne glasses aloft, conversing animatedly on the specially erected viewing platform. They were all waiting for the Chinese special aircraft to appear on the horizon. Then, from their godlike vantage point, they would relish the sight of that Eastern pseudo-god stepping into the trap, his face contorted with despair and utter ridicule. Suddenly, a deep, muffled explosion echoed from the far reaches of the sky. As if the sky itself had been torn open. Everyone instinctively looked up. A streak of azure light, like a meteor from beyond the heavens, plummeted straight down from the ninth sky. Finally, mere meters above New Eden, it abruptly halted. Its immense kinetic energy transformed into a visible ring-shaped shockwave, violently radiating outward and tearing a massive hole through the clouds. As the light faded, Lu Chen's figure materialized. Standing atop his flying sword, hands clasped behind his back, he hovered motionless directly above everyone's heads. He then looked down, surveying the shimmering, otherworldly floating island below. He also looked down upon the Pope and the faithful below, their faces frozen in terror at his stunning entrance. Finally, Lu Chen declared his purpose to the world in a tone so flat it bordered on indifference. Your garden is quite nice. I have decided to take it. That supremely domineering voice, amplified by a sound projection spell, echoed through every corner of the Alps. It also reached the ears of billions of viewers worldwide through live broadcasts. In an instant, the entire world fell silent. On the ground-level viewing platform, the so-called dignitaries and celebrities stood dumbfounded. Champagne glasses froze mid-air, smiles frozen into grotesque grimaces. As for the host, the elderly Pope, after a brief moment of shock, his aged face instantly turned the color of liver. Take it back? He actually said he was taking this divinely blessed sanctuary? What utter arrogance! What blasphemy! Blasphemer! The old Pope could no longer maintain his previous composure. Raging with fury, he trembled violently. Raising the golden scepter in his hand, he summoned every ounce of strength to fully activate the already activated fragment of the Holy Cross. You shall face the Lord's final judgment for your arrogance. He roared madly in a hoarse voice. Boom! Above New Eden, the azure sky was violently torn apart by an invisible force. A colossal spatial rift, blazing with dazzling golden light, materialized out of thin air. A resounding, solemn, and sacred hymn rolled forth from the other side of the rift, as if the entire heavenly choir was singing in unison. Then, under the horrified stares of all present, a colossal figure, bathed in boundless holy light, slowly descended from the spatial rift. It was a giant standing a full 100 meters tall, its entire form constructed from the purest light. Spanning his back were 6 pairs 12 immense, flawlessly white wings blazing with golden flames. In his hand, he gripped a judgment sword equally forged from blazing flames, a weapon that seemed capable of consuming all sin in the world. Seraphim. The being closest to God in biblical lore had descended into the mortal realm, alive and well. The vast, majestic, and utterly sacred aura emanating from him, a presence rooted in the very essence of life, enveloped the entire land. Upon the ground, all Western believers and dignitaries, witnessing the descent of this true divine messenger, could no longer contain their inner excitement and fervor. They flung aside their wineglasses. Their legs gave way, and they knelt devoutly upon the ground, prostrating themselves in worship before the seraphim in the heavens. Tears streaming down their faces, they cried out in awe at the miracle before them. They believed they had witnessed history, witnessed the true divine. High above, the majestic seraph slowly lowered its head. Its face, composed entirely of light, revealed no discernible features. Yet everyone sensed a pair of emotionless eyes fixed intently upon Lu Chen. He opened his mouth, uttering ancient, sacred syllables incomprehensible to mortal ears. Yet the will contained within that sound penetrated the mind of every person present. Heretic from the east, kneel before the Lord, repent your sins. Accompanying this oracular judgment, the archangel moved. He slowly raised the blazing holy sword in his hand and casually swung it down toward Lu Chen. Whoosh! 100-meter-long judgment holy flame capable of instantly melting an aircraft carrier surged forth from the blade. The holy flame sliced through the sky, scorching the air until it warped, carrying an aura that purified all heresy as it lashed savagely toward Lu Chen. Faced with this world-shattering strike, the hearts of every spectator worldwide leapt to their throats. Yet Lu Chen, the intended target, didn't even bother to activate his protective sword aura. He simply hovered in midair, watching the blazing white flame grow ever closer. Then, under the bewildered gaze of billions worldwide, he slowly extended his right hand. Finger and middle finger pressed together, he gently pinched the apocalyptic judgment holy flame midair. The motion was effortless, as if pinching a drifting snowflake. SSSSH. An utterly bizarre scene unfolded. The judgment holy flame capable of instantly incinerating an entire modern armored division met Lu Chen's 2 seemingly slender fingers. It vanished like a cigarette but being stubbed out. All its light and heat vanished in an instant, utterly annihilated by an incomprehensible force, dissipating into nothingness. Not even the slightest ripple of residual energy disturbed the air. As calm as a breeze in clouds drifting by. Lu Chen flicked his fingers, as if brushing away dust that never existed. He looked up at the magnificent seraph in the sky, its expression frozen in a moment of programmatic glitch after effortlessly deflecting his most powerful strike. He pursed his lips, his brow furrowing slightly. Then, in a tone dripping with disappointment, he uttered a comment that instantly shattered the expectations of every Western viewer worldwide. I thought it was something special. Turns out it's just a giant light bulb? With that measly light, you dare to come out and show off? Chapter 45, Lu Chen's Live Tutorial, How to Tear Angels Apart. A giant light bulb? This measly light? Lu Chen's words, dripping with utter contempt, were broadcast through the live feed to every corner of the world. The faces of every Western believer who had just moments ago knelt in fervent worship froze in place. Their faith, in this very moment, was trampled into the ground by the other party in the most humiliating manner, stomped upon twice with utter contempt. High above, the majestic seraphim seemed utterly enraged by Lu Chen's words. Roar! A roar unlike any human voice, born of pure energy resonance, erupted from its body. The 6 enormous wings of light on its back suddenly unfurled in unison. Golden holy light, now more than 10 times more intense than before, nearly dyed half the sky a blinding golden hue. The seraphim raised its holy sword high, chanting ancient and sacred incantations. As the chanting echoed, the skies darkened and the clouds churned. Countless spears of holy light, condensed from light elements, rained down from the heavens like a torrential downpour. Each spear contained terrifying power sufficient to pierce the armor of a main battle tank. Thousands upon thousands of light spears formed an impenetrable net, unleashing indiscriminate attacks upon Lu Chen. Yet, facing this world-shattering spectacle, Lu Chen remained utterly still, not even bothering to raise a hand. He merely thought it. An invisible realm of sword intent, imperceptible to mortal eyes, silently unfolded around him. Clang! Clang! Every holy light spear within 100 meters of his body seemed to plunge into an invisible, ultra-efficient shredder. In an instant, they were shredded by the omnipresent, razor-sharp sword chi into the purest, most primordial light elements, then dissipated into the air. Lu Chen stood bathed in this seemingly world-ending rain of light, unscathed. He even had the leisure to stand with his hands behind his back, shaking his head at the seraphim's futile assault while offering his on-the-spot critique. The energy application is too crude. Attack patterns are monotonous and lack any strategy.
The energy conversion rate is pitifully low, probably not even 30%. Pure waste. These words sent the seraph into a complete rage. Ceasing its futile assaults, it channeled all its energy inward, unleashing the most formidable divine ability of a messenger of the gods.
Sanctuary suppression. A force of divine law, originating from higher dimensions and transcending the rules of physics, thundered down.
Within this sacred domain, all unholy forces shall be suppressed, and all heretics shall be stripped of their capacity to resist.
This is a dimensional suppression strike at the level of the laws themselves.
On the ground, the old pope witnessed this scene, his face once again contorted into a fanatical grin.
It's over. The false god shall crumble to dust before the Lord's divine law. Yet his smile lasted less than a second.
For Lu Chen, standing at the very center of the sacred domain, not only was he unaffected by the suppression, but his expression remained utterly unchanged. His class trait, the Primordial Sword Master, granted innate immunity to divine laws.
Not even the sacred domain of a mere angel could shake him, let alone the true divine domain itself. Laws?
Lu Chen snorted derisively, his face contorting into a look of contempt, as if gazing upon a clown.
You call this a law? With that, he finally made his move.
Slowly raising his right hand, he pointed distantly toward the shimmering golden sanctuary.
Azure Lotus Sword Chi, activate.
A blue lotus formed from pure sword intent bloomed forcefully within the seraph's sacred domain, defying all law suppression. The blue lotus spun, emitting an eerie, all-consuming suction force. The golden sacred domain crumbled before it, as fragile as paper. All the power of the laws was forcibly absorbed, devoured, and transformed by the blue lotus.
In mere seconds, that once unassailable sacred domain was shattered cleanly.
Having accomplished this, Lu Chen seemed to have completely lost his patience for playing games. Using an amplification spell, he addressed the world with the tone of a teacher lecturing students, delivering a live demonstration.
Watch closely. Dealing with such a pure energy entity is actually quite simple.
Its core is that energy source used for its deceptive tricks. Once you strip away its wings, it becomes a toothless tiger, helpless and vulnerable. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Lu Chen casually swept his sword fingers, which he had pressed together, toward the seraph in the air.
Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
12 slender, hair-thin streaks of azure sword energy, swift beyond measure, shot forth from his fingers. These 12 sword energies traced 12 eerie arcs through the air, as if possessed by eyes, evading every single one of the seraphim's defenses with pinpoint accuracy. Then, they flashed past the bases of its 12 enormous luminous wings.
Sizzle! 12 faint whistling sounds echoed.
High in the sky, the once overbearing seraphim's body stiffened abruptly.
The next instant,
the 12 wings blazing with golden flame symbols of divine might were severed cleanly at their roots. Like 12 severed feathers, they slowly dispersed into a sky filled with sparkling points of light.
Ah!
The seraph, now wingless, let out a wail filled with agony and resentment. The holy light enveloping its body rapidly dimmed, like a deflating balloon.
Its massive form could no longer remain suspended.
It plummeted from midair toward the New Eden below.
Lu Chen descended slowly, stepping on his flying sword.
Finally, he came to a halt before the seraphim, now reduced to a mere blur of light, utterly weakened. Looking down upon this former messenger of the gods, he asked softly in a detached tone.
Now, do you still think your god is powerful? This piercing question struck like an invisible hammer, hammering into the hearts of every Western believer.
They stared blankly at the screen, watching the seraphim plummet from the heavens, its holy light dimmed, looking like a stray dog. Then they looked at the Eastern man, standing firm and majestic atop his flying sword, resembling a demon god from the heavens.
Faith crumbled in that instant.
The old pope and his cardinals were ashen-faced, collapsing to the ground, too drained to even stand.
They could neither accept nor comprehend the reality before them, a truth that shattered every belief. The Lord's mightiest messenger, the war god of heaven, had been torn apart alive by that Eastern heretic, as if dismantling a toy? How could this be possible? Yet Lu Chen had no interest in paying attention to that now powerless, oversized lightbulb.
His gaze swept past the fallen seraphim, locking directly onto the old pope. More precisely, it was fixed on the fragment of the holy cross in the old pope's hand, still emitting its last faint glimmer of light. This little trinket must be the source of all this holy nonsense.
Lu Chen's tone was flat, as if discussing a trivial matter.
Yet to the old pope's ears, these words sounded no less than a death knell. His entire body trembled violently. Almost instinctively, he reached to clasp the sacred relic tightly against his chest. It was the Vatican's last hope, the very foundation of his power and status.
Chapter 46, Crushing the Sacred Relic.
The old pope coughs up blood. But it was all too late.
The instant the old pope's thoughts surfaced, Lu Chen's figure vanished from the sky above.
Sword light escape.
The next second, Lu Chen abruptly materialized before him.
The loyal papal guards who rushed forward to protect him were repelled by an invisible force field before they could react, sent tumbling to the ground.
Lu Chen ignored these desperate attacks from mere ants.
He slowly extended his right hand, pinching his index and middle fingers together. Then, under the old Pope's horrified gaze, he gently took the fragment of the Holy Cross from his hand.
The entire process unfolded with utter naturalness.
The old Pope felt only emptiness in his palm. The relic he cherished as his very life, the sacred object revered by the entire Western world as the supreme divine artifact, had fallen into the hands of the devil.
No! He let out a wail of despair. He reached out, desperate to snatch it back. But Lu Chen merely shifted his stance casually, leaving the old Pope lunging at thin air before crashing awkwardly to the ground. Lu Chen held the fragment before his eyes, examining it closely for a moment. The fragment felt smooth and warm to the touch, still carrying a faint trace of spatial law energy. A fragment containing a trace of spatial law, the quality is passable. He nodded, offering a fairly objective assessment. Pity it's being used so crudely by you charlatans, a complete waste of its potential. With that, under the gaze of billions of global viewers, Lu Chen's pinched fingers tightened slightly. Snap! Accompanied by a sound that seemed to explode in everyone's heart. That fragment of the Holy Cross, venerated in the Western world for nearly 2 millennia as the supreme divine relic symbolizing the authority of the Lord. Right before the eyes of the global broadcast cameras. Lu Chen snapped it like breaking the most ordinary soda cracker. Casually crushed into dust. Golden powder trickled through his fingers, glistening with its final sparkle in the sunlight before returning to dust. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. The instant the sacred relic was destroyed. On the ground, the old Pope, who had just struggled to his feet, froze stiff as if struck by lightning. Put! His mouth opened wide, and a torrent of blood spurted forth. The pristine white marble floor before him was instantly stained a blinding crimson. His body began to age at a visible pace, rapidly deteriorating. His once silver hair instantly turned brittle and yellow, then began falling out in clumps. His once rosy complexion swiftly turned sallow and waxy, covered in lividity. All the vitality within him seemed to be utterly drained in that instant. My lord! The old Pope collapsed limply to the ground, his eyes utterly devoid of life, his lips repeating the same words over and over. You have forsaken your faithful. You have forsaken me. Faith, utterly destroyed at its very root. This religious leader, who once commanded the world's respect and wielded immense power, had now become a pitiable, forsaken old man, abandoned by the divine. Lu Chen brushed imaginary dust from his hands, then lifted his head and surveyed his surroundings. This island, suspended mid-air, brimming with spiritual energy and covered in exotic flowers and plants, was indeed a rare treasure trove. He nodded in satisfaction. His expression was that of someone surveying his own backyard. The next instant, a green glow flared once more from the wooden sword beneath Lu Chen's feet. His entire form transformed into a streak of light, soaring toward the island's center. At the very heart stood a colossal tree, towering dozens of meters high, its entire form radiating brilliant light as if carved from crystal. This was the Tree of Life, the energy core of all New Eden and the source of power for that giant lightbulb archangel. At that moment, several fist-sized fruits, emitting a gentle, sacred glow, hung sparsely on its branches. Lu Chen wasted no time, soaring directly to the treetop and plucking the largest, most brilliantly luminous holy light fruit. The fruit felt warm and smooth to the touch, containing immense, pure life energy. Without a second glance, he popped it straight into his mouth. He began munching away, crunching away, as if eating an apple. The fruit melted instantly upon contact with his tongue, transforming into a warm torrent that surged through his entire body. The long-forgotten game interface automatically popped up in his mind. Ding! You consumed the holy light fruit, gaining 50 million EXP. Indeed, it was a game item born from the intensified fusion of game and reality. Though these 50 million experience points weren't enough to immediately level up for Lu Chen, who had already reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment, it still pushed the long experience bar forward by a substantial distance. Taste, mediocre. Energy, decent. Lu Chen smacked his lips, offering a fairly balanced assessment. This scene, captured by the live stream camera, once again left global viewers in stunned silence. That was the fruit of the divine tree. And you just ate it like regular fruit? After finishing his meal and dessert, Lu Chen finally seemed to remember his mission. His figure flickered, and he returned to the entrance of New Eden. There stood a massive stone monument carved from a single block of white marble. In ornate Latin, the words New Eden were carved upon its surface. Lu Chen gazed at the stele, his brow furrowing slightly as if it were an eyesore. He formed his fingers into a sword and drew a casual slash through the air toward the monument. Whoosh! An invisible blade of energy shot from his fingers. Stone chips scattered as a thin layer was instantly shaved off the surface of the exquisitely carved monument. All the original inscriptions were instantly smoothed away, leaving the surface as polished as new. Then, under the gaze of billions worldwide, Lu Chen wielded the sword energy as his brush. Began to write in sweeping, elegant strokes upon the massive stone tablet. Sword energy crisscrossed, strokes as bold as iron and as sharp as silver hooks. Within mere seconds. For square Chinese characters powerful, deeply etched, and radiating Eastern mystique and domineering aura were thus imprinted upon the stone tablet of this Western sacred site. Kunlun branch. Having finished the inscription, Lu Chen clapped his hands in satisfaction.
He then turned and addressed a satellite camera directly above him, speaking in a relaxed tone as if chatting with an old friend.
Commander, can you hear me? Send someone over to take possession. The spiritual energy concentration here is quite decent.
With a little modification, it could serve as an overseas cultivation base for our Huaxia practitioners.
He paused, as if another thought occurred to him, and added,
or we could turn it into an exclusive high-end health retreat, letting our senior comrades come breathe the fresh air and extend their longevity. 10,000 miles away, in the imperial capital of China. Inside the Sky Dome Project Command Center, a heavy silence hung in the air. The commander, General Li Jinghua, and all the expert advisors present stared blankly at the four jarring Chinese characters on the screen and Lu Chen's audacious, long-distance declaration.
Chapter 47, Setting up base right in the Europeans' faces. After more than 10 seconds of stunned silence. Ha!
An uncontrollable burst of hearty laughter erupted throughout the command center. The commander laughed until tears nearly streamed from his eyes. He pointed at the screen, shaking his head repeatedly.
This Lu advisor is such a character.
General Li Jinghua beside him was so overcome with excitement his face turned crimson. He slapped his thigh and shouted excitedly.
Well done. This is like shoving our overseas military base, no, our divine retreat right in the faces of those European bastards. What a relief. Damn, what a relief.
In that moment, all previous worries and tensions dissolved into a surge of pride and triumph. A world-renowned divine battle between East and West concluded in a manner no one could have anticipated, one of near total annihilation and utter humiliation. After inspecting his family's Kunlun retreat in Europe, Lu Chen lingered no longer. Under the gaze of the entire world, he transformed once more into a streak of azure light, slicing through the sky as he departed with unparalleled flair.
The entire Western world fell into a deathly silence.
The media and politicians who had previously jumped up and down, frantically touting the inevitable victory of divine authority, collectively fell silent. No one dared utter a single word of doubt about this true immortal from the East.
They finally grasped a fundamental truth. In the face of absolute power, any scheme or conspiracy, any faith-based reinforcement, was nothing but a laughable joke. Jianghai City, Su Family Manor. Su Muxue stood before Lu Chen, rapidly reporting the battle's outcome. Mr. Lu, the demolition operation you conducted in Europe has yielded results far exceeding our wildest expectations. Following this operation, the Guardian God Project's account funds experienced another explosive surge, now approaching an astronomical figure beyond our wildest imagination. All global capital, having witnessed your crushing dominance over Seraphim, has utterly surrendered. Now, they don't merely seek indulgences, they're begging, crying out to become your most devoted followers. A fervor tinged with a fervor even she hadn't noticed herself colored Su Mushue's tone. To witness firsthand a single individual trample the entire world beneath their feet. Such impact was enough to humble anyone. Yet Lu Chen merely waved it off casually. Understood. I'm going into seclusion to absorb the energy from that holy light fruit. Without waiting for Su Muxue to say another word, he turned and strode toward the secret chamber deep within the estate. His figure vanished quickly. Su Muxue stared at the tightly shut door, lost in thought. She knew that the next time this door opened, the figure emerging would be an even more unfathomable and formidable presence. While the eyes of the entire world remained fixed on the chaotic aftermath in Europe. Deep within the Pentagon's secret command center. A general with the rank of admiral sat calmly, studying the latest intelligence on the Kunlun branch displayed on the screen. General, we've failed. The aide's voice carried an unmistakable note of despair. That bunch of good-for-nothings in the Vatican not only failed to test his true capabilities, but instead turned him into a hero of the East, no, a hero of the entire world. No. Upon hearing this, the general's lips curled into a cold smile of masterful control. We did not fail. On the contrary, we succeeded. He turned, his piercing gaze sweeping over every senior officer and technical advisor present. We succeeded in making him and the entire world believe we would choose the foolish path of direct confrontation. But hunters never wrestle with beasts. Hunters only set traps, then wait quietly for their prey to step on that fatal trigger at the most unexpected moment. Ignoring the confusion around him, he spoke into the communicator, issuing a cold command. Initiate the Prometheus Fire plan. Prometheus Fire. At the sound of that code name, every informed heart present clenched in terror. It was not an operational plan. It was a taboo. A mad scheme capable of plunging the entire world into an abyss. A technician immediately stepped forward, pulling out the latest global energy sensing map. General, through reverse tracking and data comparison of the spatial energy emitted by the fragment of the Holy Cross during the New Eden incident in Europe, we've pinpointed an ancient Mayan ruin deep within the Amazon rainforest in South America. The spatial barrier there has become extremely fragile due to the fusion of the game and reality. It is the only location we've discovered that can be called a weak point. A bloodthirsty gleam flashed in the general's eyes. Excellent. Order Ghost Force to depart immediately. The Ghost Special Force is the most elite and shadowy force of the Eagle Nation. Their members are officially listed as deceased.
They are ghosts who exist solely to carry out the dirtiest, most unspeakable missions.
What is the ghost unit's mission? The aide couldn't help but ask.
A cruel smile spread across the general's lips.
He motioned for the technician to display top-secret imagery of an object on the screen.
It was a key of archaic design, forged entirely from an unknown black metal, its surface engraved with countless twisted, wailing faces.
Monster key.
This was the sole special game item the Eagle Nation had seized from an accidentally opened dimensional rift after the fusion of game and reality intensified. It had mobilized the entire nation's resources and paid an unimaginably heavy price to obtain it.
Its purpose was singular: to unlock that weak point.
The general's voice carried a thrill akin to playing with fire. It could temporarily tear open the seal between reality and the game world, releasing whatever was imprisoned within. A technical advisor privy to the details instantly turned ashen, his voice trembling.
General, this is far too dangerous.
Our simulations indicate this process is irreversible. Moreover, the released entity's actions are entirely unpredictable. We have no means to control it.
Who said I need to control it? The general gave a cold laugh.
Just then, the conference room door swung open. A white man dressed in a well-tailored suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and exuding an air of refined elegance entered. This was the chief strategic analyst of Eagle Nation, a top-tier mastermind who manipulated conspiracies and schemes with effortless ease. He pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose, a confident smile of strategic mastery playing on his lips.
Gentlemen, there is no need for concern.
Where the prey ultimately ends up depends on where the bait is placed.
Chapter 48, The Ferocious Beast is Unleashed. My hunting ground, my rules.
The analyst walked to the massive world map, picked up a red laser pointer, and marked an inland city on the map of China.
Rongqing.
Everyone, some may worry that if this beast gets out of control, it could affect us. He surveyed the room, reading the doubts on everyone's faces. Pushing his glasses up with confidence, he said, that's precisely the brilliance of the plan. Through special channels, we've already planted a little gift beneath this city famed for its tranquility and cuisine.
A playful smile spread across the analyst's face. It was an object imbued with a faint dragon vein aura. We call it the Inducer.
According to our decrypted game data, the relic sealed within contained a world-class boss known as the devouring demon insect.
Monsters of this caliber possess an irresistible, primal craving for dragon vein energy. So all we need to do is gently open the cage in South America.
This starving beast would be lured by that sweet whiff of energy, ignoring everything in its path as it crossed the entire Pacific Ocean, crashing headlong into the softest underbelly of China. At that moment, the Eastern deity would face an agonizing choice. Watch helplessly as a city of tens of millions is razed to the ground by the monster, shattering the myth? Or pour every ounce of strength into a desperate battle against an S-rank world boss, only to end in mutual destruction, leaving us to clean up the wreckage? The analyst spread his arms wide, a look of rapture on his face. Whichever path he chooses, we emerge as the ultimate victors. This, my friends, is art. After hearing this flawless plan, the entire command center erupted in excited murmurs. On the large screen, a video call from the Eagle Nation's president connected. A twisted, almost sickening grin spread across his face. He had clearly heard the entire plan.
Approved. I want it broadcast worldwide.
The president's voice grew shrill with excitement. I want the entire world to witness firsthand how utterly powerless and laughable their deity becomes when true catastrophe strikes. I will make China taste what true despair truly means.
At the same time,
10,000 miles away, in Jianghai City, at the Su family manor. In a secret chamber, Lu Chen sat cross-legged. In his consciousness, the recharge interface on the game panel radiated an unprecedented, dazzling brilliance. His European venture, fueled by global capital, had inflated his account balance to a terrifying astronomical figure. Over 300 billion. Recharge. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chen poured the entire colossal sum into the game in one go. Recharging. Recharge successful. Massive quantities of experience pills were exchanged and then used without hesitation. Golden light erupted wildly from his character as he leveled up.
LV-51. LV-53. LV-55.
His level surged forward at an unprecedented speed, relentlessly closing in on the late foundation establishment stage of LV-60. However, just as the experience bar was about to fill up to LV-59, leaving only the final sliver remaining, all the experience pills were completely depleted. The experience bar froze at exactly 90%, unable to advance even a fraction further.
Money ran out.
He was just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to level 60. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, his brow furrowed.
Just a little more.
Just a little more, and he could awaken the next world-shattering sword technique, achieving another qualitative leap in power. But now, insufficient funds had left him stuck in this awkward limbo.
Where could he get another chunk of cash? Should he go to Europe and loot another place? Or, just as Lu Chen was contemplating his next round of money-raising schemes, a sudden anomaly erupted.
His game interface suddenly forced a flashing crimson warning pop-up.
Warning, special item monster key activated.
The sealed S-rank world boss, the devouring magma worm, has been unleashed by Eagle Nation.
Targeting in progress? Target locked, Rongqing, China.
Immediately, a vast world map unfolded within Lu Chen's mind. A massive, menacing red skull marker suddenly illuminated over South America. Then, a straight red arrow shot out from the skull. Ignoring all national borders and oceans, it pointed directly toward the inland city of Rongqing in China.
Below the arrow, a countdown ticked relentlessly.
Estimated arrival time, 10 hours.
Lu Chen stared at this alarming disaster warning, momentarily stunned. Then, the furrowed brow that had been tightly knotted slowly relaxed. Far from panic or solemnity, a hint of amusement touched the corners of his mouth. When you're sleepy, someone delivers a pillow. This Eagle Nation truly is my top VIP client.
A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. A perfect plan took shape in his mind, one that would not only resolve the immediate crisis but also conveniently address his own advancement issues. The door to the secret chamber slowly swung open.
Lu Chen's figure appeared before Su Muxue, who was waiting outside the door.
Contact the Sky Dome project team immediately. His tone carried an urgency like a storm gathering. Use your highest authority to arrange a private jet to Rongqing immediately. Also, notify them to immediately clear a 10-kilometer uninhabited zone in the western suburbs of Rongqing and designate it as a top-level military restricted area.
Rongqing? Military restricted zone? Su Muxue's heart skipped a beat. Though she didn't understand what was happening, seeing Lu Chen's unprecedentedly grave expression, she didn't ask a single unnecessary question. She immediately picked up the encrypted phone and relayed Lu Chen's abrupt, yet unquestionably authoritative demands verbatim. Imperial Capital, Sky Dome Project Command Center. The commander and General Li Jinghua exchanged bewildered glances upon receiving this sudden order. Chengdu? What was he going there for?
General Li Jinghua scratched his head, utterly perplexed.
And establish a military restricted zone? What on earth is he up to?
Though utterly baffled, the commander-in-chief, bound by the near-blind absolute trust forged through past events, hesitated not a moment.
Execute!
He settled the matter decisively. The vast machinery of the state sprang into action once more, with orders rapidly cascading down the chain of command. In the western suburbs of Rongqing, an emergency clearance operation disguised as a military exercise quietly commenced under the cover of night.
2 hours later, an unmarked private jet touched down at Rongqing's military airport. Lu Chen descended the steps, pausing not for a moment before soaring skyward on his sword.
A streak of light, he sped toward the newly cleared no-man's land. At this moment, only 8 hours remained before the arrival of that devouring demonic insect.
Chapter 49, Disaster Strikes, Lu Chen's Baffling Maneuver. Upon reaching his destination, Lu Chen hovered mid-air.
He offered no explanation of his intentions to anyone, merely gazing down at the vast expanse of land below. Then, under the real-time surveillance of countless satellites from the Sky Dome project team,
Lu Chen began.
He formed his fingers into a sword, and streaks of condensed azure sword energy shot forth from his fingertips, slashing fiercely toward the ground.
Boom!
The earth split open, revealing a 100-meter-long, deep ravine as earth and soil flew everywhere. Immediately after, Lu Chen flew to another location and swept his sword energy across. A small, unsightly hill was sliced clean in half. He alternated between hacking and slicing, then used sword energy to etch enormous, twisted symbols onto the ground, strange, childlike scribbles.
The entire process was utterly chaotic, brimming with randomness and destructive force.
Inside the Sky Dome Project Command Center, everyone was dumbfounded. General Li Jinghua paced anxiously before the command console, muttering incessantly.
What the hell is he doing? Digging? Plowing? He's gone mad. Could Advisor Lu have suffered some kind of shock and lost his mind?
He even felt an urge to immediately contact Lu Chen and demand an explanation for this bizarre behavior. Yet, just as the Chinese side was utterly baffled by Lu Chen's perplexing actions, across the ocean, the Eagle Nation had already launched their long-planned global live broadcast. The massive broadcast screen was split into 2 sections, presenting a stark, malicious comparison. The left screen displayed footage captured by deep-sea probes and military satellites, the devouring demonic insect crossing the Pacific Ocean at terrifying speed. Its colossal form, obscuring the sky, and the towering waves it churned up radiated an apocalyptic terror. On the right screen, the camera focused on the western outskirts of Rongqing. In the footage, Lu Chen hovered in midair, tirelessly carving into the earth with sword energy. The live stream's title, rendered in blood-red font, dripped with utter scorn.
The Eastern Deity's Final Frenzy? Pre-apocalyptic performance art.
This live stream, brimming with dramatic conflict, instantly ignited global outrage.
Ha! What is this? This is their god? As monsters approach, he's playing in the mud? This is hilarious. Running out of tricks? Knowing defeat is inevitable, he resorts to destroying his own land to vent his inner terror?
I'd call it apocalyptic performance art. Western media and citizens erupted in a tidal wave of ridicule. They believed that in the face of an unstoppable natural disaster, the Eastern deity had finally revealed its true nature, weak and impotent. This storm of public opinion soon blew back into China itself.
Online, citizens who had once placed unwavering faith in Lu Chen began to waver after witnessing this utterly baffling spectacle. What's going on? What is Lord Lu doing? Why isn't he organizing evacuations? Why isn't he preparing defenses? Yeah. With monsters practically at our doorstep, how could he possibly have the time to go wrecking things? I don't get it. Is he really toying with the emotions of the entire nation? Doubt and disillusionment began spreading rapidly. Some previously suppressed, radical negative voices resurfaced, unleashing relentless online attacks against Lu Chen. Su Mushue mobilized every public relations resource of the Su group to defend Lu Chen. But against this global tidal wave of public opinion, such efforts proved futile. She dialed Lu Chen's number in a fluster. Mr. Lu, the public misunderstanding of you is profound right now. What do you think?
On the other end of the line, only Lu Chen's voice came through, as flat as water.
Let them watch. With that, he hung up.
Within Rongqing, though no official announcement had been made, news of the earth-shaking construction site in the suburbs had already spread throughout the city via various channels. An inexplicable panic was quietly spreading among the citizens. Some with keen senses had already begun quietly packing their belongings, preparing to flee the city. The populace began to stir. Meanwhile, within the secret command center of Eagle Sauce Nation, a sea of jubilation surged. The president and generals watched Lu Chen's flustered and bewildered actions on the screen, laughing so hard they were doubled over, tears nearly streaming down their faces.
Success! Our plan has succeeded 100%. Look! He's completely lost his bearings. Like a headless fly, he can only perform meaningless actions. Perfect! This is truly a flawless psychological operation. They raised their champagne glasses, celebrating the impending victory in advance. Time ticked away amid the global clamor and mockery. Finally, Lu Chen ceased his hours-long rampage. He stood proudly high above, surveying his masterpiece. At that moment, the ground within a 10-kilometer radius of the western suburbs of Rongqing had been carved beyond recognition. Gigantic gullies crisscrossed the landscape, alongside massive lines and symbols that appeared chaotic yet seemed to follow some mysterious pattern. At that very moment, over the eastern horizon, a colossal, terrifying shadow emerged so vast it seemed capable of swallowing the sky whole. The devouring demon insect officially landed on the eastern coast of China. When its colossal form was first clearly exposed before the global live broadcast cameras, the entire world fell silent. It was a monstrous creature over a kilometer in length. Its form was a grotesque fusion of centipede and locust. Its body was composed of countless segments of jet-black carapace, each gleaming with a metallic sheen. Between the seams of its carapace, a lava-like crimson glow pulsed. Along its sides, thousands of massive appendages resembled razor-sharp sides. Each sweep across the ground left deep gouges in the hard rock. But the most terrifying feature was its head. It was an immense, ring-shaped mouthpart composed of countless overlapping layers of razor-sharp teeth, a sight beyond description. The mouthparts opened and closed slowly, like an insatiable meat grinder, emitting a strong, foul stench. In that instant, every person who had been mocking and joking before the screen fell silent. A primal fear, born from the deepest recesses of their souls, seized every heart. After the demonic insect landed, it paid no heed to the Eastern Theater Command's defensive positions, which had been prepared and waiting on the beach. Boom! 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 Countless missiles and heavy artillery shells, trailing long plumes of flame, formed an impenetrable steel storm, pounding relentlessly upon its massive body. Yet these modern weapons, capable of flattening an entire hillside in an instant, only sparked insignificant sparks upon the pitch-black carapace. They couldn't even halt its advance for a single second. Conventional weapons were utterly ineffective. Chapter 50, The Ultimate Reversal. The truth behind the mocked graffiti. Ignoring the barrage of fire, the monstrous insect began advancing with thousands of massive legs. At a terrifying speed utterly incongruous with its colossal form, it marched straight toward Rongqing in the heartland of China. The earth beneath its feet crumbled like tofu. Mountains, rivers, forests, and several long-abandoned towns and military bases along its path were crushed into dust before it like withered branches. This was a mobile, unstoppable super crusher from hell. In the sky, the most advanced fighter squadrons of the Chinese Air Force screamed in from all directions. They unleashed a saturation aerial assault upon this colossal beast. Yet the demonic insect merely expelled a viscous, dark green liquid from its massive mouthparts. Several fighters caught in its path instantly emitted acrid smoke upon contact with the slime. The sturdy alloy hulls melted away in mid-air within seconds, as if doused in concentrated acid. After a final desperate cry, the pilots ejected, scrambling to escape this deadly airspace. Inside the Eagle Nation's live broadcast studio, the host, who had earlier been doubled over laughing at Lu Chen's digging antics, now wore an expression of gleeful schadenfreude. Oh! My God! Did you see that? This is true power. This is divine retribution. He screamed into the camera with the most exaggerated, inflammatory tone. Before the mighty devouring demon insects, the Eastern nation's vaunted army was as fragile as a flock of lambs led to slaughter. Where were their gods? Where were their guardian deities? Was he still playing in the mud? The global online sentiment had completely reversed. The earlier mockery of Lu Chen's performance art had escalated into outright curses against all of China. It's over. Completely over. I'll bet you this country won't exist in half an hour. Divine retribution that even the gods cannot avert. This is the price they pay for their arrogance. Within China, public panic reached its peak at this very moment. Countless people stared at the live footage of the terrifying monster charging toward their homes, an unstoppable force sinking into profound despair. Unprecedented traffic jams formed on every highway leading out of Rongcheng. Countless citizens desperately attempted to flee on their own. The entire city's order was teetering on the brink of collapse. The atmosphere in the Sky Dome Project Command Center was eerily silent. General Li Jinghua's eyes burned crimson. He stared fixedly at the screen, where the monstrous creature grew ever closer, his jaw clenched tightly. But he knew they had no other choice but to trust that young man still standing dazed in the suburbs. The commander's expression was more grave than ever. Yet he chose to trust. Transmit my orders. The commander's voice shattered the dead silence. Order the propaganda department to employ every means to steer public opinion. Tell our people. He paused, then spoke each word deliberately. Believe in our guardian deity. On the battlefield, the devouring demon insects moved with extreme speed. It traversed nearly half of Huaxia's land, finally reaching the outskirts of Rongcheng's western suburbs. Those enormous, cloudy compound eyes instantly locked onto the tiny, ant-like figure standing at the center of the graffiti. Lu Chen. The demonic insect emitted a shrill, piercing hiss. The sound was filled with contempt for this human, who dared to stand in the way of its meal, showing no awareness of its own limitations. The next second, without a moment's hesitation, it opened its terrifying mouth wide enough to swallow mountains, lined with rows of razor-sharp teeth, and lunged viciously at Lu Chen. Shadow instantly engulfed the land. At that moment, billions of viewers worldwide held their breath in suspense. Everyone believed that the Eastern deity would be torn to shreds by this hellish beast in the next instant. The Eagle Nation's president leapt to his feet in excitement. He raised his wine glass high, ready to celebrate the victory he had long plotted. Facing the deadly lunge powerful enough to tear the earth apart. Lu Chen's face showed not a trace of fear, but instead a faint smile as if he'd finally seen his big catch take the bait. He did not dodge. He didn't even make any defensive gestures. Under the gaze of all present, he slowly raised his right foot. Then, he lightly stamped his foot upon the ground beneath him, a landscape he had carved beyond recognition. Buzz! With that single stomp, the entire western outskirts of Rome City, spanning 10 kilometers, erupted in a blinding blue light too intense for human eyes to bear. Those chaotic lines once derided by the world as childish scribbles, those deep ravines mocked as the fury of incompetence at this moment, they seemed to be imbued with a soul, all illuminated. Giant paths of light rapidly intertwined, combined, and resonated across the ground. In a mere instant, an exquisitely intricate, colossal three-dimensional formation diagram so vast it took one's breath away manifested completely before everyone's eyes. Immediately after, a colossal, ethereal blue lotus rose slowly from beneath the earth. Its petals unfolded layer upon layer, blooming with an elegant and unstoppable grace. Ultimately forming a translucent energy shield that completely enveloped the entire 10-kilometer radius. Boom! The colossal head of the devouring demon insect slammed into the newly formed green lotus shield with overwhelming force. A deafening roar echoed across the heavens and earth. Yet the anticipated scene of shattered shields and scattered flesh did not materialize. That seemingly thin layer of energy shield proved far more resilient than anyone could have imagined. The devouring demon insect's strike, powerful enough to shatter mountains, was forcibly repelled. Its massive body, thrown backward by the immense recoil, tumbled awkwardly, smashing into the ground and leaving a huge crater. The global broadcast fell into a deathly silence. Every viewer, including the Eagle Nation's president and his generals, stared dumbfounded at the miraculous scene unfolding on their screens. Their minds went blank, stripped of all thought. What the hell was that? He wasn't digging. He's deploying an array? China, Sky Dome Project Command Center. General Li Jinghua, academician Xian Weidong, and a group of experts, after several seconds of stunned silence, suddenly realized. So that's it. I get it. I understand everything now. Academician Xian Weidong trembled with excitement. Pointing at the massive blue lotus formation on the screen, his voice hoarse with emotion, he exclaimed. This isn't destruction. He's deploying an array. He's harnessing the very spiritual energy of this planet beneath our feet to construct an unprecedented super-scale spirit-gathering formation. Those gullies are the array's patterns. Those flattened hilltops ensure the smooth flow of spiritual energy. A genius. No. This is divine. This is truly the work of the gods. Chapter 51, Heaven and Earth as Forge, Refining Demonic Beasts into My Great Dan. General Li Jinghua let out a roar of pure exhilaration. I knew Advisor Lu wasn't just any ordinary man. On the battlefield, Lu Chen's voice, amplified by a spell, echoed to every corner of the globe.
His words carried a hint of casual ease, as if entertaining guests in his own backyard.
Welcome.
Forgot to introduce myself. Besides being a sword immortal, I also know a thing or two about formation arts.
I also know a thing or two.
Trapped within the formation, the devouring demon insect, which had just scrambled to its feet, let out a roar filled with rage and bewilderment. It discovered with horror that the inexhaustible demonic energy within its body was being frantically drained and suppressed by this bizarre blue lotus formation in a way it couldn't comprehend.
Its power was vanishing at an alarming rate.
Meanwhile, Lu Chen, suspended at the array's center, felt himself merge with the entire land. All the earth vein spiritual energy within this region, along with the immense power extracted from the demon insect's body, continuously poured into his being, becoming his own.
As one side weakened and the other strengthened, the situation reversed in an instant.
The devouring demon insects launched a frenzied assault on the energy shield, spewing highly corrosive acid and hacking at it with their massive jointed limbs.
Yet every strike vanished without a trace, failing to disturb the shield's surface. Instead, the intense energy expenditure accelerated the demon insect's own power depletion. Across the ocean, at the Eagle Nation's command center,
the president stared blankly at the screen. The color drained from his face, red turning to white, white turning to blue, and finally settling into a deathly pallor.
He finally understood. He had been duped.
From the very beginning, he had fallen into the meticulously designed trap.
He wasn't using someone else's knife to kill. He was delivering the enemy a package. And it was free shipping to their doorstep, delivering gear and experience points.
Put. A surge of rage overwhelmed him. The president felt a metallic taste in his throat, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Shaking with rage, he pointed a trembling finger at the nonchalant figure on the screen. His mouth opened, but not a single word came out. Watching the creature trapped within the magic array, its power steadily drained, reduced to a helpless, raging devouring demon insect, Lu Chen slowly shook his head. A faint trace of disappointment flitted across his face, as if he were observing a subpar exhibit. Too weak. Not even worthy of drawing my sword.
These words, dripping with utter contempt, echoed through the demon insect's chaotic consciousness and reverberated across the globe. Roar!
The devouring demon insect was utterly enraged by this assessment, unleashing a roar that shook the heavens.
Yet Lu Chen had no interest in exchanging further words with it.
He formed his fingers into a sword and lightly drew it toward the earth below.
With this gesture, the entire blue lotus formation blazed with intense light.
Countless massive earth spikes, formed from the purest earth vein spiritual energy and flashing with azure sharpness, violently burst forth from the ground. These spikes were razor-sharp, like divine punishment spears, effortlessly piercing through the demon insect's seemingly impenetrable carapace.
Thud! Put! Put! A series of sounds echoed, the tearing of flesh and bone.
The demon insect's 1,000-meter-long body was violently impaled from bottom to top by hundreds of massive spikes, pinning it immovably to the center of the formation. Dark green, foul-smelling blood gushed like a waterfall from its countless wounds. The demonic insect let out the most agonized howl it had ever emitted, its screech piercingly shrill. It thrashed wildly, desperate to break free from these restraints. Yet the more it thrashed, the stronger the suppression of the formation grew.
The spikes piercing its body tightened their grip.
Lu Chen, the one responsible for all this, seemed as though he'd merely set a mousetrap with a casual flick of his wrist. He strolled leisurely, descending slowly from midair until he came to rest before the demon insect's still twitching head. He extended a single finger, ignoring the demon insect's mandibles strong enough to snap steel and its compound eyes filled with terror.
He gently tapped its forehead.
That spot was the hardest point on the demon insect's entire carapace, the very core of its soul.
Buzz! At that moment, the power of the entire blue lotus formation seemed to find an outlet. A colossal surge of energy poured through Lu Chen's seemingly slender finger, relentlessly flooding into the demon insect's body. It began to dismantle its life structure from within, shattering its soul core. Snap! Snap! The demon insect's hard carapace began to crack, spiderweb-like fissures spreading across its surface. Its life force ebbed away like receding tide, rapidly fading. Across the ocean. The official livestream from Eagle Nation had already gone dark due to technical issues the moment the magic array activated. Yet through other nations' broadcast channels, the White House elite could still witness this one-sided, brutal slaughter. The chief strategist, who had been so confident and eloquent moments before, now sat with a deathly pallor, his eyes vacant. Slumped in his chair, he muttered to himself. Impossible. My plan was flawless. How could this happen? His mind had completely shattered. On the battlefield, Lu Chen seemed to have grown bored with this game of cat and mouse. Gazing down at the devouring demon insect, now barely clinging to life and too weak even to roar, he resolved to end this tedious battle. He soared back to the sky, returning to the center of the formation. Surveying the prey below, now resembling a small mountain, his hands began to slowly form seals. Mysterious, ancient seals continuously shifted and took shape beneath his fingertips. Then, the light of the entire blue lotus spirit gathering formation reached an unprecedented peak at that very moment.
All energy ceased to be merely suppression and attack. Instead, it began to violently converge, compress, and refine toward the demonic insect's core, the demonic nucleus within its body that contained the essence of its entire life. Lu Chen's goal was not merely to kill it. He intended to harness the power of this vast celestial formation to forcibly refine this S-rank world boss along with every ounce of its essence into a unique, one-of-a-kind great Dan, belonging solely to him. Under the extreme compression and refinement of energy, the colossal body of the devouring demon insect began to dissolve inch by inch at a visible speed. It transformed into the purest energy particles, absorbed by the formation, then channeled back to Lu Chen. Finally, when the kilometer-long insect body was completely digested, only a fist-sized demon core remained, suspended silently at the center of the formation. Its entire form radiated a deep, dark purple-black hue, its surface seemingly crackling with countless tiny black lightning bolts that constantly flickered on and off, emanating a terrifying aura of all-consuming power. Lu Chen gazed at the demon core, a satisfied expression crossing his face. Though the process had been somewhat turbulent, the outcome surpassed his expectations. He did not rush to claim this prize, instead manipulating the Azure Lotus formation once more to perform the final refinement on the purple-black demon core. Hum. A deep rumble emanated from the formation. Countless profound blue runes surged from all directions, enveloping the demon core in layer upon layer. Emerald spiritual energy and purplish-black demonic energy began a fierce clash and fusion. The remnants of savage energy within the demon core were gradually stripped away and purified by the majestic, righteous force of the Blue Lotus array. This process lasted a full several minutes. Every viewer still watching the live broadcast worldwide held their breath, fixated on the scene. Though they had no idea what Lu Chen was doing, it didn't stop them from sensing that a miracle was unfolding before their eyes. I don't understand it, but I'm utterly amazed. Awesome beyond words. Is this what immortal alchemy looks like? Mom asked me for the third time why I was kneeling while watching the live stream. I told her I was watching an immortal make magic pills live. Chapter 52, Demon Energy Sword Pellets. Late Foundation Establishment Stage Power Surges. Finally, when the last trace of savage energy was completely purified, all the purplish black light retracted inward. The demon core underwent a transformative change. Gone was its former malevolent form. It had transformed into a perfectly spherical pill, its surface covered in mysterious Dao patterns. The pill possessed a lustrous, ink jade hue. Merely suspended there, it seemed to contain a miniature black hole capable of devouring all things. Demon Energy Sword Pill. Lu Chen was utterly satisfied. Forged from the essence of an S-rank boss, this sword pill's quality was so extraordinary it could drive any cultivator mad with desire. With a flicker of his thoughts. Whoosh! The flying sword that had always remained by his side, still appearing as a wooden-handled fruit knife, emitted an intensely excited hum. Like a child who'd caught the scent of candy, it flew automatically to the side of the demonic energy sword pellet, circling and dancing around it, seemingly unable to wait. Lu Chen watched the scene and chuckled softly. Go! He commanded softly. With its master's permission, the flying sword hesitated no longer. It transformed into a streak of azure light and slammed fiercely into the sword pellet. The moment they touched, no collision occurred. As if possessed of life, the sword pellet fused directly into the blade of the flying sword. Hum! The very instant the sword pellet merged, the flying sword's form began to undergo a dramatic transformation. The ridiculous appearance of a wooden-handled fruit knife vanished completely. Amidst the intertwining of dazzling azure light and profound ink black radiance, the blade continuously elongated, broadened, and reshaped itself. Finally, with a clear, resonant ring, a brand new long sword appeared before everyone's eyes. It was an ancient blade, approximately 3 feet long, entirely jet black as ink, with a slender, elongated blade. Eerie purple lightning bolts rippled along its edge. At the guard, a ferocious beast relief, seemingly carved from the head of a demonic insect, glared menacingly. A new sword intent radiated from this reborn flying sword, sharp, domineering, and carrying an aura that seemed to devour all things. Wherever this sword intent passed, the surrounding space warped slightly, as if unable to withstand its sharpness. Simultaneously, a notification automatically popped up on Lu Chen's game interface. Ding! Your lifebound artifact has devoured the demon energy sword core, enhancing its quality. Congratulations! Your lifebound artifact has acquired the unique trait, Devouring Evolution. Devouring Evolution, your lifebound artifact can continuously enhance its quality and power by devouring special energy entities or rare treasures, unlocking boundless potential. Lu Chen extended his hand and grasped at the void. The newly born black flying sword emitted a joyful dragon's roar and flew into his hand of its own accord. The instant he grasped the hilt, a profound connection surged through him, a sensation of mastery over every edge and point. Feeling the surging power within the flying sword, Lu Chen finally broke into a genuine smile. This delivery from Eagle Nation, spanning half the globe, had left him thoroughly satisfied. It deserved a 5-star review. After refining the flying sword, Lu Chen did not depart immediately. He descended slowly, crossing his legs once more at the center of the immense Blue Lotus formation. Earlier, to slay and refine the devouring demon insect, the entire formation had drawn upon all the earth-vein spiritual energy within a 100-mile radius, along with a lifetime's worth of demonic energy from that S-rank boss. Though most of this immense energy had been depleted, a substantial portion still lingered within the formation. For Lu Chen, this was undoubtedly the crucial nourishment needed to break through his bottleneck. He closed his eyes, focused his mind into his dantian, and began circulating his cultivation technique. In an instant, the entire Blue Lotus formation blazed with radiant light once more. The residual pure energies, like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, found their ultimate destination and surged madly into Lu Chen's body. On his game interface, the experience bar that had been stuck at LV59, unmoving for so long, finally began to surge upward at an astonishing rate. 90. 95. 99. Boom! A colossal vortex of spiritual energy erupted above Lu Chen's head. The vortex stirred up winds and clouds within a 100-mile radius, drawing the sky's clouds into a spectacular sea of clouds. Endless spiritual energy from the heavens and earth was forcibly drawn into the vortex. Through the crown of his head, it poured ceaselessly into Lu Chen's body. This was the celestial phenomenon that only occurred when breaking through to a major realm. Under the torrential infusion of spiritual energy, the LV59 on Lu Chen's level panel blurred violently. Finally, it settled at LV60. Late Foundation Establishment. A terrifying aura, several times more powerful than his previous Foundation establishment mid-stage, erupted violently from his body. The spiritual energy within his dantian underwent another qualitative leap, becoming purer and more concentrated, its total volume swelling to several times its previous might. The feedback ratio had surged to 40%. Simultaneously, a system notification sounded in Lu Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 60. The Hongmeng Swordmaster class trait has been triggered. You have awakened a new sword technique. Sword that subdues mountains and rivers LV1. Lu Chen immediately examined the skill description. One sword subdues mountains and rivers, summons the power of the earth and mountains, imbuing the sword with a domain-type attack that crushes all things with overwhelming weight. The attack's range and power depend on the user's cultivation level and the strength of the earth's veins present. As Lu Chen blinked, two flashes of sharp light darted from his eyes. He could sense that his mastery over this realm had ascended to an entirely new level. If the previous, Sword Intense summons heavenly might, represented mastery over the skies, then this, Sword suppresses mountains and rivers, was mastery over the earth. He rose to his feet, his gaze settling on a spot not far away. In the aftermath of the battle, a small hill had been sliced clean in half. Lu Chen raised his hand, casually pressing downward through the air from hundreds of meters away. Suppress. One word, softly uttered. The jet-black soul-bound flying sword in his hand emitted a soul-shaking dragon's roar. Hum. An invisible yet immense force of terror descended in an instant. The small mountain formed from solid rock couldn't withstand even a single second. Amidst the dense crackling of shattering rock, it was crushed flat by this irresistible, colossal force. Dust billowed skyward, obscuring the sun. This scene, transmitted through various covert channels, was once again presented before the eyes of high-ranking officials across the globe. All who witnessed it were plunged into deeper shock and helplessness. Once again, they realized that the might of this Eastern deity had shattered their meager understanding. This man could no longer be described as merely powerful. He was a true god walking among mortals. China, Sky Dome Project Command Center. The commander gazed at the figure on the screen, hands clasped behind his back, robes billowing in the wind, and uttered a heartfelt sigh. Wise and courageous, he acts only after careful planning. To have such a deity is a great blessing for the nation. He immediately issued orders to classify all video footage of the Chengdu crisis incident as top-secret national material, to be permanently sealed. Simultaneously, he turned to academician Qian Weidong beside him. Professor Qian, you must assemble the most elite team of experts to study this formation immediately. We need not replicate it entirely. Even if we can only grasp its rudiments and develop a simplified version suitable for urban defense, its significance for our future will be immeasurable. Yes, Commander. We will accomplish this mission. Academician Qian Weidong saluted with fervor, his eyes burning with the hunger and passion for a new frontier of knowledge. As the architect of it all, Lu Chen lingered no longer. With a light step on the newly formed black flying sword beneath his feet, he transformed into a streak of light, instantly tearing through the clouds and vanishing into the horizon. Hidden achievements and fame. Chapter 53, thanks to Eagle Sauce for the big gift package. The president coughs up blood. Outskirts of Rongcheng. The Azure Lotus formation, personally laid by Lu Chen, slowly dimmed as its final reserves of energy were exhausted. The crisscrossing trenches and symbols etched into the ground remained clearly visible. They seemed to silently recount the earth-shattering battle between gods and demons that had just unfolded, one that had overturned the entire world's understanding. Across the ocean, in Eagle Land. Deep within the Pentagon's secret command center, a deathly silence hung heavy. The massive screens had long since lost their broadcast signal, now displaying only a blinding snowstorm of static. Yet the final frozen frame, Lu Chen slaying the demonic insect with a single finger, refining the sword core with a single thought, remained etched like the deepest imprint upon every person's retina.
He used that monster as material for refining a weapon?
Analysts gaped in disbelief, repeating the words over and over. His worldview, along with his pride in his intellect, had been utterly crushed before the might of absolute power. The president's face was paler than death itself. He did not erupt in fury as before, nor did he descend into hysteria. He simply sat there, his body trembling uncontrollably from fear and rage he couldn't suppress. Defeated. He had been utterly defeated. Defeated beyond redemption. Their pride and joy, the Prometheus Fire Project, not only failed to incinerate the enemy but instead delivered an unprecedented gift to them.
Cut all networks immediately.
The president finally spoke, his voice hoarse.
Seal off all information. Classify this incident as the highest level of national security.
Announce to the world that China conducted an extremely dangerous weapons test that nearly caused a global catastrophe. He was still attempting a last-ditch effort to salvage a shred of dignity. But no sooner had the words left his mouth.
An intelligence officer scrambled into the room, face twisted with terror. Mr. President. It's bad. The entire world now knows it was we who unleashed that monstrous beast.
What? The president leapt from his seat and grabbed the intelligence officer by the collar.
What did you say? Say it again.
The intelligence officer was terrified out of his wits, trembling as he raised the tablet in his hand.
It was China.
Our top-secret file, codenamed Prometheus's Fire, has been leaked to the entire world. The tablet screen displayed a document. Its title was none other than the complete operational plan detailing how they discovered the key to the monsters, how they plotted to unleash the monsters, how they framed China, and ultimately triggered a global crisis. Below the document sat a vivid red seal from China's Sky Dome project team. Accompanying it was a line of commentary, written in both Chinese and English, dripping with utter scorn.
Thanks for the S-Class Boss gift pack, Eagle Buddy. Received and acknowledged.
No need to worry.
Put.
Upon reading these words, the president could no longer contain himself. A mouthful of blood gushed forth. The screen before him was instantly stained a blinding crimson. His vision darkened and he fell backward, stiff as a board.
The entire command center descended into complete chaos. China, imperial capital.
The Sky Dome Project Command Center erupted into a sea of jubilation.
Well done. That move to cut off the fuel source was absolutely brilliant.
General Li Jingguo was visibly excited, his face flushed with excitement. Now, let's see how those bastards from the Eagle Nation dare show their faces in the world.
The commander's face also betrayed an uncontrollable smile.
But his vision extended far beyond the immediate triumph.
This dossier not only shattered the backbone of the Eagle Nation.
It was also a new testament from our China to the world, heralding the arrival of a new order.
His gaze fell upon the screen, showing the devastated battlefield outside Rongcheng.
From this day forward, the world's decision-makers would need to change.
The commander's gaze finally settled on the vanishing streak of blue light fading into the horizon.
His eyes brimmed with unprecedented admiration and profound emotion. The revelation of Prometheus's fire was entirely Lu Chen's doing. The other party was remarkably well versed in the ins and outs of this Eagle Nation project.
He seemed to know everything, leaving nothing unknown. Contact Comrade Su Mushiwei immediately. The commander issued the order.
Inform her that whatever demands Consultant Lu makes going forward, the nation will spare no expense to fulfill them completely. What he receives is not merely our resources,
but the unwavering trust of our entire nation.
Zhanghai City, Su Family Estate.
When Lu Chen's figure appeared in the courtyard as if teleported, Su Mushiwei paced anxiously back and forth.
The heart-stopping global broadcast had left her heart pounding in her throat.
Even after witnessing Lu Chen deploy his grand formation and turn defeat into victory,
her anxiety hadn't lessened one bit. Only now, seeing Lu Chen standing safely before her with his own two eyes, her heart finally settled back into place.
Mr. Lu, you're back.
Su Mushiwei hurried forward, her voice trembling slightly. Those phoenix eyes, usually cool and sharp, now stared unblinkingly at Lu Chen. Beyond relief, her gaze held an indescribable, almost fanatical adoration. Today's Lu Chen had shaken her to her core, far more profoundly than any previous encounter. Splitting the sea with a single sword that was divine might. Tearing an angel apart with bare hands that was sheer dominance. And today, setting traps to slay demons, turning the tables, and playing the entire Eagle Nation like a puppet on a string. What he displayed was a composure and wisdom beyond words. If the Lu Chen she had known before was a true immortal possessing formidable power, then the Lu Chen of today is a chess master who surveys the board, commands the heavens and earth, and whose words become law. Between the two lies a chasm and the very essence of existence.
You're back.
Lu Chen watched her anxious expression and waved his hand dismissively. The matter was resolved, it was nothing to make a fuss over.
This nonchalant attitude left Su Mushiwei momentarily speechless.
A crisis that nearly destroyed the world became nothing much in his words. This stark contrast only deepened the admiration welling up inside her. Sumushue took a deep breath, forcing down the turmoil within her, and regained her professional composure as a divine selection agent. Mr. Lu, regarding the Eagle Nation, we have made the Prometheus Fire dossier public as per your instructions. Now, the entire Western world is in utter chaos. Their hegemonic system is crumbling at a visible pace. Additionally, Sumushue paused, then pulled out her tablet and displayed a set of data that even she found staggering. The Guardian Project's account funds experienced another explosive global surge following your defeat of the demonic entity. Governments, major conglomerates, and even some ancient, reclusive families are frantically offering us their support. They are no longer seeking mere talismans for safety. They are offering the most humble submission to you, the sole ruler of this new era. Lu Chen glanced at the figures on the screen and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. All that effort finally paid off. He turned to Sumushue, a rare smile touching his lips. You did well this time, from relaying intelligence to steering public opinion, then finally pulling the rug out from under them. It all fit together perfectly. Speak. What reward do you desire? Chapter 54, Immortal caresses my crown. Alarm! The call of the abyss. Reward? Sumushue paused slightly at the question. She had always served Lu Chen willingly, even taking pride in it. She had never once considered demanding any reward from this godlike figure. Seeing her stunned expression, Lu Chen's smile grew even broader. He slowly raised his right hand. Before Sumushue could react, he extended his index finger and gently tapped her forehead. The motion was gentle, as light as a feather settling. Sumushue's body stiffened abruptly. A warm current brimming with boundless vitality surged from his fingertip, flowing through her limbs and bones before converging deep within her mind. In that instant, she felt as though she were immersed in a warm spring. The fatigue accumulated from days of handling various complicated affairs was swept away. Her entire being felt clearer and more lucid than ever before. Puzzling challenges that had baffled her during business negotiations suddenly became crystal clear. Her mind raced at a speed several times faster than before. Was this the touch of an immortal, granting eternal life? A tidal wave of emotion surged through Sumushue's heart. She could feel that this was far more than mere fatigue relief. Her body, her spirit, even the very essence of her life all received an indescribable nourishment and elevation in this moment. This was 1,000,000,000 times more precious than any elixir, any heavenly treasure. Consider this your employee benefit. Lu Chen withdrew his finger and said in a half-joking tone. With that, he paid no further attention to Sumushue, who remained frozen in place. He turned and walked toward his private chamber. He intended to strike while the iron was hot, fully converting the immense energy he had absorbed into his own cultivation. Sumushue stood rooted to the spot, instinctively raising her hand to gently trace her smooth forehead. There, it seemed, lingered the warmth of his fingertips. A peculiar sensation quietly rose from the depths of her heart. Her usually icy cold, delicate face involuntarily flushed with a captivating blush. After a long moment, Sumushue finally exhaled a heavy breath, her gaze hardening once more. No. Her resolve was 100 times stronger than before. She bowed deeply with reverence toward the tightly sealed chamber door. Yes, Mr. Lu. Mushue will not fail you. Eagle Nation, White House. The atmosphere in the Oval Office was oppressively tense. Impeach him. He must be impeached. An opposition party congressman pounded the table, spittle flying as he roared. Because of his foolish decisions, America's century-long reputation has been destroyed. He is not only a traitor to the nation, but a traitor to all humanity. The exposure of the Prometheus Fire Project unleashed an unprecedented political tsunami within the Eagle Nation. Public fury surged like a burst dam, instantly engulfing the White House. Countless protesters swarmed the Capitol, demanding the president's resignation and apology. The once mighty president, after vomiting blood and collapsing, was revived but immediately suspended from office. He now faces the most rigorous secret investigation. His political career was utterly finished. What he left behind was a mess beyond repair. The global alliance system crumbled overnight. Countless nations that once followed the hawkish nation's lead issued statements condemning its crimes against humanity and severing all diplomatic ties. The dollar's hegemony teetered on the brink of collapse. Wall Street stock market experienced an unprecedented 7 consecutive circuit breakers, wiping out the fortunes of countless people in mere days. The entire nation teetered on the brink of collapse. Within the secret chamber, Lu Chen sat cross-legged, his mind completely immersed in the game interface. Without hesitation, he clicked to deposit every last cent of the tens of billions offered by the global financial elite. The massive influx of experience points solidified his level at LV63. But Lu Chen's ambitions reached far beyond this. He aimed to break through to the golden core stage, a new realm capable of fundamentally transforming lifeforms. That was the true meaning of becoming a terrestrial immortal, and his most powerful safeguard against the impending apocalypse. Yet the experience points required to ascend from foundation establishment to golden core were astronomical. Even hundreds of billions more would be a drop in the bucket. He had to find a way to pull off another major feat.
Lu Chen murmured to himself. His gaze fell upon the pulsating crimson countdown timer in the upper right corner of the game interface. Countdown to end of Dao Tian 2 closed beta, 3 days 21 hours 16 minutes 5 seconds.
Less than 4 days remained. In 4 days, the game would officially descend into reality, launching its global open beta.
At that moment, countless spatial rifts would open across the world. Countless demons, ancient beasts, and mythical races will surge into this world like a tidal wave. Human civilization will face its most brutal slaughter. That will be the true apocalypse. Lu Chen's gaze remained calm.
In these final 4 days, he must elevate his strength to a level capable of handling any unforeseen developments. Just as he pondered how to orchestrate another miracle to fleece the entire world, a sudden, drastic change occurred. Buzz. The game interface before him suddenly began to flicker violently. Against the background, a line of menacing, purplish-black characters slowly materialized.
Pre-open beta, the world's only epic prologue event has begun. The Call of the Abyss. Central Pacific. The deepest point of the Mariana Trench.
This is Earth's most mysterious, darkest corner. Sunlight never reaches here, and time seems to lose all meaning.
The Challenger submersible hovers here. This is the most advanced unmanned submersible belonging to the Eagle Nation's Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Following the Leviathan incident, they spared no expense in intensifying global deep-sea exploration, seeking further evidence of mythical entities. Inside the command center,
Dr. Hank, the chief oceanographer with his snow-white hair, sipped his coffee with a hint of weariness.
Days of continuous exploration had yielded nothing.
Beyond discovering a few new deep-sea fish species, they hadn't even found a single Leviathan scale. It seemed that Eastern deity had cleaned up every trace.
Dr. Hank shook his head in resignation. He was about to order the Challenger to turn back. At that very moment, an anomaly occurred. Alarm! Alarm! Detected intense anomalous activity in the oceanic crust. Energy readings. Energy readings. Off the charts. My God! This can't be.
The shrill alarm instantly reverberated throughout the entire command center. Everyone was startled, their eyes fixed intently on the main screen.
On the screen, real-time footage from the Challenger trembled violently.
The solid rock layer, several kilometers thick beneath the ocean floor, began cracking like fragile biscuits, forming massive fissures.
What seeped from the fissures was not molten lava. Instead, a heart-stopping darkness emerged, a darkness that seemed capable of swallowing all light. Quick! Ascend! Bring Challenger back up immediately! Dr. Hank let out a terrified shriek.
But it was already too late.
Boom!
A terrifying roar, as if from the other end of the world, reverberated through the water. The entire Mariana Trench, along with the 10,000 meters of water above it, was torn apart in that instant by an irresistible, colossal force.
The Challenger's signal was completely severed after transmitting its final frame. That final frame froze on an eye of unimaginable magnitude.
Covered in purple, eerie runes, it resembled the eye of a demon.
Chapter 55, Humanity's Mightiest Firepower? Merely a scratch. At the same time,
earthquake monitoring centers, meteorological stations, and military satellite command centers across every nation on Earth simultaneously activated their highest-level red alerts.
Report!
A super energy source has appeared in the Central Pacific.
Magnitude unquantifiable. Report! Global GPS systems have failed. All satellite signals are experiencing severe interference. Report! Pacific sea levels are visibly dropping at an alarming rate. The ocean is being swallowed by a colossal void. China, Imperial Capital. Sky Dome Project Command Center. The atmosphere was incredibly tense.
The Commander-in-Chief and General Li Jinghua, their faces ashen, stared at the massive holographic projection before them. The projection displayed real-time footage transmitted by China's most advanced Tianyan military satellites, risking destruction by an energy storm.
In the footage,
a pitch-black vortex over hundreds of kilometers in diameter had appeared at the center of the Pacific Ocean.
Endless masses of seawater were being voraciously swallowed into this vortex.
At the vortex's very center, space itself seemed like a shattered mirror, cracking apart inch by inch.
A colossal spatial fissure slowly took shape.
Beyond that rift lay another world, entirely a terrifying realm suffused with the stench of sulfur, the roar of flames, and the very essence of despair.
Was this the true apocalypse that Advisor Lu had mentioned earlier?
General Li Jinghua's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. The scene before them was 10,000 times more terrifying than any crisis they had faced before. Compared to this abyssal rift that seemed poised to swallow the entire planet, even the tsunami, the Leviathan, or the devouring demonic insects paled into insignificance.
An unprecedented gravity settled upon the commander's face.
He said nothing, only clenched his fists tightly. The moment of trial for China, for all humanity, had arrived.
Contact Comrade Su Muxue immediately.
The commander ordered in a deep voice.
At all costs, we must ascertain Advisor Lu's perspective. The global network, after a brief signal interruption, completely collapsed. Yet blurry satellite images leaked through special channels ignited global panic. What is that? Has the apocalypse truly arrived? A black hole. A black hole has appeared in the Pacific Ocean. I see it. Something is emerging from that black hole. Finally. Under the despairing gaze of billions worldwide, the abyssal rift spanning the sky solidified completely. The next second. Like a flood breaking through a dam. Endless, grotesque abyssal monsters exuding evil and chaos gushed forth from the rift. Some resembled giant bats, darkening the sky. Others resembled monstrous spiders, striding across the sea as if on solid ground. Others were colossal, flesh-bound conglomerates whose very existence emitted mind-warping, terrifying murmurs. The demonic tide. The true demonic tide from the abyss has descended. Their target, every living place on this world. Global S-Class Alert has been officially activated. All units, attention. All units, attention. This is the Liberty Lighthouse Carrier Strike Group. We have reached the target area and are about to launch the first wave of fire against the unidentified lifeforms. The Eagle Nation, commanding the most formidable naval formation in human history, was the first to arrive at the outer perimeter of the abyssal rift. The newly appointed hawkish 4-star Admiral MacArthur stood on the bridge, his face grim as he watched the monstrous tide obscuring the sky in the distance. The catastrophic failure of the Prometheus Fire Project had plunged Eagle Nation's prestige to an all-time low. This was their final opportunity to redeem themselves and demonstrate their technological prowess to the world. I don't care what they are. Devils or aliens, it doesn't matter. MacArthur bellowed hysterically into the communicator. Before the mighty firepower of the United States, they shall all be reduced to ashes. Fire. Use every last round we have. Scour this damned stretch of water clean. Fire. At the command. Centered around the Liberty Lighthouse, the massive fleet comprising dozens of cruisers and destroyers fired all guns simultaneously. Boom. 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 Tens of thousands of Tomahawk cruise missiles, trailing long plumes of flame, streaked across the sky like a dense meteor shower. Countless heavy electromagnetic railguns erupted with dazzling blue flames. In the sky, squadrons of Raptor fighters screeched overhead, unleashing massive salvos of cluster bombs and cloudburst munitions. This was the most powerful and concentrated conventional firepower projection humanity had ever unleashed. In an instant, the sea area occupied by the monsters was utterly engulfed by endless explosions and blazing light. The shockwaves from the explosions whipped up towering waves hundreds of meters high. Mushroom clouds rose one after another above the sea. The entire world seemed to tremble violently beneath this saturated steel storm. On the bridge of the Freedom Beacon, all the Eagle Nation officers and crew watched the scene in rapt silence. Uncontrollable expressions of fervor and pride spread across their faces. This was the power of technology. This is the pride of human civilization. Report damage assessment. General MacArthur adjusted his hat brim, his voice tinged with unmistakable satisfaction. He was certain that under such devastating blows, no living creature could possibly survive. However, seconds later, the battlefield analyst's voice crackled over the line, tinged with disbelief and terror. Report, General. Target. The target is completely undamaged. What? MacArthur's pupils contracted sharply. He shoved the analyst aside and stared intently at the tactical screen, its image filtered through light-blocking technology. There, at the center of the sea still engulfed in fiery flames. As the smoke from the explosion slowly dissipated, the seemingly endless horde of monstrous creatures stood utterly unscathed. A massive dark purple shield, forged from the energy of the abyss, enveloped them perfectly. Every missile and shell vanished into nothingness the moment it touched the shield. It seemed as though the earth-shattering barrage of firepower had merely staged a grand fireworks display for them. Roar! As if enraged by this spectacle. From within the monstrous horde, the largest of them all, an octopus-like abyssal lord with countless eyes, let out a soul-shaking roar. Its hundreds of massive tentacles surged violently from the sea. Then, they slammed down with brutal force toward the Eagle Nation's fleet. Evade! All ships, evade immediately! MacArthur let out a terrified shriek. But it was all too late. The tentacles descended at a speed far exceeding the speed of sound. Boom! A doomed Arleigh Burke-class destroyer, without even a moment to react, was violently snapped in two by a single tentacle. The steel hull crumpled like paper under the immense force. Hundreds of crew members, along with the entire warship, were dragged into the monster-infested waters within mere seconds, unable to utter even a scream. And this was merely the beginning. Chapter 56, Collapse of Order? The only hope lies with him. Under the command of the Abyssal Lord, more monsters charged toward humanity's last line of defense. Smaller flying monsters swarmed like black locusts, overwhelming the aerial fighter squadrons. They ignored the fire cannons blasted by the fighters, using their hard claws and mouthparts to frantically tear at the ally hulls. One Raptor fighter after another plummeted from the sky, spewing black smoke like fallen birds. On the sea's surface, countless monsters rammed their massive bodies directly into the steel giants. Corrosive venom and annihilating energy beams erupted from their mouths.
Explosions, screams, and alarms echoed across the entire sea.
This was no longer a war. It was a one-sided slaughter.
Technology, in the face of absolute, transcendent power, seemed so pale, so powerless. On the bridge of the Freedom Beacon, General MacArthur, the hawkish commander who had been so arrogant moments before, now looked deathly pale, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. His eyes were vacant as he muttered to himself.
It's over. Everything is over. We've angered the true devil. Humanity's last line of defense collapsed completely in less than 10 minutes. The Eagle Nation's fleet is utterly destroyed. That was humanity's strongest navy. Gone just like that? My God, what kind of monsters were those?
Through satellite footage broadcast at the risk of their lives by various nations, people across the globe witnessed that utterly brutal massacre with their own eyes. When the signal vanished from the screen as the last Eagle Nation warship was completely swallowed by the monstrous horde, an unprecedented despair spread like a plague through the hearts of every person on Earth. If even the mightiest Eagle Nation proved so utterly defenseless, then who in this world could possibly withstand these demons from the abyss?
No one. Was humanity truly doomed to extinction?
Countless people collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. The streets of major cities fell into deathly silence, only to erupt into unprecedented chaos. Looting, arson, and violent incidents erupted across the globe. Faced with the overwhelming terror of impending doom, humanity's darkest impulses were magnified beyond measure. The order of the entire world collapsed in that instant.
China, imperial capital. Sky Dome Project Command Center. The atmosphere was oppressively tense. Every person present was among China's most elite individuals who remained unflappable even as a mountain crumbled before them.
Yet now, their faces were etched with solemnity and deep concern. The first wave of demonic creatures had already crossed the midline of the Pacific Ocean. Based on their advanced speed and ocean current analysis, they were projected to reach the coast of China's East Sea in 3 hours. An intelligence analyst reported the latest developments in a dry, strained voice. All forces in the Eastern and Southern Theater Commands have been placed on highest alert.
The Dongfeng series missiles are unlocked and ready for launch at any moment.
But based on the Eagle Nation fleet's combat analysis, our conventional weapons are unlikely to make much of a difference. These words sent a chill through the command center.
General Li Jinghua's eyes burned crimson. Are we just going to stand by and watch these monsters ravage our land? Our people, our homeland, are they just waiting to be destroyed?
His voice brimmed with frustration and rage. But more than that, it was a profound sense of helplessness. Faced with that world-shattering demonic tide, individual valor and the resolve of an army seemed utterly insignificant.
All eyes ultimately converged on one man. Commander.
The supreme decision-maker of China now stared silently at the holographic projection.
On the projection, one side showed the unstoppable, endless horde of demonic creatures advancing toward China.
On the other side lay the tranquil courtyard of the Su family estate in Jianhai City. Within the courtyard, the door to the secret chamber remained firmly shut, as if the world-shattering cataclysm outside held no relevance to it.
A long time passed. The commander spoke slowly, his voice hoarse yet unwavering. We still have one final card to play.
He turned, his gaze sweeping over every person present.
We still have our guardian angel.
These words struck like a shot of adrenaline, reigniting a glimmer of hope in the eyes of everyone in the command center.
Yes. They still had Lu Chen,
the man who had created countless miracles, time and again rescuing China from peril. As long as he was there, there was still a chance for everything.
Transmit my orders.
The commander's voice grew firm and resolute. Establish immediate communication with Comrade Su Muxue. Inform her that whatever demands or conditions Advisor Lu presents, we must fulfill them.
Even if it means sacrificing our entire nation. Su family manor.
Su Muxue paced anxiously before the door to the secure chamber. The Su family's temporary command center had already synchronized the latest global battle updates in real time.
Watching the harrowing scenes on the screen, even her current composure couldn't suppress waves of dread.
Su Muxue knew this crisis far surpassed any they had faced before. This was no longer a crisis for a single nation or people.
It was a battle for the very survival of human civilization itself. At that very moment,
the encrypted communicator on her wrist began to vibrate violently. The screen flashed the word Sky Dome.
Su Muxue answered immediately. Commander. Comrade Muxue.
A note of urgency crept into the commander's voice on the other end.
You must already be aware of the situation.
Now, as the supreme leader of China, I formally request Advisor Lu to intervene to save China, to save this world.
The nation will be his strongest backing. Whatever he needs, we will provide.
Su Muxue's gaze hardened as she listened to the words on the other end.
She nodded. I understand, Commander.
I will relay this to Mr. Lu immediately.
She ended the call.
Su Muxue turned to face the tightly closed stone door.
She didn't knock or call out loudly. For someone like Lu Chen, any physical disturbance was unnecessary. She simply stood there in silence, gathering all her focus. In a manner bordering on prayer, she murmured devoutly within her heart. Mr. Lu. The world needs you. Your followers await your divine decree. As if hearing her inner call. Hum.
The long silent stone door emitted a faint rumble.
Slowly, it swung inward. A tall, slender figure emerged from the dark chamber, bathed in a faint blue glow. It was Lu Chen. Chapter 57, The Price of Divinity.
$1 trillion fund shakes the world.
Lu Chen stepped out of the chamber.
His aura felt deeper and more restrained than before. Like a peerless divine sword sheathed in its scabbard, seemingly ordinary yet harboring a sharpness capable of severing stars. Lu Chen glanced at Su Muxue, whose face was flushed with excitement, then lifted his gaze to the sky. The opening of the abyssal rift had even tinged the clouds with a faint, eerie purple glow. Yet his face betrayed no trace of surprise. It seemed the final prologue before the game's open beta had truly begun.
Lu Chen stated matter-of-factly.
Su Muxue stepped forward quickly and bowed respectfully.
Mr. Lu, the commander has just issued the highest directive.
The nation requests your assistance and pledges to fulfill all your demands.
Requests? A hint of amusement curved the corners of Lu Chen's mouth.
He walked over to the stone table in the courtyard and sat down casually.
He extended a finger and tapped lightly on the tabletop. The game interface instantly unfolded before him.
On the virtual screen visible only to him, the experience bar leading to level 70 remained as distant as ever.
Fine. Lu Chen nodded. Since they're all so earnest, I won't hold back. He looked at Su Muxue and uttered a figure that nearly shook the resolve of this seasoned capital queen, who had weathered countless storms. Tell them. My next goal is to break through to the golden core stage. I need funding. 100 billion. What?
Su Muxue's phoenix-like eyes widened abruptly, her breath catching in her throat.
100 billion. And in cash. This was no longer just a number.
It was nearly equivalent to the annual GDP of some small to medium-sized nations. Even if the entire treasury of China were emptied, amassing such a colossal cash sum in such a short time would be a near impossible task.
Mr. Lu's figure. Su Muxue's voice was slightly hoarse. Is it too much? Lu Chen cut her off. I'm saving the world, not doing charity. Do you think the entire world isn't even worth 100 billion? One sentence left Su Muxue speechless. Yes. Compared to the survival of the entire world, what's a mere 100 billion? Her gaze hardened once more. I understand, Mr. Lu.
I'll relay your terms to the commander immediately. Su Muxue swiftly dialed the highest level encrypted line of the Skydome project team. She relayed the figure of 100 billion to the commander on the other end of the line. Even over the phone, she could sense the prolonged silence on the other end.
A long while. The commander's voice finally broke the silence. I'll agree to it.
But China alone could never raise that kind of money in such a short time. The only solution is to have the entire world pay for our shared hope. Comrade Mu Shui, immediately issue a top-level video conference invitation in my name to all heads of state worldwide. Tell them, China has discovered the only way to save the world. Half an hour later. An unprecedented online summit convened urgently, gathering the highest leaders from nearly 200 countries and regions worldwide. When the leader's composed face appeared on everyone's screens, the entire conference room fell deathly silent. Despair and numbness etched themselves onto every face. The newly appointed interim president of Eagle Nation, a civilian official, looked ashen-faced, his eyes vacant. Their fleet had just been utterly annihilated. Everyone. The commander's voice echoed through the translators, reaching every ear. I know you all feel utterly hopeless right now. But I have gathered you here today not to pronounce humanity's death sentence. Rather, I bring you good news. We have found the only hope to save the world. One word caused a sudden spark of hope to flare in the eyes of every leader in the conference room, whose spirits had been utterly crushed. Hope? In such dire circumstances, where could hope possibly lie? Mr. Lu Chen, the guardian deity of China, is willing to step in once more. The commander didn't beat around the bush, he dropped the bombshell straight away. Boom! The entire conference room erupted in an instant. Lord Lu. Is Lord Lu stepping in? Wonderful. I knew it. Only he can save us. Leaders from smaller nations leapt to their feet in excitement. But most, especially the leaders of Western superpowers, quickly regained their composure after a brief flicker of excitement, their faces now etched with skepticism. The interim president of Eagle Nation sneered coldly. Mr. Leader, we acknowledge that Mr. Lu Chen is formidable. But look at the outside world. He pointed beyond the screen, toward the coastline where demonic creatures were already visible. That is an endless tide of demons. An army of infernal beings from the abyss. No matter how powerful he is, what can he possibly do? Can he single-handedly stand against the entire world? These words echoed the thoughts of many present. Yes. Lu Chen was formidable. Splitting seas with a single sword, tearing angels apart with his bare hands, deploying formations to slay demons. But those were all solitary battles. Now, they faced an endless, countless horde of demonic creatures numbering in the billions. This transcends the realm of individual heroism.
Facing the skepticism, the commander's face showed not a ripple of emotion. He simply stated calmly, "Whether he can or cannot is not for you or me to decide. But getting him to act comes at a price. He requires 100 billion in funding to achieve a crucial breakthrough. This sum must be contributed collectively by the entire world." As the words fell, the entire conference room fell into a deathly silence once more. Everyone was stunned into speechlessness by this astronomical figure. 100 billion? What kind of international joke is this? He's taking advantage of the crisis. The acting president of Eagle Nation was the first to jump up and protest, his voice sharp and piercing. "With the global economy collapsing and financial markets frozen, where the hell are we supposed to get 100 billion in cash? This is clearly a scheme by your China to plunder the world's wealth under the guise of an apocalyptic crisis." His words immediately drew agreement from several Western leaders. Exactly. This demand is utterly absurd. Why should we trust that he'll actually save the world once he gets the money? What if he takes the money and runs? Wouldn't we lose both the money and the person? Doubts and arguments echoed throughout the conference room. Human selfishness and suspicion were laid bare in that moment. Just then, a voice no one expected suddenly rang out. "We, the Northern Bear Nation, are willing to offer 100 billion. Chapter 58, Humanity's Final Gamble. Race Against Time." The speaker was Ivanov, the Emperor of the Northern Bear Nation. His face, naturally commanding respect without anger, was filled with unwavering resolve. "I believe in China, and I believe in Mr. Lu Chen. This is humanity's final gamble. Rather than sit here arguing and waiting for death, I choose to stake everything North Bear has on this." Ivanov's words struck like a heavy hammer, pounding fiercely into the heart of every person present. Immediately after, several oil-rich royal families from the Middle East also made their positions known. "Our Shah's kingdom contributes 50 billion. The United Arab Emirates will contribute 50 billion as well." These oil-rich nations, facing a matter of survival, showed no hesitation in their generosity, with them leading the charge. Some wavering European nations finally gritted their teeth and made their decisions. "We, the Gallic nation, contribute 30 billion. We, the Hans nation, will also contribute 30 billion. Watching nation after nation declare their contributions, the acting president of Eagle Nation's expression grew increasingly grim. Deep down, he knew the tide had turned. If they continued to oppose, they would become the enemy of the entire world. "Fine." He gritted his teeth, forcing out the words through clenched jaws. "Our Eagle Nation will also contribute 10 billion. Though his heart bled, he had no other choice. Finally, spearheaded by China, an unprecedented global fundraising campaign to save the world officially commenced. Sumushua's Guardian Angel project account was reactivated once more. This time, its target was the seemingly unattainable figure of 100 billion. The Chinese government immediately launched a global simultaneous live broadcast. The broadcast screen was divided into 3 panels. On the left, the monstrous hordes obscuring the sky as they relentlessly advanced toward China's eastern coast. On the right, Lu Chen sat cross-legged within the Su family estate, eyes tightly closed, utterly motionless. Centered prominently in the middle was a large donation progress bar, slowly ticking upward. Global Salvation Crowdfunding 010000000000. This livestream, determining the fate of human civilization, instantly captured the attention of all survivors worldwide. When people saw the terrifying demonic tide and the astronomical fundraising target, everyone's hearts sank to the bottom. It's too late. The monsters are about to land. 100 billion. How could we possibly gather that much in such a short time? It's over. We're doomed. Despair once again engulfed the entire world. However, at that very moment, the progress bar in the center of the livestream screen suddenly surged forward in a massive leap. Global Salvation Crowdfunding 10,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000. It was the 100 billion from the Northern Bear Nation finally arriving. Then, the progress bar surged wildly once more. 20,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000. 30 billion 100 billion. Massive sums of money from countries around the world began pouring into the Guardian Project's account. The rapidly climbing numbers, like a beam of light piercing the darkness, reignited hope in people's hearts. Quick! Look! It's rising! The money is rising! We have hope! We have salvation! God of Earth! You must succeed! In that moment, people across the globe seemed to find a shared faith. They spontaneously organized, took to the streets, and rushed into banks, donating their entire life savings to that account, symbolizing hope. 1 yuan, 10 yuan, 100 yuan. Though these sums were insignificant compared to the trillion-dollar goal. But when the faith of billions converged, it formed a torrent powerful enough to shake the world. The progress bar climbed faster and faster. 500 billion. 600 billion. 700 billion. The entire world is going crazy spending money for Lu Chen alone.
Yet at the very center of it all, Lu Chen remained seated cross-legged, utterly still and unruffled. As if the clamor of the outside world held no sway over him. He simply waited in silence. Waiting for the power sufficient to complete his ultimate transformation to gather fully. Time ticked away, second by second. Over the eastern horizon. The vanguard of the demonic horde was now clearly visible. The foul wind, thick with the stench of sulfur and death, had already reached the shores of China. And under the gaze of countless eyes, the progress bar in the livestream finally reached a critical milestone.
999 billion. Only 1 billion remained until the ultimate goal. But at that very moment, the progress bar's ascent suddenly slowed to a crawl. Those who could donate had already done so. Every available penny had been contributed. The world's wealth seemed to have been completely drained in that moment. 100 million more. Just 100 million more. Hurry! Time is running out. Who still has money? Please, I beg you. Everyone's heart was in their throat. The monsters had already set foot on Chinese soil. Despair descended once more. Just 100 million more.
At the Skydome Project Command Center, General Li Jingwa stared intently at the screen, his fists clenched tightly. The vanguard of the monsters had already engaged in combat with the Eastern Theater Command's defensive positions. Though the soldiers fought with fearless valor, their defenses were being rapidly torn apart by the tidal wave of monsters surging forward, and the casualty count was skyrocketing. Every minute, every second, countless lives were being lost. Commander! Li Jingwa whipped his head around to face the commander, his eyes bloodshot. The treasury. Our final strategic reserve. Deploy it. The commander's face was tense, a flicker of struggle in his eyes. That was China's last reserve, meant for post-war reconstruction, our final hope. Once deployed, there would be no turning back. Yet, staring at the brutal battle scenes on the screen, he knew he had no other choice. If we couldn't even overcome the crisis before us, what was the point of talking about post-war reconstruction? Transmit my orders. The commander was about to give the order. At that very moment, an anomaly occurred once more. On the live feed, the progress bar that had been frozen for so long suddenly surged forward. It shattered the trillion-mark barrier. Global Salvation Crowdfunding 100,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000. Goal achieved. What's going on? Did another country just inject more funds? Everyone froze in shock. Su Mushua's team immediately began investigating the source of this final funding. Seconds later, the results came in. When Su Mushue saw the result, she was deeply moved. This final 100 million did not come from any nation or conglomerate. It came from the Vatican. That very place whose faith had been shattered by Lu Chen's own hand, whose sacred relics crushed, reduced to a global laughingstock. It was the elderly Pope, now in his twilight years and nearing the end of his life, who, in the Vatican's final act of authority, dissolved the College of Cardinals and sold off every artwork and treasure accumulated over millennia to raise this final 100 million. The moment the funds were transferred, the old man passed away suddenly in his seat. In his final words to the world, he wrote, "God is merciful, yet also stern. We have erred, and we must pay the price. But humanity must not perish. O deity of the East, I implore you, save your people." At that moment, the world fell silent. Countless people wept before their screens. It transcended faith and borders. In the face of a shared crisis for human civilization, all grudges and grievances seemed so insignificant. Chapter 59, Forging the Golden Core with Trillions. This is the return of 10,000 swords to the source. Su Family Manor. The instant the $1 trillion funds arrived, Lu Chen, seated cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. Within those profound eyes, it seemed as though suns, moons, and stars revolved, while the birth and death of the universe unfolded within. Finally, you haven't disappointed me. A faint smile touched his lips, without a trace of hesitation. Before the eyes of billions worldwide, he acted on impulse. Recharge. Boom. A pillar of indescribably dazzling violet gold light suddenly descended from the heavens. In an instant, it completely enveloped Lu Chen. The pillar of light was so blinding that every live streaming screen across the globe turned into a dazzling white glow at that very moment. No human eye could bear to look directly upon that sacred radiance. Only through satellite monitoring could they glimpse the terrifying energy readings so extreme they instantly blew out all instruments, allowing them to imagine the earth-shattering transformation unfolding at the pillar's core. On the game interface, fueled by a torrent of experience points, Lu Chen's level began to skyrocket from LV63. LV64, LV66, LV69. Foundation Establishment Stage, Grand Perfection. He was but a step away from ascending to an entirely new plane of existence. And half of that colossal energy, forged from trillions of funds, still remains. Break it! A low roar erupted from Lu Chen's heart. Boom! At that moment, the magical power within his body seemed to shatter some invisible shackles. Within his Dantian Sea of Qi, all the liquid magical energy began to converge frantically toward the center, compressing and swirling. A solid core, radiating a faint golden glow, slowly took shape. Golden core. It was done. At that instant, the LV-69 on Lu Chen's level panel blurred violently. Finally, it settled at LV-70. Early golden core stage. A terrifying aura, hundreds of times more powerful than his foundation establishment stage, erupted violently from his body. This aura shot skyward, violently tearing a massive hole through the thick, purple glowing clouds in the heavens. Sunlight, after hours of absence, once again bathed the earth. And this was merely the beginning. With the golden core's solidification, Lu Chen's body underwent an unprecedented, transformative reshaping. Every inch of his bones, every ounce of flesh, every single cell was being broken down and then reassembled under the torrent of immense energy, rapidly evolving toward a more perfect, more powerful form of life. At the same time, the system notification sounded in his mind, arriving as expected. Ding! Congratulations, player! You have reached level 70, successfully condensed the golden core, and entered a new realm. Hongmeng Swordmaster class trait triggered. You have awakened a new domain class sword technique. 10,000 swords returned to the source LV1. The purple gold pillar of light slowly dissipated. Lu Chen's figure reappeared before the entire world. Still clad in his simple casual attire, his black hair moved without wind. Yet to all who witnessed him, he seemed like a different person entirely. If the previous Lu Chen was a peerless divine sword hidden within its scabbard, then the Lu Chen of the present was the very essence of this world itself. He stood there, yet seemed to exist beyond this dimension. His every breath resonated perfectly with the pulse of this world. A mere casual glance from those profound eyes. Yet it stirred in every viewer before the screen an impulse to prostrate themselves in worship, a yearning that sprang from the very depths of their souls. This is the golden core stage. Every gesture radiated the majesty of heaven. Not bad. Lu Chen clenched his fist. Feeling the golden magical power surging within him like a raging sea, a satisfied expression crossed his face. He lingered no longer. His gaze pierced through endless space, locking directly onto the eastern coast of China, the battlefield now utterly submerged by demonic creatures. The next second, the pitch-black flying sword beneath his feet emitted a clear, piercing dragon's roar. Whoosh! His entire form transformed into a black streak of light too swift for the naked eye to follow, vanishing from his original position in an instant. East Sea, battlefield. The area had become a living hell. The entire defensive line of the Eastern Theater Command had collapsed. Countless warriors used their very bodies to buy precious time for the evacuation of hundreds of millions of civilians behind them. But the hordes of monsters were simply too vast. Endless and utterly fearless of death. The demonic tide was about to breach the final defenses and surge into the heartland of China. Just as despair gripped everyone, a black streak of light, as if tearing through space itself, suddenly appeared directly above the battlefield. Lu Chen had arrived. Hovering 10,000 meters above, he gazed down. Below, the demonic horde spread like a black carpet, covering hundreds of miles of sea. SSSSHHH. Roar! The monsters clearly detected this unwelcome intruder. Sharp screeches echoed from their mouths. Countless flying monsters, under the command of the Abyssal Lord, coalesced into a massive torrent, charging fiercely toward Lu Chen in the sky. They intended to tear this human who dared to challenge the entire Abyssal Legion alone into shreds. Facing a terrifying spectacle that would make any ordinary person faint on the spot, Lu Chen's face remained as still as a well. He didn't even bother to glance at the attacking creatures. He merely raised his right hand slowly. Extending his index and middle fingers, he formed a sword-like gesture. Then, facing the endless tide of demons below, he drew a light stroke. 4 words fell from his lips, cold and detached. 10,000 swords returned to the source. Hum. As his words fell, the entire world seemed to freeze in that instant. The winds ceased. Clouds ceased. The sea ceased its roar. Even the madly charging demons seemed frozen in midair, as if paused by an invisible hand. Then, under the gaze of billions worldwide, a sight none would ever forget, centered on Lu Chen. The pitch-black flying sword bound to his life began to violently tremble and disintegrate. 1 split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. In a mere instant, it fragmented into billions of black sword energy points, each gleaming with a chilling, sinister light. These points did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, they rapidly arranged and combined themselves along profoundly intricate trajectories. Ultimately, they coalesced into an unimaginably vast domain composed entirely of pure sword energy. A sword domain that spanned hundreds of miles, completely enveloping the entire demonic horde. Within this domain, I am the deity. Fall. Lu Chen uttered a single word once more. Boom. The countless black sword energies suspended within the domain seemed to heed the sovereign's command. Simultaneously, they turned their blades downward. Then, like a torrential downpour of frenzied blades cascading from the heavens, it indiscriminately blanketed the horde of demons, now utterly frozen in place. Splatter! 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 It was the most brutal slaughter imaginable. Not a single demonic creature could withstand even a single slash of the sword's edge. Whether it was the thick-skinned, massive beasts of the abyss, the agile flying fiends, or that arrogant abyssal lord. Before the endless storm of sword energy, they were like flesh tossed into a meat grinder, instantly sliced, torn apart, and reduced to their most primordial particles. The black tide of demons, washed away by the sword rain, was purified at a visible speed. Layer after layer. One swath after another. In less than a minute. The demon horde that had once engulfed the world in towering demonic flames, plunging all into despair, was utterly wiped clean. Not a single living demon remained on the sea's surface. Only the terrifying domain remained composed of billions of sword energies, radiating the aura of death. Chapter 60, Cut the Grass at the Root. Confronting the Abyss Gate. Above the East Sea, the terrifying domain formed by countless sword energies slowly dissipated. Finally, it coalesced once more into that ancient-looking, jet-black flying sword, hovering at Lu Chen's feet. The sea breeze began to blow once more. Sunlight spilled across the sea, now restored to its azure blue, glistening with flecks of golden light. It seemed as though the world-ending demonic tide, one worthy of being recorded in the annals of history, had been nothing more than an unreal nightmare. The world remained in a deathly silence. Everyone who witnessed this scene through the live broadcast remained in a state of mental shutdown. They could neither think nor speak. Like puppets on strings, they could only stare blankly at the deity towering above the vast sky on their screens. China, Imperial Capital. Sky Dome Project Command Center. The commander slowly lowered his saluting hand. His gaze fixed on the screen, his eyes held a complex mix of emotions. Awe, excitement, but above all, a profound reverence welling up from within. He turned to look at Li Zhenghua beside him. Zhenghua, we made the right bet. Li Zhenghua's eyes were red-rimmed. This Iron-Will general's voice now trembled slightly. We made the right bet. China is saved. Academician Shen Weidong pushed up his reading glasses, his lips trembling as he struggled to speak, yet no words came out. The scientific faith he had built throughout his life was utterly shattered today, only to be reshaped in an even more astonishing way. Theology, it turned out, was also science. Only, it was a higher dimensional science beyond their comprehension. Su Family Manor. Su Muxue stood in the courtyard, gazing up at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure on the screen. Her heart pounded wildly. An unprecedented emotion, a potent blend of reverence, fervor, and pride surged through her chest. This was the man she had chosen. No. The god she had chosen to follow. Eagle Nation, White House underground bunker. The newly appointed interim president slumped in his chair, his face ashen. The generals and advisors beside him were equally disoriented, their eyes vacant. It's over. It's all over. The interim president repeated these words over and over. The nation's mightiest fleet had crumbled before the demonic tide. Yet that very tide of demons, which had left them utterly helpless, was reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye by that Eastern man. This was no longer a mere dimensional assault. It was the contempt of a creator god toward mere ants. All dignity, all pride, all technological confidence shattered completely in this instant. No! It's not over yet. A hoarse voice suddenly pierced the deathly quiet conference room. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice. The speaker was Dr. Franklin, chief scientist of the SHIELD project. This mad scientist, whose reputation had been ruined by failed predictions, now had bloodshot eyes, yet his face bore a sickly excitement. Don't you see? He may be powerful, but he is alone. The real threat hasn't disappeared. Dr. Franklin pointed to another corner of the holographic screen. It was a live feed from the Mariana Trench, deep in the heart of the Pacific Ocean. In the footage, the colossal spatial rift that tore reality apart from the abyss continued to rotate slowly. Though no monsters poured forth, that heart-stoppingly dark aura still shrouded the entire Pacific Ocean. As long as that gateway remains, the threat endures. We still have a chance. We must build our own power. Power strong enough to oppose it, even replace it. Franklin's words struck everyone present like an electric current. Yes. The root of the threat remains. As long as the root remains, they still hold hope of turning the tide. A glimmer of light reignited in the interim president's hollow eyes. East Sea Battlefield. Lu Chen slowly descended, hovering over the sea surface. He paid no heed to the global reaction, nor did he notice the Chinese rescue ships already closing in. His gaze pierced the endless expanse, fixed on the deepest depths of the Pacific Ocean. 10,000 swords returned to the source had cleared this sea of minor foes. But that colossal entity remained. The plug continuously feeding pollution into this world had yet to be unplugged. It was merely treating the symptoms, not the root cause. Lu Chen disliked this feeling. He raised his hand. The jet-black soul-bound flying sword emitted a faint hum as it flew into his hand. Lu Chen gently stroked the cold blade. Let's go. Finish the job. With that, without bidding farewell to anyone, or even glancing back, his entire form transformed once more into a black streak of light, tearing through the sky. He shot toward the center of the Pacific Ocean, that true hell, with blinding speed. This scene was once again captured by satellites and broadcast worldwide.
Where was he going? That direction leads to the center of the Pacific. To the location of that abyssal rift. My God! Does he intend to? People who had only just recovered from the despair of the apocalypse felt their hearts wrench painfully once more. All eyes followed that streak of light, fixated on the abyssal gate, that very symbol of ultimate terror. The speed of a golden core cultivator's teleportation far surpassed that of a Foundation establishment cultivator. It traversed thousands of miles in an instant. In mere minutes, Lu Chen had traversed the entire East Asian continental shelf, plunging into the vast depths of the Pacific Ocean. The closer he approached that stretch of ocean, the more intense the air grew with the stench of sulfur and chaos. The sky took on an eerie dark purple hue. The sea surface was no longer azure blue. Instead, it was a profound, ink-black darkness that seemed capable of swallowing all light. Occasionally, enormous, grotesque deep-sea monsters would raise their heads from the water, their emotionless compound eyes fixed on the streak of light streaking across the sky. Yet they dared not make a single move. From that streak of light, they sensed an absolute suppression emanating from the very level of existence itself. It was the innate intimidation of a top predator toward the creatures at the bottom of the food chain. Finally, Lu Chen halted his teleportation light, hovering mid-air. He had arrived. Directly above the Mariana Trench. The sight before him stirred even his usually unflappable gaze. Below, on the surface of the ocean, a colossal, pitch-black vortex over hundreds of kilometers in diameter slowly rotated. At the vortex's center lay not seawater. Instead, it was a darkness capable of warping space itself. A vertical spatial fissure, vast beyond description, hung menacingly at the vortex's exact center. Its edges flickered with unstable purple lightning. Through the fissure, one could faintly glimpse the abyssal world beyond, a realm consumed by flames, white bones, and utter despair. This was the source of the calamity. The abyssal gate. It was indeed a massive thing. Lu Chen murmured to himself. He could sense that the energy level of this fissure far surpassed that of the devouring demonic insect he had encountered before. Moreover, it was ceaselessly permeating this world with the laws of the abyss. If this continued, the entire Earth's ecosystem would be utterly transformed, ultimately becoming part of the abyss. Chapter 61, The Final Boss, Lord of the Abyss, descends. Just as Lu Chen was observing the fissure. The spatial fissure, which had remained relatively stable until then, suddenly began to violently ripple. As if sensing his presence. A well brimming with malice and savagery abruptly awoke from the other side of the fissure. Roar! A roar unlike any known creature's, one that seemed capable of shattering souls, echoed from within the fissure. Immediately after, hundreds of dark purple tentacles, several times thicker than those encountered by the Eagle Nation fleet earlier, suddenly extended from the fissure. These tentacles were densely covered with eyes that opened and closed incessantly. Each eye was fixed intently on Lu Chen. Filled with greed and hunger. What is that? New monsters were emerging. Even more terrifying than the previous ones. Globally, all citizens and high-ranking officials watching the satellite feed felt their scalps crawl the moment they saw those eyeball tentacles. A chill shot up their spines from the soles of their feet. They had believed Lu Chen had swept away the demonic tide, that the crisis was over. But now it seemed that was merely an appetizer. The real feast was only just being served. China, Sky Dome Project Command Center. The commander and Li Jinghua stared intently at the screens, their expressions grave. Conduct an immediate energy level analysis. Reporting, Commander. The energy readings have completely exceeded our measurement limits. Unable to analyze. Unable to comprehend. The technician's voice trembled with a hint of despair. Su family manner. Su Mushue clenched her delicate fists. Her gaze fixed intently on the solitary figure on the screen. Only one thought filled her mind. We must win. Before the abyss gate. Lu Chen watched the swarming tentacles of eyes rushing toward him, his face devoid of any emotion. He didn't even bother to draw his sword. He merely formed his fingers into a sword and casually slashed downward. Whoosh! A slender, faintly blue sword energy, as if it might extinguish at any moment, shot forth from his fingertips. This sword energy appeared utterly ordinary, devoid of any imposing might. Compared to the hundreds of terrifying tentacles obscuring the sky, it was as insignificant as dust. Yet, the instant this blade energy touched the first tentacle, a bizarre scene unfolded. Squish! A faint sound. That colossal tentacle, powerful enough to crush an aircraft carrier with ease, melted like butter touched by a red-hot branding iron the moment it met the sword energy. It sliced clean through the middle without a sound. The cut was smooth, not a single drop of black blood spilling forth. Then, the second, third, fourth. That azure sword energy, as if possessed of life itself, darted through the forest of hundreds of tentacles at breakneck speed. Wherever it passed, every tentacle was effortlessly cleaved in two. In less than 3 seconds. The hundreds of monstrous, terrifying eyeball tentacles snapped like raindrops, plummeting into the pitch-black vortex below, shredded to dust. Roar! From the other side of the rift came another roar, filled with agony and rage. It seemed utterly unprepared for its prideful attack to be so effortlessly nullified. The next second. The entire spatial fissure began to expand even more violently, as if some colossal entity was forcing its way through from the other side. Lu Chen watched the scene unfold with a calm gaze. Finally decided to show yourself, huh? I thought you'd hide like a turtle for the rest of your life. He slowly raised his right hand, gripping the hilt of the pitch-black soul-bound flying sword at his back. A sword intent sharp enough to tear the heavens and earth apart surged skyward. It shattered the dark purple clouds in the sky. He knew. The real battle was only just beginning. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar that sounded like the world's lament, the enormous spatial fissure was forcibly stretched several times wider by a brutally overwhelming force. Unable to withstand this force, spiderweb-like cracks began appearing along the fissure's edges, spreading outward into the surrounding space. The entire Pacific Ocean's sea level dropped by several meters as a result. The next second, a head so enormous it defied description slowly emerged from the gaping fissure. It was a head too grotesque to look upon directly. Its main body resembled a massive, wrinkled, and grooved flesh tumor. Upon this mass, there were no eyes, no nose, no mouth. Only thousands upon thousands of holes, large and small, constantly bubbling with black foam. From each orifice extended a slimy tentacle, varying in length. And directly atop the skull sat a hideous crown, piled high with countless twisted white bones. Merely appearing, this head radiated a chaos and evil potent enough to shatter the minds and collapse the Dao hearts of all cultivators below the golden core stage. My god! What the hell is that thing? A demon! This is the true embodiment of a demon. Everyone across the globe who witnessed this scene felt a shudder rise from the depths of their souls. Many with weaker psyches screamed and fainted on the spot. Even the world's leaders felt a suffocating oppression the instant they saw that head. It felt as though their very lives and souls were being toyed with in the palm of its hand. Sky Dome Project Command Center. The commander's expression was more grave than ever before. He sensed that this newly emerged monster was fundamentally different from all previous demonic creatures. If the previous demons were soldiers and generals, then this one before him was the king, the sole ruler commanding the entire Abyss Legion. Comrade Mu Shui. The commander picked up the communicator and directly connected to Su Mushue's dedicated line. Immediately mobilize all our resources. Transfer every last cent of the follow-up funds just received into the Guardian God Project account to Advisor Lu. Not a single cent should be held back. Having witnessed the terror of the Abyss King, the commander made the most decisive decision. At this moment, any hesitation would be irresponsible to the entire civilization. Their only hope lay with Lu Chen. At any cost, he must be made stronger. Above the battlefield, Lu Chen watched the enormous head slowly pushing its way out of the fissure, his gaze unflinching. He could sense the immense, terrifying energy emanating from it, energy no less formidable than his own early golden core stage power. And that innate, powerful malevolence toward all living beings. Interesting. Finally, a worthy opponent. At that very moment, a chaotic and frenzied thought erupted directly within his mind. Insignificant creature. You carry a scent I detest. Chapter 62, a demon god like you is worthless in my eyes. The thought came in fits and starts, like a delirious murmur from another dimension. Each syllable carried a mind-warping magic. For any other cultivator, merely hearing this voice would likely drive them mad. But Lu Chen's primordial sword body possessed innate, extraordinary resistance to such psychic assaults. He even had the leisure to mutter a silent complaint. Can't even speak properly. Looks like your brain's not working too well. He offered no reply. Instead, he slowly raised the flying sword bound to his life force, its tip pointing directly at the other. His actions spoke volumes. You wish to defy me? That mental projection, seemingly sensing Lu Chen's fighting spirit, grew increasingly savage. Foolish insect. I am the ruler of the abyss. Kneel and submit to me. Offer up your soul, and I shall grant you eternity. Accompanying this thought, a dark purple psychic shockwave erupted from the colossal head, sweeping toward Lu Chen. Wherever the psychic shockwave passed, even space itself rippled like water. Below, a thick layer of seawater was instantly vaporized. This was the Abyss King's innate divine ability. Soul Storm. Capable of obliterating the souls of all sentient beings on a planet in an instant. Facing this world-shattering assault, Lu Chen's face remained utterly expressionless. He didn't even assume a defensive stance. He simply stood motionless in midair, allowing the violet storm to engulf him completely. Witnessing this scene, the hearts of people worldwide sank to the depths. It's over. Why didn't Lu Chen dodge? Could even he not withstand such an attack? Despair spread once more. The Abyss King within the rift seemed to believe the battle was over. From the countless holes in that massive skull, a series of gurgling sounds emerged, as if mocking the world. However, the next second, something utterly unexpected occurred. Rip! A faint sound, like fabric being torn. At the very heart of that soul-devouring purple storm, a blindingly brilliant blue light suddenly erupted. Immediately after, this azure light erupted violently.
Transforming into countless razor-sharp sword energies, it tore the soul storm to shreds from within. The purple storm dissipated. Lu Chen's figure reappeared before everyone's eyes. He was unscathed. Not even a single wrinkle marred the hem of his robe. Is this your attack? Lu Chen gazed at the enormous head, a mocking curve forming at the corners of his mouth. Too weak. Not even good enough to give me a scraping treatment. Impossible. For the first time, shock and disbelief flickered through the Abyss King's consciousness. How could you possibly withstand my soul storm? Because. The pitch-black flying sword in Lu Chen's hand. Mysterious golden runes began to glow along the blade's surface. A sword intent more terrifying and more pure than ever before erupted with a thunderous roar. The gods you speak of are worthless in my eyes. As the words fell, he moved. His entire body transformed into a black bolt of lightning, charging headlong toward that colossal head, as massive as a mountain. Whoosh! A black sword light sliced through the sky. The moment Lu Chen launched his attack, his entire aura underwent a cataclysmic shift. If before, he had been a deep, dormant volcano of immeasurable calm, then now, that volcano erupted in full fury. The terrifying pressure of a golden core cultivator, condensed to its absolute limit, was unleashed without restraint. It even pushed back the chaotic, malevolent aura of the Abyss King. Damned insect! You've angered me. The Abyss King clearly hadn't expected this insignificant human to dare launch an attack against it. Enraged, its massive head, which had just squeezed through the fissure, lunged forward violently. From thousands upon thousands of orifices, an endless torrent of energy beams as black as ink erupted in an instant. These rays blanketed the sky, forming an impenetrable web of death that closed in on Lu Chen. Each beam contained enough abyssal annihilation energy to instantly melt an entire mountain peak. Facing an attack potent enough to kill anyone instantly, Lu Chen's figure traced an eerie arc through the air. His speed reached the absolute limit. To ordinary eyes, only a blurred trail of afterimages remained. He moved with the ease of a leisurely stroll, weaving effortlessly through the net woven from billions of death rays. Every attack grazed the hem of his robe, yet not a single strand of his hair was harmed. This spectacle left every military expert watching via satellite around the globe utterly speechless. What kind of movement technique was this? His movement defied the laws of physics. No! He wasn't moving. He was predicting. He had anticipated the trajectory of every single beam in advance. How is that possible? We're talking about billions of attacks. How could his brain process such immense calculations in an instant? They couldn't comprehend it. But Lu Chen had done it. Armed with the overwhelmingly powerful divine sense of the Golden Core stage and the heightened danger intuition granted by his Hongmeng Swordmaster profession, he had discerned the landing points of every single ray the moment the Abyss King launched his attack. Too slow. Lu Chen's voice abruptly echoed within the Abyss King's mind. The next second, his figure had already traversed the entire death net, appearing before the colossal head. The distance between them was less than 100 meters. My turn. Lu Chen's eyes turned cold. The soul-bound flying sword in his hand emitted a piercing dragon's roar. A black sword aura stretching a kilometer long erupted with a thunderous crash. This strike seemed poised to cleave the heavens and earth asunder. Facing this deadly strike mere inches away, all the holes on the Abyss King's massive, tumor-ridden head suddenly contracted inward. Next, a dark purple shield, woven from boundless abyssal energy and etched with eerie runes, instantly materialized before it. Boom! The kilometer-long black sword aura slammed into the dark purple shield. An ear-splitting roar erupted. A terrifying shockwave of energy radiated outward from the point of impact, spreading wildly in all directions. Below, the ocean's surface was violently crushed by the shockwave, forming a colossal depression over 10 kilometers in diameter. The surrounding space itself was torn apart, revealing countless pitch-black fissures. Yet, a blade powerful enough to cleave mountains failed to shatter the shield. It merely left a faint white mark upon its surface. Foolish attack. The Abyss King's thoughts brimmed with contempt. My abyssal barrier is invincible. Is that so? A playful smile spread across Lu Chen's face. Chapter 63, Immortal? I'll make you perish body and soul. With a flick of his wrist, the blocked black sword aura suddenly emitted a violent hum. Then, at the tip of the sword aura, a bizarre, emerald lotus blossom formed entirely of sword energy. The azure lotus sword chi. But that wasn't all. The moment the lotus bloomed, Lu Chen channeled his magical power once more. Suppress! He growled. A crushing force as heavy as mountains materialized out of thin air. It slammed down upon the dark purple shield. One sword to subdue mountains and rivers. Under the dual enhancement of the azure lotus sword chi and the mountain-shattering force. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. A minute crack finally appeared on the seemingly impenetrable barrier of the abyss. Then, like a spiderweb, the crack rapidly spread outward in all directions. No, this can't be possible. For the first time, terror flickered through the Abyss King's consciousness. It couldn't comprehend. How could this insignificant human unleash such a multitude of powerful attacks, each possessing different attributes, all at once?
This completely defied the law of energy conservation. Yet, Lu Chen gave it no time to ponder. Shatter. He amplified his magical output once more. Boom. The dark purple shield, now riddled with cracks, finally gave way. It shattered explosively. It scattered into a sky filled with purple sparks. The black sword aura, having pierced the shield, showed no sign of weakening. It struck the colossal head of the Abyss King with brutal force. Splatter! Black blood gushed forth like a fountain from a gaping wound that exposed bone. Arg! The Abyss King let out a roar of agony. Its body convulsed wildly, desperate to retreat into the spatial rift. But how could Lu Chen give it that chance? Trying to escape? Too late. Lu Chen let out a cold laugh. He released his life-bound flying sword, bringing both hands before his chest to swiftly form an arcane seal. 10,000 swords returned to the source. Centered on him, a terrifying domain formed instantly spanning a 100-mile radius, composed of billions of black sword energies. Seal the Abyssal Lord's colossal form, along with that immense spatial fissure, within this prison forever. Today, you and this filthy den of yours will stay right here. Lu Chen's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. As if pronouncing the death sentence upon a deity. The domain of 10,000 swords converging was fully unleashed. Billions of menacing black sword energies hovered within the domain, their tips all pointing toward the Abyss King trapped at its center. The bone-chilling intent to kill was so potent it began freezing the surrounding seawater. What are you? For the first time, fear tinged the Abyss King's thoughts. It sensed its connection to the abyssal realm being forcibly severed by this bizarre sword energy domain. Its vaunted immortality and boundless regenerative powers were suppressed to their absolute limits within this domain. It truly could die. What am I? Lu Chen hovered above the domain like a god commanding all, gazing down upon the colossal head below. I am the one who came to kill you. He couldn't be bothered to waste words on this hideous monster. With a flick of his thoughts. Fall. Boom. Billions of black sword energies coalesced into a torrent of death, cascading down upon the Abyss King like the Milky Way itself pouring from the heavens. This was a true storm of blades. No! The Abyss King roared in despair. It frantically twisted its massive head, desperately trying to withstand this world-shattering assault. From the massive gash freshly carved into its body, vast quantities of abyssal energy surged forth, attempting to mend the wound and rebuild the abyssal barrier. Yet it was all in vain. Splash! Put! Put! Under the relentless assault of boundless sword energy, its colossal body was torn apart like rotten flesh tossed into a meat grinder. Sliced, torn, and disintegrated piece by piece. Black blood and shattered flesh tissue flew everywhere. But soon, it was shredded by even more sword chi into the most primordial energy particles. I refuse to accept this. I am the immortal lord of the abyss. How could I possibly die at the hands of a mere insect like you? The Abyss King's consciousness grew fainter and fainter within the storm of sword energy. It could not comprehend. It had invaded countless worlds, devoured countless civilizations. Why had it stumbled so badly on this seemingly weak, technologically primitive planet? How could the humans of this planet have given birth to such an unnatural, monstrous existence? Finished with your last words? Lu Chen's voice rang out coldly. Finished? Then let's get this over with. He formed his fingers into a sword and thrust downward with all his might. Boom! The entire realm of 10,000 swords converging surged with renewed power. Every blade of sword energy seemed to coalesce into a single entity at that moment, transforming into an unimaginably colossal, pitch-black divine sword that pierced through heaven and earth. Then, it plunged viciously toward the already shattered head of the Abyss King. This strike was the final blow. No! You cannot kill me. As long as the abyss endures, I shall live forever. I will return. I shall return with boundless fury to devour you and your world whole. In the final second before being pierced through by the divine sword, the Abyss King uttered his last venomous curse. Boom! Its head, along with the white bone crown, was utterly pierced and shattered by the black divine sword. Then, under the fury of the sword's energy, it was obliterated. Not a single trace remained. The Abyssal King fell. With its demise, the immense energy sustaining the spatial rift instantly dissipated. The hideous abyssal gate began shrinking at a visible pace. It seemed poised to close completely. However, Lu Chen did not relax his vigilance. Instead, his brow furrowed slightly. He sensed that the Abyss King's final words before death were no empty threat. Though the 10,000 swords returned to the source technique had utterly destroyed the enemy's physical form. The core essence of the abyss, a fragment of its primordial will, had slipped through the closing spatial rift back into the abyss at the very last moment. Given sufficient time and energy, it could truly rise again. If you don't uproot the weed, it will sprout again with the spring breeze. I have no desire to invite trouble. A cold gleam flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Gazing at the spatial fissure about to close, he suddenly made a decision that would send the entire world into a frenzy. He withdrew the domain of 10,000 swords, returning to the source. His entire form transformed into a streak of light. In the split second before the spatial fissure closed completely, He charged headlong into it. He would pursue the fugitive into the abyss world and eradicate him completely. Chapter 64, Found You. Unlocking heaven-defying rewards. Lu Chen went in. He charged into that black hole. He's mad. He must be mad. Everyone across the globe who witnessed this scene was utterly dumbfounded. They couldn't comprehend it. Why would Lu Chen, after achieving such a glorious victory, risk his life by entering that unknown, terrifying alien world? Sky Dome Project Command Center. The commander and Li Jinghua, along with others, were equally stunned and perplexed. What is he trying to do? Li Jinghua murmured to himself. Only Su Muxue, after a moment of shock, seemed to grasp something. A peculiar gleam shone in her eyes. He wasn't taking a risk. He was cutting the weeds at the root. He intended to level the entire abyss single-handedly. Once this thought took root, it could no longer be contained. It sent a tidal wave of emotion crashing through Su Muxue's heart. This was the true essence of a god. This was the true essence of invincible grandeur. The world spun violently. When Lu Chen regained his footing, he found himself in a completely different world. The sky was an eternal crimson. No sun, no moon, only 3 shattered stars hung high in the sky, each emitting an ominous purple glow. The earth was cracked and scorched black. Countless massive bones littered the ground, forming an apocalyptic scene. The air was thick with the pungent stench of sulfur and a corrosive, soul-eating energy that seemed to seep from the depths. This is the abyss. A world saturated with death, chaos, and despair. Any ordinary living being, merely by staying here, would be swiftly assimilated by the environment, ultimately transforming into a mindless monstrosity. Yet Lu Chen's primordial sword body granted him extraordinary resistance to this corruption. He even sensed that while the energy here was saturated with negative aura, its purity far surpassed that found on Earth. If he could purify this energy and harness it for himself, it would be an absolute elixir. Where the hell did that bastard run off to? Lu Chen unleashed his divine sense, instantly enveloping a radius of hundreds of miles. Soon, deep underground, thousands of meters below, he sensed a familiar yet extremely faint will-like fluctuation. It was the very essence of the Abyss King that had fled. At this moment, it was hiding within a nest of flesh and blood, built from the piled-up corpses of countless demonic creatures. It was frantically absorbing the surrounding abyssal energy, desperately attempting to restore its power. Found. A cold smile curled at Lu Chen's lips. Without a moment's hesitation, his entire body transformed into a black sword-like beam of light, plunging vertically into the earth like a drill. Boom! 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 The hard rock layers crumbled like tofu before the razor-sharp swordlight, pierced through layer by layer with effortless ease. Beneath the earth, the flesh and blood layer. That sliver of the Abyss King's primordial will trembled violently. It couldn't comprehend it. Why would that terrifying god of slaughter pursue it all the way here? This was its domain. The very source of all abyssal creatures. Did he not fear being drowned by the boundless legions of the abyss? Filled with dread, it continuously sent out distress signals to every creature in the entire abyss. Come save me. Kill that intruder. In an instant, the entire abyssal world erupted in chaos. Countless mighty abyssal lords, slumbering in their lairs, awoke. Endless hordes of low-tier demons surged like a tidal wave from all directions, madly converging upon this flesh and blood layer. They would use their own flesh and blood to buy time for their king to recover. Yet, how could their speed possibly outpace the flash of Lu Chen's sword? Boom! A deafening roar. The top of the flesh nest was violently pierced by a black sword beam. Lu Chen's figure descended like a celestial being, appearing before the trembling primordial will. Found you. Lu Chen's voice was exceptionally cold. No, don't kill me. The primordial will begged for mercy. I can submit to you. I can offer you the entire abyss. To save his life, this once mighty Abyss King cast aside all dignity. Submit? Lu Chen laughed. Sorry, I don't need a piece of trash as my subordinate. Having said that, he formed his fingers into a sword, and at his fingertips, a small yet utterly pure azure lotus blossomed. Then, he gently tapped it against that thread of primordial will. Goodbye. No! A scream of utter despair echoed. The thread of the Abyss King's primordial will was utterly purified the instant it touched the blue lotus sword energy. Not even a trace of its existence remained. This time, it was truly annihilated body and soul. And just as Lu Chen completely obliterated the Abyss King's primordial essence, a notification suddenly sounded in the game within his mind. Ding! Congratulations, player! You have successfully slain the Abyss King, the world's sole epic prologue boss. You have successfully prevented the Abyss invasion and saved your home world. Your actions have profoundly impacted the world's timeline, granting you immense world merit. World merit has reached critical threshold. Unlocking a brand new combat system for you. Ding! Congratulations, player! You have successfully unlocked the new system, the Wheel of Merit. A flurry of system notifications left Lu Chen momentarily stunned. Merit wheel? What on earth was that? He immediately opened his attribute panel.
Beside the existing skill and equipment tabs, a brand new icon now glowed with a soft golden light. The icon depicted a golden wheel composed of countless mystical runes. With a thought, he clicked the icon. An introduction to the Golden Wheel of Merit appeared before his eyes. Merit Golden Wheel. Type: Auxiliary Combat System. Description: This is a supreme treasure of the Heavenly Way, forged from boundless merit. It absorbs all positive energies of the world such as faith, worship, gratitude, benevolent thoughts, etc., transforming them into pure merit power. Current merit power: 1 million unit points. Function 1: Light of Merit active. Effect: Consumes merit power to unleash a radiant light. Wherever this light shines, it purifies all negative energies, e.g., abyssal forces, demonic chi, curses, plagues, inflicting massive damage upon evil creatures. Simultaneously, it nourishes all living things, heals wounds, and enhances all attributes of allied units. Function 2: Virtue Incarnate passive. Effect: Protected by the Golden Wheel of Merit, immune to all evils and toxins. Possesses absolute immunity against all mental and curse-based attacks. Function 3: Unknown merit level insufficient, currently unlocked. After reading the description, Lu Chen's eyes flashed with excitement. This is the real deal. This is absolutely fantastic. This merit golden wheel was practically tailor-made to counter the abyss and its monsters. Especially that light of merit. Not only could it inflict massive damage on enemies across a wide area, but it could also buff allies. It was a true battlefield game-changer. Looks like this trip wasn't for nothing. Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction. But at that very moment, he suddenly sensed the entire Abyss world trembling violently. As if something utterly terrifying had awakened due to the Abyss King's demise. Chapter 65, The Heavenly Dao's Ultimate Treasure. One man suppresses an entire world. Boom! The entire Abyss world trembled incessantly. The earth split open. The 3 purple stars in the sky flickered, their light waxing and waning as if poised to plummet at any moment. A will more ancient, more terrifying, and more pure than that of the Abyss King itself slowly awoke from every corner of this world. This will knew neither good nor evil, nor emotion. It possessed only one desire: to drag everything into the ultimate void of eternal silence. Was this the planar will of the Abyss? Lu Chen's brow furrowed deeply. He sensed that the world's cosmic order, or rather, the Abyss's will, had descended into a frenzied, chaotic state after losing its spokesperson, the Abyss King. It instinctively rejected him as an outsider. Endless abyssal energies surged toward him from every direction, seeking to assimilate him, tear him apart, and dissolve him. This force dwarfed anything the Abyss King had possessed. This was the power of the entire world. Facing this terrifying pressure that would make any immortal or god pale with fear, Lu Chen's face showed not a trace of fear. You want to crush me with the might of the entire world? Perfect. Let me test the power of my new toy. A faint smile touched his lips as he focused his mind. Merit Golden Wheel, manifest. Hum. A majestic chant, as if emanating from the heavens themselves. A colossal golden wheel, over a kilometer in diameter, composed entirely of pure golden light and engraved with countless mystical runes, suddenly materialized behind him. It was the Wheel of Merit. The moment it appeared, the Wheel of Merit radiated an aura of sacredness, solemnity, compassion, and universal salvation. That aura seemed to be the nemesis of all evil and chaos. The abyssal energies surrounding Lu Chen, which had sought to consume him, melted away like ice encountering fire the moment they touched this aura, retreating in all directions. The passive effect of the Merit Incarnation was fully activated. Lu Chen stood bathed in golden light, impervious to all laws, immune to all evils. Feels pretty good. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. But this was still not enough. Light of Merit. He roared softly. The golden wheel of merit behind him suddenly erupted with dazzling golden light stretching billions of feet. This golden light was so pure, so warm, so compassionate. Wherever the light touched, the cracked earth began to mend. From the scorched earth, tender blades of grass sprouted, each emitting a soft, luminous green glow. The thick sulfur and chaotic aura in the air were swept away. Only a serene and tranquil atmosphere remained. And the abyssal monsters, madly surging toward this place from all directions. The moment they were touched by this golden light, their grotesque, twisted bodies began to slowly dissolve and purify. No longer did they emit savage roars from their mouths. Instead, a serene hum, as if they had found release, emanated from their throats. In that instant, the entire abyss world seemed to have its purify button pressed. The abyssal plane's will, which had sought to utterly annihilate Lu Chen, now faltered under the radiance of the golden light of merit. Like a mentally unstable individual suddenly injected with a massive dose of sedatives. Calm. Seizing this moment, Lu Chen once again channeled his sword intent. One sword to subdue mountains and rivers. An invisible yet colossal suppressing force, heavier than 1 billion tons, erupted violently from his center. Combined with the purifying power of the golden wheel of merit, it struck the entire abyssal world with devastating force. Boom! The entire world trembled violently. Then, the violent tremors slowly subsided. That raging abyssal will was forcibly suppressed back into slumber by this overwhelming force.
Lu Chen, single-handedly, suppressed an entire world. Blue Star.
Ever since Lu Chen charged into the spatial rift, the hearts of everyone around the globe watching this place had been in their throats.
Time ticked by second.
The spatial fissure had completely closed, vanishing without a trace. The skies over the Pacific had returned to calm.
But Lu Chen never emerged. What had become of him? Was he alive? Was he dead? No one knew. A wave of immense panic and unease swept across the globe once more. Could it be that the savior they had just welcomed had perished alongside the enemy? If that were true, who would come to save them when Blue Star faced crisis once more? Just as despair gripped everyone's thoughts, a new anomaly erupted.
Above the sea surface that had just regained its calm,
space suddenly tore apart once more. A golden portal, radiating boundless sanctity and serenity, slowly took shape. Then,
a tall, slender figure, bathed in dazzling golden light and supported by a massive golden will behind them, emerged slowly from the portal.
It was Lu Chen. He had returned.
And he returned in a manner even more majestic and sacred than before, a presence so overwhelming it was almost unbearable to behold a true king's homecoming.
He's back. The god of Lu has returned. Good heavens! What is that golden wheel behind him? It's a miracle. This is absolutely a miracle. At this moment, the entire world erupted. Countless people wept with joy, kneeling on the ground. They bowed down in frenzied worship before the godlike figure on the screen. Their faith, in this very instant, received the most perfect answer. Su family manor.
Su Muxue gazed at the figure bathed in golden light on the screen, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder.
She knew it. She knew this man would never disappoint her. An unprecedented sense of reassurance filled her heart.
It felt as though, with him by her side, even if the sky were to fall, she would have nothing to fear.
Just then,
a gentle, familiar voice sounded directly within her mind.
I'm back. I'm sorry for making you worry.
Su Mushue's body stiffened abruptly.
She instinctively looked up at the screen.
On the screen, the man thousands of miles away seemed to sense her gaze.
A faint smile touched the corners of his mouth. Boom!
Su Muxue felt her mind go completely blank.
A wave of burning heat instantly surged to her cheeks.
Her usually icy cold, pretty face flushed crimson like a ripe apple.
He actually spoke directly to her? And that tone.
Su Mushue's heart raced wildly, pounding like a frightened deer.
A sweet emotion, unlike any she had ever known, quietly blossomed within her heart.
Lu Chen's return, accompanied by the sacred golden wheel of merit behind him, had solidified his unshakable status as a true god in this world.
The divine war ended. Yet the aftershocks it unleashed had only just begun.
The global landscape underwent earth-shattering, irreversible changes.
China undoubtedly emerged as the center of this new era.
Countless nations, whether with genuine intent or mere pretense, immediately sent congratulatory messages to China, expressing their desire to deepen cooperation and establish new era global strategic partnerships. The thresholds of the imperial capital were nearly worn down by the constant flow of foreign envoys. Meanwhile, the former global hegemon, the Eagle Nation, found itself plunged into unprecedented isolation and embarrassment.
White House underground bunker. The atmosphere in the conference room was suffocatingly oppressive.
The acting president stared at the holographic screen displaying an overwhelming flood of praise for Lu Chen in China, his face turning ashen.
This is outrageous. These bastards. Fence sitters. Chapter 66, The Shield Alliance is formed. For the sake of God's slaying. The interim president slammed the documents in his hand onto the table in fury. Just hours ago, they were begging us on their knees to save the world. Now they've discarded us like trash, cast aside like worn-out shoes. All running off to lick that Oriental's toes. The generals and advisors present all lowered their heads, not daring to speak. What could they possibly say? The victor writes history. This has been an immutable truth since ancient times. They had lost. They had been utterly defeated. Now they must bear the consequences of their defeat. Mr. President.
At that moment, Chief Scientist Dr. Franklin spoke again. His voice was unusually calm.
Anger will not solve the problem.
What we must do now is not complain, but strategize how to secure a sliver of hope of the United States within this new landscape.
The interim president took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down.
What are your thoughts? He looked at Franklin, a hint of expectation in his eyes. This mad scientist, though his previous predictions had repeatedly failed, often proposed unexpected solutions in such desperate situations.
It's simple.
Dr. Franklin stepped to the holographic screen and pulled up a high-definition image of the golden wheel of merit behind Lu Chen. We must admit, on the track of individual prowess, we can no longer catch up to him. He's like a max-level player with unlimited money and experience hacks. What can we possibly use to fight him? These words made everyone present look even more grim.
But Franklin shifted his tone. This doesn't mean we have no chance. He is strong, but only as an individual.
We possess the most advanced technology and the finest talent in the entire Western world. A fervent gleam lit up his eyes.
We must forge a different path. A path of our own, a path to technological godhood. Becoming gods through technology?
The interim president frowned, puzzled.
Explain further. Mr. President, generals.
Dr. Franklin surveyed the assembled figures, his voice thick with allure. Have you ever considered this, whether it was the Leviathan before, the devouring demonic insects, or the Abyssal King just slain by Lu Chen?
What did they leave behind after their deaths? Their corpses, their biological tissues, their cores. For cultivators like Lu Chen, these might be materials for refining elixirs or crafting artifacts. But for us scientists?
They are the most precious gene repositories from another world, brimming with infinite mysteries.
They are entirely new, ultra-high-dimensional energy samples. By studying these, we can reverse engineer the secrets of extraordinary power. Use their genes to augment our soldiers, creating super soldiers of our own. Use their energy cores to power our mechs, forging divine-level technological weapons. Franklin's words plunged the entire conference room into dead silence. Everyone's breathing grew heavy.
A new, mad, yet infinitely promising door slowly opened before them.
This project would require immense resources and an environment of absolute secrecy. Franklin continued.
The United States alone cannot accomplish this.
We must unite every force we can muster.
Unite the entire Western world, all those allies unwilling to be trampled underfoot by China. Establish a new military and technological alliance under the banner of countering future unknown threats. This alliance will share all research findings on the extraordinary and jointly develop god-slaying weapons.
Only then will we earn the right to stand as equals with that Eastern deity in the new world to come. Or even replace them.
As the words fell,
an unprecedented gleam erupted in the interim president's eyes.
He slammed his fist on the table and rose to his feet.
Good. So be it. This alliance shall be called. He paused.
The image of the Aegis armor, once a source of boundless glory, yet shattered by Lu Chen's own hand, flashed through his mind. A burning desire for vengeance ignited within him. It shall be called the Aegis Alliance.
Aegis Alliance.
Our goal is to forge the mightiest shield, one capable of withstanding, even shattering, the power of the gods using our own human technology.
On this day,
while the entire world basked in the joy of peace descending upon them, a secret military technological alliance led by the Eagle Nation and encompassing nearly all Western developed countries was quietly established beneath the White House. Their objective, from the very beginning, was crystal clear.
God-slaying. Lu Chen returned to Zhanghai City.
Su Muxue had been waiting at the estate gate. Seeing that figure bathed in golden light descend from the sky and land steadily before her.
Only then did Su Muxue's heart settle completely. Mr. Lu, welcome back.
Her voice carried a hint of relieved lightness.
Lu Chen nodded, retracting the golden wheel of merit from his back.
The aura of sacred grandeur retreated, transforming him back into the seemingly lazy, ordinary young man.
Is everything taken care of?
Su Muxue stepped forward, instinctively reaching to adjust his slightly rumpled collar.
But halfway there, her hand jerked back as if she'd been electrocuted.
Her pretty face flushed slightly, and she couldn't quite meet his eyes.
Yes, it's done.
Lu Chen, oblivious to her subtle gesture, replied casually.
After this, there shouldn't be any more major troubles. That's good. Su Muxue exhaled softly, glancing at Lu Chen as if she had something to say but held back. So many questions swirled in her mind.
Where he had been, what he had experienced. She wanted to ask about the golden wheel behind him. But when the words reached her lips, she found herself at a loss for how to begin. She feared her questions might seem foolish, might disturb him.
Just ask whatever you want to ask.
Lu Chen seemed to read her mind and smiled.
There's no need to be so formal between us. Hearing those words, a wave of warmth washed over Su Muxue's heart.
Su Muxue gathered her courage and lifted her head. Her beautiful phoenix-like eyes met Lu Chen's with earnestness.
Mr. Lu, has that abyssal fissure been completely eliminated?
This was the question she and the entire world most urgently needed answered.
Well, you could say that.
Lu Chen paused, then explained in simpler terms. You can imagine the earth before as a perfectly sealed egg. The abyss was like a villain trying to drill a hole in the shell to eat the yolk. The Abyss King is the most powerful drill in that villain's hands. Now, I've snapped that drill in half and I plugged up the hole it drilled. But, Lu Chen shifted his tone. The eggshell, after all, had been damaged. Though the largest hole is sealed, the entire shell has become more fragile than before, covered in microscopic cracks invisible to the naked eye. Therefore, for a long time to come, minor troubles will still seep through these cracks.
Chapter 67, Forging the Heavenly Net for Mr. Lu.
A new crisis emerges.
Hearing this explanation, Su Muxue's expression grew grave once more. Minor troubles? Does that mean more demons will appear? Exactly. Lu Chen nodded. Small, unstable spatial fissures could appear anywhere in the world at any time.
Though the creatures emerging are mostly low-level minions, posing little threat. But when they appear in large numbers, they can be quite bothersome.
Moreover, the locations where these fissures appear are entirely random.
Su
Muxue's heart sank.
She could already envision the chaotic scene the future world would become.
Monsters would appear unpredictably at any time or place. Ordinary people would never know peace again.
What should we do?
That's what I came back to tell you. Lu Chen's expression turned serious.
This situation is beyond what I can handle alone.
I can't run around the world like a firefighter.
We must establish a brand new, efficient, global crisis response system.
He looked at Su Muxue.
Contact the commander immediately. Tell him I have urgent matters to discuss in person.
Understood, Mr. Lu.
Su Muxue instantly grasped the gravity of the situation and wasted no time, dialing the highest priority line to the Sky Dome project team.
1 hour later. Imperial capital, West Hills.
Inside a top-level conference room closed to the public. Lu Chen, the commander, Li Jinghua, Chen Weidong, and all core members of the Sky Dome project team were present.
After Lu Chen explained the eggshell theory and the potential global, normalized crises that might arise in the future, the entire conference room fell into a deathly silence. Every face wore an expression of profound gravity.
In other words, the commander pondered for a moment before speaking slowly.
Peace is only temporary.
The real test has only just begun.
You could put it that way. Lu Chen nodded. But there's no need to be overly pessimistic.
He shifted his tone, a hint of a smile appearing on his face.
Though there's bad news, there's also good news.
Oh? Everyone perked up, their eyes turning to him in unison.
The good news is, I found a more efficient way to handle these minor issues. Lu Chen's mind raced.
A small, faint golden wheel of merit, emitting a soft golden glow, materialized in his palm.
This was. Everyone present sensed the sacred, serene aura emanating from it.
Merely gazing upon it seemed to sweep away the fatigue and tension accumulated over the past days.
Lu Chen briefly explained the origin and function of the golden wheel of merit to the group.
When they heard that this artifact could purify demonic entities over a wide area and also grant beneficial buffs to allies,
General Li Jinghua's eyes lit up instantly. Advisor Lu, are you suggesting this power of yours can be bestowed upon our soldiers?
Theoretically, yes.
Lu Chen nodded.
However, the consumption of merit power would be immense. Furthermore, I require you to establish a global, state-of-the-art surveillance network. The moment a new fissure appears, you must report its precise location and energy level to me immediately.
No problem.
The commander made a decisive call, sealing the deal with a single stroke. I will personally oversee this matter. We will mobilize every resource of the nation to forge for you the sharpest eyes and ears on this planet.
The future of China rests on your shoulders, Advisor Lu.
The commander rose to his feet and bowed deeply to Lu Chen with solemn respect.
The meeting concluded.
The new Global Rift Monitoring Initiative, codenamed Skynet, was officially launched.
And on the very next day after the plan's launch,
a shrill alarm pierced the skies, reverberating throughout the Sky Dome project team's command center.
Report. 12 small spatial rifts have been detected simultaneously across the globe. 9 are overseas, 3 are within our national borders. Coordinates: Rocky Mountains, North America. Europe, the Black Forest. And China's Sichuan Basin. The new crisis arrived faster than anyone anticipated. What?
Inside the Sky Dome project command center, Li Jinghua abruptly leapt from his seat, his expression turning grim.
So soon?
Though Lu Chen had forewarned them, the sheer urgency of the impending crisis still sent a wave of dread through the battle-hardened general. Immediately transmit the coordinates and energy level data to Advisor Lu. The commander issued his orders without delay, his voice steady and authoritative. Additionally, activate the highest-level emergency response plan. Notify the garrison and local authorities at the fissure site to immediately organize civilian evacuations and establish a quarantine zone.
Yes, sir.
Order after order was swiftly relayed down the chain of command.
At that moment, the entire national apparatus of China began operating with remarkable efficiency. At the same time, the global internet exploded once more. Look! CNN's live broadcast. A black hole has appeared in the North American Rocky Mountains. Not just that. BBC is reporting it too. One has appeared in the Black Forest of Europe. My God! How can these things be everywhere? The apocalypse. The real apocalypse never ended. Panic spread like a plague across the globe once more.
This time, people no longer pinned all their hopes solely on Lu Chen. Because everyone knows there's only one Lu Chen, he can't be everywhere at once. They must learn to save themselves.
North America, Rocky Mountains.
Inside a newly established, top-secret military base. The temporary commander-in-chief of the Shield Alliance, Eagle Nation's 5-star General Carter, stared intently at the screen before him. The screen displayed real-time footage of the small spatial fissure that had appeared deep within the Rocky Mountains. The fissure was small, only a dozen meters high. Low-tier demons, black as pitch and resembling mangy dogs, were pouring out in waves.
General!
A staff officer hurried over and saluted.
The Thunder Hammer unit is fully assembled and ready to deploy at any moment.
Very good. General Carter nodded, a fleeting flicker of excitement passing through his eyes.
Order them to depart immediately. I will show the entire world the might of our Aegis Alliance. We don't need any Eastern gods. We humans can defend our home with our own technology. Yes, sir. Soon. A combat squadron of 3 massive, 15-meter-tall heavy-duty powered suits, their designs brimming with sci-fi and brutal aesthetics, roared out of the base. This was the first generation of research achievements from the Aegis Alliance. The Thor's Hammer series combat mechs. Chapter 68, 10-second purification. This is the terror of the Golden Core stage. Built upon the foundation of previous Aegis armor technology, they integrated bioenergy technology extracted from Leviathan carcasses. Each mech was equipped with miniaturized electromagnetic railguns and high-energy particle beam weapons. Theoretically, their combat power is sufficient to crush an entire conventional armored division. The world's gaze was instantly drawn to this live broadcast. Everyone wanted to witness the true might of this technological marvel, forged with the full might of the Western world. Europe, Black Forest. The same scene was unfolding elsewhere. The Paladin series of humanoid weapons, jointly developed by Gaul and Hans, had also arrived on the battlefield. Unlike the crude design of the Thor's Hammer, the Paladin mecha exuded agility and elegance, wielding a massive high-frequency vibrating particle sword. A clash between technology and monstrosity simultaneously unfolds across the 2 most watched locations on the planet. At this very moment, China, Sichuan Basin. A remote, uninhabited mountainous region. A black spatial fissure floated mid-air. Countless low-tier monsters spilled out like dumplings being dropped into boiling water, emitting waves of shrill, piercing howls. The surrounding area had been completely sealed off by military forces. All civilians had been safely evacuated. General Li Jinghua personally commanded from the frontline headquarters, his expression tense as he watched the surveillance feed. Has Advisor Lu arrived yet? Reporting, General. Advisor Lu's private jet landed at Rongqing Airport 5 minutes ago. He should be on his way now. No sooner had the words left his mouth. A golden streak of light sliced through the sky, instantly reaching the battlefield above. It was Lu Chen. He had arrived. Inside the command center, cheers erupted like those of survivors after a catastrophe. Every warrior felt a deep sense of relief upon seeing that familiar figure. It felt as though with him present, every problem would be effortlessly resolved. Lu Chen hovered mid-air, glancing down at the thousands of low-tier demons below, snarling and clawing. His face showed no emotion. Opponents of this caliber didn't even warrant the effort of drawing his sword. Perfect for testing a new skill. He slowly raised his right hand, palm facing upward. With a thought. Merit golden wheel. A sacred and majestic golden wheel slowly materialized behind him. Gentle golden light instantly illuminated the valley, polluted by demonic energy, as bright as day. The low-tier demons, who had been so arrogant moments before, seemed to have been doused in concentrated sulfuric acid the instant they were touched by the golden light. Black smoke billowed from their bodies as they let out agonized, piercing screams. Their movements became excruciatingly sluggish. Their combat effectiveness plummeted by over 90% in an instant. Purification. Lu Chen uttered the 2 words indifferently. The golden wheel of merit behind him erupted with blinding light. A massive pillar of light, composed of pure golden radiance visible to the naked eye, descended from the heavens. It completely engulfed the thousands of monsters below, along with that black spatial fissure. No explosion. No deafening roar. Only a profound sense of peace and tranquility remained. Bathed in that sacred golden light, all the monsters ceased their struggles. Their grotesque, twisted bodies slowly melted and disintegrated like sand sculptures. Ultimately, they dissolved into primordial particles, vanishing into the air. Even the black spatial fissure was thoroughly purified and smoothed by the golden light. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. An invasion of monsters capable of plunging a small city into chaos was resolved with effortless ease. The entire valley returned to tranquility. It even felt more vibrant than before. The air carried the fresh, grassy scent of a post-rain breeze. This scene was transmitted in crystal-clear detail through military internal lines back to the Sky Dome project team's command center. The commander-in-chief, Li Jinghua, academician Shen Weidong, all the elite leaders of Huaxia stared intently at the valley displayed on the screen. The golden light dissipated, and the monstrosities dissolved. It seemed as though the crisis that could have destroyed an entire city moments ago had been nothing but an illusion. It's over already? A young staff officer murmured unconsciously, his voice trembling. No one answered him. For everyone was too stunned to speak. If Lu Chen's earlier sword strike that cleaved the sea and severed the demon embodied the pinnacle of destruction, then now, wielding this wheel of merit, he displayed the divine authority of creation and judgment. Is this the power of the Golden Core stage? General Li Jinghua's eyes widened. His perception felt shattered once more. He had thought he had already vastly overestimated Lu Chen's strength. But now it seemed he hadn't even glimpsed the tip of the iceberg. The commander slowly sank back into his chair, exhaling a long breath. The tension had vanished from his face, replaced by an indescribably complex mix of emotions.
There was relief, there was excitement, but above all, a profound reverence for an unknown power. Order. The commander spoke, his voice regaining its usual steady tone. Record the battle here as top-level divine-grade classified information and permanently seal it. Additionally, he paused, his gaze shifting to the other side of the screen. There, split-screen feeds from North America and Europe showed live battle footage led by the Aegis Alliance. Cut our feed. Let the world enjoy our allies' performance. Rocky Mountains, North America. Boom. 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 Deafening explosions reverberated through the mountains and forests. 3 15-meter-tall Thor's hammer mechs engaged in a brutal battle against the monstrosities surging from the rift. Electromagnetic railgun shells, trailing long blue flames, blew the Vilehelm-like creatures to smithereens. High-energy particle beams sliced through the horde like searing scalpels, leaving scorched trails of death in their wake. The scene was intensely explosive, brimming with the brutal beauty of steel clashing against flesh. Billions of viewers worldwide watched the live broadcast, their blood boiling with excitement. See that? This is the might of Western technology. So badass. This is real war. That Eastern guy just plays tricks with spirits. We in the SHIELD Alliance are humanity's true hope. Online, Western public opinion erupted in applause. Inside the Aegis Alliance Command Center, 5-star General Carter stood with his hands behind his back, his expression stern as he watched the screen. Yet the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a hint of smug satisfaction. General, Thor's Hammer Unit 1, left arm hydraulic system compromised, power output reduced by 30%. Unit 2, energy shields overloaded, initiating emergency cooling. Pilot of Unit 3 is experiencing tachycardia and signs of mental fatigue. One piece of bad news after another poured out from the operations officer's mouth. General Carter remained unfazed. Tell them to hold the line. These monsters are nothing but appetizers. Today, we won't just win, we'll win spectacularly. Let the entire world witness who truly guards this planet. Chapter 69, The 30 Billion Price, A Bloody Victory. General Carter relished this feeling. Crushing the enemy with steel and artillery under the gaze of the entire world. This was the true romance of manhood. As for that Lu Chen from China, General Carter glanced at the pitch-black screen in the corner of his monitor, the Chinese livestream feed, and snorted with disdain. Turtle hiding in its shell. Probably too scared to show his face. But his triumph didn't last long. Alert! Alert! Fisher energy fluctuations intensifying rapidly. High energy reaction detected. A shrill alarm suddenly pierced the entire command center. On the screen, the black spatial fissure abruptly doubled in size. Immediately after, an elite-class monster, over 10 times the size of a lesser hound, resembling a giant beetle and covered in thick bone armor, slowly crawled out from within. A piercing shriek erupted from its maw. Thunder Hammer Unit 3 was positioned directly in its path. Before the pilot could react, the beetle-like monster transformed into a black afterimage and suddenly slammed into it. Boom! A thunderous explosion. The Thor's Hammer 3, weighing over 100 tons, flew through the air like a kick soda can. A massive dent was smashed directly into its chest alloy armor. Sparks flew from the entire mech as it was sent flying backward over 100 meters, crashing heavily onto the ground. The cockpit instantly turned crimson. Life signs vanished. The global broadcast fell deathly silent. Unit 3! Unit 3! Come in! Inside the command center, the operations officer bellowed in desperation. The only response was the crackling static of electrical interference. General Carter's face turned ashen. He stared fixedly at the screen, where a beetle-like monster had effortlessly destroyed a thunder hammer. Damn it! What the hell is intelligence doing? Why is there no data on this elite-level demonic creature? General! Units 1 and 2 are under heavy attack. Requesting withdrawal. On the screen, the battle situation rapidly deteriorated. That beetle demon was a veritable killing machine. Its carapace was harder than anything imaginable. Electromagnetic railgun shells struck its surface, only managing to spatter sparks and leave a shallow white mark. Each of its collisions posed a significant threat to the mecha. The remaining 2 Thor's hammers were forced into retreat under relentless assault, teetering on the brink of disaster. Billions of viewers worldwide watched with bated breath. Western netizens who had been cheering moments ago now fell silent. A sense of foreboding spread through everyone's hearts. Retreat? General Carter's teeth ground together. The whole world is watching. Where can we retreat to? We are the Aegis Alliance. Humanity's last line of defense. We absolutely cannot retreat. A flicker of madness and resolve passed through his eyes. Activate the God Staff system. What? At the mention of that name, the operations officer beside him turned deathly pale. General! The God Staff is our ultimate strategic weapon. It hasn't been tested in combat yet. Moreover, its strike range is too vast. Units 1 and 2 are still on the battlefield. This is a necessary sacrifice. General Carter's voice was utterly icy. For victory, we must spare no cost. Execute the order.
Yes, General.
The operations officer's trembling hands typed a series of top-level authorization commands into the console.
Meanwhile,
Earth, low Earth orbit. A military satellite disguised as a weather satellite belonging to the Eagle Nation's military silently adjusted its orientation.
its belly slowly opened.
A 10-meter-long metal rod, shaped like a spear and forged from high-density tungsten alloy, was released. Under Earth's gravitational pull, it began to accelerate.
Accelerating relentlessly.
Its speed grew ever faster, igniting a blazing inferno as it frictionally heated against the atmosphere, resembling a falling meteor.
Its target, the battlefield in the Rocky Mountains. This is the God's Rod space-based kinetic weapon system.
Utilizing a metal rod launched from space, it harnesses immense kinetic energy to deliver devastating strikes against ground targets.
Its power rivals that of a small tactical nuclear bomb.
Yet it produces no nuclear radiation whatsoever.
It stands as one of the Eagle Nation's most deeply concealed ultimate trump cards. Rocky Mountain Battlefield.
The pilots of Hammer of Thor Units 1 and 2 suddenly received orders from headquarters.
Cease resistance.
Your sacrifice will forever be remembered by the United States of America.
Both pilots froze in shock. They looked up through the cockpit windows to see a fiery streak tearing across the sky, plummeting straight toward them.
The shadow of death instantly engulfed them.
No! Their desperate shrieks were drowned out by the earth-shattering roar. Boom!
The tungsten alloy rod struck the beetle-like demon with precision, traveling dozens of times the speed of sound.
Indescribable kinetic terror erupted in an instant. The entire world seemed to transform into a blinding white light. The earth shook violently, as if hit by a magnitude 10 earthquake.
A small mushroom cloud slowly rose. The shockwave spread like a tsunami, sweeping out in all directions and leveling everything within a radius of several kilometers.
The live feed cut out instantly. A deafening silence fell across the globe. Everyone was stunned into silence by the sheer terror of that strike. After an unknown period of time, a backup drone finally returned to the battlefield, transmitting new footage.
Where the battle had raged, a bottomless crater now gaped, its diameter exceeding 500 meters. The crater's rim was a charred expanse of glassy slag. Both the demonic creature and the two Thor's hammer mechs had been obliterated, leaving not a single trace of wreckage. Only the black spatial fissure remained stubbornly intact at the explosion's epicenter. But it had become extremely unstable, flickering on and off as if it might collapse at any moment. Inside the SHIELD command center, General Carter watched the footage on the screen and exhaled heavily. His back was drenched in cold sweat. "Report casualties and losses," he said in a hoarse voice.
"Reporting, General. Thor's Hammer Squadron is completely wiped out. All 3 ace pilots are confirmed dead."
The God Staff system fired a tungsten alloy warhead costing $30 billion.
General Carter's mouth twitched.
But he forced himself to hold on, squeezing out a faint smile. Victory comes at a price.
We won. Yes, they had won.
At the cost of 3 ace pilots' lives and $30 billion, they had painstakingly destroyed a small fissure.
And just then, technicians finally restored the live feed from the Huaxia side.
When the tranquil, vibrant valley of the Sichuan Basin and the hellish crater of the Rocky Mountains simultaneously appeared before global audiences. The stark, absurd contrast
left everyone speechless. The smile on General Carter's face froze completely. Chapter 70, Public Execution under Global Broadcast. Captured in full view. Global public opinion erupted.
If China's 0 casualties had previously been just a cold statistic, now, through the stark contrast of these two live feeds, everyone viscerally grasped the meaning of a dimensional strike.
On one side, a godly figure waved a hand, purifying everything with effortless grace.
On the other, mortals straining every ounce of strength, sacrificing lives, using the most costly weapons to carve out a pit of unimaginable horror. The difference was stark.
My God, what have I just witnessed? Is this even the same level of catastrophe? The SHIELD Alliance is a joke. They call this a victory? Sacrificing 3 heroes and spending $30 billion just to blow a hole?
Meanwhile, not a blade of grass was harmed on the Huaxia side. I'm starting to wonder if we chose the wrong path. Western netizens who were cheering for the SHIELD Alliance moments ago now feel their faces burning with embarrassment. They're like a bunch of clowns, putting on a show for hours, only to discover the true God doesn't even bother to glance their way.
That humiliation stung worse than death itself.
Inside the Aegis Alliance command center, the atmosphere was thick with tension. General Carter's face was darker than a pot bottom. He could feel the skeptical stares from Allied representatives all around him. "General, the White House is on the line. They demand you hold an immediate press conference to explain this operation to the public," an aide cautiously reported.
"Explain?" General Carter snorted coldly. "What is there to explain? We defended our homeland in our own way. Is that wrong?"
"But, General, public opinion is very unfavorable toward us."
"That's because they're fools.
They've been blinded by that Oriental's miracles." General Carter slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly.
"Prepare for the press conference. I will personally tell the world that technology is humanity's only way forward." Half an hour later,
a highly anticipated global press conference convened at the headquarters of the SHIELD Alliance. General Carter, dressed in a crisp military uniform and forcing himself to stay alert, walked to the podium. He faced the sea of cameras and microphones from hundreds of media outlets worldwide.
"Ladies and gentlemen."
General Carter cleared his throat and spoke in a solemn tone. Just moments ago, the Aegis Alliance successfully resolved an incident involving a vicious demonic creature invasion on the North American continent entirely on our own. This victory proves that humanity possesses the full capability to confront unknown threats through our own technological prowess. We need no ethereal deities, we ourselves are our own saviors. He attempted to inspire the assembled journalists with his impassioned tone.
Yet an eerie silence hung over the audience below the podium.
Every reporter stared at him with expressions that suggested they were watching a fool.
Finally, a BBC reporter couldn't hold back and stood up.
"General Carter, is this what you call victory, sacrificing 3 ace pilots, wasting $30 billion, and destroying the ecosystem across several kilometers?" Meanwhile, the Huaxia site resolved a crisis of the same magnitude in just 10 seconds with 0 casualties and 0 resources expended.
How do you account for this vast disparity? The question was sharp and direct. General Carter's face instantly turned beet red. "I must correct you. That is not a gap. It is a different philosophy of combat." He nearly shouted it out. "What we pursue is a replicable, mass-producible, stable technological system. That Eastern man's power is uncontrollable, it's unique. If 100, 1,000 rifts appeared simultaneously across the globe today, could he possibly handle them all alone? But we, the SHIELD Alliance, given sufficient resources, can forge 100, 1,000 Thor's hammers. We can wage a comprehensive, protracted war. He cannot." This forced and unreasonable defense not only failed to convince anyone but drew even more skepticism. A journalist from Gaul rose immediately. "General, when you speak of sufficient resources, do you mean expecting us allies to provide funding, technology, and even the lives of our soldiers without compensation? May I ask, in this operation, what has the Eagle Nation as the Alliance's leader contributed beyond issuing orders that send allies to their deaths? Is the staff of God the collective property of the entire Alliance, or is it your personal toy, Eagle Nation?" This question was even more lethal. It struck directly at the most sensitive, core contradiction within the Aegis Alliance. It boils down to the imbalance of power and responsibility. The Eagle Nation holds absolute authority in the most critical technology, yet demands its allies bear the bulk of the risks and costs. This unfair partnership might barely hold together in peacetime. But at this critical juncture of survival, the contradictions were magnified infinitely. General Carter was utterly speechless. He opened his mouth, yet not a single word came out. Cold sweat trickled down his temples. He knew he was finished. The SHIELD Alliance was finished too. This press conference had not only failed to salvage their reputation but had become a public execution. It laid bare the hypocrisy, selfishness, and incompetence within the SHIELD Alliance for the entire world to see. Just then, the back door of the press conference room suddenly swung open. Several men in black suits, their expressions stern, walked in. Leading them was the Deputy Secretary of Defense of the Eagle Nation. He strode directly to the podium and took the microphone from General Carter's hand. Then, facing all the media, he announced in a tone devoid of any emotion. "In light of General Carter's grave strategic errors in commanding this operation, which have caused irreparable losses to the Alliance, following an emergency meeting of the Alliance Council, effective immediately, Carter Anderson is relieved of all duties as Supreme Commander of the Aegis Alliance. His rank of 5-star general is hereby revoked. He will face subsequent military tribunal investigation." The Deputy Minister of Defense's voice boomed through the microphone, filling the entire conference hall and echoing across the globe. The room erupted in an uproar. Reporters scrambled like mad, pointing their cameras at the podium where a figure stood, deathly pale. General Carter froze in place. He couldn't believe his ears. Relieved of duty? Stripped of rank? A court-martial investigation? He, a 5-star general who had dedicated his entire life to the United States, the Supreme Commander of the Aegis Alliance. Was he to be discarded like trash, ruthlessly cast aside, all because of a single failed operation? He became the scapegoat. A perfect scapegoat, bearing the blame for the entire Alliance's incompetence and failure. No, this can't be real. General Carter shook his head in disbelief, muttering to himself. But the men in black gave him no chance to defend himself. They grabbed his arms from both sides, dragging him off the podium like a dead dog. Bathed in the glare of countless camera flashes, the once mighty general looked utterly defeated. This scene became the final straw that shattered the credibility of the SHIELD Alliance. Changing commanders in the heat of battle, and in such a humiliating manner. This was an unmistakable declaration to the world that their internal chaos had reached a boiling point. Chapter 71, Ivanov's Choice, Paying Homage to the Strong. General Carter's press conference ultimately devolved into a globally televised execution. As he was dragged off the stage like a dead dog, the global media went wild. At the press conference, a Gallic journalist was the first to lower his camera.
Facing the lens, he declared with a tone laced with French sarcasm.
We came here expecting to witness the glory of human technology.
But what we witnessed was nothing but a farce steeped in arrogance, incompetence, and blame shifting. Perhaps we really should reconsider who our true friends are.
With that, he turned and walked out of the venue without looking back. His action felt like a signal.
Subsequently, journalists from all Aegis Alliance member nations Hans, Maple Leaf, and Kangaroo followed suit, choosing to walk out. In an instant, the vast press conference hall was left with only the Eagle Nation's own media, fluttering in the wind.
They exchanged glances, their faces etched with awkwardness and bewilderment. This scene was far more humiliating than a direct announcement of the Alliance's dissolution. Kremlin.
The imposing figure of Ivanov, the great leader of the Northern Bear Nation, sat quietly with a cigar in his mouth, watching the live broadcast on the large screen. When the footage showed General Carter being carried away and journalists from various nations leaving their seats, a meaningful smile touched his usually stern face. An assistant beside him, dressed in a suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, murmured, "Your Excellency, everything unfolded exactly as you predicted.
The Eagle Nation has already lost the people's trust." Ivanov slowly exhaled a smoke ring.
Through the swirling haze, his gaze grew even sharper. What they've lost isn't just the people's trust. What they've lost is the very essence of leadership, the vision, the character, and the responsibility that defines a true leader. He stubbed out his cigar in the ashtray, stood up, and walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking Moscow's nightscape. A leader who treats allies as cannon fodder and wallets is doomed to fail.
When disaster strikes, if you think only of saving yourself or even profiting from the catastrophe, who would follow you?
The assistant nodded in deep agreement. By comparison, the actions of Huaxia were worlds apart. They possessed divine power yet never abused it, even willingly taking on the responsibility of protecting the world.
Whether facing tsunamis or demonic surges, they stand on the front lines. This magnanimity, this grandeur that is the true bearing of a great nation. Ivanov turned, his gaze intense as he looked at his assistant. "So, Alexei, what do you suggest we do now?"
The assistant, known as Alexei, pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose, his eyes behind the lenses gleaming with intelligence.
"Your Majesty, I believe the time has come to make a choice.
The old era has ended, and a new order is emerging. We can no longer cling to the illusions of the past, we must see clearly the direction of the future.
Clinging to a sinking hegemony will only drag us down with it.
Only by aligning ourselves with the rising beacon can we chart our own course through the stormy seas ahead."
China is that beacon. Ivanov burst into hearty laughter upon hearing this. "Well said, Alexei. Great minds think alike." He walked to his desk and picked up a red telephone with no visible buttons.
This was the highest-level hotline connecting the Kremlin to the imperial capital of Huaxia.
"Connect me to China." Ivanov's tone was unprecedentedly stern.
"I need to speak directly with their leader. The Northern Bear Nation must pay our highest respects to the true powerhouse."
China, imperial capital.
The Sky Dome Project Command Center was ablaze with lights. The commander and Li Jinghua had also watched the farcical press conference. Li Jinghua's face was etched with undisguised contempt.
"A bunch of clowns. This is their so-called global police force? More like a bunch of global babies."
The commander, however, appeared much calmer. He lifted his teacup and took a small sip.
"Jinghua, don't let your emotions get the better of you. The decline of the Eagle Nation is inevitable. Their hegemony rests on technological and military superiority.
When that edge vanishes, or worse, when a superior force delivers a dimensional strike, their foundations crumble. Their arrogant and self-important conduct merely accelerates this process."
Just then, a messenger entered at a brisk pace, his expression tense. "Commander. Highest level hotline from the Northern Bear Nation. Emperor Ivanov specifically requests to speak with you." The moment the words fell, the entire command center fell silent. All eyes focused on the commander.
At this sensitive juncture, the implications behind the Northern Bear Emperor's call were self-evident. The commander slowly set down his teacup, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. He rose to his feet, adjusting his Zhongshan suit.
"Connect the call.
Let me hear what this mighty ruler of the North has to say to us."
The call connected.
No polite pleasantries, no elaborate diplomatic niceties.
Ivanov's instantly recognizable, booming voice came directly through the receiver. "Good evening, comrade leader. This is Ivanov." The commander walked to the massive electronic sand table, picked up the receiver, his voice equally calm. "Good evening, Ivanov the Great. This is he." A hearty chuckle came from the other end of the line. "I imagine you've witnessed the farce unfolding in the West."
The commander watched as the blue dots representing the Eagle Nation's sphere of influence on the sand table were fading at a visible rate.
"I saw it. A self-inflicted tragedy." Ivanov's tone carried a hint of admiration. "A remarkably accurate assessment.
A nation that ruled the world through sheer force, when it loses its power, all that remains is pathetic." He shifted his focus. "But a nation that stands tall through benevolent governance, when it gains divine favor, becomes the hope of the entire world." The leader remained silent, listening intently. He knew the crux of Ivanov's call was yet to come.
Mr. Leader, I am a pragmatic man.
The Northern Bear Nation is also a pragmatic nation. We revere the strong, but we admire even more those who possess strength yet no restraint. Ivanov's voice took on an unprecedented sincerity. Mr. Lu's power is sufficient to destroy the world. Yet he chose to save it. China, possessing Mr. Lu, could enslave the world. Yet you chose to protect it. This is the difference between tyranny and kingship. We choose the way of kingship. These words resonated with profound weight. Even across thousands of kilometers, every member of the Sky Dome Project Command Center felt the weight of Ivanov's words. Li Xinhua and the others found their breathing growing slightly ragged. They were witnessing history.
Chapter 72, The Emperor bows. The Eagle President is furious.
The commander remained calm as he spoke slowly.
Emperor Ivanov, we appreciate your recognition.
Since ancient times, China has believed that when one achieves greatness, one should benefit all under heaven.
We have no desire to dominate or enslave anyone.
We only wish to contribute our part to the continuation of human civilization in this new era of impending crisis.
Well said. Ivanov praised once more.
Therefore, the purpose of this call is straightforward.
The Northern Bear Nation is willing to become China's most steadfast and reliable strategic partner in the new era. Full cooperation, with no limits. We are prepared to open all our resources to China, including military bases, scientific research data, and our global intelligence network. We have only one request. The commander asked, what is that request? We wish to receive protection from China.
For the first time, Ivanov's tone carried a hint of supplication. We hope that in future crises, China will regard the Northern Bear Nation as one of its own.
We no longer wish to kowtow to the Eagle Nation or be used as cannon fodder in their crisis containment efforts.
We wish to stand on the side of the victors.
The commander fell silent for a moment. He could sense Ivanov's resolve.
This was a political gamble. Ivanov is staking the fate of the Northern Bear Nation, placing all his chips on China.
I sense the Emperor's sincerity.
The commander spoke slowly.
China welcomes all like-minded friends.
Friends should stand by each other in times of need. I will dispatch a dedicated representative to coordinate specific cooperation matters with your team.
Good.
Ivanov received the answer he sought, his mood greatly lifted. I am confident our collaboration will usher in a brand new chapter.
A magnificent new era that belongs to us all.
After hanging up, the commander gently placed the receiver back on the cradle. Thunderous applause erupted within the command center.
Li Xinghua's face flushed crimson with excitement. Commander! We've succeeded. This is a historic step.
The commander nodded with a smile, yet his gaze remained profound.
This is only the first step.
Ivanov is a smart man, he sees the inevitable trend. But in this world, there are still many nations blinded by the Eagle Nation, or rather, too afraid to resist it.
We must give them an opportunity to see the truth and make the right choice.
He turned to his assistant. In the name of the Sky Dome Project team, extend a formal invitation to every nation on Earth. 24 hours from now, in the Imperial Capital, convene the Global Summit on Future Development and Security Cooperation. The theme, Building a Community with a Shared Future for Mankind. The assistant paused for a moment before grasping the leader's intent. This was a direct move to publicly poach talent from the Eagle Nation.
Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Eagle Nation, White House. The atmosphere in the Oval Office was extremely tense.
The newly appointed interim president, a hawkish politician who had won support through tough stances, paced restlessly back and forth.
A bunch of ungrateful bastards. We gave them security, we gave them markets, and this is how they repay us?
How dare they humiliate us in front of the entire world?
A CIA director wiped the cold sweat from his brow and cautiously reported. Mr. President, we've just received top-secret intelligence. Ivanov of the Northern Bear Nation held a top-level conversation with the Chinese leader half an hour ago. The call lasted 15 minutes. The interim president's footsteps abruptly halted. He whipped his head around, eyes bloodshot as he glared at the official. What did you say? That damn polar bear dared to. The director swallowed hard. Yes, Mr. President.
Our intelligence analysts believe the Northern Bear Nation has likely sided with China.
They've betrayed us. Bang!
The acting president slammed his fist hard onto the desk.
Standby phone. Immediately.
I need to convene an emergency meeting of the Aegis Alliance.
If they choose betrayal, I'll make them understand the price of treachery.
I'll see if they abandon us, or if we clean house first. He had completely lost his mind.
Late night, Eagle Nation time.
An emergency video conference of the SHIELD Alliance convened hastily.
In the holographic projection, leaders from over a dozen major Western nations appeared at their respective seats, their expressions grave.
The atmosphere was tense from the very start. The acting president's face, contorted with rage, dominated the main seat. Without so much as an opening remark, he launched into a barrage of accusations.
Ladies and gentlemen,
who can tell me what exactly happened at that disgraceful press conference this afternoon?
Our alliance has barely been formed, and already we're being stabbed in the back by our own people?
His voice boomed through the speakers, echoing in every attendee's ears with piercing intensity. The leader of Gaul, a middle-aged man sporting an elegant mustache, was the first to frown. He slowly adjusted his tie and spoke in a measured tone. Mr. President, I believe you've misunderstood one thing. This isn't backstabbing, it's expressing our dissatisfaction. We joined the Aegis Alliance to pool our strength and collectively confront crises. Not to become a backdrop for some nation to showcase its crude tactics and shirk responsibility. His words were immediately echoed by the female Prime Minister of Hans. Yes, we are deeply disappointed and concerned by General Carter's command decisions and your nation's subsequent handling of the situation. This makes us question whether there are serious flaws in this alliance's decision-making mechanism. The interim president turned ashen-faced at these words. He never expected these people to dare confront him directly. Disappointment? Concern? He sneered coldly. What right do you have to be disappointed? Facing the monsters, it is our Thor's hammer that stands at the forefront. It is the warriors of our eagle nation who bleed in sacrifice. What have you done besides pointing fingers from the sidelines? And now you have the nerve to accuse us? This twisted rhetoric has ignited the fury of everyone present. Mr. President, mind your words. The leader of Gaul was visibly angered. Among those 3 fallen pilots, one was a citizen of our Gallic nation. You claim we made no sacrifices? We paid with our lives. And you, besides pressing a button from the rear, what have you sacrificed? All you sacrificed was an expensive warhead property belonging to us all. Chapter 73, Surrender Sovereignty or Face the Wrath of God. The conference room erupted into chaos. Arguments and accusations erupted in rapid succession. The Shield Alliance, an organization meant to stand united against external threats, now resembled a chaotic marketplace, its members turning on each other. The acting president watched the chaos unfold before him, the madness in his eyes growing ever more intense. He knew that conventional methods were no longer sufficient to control these disloyal allies. Only the most extreme measures would suffice. He drew a deep breath, then slammed his fist down on the table with a thunderous crash. The entire conference hall fell instantly silent. Every pair of eyes focused on him. Slowly rising to his feet, he braced his hands on the tabletop, leaning forward. In a tone laced with menace and icy coldness, he spoke deliberately, enunciating each word. It seems there remains some misunderstanding regarding the purpose of our alliance. Therefore, as the supreme leader of the alliance, I now issue a final directive to all present. Or rather, it's an ultimatum. Effective immediately, within 24 hours. All member states must transfer 50% of their military budgets to the alliance's public account. All military bases rated Class A or higher must be opened for unified deployment by the alliance. Each nation must unconditionally share its most elite scientific talent and technical data, integrating them into the research center of the God-slaying project. Most crucially, the armed forces of all member states must accept unified command from the Shield Alliance Command Center. This means you will temporarily relinquish a portion of your military sovereignty. These words detonated like a heavy bomb dropped into a tranquil lake. Every leader present was stunned. They could scarcely believe their ears. What was this? This is outright annexation. Under the guise of an alliance, he intended to turn all allies into colonies of his eagle nation. You're insane? The leader of Gaul cried out in disbelief. This is absolutely impossible. We are allies, not your vassals. A sinister grin spread across the interim president's face. I am not mad. I'm merely consolidating our strength in the most efficient way possible. In this era, only absolute centralization can accomplish great deeds. As for those unwilling to obey orders, his gaze swept over every person present, filled with undisguised malice. We shall regard them as traitors to the alliance. And for traitors, we will not only expel them from the alliance but also activate the highest level of comprehensive sanctions. Economic, technological, and military blockades across all fronts. We will make your every move impossible. Not only that. He paused, then delivered the most devastating blow. We will also designate you as a potentially dangerous organization colluding with Eastern deities. Don't forget, our god staff still has many warheads. Once our god-slaying weapon is developed, it will inevitably require some test subjects. The dagger is revealed when the map is fully unfolded. Threat. An unmasked threat. The entire conference room fell into dead silence. The faces of all the leaders were filled with humiliation, rage, and deep-seated fear. They finally saw clearly. The man before them had completely lost his mind. A madman willing to drag the entire world into the abyss to preserve his crumbling hegemony. And they were the hostages strapped to this runaway chariot of madness. The interim president was thoroughly satisfied with this effect. He sank back into his chair, leaning against the upholstery, and declared with the air of a victor. Well, I've said my piece. Gentlemen, you have 24 hours to consider. I look forward to receiving your wise responses. With that, he abruptly cut the video feed. The holographic projection vanished instantly. But the shock it delivered reverberated like a violent earthquake, sending powerful aftershocks through the minds of all attendees.
Élysée Palace, Gaul. President Macron angrily slammed the pen in his hand onto the floor. Bastard! Shameless bandit! What does he take us for? Lambs to the slaughter?
His defense minister, a gray-haired old general, was equally livid.
Mr. President, this is an unprecedented humiliation. Surrendering military sovereignty and accepting their unified command, how is that any different from capitulation? Once we agree, Gaul's armies will no longer belong to Gaul.
Our soldiers would become cannon fodder for their ambitions.
Macron paced restlessly in his office.
I know that, of course.
But if we refuse his threats?
The old general's eyes sharpened.
Do you truly believe he would dare use the scepter of God against us? We're allies.
Core members of the Western world.
Macron halted in his tracks, letting out a bitter laugh. Before, I didn't believe it either.
But now, looking at that madman, I truly can't be sure.
A man who can sacrifice his own allies' soldiers without hesitation, what boundaries could you possibly expect him to have? A heavy silence fell over the office.
Yes, principles. The Eagle Nation has no limits left. Just then, the encrypted phone on the desk suddenly rang. Macron glanced at the caller ID, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. It was the female Chancellor of Hansland, Merkel.
He answered the call. Good evening, Chancellor Merkel.
On the other end, Merkel's voice sounded calm yet slightly weary.
President Macron, I imagine neither of us is in the best of moods right now. Macron sighed. Yes, I feel like someone just held a gun to my head and took my wallet. A sudden chill crept into Merkel's tone. What he wants isn't just our wallets. He wants our lives.
He wants to bind us all to his chariot and gamble everything in a hopeless wager against that Eastern deity. And we are the chips he's placed on the gambling table.
Macron's heart sank. So, you mean? We cannot sit idly by and wait for death. Merkel declared with unwavering resolve. Surrender is a dead end.
They'll bleed us dry to the last drop and then discard us without mercy.
We must resist.
Macron's breathing grew slightly ragged.
How do we resist? Defy his sanctions head-on? Or wait for his rod of God to strike us down?
On the other end of the line, Merkel fell silent for several seconds. Then, in a voice barely above a whisper, she said,
Macron, have you received that invitation from the East? Chapter 74, Follow the Madman or Follow the Deity? Macron's heart skipped a beat. Of course he had. Just an hour ago.
The summit invitation issued by the Huaxia Tianxiang project team. The theme, building a community with a shared future for mankind.
Before, he was still hesitating.
After all, publicly attending a summit led by China would be tantamount to declaring to the world that he intended to part ways with the United States. Such a decision was not easy to make. But now, after enduring the humiliating ultimatum from the Eagle Nation, everything had changed.
Received.
Macron's voice was also hushed.
So how do you plan to respond? Merkel didn't answer directly, but instead asked. Do you think it's safer to go to a place that treats you as a partner, where you can jointly discuss the future? Or is it wiser to stay in a place that treats you like a slave, ready to sacrifice you at any moment? The answer was already self-evident.
A resolute glint flashed in Macron's eyes.
I understand. We need more allies. Yes.
Merkel said, I've already discussed this with the leaders of Pasta Nation and Bull Nation.
Their views align with ours. We're done playing second fiddle. Europe should have its own voice. What about the Bear Nation? Macron asked. That Ivanov fellow he must have. Saw the situation clearer than any of us. A hint of admiration tinged Merkel's tone.
He's already made his choice through action.
Now it's our turn.
Hanging up the phone, Macron felt the humiliation and rage within him slowly dissipate. What remained was an unprecedented, all-or-nothing resolve.
He walked to his desk and looked again at the invitation from China.
Every Chinese character on it seemed imbued with a mysterious power.
Eastern deities. He murmured to himself. Perhaps following a deity would be far better than following a madman.
He picked up the phone and dialed his secretary's line.
Respond to the Huaxia side. Inform them that Gaul is deeply honored to accept the invitation. The flag of France will fly over the imperial capital, right on schedule. At the same time, Hans, Pasta, Bull, and over a dozen other European nations made the same choice.
From Huaxia, that invitation letter, mild in tone yet weighty in substance, had already been delivered via the fastest encrypted channels to the desks of nearly 200 world leaders. Like a pebble tossed into a tranquil lake, this invitation immediately sent shockwaves rippling through the global political arena. A global summit on future development and security cooperation? Building a community with a shared future for mankind? The king of a Middle Eastern oil kingdom stroked his jewel-encrusted scepter, his eyes flickering.
Interesting.
On one side stood the dragon brandishing its club, demanding tribute. On the other, an eastern dragon extending an olive branch, inviting us to deliberate on grand strategies. This choice seemed straightforward.
He immediately summoned his foreign minister.
Reply to Huaxia, our Shah's kingdom is most pleased to participate in this historic summit. Additionally, prepare a generous gift.
We cannot pay homage to the divine empty-handed. South America, Brazil.
Within the presidential palace, several core cabinet members were engaged in a heated debate.
We cannot go. The hawkish defense minister declared loudly. We've always been the Eagle Nation's loyal partner in South America. If we go to the imperial capital, it would be outright betrayal. We'll face their furious retaliation.
The foreign minister countered with the opposing view. Minister, times have changed.
Do you still want to cling to that sinking wreck? Did you not witness the Leviathan incident? Did you not see the abyssal demon tide? When disaster strikes, what else can the Eagle Nation do but cry out to the Eastern deities for help? The future world's voice of authority lies in the East. If we don't seize this opportunity now, are we to wait until the global order is set in stone, leaving us without even a seat at the table?
The president listened silently to the debate between the two sides. Finally, he slammed his hand on the table.
Enough.
This matter requires no further discussion. He picked up the invitation, his gaze unwavering. Prepare the aircraft.
To the capital. Brazil must not choose the wrong path at this historic crossroads. Africa, African Union headquarters. Representatives from over 50 nations gathered together. Before them, the large screen displayed the same invitation from China.
A venerable elder rose slowly to his feet.
My brothers and sisters.
For far too long, we Africans have played the role of recipients of charity and victims of exploitation on the international stage. Western nations speak of aid, yet in reality, they are sucking our blood. They have never truly respected us. But now, an opportunity has arrived. China, a nation that once suffered oppression just as we did, now stands at the pinnacle of the world. They have not forgotten us, they're old friends. They have extended an invitation, inviting us to join them as equals in shaping humanity's future. This is Africa's once-in-a-lifetime chance to break free from old shackles and achieve true independence. I propose that we, the African Union, collectively accept this invitation as one united entity. Let the world hear the voice of Africa.
Agreed. Agreed. We agree.
Thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall.
Similar scenes unfolded across Asia, Europe, Oceania, and every corner of the globe. China's invitation stands as a banner. A banner calling upon all nations long oppressed by the hegemony of the Eagle Nation to unite and resist tyranny.
In no time, official statements from nations across the globe poured into the imperial capital like snowflakes.
The Gallic Republic confirms its attendance. The Kingdom of Hans confirms attendance. The Shah's Kingdom confirms attendance. Brazil confirms attendance. African Union confirmed attendance. ASEAN confirmed attendance.
Within just a few hours, over 150 countries and international organizations publicly announced their acceptance of China's invitation.
This number continues to grow. The global media went wild. CNN's headline reads, "The Call from the East, a global political encirclement against Washington." BBC commented, "A new Bandung conference?"
No, this is the coronation of a new world order.
Reuters was blunt, "The world abandons Washington, flocks to the imperial capital." Within half a day, the global media landscape underwent a seismic reversal.
All eyes shifted from the ridiculous infighting in the land of the eagle to the unprecedented global summit about to unfold in the East. People are eagerly anticipating how this newly born beacon will guide the world toward a brand new future.
Chapter 75, An Invitation from the East. The Divine Being Shall Speak. And now. Eagle Nation, the White House.
The interim president had just awakened from his slumber.
He was still dreaming sweet dreams of all allies trembling in fear before his ultimatum, meekly surrendering their sovereignty.
His aide burst in, face ashen, clutching an urgent public sentiment report.
"Mr. President, it's bad. A major crisis has erupted." The interim president yawned, replying impatiently. What could possibly go wrong? Have those Europeans finally come to their senses and come begging for mercy?
The assistant's voice trembled.
No. It's Huaxia. Huaxia. They've sent out invitations to the entire world. The interim president froze for a moment. Invitations? What invitations?
The aide swallowed hard and handed over the report.
They're holding a meeting too.
And it seems the entire world has attended.
The interim president took the report.
A single glance left him frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. The names of the countries confirming attendance stabbed like sharp knives, piercing his heart. His lips began to tremble, his face turning from red to white, then from white to pale.
Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. How dare they? How dare they?
The interim president let out a beastly roar, violently tearing the report in his hands to shreds. He felt the entire world had betrayed him. No, the entire world was laughing at him. His meticulously crafted ultimatum had been reduced to utter foolishness by this invitation from the East.
Just as nations worldwide were weighing their final decisions on whether to accept China's invitation,
a bombshell announcement was broadcast worldwide via the official television network of the Northern Bear Nation. On screen, Emperor Ivanov stood solemnly before the backdrop of the Kremlin, dressed in a crisp black suit. Facing the camera, he delivered a brief yet powerful national address.
My fellow citizens, citizens of the Northern Bear Nation.
Today, I stand here to announce a historic decision that will shape the future destiny of our nation. The era of a single superpower dominating the world has come to an end.
A sweeping global transformation is underway.
In this transformation, we must not lose our way, nor must we choose the wrong side. After careful deliberation, I have decided that North Bear Nation will fully respond to China's call and actively participate in building a community with a shared future for mankind. I myself will personally lead a delegation to the imperial capital to attend this epoch-making global summit. This is not merely a diplomatic visit. It is, above all, a pledge of loyalty we present to the leaders of this new era.
Ivanov uttered the three Chinese characters To Ming Zhang.
Though his pronunciation was somewhat stiff, the resolve it conveyed shook everyone who heard it.
He continued.
To demonstrate our sincerity and our resolve to sever all ties with the old era,
I hereby declare. The Northern Bear Nation, effective immediately, formally withdraws from the Aegis Alliance. We will shut down all military facilities within our borders used by the Aegis Alliance. We will recall all researchers involved in the God-slaying project. We will not associate with madmen.
Henceforth, the security of the Northern Bear Nation shall be inextricably linked with that of Huaxia. We will stand shoulder to shoulder with our true allies to meet the challenges ahead.
Yura. End of address. The entire world erupted in uproar.
If nations previously accepting invitations merely signaled goodwill toward China and distanced themselves politically from the Eagle Nation, then Ivanov's speech tore off the last fig leaf, delivering a resounding slap to the Eagle Nation.
Publicly withdrawing from the Aegis Alliance. Calling the Eagle Nation mad. Declaring national security tied to China. Presenting a pledge of loyalty. This is no longer a simple matter of choosing sides. This is an unreserved, all-in allegiance.
The Bear Nation, once a military power that made the entire Western world tremble, now willingly offers itself as China's foremost warrior.
This news instantly exploded across global social media. My God! Has Ivanov lost his mind? No, he's more lucid than anyone.
He's paving the way for the Northern Bear Nation's future.
A pledge of loyalty. He actually used that term. Has China's cultural influence reached this level? So badass.
This is what a true statesman looks like: decisive and uncompromising.
Eagle Nation must be green with envy right now.
The Shield Alliance has become a complete laughingstock. Élysée Palace, Gaul. President Macron watched Ivanov's resolute face on the television and exhaled a long breath. That polar bear is truly mad. He chuckled and shook his head, a hint of admiration in his tone.
But I like his madness.
He does for us what we want to do, but dare not do so decisively. His defense minister remarked beside him.
Mr. President, Ivanov has already built us a bridge. Shouldn't we show some reciprocity? Macron nodded. Of course. Convene a press conference immediately. Announce that Gaul, effective immediately, is suspending all activities within the Aegis Alliance. We will express our stance in our own way.
We will not be traitors, but we will never be slaves.
Hans Nation. Chancellor Merkel has issued a similar directive.
We demand that the Shield Alliance immediately issue a public apology to all allies regarding the ultimatum incident.
Until a satisfactory response is received, Hans Nation will freeze all financial support to the alliance. The dominoes began to fall. Led by the North Bear Nation, the vanguard, European nations that had previously hesitated or remained on the sidelines began taking action.
Though not as resolute as the Northern Bear Nation, they too expressed their strong dissatisfaction and distrust toward the Eagle Nation through concrete actions. The Shield Alliance, barely established, now faced the peril of disintegration. The instigator of it all, the interim president of Eagle Nation, sat motionless in the Oval Office, his face ashen.
He replayed Ivanov's speech recording over and over.
Upon hearing the words "pledge of loyalty," he could no longer contain his emotions, violently sweeping everything off the desk onto the floor.
Traitor! Disgraceful traitor! Ivanov! I remember you.
One day, I will make you pay for today's decision with your blood. He roared like a caged beast. But his voice sounded so hollow and powerless. For he knew he had lost the most important thing. That was his authority. When a leader cannot even control his own men, his threats become nothing but hollow bluster.
An assistant entered, trembling. Mr. President. Get out. But what about Huaxia? Get out. I don't want to hear anything about China.
The assistant shuddered in fear but steeled himself to speak.
China has just released the detailed agenda for this global summit. The interim president's movements froze.
He slowly turned his head, his eyes bloodshot.
Agenda?
The aide nodded and placed a document on the only clean patch of the desk.
Yes, Mr. President.
And at the summit's opening ceremony,
Mr. Lu Chen, the Eastern deity.
He will deliver his first public speech.
Chapter 76, When the wall falls, everyone pushes. Does the Shield Alliance dissolve on the spot? Boom! As if a thunderbolt had descended from the heavens. It struck the interim president squarely on the crown of his head. He was utterly dumbfounded. That man.
The man who cleaved the sea with a single sword, tore angels apart with his bare hands, and subdued demon lords. The god who walked among men, existing only in legends and videos.
He intends to deliver a public address? He was going to speak to the entire world?
A fear born of the soul's deepest depths instantly seized the interim president's heart.
He could almost see it now.
That man would stand at the center of the world, receiving homage from all nations. While he and the Eagle Nation would be left trembling in the shadows like a pitiful rat, hiding in the darkest corners.
It's over. Everything was over.
His legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the carpet.
The deity is about to deliver a speech.
This news swept across every corner of the globe like a Category 12 superstorm. Its impact surpassed the combined force of all previous political events. Before this, Lu Chen's existence had been more of a concept, a symbol. He was the silhouette in the video, cleaving the sea with a single sword. The figure in satellite imagery that summoned heavenly thunder. He was the savior of legend who had subdued the abyss. He was powerful, mysterious, unfathomable. Yet he had never truly engaged with this world.
And now, he is about to speak.
In the most direct and formal manner, he will declare his existence to all humanity. The implications behind this are revolutionary. It signifies that the curtain of a new era will be raised by the gods themselves. The global internet erupted in chaos.
Holy crap! Am I seeing this right? The god of land is giving a speech? Once-in-a-lifetime event. I'll actually hear the voice of a deity.
I'm ready to bathe, change into my finest robes, and burn incense in prayer. This is absolutely the most important speech of the century, no contest.
The Eagle Nation President's ultimatum? What's that? Is it edible? Who cares about that clown now? What I'm most curious about is, what will Lu Chen say? Will he announce humanity's entry into the immortal cultivation era? Will he impart the secret to eternal life?
Whatever he says, I'll treat it as divine decree.
Countless netizens were swept into a near frenzy of anticipation.
The official Livestream channel set up by China for this summit saw its viewing reservation count surpass 3 billion in just a few hours. This figure set the highest record in human history for any live-streamed event. And it continues to grow at a terrifying rate. The eyes of the entire world turn toward the east, focused on the capital city poised to witness history. In stark contrast to the frenzy outside, the Shield Alliance was enveloped in dead silence. When news of Lu Chen's impending speech reached them, the last shred of hope among those member nations still wavering and watching was utterly shattered. They realized that a new order endorsed by the gods themselves was now unstoppable. Any attempt to obstruct it would be crushed into oblivion. At this moment, the ultimatum from the Eagle Nation seemed utterly feeble and laughable. Reply to China immediately, we accept the invitation. Dispatch our finest translators. Ensure every word of the deity is accurately conveyed. We are not aligned with the Eagle Nation. We were forced into this. Make this absolutely clear to the Huaxia side. Nations that had previously wavered swiftly made their choices. The dominoes began to fall with overwhelming force.
Following the Northern Bear Nation, Gaul formally announced the indefinite suspension of all activities within the Shield Alliance and recalled its military representatives stationed there.
Han's Nation announced the freezing of all funding and technical support for the God-slaying project.
Kangaroo Nation, Maple Leaf Nation, John Bull Nation. One after another, the Eagle Nation's once most loyal vassals chose to jump ship.
The Aegis Alliance, this organization upon which Eagle Nation had pinned its hopes to counter the Eastern deities and preserve its last vestiges of hegemony, became a hollow shell in the brief span of its existence.
Left alone, the Eagle Nation stood as a commander without troops, isolated atop the ruins of the old era. The Eagle Nation, Pentagon.
Within the highest research center of Project Godslayer, Dr. Franklin, the chief scientist, stared at a massive screen with bloodshot eyes.
The screen repeatedly played all of Lu Chen's previous battle recordings.
Sword slashes the sea,
tearing angels apart by hand. Sword slays Leviathan, purifying the demonic tide. His lips kept murmuring, "No, this isn't scientific.
There must be some pattern, some principle that can be deciphered.
Biological force field? Spatial folding? Or perhaps a higher dimensional energy projection?"
Like a madman, he frantically searched through various physics theories for any clue that might explain this phenomenon. The researchers around him, however, were ashen-faced, their morale at rock bottom.
A young researcher finally couldn't hold back.
"Doctor, please stop your research. This is beyond our comprehension.
What we study is science. He is theology. We cannot defeat God."
Franklin whipped his head around, glaring at the young researcher like an enraged lion.
"Shut up.
There are no gods in this world.
All supernatural phenomena are merely science we have yet to master. Give me data. I need more data. As long as he speaks, we can capture his voiceprint and analyze his bioelectric waves. As long as he appears before the camera, we can use ultra-high precision cameras to detect the energy fluctuations around his body.
The more he exposes himself, the greater our chance.
We will find his weakness. We absolutely will." His voice was filled with paranoia and madness. But these words could no longer inspire confidence in anyone.
Because just moments ago, they received the latest directive from the Ministry of Defense. The Godslayer project's budget had been slashed by 90%. All technical support from allied nations had been suspended. Hordes of foreign experts were packing their bags, preparing to depart. This project, once hailed as a technology-driven challenge to the gods, had now become an empty shell. Dr. Franklin gazed at the empty laboratory, feeling the desolation of the abandoned space. The light in his eyes gradually dimmed. He knew it wasn't his science that had lost. It was his nation that had lost first. It had lost the hearts of its people. It had lost the entire era.
Chapter 77, Tribute from All Nations.
The man steps to the podium.
One day later. China, imperial capital.
Today, this ancient yet modern city became the center of the world. On Tiananmen Square, nearly 200 flags representing different nations and international organizations fluttered in the wind, forming a sea of color. The Great Hall of the People, the hallowed seat of China's supreme authority, now welcomed distinguished guests from every corner of the globe with unprecedented openness. A red carpet stretched from the entrance deep into the hall. The ceremonial guard, dressed in formal attire, stood tall and dignified. As Emperor Ivanov of Bearland, President Macron of Gaul, Chancellor Merkel of Hansland, and others stepped side by side from their official vehicles onto the red carpet. Thousands of journalists from around the world, waiting on both sides, erupted into a frenzy. Flashbulbs lit up the night like daylight, and the sound of camera shutters filled the air.
Good heavens! This lineup! It's practically a United Nations General Assembly Plus edition. Look at Ivanov and Macron, they're actually smiling and conversing. Who would have thought that just days ago, they represented two opposing camps? It is China, the Eastern deity, that has brought them together. This is the true aura of a great nation. Subduing enemies without fighting. Making everyone come willingly to pay homage.
Distinguished guests solemnly inscribed their names upon the signature wall.
Each signature represents a pledge, an acknowledgement of the new order.
Entering the majestic Great Hall of the People, everyone was profoundly awestruck by the sight before them. Above the vast dome, dazzling five-pointed starlights emitted a soft yet solemn glow. The circular layout of the hall symbolized equality and unity. There was no distinction between primary and secondary, no hierarchy of status. Every nation, regardless of size or strength, held an equal seat here. Such respect was something they had never experienced in any meeting dominated by the Eagle Nation in the past. Once everyone had taken their seats, the lights in the hall gradually dimmed. Solemn and melodious music began to play. A figure strode with steady steps toward the podium at the center of the hall. It was the leader of China. Dressed in a dark-colored Zhongshan suit, his hair was streaked with gray, yet he appeared vigorous and alert, his eyes bright. He carried no prepared speech. He simply surveyed the entire hall with calm composure. The room fell completely silent. Every pair of eyes was fixed on him. The leader slowly spoke into the microphone.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends. Welcome to the imperial capital. Today, we gather here not to divide into factions, nor to oppose anyone. We are here for a common goal, the future of humanity.
In recent times, our world has endured unprecedented upheaval.
Myths and legends have descended into reality.
The old order crumbled before overwhelming power. Panic, confusion, and despair, these emotions have settled deep within every heart.
We cannot help but ask, where will humanity's future lead?
His words resonated with everyone. Indeed, this was the greatest question weighing on their hearts. The leader's gaze grew deep and resolute.
Some chose tyranny.
They sought to monopolize power, attempting to sustain their crumbling hegemony through threats and intimidation. They treated allies as cannon fodder and viewed the world as their hunting ground. History has proven this path leads to a dead end.
Though no names were mentioned, everyone knew exactly who he was referring to.
A murmur of agreement rippled through the hall. The leader paused briefly before continuing. China, however, has chosen a different path. The path of the righteous. We believe that with great power comes great responsibility. We believe that what one person struggles to lift alone, many can easily carry together. We believe this world should not be dominated by a single nation, but rather be a place where all nations flourish in harmony, embracing diversity. Therefore, today, on behalf of China, I formally present our initiative to the world. He emphasized each word, speaking deliberately. I propose the establishment of the Alliance for a Community of Shared Future for Mankind.
To be known as the Human Alliance.
Within this alliance, all member states regardless of size or strength shall be equal.
We will share information and bear risks together. We will pool resources for shared development. We will establish a rapid response mechanism to address any form of crisis that may arise in the future. Together, we will safeguard our home and protect the flame of human civilization. China is willing to share, within defined limits, our knowledge of the new era and portions of our capabilities with all allies. We are willing to become the brightest beacon guiding everyone on this new voyage. As the words fell, the entire hall fell into a brief silence. Then erupted thunderous, sustained applause. Everyone rose to their feet. Ivanov, Macron, Merkel. Leaders from every nation applauded with all their might.
Their faces radiated excitement and conviction.
This was what they had been waiting for. This was what they had been waiting for. An equal, mutually respectful future brimming with hope.
The leader's speech contained no flowery rhetoric, yet it overflowed with wisdom and sincerity. He charted a course for this bewildered world and instilled confidence in all who were gripped by fear. Amidst the applause, the leader bowed slightly. Then, he lifted his head and, with a mysterious smile on his lips, uttered the words everyone had been waiting to hear today. Next, let us welcome with the warmest applause our guardian deity of Huaxia, the pioneer of the new era,
Mr. Lu Chen, to deliver his speech. Boom! The atmosphere in the entire venue instantly reached its peak. He's here. He's finally here. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on the side of the podium.
At the intersection of light and shadow, a figure slowly emerged. Under the gaze of nearly 200 heads of state in the Great Hall of the People. The figure, once only spoken of in legend, finally appeared clearly before everyone. Tall and slender, his posture was as straight as a sword. His long black hair fell freely over his shoulders, unbound by any restraints.
He wore no formal attire.
He wore only simple, even somewhat inexpensive, black casual attire. His face appeared far younger and more delicate than in the videos. Yet his eyes were profound, as if containing the stars and the universe itself, making them almost impossible to look into directly. Step by step, he ascended the podium symbolizing the world's center of power. He did not glance at the presidents, kings, and prime ministers below, those who wielded immense influence in the secular world.
He didn't even glance at the cameras. He simply walked to the microphone on his own. The entire world fell silent in that moment.
You could hear a pin drop.
Chapter 78, the shortest speech in history. The world was stunned. Everyone's heart leapt into their throats.
They were tense, excited, and full of anticipation. Anticipating what this deity walking among mortals would say to the world.
Would he deliver divine prophecies? Reveal the world's true nature? Or bestow extraordinary powers?
Ivanov straightened his back, like a schoolboy ready to listen to a lecture.
Macron instinctively adjusted his bow tie.
Merkel pushed her glasses up, trying to see more clearly.
In livestream rooms worldwide, the comment streams had completely frozen. Everyone stared wide-eyed, afraid to miss a single detail.
Lu Chen came to a halt. He finally lifted his head. His gaze swept indifferently across the entire venue. Then he extended a hand, pulling the microphone slightly closer to himself. This casual gesture made everyone's heart skip a beat.
He was about to speak. He was finally about to speak.
Under the gaze of the entire crowd, Lu Chen's thin lips parted, and in a tone so flat it bordered on laziness, he spoke 3 words into the microphone.
We'll see. With that, he didn't pause for even a moment.
He turned on his heel, hands tucked into his pockets, and strode leisurely back down the podium. Under the stunned gaze of the entire world, he vanished into the shadows at the end of the stage. What remained was a world frozen in utter disbelief. A deathly silence fell over the Great Hall of the People.
Ivanov's mouth formed an O.
Macron's freshly adjusted bow tie was unconsciously tugged askew by his own hands. Merkel's glasses nearly slid off her nose.
What was happening? Is this it? What about the promised speech? Just 3 words? We'll see? What does that even mean? Over 5 billion global viewers experienced a collective 10-second freeze before the live stream exploded. Did I just hallucinate? What did Lu Chen say? We'll see? That's it? Nothing else? I got my pants down, and this is what you show me? This is absolutely the shortest and most badass speech in history. No contest. I get it now.
The deity's message is, you mortals figure out the specifics yourselves.
Don't bother me. What a transcendent state of being. Is the guy above me a devil? How did he interpret that? Now that's true godly style.
Concise and to the point, the rest is up to you to figure out. A world apart from those long-winded politicians.
On the podium, the leader froze for a moment.
But then he caught on, his face breaking into a wry smile.
This Lu Chen
truly plays by his own rules as always.
But upon reflection,
these 3 words held profound wisdom and trust.
We'll see.
This signifies that he has fully delegated the authority to handle worldly affairs to the human alliance,
trusting them to handle everything properly. This was the highest level of authorization.
It was also the highest possible gesture. I, the divine, shall only intervene in troubles beyond your capacity to resolve. As for your internal affairs, you shall resolve them through your own deliberations. This realization brought a wave of warmth to the leader's heart. He stepped back onto the podium and, facing the still dazed leaders of various nations below, smiled and said,
Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you all understand Mr. Lu's meaning.
He has placed the authority to safeguard the world into the hands of each and every one of us present here.
This is both a trust and a responsibility.
So, moving forward, let us see how we handle this. I hereby declare the inaugural plenary session of the Community of Shared Future for Mankind Alliance officially open. The summit continues. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had already returned to the secret chamber within the Su family manor. For him, attending that summit and delivering a speech was purely a matter of saving face for the leader. He'd rather spend that time studying his game interface.
Ding! Congratulations, player!
With the establishment of the Human Destiny Community Alliance, you as its driving force and spiritual leader have gained massive global reputation and faith power. Your Guardian God program account has received collective offerings from member nations of the Global Human Alliance, with the total amount now exceeding 200 billion.
Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction at the long string of numbers on his game interface. Not bad, this trip wasn't wasted. He was about to transfer all these funds when...
But then, a soft knock sounded at the chamber door.
It was Su Mushue's voice. Mr. Lu, are you there?
The funds from the summit have all been received.
Should I process them for you now?
Her voice carried a hint of excitement and admiration that was impossible to hide. Clearly, she had also witnessed that historic speech.
Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, "Come in."
The door opened.
Su Mushue entered carrying a tray.
She wore a black business skirt suit today, but unlike her usual cold and efficient demeanor, her cheeks were slightly flushed and her eyes darted nervously, unable to meet Lu Chen's gaze.
Mr. Lu.
She placed the tray on the table, revealing a steaming bowl of noodles.
I thought you might not have had dinner today, so I took the liberty of preparing a bowl for you. Lu Chen glanced at the bowl.
Clear broth, a few greens, and a poached egg.
Simple, yet fragrant. He suddenly realized he was indeed a bit hungry.
Without further ado, he sat down, picked up his chopsticks, and began to eat. Su Mushue watched him, her lips parting as if she wanted to say something, yet she didn't know how to begin. The shock she'd endured today was overwhelming. For the first time, she felt so clearly the gap between herself and Lu Chen. That gap wasn't about wealth or status. It was an unbridgeable chasm at the very level of existence. He stood at the center of the world, receiving homage from all nations, while she could only gaze at his figure from behind a screen. This feeling made her both proud and tinged with a hint of loss.
Not bad.
Lu Chen finished his last bite of noodles and lifted his head to look at her.
Su Mushue's heart skipped a beat. Ha? You mean the noodles? Lu Chen shook his head.
I was referring to the Guardian Spirit project.
You've managed it very well. Receiving praise from the deity, genuine joy blossomed across Su Mushue's face.
It made her happier than closing a billion-dollar deal.
This is just what I should do.
She lowered her head slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed.
Lu Chen watched her reaction and suddenly found it rather amusing.
This capital queen, ruthless and decisive in front of outsiders, a thorn in Wall Street's side, always seemed like a little girl who'd done something wrong when she was with him. He stood up and walked toward her. Su Mushue held her breath in nervousness. She could catch the faint, pleasant scent emanating from him.
Lu Chen extended his hand.
Su Mushue instinctively closed her eyes.
She thought.
However, what she had anticipated did not happen. She only felt a warm finger gently tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Then she heard Lu Chen's voice, tinged with amusement.
From now on, my late-night snacks are all yours. Chapter 79, Huaxia's Ace in the Hole. Charging toward mid-golden core. Late-night snacks?
Su Mushue slowly opened her eyes. She saw a gentle smile she'd never seen before on Lu Chen's face. In that instant, she felt as though something had gently brushed against her heart.
All the disappointment, all the distance between them, vanished into thin air.
The distance between them seemed not so vast after all. He was still the young man who could find contentment in a bowl of noodles. Except that he just happened to be the god of this world.
Good.
Su Mushue's face flushed crimson like a ripe apple, her voice barely above a whisper. I'll make it for you every day from now on.
Lu Chen nodded.
All right. Take care of that batch of money first, transfer it all to my account.
I'm going into seclusion. Don't bother me unless it's urgent.
With that, he turned and walked deeper into the chamber, preparing to begin his next round of intense focus. Su Mushue watched his retreating figure until the stone door slowly closed.
Only then did she exhale a long breath.
She raised her hand to touch her flushed cheeks and the spot near her ear he'd just brushed. There, it seemed, lingered the warmth of his fingertips. An unprecedented, sweet yet bashful emotion quietly spread through her heart.
Meanwhile, the Great Hall of the People. The first plenary session of the People's Alliance was underway with great enthusiasm. After establishing the Alliance's fundamental charter and organizational structure, the most practical and crucial question now faced by all member nations. What exactly could the Alliance offer us? As the leader, what tangible benefits could Huaxia offer to unite the people?
After all, slogans and appeals to spirit alone cannot sustain unity in the long run.
All eyes turned to the commander.
The leader seemed to have anticipated this. He calmly stepped to the front of the stage and signaled for staff to project a document onto the large screen.
The document's title boldly declared, Human Alliance Phase 1 Cooperative Sharing Plan. All allies.
The leader declared in a solemn voice.
Huaxia never makes empty promises. To demonstrate our sincerity and to enable our alliance to rapidly develop genuine combat capability, We have decided to freely share 2 core technologies currently in our possession with all member nations during the first phase. The moment the words fell, murmurs rippled through the hall. Everyone craned their necks, eyes fixed on the large screen. They wanted to know what kind of treasures Huaxia was willing to offer. The leader held up 2 fingers. The first technology we call the psionic detection array. I believe everyone still vividly remembers the Blue Lotus formation Mr. Lu deployed outside Rongcheng. That formation harnessed the Earth's spiritual energy to create formidable defensive and offensive capabilities. The technology we are sharing is a simplified civilian version of the Blue Lotus formation. It cannot be used for attack, but it can establish an efficient spiritual energy fluctuation detection network across an entire city. No spatial rift or demonic energy fluctuation can evade its surveillance. It will become the foundational unit for building our future global early warning system. This news sent waves of excitement through all the representatives from the fields of technology and military present. A global early warning system. This was precisely what they urgently needed. With this, they would no longer be like headless flies, passively waiting for disaster to strike. Observing the reactions, the commander smiled and continued. Of course, early warning alone is insufficient. We also need the capability to counter crises. Therefore, the second technology we will share and the most crucial one is. He emphasized each word deliberately. The foundational method for guiding Qi back to the source. In other words, a level 1 cultivation technique. Boom! If the previous technique had merely stirred excitement, then this one sent everyone into a frenzy. Immortal cultivation techniques. Could it be that Huaxia was truly willing to share this power system, one that had only existed in myths? Holy crap! Did I hear that right? We can cultivate immortality too? This is far too generous. This is the very foundation for becoming extraordinary beings. The magnanimity of Huaxia truly leaves one utterly in awe. A wave of astonishment swept through the venue. They had assumed China would share only basic spiritual energy application techniques at most. But who could have imagined they'd come out swinging with such a game-changing move? This was essentially granting every member nation a ticket to cross the threshold into the new era. The leader waited until the murmurs subsided before continuing. Of course, I must clarify. What we're sharing is only the most fundamental, entry-level cultivation techniques for the Qi refining stage. It can help ordinary people strengthen their bodies, improve their health, and extend their lifespans. It can grant soldiers physical prowess and reaction speeds far surpassing those of ordinary men. But it won't grant you instant, world-shaking power. More advanced techniques, along with the core algorithms of the Spirit Energy Detection Array, will be kept as the Alliance's highest secrets, held uniformly by Huaxia. In the future, we will implement conditional, tiered access based on each member nation's contribution to the Alliance. Far from provoking resentment, these words. Instead, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, finding this approach the most reasonable. Had Huaxia laid everything bare without reservation, they would have found it implausible, suspecting some hidden trickery. This approach offered them hope while firmly establishing China's absolute authority as the leader. Carrot and stick. No, it was a carrot plus an even bigger carrot dangling higher up. This open strategy won hearts and minds. We agree. Ivanov was the first to stand and declare his support. The Northern Bear Nation fully endorses China's shared research initiative. We are willing to send our most outstanding scientists to the imperial capital to participate in the subsequent research. Gaul fully concurs. Macron promptly rose to his feet as well. We pledge to contribute all our strength to the alliance. We agree. We agree. Unanimously approved. On its very first day, the Community of Shared Future for Mankind Alliance took its first solid step in the most efficient and united manner. A new global order, centered on Huaxia and founded upon cultivation technology, was thus established. And the architect of it all, Lu Chen. At this very moment, he sat in a secret chamber, watching the numbers on his game interface surge wildly. 200 billion in funds had already been secured. Without hesitation, he selected. Top up all funds. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have successfully recharged 200 billion gold coins. Your VIP level has been upgraded to Supreme Heavenly Path. You have purchased 2,000 chaos originating holy pills. Use immediately? Use. The next second. A purple gold radiance bathed the entire chamber, transforming it into a sea of sacred light. Lu Chen's game character's level began to skyrocket at an unprecedented speed. LV71, LV72, LV75. Finally, it settled at LV80. Mid-Golden Core Stage. Chapter 80, Sword Pointing at Kunlun. The first forbidden zone of life. A force 10 times more powerful than before surged from the game world into reality. Lu Chen felt the golden core within his body grow ever more brilliant and rounded. His comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth ascended to an entirely new level. So this is the power of the mid-stage golden core? Lu Chen clenched his fist. Feeling the surging, roaring power within him, a satisfied curve lifted the corners of his mouth.
200 billion credits invested, yielding such a tremendous leap forward it was worth every bit of it. Just then, the system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have reached level 80. The Hongmeng Sword Master class trait has been triggered. You have awakened a new sword technique. One Qi transforms into 3 purities, Sword Path Chapter. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed. One Qi transforms into 3 purities? This was no ordinary divine ability. In the myths and legends of China, it was practically the signature supreme technique of the Dao ancestor. He immediately opened the skill description. One Qi becomes 3 purities, Sword Path Chapter. Using the primordial chaos sword body as its foundation, it channels the essence of the golden core to manifest 2 sword Qi avatars possessing the same cultivation realm and combat prowess as the original body. These avatars persist until destroyed by external force or voluntarily recalled by the original body. The 3 bodies form a unified whole, sharing a common divine consciousness. They can execute different sword techniques in perfect coordination, achieving peerless offensive power. Whoa! Even Lu Chen, accustomed to grand spectacles, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. 2 duplicates possessing identical strength to his own? This wasn't merely a clone technique, it was instantly tripling his combat power out of thin air. Moreover, their shared divine consciousness and flawless coordination. Meaning he could simultaneously unleash 3 distinct sword techniques, forming unimaginable chained killing moves. In a one-on-one duel, this tactic would be an unstoppable gang-up. In a group battle, it would be a devastating mower, cutting down enemies like grass. The stone door of the chamber finally creaked open. Lu Chen stepped out. His appearance showed no change, still clad in simple casual attire, with jet black hair and dark eyes. Yet standing before him, Su Muxue felt as though the light of the entire world had dimmed. It was as if every ounce of existence had been completely drained by the man before her. He stood there calmly, yet he seemed to be the center of everything, the origin of all things. Mr. Lu. Su Muxue instinctively bowed, her voice carrying a reverence she hadn't even noticed herself. MHM. Lu Chen nodded, his gaze sweeping over her as if he could see right through her recent busyness. You've been working hard. No trouble at all. Su Muxue hastily waved her hands, her cheeks flushing slightly. She realized she was increasingly unable to maintain her usual Ice Queen CEO composure around him. The Human Alliance's operations were already running smoothly. She quickly composed herself and began her work report. The shared technologies and cultivation methods had been implemented in the first batch of allied nations, receiving an excellent response. Faith and offerings from around the world were steadily flowing into the Guardian Deity Project's accounts. Very good. Lu Chen merely acknowledged these mundane matters with a brief response. His attention had already turned to matters far beyond. Mid-stage Golden Core, level 80. His power had surged tenfold, yet he knew it was still far from enough. The day the game officially descended would be the true test. Then, what descended would be far more than mere abyssal monsters. Heavenly gods and immortals, ancient great demons, all beings of legend, they would become reality. He must grow stronger. Look it up for me. Lu Chen suddenly spoke up. Within China, or rather, across the entire globe, where is the most mysterious, most dangerous place with the most abundant spiritual energy? Su Muxue froze for a moment. She hadn't expected this to be Lu Chen's first question after emerging from seclusion. But without hesitation, she immediately turned and retrieved an encrypted tablet. As Lu Chen's divinely chosen agent, she had long activated the highest level permissions of the Sky Dome project team, compiling all known locations worldwide with frequent supernatural phenomena into a top-secret dossier. Mr. Lu, based on Skynet system monitoring and ancient texts, there are currently 3 locations worldwide that meet your criteria. The first is the Bermuda Triangle, where the spatial fabric is highly unstable, suspected to connect to some underwater otherworld. The second is Mount Fuji in the land of cherry blossoms. Since your last intervention there, spiritual energy concentrations have been abnormally rising, as if something is stirring within the volcano's depths. Su Muxue's fingers glided across the screen, finally settling on a satellite map. It depicted a vast, unbroken range of towering snow-capped mountains in western China. The third location was the most dangerous and mysterious of all. Her tone grew solemn. Kunlun Mountains, Death Valley. According to records, it had been a forbidden zone for life since ancient times, known as the Gate to Hell. Any living creature that approached met a bizarre death. Modern electronic devices would also fail completely there. We once dispatched an exploration team composed of ancient martial artists, but they were wiped out entirely. Skynet's detection arrays indicate that the spiritual energy concentration there is hundreds of times greater than outside, and it contains an extremely violent lightning attribute. Kunlun. A flicker of light passed through Lu Chen's eyes. This name held an extraordinary status in any mythological system. Let's go check it out. He made his decision. I'll arrange a private jet for you immediately. Su Muxue hadn't finished speaking. Lu Chen waved his hand and smiled. Too slow. The moment the words fell, his figure vanished before Su Muxue's eyes, as if he had never been there. Not a single ripple of energy, not a trace of spatial disturbance.
It was as if he had never been there at all. Sumushiue stood frozen in place, her mouth opening and closing, yet no words came out. After a long moment, she shook her head with a bitter smile. The gap between mortals and true immortals seemed to have widened once more. The next second. Outskirts of the Kunlun Mountains. Lu Chen's figure materialized silently. He looked up to see the distant sky thick with leaden clouds, where flashes of lightning churned within the layers. A desolate, ancient, and perilous aura swept over him. He began to walk, slowly advancing toward the legendary gates of hell. The instant he stepped into the Valley of Death, Lu Chen felt the air around him grow thick and viscous. An invisible pressure squeezed in from all directions. An ordinary person arriving here would likely suffer cardiac arrest within 3 seconds, bleeding from all 7 orifices before dying. The valley was deathly silent. The ground was littered with the bleached bones of various animals, a stark white expanse that had likely accumulated over countless years. Birds, beasts, and even the remains of enormous, unidentifiable creatures lay scattered about. Each remained frozen in the final convulsions of death, as if seized by some unspeakable horror. Chapter 81, The Gates of Hell. Is destroying the Thunder Pillars merely a slight irritation? Interesting. Lu Chen's expression remained unchanged as he continued deeper into the abyss. Behind him, the golden wheel of merit spontaneously emitted a faint golden glow, completely shielding him from the invisible, deadly pressure surrounding him. The deeper he ventured, the more intense the raging thunderous aura in the air became. Crack! A silver serpent of lightning struck without warning from the low-hanging clouds, slamming into a massive boulder not far ahead of Lu Chen. Boom! The boulder, as large as a small car, instantly crumbled to dust. The lightning here seemed to possess its own consciousness, actively attacking any living creature that dared to enter. Lu Chen paid it no mind. His divine sense had already spread like a vast net, enveloping the entire valley. He sensed that deep within the valley's heart lay a colossally powerful life form. That frenzied lightning energy emanated directly from it. Simultaneously, beneath that life form, something else seemed to be suppressed. That was the true source of spiritual energy in this region. Lu Chen quickened his pace. Soon, he traversed the area littered with skeletal remains and emerged into a broad valley. The sight at the valley's center was even more terrifying. A colossal beast, its size comparable to a small mountain, lay coiled there, deep in slumber. Resembling a colossal ox, its entire body was covered in a layer of blue-green scales that seemed forged from metal. Above its head, instead of twin horns, rose a single, towering horn piercing the sky. Visible bolts of lightning constantly danced and crackled along the horn, emitting sharp pops. Each of its breaths thundered like rolling storms, causing the entire valley to tremble. A colossal and ferocious aura surged forth, overwhelming all who witnessed it. Kuei Ox. Information about this ancient beast instantly surfaced in Lu Chen's mind. The classic of mountains and seas, Great Wilderness East Record states, resembling an ox, with a blue-black body and no horns, possessing a single foot. Whenever it enters or exits water, storms and winds inevitably follow. Its radiance rivals the sun and moon, its roar echoes like thunder. Its name is Kuei. The creature before him differed slightly from the description, yet the primordial thunderous might flowing through its veins was undeniable. This was undoubtedly a pure-blooded Kuei ox that had lived for untold millennia. Its power likely rivaled that of a cultivator at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. Just as Lu Chen was sizing it up, the sleeping Kuei ox's massive eyelids suddenly snapped open. Those eyes radiated savage ferocity and majestic authority. Within its pupils, it seemed as though oceans of thunder were being born and extinguished. Roar! A deafening roar erupted from the Kuei ox's maw. Terrifying shockwaves transformed into visible force, sweeping across the land. The surrounding mountain walls trembled, showering the area with countless falling rocks. It sensed the presence of an intruder. A tiny human, yet one that stirred a flicker of unease within it. The Kuei bull slowly rose to its feet. Its mountain-like form cast an immense shadow, completely engulfing Lu Chen. It lowered its head, its thunder-flashed single eye fixed intently on Lu Chen. A primal, pure intent to kill erupted in an instant. The next second, the horn atop its head suddenly blazed with light. A terrifying pillar of lightning, 10 times thicker than the one seen outside the valley, instantly coalesced into form. A destructive aura filled the air, causing the entire Death Valley to feel as if it had frozen solid. Boom! Without a moment's hesitation, the Kuei bull launched its attack. That lightning pillar capable of vaporizing an aircraft carrier in an instant ripped through the sky, crashing down toward Lu Chen. Imperial Capital, Sky Dome Project Command Center. On the massive electronic screen, the Sky Eye satellite broadcasted real-time footage from Death Valley in the Kunlun Mountains. The moment that thick pillar of lightning descended from the heavens, every heart in the command center leapt to their throats. Warning! Ultra-high-intensity energy reaction detected. Level uncalculable. Energy fluctuations have surpassed those of the Abyssal King. A piercing alarm echoed throughout the hall. Quick! Calculated visor lose evasion probability. General Li Jingguo's eyes widened as he stared fixedly at the screen.
The commander beside him, though maintaining a composed expression, gripped the armrest tightly, betraying his inner tension. On the screen, the tiny figure representing Lu Chen appeared utterly defenseless against the world-shattering lightning pillar. Yet, the next second, a scene that left everyone speechless unfolded. Facing the thunder capable of obliterating everything, Lu Chen did not flinch. He didn't even activate his protective sword aura. He stood there calmly, allowing the terrifying pillar of lightning to strike him with full force. Boom! The deafening roar seemed poised to shatter eardrums. The entire satellite feed turned stark white from the violent energy explosion. The signal was interrupted for 3 seconds. Dead silence fell over the command center. Every face was etched with shock and worry. It's over. A young technician muttered, his mind blank. Li Jing's heart sank to the bottom. Too overconfident. This time, Consultant Lu was simply too overconfident. Yet the commander continued to stare at the screen, an inexplicable gleam in his eyes. 3 seconds later, the image returned. When the scene in the valley came into clear view, everyone in the command center froze in place as if struck by a spell. As the dust settled, a charred crater over 100 meters in diameter appeared on the ground. At the very center of the crater, Lu Chen stood motionless. His casual attire remained spotless, not a single wrinkle visible. He lifted his head, glancing up at the thundercloud still churning overhead, and a hint of amusement played at the corners of his mouth. Comfortable. He murmured the 2 words softly. That blow had indeed hurt. But after the pain came an indescribable sense of relief. The violent thunder energy surged into Lu Yuan's body, not only failing to damage his meridians. Instead, it felt like countless invisible hammers relentlessly pounding and tempering the brilliant golden core within his dantian. Minuscule impurities on the golden core were being gradually purged by this thunderous force. The entire golden core grew purer and more condensed. This divine thunder, the very essence of the Kuei-Ox, was not poison to him. It was a powerful tonic. Ha! The Kuei-Ox across from him froze in shock. Its limited spiritual intelligence struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. Its pride and joy, the divine thunder of its life force, had no effect whatsoever on this insignificant human? How could this be? It felt its dignity challenged like never before. Roar! The Kuei bull was utterly enraged. The horn atop its head blazed with light, radiating several times brighter than before. This time, it wasn't a single pillar of lightning. Instead, hundreds upon hundreds of fine lightning serpents shot forth from its horn, forming a vast, sky-enveloping net of thunder that sealed off every possible space for Lu Chen to evade. Bring it on! Lu Chen's smile grew even broader. Far from retreating, he stepped forward, willingly charging into that sea of thunder. Chapter 82, One Chi splits into 3 purities. The divine beast stunned on the spot. Meanwhile, across the ocean, inside the secret base of the Shield Alliance, Chief Scientist Franklin and a group of surviving experts stared at the data stream on the screen. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Franklin stared at the energy index that had surged to its peak and then plummeted to 0 in an instant, his expression bordering on madness. Withstand a hyper-energy lightning strike with bare flesh? The energy was completely absorbed? This defies every law of physics. How did he do it? Doctor, perhaps our research direction was flawed from the very beginning. An assistant stammered. We've been trying to explain him through technology, but perhaps he truly is a god. Franklin whipped around at the words, his eyes bloodshot. Shut up. There are no gods in this world. He must have weaknesses. He must. Just as they argued heatedly. Death Valley, Kunlun Mountains. Facing the overwhelming thunder net, Lu Chen slowly raised his hand and formed a peculiar hand seal. Since you're so eager, I suppose I should return the favor. He murmured softly. One Chi becomes 3 purities. The moment those 5 words slipped from Lu Chen's lips, a strange phenomenon unfolded. Light and shadow warped slightly on either side of his body. Then, 2 figures identical to Lu Chen slowly emerged from his body. One wore a blue robe, the other a white one. Both wore expressions of calm detachment, their auras profound and unfathomable. Most astonishingly, these 2 figures, whether in energy fluctuations or vital essence, showed no difference whatsoever from Lu Chen's original body. In an instant, it seemed as though 2 additional Lu Chens had materialized out of thin air in this world. Sky Dome Project Command Center. Dead silence. Dead silent enough to hear a pin drop. Everyone stared wide-eyed, as if witnessing the most unearthly apparition imaginable. What is this? General Li Jing's voice trembled slightly. A clone technique? No. The satellite's life detection system showed 3 distinct individuals, each possessing equal life energy. A white-haired scientist responsible for data analysis adjusted his glasses, his tone brimming with worldview-shattering astonishment. The energy intensity remained unchanged even after splitting into 3. This completely defies the law of conservation of energy. This isn't science. It's immortal magic. True immortal techniques. The commander remained silent. He merely stared intently at the three figures standing side by side on the screen, his eyes blazing with an unprecedented intensity. He knew that Advisor Lu had once again revealed to the world a new dimension of power beyond mortal comprehension.
Meanwhile, Kuei Niu was utterly dumbfounded. One opponent had suddenly become three, and each one carried an equally overwhelming sense of threat. Its simple mind began to freeze up. And in that very instant of the Kuei Ox's dazed stupor, the three Lu Chens moved. The original Lu Chen remained rooted to the spot, watching with a smile. The Lu Chen clad in blue robes transformed into a streak of azure light, instantly materializing at the Kuei Ox's left flank. Fingers joined like a blade, he unleashed a condensed blue lotus sword chi, striking toward the Kuei Ox's relatively vulnerable abdomen. The Kuei bull roared in pain. Its massive hoofs swept violently to the left, trailing sonic booms in its wake. Yet, at that very moment, Lu Chen, clad in white robes, abruptly materialized at the Kuei Ox's right flank. He did not attack, but instead snapped his finger. An invisible sword intent pierced precisely toward the Kuei Ox's right eye. The Kuei Ox was forced to shut its eye. Its massive body froze for an instant. Now, Lu Chen's true form, standing in place, flashed a sharp gleam in his eyes. The ancient flying sword beneath his feet, now evolved, emitted a clear, piercing ring. Whoosh! The flying sword transformed into a black streak too swift for the naked eye to follow, darting around the Kuei Ox at an impossible angle to its rear. Its target, the sole vulnerable spot, the gap between the scales at the base of its tail. All this coordination unfolded in the blink of an eye. As smooth as flowing clouds in water, seamless as heaven's robe. It seemed as though a single entity was simultaneously controlling three bodies in battle. No, it was even more terrifying than that. Three peerless swordsmen, identical in power, consciousness, and combat instinct, executing a flawless encircling assault. Kuei Niu possessed thunderous power capable of shattering the heavens and earth, yet now he couldn't unleash it at all. It was being toyed with by the three figures, spun around in circles. Attack the left flank, and the right would be ambushed. Defend the right flank, and a deadly threat would emerge from behind. Its massive, cumbersome body became a sitting duck before the agile and deadly sword techniques of the three Lu Chen. Thud! The azure lotus sword chi carved a gash deep enough to expose bone across its abdomen. Put! The intangible sword intent sent it reeling, dizzy and seeing stars. But the most lethal blow came from that black flying sword. The flying sword pierced through the gaps in its scales. Though it didn't inflict significant physical damage, an unparalleled sharpness of sword intent surged through the wound into its body, ravaging its meridians. Roar! The Kuei Ox let out a wail of unwillingness and agony. Its massive body crashed to its knees, kicking up a cloud of dust. For the first time, a flicker of fear flickered in its eyes, once filled with savage ferocity. It finally understood. The insignificant human before it was no match for its might. The other was toying with it. The green-robed Lu Chen and the white-robed Lu Chen slowly transformed into two streaks of light, merging back into the main body. Lu Chen stepped forward, approaching the kneeling Kuei Ox. He extended his hand and gently placed it upon the massive head of the Kuei Ox, still flickering with electric light. "Do you surrender?" he asked softly. The colossal body of the Kuei bull trembled slightly. It sensed that the seemingly delicate hand resting atop its head contained power sufficient to obliterate it in an instant. It could also understand the meaning conveyed through divine thought by the human before it. Without a moment's hesitation, a thought signifying submission flowed from its mind into Lu Chen's heart. "Roar, I surrender." This thought was simple and direct, carrying a certain straightforwardness born of a shared experience. Lu Chen smiled. He sensed that though this Kuei bull had lived for ages, its intelligence remained limited, its nature relatively simple. It adhered to the most primal law of the jungle. The one with the biggest fists ruled. "Very well." Lu Chen withdrew his hand. "From now on, you'll follow me." He paused, then added, "From now on, I'll call you Old Ox." Kuei Niu blinked its eyes, larger than lanterns, as if processing this new name. It didn't sound particularly imposing, but since it came from its new boss, it had no choice but to accept it. "Roar." "Got it, boss." "Can you shrink down?" "You're taking up too much space," Lu Chen said. Chapter 83, The Ultimate Secret of Death Valley. A heaven-sent opportunity. At the words, a flash of azure light erupted from the Kuei Ox's body. Its mountain-like colossal body began shrinking rapidly at a visible pace. Finally, it transformed into a massive blue ox, no larger than an ordinary draft animal. Only the single horn coiled with lightning on its forehead still hinted at its extraordinary nature. Having dealt with this colossal beast, Lu Chen's gaze finally returned to the center of the valley. Now, free from the Quinio's chaotic thunderous aura, he could perceive the energy suppressed deep beneath the earth with greater clarity. It was an energy of extreme purity, sharpness, and brimming with the essence of. "Old Ox, have you been guarding this place all along to protect what lies beneath?" Lu Chen inquired through his divine consciousness. The Kuei Ox shook its head, transmitting a vague thought. The gist was that it didn't know what lay beneath either. It merely followed the primal instinct steep within its bloodline, guarding this place for generations. It knew the thing below held benefits for it, yet it couldn't absorb it. Simultaneously, it sensed that whatever lay below held a deadly attraction for living beings from the outside world. Lu Chen understood. It seemed the very origin of Death Valley's formation lay in this treasure beneath the earth. The Kuei ox, it seemed, was either a companion beast or guardian of this treasure. He hesitated no longer and walked to the valley's center. His divine sense swept over the area, quickly locating a bottomless cavern concealed beneath a pile of rubble. The opening was narrow, barely wide enough for one person to squeeze through. Streams of pure spiritual energy were slowly seeping out from the opening. "Old ox, you stay outside and guard." Lu Chen gave the order before leaping into the cavern. Inside the cave, it was not pitch black. The deeper one descended, the brighter the light became. It was a blinding, metallic-hued white light. The air was thick with a sharp, cutting aura, as if countless invisible blades were slicing through everything. Were it not for Lu Chen's Hongmeng sword body protecting him, any cultivator below the golden core stage who entered would likely be instantly sliced into fragments by this overwhelming Gangjin energy. After falling roughly a kilometer, Lu Chen finally landed at the bottom of the cavern. The sight before him drew even his own admiration. This was a vast subterranean cavern. At its center, a luminous sphere hung suspended, radiant as the sun itself. The orb was composed entirely of a liquid substance resembling mercury. It rotated slowly. With each rotation, it emitted boundless sharpness. Primordial gunmetal chi. Moreover, it was the pinnacle of celestial treasures already condensed into the essence of gunmetal. This substance is the supreme divine material for forging flying swords and magical artifacts. Even a single drop, when infused into ordinary iron, could transform it into a divine weapon capable of slicing through iron like mud. And this entire mass before us? Its value is simply beyond measure. A fine thing. Lu Chen's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. With a flicker of his thoughts, his lifebound flying sword, already evolved once, shot out from his body and hovered before him. The flying sword emitted a series of eager hums. It sensed a deadly attraction emanating from the glowing orb ahead. That was the supreme nourishment capable of transforming it once more. Go! Lu Chen flicked his finger. The flying sword transformed into a streak of silver light, charging without hesitation toward the dazzling essence of. As they made contact, the entire subterranean cavern trembled violently. The dazzling orb of light, as if finding an outlet for its energy, surged madly toward the flying sword. The blade's surface blazed with intensified radiance. Earlier, when it had devoured the demonic energy sword pellet, its blade had briefly transformed into a profound, pitch-black hue, radiating an aura of devouring and destruction. Now, under the purifying wash of the supremely pure primordial essence, that lingering trace of demonic essence was being swiftly purified and cleansed. Countless rice grain-sized, profound golden runes began to emerge upon the blade. These runes seemed to embody the ultimate interpretation of the concept of sharpness, as if they were the very essence of the Tao of heaven and earth. They danced across the blade, shifting and coalescing, until finally, they were etched into its surface. The form of the flying sword itself underwent a transformation. The once slightly rustic blade grew more slender and fluid. The blade grew as thin as a cicada's wing, yet radiated a terrifying sharpness capable of effortlessly slicing through space itself. The entire blade took on a nearly transparent, crystalline quality. Within, billions of golden streams of light were born and extinguished. A fierce sword intent, capable of shattering all barriers and piercing through any law, erupted violently from the blade. A notification automatically popped up on Lu Chen's game interface. Ding! Your lifebound artifact, the Primordial Sword, has successfully absorbed the essence of innate gunmetal. Quality has received an epic level upgrade. Unlocked artifact trait, Lawbreaking, inflicts additional penetration damage against all energy shields and spell defenses. New sword technique mastered, Gunmetal Boundary Breaking Sword Chi. Gunmetal Boundary Breaking Sword Chi condenses innate gunmetal energy into an intangible sword chi, possessing ultimate penetration and cutting properties. It severs the link between matter and energy, even tearing apart unstable spatial barriers. Tear apart spatial barriers? A flicker of astonishment crossed Lu Chen's eyes. This was far more intriguing than those previous sword techniques that merely boosted power. He could sense the bond between himself and his flying sword growing ever tighter. It felt as though the blade had become an extension of his own body. With a single thought, the flying sword, now completely transformed, emitted a joyful ringing sound. It turned into a streak of light and flew back into his hand. Heavy in his grasp, its blade was icy cold. Lu Chen could even sense the eager desire within the blade, itching to cut through something. Time to go out and test your new power. Lu Chen smiled faintly, his form shifting as he became a streak of light, tracing his original path back. Moments later, he reappeared on the ground of Death Valley. The ancient Kueox lay sprawled on the ground, bored out of its mind, poking a large boulder with its horn, one poke after another. Spotting Lu Chen emerge, it immediately stood up and bowed its head respectfully. It could sense that the leader's aura seemed to have grown even more unfathomable. Especially the sword in his hand, it instinctively felt waves of dread.
It felt as though a single point of that blade could pierce through its scales with ease. Lu Chen lifted his gaze to the cloudless, clear sky. "You'll be the first to taste my blade," he murmured to himself. Then, with a slight flick of his wrist, a slender white blade of energy, almost invisible to the naked eye, flashed from the tip of the sword. No sound. No light effects. Not even the slightest ripple of energy. That blade energy simply shot silently toward the empty sky, as if it were merely a meaningless empty swing. Yet, the next second, a sudden change occurred. Along the very path traced by that white sword energy, the azure sky seemed to be sliced open by an invisible scalpel. A bottomless, pitch-black fissure appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 84, The Truth of the World? My newly acquired mount. It was an utterly bizarre and terrifying fissure. Unlike the chaotic, violent spatial rifts that accompanied the abyss's descent before, it was utterly smooth. Like a flawless sapphire, perfectly cleaved by the sharpest diamond blade. No energy escaped from the fissure's edges, only darkness that swallowed all light. Sky Dome Project Command Center. The team, who had just breathed a sigh of relief upon learning Lu Chen was unharmed, froze in place once more. Again? General Li Jinghua felt his heart straining under the relentless barrage of shocks today. What is he doing? Attacking the sky? No. That's not an attack. He's slicing through space. The white-haired scientist suddenly stood up, his gaze fixed intently on the screen, his voice trembling with excitement. Good heavens! He's actually torn open a fissure in our three-dimensional space all by himself. Quick! Analyze the data beyond the rift. What lies there? A higher dimensional space? Or the void? All instruments were running at full capacity. However, the data fed back was completely blank. As if beyond that fissure lay a realm beyond the grasp of current technology, a realm that could not be detected. Kunlun Mountains. Lu Chen himself stared at the spatial fissure in the sky with some surprise. He knew that Gengjin boundary-breaking sword chi was sharp. But he never imagined it could be this sharp. A mere casual strike had actually carved an opening in the spatial barrier of the real world. He lifted his head, gazing outward through the narrow, pitch-black fissure. At that very moment, Lu Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. Beyond the fissure lay not the boundless void he had imagined, nor chaotic spatial turbulence. What he saw was a vast expanse of magnificent architecture, adorned with carved balustrades and jade-inlaid structures. Palaces of white jade floated above an endless sea of clouds. Dragon and phoenix carvings, lifelike and vivid, coiled along the eaves. In the distance, the South Heavenly Gate archway radiated an ancient and sacred majesty. He could even faintly discern celestial soldiers clad in golden armor patrolling the clouds. A thread of celestial energy more advanced and purer than any spiritual energy he had ever sensed on earth seeped out from the crack. This single thread of energy caused the golden core within his body to leap with joy. The Celestial Palace. This was the true Celestial Palace. A tidal wave of emotion surged through Lu Chen's heart. He had always believed that the integration of the game Dao Tian 2 with reality merely projected its monsters, secret realms, and power systems onto Earth. But he never imagined the maps and scenes within the game were actually real, existing in another dimension, or rather, another plane of existence. The abyss was. And the Celestial Palace before him was clearly one too. Blue Star resembled an egg. Now, cracks have appeared in its shell. Not only are the abyss's monsters trying to crawl in, it seemed that even the celestial beings of the heavens were watching over all this. The truth of this world was far more complex and vast than he had ever imagined. Just as Lu Chen's mind was shaken to its core, the spatial fissure in the sky began to slowly mend itself and close. Clearly, his current power was insufficient to sustain this passage for long. Lu Chen held his breath, forcing himself to suppress the shock within his heart. He etched the sight of the Celestial Palace firmly into his memory. A new, even grander goal quietly took shape within his heart. But before that, Lu Chen had more pressing matters to attend to. He needed to grow stronger, strong enough to confront whatever uncertainties the future might bring, whether from the abyss or the celestial realm. He recalled his flying sword, turned, and looked at the Kuei ox trembling beside him. Old ox, let's go. I'm taking you to see the world. The Kuei ox raised its head blankly, unsure where its master intended to go. But it dared not ask, nor did it dare resist. Lu Chen leapt gracefully, landing steadily on the Kuei ox's broad back. Home. At the command, lightning flashed beneath the Kuei ox's hooves. In the next instant, it transformed into a streak of azure lightning, soaring skyward. Carrying Lu Chen, it raced toward the East Sea at breakneck speed. Jianghai City, Su Family Manor. Su Muxiue stood on the villa's terrace, her delicate brows slightly furrowed as she studied the encrypted communicator in her hand. It contained the highest-level battle report just sent by the Sky Dome project team regarding the Death Valley of Kunlun Mountain. Even she, who had witnessed countless miracles created by Lu Chen, felt her heart tremble repeatedly upon seeing phrases like "one chi splits into three purities" and "sword opens heaven's gate." Where exactly was this man's limit? She felt like a mere mortal gazing up at a towering divine mountain that grew ever higher, its summit forever beyond reach.
just as her mind drifted away.
A streak of azure light streaked across the horizon, approaching at an unimaginable speed.
Dull rumbles of thunder followed in its wake. Was it Mr. Lu returning? Su Mushue's heart leapt with joy.
She quickly composed herself and hurried downstairs toward the garden.
Boom! The blue streak landed precisely on the vast lawn at the estate's center.
The immense impact caused the entire ground to tremble slightly.
4 deep hoofprints remained imprinted on the grass.
Su Mushue hurried out the villa's front gate, a delighted smile playing on her lips.
Mr. Lu, you're back.
Her words trailed off abruptly mid-sentence.
Her entire body froze in place as if struck by paralysis.
Her eyes widened in disbelief.
Her expression was one of utter disbelief. She saw Lu Chen. He was casually dismounting from the back of a bull. A bull covered in blue scales, crowned with a massive single horn crackling with lightning? Though its size had diminished, it still radiated a savage, primordial aura. Merely standing there, it made the surrounding air feel oppressively heavy. Su Mushue felt her mind struggling to process it all. She presided over a vast commercial empire, having met the world's most powerful political figures and wealthiest aristocrats. Yet she swore she had never witnessed a sight so overwhelmingly impactful. A youth clad in modern casual attire. An ancient thunder beast straight out of myth and legend. Both had appeared simultaneously in her backyard in a way that was both profoundly harmonious and utterly bizarre. Mr. Lu.
After a long moment, Su Mushue finally found her voice, her tone dry.
Who is this? She even instinctively used the honorific this to refer to it.
Lu Chen patted Kuei Nyo's head, and the creature responded with a satisfied snort. Oh, this is Lao Nyo, my newly acquired mount.
Chapter 85, The North Sea Abyss Emerges. Divine Beast Guarding the Home.
Lu Chen's tone was matter-of-fact, as if introducing a newly purchased car.
A mount?
Su Mushue's worldview was shattered once again.
Roar!
The Kuei ox seemed to understand they were discussing it, letting out a displeased bellow.
A flash of lightning shot from the horn atop its head. A slender arc of lightning leapt onto a nearby vintage European-style garden lamp. Crack!
The expensive garden lamp instantly emitted a wisp of smoke. The bulb shattered, completely ruined.
Behave yourself. Lu Chen gave it a light tap on the forehead.
Kuei Nyo immediately hung its head in dejection, daring not to move again. Su Mushue watched the scene unfold, her lips twitching slightly. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, and resumed her sharp, capable CEO persona.
All right, Mr. Lu.
I'll immediately arrange for the most comfortable accommodations and food for Mr. Lao Nyo.
She paused, then tentatively inquired, May I ask what Mr. Lao Nyo typically eats?
Lu Chen glanced over, his curious gaze fixed on a bronze sculpture of a mythical ox in the garden, and casually replied.
Whatever. He's not picky.
Oh, right, he does have a particular fondness for metal.
Su Mushue. Just then,
Su Mushue's encrypted communicator in her pocket began ringing urgently. Glancing at the caller ID, her expression turned serious. It was General Li Jinghua. She stepped aside and answered the call.
General Li. Ms. Su. It's an emergency.
On the other end, General Li Jinggua's voice sounded both anxious and grave. Just 5 minutes ago, the Skynet system detected a brand new spatial anomaly point in the North Sea with extremely intense energy fluctuations.
Comparisons with ancient texts suggest that location is the legendary Guichu. Guichu? Su Mushue's dark brows instantly furrowed.
The name was not unfamiliar to her. In the ancient Chinese text Lizi, Tangwan, it was recorded, to the east of the Bohai Sea, beyond countless millions of miles, lies a great abyss, a bottomless valley whose depths are unknown.
It is called Guichu.
Legend held that all waters under heaven, even those of the celestial rivers, ultimately converge there.
A place shrouded in mystery and ominous foreboding. Yes, Guichu.
Li Jinggua's voice grew solemn.
Unlike the random, small fissures that had appeared before, spewing forth demons.
This time, a massive vortex appeared, extremely stable and frantically absorbing energy from its surroundings. According to the expert team's preliminary assessment, it functions like a funnel, ceaselessly sucking in the spiritual energy of Earth. We fear that if this continues, it will cause irreversible damage to Earth's entire environment. Moreover, no one can guarantee what kind of terrifying world lies on the other side of this funnel. Su Mushue listened to Li Jinggua's report, instantly grasping the situation. She hung up the phone, strode quickly to Lu Chen's side, and concisely relayed the situation.
Lu Chen listened, yet instead of showing any concern, a hint of interest flashed across his face. Energy funnel? Voraciously absorbing spiritual energy?
He murmured to himself. For him, this was the best news imaginable.
Lu Chen was currently grappling with how to rapidly accumulate energy to break through to the late golden core stage LV90. Ordinary cultivation was far too inefficient.
And now, a natural, high-efficiency spiritual energy accelerator was right before his eyes.
It was like someone delivering a pillow when you were sleepy. Looks like I'll have to make a trip to the North Sea.
Lu Chen made his decision. He planned to undergo a period of deep seclusion within the Guichu. Leveraging that immense energy vortex, he would break through his bottleneck in one fell swoop.
Mr. Lu, will you personally handle this? Su Muxue inquired.
Yes, I plan to seclude myself there for a period of time.
Lu Chen nodded. Retreat?
Su Muxue and Li Jinghua, who had just heard the news over the phone, both froze in surprise.
But, Advisor Lu, if you go into seclusion, what about China's defense?
General Li Jinghua's voice was filled with concern.
Although the human alliance had now been established and China's international standing was at its zenith, everyone understood that all of this was built upon the formidable deterrent power of Lu Chen, the nation's guardian deity. He was the true pillar of stability for China. Once he enters deep seclusion, turning a deaf ear to the outside world, those petty villains lurking in the shadows might well harbor sinister intentions. Especially the remnants of the Shield Alliance. They've been hunting for an opportunity to slay a god. You needn't worry about that. Lu Chen seemed to have anticipated this long ago.
He turned his gaze toward the Kuei ox, which was curiously licking the bronze sculpture with its tongue, trying to taste it.
Old bull. He called out.
The Kuei ox lifted its head, staring at him blankly.
Ha! Boss, what's up? Got a job for you. Lu Chen gestured toward the communicator in Su Mushue's hand and said calmly.
While I'm in seclusion, you'll temporarily serve as China's guardian beast. If any reckless bastards show up, beat the crap out of them.
Got it?
Kuei Niu blinked, seemingly processing the boss's order.
Guardian beast? Beat them to death?
In its simple mind, these words instantly equated to free for all brawling.
Roar!
A surge of excitement and savage energy erupted from its body.
It reared its head, unleashing a deafening roar.
The lightning-charged horn atop its head blazed brightly, as if declaring its impatience.
A fight! Perfect! Watching the Kuei bull suddenly surge with excitement and battle fervor.
General Li Jinghua on the other end of the phone felt both exhilarated and anxious. Excited that China truly possessed a living, breathing guardian beast, one that existed only in myth. If word got out, it would send the entire world into a frenzy. His concern, however, this ancient thunder beast seemed rather unintelligent.
Its pure, savage aura driven solely by destruction and combat was palpable even through the phone.
Could it truly be trusted to guard the nation's borders? If this beast were to go berserk, indiscriminately attacking friend and foe alike, the destruction it would cause might rival that of a demonic invasion.
Moreover, its attack method seems to be solely lightning. While immensely powerful, it's also rather one-dimensional. What if it encounters enemies immune to or capable of countering lightning? Lu Chen had naturally considered these concerns shared by Li Jinghua. But he paid them no mind. In the face of absolute power, any fancy countermeasures were meaningless. Still, he wouldn't mind if this new recruit could become a bit stronger. Just then,
Su Muxue, standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. Her cool, piercing eyes swept back and forth between Kuei Niu and Lu Chen, gleaming with intelligence.
Mr. Lu, General Li.
Regarding the equipment for Old Ox, I might have an idea, though it's still a bit rough around the edges.
Chapter 86, Crazy Idea, Equipping Old Niu with Technology.
Oh? Lu Chen and Li Jinghua's voices both carried a hint of interest.
Su Muxue smiled softly, radiating an aura of confident mastery.
Our Su Group's cutting-edge laboratory, in collaboration with experts from the Sky Dome project team, has been conducting research into psychic energy technology. We have successfully integrated the rune arrays from the fundamental heart method of guiding Qi back to the source you taught with our most advanced composite materials and artificial intelligence technology.
My idea is...
Her voice betrayed a hint of uncontrollable excitement.
We might be able to craft a one-of-a-kind rune-amplified battle armor. Rune-augmented battle armor?
General Li Jinghua's breath caught in his throat. The very term itself resonated with a futuristic blend of science fiction and fantasy.
Yes.
Su Mushue's speech accelerated, her logic crystal clear. We can use shape memory alloy to craft exoskeletal armor perfectly tailored to Old Ox's physique. Each armor plate would be inscribed with rune arrays for spirit gathering, defense, amplification, and other specialized functions. We could integrate spirit-powered auxiliary weapon systems like electromagnetic railguns or high-energy particle beams to compensate for its limited offensive capabilities. We could even integrate an intelligent tactical analysis system to provide optimal attack and evasion strategies during combat. This approach would not only maximize Old Ox's combat effectiveness but also effectively guide and constrain its behavior. Su Mushue's words made General Li Jinghua's eyes grow increasingly bright.
Genius.
This is nothing short of a genius concept. Blending myth and technology in such a seamless way.
If truly achievable, China's military might would undergo another revolutionary leap forward. Lu Chen watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but smile. Entrusting these matters to Su Muxue, that business prodigy, was undoubtedly the wisest choice. She always finds solutions that maximize benefits from unexpected angles. All right.
He nodded in approval of the plan. This matter is now in your hands. If you need any materials or encounter unsolvable technical challenges, just compile a list.
With that, Lu Chen made no further delay.
He turned to face the north.
That direction lay toward the North Sea's abyssal depths. I'm leaving. Before I return, don't let anyone turn my world upside down. As his words faded, his figure transformed into a dazzling golden swordlight, soaring skyward and vanishing instantly on the horizon. The communicator remained connected. Mr. Su, Li Jingguo was so overcome with emotion he could barely speak coherently. Your idea is simply too grand. General Li, you flatter me. Su Muxue regained her icy CEO composure. This is merely a preliminary concept. Its implementation will require substantial support from the military and the Sky Dome project team. Support. Absolute support. Need manpower? We'll provide it. Need funding? Well, funding doesn't seem to be an issue for your Su group. Need policy support? We'll deliver. Li Jingguo pounded his chest in assurance. To him, Su Muxue was now a walking treasure trove. How does this woman's brain even work? Not only could she serve as Mr. Lu's indispensable assistant, but she could also branch out into such unimaginable realms of technological innovation. Ha! Beside them, Kuei Nyo tilted its massive bovine head, nudging Su Mushue's arm with its single horn while purring ingratiatingly. Though it couldn't comprehend terms like composite materials or artificial intelligence, the words battle armor and weapons were crystal clear to it. New toys. Sounds way cooler than those flying iron birds and running iron boxes. Su Muxue watched this ancient divine beast, whose body was as massive as a small mountain yet now acted like a kitten seeking affection, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. She reached out and gave the Kuei bull's forehead a gentle pat. Don't worry, Mr. Ox. Her voice carried a hint of amusement. Since you're Mr. Lu's mount, we'll make sure you look the part. I'll personally oversee the design plans and guarantee you'll be the most stylish ox in the world. Roar! The Kuei ox stamped its foot in excitement, causing the ground to tremble violently. Li Jingguo hurriedly interjected, Ms. Su, there's no time to waste. We should head straight to the Sky Dome project team's secret base in Rongqing. That's where our best equipment and experts are. Agreed. Su Muxue replied. 2 hours later. Rongqing, 500 meters underground, Sky Dome Project Group's core laboratory. Here gathered China's most brilliant scientists, each a national treasure. When Su Muxue presented her concept for the rune-enhanced battle armor and demonstrated the preliminary theoretical model, the entire lab fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared at her as if she were insane. Ms. Su, are you certain this isn't a joke? Academician Xian Weidong, the project leader, the same man Lu Chen had inadvertently saved with a sword strike in the Kunlun underground city, adjusted his reading glasses, his face etched with disbelief. Inscribing immortal cultivation runes onto modern alloy armor? That defies the law of energy conservation. How could two entirely different systems possibly fuse? Another leading figure in the physics community frowned in rebuttal. Theoretically, runes channel cosmic energy, while our technology relies on electricity and nuclear power. They're as different as chalk and cheese. Doubts echoed in rapid succession. These veteran scientists, who had devoted their entire lives to scientific research, had just had their worldview shattered by Lu Chen's miracle. Now, Su Mushue's audacious concept threatened to shatter it once more. Su Muxue offered no rebuttal, merely opening the projection with calm composure. A video appeared on the screen. The footage was straightforward. A special metal plate engraved with spirit-gathering runes was placed inside a sealed energy detection instrument. When a faint thread of spirit energy was infused, the runes on the plate illuminated. The instrument's readings for electrical energy began to rise slowly, albeit by an extremely minute value. This is our lab's latest discovery, Su Muxue explained. Spiritual energy, when transformed by specific runes, can be converted into forms of energy we already understand. Though the current conversion rate is negligible. But it proves one thing. The divide between myth and technology is not insurmountable. They are separated by nothing more than a thin layer of paper. My mission is to find the method to pierce through that paper. Everyone interested in joining me? The entire lab fell silent once more. But this time, the eyes of every scientist no longer held doubt, they shone with a fervent light. If this could truly be achieved, it would mark an unprecedented revolution in the history of human civilization. Academician Xian Weidong exclaimed passionately, Mr. Su. Whatever you need, just say the word. We're dedicating our old bones to this project today. Excellent. A flicker of excitement also passed through Su Mushue's eyes. First, I need a materials list. We must find a metal strong enough to perfectly carry the rune energy. No problem. We have the most comprehensive materials database in the country. Second, we need to establish a completely new energy conversion model to calculate the optimal rune arrangement. Leave that to our theoretical physics team. Finally, Su Muxue glanced at Kuei Nyo, who was curiously poking a supercomputer with his horn. She smiled wryly. We need a volunteer to assist with data collection and field testing. Ha! Kuei Nyo seemed to sense something, turning its head to gaze innocently at the group. It sensed trouble brewing. Chapter 87, Mr. Lu is absent? Meet China's second divine being. Tens of thousands of kilometers away, in the North Sea.
A golden sword beam sliced through the sky, hovering above a sea perpetually shrouded in black storms and thunder. This was the Sea of the North's abyssal depths. A forbidden zone of life where even satellite signals were swallowed whole. At the sea's center, a colossal vortex over 100 kilometers in diameter rotated slowly, devouring everything around it, light included. In the vortex's depths lay an abyss of unfathomable darkness. Lu Chen stood suspended in the air, feeling the terrifying suction emanating from the abyss and the chaotic spiritual energy storm powerful enough to instantly tear apart an aircraft carrier. Not only did he show no fear, but he even flashed a satisfied smile. Not a bad spot, plenty of spiritual energy here. I just hope that Ox back home doesn't cause any trouble while I'm in seclusion. With that, he hesitated no longer. His entire being transformed into a streak of light, willingly plunging into the vast vortex. At the same time, the entire surveillance network across China lost its last trace of signal over that stretch of sea. Imperial Capital, Sky Dome Project Command Center. On the massive screen, the golden dot representing Lu Chen vanished completely. Reporting to the commander, it has been confirmed that Advisor Lu has entered the abyssal void. All signals are completely severed. A staff member rose to deliver the report. The commander stared at the pitch-black screen, silent for a moment before speaking slowly. Activate the highest-level confidentiality protocol. Seal off all information regarding the Guihu and Advisor Lu's seclusion. Yes, sir. Additionally, notify Li Jinghua, security for the Guardian Beast must be flawless. Until Advisor Lu emerges, that ox is our nation's final trump card. It must not suffer any mishap. Understood. The orders cascaded down through the ranks. Deep underground in Chengdu, Li Jinghua felt the weight of responsibility press down on his shoulders the moment he received the order. He glanced at the Kuei bull, now swathed in sensors and surrounded by a crowd of white-coated figures, and his heart sank. Was it truly wise to stake the nation's fate on this seemingly dim-witted beast? Bellow, damn it, stop touching my horns. The Kuei bull was clearly extremely impatient with this full-body examination. If not for Su Mushu attempting it with a high-purity titanium alloy ingot nearby, it would have long since kicked those bothersome two-legged creatures away with a single hoof. Professor Qian, how's the data collection going? Su Mushua approached Academician Qian Weidong and whispered the question. Academician Qian Weidong adjusted his glasses, staring at the dizzyingly complex stream of data on the screen. His face was a mix of excitement and bewilderment. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. He exclaimed. Mr. Laonyo's physical structure completely overturns our understanding of biology. Its muscle density is 1,300 times that of any known Earth organism. Its bone strength rivals the most advanced aerospace alloys. Especially its horn, the lightning energy contained within it, if fully unleashed, could instantly wipe an entire city off the map. This isn't a living creature, it's a walking nuclear fusion reactor. The surrounding scientists nodded in agreement, gazing at the Kuei bull as if witnessing a living miracle. Su Mushua remained unfazed by this spectacle, her focus firmly fixed on the project's progress. Any progress on the battle armor design? Yes. Academician Qian Weidong immediately pulled up a 3D design rendering. It was an exoskeleton armor exuding brutal aesthetics and futuristic technology. The streamlined armor perfectly hugged the Quinia's powerful frame, its dark blue-black primary color scheme exuding a deep, imposing aura. Interfaces for weapon modules were reserved at the shoulders, back, and limb joints. The most striking feature was the massive energy amplifier encasing the horn, engraved with intricate mystic runes. We've named it the Divine Retribution Prototype 1. Academician Qian Weidong's voice carried a hint of pride. According to our simulations, once equipped with this battle armor, Old Bull's overall combat effectiveness will increase by at least fivefold. Fivefold. Li Jinghua sucked in a sharp breath. Kuei Nyo's innate strength already rivals that of a golden core cultivator. A fivefold increase, what does that even mean? Wouldn't that mean China suddenly gained a top-tier combat force at the mid to late gold core stage? And that was just theoretical data. Su Mushua remained composed. Actual combat effectiveness still needed verification. Any issues with materials or production lines? Materials aren't an issue. The novel-shaped memory alloys supplied by the Su Group exceed expectations. For production, we've mobilized the military's highest-tier 3D printing facility operating around the clock. The first prototype suit will be complete shortly. Academician Qian Weidong replied. Good. Then. Su Mushua hadn't finished speaking. A piercing red alert suddenly blared throughout the command center. Beep. 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 Warning. Warning. The Skynet system has detected high-energy spatial fluctuations. Coordinates 118.4e, 32.1n, Purple Mountain, outskirts of Jiling City. A spatial fissure is forming. Energy level, B-class. The command center erupted in chaos. How could it be Jiling? Li Jinghua's face turned pale. Jiling, ancient capital of 6 dynasties and a core city in eastern China, boasted a population exceeding 10 million, surrounded by numerous heavy industrial bases and research institutions.
If the spatial rift spirals out of control here, the consequences would be unimaginable.
Evacuate the surrounding population immediately. Order the 1st Army Group of the Eastern Theater Command to enter Level 1 combat readiness.
Li Xinhua issued the orders decisively. General! A staff officer cried out urgently, it's too late. The fissure is forming at an alarming speed. The first wave of monsters is expected to arrive in 3 minutes. It will take at least 15 minutes for conventional forces to reach the site. Damn it! Li Xinghua's eyes blazed crimson as he clenched his fists. Help from afar won't reach the fire in time. Must we stand by and watch Jinling fall? All eyes turned simultaneously to the colossal creature gnawing voraciously on a titanium alloy ingot. The Kuei bull seemed to sense the tense atmosphere. It paused its chewing, lifted its head, and looked at the crowd with puzzled eyes. Sumu Shue took a deep breath, walked up to the Kuei ox, and spoke with grave expression. Old bull, do you remember what Mr. Lu said before he left? The Kuei bull blinked its bell-like eyes and nodded. Lu Chen had asked it to serve as a temporary guardian beast to suppress the petty thieves. Now, those evildoers have come to our doorstep. Sumu Shue pointed at the ever-expanding black fissure on the large screen. China needs your strength. Are you willing to go? Roar! Kuei Niao tossed aside the snack in its mouth. It leapt to its feet, unleashing a thunderous roar that shook the heavens. Electric sparks crackled along its single horn as its battle intent surged skyward. What's the big deal about a fight? This old bull loves it. Li Xingbo watched the fiercely determined Kuei bull and felt slightly reassured, though still uneasy. But it has no real combat experience, and its attack methods are too limited. What if? There are no what ifs. Sumu Shue cut him off. We must trust it, just as we trust Mr. Lu. She turned and issued an order through the internal communication channel that caught everyone off guard. Connect to the Guardian Deity Project's global live stream channel. Live title, China's Divine Beast, First Battle. We must not only win, but win spectacularly so the world sees that without Mr. Lu, our China remains unshakable. Chapter 88, The Divine Beast's First Battle. They have technology and brutal tactics? Li Xinhua froze. Global broadcast? If we lose this, the embarrassment will be global. This woman was even more reckless than he'd imagined. Yet for some reason, watching her confident figure walk away, the knot in Li Xinghua's stomach miraculously eased. Perhaps this was the aura of someone who followed the gods. The next second, Kuei Niao vanished from the Rongqing base in a blue teleportation beam. Reappearing thousands of kilometers away, it hovered above Purple Mountain in Jinling. Before it, the pitch-black spatial fissure had fully materialized. It was relentlessly spewing forth hideous monsters. Squeak! Thousands of mantis-like demons waved their scythe-like forelimbs, emitting piercing screeches. Countless compound eyes locked onto the Kuei bull suspended in the air. In their primitive minds, this suddenly appearing giant creature was the freshest blood feast. Roar! The Kuei ox let out a disdainful roar. These puny insects dare to make a fuss in front of this old ox? A flash of lightning erupted from its horn. Without needing to gather power, a thunderbolt as thick as a water barrel, like the whip of a celestial god, lashed fiercely toward the densest cluster of monsters. Boom! Lightning crackled and snakes of electricity danced wildly. Hundreds of mantis beasts charging at the forefront were instantly incinerated into charcoal by the furious lightning, reduced to black powder that drifted down in a shower. The sheer terror of that single strike. A wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted within the Sky Dome Project Command Center. Yes! Well done! Li Xinhua slapped his thigh in excitement. Too powerful. Is this the might of ancient beasts? It's like a dimensional strike. Academician Chen Weidong watched, his blood boiling. Globally, the Guardian God Project livestream exploded with excitement. Holy crap! That bull is insane. One strike wiped out an entire area. Is this the mount of the land god? No wonder the pets of the big shots are truly extraordinary. Awesome. Let's flood old ox with 660 CXS. Did Eagle Nation see that? Even our oxen outclass your Aegis armor. Ha! The Eagle Nation's president is probably fuming again. Yet on the battlefield, the Kuei bull felt no respite. Those massive bovine eyes fixed intently on the spatial fissure. Its instincts told it, the real feast hadn't been served yet. Sure enough. The moment the first wave of mantis monsters was cleared, the spatial fissure suddenly trembled. A malevolent aura 10 times more potent than before surged forth. A monstrous creature, over 10 times the size of an ordinary mantis demon, slowly crawled out of the fissure. Its entire body gleamed with a metallic sheen, and its scythe-like forelimbs were actually. It was different from the cannon fodder. A cunning gleam flickered within its compound eyes. Even more bizarrely, 6 metal launchers resembling honeycombs were embedded on its back. Alert! High-intensity hybrid energy signature detected. Target energy level has reached Class A. Danger! Extreme danger! Within the Sky Dome Project Command Center, the alarm blared once more. Academician Xian Weidong's expression darkened. This is an elite-class demonic creature. A fusion of technology and demonic energy. Su Mushue's delicate brows furrowed. She recalled that so-called god-slaying project from Eagle Nation. Could it be? Before she could ponder further, the battlefield situation underwent a stunning reversal. The metallic mantis monster locked onto the Kuei bull, its 6 launchers on its back activating in an instant. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of miniature missiles, trailing blue contrails, closed in from all directions at supersonic speeds, sealing off every possible escape route for the Kuei ox. Roar! The Kuei ox resorted to its old trick. Lightning flashed from its horn, unleashing an even thicker pillar of thunder. Yet, a shocking spectacle unfolded. Just as they were about to collide with the lightning pillar, the miniature missiles collectively executed an uncanny maneuver, perfectly evading the pillar's attack range. They were intelligent homing missiles, capable of anticipating attacks. A young scientist in the command center gasped in astonishment. The Kuei Nyo clearly hadn't anticipated this move. By the time it reacted, it was already too late. Boom! 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 Dozens of missiles detonated violently across its massive frame. The violent explosions sent clouds of dust billowing into the sky. For the first time, the Kuei bull's impenetrable scales cracked open in several places, seeping blue blood from the wounds. Though the wounds were not severe, the humiliation of being provoked by mere ants sent the Kuei bull into a raging fury. Roar! It let out a piercing cry to the heavens and charged headlong toward the metal mantis. Its colossal form resembled a moving mountain range, determined to crush this creature that dared to wound it into fragments. A flicker of human-like mockery flashed in the metal mantis's eyes. Instead of retreating, it advanced, slashing out with 2 intersecting blades of blue energy. Clang! A thunderous clang. The Kuei bull's horn, capable of shattering mountains, was now firmly locked by the twin energy blades. The powerful, forceful charge was halted in its tracks. How could this be? Li Jinhua couldn't believe his eyes. Its power could actually match that of the old ox. But the worst was yet to come. In the instant the Kuei bull and the metal mantis locked horns, the mantis's other pair of hidden appendages, concealed beneath its abdomen, struck like venomous snakes emerging from their lair, stabbing viciously at the Kuei bull's soft underbelly. Thud! The sound of blades piercing flesh, amplified through high-sensitivity recording equipment, reached every ear. The Kuei ox let out an agonized cry. Its massive body staggered, then was kicked violently by the metal mantis, crashing heavily into the mountainside of Purple Gold Mountain and gouging out a huge, deep pit. Old ox! Su Mushue's heart clenched violently. In the livestream chat, the audience that had been cheering moments ago fell instantly silent. Everyone was rendered speechless by this sudden turn of events. The divine beast of China was actually injured? And judging by the looks of it, it was badly hurt. The metal mantis gave the Kuei bull no chance to catch its breath. It flapped its metallic wings, transforming into a streak of light as it charged forward. 2 energy blades were raised high. Everyone knew what was about to happen. Quick! Find a way to support it. Li Jinhua bellowed at the command center. Too late. General! Our weapons can't penetrate its energy shield. Damn it! Damn it! Despair settled over every heart. At that critical moment of life and death, Su Mushue suddenly stood up, a resolute glint flashing in her eyes. Gathering every ounce of strength, she barked an order into the communicator. Activate the final contingency of the Heaven's Wrath plan. Target Purple Mountain, Nanjing. Airdrop the Heaven's Wrath Prototype Unit 1. Now! Immediately. At once. Chapter 89, Airdrop Divine Retribution, 3-second Armed Divine Beast. Su Mushue's command thundered through the Sky Dome Project Command Center like a bolt of lightning. What? Li Jinhua whipped his head around, staring intently at Su Mushue, his eyes filled with shock. Ms. Su, have you lost your mind? Divine Retribution 1 is merely a prototype. All tests are incomplete, and its stability is far from guaranteed. If we airdrop it now and it malfunctions, not only will we fail to save old Nil, but we might even. There is no if. Su Mushue's voice was unwavering, carrying an authority that brooked no argument. Do we have any other choice now? The single sentence left Li Jinhua speechless. Yes, what other choice do we have? Watch helplessly as the Kuei bull is slain, Jinling falls, and then wait for the demonic hordes to sweep across all of East China? That would be a burden China could never bear. Gamble. We had no choice but to gamble. Activate the final contingency plan for Heaven's Punishment. I order the airdrop of Heaven's Punishment Unit 1. Li Jinhua gritted his teeth and roared into the communicator. Aye, sir. Thousands of miles away, at a secret airbase deep within China's northwest interior. A massive, futuristic-looking black transport aircraft, upon receiving the command, erupted with blue flames from its tail. It shot skyward at a terrifying speed exceeding 5 times the speed of sound, heading straight for Jinling. Meanwhile, at the Purple Mountain battlefield in Jinling, the metallic mantis's energy blade was now mere inches away. The icy intent to kill made the Kuei bull in the deep pit feel a long-forgotten threat of death. It struggled to rise. But the excruciating pain in its abdomen slowed its movements to a crawl. Roar! A low, unwilling growl erupted from the Kuei ox's throat. Could it be, this old ox is going down here?
I haven't guarded your door long enough yet, Master. In the global livestream, every Chinese viewer's heart sank to the bottom. Countless people closed their eyes, unable to bear witness to the bloody scene that followed.
In the Western world,
especially across the Eagle Nation's internet, a carnival of schadenfreude erupted.
Ha! I told you so. What divine beast? Just a dumb ox. Without that Eastern deity, China is nothing but a paper tiger. Look! That ox is about to get its head chopped off. Best dinner time video of the year. Just as everyone thought the outcome was sealed. Boom! A terrifying sonic boom ripped through the air, echoing from the heavens. A massive black shadow, trailing a long plume of flame, hurtled down from the clouds like a meteor. The metal mantis seemed to sense the danger too. It abruptly lifted its head, gazing skyward. That dark shadow suddenly disintegrated 1,000 meters above the ground. Clang! 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 Hundreds of metal components, varying in size, arced through the air with lifelike precision, striking the keen ox in the pit. What was that? Missiles? No! Is China attacking its own divine beast? My God! Look! Those parts are reassembling. Before the stunned eyes of billions of viewers worldwide. Pieces of armor, gleaming with metallic sheen and rune-like light, fit together like building blocks, seamlessly covering the Kuei bull's body. Chestplate, backplate, leg armor, helmet. Finally, the massive horn amplifier engraved with arcane runes was securely fastened onto its single horn. The entire process flowed like water, radiating the mechanical beauty of futuristic technology. In under 3 seconds. A formidable, full-coverage heavy-power armor suit, brimming with brutal aesthetics, was now fully armed upon the Kuei bull. Hum. The energy core at the armor's chest emitted a deep hum. Blue energy patterns instantly surged through the armor, illuminating every rune. A terrifying aura, several times more powerful than before, erupted from Kuei Nyo's body. Roar! A roar, blending primordial savagery with futuristic technology, reverberated across the heavens and earth. Kuei Nyo felt an unprecedented surge of immense power coursing through every fiber of its being. The wound on its abdomen healed at a visible speed under the battle armor's built-in healing beams. A cold, mechanical female voice echoed in its mind. Prototype Tianfa 1, activation successful. Life sign synchronization rate, 97. Rune energy core, output power, 120. Weapon systems unlocked. Tactical support AI Zuruon, online. Mr. Lao Nyo, it is my pleasure to serve you. Hostile target detected. Shall I plan the optimal attack route for you? Kuei Nyo froze for a moment. What the heck is this? Optimal attack route? You need planning for a fight? In this old bull's dictionary, there's only one word, fight. He thrust his hind legs backward, launching his massive frame like a cannonball from the deep pit. At that very moment, the metal mantis's decisive strike finally came crashing down. Clang! A metallic clang 10 times louder than before reverberated, making ears ache. The metal mantis's energy blade, powerful enough to cleave mountains, struck solidly against the Kuei ox's helmet. Yet this time, not only did it fail to breach the defense, it didn't even leave a single white mark. Instead, the metal mantis itself was struck by the immense recoil force, its paw splitting open, nearly causing the energy blade to slip from its grasp. For the first time, its cold compound eyes revealed emotions called shock and fear. What the hell kind of monster is this? Roar! Is that all you've got? Not even good enough to scrape my back. The Kuei bull let out a mocking roar and whipped its head violently. The immense force sent the metal mantis flying backward, tumbling awkwardly through the air. The global livestream fell deathly silent. Everyone was stunned speechless by this dramatic reversal. 1 second before, it was barely clinging to life, on the brink of death. The next, divine intervention struck, granting it an instant advantage? This is ridiculous. After a moment of stunned silence, the Chinese audience erupted in thunderous cheers. Holy! Holy! Armor fusion! If you're a man, pilot a mech. So freaking awesome. This is what China should be. Divine beasts paired with mechs, who could possibly stop them? Su Boss is awesome. Old Xian is awesome. Chinese tech is awesome. Eagle Nation, the times have changed. Now it's our turn for the Chinese Gundam. Chengdu Command Center. Li Shengguo's face flushed crimson with excitement as he gripped the armrests of his chair. Success! It actually succeeded. Su Muxue watched the screen, where a figure as majestic as a demon god descended from the heavens stood. Her tense body finally relaxed. She knew that from this moment onward, the outcome was no longer in doubt. What followed would be a one-sided slaughter show belonging to Heaven's Wrath No. 1 and its pilot, Kuei Nyo. Chapter 90, Brute Mode. This old ox fights no need for tactics. Analyzing target weaknesses. Analysis in progress. Analysis complete. The target's exoskeleton armor exhibits 17 structural weak points. The energy core is located beneath the third chest armor plate. Recommended attack method, high-frequency oscillating particle blade for penetration. The voice of the AI system, Jiru, echoed in Kuei Nyo's mind. What the heck? Kuei Nyo shook his massive head, signaling confusion. Roar! This old bull fights with sheer brute strength than this horn. Copy that. Switching to brute mode. Wishing you a pleasant battle. Shu Rong's voice seemed tinged with resignation.
The metal mantis steadied itself, eyeing this suddenly transformed opponent with caution. It abandoned head-on confrontation. Instead, it swiftly created distance, activating the 6 launchers on its back once more. But this time, instead of micro-missiles, 6 thick, ghostly blue lasers shot forth. The 6 beams converged from different angles, sealing off all movement space for the Kuei bull. Evade recommendation, roll left and activate phase deflection shield. Shu Rong's alert sounded again. Roar! Dodge my ass. Just blasted to pieces. The Kuei bull paid no heed whatsoever. With a thunderous stomp of all 4 hooves, it charged forward instead of retreating, charging headlong into the crisscrossing laser net. Buzz! A pale blue hexagonal energy shield instantly materialized across the surface of the Heaven's Wrath battle armor. 6 laser beams powerful enough to melt tanks struck the shield, only to ripple across its surface before being completely absorbed, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Shield energy consumed 37. Rapidly recharging. This armor's pretty tough. Kuei Nyo was satisfied, charging even faster. Seeing this, a flicker of panic crossed the metal mantis's eyes. It immediately ceased firing lasers, crossing its 2 energy blades before its chest in a defensive stance. However, the expected brutal charge never materialized. Less than 100 meters away, the Kuei Nyo abruptly halted. With a series of mechanical clicks, the armor on its shoulders and back slowly opened, revealing the gaping muzzles within. On one side stood a 36-barrel rotary electromagnetic cannon. On the other side, a futuristic particle beam lance launcher. Target detected within optimal firing range. Storm of Pear Blossom's weapon system activated. The Spear of Helios weapon system is fully charged. Jerome's voice sounded like the Grim Reaper's verdict. The metallic mantis's primal instincts sensed an unprecedented, deadly threat. It wanted to flee. But it was too late. Roar! Die! With a roar from the Kuei bull. Click! Blue electromagnetic projectiles, like a metallic storm, instantly engulfed the metal mantis. Its vaunted energy shield couldn't withstand even a second of this storm-like assault before shattering completely. Countless projectiles then poured onto its hardened metal shell, striking it with such force that sparks flew and armor plates shattered. The metal mantis let out agonized screeches as its body was riddled with holes. But it wasn't over yet. A golden spear of light, blindingly brighter than the sun itself, followed close behind. Trailing a long, streaking trail, it instantly pierced through its chest. Boom! Golden light exploded, unleashing a terrifying energy shockwave that tore the metal mantis's massive frame apart from within, reducing it to a swirling cloud of metal fragments and green flesh. Instant kill. A complete and utter instant kill. From the moment Kuei Nyo fired to the conclusion of the battle, the entire sequence lasted no more than 5 seconds. The global livestream fell into an eerie, deathly silence. Everyone's mouths gaped wide open, as if they could fit an egg inside. That's it? It's over? The elite monster that had just pinned the divine beast to the ground and was rubbing it into the dirt gone like that? This plot twist came way too fast. Holy! After what felt like an eternity, someone finally murmured in a dreamlike whisper. Then the entire internet erupted. This is ING Gundam. This is the romance of men. This is insane. That firepower is like an entire army. I hereby declare, from this day forward, I'm Old Bull's die-hard fan. Anyone who dares badmouth it, I'll go to war with them. Ha! Where are all those mocking trolls from Eagle Nation now? Why aren't they yelling anymore? Does your face hurt? Hurt? Their faces are already smashed to bits. This is the difference between regular players and whales. While you're grinding away, they're already using cheats to one-shot bosses. Rongqing Command Center. Li Xinghua, Shen Weidong, and the others were so overcome with emotion they couldn't speak. They could only stare blankly at the screen, where a figure bathed in the afterglow of artillery fire stood like a demon god, filling their hearts with awe. This is the might of China. This was the new force born from the fusion of myth and technology, a force powerful enough to reshape the world order. A genuine smile finally spread across Su Mushue's face. She had succeeded. Not only had she saved the Kuei Nyo, but she had also flawlessly showcased the spiritual energy technology achievements of the Su Group in China to the entire world. It was foreseeable that from this day forward, the Su Group's stock price would soar to unprecedented heights. And she, Su Mushue, would no longer be merely Lu Chen's divinely chosen agent. She would become the leading figure in the new era of technology. On the battlefield, the Kuei bull surveyed the enemies it had shattered into fragments, shaking its head with lingering satisfaction. Roar! Is that all? They're way too weak. It felt like it hadn't even exerted much effort yet. Battle concluded. Conducting battle damage assessment. Heaven's Wrath Armor Unit 1, integrity rate 99.8%. Energy consumed 173. Ammunition expended 315. Recommend scanning the battlefield to recover valuable spoils of war.
Jerome's voice sounded again. Loot? A flicker of curiosity passed through Kuei Nyo's large eyes.
He lowered his head and used his horn to nudge the largest fragment of the metal mantis its head.
Suddenly. Beep. Anomalous energy signal detected.
Source, target core processor. A red scanning beam projected from the battle armor's helmet, precisely locking onto a component within the mantis's head wreckage. It was an octagonal object, still faintly glowing blue like crystal.
What is this?
Kuei Nyo extended a hoof and poked it curiously.
The instant its hoof touched the crystal core, a massive torrent of information surged through the Heaven's Wrath battle armor, flooding into Jerome's database. Alert! Alert! Unknown data stream intrusion detected. Data analysis in progress. Data type, encrypted information packets, technical blueprints, biological codes. Data volume exceeded. Core processor utilization at 97%. Overload imminent. For the first time, Jerome's cold mechanical voice sounded urgent. Chapter 91, A Shocking Conspiracy. Are the monsters actually artificial weapons? The atmosphere in Rongqing Command Center instantly tensed. What's happening? Li Zhenghua demanded urgently. Academician Xian Weidong stared at the rapidly scrolling code on the screen, his expression growing grim. It's that crystal core.
It's not an energy source, it's a data storage device. Old Nyo's contact just now triggered its data transmission protocol.
Quick! Disconnect it! Su Muxue ordered decisively. Too late. Academician Xian Weidong's voice trembled slightly. The data stream is unidirectional force transmission.
Unless we have a more powerful processor to receive and analyze this data.
A more powerful processor? Across all of China, is there anything more advanced than Jerome? Just as everyone was at a loss.
A resolute glint flashed in Su Mushue's eyes. She swiftly moved to her dedicated console, her fingers flying across the virtual keyboard. I hereby activate the Nuwa supercomputing system with the highest authority of the Su group. Connect to Tianfa 1. Initiate data diversion.
Nuwa.
The Su group's crown jewel. A super quantum computer never disclosed to the outside world, with computational power at least 20 years ahead of the global standard.
This is Su Mushue's ultimate trump card.
As she executed the command, an invisible torrent of data surged through the quantum communication network, instantly linking the battlefield in Jinling to the Nuwa mainframe deep underground in Jianhai City.
Jerome's pressure plummeted. Data diversion succeeded. Processor utilization dropped to 32%. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief.
Meanwhile, the Nuwa supercomputer began decrypting and analyzing the massive data stream at an astonishing speed.
1 minute later,
the first batch of decoded information appeared on the command center's large screen.
The moment everyone present saw the contents on the screen, they all sucked in their breath. There lay a series of design blueprints, detailed to an almost sickening degree.
The blueprints depicted none other than the metal mantis monster. From its biological gene sequence to its mechanical structure, all the way to its weapon systems, every technical detail was laid bare. How is this possible? A young scientist murmured.
The monster was actually designed and manufactured?
This discovery completely overturned everyone's understanding. They had always believed that beyond the spatial rift lay a chaotic, primordial world of monstrous carnage. But now it seemed the truth was far more complex and terrifying than imagined. This implies that somewhere in the world, a mysterious organization exists, one possessing advanced technology capable of seamlessly integrating biotechnology with demonic energy.
What possible purpose could they have in creating these monsters? Look! What is this? Another document has been decrypted. It's an experiment log.
Test subject ID, K7, Blade.
Deployment location, coordinates XXX Purple Mountain, Nanjing. Mission objective, test Blade's combat effectiveness against super biological units in live combat and collect battle data.
Note, target unit, codenamed Kuei, suspected to be a Chinese guardian beast possessing formidable lightning manipulation abilities and extremely high physical defense. Recommended tactic, employ high mobility kiting maneuvers and utilize energy weapons to penetrate defenses. The log's contents instantly sent a cold sweat running down Li Zhenghua's back. Their target from the very beginning had been Lao Nyo. This was a premeditated test. A trap set specifically for us, the Chinese. Su Mushue's expression turned icy cold. Her thoughts turned to that so-called shield organization, to the mad god-slaying project of the Eagle Nation.
This affair was inextricably linked to them. Keep cracking it. I need to know who they are.
Su Mushue's voice was as cold as ice from the depths of hell.
At the same time, North Sea, Eye of the Abyss.
Here, absolute darkness and deathly silence reigned.
No light, no sound. Time and space seemed to lose all meaning here.
Only an endless, chaotic storm of spiritual energy raged, powerful enough to tear everything apart. At the very heart of this storm, Lu Chen sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly shut. His body acted like a bottomless black hole, voraciously devouring the chaotic spiritual energy around him. This raging energy, potent enough to instantly obliterate a golden core cultivator, was swiftly refined and purified the moment it entered his body by the primordial sword body and the brilliant golden core within his dantian. Ultimately, it transformed into the purest essence of magical power, permeating every fiber of his being. Lu Chen's aura surged upward at a terrifying rate. LV81. LV82. LV83. At that moment, as if sensing something, his tightly closed eyelids fluttered slightly. A thread of divine consciousness spanned tens of thousands of kilometers, sensing everything unfolding in Jinling. He witnessed the fierce struggle of the Kuei Ox. He witnessed the heaven's punishment battle armor descending from the heavens. And he witnessed the earth-shattering secret that had been uncovered. Lu Chen's face remained expressionless. Only a faint thought formed in his mind. Oh, so it was artificial after all. I thought it had some real power. This ox hasn't been raised in vain after all. Sumu Shue did a fine job. With that, he withdrew his divine sense, no longer paying attention to the turmoil outside. To Lu Chen, the earth-shattering conspiracy capable of shaking the entire upper echelons of Huaxia seemed nothing more than an insignificant farce. His goal had always been singular. To become stronger. Strong enough to crush all schemes and intrigues. Strong enough to dominate this mad new world about to dawn. He remained immersed in his cultivation, launching his final assault toward the supreme realm of the late Golden Core stage. The decryption succeeded. With a soft chime from the Nuwa supercomputer. The final, most crucial encrypted file had finally been breached. The file's title, consisting of only a few words, sent a chill down the spine of every person in the command center. Phase 2, Outline of the Divine Beast Hunting Plan. The contents were even more shocking. It was an incredibly detailed and insane plan. Its core objective was to utilize combat data collected from Blade K7's Kuei Bull to develop a second-generation, ultimate form of the god-slaying weapon. This weapon bore the codename Leviathan. Yes, it bore the name of that colossal deep-sea beast once struck down by Lu Chen's Heavenly Thunderfinger. The documents revealed they had obtained partial genetic samples of Leviathan through secret channels and successfully integrated them with cutting-edge bionic mechanical technology. They planned to create a deep-sea hunting squad composed of 3 mechanical Leviathans. These 3 mechanical behemoths not only perfectly replicate Leviathan's terrifying size and strength. They were also equipped with a void-devouring force field specifically designed to counter lightning energy, and ultra-long-range railguns capable of firing law-destroying projectiles. Their objective was no longer testing, it was hunting. During Lu Chen's seclusion, they would strike with thunderous force to hunt down China's guardian beast, the Kuei Ox, utterly shattering the nation's protective power and the people's confidence. And the final execution site of this plan? None other than the East China Sea. Chapter 92, They have God-slaying weapons, we arm our divine ox. These lunatics. Li Jingbo slammed his fist hard onto the table, his eyes bloodshot. This was no longer a conspiracy, it was a blatant declaration of war. Not only did they intend to kill the Kuei Ox, but they chose to wage war right at China's doorstep. How utterly arrogant and vicious. How dare they? A young staff officer asked, his voice trembling. Why wouldn't they? Su Mushue's gaze was as cold as ice. When a nation's arrogance and hegemony were utterly crushed, all that remained was madness and ruthlessness. Shield Alliance, she spat out the 4 words through gritted teeth. Though the documents didn't explicitly name the perpetrators, every clue pointed to this mad organization spearheaded by the Eagle Nation, attempting to challenge the gods with technology. Commander! I request issuing the sternest warning to the Shield Alliance immediately. And exposing their conspiracy to the entire world. Li Zhenghua picked up the red telephone, poised to report to the capital. It's useless. Su Mushue shook her head. We have no direct evidence. They could easily dismiss this document as a fabrication on our part. Internationally, it would only lead to endless bickering. Then what do we do? Are we just supposed to stand by and watch them? Li Jingwei exclaimed urgently. If they want to play games, we'll play them to the bitter end. A cold gleam flashed in Su Mushue's eyes. They have Project Leviathan, don't we have Project Divine Retribution? She turned to look at academician Qian Weidong. Professor Qian, starting now, I need your lab running around the clock. I need you to absorb all Blade K7 technology at maximum speed and perform a comprehensive upgrade on the Divine Retribution battle armor. They want to hunt divine beasts? I'll see if their mechanical beasts are superior, or if our divine armored oxen prove mightier. Academician Qian Weidong was swept up by the powerful aura emanating from Su Mushue. He nodded emphatically, no problem. Mr. Su. I guarantee we'll complete the mission. A silent arms race centered on psychic technology had quietly begun. The entire underground base beneath Rongqing transformed into a war machine operating at full throttle. Countless scientists and engineers worked day and night conducting research and experiments. Yet one of the protagonists in this race, Kuei Niao, remained utterly oblivious to the impending crisis. It lay contentedly in its private cattle pen, basking in the highest level of care. Before it lay a pile of snacks composed of various rare metals and high-energy ores. The Kuei Niao's Tianfa 1 battle armor had been dismantled. A team of researchers was meticulously maintaining and calibrating it. Moo! This place is great free food and lodging, plus new toys to play with. The Kuei bull snorted, thoroughly content with its current life. It had grown particularly fond of that iron shell that made it stronger. Whenever it had free time, it would wander into the lab and gently nudge the busy scientists with its massive bovine head. Who? When will my new armor be ready? Roar! Can you add more cannons? That golden spear from last time felt awesome. Bah! Oh, and could you make it gold? That'd look way more badass. The scientists were utterly exasperated by it, yet dared not offend this hot-tempered bull. They could only wipe cold sweat from their brows while plastering on fake smiles, agreeing to its every unreasonable demand. The entire base buzzed with a tense yet joyful atmosphere because of this lively character. Yet what no one knew was this. While they raced against the clock preparing for battle, deep in the vast Pacific Ocean, shrouded in mist, lay a secret island base. Within 3 colossal black shipyards resembling mountain ranges, 3 monstrous mechanical beasts slowly opened their blood-red electronic eyes. In the control center of the dry docks, a man in a white suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looked refined and scholarly. He watched the countdown displayed on the screen, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He was the Shield Alliance's chief strategist, the man known as the Professor. He was also the mastermind behind the Divine Beast Hunt project. 12 hours remaining. Dear Eastern Divine Beast, are you ready to face your doom? He pressed a red button lightly. A line of crimson text appeared on the screen. Leviathan Hunting Squad, activated. Target locked, China, East China Sea. Su Muxue hadn't slept for a day and night. Her beautiful phoenix-like eyes were bloodshot, yet her gaze remained sharp. Under her command and with the assistance of the Nuwa supercomputer, the upgrade plan for the Heaven's Wrath battle armor was progressing at a miraculous pace. Reporting to Director Su. The new Dragon-scale composite armor has completed final testing. Defense capability increased by 200%. Report. The Zuruang 2 intelligent core has completed data loading. Its processing speed is 10 times that of its predecessor. Report. The shoulder-mounted White Emperor high-energy particle cannon is installed. Unicorn Purple Sky Divine Thunder Amplifier synchronization rate 100%. Good news kept pouring in, one after another. Academician Xian Weidong and his team had poured every ounce of their wisdom and energy into seamlessly integrating the technology gleaned from the Blade K7 into this entirely new battle armor. A brand new, even more ferocious and powerful war machine was about to be born. It was named the Heaven's Wrath 2 Kuei Bull Special Edition. Its dark gold finish radiated imperial dominance. The streamlined armor was engraved with dual rune arrays Vajra and Thunder Control personally designed by the venerable Qian. Even when stationary, it radiates a terrifying, heart-stopping aura of power. Roar! The Kuei ox beside it stared wide-eyed at its new skin. It could sense the terrifying power contained within this new armor. It was already itching to don the armor and unleash its fury upon the battlefield. Only one final step remained. Su Muxue stared intently at the massive blueprint. How was the reverse engineering of the void-devouring force field progressing? This was the very core of the entire upgrade plan. It was also the key to whether they could stand against the mechanical Leviathan. A young female scientist in charge of the project shook her head, her face pale. Ms. Su, we've failed. This technology is far too advanced. It involves manipulating the laws of space, something our current scientific capabilities can't even begin to decipher, let alone replicate. At best, we can only create a rudimentary energy deflection shield. But against attacks of the magnitude of a law-breaking bomb, I'm afraid. Her words instantly cooled the newly kindled optimism within the command center. Li Jingguo's heart sank. Yes, they are only mortals after all. Achieving this much in such a short time was already a miracle. But miracles, after all, have their limits. The enemy wielded technology bordering on the divine. This battle hadn't even begun, yet they already seemed to have lost half the fight. I understand. Yet Su Muxue's face showed no trace of disappointment or discouragement. She simply nodded calmly. If technology cannot overcome them, then we shall compensate with the most primitive methods. Chapter 93, Eagle Sauce takes advantage of the situation. 3 divine beasts press the border. Su Muxue turned to Li Jingguo. Generally, I need you to issue the highest level resource requisition order on behalf of the Sky Dome project team nationwide, and indeed across the entire alliance. I require every single top-tier natural crystal and mineral with lightning attributes from across the entire world. For example, thunderstruck wood, lightning crystals, purple thunder jade. Whatever quantity is available, I want it all. No expense spared. Li Zhengguo paused, then grasped her intent. Since we cannot create an effective defensive force field, we must push the Kuei Ox's own offensive power to its absolute limit. Use the most ferocious thunder to utterly annihilate the enemy before they can even fire their law-destruction projectiles. Offense as defense. It was the most straightforward and the most effective approach. Understood. I'll get to it immediately. Li Jingguo showed no hesitation whatsoever, immediately turning to carry out the order.
At that very moment. Beep, 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 beep. An alarm, more urgent than any before, echoed throughout the entire base.
Everyone startled, immediately turning their gaze to the main screen. On the screen, the data stream representing the Beihai Guishu region previously stable suddenly became wildly erratic. A terrifying red exclamation mark flashed frantically at the center of the screen.
What's happening? Su Muxiue demanded sharply.
A young officer monitoring the Skynet system turned deathly pale, his voice trembling.
Reporting, Commander Su.
A violent energy surge has erupted in the northern sea abyss. The energy index has surged 1,000-fold within 10 seconds. The final frame transmitted by all our monitoring satellites before signal loss showed.
The entire Guishu vortex is collapsing. What? Struck as if by lightning, Su Muxiue immediately rushed to the control console.
The screen froze on that final frame.
It was a scene that could drive anyone to despair. The once slowly rotating colossal vortex had now transformed into a violently pulsating energy singularity. Endless thunderbolts and spatial rifts flashed wildly within it.
The entire North Sea seemed poised to be utterly swallowed by this terrifying singularity.
The signal representing Lu Chen had vanished completely the very second the energy upheaval began. He was lost.
At the most critical moment, their sole and ultimate trump card Lu Chen had lost contact. Su Muxiue felt the world spinning violently. Darkness clouded her vision, and her body swayed dangerously, nearly sending her crashing to the ground.
Li Jinghua's expression was equally grim. Ms. Su, are you alright? I'm fine.
Su Muxiue steadied herself, though her voice trembled uncontrollably.
It's over. Everything is over. Without Lu Chen, even if they somehow managed to win the Battle of the East Sea, how could they face the endless crises that lay ahead?
Despair washed over everyone in the command center like icy seawater.
Meanwhile, at the secret base in the Pacific Ocean, the man codenamed Professor also witnessed the satellite feed showing the abnormal changes in the abyssal depths.
A cruel smile spread across his face.
Truly, heaven is aiding me.
He picked up the communicator and issued his final command.
Attention all units. Operation Divine Beast Hunt is initiated ahead of schedule. Target, East Sea. Advance.
Eye of the Abyss. This is no longer the eye of the storm, but a cosmic singularity, a hell where the laws of nature have collapsed.
Space shatters like glass, inch by inch, while time stretches infinitely and then compresses in an instant.
A spiritual energy tidal wave powerful enough to pulverize planets surged madly around the figure seated cross-legged at its center.
Lu Chen. His body was undergoing an unprecedented transformation.
The golden core within his body had swollen to its absolute limit. Its surface was covered in fine cracks, as if it would shatter completely at any moment. Each wash of the spiritual energy tide widened the cracks a fraction. Each tug of the cosmic laws subjected his soul to unimaginable agony. Under such conditions, any other golden core cultivator would have long since perished, leaving not even a trace behind.
But Lu Chen was different.
His primordial sword body, under this extreme pressure, burst forth with an unprecedented radiance. Purple gold divine patterns flowed beneath his skin, stubbornly resisting the external forces of destruction. Within his dantian, the golden core that had been on the verge of shattering not only held firm but radiated an even more concentrated, terrifying aura from its cracks. Break to rebuild. This was the final threshold, the ultimate barrier between mid-stage golden core and late-stage golden core.
And the most perilous chasm of all.
He could feel all his magical power, all his divine consciousness, all his sword intent being compressed, forged, and melted into a single crucible. All for the sake of that ultimate qualitative leap.
Not enough. Lu Chen's eyes snapped open. His eyes held no pain or fear, only a near absolute madness born of pure rationality.
He willingly spread his arms wide, abandoning all defense, allowing the world-shattering power of the abyssal void to surge into his body. Using heaven and earth as the furnace, using my body as the elixir.
Refine.
A roar that shook the very soul erupted from his throat.
Boom!
At that very moment, the entire eye of the abyss exploded completely. Infinite energy coalesced into a blindingly brilliant sphere of light, instantly engulfing everything.
Underground base, Rome City. Dead silence.
Everyone stared blankly at the static on the screen, the unmistakable sign of a complete signal failure.
It's over.
A young scientist slumped helplessly in his chair, his eyes vacant.
Mr. Lu. Li Jinghua's lips trembled, yet no words came out. Su Muxiue closed her eyes. 2 clear tears slid silently down her smooth cheeks. She wasn't crying for the impending crisis. She wept for that man.
The man who always seemed so calm and composed, as if everything was under his control. The man who had given her new life, given her hope, and given her a flutter of emotion she had never known before.
And now he was gone? Beep, beep, beep.
Just as everyone plunged into the abyss of despair, the shrill alarm sounded once more.
This time, it wasn't the abyss. It was the East Sea. Report.
The East Sea monitoring station of the Skynet system has detected 3 massive high-energy targets approaching our territorial waters.
Energy readings have exceeded measurement limits. Preliminary assessment indicates Leviathan-class targets. They're here. They've finally come. And at their most vulnerable, most desperate moment. Li Xinghua let out a bitter laugh, his face hardening with resolve. He stood up, straightened his uniform, and spoke in a hoarse yet resolute voice. Transmit my orders. Tianfa number 2, arm immediately. Guardian Beast, prepare for deployment. Order the East Sea Fleet, all vessels, depart port to engage the enemy. Order the Air Force, all fighter jets, arm with live ammunition and scramble. Notify all Human Alliance member states, China will shed its last drop of blood to defend our homeland to the death. Even without Mr. Lu. We will make those bastards understand that the backbone of China cannot be broken. Chapter 94, China's final tragic heroism. The raging divine bull strikes. Order after order poured from Li Xinghua's mouth. Not a hint of hesitation, only the resolute determination of those marching to their deaths. Inside the command center. The young officers and scientists, whose faces had been ashen moments before, were suddenly ignited by this overwhelming resolve. They all rose from their seats. Yes. Yes. Their shouts merged into a torrent, washing away the despair that had hung heavy in the air. Su Muxue slowly opened her eyes, the tear tracks now dried. She walked over to Li Xinghua, her voice eerily calm. General Li, I leave military matters to you. I need Academician Xian's laboratory. Li Xinghua glanced at her and nodded firmly. Neither spoke another word, yet they seemed to have reached an unspoken understanding. At that moment, the vast war machine of China, having lost its divine guidance, roared into motion with tragic grandeur. Over the East China Sea, destroyers and frigate steel behemoths plowed through the deep blue waves, forming defensive lines. In the sky, piercing screeches tore through the clouds. Fighter jets painted with red five-pointed stars swept past in formation. Missiles dangling beneath their wings glinted with a cold, metallic sheen. The eyes of the world, through countless satellite lenses, were focused on this stretch of sea. Leaders of Human Alliance member states watched the resolute stance of the Huaxia military on their screens, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. Without Mr. Lu, are they attempting to confront a mythical-level catastrophe with mortal bodies? President Macron of Gaul murmured to himself. Northern Bear Nation, Kremlin. Tsar Ivanov stared silently at the screen, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the desk. Alexei, did you see that? I see it, my emperor. It's like moths flying into a flame. No. Ivanov shook his head. This is telling the world that even if the gods fall, the backbone of China cannot be broken. Meanwhile, the interim president of Eagle Nation sipped coffee leisurely with a group of high-ranking military officials in the White House Situation Room. Generals, the show is about to begin, the interim president said with a smile. Let's see what's left of China without that Eastern sorcerer. Nothing but a bunch of moving iron coffins, Mr. President, a five-star general chimed in. A wave of laughter rippled through the room. Rongqing, core laboratory of the Heavens Retribution Project. Academician Xian Weidong and every member of his team, their eyes bloodshot, were gathered around a massive experimental chamber. Inside the chamber, the Kuei bull snorted impatiently. Pieces of armor, each inscribed with blue runes, were being rapidly assembled onto its body by mechanical arms. Mr. Su. Xian Weidong immediately stepped forward as Su Muxue entered, his voice tinged with uncontrollable urgency. The main structure of Heaven's Punishment 2 is complete, all weapon systems are loaded, and the energy core has been tuned to maximum power. Su Muxue asked expressionlessly, what's the problem? Xian Weidong's expression darkened. He pointed at the simulated data stream on a screen, his lips slightly parched. The problem lies with the materials. The lightning-attributed crystals we collected contain far greater energy than we ever anticipated. The existing Odin alloy simply cannot perfectly contain and conduct this power. He took a deep breath before delivering the most terrifying conclusion. In other words, we strapped explosives all over Kuei without installing a safe fuse or detonation wires. The moment the Kuei Bull activates the crystal's power, the immense energy surge will instantly overwhelm every rune circuit within the battle armor. There can only be one outcome. Xian Weidong's voice was thick with strain. It will detonate along with the entire suit of armor. Su Muxue listened quietly, her expression unchanging. Her gaze remained fixed on the Kuei Bull inside the experimental chamber, utterly unaware of its impending fate, still brimming with excitement at the prospect of donning its new armor. After a long pause, she spoke slowly, her voice betraying not a single ripple of emotion. Academician Xian. Do we have any other choice? Xian Weidong opened his mouth. Finally, he lowered his head in defeat, and the entire laboratory fell into a deathly silence. Outside the window, a shrill alarm pierced the night sky over Rongqing. On the East Sea front, those three mountain-like mechanical beasts had already breached the first line of defense. Inside the experimental pod, Quinyu impatiently swished its tail. It could sense the tension and despair of the humans outside, but it didn't understand. All it knew was that this new armor felt far more formidable than the last Heaven's Wrath-type one. Each plate of armor made it feel brimming with power. Inside the battle helmet, the AI system named Zhurong chattered incessantly. Warning, energy circuit compatibility with crystal matrix below 15%. Risk of overload detonation at 987% probability. Recommendation: withdraw from combat and await technical improvements.
Kuei Nyo bellowed directly into the public channel through his divine consciousness.
Shut the hell up. Give this old ox a break.
Everyone in the command center heard that furious roar.
Li Jingbo gave a wry smile. That stubborn temper of his hasn't changed a bit.
Kuei Nyo couldn't care less about all that complicated data. It sensed 3 massive creatures appearing on the eastern sea surface, creatures that deeply annoyed it. Their aura resembled that of the metal mantis it had dismantled last time, but it was stronger and far more irritating.
This old ox is going out.
I'll smash those 3 iron lumps to pieces, it roared once more. Sumoshue picked up the communicator, her voice as cold as ever. Kuei Nyo, stand by.
This wasn't an order, it was a request. Request my ass. Kuei Nyo wasn't listening. This old ox only obeys its master.
Master's not here, so this old ox calls the shots.
You humans dither and debate. By the time you finish your discussions, those 3 metal lumps will be ting at our front door. Don't bother me, this old ox is about to eat.
With that, it severed the connection to command center with a flick of its divine sense.
Boom! A deafening roar. The experimental pod's door, forged from special alloy, was smashed open by the Kuei Bull's charge, warping and deforming.
Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, this heavily armed steel colossus transformed into a streak of blue light, soaring skyward and heading straight for the East Sea.
Stop it!
Li Xingguo shouted, but it was already too late. The globally broadcast footage captured this breathtaking spectacle.
Oh! My God! What is that? China's secret weapon? Exclaimed the CNN commentator. A mechanical bull? Is that their final trump card?
In the Eagle Nation's war room, a general sneered disdainfully.
East China Sea battlefield. China's fleet was retreating step by step.
A Type 055 destroyer unleashed its entire vertical launch system at one of the Leviathans. Dozens of missiles, trailing long plumes of flame, formed a deadly net, precisely enveloping the target. Yet the Leviathan merely manifested a pale blue energy shield across its surface. The moment the missiles touched the shield, they vanished without a trace, failing to create even a ripple. Then, the Leviathan opened its massive maw, unleashing a thick red particle beam. The 10,000-ton destroyer, along with hundreds of officers and crew aboard, vaporized instantly within the beam, leaving not a single scrap of wreckage behind.
Despair engulfed the entire sea.
At that very moment, a streak of blue light plummeted from the sky, crashing violently into the sea surface and sending a 100-meter-high wave crashing upward. Moo! The Kuei Bull let out a piercing bellow, its sound waves forming visible shockwaves that pushed back the surrounding seawater in a wide circle. It had arrived. Chapter 95. The professor was stunned. The god-slaying weapon became a power bank. Gazing at the 3 colossal mechanical beasts before it, larger than mountains, the Kuei ox felt no fear. Instead, its eyes, as big as copper bells, brimmed with excitement and greed. What a huge chunk of iron! Enough for this old ox to feast on for several meals. It stamped its hooves. Its entire body launched like a cannonball, charging straight toward the nearest Leviathan. Pacific Secret Base. The professor watched the reckless mechanical ox on the screen, a cruel smile curling his lips. Stupid beast. Activate Unit 1's Void Devouring Field. Drain it dry, then enjoy a spectacular fireworks display. Aye, sir. Command issued. The Leviathan targeted by the Kuei Bull suddenly ignited its chest core. An invisible energy field instantly expanded, enveloping the charging Kuei Bull. Beep. 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 Inside the Kuei Bull's helmet, alarms blared incessantly. Warning. High-dimensional energy corrosion detected. Host energy being forcibly extracted. Energy circuits overloaded. Core temperature surging. Self-destruct countdown, 10, 9, 8. Kuei Nyo felt the strength rapidly draining from his entire body, as if the blood vessels beneath his skin were being sucked dry. It couldn't comprehend what was happening, only feeling immense agony. It began to roar furiously, trying to break free from the force field's grip, but to no avail. The global audience held its breath. The last hope of Huaxia was extinguished. What a pity it had been so brave. Just when everyone thought the outcome was sealed, a sudden, unexpected change occurred. On the Kuei Bull battle armor, those lightning attribute crystals dubbed explosives by academician Xian suddenly burst into an unprecedented blaze of brilliance under the stimulation of the void-devouring force field. Like ignited suns, the raging thunderous power could no longer be contained, erupting violently from the crystals. Warning! Crystal Matrix has gone haywire. Energy readings are off the charts. Jerome let out one final shriek before falling silent. Kuei Nyo felt a force billions of times more ferocious than any lightning it had ever witnessed instantly flood every fiber of its being. The sensation was like a man dying of thirst suddenly plunging into an entire ocean of ice-cold cola. Awesome! So damn refreshing. It let out a long, piercing cry to the heavens, filled with unparalleled exhilaration. Moo! The blue radiance enveloping its body instantly transformed into a blinding pure white, as if a true star had descended upon the East Sea.
Pacific Secret Base. The smile on the professor's face froze solid. He stared fixedly at the blindingly bright orb on the screen, his mouth slightly agape, eyes bulging as if they might pop out of their sockets. What is this? Report. Unit 1's void devouring field is being reverse absorbed. A technician's voice trembled with panic. What? The professor shoved him aside and rushed to the control console. On the screen, the arrows indicating energy flow had completely reversed. Energy that had been siphoned from the Kuei bull was now being violently pumped back into that tiny body at a 100-fold, 1,000-fold scale. Leviathan Unit 1, this formidable weapon of war, now resembled a leaking power bank, performing a super-fast charge on its opponent. Impossible. This defies the law of energy conservation. It's unscientific. The professor looked like a madman, clutching his hair in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. The void-devouring field he designed operated on high-dimensional technology, forcibly stripping targets of their energy until they collapsed. It was supposed to be the nemesis of all energy entities. But he never imagined those madmen from China would stuff the Kuei Nyo's battle armor with a cache of highly unstable, high-energy lightning crystals. These crystals were like a warehouse full of black powder. And his void-devouring force field was like a spark tossed into that powder keg. Instead of absorbing the explosives, it triggered an immediate detonation. The frenzied lightning power and the high-dimensional devouring force field, two entirely different systems of power, collided and fused in the most savage manner, ultimately achieving a bizarre and terrifying equilibrium. Far from draining the Kuei bull dry, the force field became a bridge connecting the crystal's energy to its body. Ha! Feels so good. Give me more. The Kuei bull felt as though it were about to take flight. Every muscle, every cell, was filled with explosive power. It even felt as though Leviathan's force field was like a professional masseuse giving it a full body spa treatment. The pressure was just right. This massage service is top-notch. This old ox is thoroughly satisfied. It let out a mighty roar. Its movements, once sluggish from energy depletion, instantly became lightning fast. Boom! The Kuei bull slammed headfirst into Leviathan Unit 1's chest. The energy shield, strong enough to withstand a nuclear blast, shattered like a soap bubble with a pop under the savage impact of boundless thunderous force. Next came the thick armor. Snap! A bone-chilling metallic screech filled the air. Leviathan's mountain-like colossal body was violently knocked backward. A massive dent appeared in its chest, crackling with countless sparks of electricity. The world fell silent. Everyone watching the live broadcast was stunned. 1 second ago, the Chinese mythical beast had been drained of energy, poised to detonate. The next, the narrative took a sudden turn. The divine beast turned the tables, using its enemy as a power bank before smashing it to a pulp. This plot twist was more thrilling than a roller coaster. Ahem, director, could we replay that footage? I think I might be hallucinating, the BBC commentator said, rubbing his eyes. A miracle. An Eastern miracle. That bullet's absorbing the enemy's attacks, exclaimed a Vatican cardinal, excitedly making the sign of the cross over his heart. Eagle Nation War Room. Coffee cups clattered to the floor in rapid succession. The acting president's face was darker than the coffee on the table. Who can tell me what the hell is going on? He growled. No one could answer him. For what unfolded before their eyes had already surpassed the bounds of their comprehension. At the Pacific base, fear finally flickered in the professor's eyes. He realized that the god-slaying weapon he had created might truly be nothing more than a toy in the face of that Eastern divine beast. No! I haven't lost yet. Like a gambler blinded by loss, he issued his final command. Unit 2, Unit 3, launch law-destroying missiles immediately. Lock on target. Wipe it from this world completely. Professor. That will affect Unit 1. A staff officer warned. Carry out the order. The professor roared madly. This is a necessary sacrifice. He couldn't care less about anything else. All he wanted now was to kill that beast that had filled him with fear and shame. Chapter 96, Law-Breaking Bomb? Taste the old bull's thunderous belch. Before countless screens worldwide, hearts clenched in everyone's throats. Law-Breaking Bomb. This name, existing only in the top-secret archives of the SHIELD Alliance, represented the ultimate forbidden weapon humanity's technology could reach. It targets not matter, but the very laws sustaining the stability of the material world. Once it struck, all things would descend into chaos. They've lost their minds. The Eagle Nation has completely lost its mind. Shouts of disbelief erupted across the Human Alliance's conference channel as world leaders watched in horror. They never imagined the Eagle Nation would resort to such a mutually assured destruction weapon just to salvage its reputation. Rongqing Underground Base. Su Muxue and Li Zhenghua clenched their fists so tightly their knuckles turned white. They knew that against an attack of this magnitude, any defense would be futile. Kuei Nyo. Su Muxue's lips trembled, yet no sound emerged. East Sea Battlefield. 2 energy spheres, emitting ominous gray light, shot from the cannons of the other 2 Leviathans. Trailing trails that warped space, they streaked toward the Kuei Nyo, which was frantically firing from atop Unit 1. Their speed surpassed light, surpassed thought. There was no way to evade. Yet Kuei Nyo never even considered dodging. It was having the time of its life. Boundless energy surged through its entire body, giving it the illusion that a single punch could shatter this planet. Tactics? Defense? What's that even mean? When this old bull fights, I believe in only one thing: get it done. Facing the two marbles hurtling toward it, it not only refused to retreat but charged straight into the barrage, opening its gaping maw. Burp! A thunderous belch erupted from the depths of its throat. Accompanying this belch was an indescribable torrent of energy, a violent convergence of the most ferocious lightning power. This wasn't some special skill. It was pure energy so overcharged from the power bank that it overflowed, spilling out instinctively. A colossal pillar of white lightning, thick enough to obscure the sky, surged across the heavens in an utterly unreasonable manner, colliding head-on with the two law-destroying bombs. Time itself seemed to freeze in that instant. On one side stood the law-breaking bombs, representing the pinnacle of technological civilization, attempting to rewrite the world's rules. On the other, the primal, savage, violent beauty of the thunder belch, representing the mythical age. Under the gaze of all, the two collided with a thunderous crash. There was no earth-shattering explosion. No dazzling light and shadow effects. The entire world seemed to have been silenced. Centered on the point of impact, space shattered like a broken mirror, cracking inch by inch to reveal the boundless, pitch-black void beyond. Light warped, sound swallowed, everything within that zone was reduced to primordial nothingness. A void over a kilometer in diameter appeared above the ocean surface. All satellite-based live broadcast equipment lost signal simultaneously, leaving only a blinding screen of static. After a full dozen seconds passed, the signal began to return intermittently. When the image finally cleared, everyone gasped in unison. On the sea's surface, Leviathan Unit 3 had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Clearly, it had been utterly annihilated by the residual shockwaves from the collision of its own law-destruction bomb and the Kuwei Bull's thunder belch. Leviathan Unit 2, half its body shattered, billowed black smoke. As for Leviathan Unit 1, which had been knocked over earlier, it still lay on the sea surface, a gaping hole in its chest, completely crippled. Kuwei Nyo remained standing in place. Its Heaven's Wrath battle armor was now pitted and cracked, clearly having endured immense impact. It shook its head, seemingly dazed by the sheer power of that belch. That belch didn't taste too good. It muttered under its breath. At that moment, Leviathan Unit 2 abruptly turned around, attempting to make a hasty retreat. Trying to run? A flicker of human-like disdain flashed across Kuwei Nyo's bell-like eyes. This old ox hasn't had its fill yet. Its forehooves stomped the sea surface, unleashing towering waves. Its entire body, like a blue lightning bolt, instantly caught up with Leviathan 2 as it tried to escape. Inside the Pacific secret base, the professor watched the scene unfold through the backup drone's feed, the color draining completely from his face. Quick! Order Unit 2 to self-destruct. Activate the Underworld Protocol. We cannot let China obtain our core technology. He roared frantically into the communicator. Acknowledged, Professor. The command was instantly transmitted via quantum communication. Leviathan 2's soul remaining eye flashed crimson. Its massive psychic core began reversing its operations, accumulating a destructive energy. But it was too late. Kuwei Bull gave no chance whatsoever. Its massive horns, coiled with blinding white lightning, plunged savagely into Leviathan 2's nape with the most brutal, unyielding force. Snap! That was the sound of countless intricate circuits and transmission mechanisms being crushed. Leviathan 2's self-destruct sequence was forcibly interrupted in the final second of activation. Its massive frame stiffened, completely devoid of power, drifting on the sea like a hulk of scrap metal. Heh, 2 big tin cans. Kuwei the Bull snorted triumphantly. It walked over to the crippled Unit 1, extending its tongue to lick the thick armor, producing a teeth-grindingly harsh scraping sound. Tasty, with a satisfying chew. Then, under the stunned gaze of a global audience, the Kuwei Nyo opened its gaping maw and bit down on the Leviathan's shoulder armor. Crunch! The special alloy, capable of withstanding cruise missiles, crumbled in its jaws like a crisp biscuit. It tore and swallowed chunks of Leviathan's remains. The damaged sections of its Heaven's Wrath battle armor began visibly self-repairing at a rapid pace after absorbing the metal. Not only that, the rune-inscribed armor now glowed brighter than before. What the hell is going on? In the Eagle Nation war room, the acting president stared at the screen, his voice trembling. It's eating our god-slaying weapon? Mr. President. A scientist answered tremulously. Analysis indicates that the Divine Beast's armor appears to have integrated portions of our Leviathan project's energy conversion and material absorption technologies. No, it's absorbing our technology as nourishment. Rongqing Command Center. Su Muxue and Li Jingguo were equally stunned. Academician Xian, Su Muxue turned to Qian Weidong beside her. You designed this too? Academician Qian Weidong pushed his glasses up and shook his head blankly. Miss Su, my design for Heaven's Punishment 2 never included a mealtime function. Did it mutate on the fly? Only Su Muxue vaguely sensed what was happening. Lu Chen's life-bound flying sword possessed the ability to devour and evolve.
As Lu Chen's mount, this Kuei bull had likely absorbed the trait through osmosis, or perhaps Lu Chen had imbued it with similar characteristics. Those idiots from the Eagle Nation intended to use a proxy to kill, but ended up borrowing a blade that came with a free feast.
Chapter 97, Blood Red Alert. The Catastrophe Dragon's Target.
The global livestream had completely erupted.
Holy crap! What am I seeing? A divine beast eating a Gundam? This isn't science fiction anymore, it's a fantasy food anime. The Eagle Nation spent hundreds of billions of dollars just to deliver takeout to China's divine ox? That's some pricey delivery. I feel bad for the eagle for a second, ha! Inside the Pacific base.
The professor watched his life's work being devoured bite by bite. Unable to bear it any longer, he coughed up a mouthful of blood onto the control panel, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed straight onto the floor.
Over the East China Sea, the Quinia's gluttonous feast raged on.
Soon, the two colossal leviathans were reduced to nothing but scattered skeletal fragments. The Kuei ox belched contentedly. It felt power surging through its entire body, its cultivation levels subtly advancing. The Heaven's Wrath battle armor covering its body was now completely renewed. Not only were all damages repaired, but its surface now bore intricate silver patterns with a distinctly technological feel, proof that the Leviathan's technology had been perfectly absorbed and integrated.
At that very moment. Beep! A faint chime sounded.
Within the Kuei bull helmet, the AI system named Zhurong finally rebooted after a prolonged shutdown.
System reboot complete. Integrating K7 and Leviathan data. Data integration complete.
High priority encrypted file detected.
Attempting decryption. Decryption successful. Zhurong's emotionless electronic voice echoed within the Kuei bull's mind. Warning, Tiamat protocol detected. Protocol content, highest level authorization directive. Protocol status, activated. Tiamat? What the heck is that? Kuei Nyo shook his head and blurted out the question directly into the public channel. Sounds like something tasty. Is it bigger than those two metal cans from earlier?
At the Rongqing Command Center, everyone heard that childlike question.
But no one could laugh. Tiamat protocol. Su Mushua's brows furrowed deeply.
Staring at the data stream Zhu Rong transmitted to the main screen, her expression grew grave.
Investigate. Immediately have the Nuwa system access it. At any cost, extract every last bit of information on this protocol. Yes.
The command was issued, and Su Group's supercomputer Nuwa began data integration with the Zhuru system embedded in Kuei Nyo. A massive data stream surged into Nuwa's processor array like a flood breaking through a dam.
Reporting to Chairman Su.
The opposing data encryption level is God tier, and our decryption progress is extremely slow. Preliminary analysis indicates this protocol's authorization surpasses that of the Leviathan project, even exceeding the highest-ranking commander codenamed Professor. This indicates that behind the God-slaying weapon project lies an even greater dark force. Each successive analysis report thickened the oppressive atmosphere within the command center.
General Li Jingguo's face turned ashen. He had believed that winning the East Sea battle would have thwarted the enemy's plot. But now it seemed they had likely defeated only a pawn the enemy had thrown out. Old ox. Su Mushua addressed Kuei Nyo, who was far away in the East Sea, through the communicator. Don't move recklessly. Return to base immediately. We need to conduct a full inspection of your battle armor. Return? Why? Kuei Nyo grumbled, sounding reluctant. This old bull hasn't had enough fun yet. This new armor is perfect for practice. Let's see if there are any more blind iron cans around. Su Mushue massaged her temples, patiently explaining, this isn't a game. The situation is serious, it could involve. Before she could finish. Buzz. A piercing buzzing sound echoed throughout the entire world. Not through speakers, not through headphones, it sounded directly within the depths of everyone's mind. Then, every illuminated screen, whether on phones, computers, outdoor displays, or even fighter jet cockpits, simultaneously turned a blood-red hue. A line of stark, black text appeared against the crimson backdrop. Global Catastrophe Alert. World-class apocalyptic boss, the Calamity Dragon Tiamat, has broken free from its ancient seal. Target locked, the point of highest spiritual energy concentration globally. Estimated time of arrival, 5 hours 59 minutes. Target coordinates, China. These lines struck like a heavy hammer, crushing the hearts of 7 billion people worldwide. After a moment of deathly silence, panic erupted like an avalanche and tsunami. Good heavens! The end of the world has truly arrived. A calamity dragon? What on earth is that? More powerful than those 3 mechanical beasts we just faced? Need I ask? They're called the world-ending bosses. Why China again? Why does every misfortune target them? If China can't hold out, we're all doomed. Global networks instantly collapsed. Countless people poured into the streets, staring blankly at the sky as if a colossal dragon might burst through the clouds at any moment. Chengdu Command Center. Everyone stared blankly at the blood-red warning on the screen, a chill running from the soles of their feet straight to the crown of their heads. Tiamat. So this was the truth behind the Tiamat protocol. A young scientist murmured, his soul shattered. This isn't the Eagle Nation's conspiracy. It's the final judgment on the entire real world issued by that game called Dao Tian 2. Contact Mr. Lu immediately. Li Jingguo snapped to attention, bellowing, quick. Use any means necessary, we must reach him.
Yet the screen representing the northern sea's abyss remained frozen in a silent snowstorm.
A cloud of despair hung over everyone's heads.
Meanwhile, across the sea from China in the land of cherry blossoms, inside the Prime Minister's residence, a starkly different scene unfolded.
The Prime Minister of Sakura Nation, along with his cabinet ministers, raised their sake cups and roared with laughter at the blood-red warning flashing across the television screen. Ha! Amaterasu has truly opened her eyes. The Chinese have finally run out of luck. A calamity dragon? Come on in. Perfect timing. Best to wipe their entire nation off the face of the earth.
A defense minister, his face twisted with schadenfreude, declared, Your Excellency, I have already ordered the self-defense forces to enter the highest state of alert. Not to fight that dragon, but to guard against the flood of Chinese refugees about to pour across our borders.
Well done. The Prime Minister of Sakura Nation nodded with satisfaction. Once China is razed to the ground by that dragon, our great Sakura Empire will seize the opportunity to take control of East Asia and restore our former glory. To the future of the great Sakura Empire. Cheers! Cheers! The crisp clink of glasses echoed through the opulent chamber, filled with boundless anticipation and delight at the impending calamity befalling the neighboring nation. Chapter 98, Divine Reversal. The Dragon King's bizarre aerial drift. The laughter and revelry within the Prime Minister's residence of Sakura Nation stood in stark contrast to the global panic. The Prime Minister was in an exceptionally good mood. He personally opened a bottle of treasured 82 sake, pouring a full cup for each minister. Gentlemen, this is the moment we've awaited for nearly a century. His face flushed with excitement, he raised his cup high. The old hegemony is about to crumble, and a new order will be established by our great Sakura Empire. For His Majesty the Emperor. For the glory of the Empire. The cabinet ministers echoed his words, each face glowing with a sickening excitement. They seemed to already envision China's vast landscapes reduced to scorched earth by the dragon's fiery wrath, while they reap the spoils of war climbing to Asia's pinnacle by trampling their neighbors' bones. This scene of schadenfreude was relayed through special channels, reaching world leaders almost in real time. Dead silence hung over the Human Alliance's emergency communication channel. Shameful. Vile. Short-sighted fools. French President Macron crushed his coffee cup in rage. Did they not understand the principle of mutual dependence? Northern Bear Nation, Kremlin. Tsar Ivanov's face was as still as water. Staring at the smug grin of the Sakura Nation's Prime Minister on the screen, he coldly ordered his assistant, Alexei, permanently remove this nation from our list of those worthy of salvation. Yes, Your Majesty, Alexei replied respectfully, his eyes flashing with a similar icy glint. Eagle Nation, White House Situation Room. The acting president watched this dramatic scene unfold, feeling both amused and exasperated. Those cherry blossom brats never fail to seize the moment and kick someone when they're down. He shook his head and asked the Secretary of State beside him, Do you think we should do something? The Secretary of State considered for a moment before answering, Mr. President, I believe we need do nothing. Let China and that dragon fight it out, preferably until both are crippled. As for the land of cherry blossoms, let them continue dreaming of an imperial resurgence. It's nothing but a fantasy anyway. You have a point. The acting president nodded, picked up his coffee, and settled into a spectator's posture. The eyes of the entire world were fixed on China. Sympathy, concern, schadenfreude, and cold indifference mingled. Yet all silently acknowledged one truth: this apocalyptic catastrophe would be borne solely by China. Rongqing, Sky Dome Project Command Center. The atmosphere was as thick as ice. Report. The Skynet system has detected the target. The target is emerging from a dimensional rift deep within the Pacific Ocean at Mach 20. And it continues to accelerate. According to model projections, its energy level is at least 100 times greater than the combined power of the previous 3 Leviathans. All our current defensive weapons are as useless as paper in its presence. Each despairing data point felt like buckets of ice water poured over everyone's hearts. General Li Jingguo's eyes were bloodshot. He had issued a nationwide mobilization order. Countless soldiers were rushing to the coastal defenses. Countless missiles stood erect, their sights fixed upon the sky. But everyone knew this might be nothing more than a futile struggle, a tragic final act. General Li Jingguo looked at Su Muxue, his voice hoarse. Is there truly no way at all? Su Muxue did not respond. She just stared intently at the snowflake icon on the screen representing Beihai Scuechu. Inside, she screamed that name over and over. Lu Chen, where are you? If you don't come back soon, it will be too late. Just then, a young officer monitoring global activity suddenly gasped. Wait. Look. That dragon's flight path, it seems a bit off. All eyes instantly turned to the global map displayed on the main screen. The red arrow representing Tiamat, the dragon of calamity, traced a straight path across the sky, heading straight for the eastern coast of China.
But just as the arrow was about to enter China's airspace, it suddenly made a bizarre turn. Like a sports car speeding down the highway, it suddenly executed a 90-degree drift and spin. The new flight path pointed squarely toward the land of cherry blossoms. The entire command center fell instantly silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, doubting their own eyes. What on earth is happening? Li Jinhua asked in a trembling voice. Su Muxue froze in shock. Her mind raced as she instantly pulled up all real-time energy monitoring data surrounding Sakura Nation. Seconds later, an anomalous energy source was highlighted in red by the Nuwa system. Found it! Su Mushue's voice carried a hint of disbelief mixed with surprise. It's Fukushima. The Fukushima nuclear power plant in Sakura country had suffered a severe core meltdown accident just hours ago, and the energy readings had been skyrocketing ever since. To avoid causing panic, they had suppressed the news. This immense nuclear energy, like a lighthouse in the night, had drawn the dragon extremely sensitive to energy toward it. The moment those words were spoken, the command center fell into a deathly silence. Then, an uncontrollable roar of cheers erupted. Ha! Heaven is on our side. Truly, heaven is on our side. Karma. This is karma. Let them gloat over others' misfortune. Well, now they've gotten their first taste of the nation-destroying package themselves. General Li Jinhua was overcome with emotion, feeling a sense of relief as if he'd survived a catastrophe. He laughed and cursed aloud, those bastards. Meanwhile, at the Prime Minister's residence in Sakura Nation, the Prime Minister continued his impassioned televised address. Our great Sakura Empire shall witness the demise of the old era and greet the dawn of a new age with the utmost resilience. Those neighbors who once bullied us will surely. Before he could finish his sentence. Bang! The heavy wooden door of the conference room was violently kicked open. A secretary scrambled in, pale-faced, clutching a tablet, his voice trembling like a sieve. Prime Minister! It's terrible. Damn it! The Prime Minister, his speech interrupted, flew into a rage. What could be so urgent? Was the sky falling? The secretary tremblingly held the tablet up before him. On the screen, the red arrow had reversed course and was now hurtling straight toward the homeland. His face twisted in despair as he shouted with every ounce of strength. Prime Minister, the sky is truly falling. That dragon is flying straight at us. Chapter 99, so you're running on love power? The Prime Minister wept. What? The smile on the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation froze instantly. He snatched the tablet from his secretary's hands and stared intently at the red arrow on the screen now pointing directly at the Sakura Nation archipelago. That arrow felt like a dagger poised to pierce his heart. This can't be. It must be a mistake. Definitely a Chinese conspiracy. The Prime Minister bellowed incoherently, unable to accept this dramatic reversal. Your Excellency, the Defense Minister's voice is trembling too. The Skynet system broadcasts globally, it can't be faked. And our radars have already locked onto the target. It's approaching our airspace at Mach 30. Boom! The Prime Minister felt his mind go completely blank. The wine glass in his hand clattered to the floor, shattering into pieces. One moment in heaven, the next in hell. The sheer magnitude of the fall nearly knocked the wind out of him. Quickly contact Eagle Nation. Request support from the Aegis Alliance. He shouted hoarsely, as if clutching at his last lifeline. The line connected swiftly. Yet on the other end, the voice of Eagle Nation's interim president sounded unnaturally calm and distant. Oh? Is that so? How unfortunate. We express our deepest sympathy and regret for the impending disaster your nation faces. Mr. President. This is no time for empty words. Send troops immediately. Use your god staff. We'll pay any price. The Prime Minister of Sakura Nation was on the verge of tears. My apologies, the Eagle Nation president replied slowly. Our divine weapon was exhausted during the last battle against the monsters. As for troops, you know how long it takes to mobilize them. By the time our aircraft carrier reaches East Asia, well, you understand. With that, he hung up before the Prime Minister could respond. Beep. Listening to the busy tone, the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation was utterly dumbfounded. He understood. They had been abandoned. Abandoned without mercy by their most trusted ally. Bastards. A bunch of bastards. The Prime Minister trembled with rage, sweeping all the documents off the desk onto the floor. Your Excellency, what shall we do now? A minister asked, his face ashen. That dragon will be over Tokyo in less than 30 minutes. In the depths of despair, a sudden thought flashed through the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation's mind. China. Yes. Contact China. Like a man possessed, he grabbed another red emergency phone. Connect me to the highest emergency hotline of the Huaxia Sky Project team. Quickly. Though utterly humiliating, it was their only hope. After all, China had that man and that divine beast capable of devouring Leviathan whole. If they were willing to intervene, there was still hope. The call connected almost immediately. On the other end, a young woman's voice answered. This is the Huaxia Sky Project team. How may we assist you?
The Prime Minister of Sakura Nation took a deep breath and spoke in a tone bordering on desperation. I am the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation. We are facing an existential catastrophe. We implore your nation's guardian, Mr. Lu, or that divine beast, to come to our aid. If you are willing to help, we are prepared to pay any price. Territory, resources, technology, anything is on the table. The female voice on the other end fell silent for several seconds. Then, with a hint of amusement in her voice, she replied slowly. Oh? Is that so? But I just watched your country's live broadcast. Didn't His Excellency the Prime Minister say this was divine punishment from the sun goddess Amaterasu upon her neighbors? How is it that divine punishment can suddenly change course? The Prime Minister of Sakura Nation's face instantly turned the color of liver. He hadn't expected the other party to know about that. That was a misunderstanding. A misinterpretation by the media, he insisted. A misunderstanding? The woman chuckled softly. Then was it also a misunderstanding when His Excellency the Prime Minister declared he would sit back and watch our China perish, only to restore the glory of the great Sakura Empire? The Prime Minister of Sakura Nation was rendered speechless, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. We know we were wrong. Please, save us. Save the 100 million innocent people of Sakura Nation. He began playing the sympathy card. Innocent? The woman's tone suddenly turned icy. Your Fukushima nuclear plant suffered a severe leak. You concealed it, nearly bringing disaster upon our nation and plunging the world into crisis. And you call that innocent? Prime Minister, you require energy to activate your defense systems against that dragon, correct? Yes. Yes. We desperately need energy. The Prime Minister of Sakura Nation nodded frantically, as if seeing a glimmer of hope. The female voice on the other end paused, then offered a suggestion in an extremely serious tone. In that case, why not generate power with love? Put. Hearing this, every staff member listening in the Rongqing Command Center burst out laughing. Even the usually stern General Li Jinghua couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. That girl is too sharp. On the other end of the line, the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation froze upon hearing the remark. He felt a humiliation unlike any he had ever experienced. Bakaya are you? He could no longer contain his emotions, unleashing a hysterical roar into the receiver. Yet the only response was a sharp beep. The other party had hung up the phone cleanly and decisively. Ended by the Chinese operator's retort, well then, power it with love. The Japanese Prime Minister felt his lungs were about to burst with rage. He slammed the phone to the ground with such force it shattered into pieces. This is outrageous. Outrageous. Like a caged beast, he paced back and forth in the room, cursing incessantly. Yet cursing solved nothing. Outside the window, the sky had begun to darken, and a heart-stopping sense of oppression hung heavy in the air. It was the harbinger of Tiamat, the calamity dragon, drawing near. Prime Minister. 15 minutes remain. We must make a decision, the defense minister urged anxiously. The Prime Minister of Sakura Nation halted in his tracks, a flicker of mad determination flashing in his eyes. Since no one will save us, we must save ourselves. He smoothed his rumpled collar and ordered his secretary, prepare immediately. I will broadcast an emergency address to the nation to the entire world. Minutes later, the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation appeared before the television cameras. His face wore a tragic resolve, his eyes burning with fervor, like a warrior about to charge into battle. Citizens of the great Sakura Empire. He began his speech in a highly inflammatory tone. We face an unprecedented crisis. A primordial dragon seeks to destroy our beautiful homeland. We sought aid from the world, only to be met with merciless ridicule and abandonment. So-called allies, so-called human destiny communities all revealed their selfish and ugly true colors in the face of disaster. But the Yamato people are invincible. The honor of the samurai flows through our veins. Now, I declare the activation of our nation's highest defense contingency plan, Operation Jade Shatter. We shall mobilize every ounce of our strength, including the ultimate weapon secretly provided by our most steadfast ally, the Eagle Nation, to safeguard East Asian peace. Chapter 100 vanished from the map in a single breath? In the White House Situation Room, the interim president of the Eagle Nation spit out his coffee in shock. That lunatic. What the hell is he spouting? He immediately ordered his assistant, convene a press conference immediately. Distance us from this entirely. State that the Eagle Nation is a champion of love and peace, has never, and absolutely will never, proliferate nuclear weapons to any nation. The Japanese Prime Minister's blame-shifting tactics had thoroughly enraged the Eagle Nation. But it also gave the world quite a spectacle. China's response was even more direct. The Skynet system instantly activated global HD live streaming. The broadcast's title was blunt and to the point, up close and personal, watching the neighbors set off fireworks. The screen was divided into multiple segments. One showed a close-up of the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation delivering a passionate speech. One showed Tiamat's first-person perspective, revealing rapidly receding clouds and minuscule islands beneath its massive dragon wings. One showed the Sakura Nation's self-defense force base, where missiles emblazoned with the rising sun flag slowly rose from their launch silos.
There was even a data analysis window, with a retired Chinese general serving as a special commentator.
Ah, everyone, take a look.
The old general took a sip of tea and explained slowly, this missile model is a modified version of the Minuteman from last century.
The range is sufficient, but as for accuracy, well, it basically relies on faith. And this launch site? Poor choice. Way too close to the coast. If it misses its target, it could easily trigger a tsunami. TSK.
Poor planning, poor planning.
The veteran general's scathing commentary sent the global broadcast room into an uproar of laughter. Ha! Is China's commentator a devil? Professional. Absolutely professional. I'd call it military stand-up comedy. Our neighbor's fireworks show? We're not just spectators, we're performing stand-up comedy live. Absolutely brilliant.
Amidst this globally watched farce, the Prime Minister of the Land of Cherry Blossoms delivered his final address. For His Majesty the Emperor. For the survival of the Yamato race. To defend the land beneath our feet. He drew a katana, raised it high, his eyes blazing with madness. Break the jade. Begin. With that command. From secret bases across the Sakura Nation archipelago, dozens of missiles carrying their last hope trailed long plumes of flame as they pierced the sky. Their target, the colossal dragon shadow already looming over Tokyo. Dozens of missiles, like a swarm of moths fearless of death, plunged toward Tiamat. Inside the Sakura Nation's command center, every pair of eyes was glued to the screens. Fists clenched white, palms drenched in sweat. This was their final gamble, staking the nation's fate. Success meant they would be the heroes who saved the world. Failure meant their entire nation would be doomed beyond redemption. Boom! 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 Deafening explosions rang out in rapid succession. Dozens of nuclear warheads detonated almost simultaneously across the colossal body of Tiamat. Blinding white light instantly engulfed everything. The entire world seemed to lose sound and color, leaving only that blinding white light capable of burning the retina. For global viewers watching the satellite broadcast, their screens turned pure white in that instant. Had it succeeded? That thought flashed through countless minds. Inside the Sakura Nation's command center, after a brief moment of blindness, a thunderous roar of cheers erupted. Success! We've succeeded! Wonderful! We've defeated the evil dragon! We are the saviors of the world! The Prime Minister of Sakura Nation wept tears of joy. He tossed aside his katana and embraced his cabinet ministers tightly, celebrating this hard-won victory. Yet their cheers lasted less than 10 seconds. As the blinding white light of the nuclear explosion gradually faded, the sight in the sky froze every smile on their faces. At the very center of the enormous mushroom cloud, Tiamat remained suspended there, utterly undisturbed. It was completely unscathed. No, it wasn't merely unscathed. It seemed to look even more vibrant than before. Its obsidian-like scales now glowed with an eerie crimson light, as if it had just finished a satisfying sunbath. The terrifying heat and lethal radiation from the nuclear explosion seemed like mere appetizers to it. Roar! Tiamat let out a deafening roar. The sound carried no pain, but instead brimmed with satisfaction and a hint of lingering desire. It opened its massive jaws and took a deep breath. The lingering mushroom clouds, along with the immense nuclear energy they contained, flowed into its maw-like rivers merging into the sea. As the energy surged in, its form visibly swelled another size. Between its black scales, crimson patterns like molten lava began to emerge. An aura more violent and destructive than before radiated from its body. Global catastrophe alert. The blood-red alert refreshed once more. Warning, cataclysmic dragon Tiamat has absorbed nuclear energy. Form evolution in progress? Evolution complete, atomic catastrophe dragon Tiamat. Current threat level, unquantifiable. Thud. The Prime Minister of Sakura Nation's legs buckled, sending him crashing to the floor. His eyes were vacant as he muttered, "No, impossible, this can't be." Dead silence filled the command center. Ministers and officers who had been cheering moments ago now looked ashen, as if plunged into an ice cave. Their ultimate trump card had not only failed to harm the enemy but had instead fed them a substantial meal. This was beyond despair. It was a state where even despair itself felt hopeless. In the sky, the fully evolved Tiamat slowly lowered its mountain-like head. A pair of enormous dragon eyes, seemingly forged from molten lava, gazed down coldly upon the island below the very place that had just greeted it with fireworks. There was no anger in its gaze, only the indifference of a deity observing ants. And a hint of irritation at being awakened. It slowly opened its mouth. This time, there was no roar. A pillar of dark crimson light, a fusion of chaotic energy and atomic breath, erupted from its maw. The beam of light was not particularly thick, only about 10 meters wide. Yet wherever it passed, space itself warped ever so slightly. The beam of light was aimed directly at Tokyo below. There was no earth-shattering explosion. No heart-wrenching screams. The crimson beam swept silently and gracefully across Tokyo's skyline, cutting through the city like a hot knife through butter. Skyscrapers, streets, vehicles, crowds. All matter touched by the beam instantly decomposed into its most fundamental particles, vanishing without a sound. As if they had never existed in this world. Seconds later, the beam vanished. The once bustling international metropolis of Tokyo had been completely erased from the map. Only a vast, smooth circular void remained, as if scorched by molten glass.
Tiamat seemed satisfied with its masterpiece. It let out a triumphant roar symbolizing royal authority. The roar transformed into an invisible shockwave of energy, instantly spreading across the entire planet. Like a summons. Or perhaps a proclamation. Its era had arrived. Chapter 101, Bosses Assemble, Target, China. Tiamat's sovereign howl, like a stone tossed into a tranquil lake, sent terrifying ripples across the globe. This roar seemed like a command to awaken. Across the corners of the earth, those terrifying beings that existed only in myths and legends opened their eyes simultaneously. Egypt, outside Cairo. Amidst the swirling sands of the desert, the most magnificent pyramid suddenly began to shake violently. Massive stone blocks tumbled from its summit. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as the pyramid's apex was violently torn open by a force emanating from within. A colossal figure with the head of a jackal and wielding a scepter of judgment slowly rose from within the pyramid. Its eyes burned with an eerie green flame as it surveyed this world both familiar and alien with cold indifference. It was none other than Anubis, the god of death from ancient Egyptian mythology. South America, deep within the Amazon rainforest. In a swampy area known by the local indigenous people as the Forbidden Zone of Life, the ground suddenly split open, revealing a bottomless chasm. Amidst earth-shaking tremors, a colossal serpent emerged from the depths, its body draped in resplendent feathers and crowned with a regal headdress. With each breath, it exhaled a deadly miasma that swiftly withered the surrounding vegetation. Kukulkan, the feathered serpent god of Mayan mythology. Antarctica, the heart of the frozen continent. A glacier towering higher than Mount Everest shattered without warning. Countless massive tentacles extended from within the iceberg, churning frantically. A colossal entity, its form beyond description, awakened slowly from millennia of frozen slumber, a mere glance enough to shatter the mind. The elder god from the Cthulhu mythos. Europe, the Black Forest of the German Empire. At the ancient ruins said to bind the demon wolf Fenrir, the rune-engraved chains etched by the gods into the earth suddenly snapped apart, piece by piece. A wolf's howl, powerful enough to tear the heavens apart, echoed across the entire European continent. A black giant wolf, its form comparable to mountains and its eyes blazing with vengeance, broke free from its bonds. Fenrir, the beast of the end times from Norse mythology. Anubis, Quetzalcoatl, Cthulhu, Fenrir. One by one, apocalyptic bosses existing only in human imagination emerged into the world at Tiamat's summons. China, Sky Dome Project Command Center. Within mere minutes, the global map on the main screen became completely blanketed by a dense cluster of red alert markers. Report! An S-Class World Boss, Anubis, has appeared in Cairo, Egypt. Report! S-Class World Boss Quetzalcoatl detected in South America. Report! Antarctica detects incalculable energy fluctuations, suspected awakening of an ancient one. Report! Europe! Alarms blared one after another. Each name represented a catastrophe capable of obliterating an entire nation. Yet this is not the most terrifying aspect. The most terrifying thing is that after briefly adapting to the new world, these awakened bosses have all turned their greedy gazes toward the same direction. China. On the screen, crimson arrows each signifying apocalyptic calamity trace menacing paths from every corner of the globe. Like a fishing net tightening, they converge upon China. That was the place on this planet where spiritual energy was most concentrated. It was the most sumptuous main course in this banquet called the game. The Human Alliance's emergency communication channels had descended into complete chaos. God! What on earth is happening? Has the apocalypse started its party early? Fenrir has appeared at our national border. Requesting backup. Requesting backup. Who's going to deal with that giant octopus down in Antarctica? It looks like it's heading this way with the ocean currents. Yet no one could respond to their cries for help. Because every nation was facing its own nightmare. And the most powerful of these nightmares were all heading straight for China. Despair spread like a virus across the globe. Everyone realized this wasn't a single catastrophe, but the convergence of countless disasters. Human civilization seemed to have its countdown delete button pressed at this very moment. Rongqing Command Center. Sumushua stared at the tactical map, nearly blanketed in red arrows, her exquisite face drained of color. General Li Jing was slumped in his chair, his eyes vacant, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. It's over, a young scientist collapsed helplessly to the floor, his voice choked with tears. Everything is over. Amidst this profound despair, Sumushua's gaze instinctively returned to the map, to the area representing the Beihai Abyss. There, a snowflake symbol still signaled a lost connection. She slowly closed her eyes, a single crystal-clear tear sliding down her cheek. Perhaps it truly was over. Yet, the very instant she closed her eyes. Drip! A barely perceptible sound abruptly pierced the silence of the command center. Sumushua suddenly opened her eyes. On the main screen, at the very center of the snowflake-like region representing the northern sea's abyssal depths, a single point had lit up.
A tiny, inconspicuous golden speck. Amidst the overwhelming sea of red alerts, it seemed so insignificant. Yet, it shone with unwavering resolve. Worldwide, the newly awakened world-class bosses marching toward China all sensed this light point's existence almost simultaneously. In their perception, it was not merely a light. It was an immensely powerful and delicious soul. Like a lost traveler in the desert suddenly spotting an oasis. Oh? So there are still the death-defying ones who dare to show their faces at a time like this? Fenrir, the demon wolf newly freed from its bonds, opened its massive jaws, revealing a cruel smile. The energy of this soul was pure and delicious. It was mine. In the Egyptian desert, the god of death, Anubis, emitted a cold divine thought. Merely an amusing prey. Once I've conquered the east, I'll savor it slowly. Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, sneered disdainfully. Though they sensed the soul's power, they paid it little heed. After all, they were gods' existences capable of ending worlds. And the other? There was only one. A mere firefly dares to rival the moon's brilliance? This is the shared sentiment of all bosses. The North Sea, the eye of the abyss. Here lies the end of all laws, the singularity of energy. Space is torn into shreds here, time loses all meaning. Any substance entering this place is instantly decomposed into its most primordial particles. And at the very heart of this storm of destruction, a figure sits cross-legged. It was Lu Chen, who had been in seclusion. The raging tide of spiritual energy around him, powerful enough to obliterate a planet, now flows into his body like a gentle stream. His level had been frozen at LV89. He was but a single, crucial step away from the late golden core stage. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes. His eyes, deep as the starry sky, calmly reflected the world-shattering scenes around him. Everything unfolding outside the battle of the Kueox, the fall of the land of cherry blossoms, the evolution of Tiamat, and the awakening of all the bosses, were all crystal clear to him. Yet Lu Chen's face showed not a trace of panic or gravity. Only a near-boring calm remained. As if watching a noisy drama that had nothing to do with him. He lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the endless storms of the abyss, even transcending the barriers of space and time. It landed upon each spectator, rushing in with fierce momentum from every corner of the world. Chapter 102, The Divine Being of Huashai emerges. One-hit kill. Quite a crowd, huh? In the eye of the northern sea abyss, Lu Chen sat cross-legged, murmuring to himself. Fenrir, Anubis, Quetzalcoatl, and that writhing colossus beneath the Antarctic ice sheet. The names certainly sound intimidating. Is this some mythological Avengers assemble? Lu Chen thought to himself, his face betraying no emotion. He felt like a fish pond owner. Today, several groups of freeloaders had come to snatch food from his pond and they were all a motley crew. He raised his hand, a strand of golden sword energy swirling at his fingertips. LV89, peak mid-golden core stage. The energy of the abyss had been drained dry. All that remained was a catalyst, an opportunity to propel him into the late gold core stage. He needed a battle. A battle of sufficient weight. Now it seemed these guests who had traveled from all corners of the world were the perfect catalyst. Then, let the feast begin. Lu Chen rose to his feet, and the storm of destruction swirling around him instantly stilled, as if paused by an invisible hand. With a single step, his figure vanished into the depths of the abyss. Rongqing Command Center. Watching the steadily brightening light point, Sumushua's once dull phoenix-like eyes instantly reignited with flame. He's out. Her voice trembled as she pointed at the screen. Everyone in the command center turned to look. General Li Jinghua abruptly stood up, his chair toppling backward as he rose. Zoom in. Quickly. Zoom in on that light spot. Report. The target light is moving at high speed. Moving due east. Its speed is incalculable. It's already exceeded the limits of all our detection equipment. He's actively intercepting. Everyone stared wide-eyed, fixed on the screen. The golden dot streaked across the sky like a drawn sword. Without a moment's hesitation, it charged straight toward the red arrow representing the demon wolf Fenrir, which was approaching from the European sector. Is he going to take on Fenrir alone? A staff officer asked in a trembling voice. Fenrir, the apocalyptic beast of Norse mythology, once devoured the god King Odin himself. Among all the awakened bosses, its power ranked among the top 3. Mr. Lu, is he confident? Sumushua remained silent. She only watched the relentless golden speck, her hands at her sides clenching silently. She didn't know if Lu Chen was confident. She only knew this man never did anything without purpose. If he chose to take the initiative, there must be a reason behind it. At that moment, the globally broadcast footage was abruptly overridden by the Skynet system. The ruins of the sunken Sakura Nation and the rampage of Tiamat were replaced entirely by a new image. It was footage captured by military satellites from tens of thousands of meters above. In the frame, a colossal black wolf, dark enough to obscure the sky, trampled across the shattered void, charging across the skies above the Eurasian continent. Each breath stirred the winds and clouds into turmoil. Each leap spanned mountains and rivers. And ahead of it, a golden streak of light was closing the distance between them at an ever-increasing speed. My God! What is that?
It's that deity from China. He's about to battle that monster. This is a clash between god and demon. After a moment of stunned silence, the global audience erupted in unprecedented gasps. The Human Alliance's communication channels were also abuzz. The god of China has made his move. Can he win? He absolutely must win. If even he loses, humanity is truly finished. Under the gaze of billions worldwide, golden streaks of light and the colossal black beast met in the vast Siberian tundra. Mortal, you are brave. Fenrir halted, gazing down from above at the human figure emerging from the golden stream of light. Its voice echoed across the land like an ancient, icy wind. As a reward, I shall grant you a swift death. Lu Chen floated in midair. His simple, casual attire stood in stark contrast to Fenrir's world-shattering aura. He scratched his ear, looking slightly annoyed. That dog's barking too loudly, it's disturbing me. What did you say? Frenzy's eyes instantly blazed with overwhelming fury. It had never endured such humiliation. Roar! The furious roar transformed into concentric rings of black shockwaves, crushing toward Lu Chen. Where the sound waves passed, space shattered inch by inch. The frozen soil layer beneath was torn away, exposing the pitch-black bedrock beneath. This was power capable of shattering mountains with a single roar. Lu Chen didn't even lift an eyelid. He merely extended his right hand, pressed his index and middle fingers together, and drew a light, swift stroke forward. A sharp, piercing sound. A slender golden sword energy shot forth from his fingertips. The blade was small and inconspicuous, like an insignificant scratch. Yet the instant it touched the world-shattering black sound wave, a bizarre scene unfolded. The black sound wave, like a punctured balloon, dissipated silently and without a trace. As if it had never appeared. The golden sword energy surged forward unabated. Fenrir's pupils suddenly contracted. From that slender blade, it sensed a danger that made its very soul tremble. It wanted to flee. But it was too late. The golden sword energy sliced precisely across its massive wolf head. No explosion. No roar. Not even a whisper of sound. Fenrir's movements froze in place. Those blood-red pupils, burning with rage, gradually dimmed until they finally lost all their light. The next second, its massive head, comparable to a mountain, split open down the middle, revealing a clean cut along its neck. The massive wolf head separated from its body, plummeting slowly toward the frozen ground below. Boom! The wolf's head slammed into the ground, sending snow and ice flying everywhere. Yet Fenrir's headless, colossal body remained standing, frozen in place like an eternal statue. One sword. A single sword. Fenrir, the beast of the end times in Norse mythology. Fallen. The world fell silent. Everyone watching the live broadcast was frozen in place, mouths agape, utterly speechless. Ronching Command Center. Li Jinggua's thermos clattered to the floor, scalding tea splashing everywhere. He remained oblivious. Sumushua's body swayed slightly, but she managed to steady herself against the nearby control console. Watching that calm and composed figure on the screen, a tidal wave of emotion surged within her. She knew Lu Chen was formidable. But she never imagined he had reached such heights of power. That was Fenrir. Killed in an instant with a single sword strike? Lu Chen hovered in midair, glancing at Fenrir's corpse with a dismissive curl of his lip. Thought he was tough, but turns out he was all bark and no bite. He extended his hand, reaching out to grasp Fenrir's corpse midair. Hum. A core radiating black light, filled with an aura of destruction and apocalypse, flew out from Fenrir's corpse and landed in his hand. Divine Fragment Fenrir. Quality, mythic. Effect, a fragment containing the laws of the apocalypse, usable to enhance equipment or be absorbed directly. Not bad, at least I'm not coming back empty-handed. Lu Chen stowed the divine fragment away, his gaze shifting to the next red arrow on the map. Next up, who's going to die? His voice was quiet, yet through the celestial net system, it echoed across the entire world. It also reached the ears of the bosses currently rushing to the scene. Chapter 103, you guys know how to team up? Let's all come at once. Next up, who's going to die? Lu Chen's voice echoed clearly within the consciousness of every boss. His tone was as matter-of-fact as asking what's for dinner. Yet within it lay the ultimate contempt for the gods. Egypt, above the Red Sea. Anubis, the god of death, striding upon the waves, halted abruptly. His jackal-like face tensed as his emerald eyes narrowed sharply. Fenrir is dead? Slaying him with a single sword strike? Incredulity filled his divine consciousness. Fenrir's strength was on par with his own. How could that Eastern human have killed him so easily? Impossible. This must be some sort of illusion. Anubis roared in fury. Mortals, do not presume to deceive the gods with such petty tricks. The scepter of judgment in his hand shot toward the heavens. Army of the dead. Awaken. Rumble. Beneath him, the Red Sea suddenly churned violently. Ghost ships, constructed of white bones and rotten wood, slowly rose from the depths. Their decks were packed with undead soldiers wielding rusted weapons, their eye sockets ablaze with the fire of souls. By the thousands. Densely packed. A vast legion of the dead, summoned by Anubis, returned to the mortal realm. Crush that human. Abi's scepter swept through the air, pointing eastward.
The Legion of the Dead surged forward, charging toward the land of China like a tidal wave.
South America, Andes Mountains. Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, perched atop the mountain peak.
His enormous serpentine eyes brimmed with astonishment.
That mortal truly possessed such power? It sensed the apocalyptic aura emanating from the shattering of Fenrir's divine essence.
There was no mistaking it. That foolish wolf of Norse legend was truly dead.
How amusing. Truly amusing. Kukulkan flickered his tongue, his eyes gleaming with greed and excitement. The more powerful the prey, the more delicious it would be to savor. But it seemed like taking it on alone might be a bit troublesome. Its divine consciousness spanned thousands of miles, connecting with Anubis, who was stirring up storms over the Red Sea. Doghead, that mortal is proving troublesome. How about we join forces? A cold divine sense from Anubis came through. Team up? I, Anubis, need no allies. My legions of the dead are enough to crush the entire East. Kukulkan let out a hissing, cold laugh. Your skeleton hordes might hold their own against mortal armies. But against that monster? They wouldn't even be worthy of giving him a scraping treatment. Don't forget how Fenrir met his end. Anubis fell silent. The image of Fenrir being slain in a single strike had indeed left a profound impact on him. How do you propose we join forces? A hint of smugness tinged Kukulkan's tone. Simple. I'll distract him head-on, wearing him down with my venom and divine power. You, meanwhile, will seize the moment to use your law of death to corrode his soul. The moment his soul shows the slightest crack, that's our chance. Then his body will be mine, and his soul will be yours. What do you say? Anubis pondered for a moment. Agreed. It's a deal. Two world-ending deities, separated by half the globe, struck a filthy deal. They did not believe that mortal could withstand the combined assault of two deities. Ronching Command Center. Report. Massive undead energy signatures detected from Egypt. Anubis is summoning his Legion of the Dead. Report. From South America, the feathered serpent god Kukulkan is rapidly approaching. Target, converging with Anubis. They're joining forces. The faint glimmer of hope that had flickered in the command center moments earlier, sparked by Lu Chen's swift defeat of Fenrir, was instantly extinguished. One Fenrir was already terrifying enough. Now, with Anubis and Quetzalcoatl joining forces, their combined might would be far greater than the sum of their parts. Mr. Lu, can he hold his ground? Li Jingwa glanced at Su Muxue, noticing her solemn expression yet unflinching calmness. Miss Su, you don't seem worried at all? Su Muxue shook her head. Worried? Of course I'm worried. But I trust him more. She paused, watching the figure on the screen transform once more into a golden stream of light, actively charging toward the two bosses. She spoke softly. What you see is his strength. What I see is his composure. From start to finish, he never once unleashed his true power. Whether it was instantly defeating Fenrir or now proactively confronting two divine beings, he seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll. He wasn't fighting, he was reveling. Savoring the process of trampling those so-called gods beneath his feet, one by one. Li Jingwa trembled at the words. He looked back at the screen, scrutinizing every one of Lu Chen's movements. Indeed. That man carried not a shred of tension. Like a top-tier player entering a beginner's village. Everything around him was merely data, experience points. Could this be his true nature? A wild thought suddenly took root in Li Jingwa's mind. Perhaps, from the very beginning, they had been mistaken. They believed Lu Chen was China's guardian deity. But for Lu Chen himself, he might just be playing a game called Saving the World. Above the Indian Ocean. Lu Chen halted his steps, hovering silently in the air. Watching Anubis and Kukulkan closing in on him from opposite directions, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. They know how to call for backup, not too dumb. Perfect. Saves me the trouble of hunting them down one by one. He extended his left hand, palm facing upward. An ancient-looking long sword materialized. It was his life-bound flying sword. This flying sword had been nurtured within his dantian, its quality now vastly superior to its former self. Today, it was time for it to once again display its sharpness in its master's hands. Come on. Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, launched the first strike. Opening its gaping maw, it unleashed a torrent of green venom of foul, pungent spray that shot toward Lu Chen like a high-pressure water cannon. This venom was its primordial divine poison, capable of corroding all things. Even a single drop on a deity would cause their divine form to rapidly rot away. Wherever the venom struck, the sea below instantly boiled, sending countless marine creatures tumbling belly up to the surface. Facing this terrifying venom, Lu Chen merely executed a casual sword flourish. A blue lotus-shaped sword energy blossomed before him. Emerald Lotus Sword Chi. The emerald green venom was entirely absorbed by the blue lotus. Far from being corroded, the blue lotus blossomed even more vibrantly, exuding a faint, refreshing fragrance. What? Kukulkan was utterly shocked. His primordial divine poison had been so effortlessly neutralized by the opponent? In that split second of distraction, Lu Chen moved. Instead of retreating, he charged toward Kukulkan, transforming into a streak of swordlight. "You're asking for death." Kukulkan roared in fury. His massive serpent tail swept toward Lu Chen with a sonic boom that ripped through the air. The sheer force of that tail strike could shatter an entire mountain range. Yet, just as the tail was about to strike, Lu Chen's figure split into three in an uncanny manner. 3 identical Lu Chens appeared simultaneously. Chapter 104, Lu Chen's Dominance. 2 foes, 1 dead, 1 wasted. One wielded the Azure Lotus Sword Chi to meet the serpent's tail. The second turned to confront Anubis's Legion of the Dead charging from another direction. One Chi splits into 3 purities. The mid-golden core awakened Dao body divine ability manifested once more. Boom! The Dao body wielding the Azure Lotus Sword Chi collided head-on with Kukulkan's serpent tail. A violent shockwave of energy instantly cleared the clouds within a 100-mile radius. Below, the sea surface was violently pressed down dozens of meters, forming a colossal depression. The hard scales on Kukulkan's serpent tail shattered inch by inch, blood dripping profusely. Lu Chen's Dao body merely staggered back several meters before steadying itself. How is this possible? Kukulkan's eyes widened in utter shock. A mere avatar could fight its true form to a standstill? How powerful must its true form be? Before it could ponder further, Lu Chen's Dao body struck again. Taste this. The flying sword bound to his life force shot from his hand. In midair, the flying sword instantly transformed into a 100-meter-long golden sword rainbow, striking fiercely toward Kukulkan's vital point. Gengjin boundary-breaking sword chi. Roar! Kukulkan let out a pained howl. His protective divine power proved as fragile as paper against that golden sword arc. The flying sword effortlessly pierced through his hardest scales, sinking deep into flesh and blood. Agonizing pain made Kukulkan thrash wildly, trying to fling the blade away. But it was too late. At the same moment, the second Dao body of Lu Chen had already engaged Anubis's Legion of the Dead. Facing the overwhelming tide of undead soldiers surging like a flood, the Dao body merely raised its hand and clenched it lightly before it. One sword subdues the mountains and rivers. Hum! An invisible domain radiated outward from him in an instant. Within this domain, every undead soldier's movements slowed to a crawl, as if they'd been trapped in quicksand. The soul flames burning upon their bodies flickered and died at a visible pace. One sword to subdue the mountains and rivers. The domain-type sword technique awakened in the late Foundation establishment stage displayed its true power for the first time. This was not a battle at all. It was a one-sided slaughter. One Lu Chen, facing off against the feathered serpent Kukulkan. One Lu Chen, suppressing the legions of the dead. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's true form hovered in the air, observing it all with keen interest. He even had the leisure to beckon Anubis with a flick of his finger. "Hey, doghead, your little buddies don't seem to be holding their own. Why don't you come down and play yourself?" Abi stood at the prow of the ghost ship, his expression beneath the jackal mask twisted into utter fury. The veins bulged prominently in his hand, gripping the scepter of judgment. As the ruler of the realm of the dead, the Egyptian god of death himself, when had he ever endured such humiliation? "Mortal, you seek death." Anubis roared in fury, hesitation vanishing. He leapt from the ghost ship, transforming into a black streak of light as he charged straight toward Lu Chen's physical form. The ghostly green flame at the tip of his judgment scepter surged to dozens of meters in height. A potent aura of death emanated from the staff, staining the surrounding space with a pallid, ashen hue. Death's verdict. Anubis raised the scepter high and swung it down with all his might toward Lu Chen. A gray beam, condensed from the laws of death, tore through the sky and instantly reached Lu Chen. This beam ignored all physical defenses. It struck directly at the target's soul. If struck, the soul would be instantly stripped away, dragged into the realm of the dead, never to be reborn. This was Anubis' most powerful killing move. It was the very essence of his authority as the god of death. Facing this fatal strike, Lu Chen still wore that same carefree smile. He didn't even draw his sword. He merely extended his right hand, pointing at the gray beam in midair. Hum! A golden wheel, composed of countless mystical runes, slowly materialized behind him. The wheel spun, radiating a dazzling golden light. The golden light radiated an aura of sacredness, tranquility, and immense grandeur. It seemed to be the nemesis of all evil and death in the world. Wheel of Merit. The gray death beams, upon contact with the golden light, melted away instantly like ice under the scorching sun, leaving not even a ripple. What? The jackal mask on Anubis's face couldn't conceal his utter shock. His law of death had actually been purified? How could this be? The power of merit is the most potent and supremely young force in the cosmos, specifically designed to vanquish all dark and malevolent entities. Though Anubis's law of death was formidable, before the golden wheel of merit, it was like a minor sorcerer meeting a grand wizard. Your techniques are ineffective against me. Lu Chen shook his head, a hint of disappointment in his expression. It seems you're weaker than that serpent and that foolish wolf. No sooner had the words left his mouth. The golden wheel of merit behind him blazed with radiant light. A golden beam shot forth from the wheel, instantly enveloping Anubis. Ah! Anubis let out a piercing scream. His divine form, bathed in the golden light of merit, seemed as though doused in concentrated sulfuric acid, billowing dark smoke.
The formidable power of death within him was rapidly dissipating.
No! What is this power?
Anubis screamed in terror, desperately struggling to break free from the golden light's grip.
But the golden wheel of merit stood like an insurmountable mountain, pinning him firmly to the spot. Meanwhile, Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent entangled in combat with Lu Chen Dao's body, also noticed Anubis's predicament.
A chill ran through its heart.
Even Anubis had fallen? How many more hidden cards did this Eastern man possess? He dared not fight on. The massive serpentine body twisted violently, attempting to turn and flee. Thinking of leaving? Did you ask me? The Lu Chen Dao body facing it let out a cold laugh.
The flying sword bound to his very soul emitted a clear, piercing ring.
10,000 swords returned to the source. Whoosh!
Thousands upon thousands of golden sword energies materialized out of thin air, coalescing into a colossal whirlwind of blades that completely engulfed Kukulkan's massive form. Sword energies sliced through every direction.
Scales, flesh, bones
were ground to dust in the relentless storm of blades.
No! Kukulkan let out a final, desperate howl before being utterly consumed by the sword energy storm. And so,
the two deities who had joined forces, feathered serpent Kukulkan, died. The god of death, Anubis, was suppressed by the golden wheel of merit and was being refined. The entire process, from the clash to its conclusion, lasted no more than 5 minutes.
Ronching Command Center. Dead silence.
Everyone stood frozen, mouths agape like ducks with their throats clamped shut, utterly speechless.
Their minds had completely shut down.
If Lu Chen's instant kill of Fenrir with a single sword strike had been shocking,
then now, Lu Chen effortlessly overpowering both Anubis and Quetzalcoatl single-handedly was nothing short of a revolution.
It shattered every notion they had about what it meant to be powerful.
Is he even human?
A young scientist murmured to himself.
Chapter 105, High-Dimensional Contamination. The Overlord of Power.
General Li Jingguo's lips twitched involuntarily.
He finally understood why Su Muxue remained so composed. This wasn't about strength anymore.
It was a crushing superiority of dimensions.
Lu Chen and those so-called deities simply existed on entirely different planes of existence.
Su Muxue watched the figure bathed in golden light on the screen, resembling a divine king descending from the heavens.
Her phoenix-like eyes sparkled with wonder.
This man constantly shattered her expectations, time and again. Each time, she thought she had witnessed his limit. The next time, he would display power even more beyond comprehension. He was like an unfathomable abyss, its depths forever beyond reach. This was the man Su Muxue had chosen to follow.
Above the Indian Ocean, Lu Chen watched Anubis gradually being refined into a mass of death energy within the Wheel of Merit, nodding with satisfaction. Another potent elixir secured. He reached out, gathering both the death energy and the deadly divine essence left behind by Kukulkan after his demise. Only after completing these actions did he lift his head. His gaze seemed to pierce through time and space, looking toward the Antarctic continent. There, the last and most troublesome guest awaited. Only you remain. Will you crawl out yourself, or shall I have you escorted out? Antarctica, the heart of the frozen continent. Beneath that iceberg towering higher than Mount Everest. That colossal entity, whose shape defied description, seemed to sense Lu Chen's gaze. Its countless massive tentacles began to stir restlessly. Chaotic, frenzied, and indescribable psychic fluctuations radiated from its body, spreading across the globe. Global-scale psychic contamination detected. Source, Ancient One of Antarctica. Emergency systems across all nations simultaneously sounded shrill alarms. Countless ordinary people, upon contact with this psychic wave, eyes turning bloodshot, began violently attacking everything around them. Riots erupted across cities. The darkest aspects of human nature were amplified beyond measure. This was the power of the Ancient One. It didn't even need to act directly. Its mere existence was enough to plunge the world into chaos. Unlike Fenrir's physical destruction or Anubis's soul attacks, this is a far more sinister, far more insidious form of assault. Mental corruption. Interesting. Lu Chen sensed the nauseating aura of madness in the air and raised an eyebrow slightly. Finally, someone who could put up a decent fight. After the battle concluded, his two avatars dissolved back into two streams of pure chi, returning to his main body. Lu Chen's gaze grew more intense than ever before. He knew the true test lay ahead. Against a monster specializing in mental attacks, ordinary sword techniques would likely prove ineffective. To win, he must utterly suppress it at the level of the Tao. Very well. You shall be the whetstone for my breakthrough. Lu Chen drew a deep breath and his entire aura began to undergo a profound, almost mystical transformation. The flying sword bound to his very soul emitted a faint hum, as if echoing its master's battle intent. The next instant, Lu Chen transformed into a golden sword-hued rainbow piercing through heaven and earth. Without a moment's hesitation, he shot toward the South Pole. In this battle, he sought to sever not only the enemies before him, he was also severing the final shackle within his own heart, the one binding him from reaching a higher realm. The South Pole.
The land frozen since time immemorial, the edge of the world. Yet now, it had become the focal point of global attention. The live feed from the Skynet system was locked onto the colossal iceberg that had shattered apart. Countless massive tentacles, covered in suction cups and eyes, extended from the iceberg's fissures, thrashing wildly. The sight alone was enough to send ordinary people's sanity plummeting into madness. The live chat was already filled with screams and wails. Ugh! What the hell is that thing? My eyes. My brain feels like it's going to explode. Turn off the stream. Help! I don't want to see this. But I can't control my hands. This is the horror of the ancient ones. Its very existence is a form of mental pollution. An embodiment of the deepest cosmic malevolence, incomprehensible to logic or reason. Rongqing Command Center. All personnel don special mental protection helmets. Even so, many still turned pale, cold sweat pouring down their faces. Report. The global mental contamination index is rising exponentially. Over 30% of cities across human alliance nations have descended into complete chaos. If this continues, within an hour, the order of human civilization will collapse completely. General Li Jingguo's eyes widened in fierce determination, his expression filled with bitter resolve. What kind of monster is this? Can't we even get a glimpse? Academician Shen Weidong pushed his glasses up, his expression grave as he stated. General, according to our model analysis, this creature's attack methods may involve higher dimensional information contamination. Our three-dimensional brains cannot process such high-dimensional information. Forcing reception would cause logical collapse and mental derangement. Simply put, it's a living piece of virus code capable of crashing computers. And we humans are the computer on the verge of crashing. Su Muxue stared intently at the screen. Her psychic abilities far surpassed those of ordinary people, and with the jade pendant Lu Chen had left her for protection, she was one of the few who could stare directly at that monster and remain sane. At the center of the countless tentacles, she saw a shape-shifting, blurry black shadow slowly taking form. She could even sense an indescribable, overwhelming terror emanating from that shadow. It was the most primal fear of life, the dread of the unknown and death. At that very moment, a golden sword arc sliced through the gloomy Antarctic sky, streaking toward the iceberg like a falling meteor. Lu Chen! He had arrived. He's here. The god of China has arrived. Wonderful. We're saved. Global viewers, upon recognizing that familiar figure, found their anchor. Their despair eased slightly. Lu Chen hovered above the iceberg, gazing down at the colossal entity stirring to life below. A torrent of chaotic, frenzied, and utterly negative emotions surged toward his consciousness like a tsunami. Delirium, hallucination, madness, terror. Countless psychic assaults attempted to corrupt his mind, dragging him into the abyss of madness. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened slightly. Oomph, showing off in front of the master. Within his mind's sea, a small sword formed from condensed sword intent vibrated lightly. Hum. A sword intent of unparalleled sharpness, capable of severing all things, instantly spread out. All the mental torrents flooding into his consciousness melted away like butter on a red-hot iron, vaporized completely in an instant. The class trait of the Primordial Swordmaster granted him innate, extraordinary resistance to all forms of mental assault. HM? Beneath the iceberg, the ancient overseer seemed to sense Lu Chen's tenacity. Its countless tentacles whipped about with even greater frenzy. An even more colossal mental assault surged forth once more. Chapter 106, using your opponent as a sharpening stone. Breaking through to late golden core. This time, the shockwave carried with it a series of eerie visions. It depicted the primordial chaos at the universe's birth, the sight of countless planets perishing in anguished screams, and the tragic ballad of billions of beings reduced to dust in utter despair. This was the primal, bloodline deep terror of the universe's ultimate void. Any with a weak mind would instantly lose their spiritual resolve upon witnessing these scenes, reduced to mere walking corpses. A flicker finally appeared in Lu Chen's eyes. Not fear. It was excitement. This is it. This feeling. He could feel the bottleneck of his LV-89 level beginning to crack under this immense mental pressure. Like a stubborn rock about to be shattered. All that remained was the final, heaviest blow. Bring it on! Lu Chen let out a loud laugh. Instead of defending himself, he willingly opened his mind. He allowed that world-shattering torrent of mental energy to wash over his very soul. On the very edge of life and death, the boundary between madness and reason, he sought the ultimate and only path. What is he doing? Has he lost his mind? Not defending himself? At the Rongqing Command Center, Li Jinghua, Shen Weidong, and the others were all dumbfounded. To them, Lu Chen's actions were tantamount to suicide. Only Su Muxue vaguely sensed Lu Chen's intent. He's going to break through right here. Her eyes locked onto the screen, her heart pounding in her throat. This was sheer madness. Choosing to break through while battling an enemy of the old Dominator's caliber. The slightest misstep meant annihilation of both body and soul, a fate beyond redemption. But she also knew that given Lu Chen's nature, once he made a choice, he must have his reasons. Boom! A colossal tidal wave surged through Lu Chen's consciousness. The mental corruption of the ancient overseer clashed fiercely with his primordial sword intent. His consciousness felt torn in two. One half was a sword heart clear as a mirror. The other half was a chaotic, mad abyss. Countless illusions flashed before his eyes. His parents from his past life on earth, Sumushue from his present life, enemies he had slain, and people he had saved. Joy, anger, sorrow, pleasure, love, hatred, desire. The 7 emotions and 6 desires transformed into demons whispering in his ear, tempting him, tugging at him. Give up. Fighting is too exhausting. With such immense power, why bother protecting those insignificant ants? Do as you please, act as you will, that is true freedom. A flicker of confusion began to cloud Lu Chen's gaze. A crack began to form in his resolve. Oh no! Sumushue's heart sank abruptly. She saw Lu Chen's body, suspended in midair, begin to tremble slightly. The golden light enveloping his body flickered erratically. Lu Chen is about to collapse. Beneath the iceberg, the Ancient One seemed to sense an opening. It let out a silent roar. An even more colossal surge of psychic energy, like a flood breaking through a dam, poured toward Lu Chen. It must seize this moment to utterly destroy this mortal who dared to challenge it. At this life or death moment, Lu Chen's once dazed eyes suddenly regained their clarity. No, clearer than ever before. It was an absolute clarity that pierced through all illusions, penetrating to the very essence of existence. A faint smile slowly curled the corners of his mouth. Within that smile, there was not a single flicker of emotion. Only a profound understanding of the way. So that's how it is. To have affection is also to be without affection. What was severed was not affection itself, but the obsession born of it. I have attained enlightenment. As the words fell, a completely different, new sword intent surged skyward from his body. That sword intent knew neither sorrow nor joy, neither love nor hate. It stood lofty and aloof, surveying all beings with the cold impartiality of the heavens themselves. Ding! Congratulations, player! You have reached level 90 late golden core. Congratulations! Player has mastered the new sword technique, Supreme Detachment Sword Heart. Supreme Forgetful Sword Heart, sever the demons of the heart, calm the mind like still water, and enter a state of absolute rational combat. Impervious to all techniques, it perceives every opening. Boom! The entire sky over the South Pole shifted and darkened. Endless spiritual energy coalesced into a colossal vortex, surging madly into Lu Chen's body. His aura surged upward at a terrifying rate. Late golden core stage. Success! Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes. His dark pupils had now transformed into a cold, golden hue. He gazed down at the Ancient One below, still frantically flailing its tentacles, as though observing a lifeless object. He raised his life-bound flying sword and gave it a light flick. No earth-shattering sword chi. Nor was there any world-shattering might. Only a simple, unadorned blade of light, one that seemed capable of severing the very threads of causality. Your mental corruption is quite impressive. Lend me your strength for one strike. The sword light descended. Silent and still. Beneath the iceberg, the Ancient One that had plunged the entire world into madness and terror, all its tentacles froze instantly. The next second, its colossal, immeasurable body was cleaved in two from the center. The cut was smooth. No blood, no wails. Its chaotic, mad essence was utterly erased at the conceptual level by that single strike. The Ancient One. Fallen. With its demise, the psychic corruption enveloping the world receded like a tide. Countless people caught in the rampage regained their senses, staring blankly at their surroundings. The world was cleansed. Yet everyone knew this was merely the calm before the storm. The true final battle had only just begun. The live feed from the Skynet system automatically switched. The screen split into two. On the left was the man in white robes and black hair who had just broken through above the Antarctic sky, his aura deep as the ocean. He floated motionless in the air, his long sword pointing diagonally toward the ground, its tip untouched by a single drop of blood. On the right was the atomic disaster dragon in the center of the Pacific Ocean, its massive form comparable to a moving island, bathed in nuclear radiation. Its scales shimmered with a dark crimson glow. Each breath caused the surrounding seawater to boil and space to warp. Lu Chen. Tiamat. The guardian deity of humanity and the world-ending calamity dragon. The two mightiest beings in existence now faced off across half the globe. An oppressive, invisible pressure permeated every corner of the world through the live broadcast feed. Everyone held their breath. They knew this battle would determine the future of this planet and all life upon it. There was no turning back. No reinforcements. This was a fated confrontation that could only be settled by the two of them. Rongqing Command Center. Report. Mr. Lu's vital signs have stabilized at the late golden core stage. His energy index is beyond measurement. It has exceeded the upper limits of our instruments. Meanwhile, Tiamat's energy readings continue to surge. It is absorbing all the nuclear energy leaked from the Fukushima power plant. General Li Jinghua stared at the screen, where two figures stood locked in a standoff like gods and demons, his palms drenched in sweat. Academician Qian, what are our odds of victory now?
Chapter 107, Final Showdown. The Emperor bets on Mr. Lu's victory. Academician Xian Weidong adjusted his glasses, shook his head with a wry smile. General, this is beyond the realm of scientific calculation. The power of these two individuals has already transcended any physical laws we currently understand. If I must venture a guess. He paused, pointing at the data analysis window on the screen. From an energy level perspective, Tiamat holds a slight edge over Mr. Lu. After all, it consumed dozens of nuclear bombs and the energy of an entire nuclear power plant. But a flicker of fervor passed through Qian Weidong's eyes. Mr. Lu had just completed a leap in his life's level. His Dao, his realm, had reached heights beyond our comprehension. This battle was a clash of energy and realm. A clash of brute force and skill. I cannot predict the outcome. Sumu Xue remained detached from these discussions. She simply watched Lu Chen's figure on the screen, her eyes holding not a trace of worry, only a near-blind trust. From start to finish, Sumu Xue believed this man would not lose. Just then, her private communicator suddenly buzzed. She glanced at the caller ID and raised an eyebrow slightly. It was Ivanov, the Emperor of North Bear Nation. Ms. Su. Ivanov's steady, commanding voice came through the line. Is the final battle about to begin? Yes, Your Majesty. Sumu Xue replied calmly. Ivanov fell silent for a moment, seemingly gathering his thoughts. On behalf of the Northern Bear Nation and myself personally, I wish to offer whatever modest assistance I can to Mr. Lu in this battle. We cannot participate in the battle, but we can place our bets. Sumu Xue paused, taken aback. Place bets? Exactly. Ivanov's voice was firm and decisive. I will stake all of North Bear Nation's oil and natural gas extraction rights for the next 50 years on Mr. Lu's victory. I believe the other member states of the Human Alliance will make the same choice. This isn't gambling, it's an investment. An investment in humanity's future. Sumu Xue's heart skipped a beat. She instantly understood Ivanov's meaning. This was no longer just a battle. It was a global alignment of forces. At the crossroads of human civilization, choosing which side to stand on. To place faith in the fading glow of technology, or to embrace the dawn of myth. I understand. Sumu Xue took a deep breath, a gleam of determination flashing in her eyes. Hold on. I'll immediately activate the global crowdfunding channel for the Guardian Deity project. This time, we're staking the future of the entire world. Soon, a joint announcement from the Huaxia Sky Project team and the Human Alliance appeared across global networks. Final Showdown, Global Stakes. The announcement was straightforward. The Guardian Project will launch its final and largest global crowdfunding campaign. Any individual, organization, or nation may place their wager on Lu Chen through this channel. Bets could be monetary, resource-based, or even involve national sovereignty. All wagers will be notarized by the Skynet system and recorded on the ledger. Should Lu Chen prevail, all bettors will receive priority access to the new world and share in its fruits of victory. If Lu Chen loses, there would be no if. This announcement detonated like a bombshell, sending shockwaves across the globe. They've lost their minds. Have the Chinese gone mad? Crowdfunding at a time like this? Are they profiteering off war? No, this isn't profiteering from war, it's uniting the faith of all humanity. After brief controversy, nations and people worldwide made their choices. The first to respond was the Northern Bear Nation. Emperor Ivanov personally addressed the nation via televised speech, pledging all of Northern Bear Nation's energy extraction rights for the next 50 years to the Guardian Deity project. Next came Gaul. President Macron declared that all of France's overseas military bases worldwide would be opened for deployment by China. Subsequently, the German Empire, Maple Leaf Nation, and Kangaroo Nation. One nation after another followed suit. They staked their most precious resources and core interests as wagers, placing their bets on Lu Chen. Countless multinational corporations and financial dynasties poured astronomical sums into that account. Ordinary citizens contributed their savings $1, $10, $100 to the cause. They knew their contributions were insignificant in the grand scheme of that divine demonic war. But it was the only thing they could do. It was their way of placing their hopes in that man. Within a mere hour, the Guardian God Project's account balance surged past an unprecedented, jaw-dropping figure. Trillions. This sum could no longer be measured in monetary terms. It represented the collective will of all humanity. It embodied the yearning for victory and the plea for survival from 7 billion souls. Meanwhile, in the White House Situation Room, the acting president of the Eagle Nation stared at the steadily climbing numbers on the screen, his face turning ashen. Bastards! These traitors! Have they forgotten who has safeguarded their security for decades? His advisor cautiously inquired. Mr. President, should we also? Shut up! The president cut him off angrily. We are the Eagle Nation. The beacon of the world. We will never bow to any deity. I believe in science. I believe in our Aegis Alliance. Transmit my order, activate the final god-slaying contingency plan. Even if that Chinese bastard wins, I'll make him understand that technology is the sole ruler of this world. He had gone mad.
Driven mad by the crushing blow of his crumbling hegemony, he chose the most extreme and most foolish path.
Over the Pacific. Lu Chen, of course, had noticed the global developments.
Gazing at the seemingly endless string of numbers in his game account, a playful smile touched the corner of his lips.
Global crowdfunding? That woman, Sumushue, really knows how to play the game. Fine. Since everyone's so eager, I'd be rude to refuse such a generous gift. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chen focused his intent.
The recharge in shop interface for Dao Tian 2 instantly materialized in the void before him. Account balance 1262670000000. Staring at the staggering number, Lu Chen immediately opened the highest tier mythic grade exchange list in the shop. Supreme Void Insight Pill Unique, price 1 trillion. Effect, enters player into enlightenment state for 10 seconds, granting massive experience gain.
This one it is. Confirm spending 1 trillion to purchase the Taishu Divine Insight Pill? Yes. Ding. Purchase successful. Do you wish to spend 1 trillion to purchase the Primordial Source Experience Pack? Yes. Ding. Lu Chen's actions were lightning fast. Trillion-level transactions were completed without a second thought. Boom.
A torrent of experience, billions of times greater than any previous surge, erupted like a cosmic explosion.
Ding. Congratulations, player. You have reached level 91. Ding. Congratulations, player level has increased to LV 92. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have reached level 93. Ding. Congratulations. Player leveled up to LV 94. Ding. Congratulations. Player leveled up to LV 95.
The barrage of system notifications sounded like the most beautiful symphony.
Lu Chen's aura surged at an unimaginable speed, exploding outward. The surrounding space began to warp, unable to withstand this immense force. Shattered. Across the battlefield, Tiamat seemed to sense the terrifying transformation unfolding within Lu Chen. For the first time, a flicker of fear crossed her lava-like dragon eyes. It could wait no longer, nor would it. Roar! A deafening roar, choked with both rage and terror. Tiamat opened its massive jaws.
A crimson atomic breath, potent enough to obliterate all, blasted toward Lu Chen like a bolt of divine retribution. The decisive battle had officially begun. Chapter 108, Devouring Nuclear Energy, Grasping the Sword Intent of Nuclear Explosion. Atomic Breath. This was Tiamat's ultimate killing move, forged by devouring dozens of nuclear bombs and an entire nuclear power plant, then fusing the colossal nuclear energy with her dragon's breath. Its temperature soared to over 100 million degrees, capable of instantly vaporizing all matter on Earth. The radiation it contained could turn a 1,000-mile radius into a life-forbidden zone. This was no longer a mere energy attack. It was annihilation at the level of fundamental laws. A crimson pillar of light tore through the sky, its passage causing space itself to wail in agony. Unable to withstand such power, the fabric of reality began to collapse. Facing this world-shattering strike, Lu Chen's face showed not a flicker of emotion. He immediately entered the state of the supreme forgetful sword heart. Absolute rationality allowed him to discern the attack's true nature. Nuclear fission, nuclear fusion, combined with a touch of crude law energy. At its core, it was still a manipulation of energy. Too crude, however. He shook his head, seemingly disappointed. Then he raised the flying sword bound to his life force. No elaborate sword techniques were employed. He simply thrust his blade forward, meeting the atomic breath as it erupted toward him. This strike was slow. So slow that every spectator in the world could clearly trace the path of the sword's tip. This thrust was also ordinary. So ordinary it resembled a beginner practicing the most basic thrusting motion. Yet, the instant the blade's tip touched the dark crimson beam, a bizarre phenomenon unfolded. That atomic breath, powerful enough to obliterate a city, seemed to encounter a bottomless black hole. All its energy, all its light and heat, were swallowed whole by that tiny sword tip. No explosion. No shockwave. Not even a whisper of sound. The atomic breath simply vanished into thin air. As if an invisible giant hand had wiped it clean from this world. Burp. Lu Chen's soul-bound flying sword emitted a faint hum, like a satisfied belch. The blade's once rustic hue now bore a layer of crimson patterns, like molten lava. Ding. Your personal flying sword has successfully devoured the atomic breath. Quality enhancement in progress. Successfully mastered the new trait, Nuclear Sword Intent. A faint smile curved at the corners of Lu Chen's lips. Thanks for the hospitality. Now, it's my turn. He looked across at Tiamat, who stood in equal shock, and raised the flying sword in his hand. Let me show you what true nuclear energy utilization looks like. He channeled his magical energy into the flying sword in his hand. The crimson patterns on the blade instantly blazed with intense light. An energy more violent and destructive than the atomic breath earlier surged from the blade. Nuclear Blast Sword Lotus. Lu Chen uttered a light command. The flying sword in his hand pointed forward. Hum. A colossal crimson lotus, formed from condensed nuclear sword intent, slowly bloomed before him.
The lotus was breathtakingly beautiful. Each petal seemed to be composed of the purest essence of destruction. At its core, a miniature sun undergoing a chain reaction emitted light and heat intense enough to scorch the soul. Go! Lu Chen snapped his fingers. The crimson sword lotus drifted slowly toward Tiamat. Its speed was not fast. In fact, it was painfully slow. Yet Tiamat sensed a fear that originated from the depths of her soul emanating from that impossibly beautiful lotus. It wanted to flee. Yet it found its body seemingly locked in place by an invisible force, utterly unable to move. That was Lu Chen's sword intent. Beneath the supreme forgetful sword heart lies absolute mastery over the way. Within this realm he dominates, he is the sole deity. Roar! Tiamat let out a desperate roar. It channeled every ounce of its energy forward, forming a 100-meter thick barrier of dark matter, a chasm-like wall. This was its strongest defense. Yet it was useless. The moment the crimson sword lotus lightly touched the abyssal barrier. Boom! An indescribable blinding white light instantly engulfed the entire world. Every satellite broadcast screen turned pure white in that instant. Immediately following, a terrifying shockwave powerful enough to uproot continental shelves swept out from the center of the Pacific Ocean in all directions. Tsunamis, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions. All erupted simultaneously across the globe in that instant. The Earth seemed to be undergoing a painful formatting. Rongqing Command Center. All instruments malfunctioned instantly, leaving only a blinding snowstorm on the screens. Zzzzzzzzz. The shrill hum of electrical current echoed distinctly through the silent command center. What happened? General Li Jinghua braced himself against the table, struggling to steady his body. His voice was hoarse from sheer shock. No one could answer him. Everyone was still reeling from the apocalyptic scene that had just unfolded. Su Mushue's face was deathly pale. Though she trusted Lu Chen, the sheer power of that strike had far exceeded her wildest expectations. Could he possibly be okay? The thought surged uncontrollably from the depths of her heart. Time ticked by second. Each second felt like an eternity. She lost track of how long it had been. SSSSHHH. The static on the main screen began to fade. The blurred image gradually became clear. Pacific Ocean Center. The epicenter of the explosion. The seawater had been completely vaporized, revealing the charred seabed below. A colossal circular void, over 300 kilometers in diameter, now occupied what should have been the ocean. At the void's edge, a towering wall of seawater, 10,000 meters high, was held in place by an invisible force, unable to fall. And at the very center of the void, a figure floated motionless. White robes still adorned them, black hair flowing freely. Unscathed. It was Lu Chen. He slowly withdrew the long sword in his hand, his gaze calm as he looked ahead. Before him, there was nothing. That once mighty atomic calamity dragon, Tiamat. Not even a speck of ash remained. Eradicated utterly from the physical plane to the very concept of existence by that nuclear explosion sword lotus. He had won. Lu Chen lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the atmosphere as if he could see the eyes watching from the depths of the cosmos. He raised the long sword in his hand and drew a gentle arc across the sky. A colossal sword scar stretched across the heavens, etched into the azure expanse. As if to declare. Or perhaps a warning. From this day forward, this planet is mine to command. Having done all this, he turned and vanished into the horizon like a streak of light, leaving behind only an invincible silhouette that sent shivers down the spines of the entire world. The final battle had concluded. Chapter 109, The New King Ascends. Yamada no Orochi begs for mercy? Lu Chen's figure vanished into the horizon. Yet the terrifying sword scar that sliced across the heavens lingered long after. Like an eternal brand, it was etched upon the face of earth and into the hearts of every soul. It served as a stark reminder to all that this planet now had a new ruler. Over the Pacific Ocean, the vast void evaporated by the nuclear sword lotus began to fill with seawater rushing in from all sides. Towering waves roared with deafening thunder, as if firing ceremonial salutes for the birth of the new king. After a moment of deathly silence, the world erupted in a roar of triumph. We won! We won! Land God is awesome! Long live humanity! Long live China! Countless people poured into the streets, embracing, weeping, and celebrating this hard-won victory. The gloom of despair vanished without a trace. The joy of surviving the ordeal filled every corner. Chengdu Command Center. We won! We really won! A young female communications officer could no longer contain her emotions. She collapsed onto the desk, sobbing uncontrollably. Her sobs acted like a switch, instantly igniting the entire command center. Countless battle-hardened soldiers and esteemed scientists now embraced each other, weeping like children. General Li Jinghua's eyes also welled up. He stood tall and rendered a crisp military salute to the figure that had vanished from the screen. Su Mushue leaned back in her chair and exhaled a long breath. The nerves that had been stretched taut for so long finally relaxed completely in that moment. A radiant smile, born from the depths of her heart, spread across her face. I knew you could do it. Some rejoiced, others grieved.
As the world basked in the joy of victory, the White House Situation Room was deathly quiet, the atmosphere oppressively heavy. The acting president slumped in his chair, his eyes vacant as he stared at the screen. The screen looped footage of Lu Chen's single sword strike obliterating Tiamat. "We've lost. We've lost," he murmured, as if his soul had been torn from him. Our greatest reliance, the Aegis Alliance, had proven laughable against Lu Chen's world-shattering power. His final desperate gambit, the Godslayer contingency, hadn't even been activated before the target had ended the battle. He was utterly defeated. He had lost the last shred of dignity and hegemony for the Eagle Nation. "Mr. President." A trembling aide handed over a document. "This is the post-war settlement agreement just sent by the Human Alliance." The president mechanically took the document and opened it. At a single glance, his pupils abruptly contracted. The terms were blunt and brutal. First, Eagle Nation must immediately dissolve the Shield Alliance and surrender the full roster of all personnel involved in the God-slaying project. 2. The Eagle Nation must pay tenfold compensation to all nations and organizations that bet on victory in the Guardian God project. 3. The Eagle-Winged Nation must permanently abandon all overseas military bases and reduce its military forces by 90%. 4. The Eagle Nation must open all high-tech patents for sharing with Human Alliance member states. Each clause, each provision, pierced his heart like a sharp blade. This was no longer a mere reckoning. This is the dismemberment of the Eagle Nation. This is outrageous. Outrageous. The president tore the document to shreds in fury, roaring. "Who do they think they are? What gives them the right to dictate to us? We are the Eagle Nation. We still possess thousands of nuclear warheads. Who dares to pressure us?" Yet his roar met with complete silence. Everyone in the war room stared at him with expressions of utter contempt. Nuclear warheads? In front of the man who could conjure nuclear explosions with his bare hands, what the hell are nuclear warheads? This is practically serving them another hearty meal. "Mr. President." The Secretary of Defense stepped forward, his expression unreadable. "The Pentagon has just passed an emergency resolution. Effective immediately, you are relieved of all command authority over the military." "What?" The president's eyes widened. "Are you mutinying? This is not a rebellion. It is to protect the Eagle Nation." The Secretary of State also stepped forward, speaking coldly. "Congress has initiated impeachment proceedings against you. Your series of foolish decisions has plunged the nation into an unprecedented crisis. You are unfit to lead this nation. You. The president pointed at these former colleagues, trembling with rage, unable to utter a word. Abandoned by all. This was his final downfall. In the end, the president was forcibly escorted out of the White House by several Secret Service agents. An era came to a complete end with his downfall. Half an hour later, the new interim government of the Eagle Nation was established. The first act of the new president was to send a letter of state to China, couched in humble terms. It declared unconditional acceptance of all terms in the post-war settlement agreement and expressed hope to establish friendly cooperative relations with China in the new era. Thus, the former hegemon of the old era bowed its proud head completely. Meanwhile, East China Sea, China. A massive engineering vessel from the Human Alliance was salvaging and reconstructing the devastation left behind after the nation of Sakura sank. Not far away, Kuei Niao lay comfortably on a small metal island fashioned from Leviathan wreckage, basking in the sunlight. Its Heaven's Wrath battle armor, having absorbed Leviathan's technology, had become even more dazzling and futuristic. Suddenly, it seemed to sense something, snapping its head up to gaze skyward. A golden streak of light streaked across the sky, closing rapidly. It was Lu Chen. "Master!" Kuei Niao bellowed excitedly. Its massive body leapt up, eager to rush forward. All right. You're a big ox now, no need to act so spoiled." Lu Chen chuckled as he patted its single horn. He glanced at the ongoing reconstruction project, then looked at the Kuei Ox's battle armor clearly heavily modified and nodded with satisfaction. "Seems like you guys haven't been idle while I was in seclusion. Where's Su Muxue?" "Miss Su was at the Rongqing headquarters handling post-war affairs." The Kuei bull replied through telepathic communication. "Got it." Lu Chen acknowledged with a brief response, his gaze shifting toward the land once belonging to the land of cherry blossoms, now submerged beneath the sea. He could sense the chaotic, turbulent energies churning beneath the surface, a result of Tiamat's rampage and the Fukushima nuclear leak. For ordinary people, this was a forbidden zone of death. But for certain entities, it was a prime feng shui location. Well, might as well put it to use. Lu Chen's lips curved into a faint smile. Time to find a guardian beast for China. He extended his hand, reaching out into the chaotic sea below and grasping at the air. "Come forth." Boom! The entire sea suddenly churned violently. A colossal creature with 8 heads and 8 tails was forcibly dragged from the ocean depths by an invisible force. It was none other than Yamata no Orochi, the 8-headed serpent slain by Susanoo in myth. Stimulated by both Tiamat and nuclear energy, it had somehow revived beneath the ocean. Now, roused from its slumber by Lu Chen, the 16 eyes across its 8 heads burned with savage fury. Roar! It opened its 8 massive jaws, poised to attack Lu Chen. Yet, the moment it recognized Lu Chen's face and sensed the unfathomable aura emanating from him, all 8 heads froze simultaneously. The savagery in its 16 eyes instantly transformed into terror. A terror that came from the depths of their very souls. With a gulp, all 8 heads bowed in unison toward Lu Chen. The posture was as docile as could be. As if pleading, "Boss, just give the order." Chapter 110, The Fierce Deity Becomes a Watchdog? Eagle Nation is impressed. Yamata no Orochi, the supreme demon of Japanese mythology, the Kusanagi sword, was discovered within its coils. In terms of power, it undoubtedly ranks among the most formidable mythical creatures native to Earth. Especially after absorbing nuclear energy and the remnants of Tiamat's dragon might, its current power level had even surpassed that of Fenrir in its prime. Yet, despite being such a fearsome entity, the moment it saw Lu Chen, it immediately backed down. Its 8 hideous serpent heads drooped lifelessly on the water's surface. All 16 eyes brimmed with a pathetic plea, "I was wrong, I'll never dare again, please spare my life, master." No choice, cowering was the only option. The nuclear-level sword intent radiating from Lu Chen still unchecked after slaying Tiamat was the ultimate predator to an energy conglomerate like it. It sensed that a single thought from its opponent could send it the same way as Tiamat blown to meet its ancestors by a beautiful mushroom cloud. At least it knew when to back down. Lu Chen watched the Yamata no Orochi's display of knowing when to bow out, and nodded in satisfaction. He'd originally planned to slaughter it outright if it disobeyed, extracting its inner core to serve as a snack for the Kuei ox. But now it seemed he could put it to some use after all. "Starting today, you will guard these waters," Lu Chen stated flatly. "This area will henceforth be known as the East Sea New District of China. Your task is to purge the energy pollution from these waters and keep a watchful eye on the entrance. No unwelcome creatures are to be allowed in. Understood?" The 8 heads of the Yamata no Orochi nodded frantically, like garlic being pounded. Joking aside, serving as this master's watchdog was a blessing it had earned over 8 lifetimes. Forget guard duty. Even if told to scrub toilets, it would say, "My honor." Lu Chen snapped his fingers. A golden imprint imbued with the essence of the sword flew into the forehead of the Yamata no Orochi. This was the divine soul contract. Should the Yamata no Orochi ever harbor any ill intent, Lu Chen could obliterate its very soul and spirit with a single thought. After completing this, Lu Chen clapped his hands and turned to leave. "Oh, right." As if remembering something, he turned back to address the Yamata no Orochi. "From now on, you'll be called Little 8. Good work deserves a bonus." With that, he paid no further attention to the now completely petrified Yamata no Orochi. Mounting Kuei the ox, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the horizon. Left behind was the Yamata no Orochi, its form disheveled by the sea breeze. Little 8? I, the mighty Yamata no Orochi, an ancient demon god whose terror shook the land of Japan, have been given such a down-to-earth name? And what the hell was this bonus business? Its worldview felt severely shaken. But when it sensed the boundless power emanating from the golden mark between its brows, all discontent vanished into thin air. "Fine, let it be Little 8. A bonus? Sounds pretty good," it muttered to itself, resignedly beginning its career as a cleaner. Opening its 8 large mouths, it began to voraciously devour the chaotic energies within the seawater. Its movements were incredibly vigorous. 12 hours later. China, imperial capital. A summit determining the future course of the world was underway here. The Community of Shared Future for Mankind Alliance convened its General Assembly of member nations. The meeting had only one agenda item: how to conduct post-war reconstruction and prepare for the imminent era of universal cultivation. The conference hall is filled with leaders from nations across the globe. Emperor Ivanov of Bearland, President Macron of Gaul, Chancellor of the German Empire. Even the newly inaugurated President of Eagle Nation was conspicuously present. However, his seat was placed in the most inconspicuous corner. Every face bore a mix of excitement, apprehension, and a hint of anticipation for the future. On the conference podium sat 2 figures. One was the leader of China. The other was Su Mushui. She wore a custom-tailored white skirt suit today, her phoenix-like eyes radiating confidence and composure. As Lu Chen's sole representative in the secular world, her standing at this moment even subtly surpassed that of the heads of state from various nations. "Ladies and gentlemen." The leader cleared her throat and spoke in a solemn tone. "The victory in the final decisive battle has earned us a precious moment to catch our breath. But this does not signify an end, rather, it marks a new beginning. According to the intelligence relayed by Mr. Lu, our world is undergoing a profound convergence with a game known as the Great Way. The calamities we've faced thus far are merely the prelude to this convergence. In the future, more secret realms, hidden paradises, and even alternate worlds will descend upon Earth. The technological civilization we know will be utterly overturned. In its place shall arise a new grand era where technology and mythology coexist." The commander's words sent a shockwave through the entire assembly. Though they had anticipated this outcome, the starkness of its direct articulation delivered a profound shock.
To navigate this new era, we must adapt.
Su Muxue took the floor, her voice clear and resolute. On behalf of Mr. Lu, I present the first proposal to the Human Alliance, the Universal Cultivation Initiative. A detailed plan materialized on the holographic projection behind her. The core of the plan was to conditionally open up to all Human Alliance member states the cultivation techniques already preliminarily mastered by Huaxia, along with the rune technology reverse engineered from the Kuei-Nyo battle armor. The goal is to cultivate the first cohort of players capable of self-defense in the shortest possible time. This would allow ordinary people to share in the dividends of this epical transformation. This blueprint was nothing short of a bombshell. After all, this was the key to transcendence. And Huaxia was willing to share it? I agree. Emperor Ivanov was the first to rise and declare his support. On behalf of the Northern Bear Nation, I fully support this plan. Gaul seconded the motion. The German Empire seconds the motion. In an instant, supporters gathered in droves. Everyone understood that this was China extending its utmost goodwill to them. It was also demonstrating to the world the magnanimity befitting an emerging leader nation. In the corner, the new president of the Eagle Nation watched with eyes red with envy. Once upon a time, it was the Eagle Nation that dictated the rules of the world and distributed its benefits. Little did they expect the wheel of fortune would turn. He opened his mouth, wanting to shout seconded, in agreement. But the words stuck in his throat. He couldn't bring himself to do it. Just then, the conference room doors slowly swung open. A young man dressed casually, looking like the boy next door, sauntered in. It was Lu Chen. Chapter 111, the president who left global leaders speechless. The moment Lu Chen appeared, the entire conference hall fell instantly silent. Every pair of eyes focused on him. Awe, admiration, curiosity, fear. Lu Chen ignored the stares and strode directly to the podium. He picked up the microphone and surveyed the audience below those once powerful figures whose every move once sent shockwaves across the globe. Then, he flashed a wide grin, revealing a mouthful of pearly whites. Everyone, there's no need to be so tense. I'm here today to discuss 3 matters. First, I approve the plan Su Muxue just outlined. Work out the specifics with her. Second, from now on, we're all on the same team. Stick together, show some camaraderie, and no backstabbing. Anyone who doesn't play ball. He paused, then extended a finger and drew a light line across the ceiling. Swoosh. The sturdy alloy ceiling was sliced open by an invisible blade, leaving a massive crack stretching dozens of meters. The cut was perfectly smooth. Below the stage, a collective gasp of shock erupted. The Eagle Nation's president's face instantly drained of color. Third. Lu Chen withdrew his finger and smiled warmly in the direction of the Eagle Nation president. I hear someone has objections to our plan? The Eagle Nation president jolted upright, shaking his head like a bobblehead. No. Absolutely not. On behalf of Eagle Nation, I support it 100%, 1000%. Anyone who dares to object, I'll be the first to confront them. His survival instinct was pushed to its absolute limit in that moment. Oh? Is that so? Lu Chen looked at him with a half smile. That's good. Meeting adjourned. With that, he tossed the microphone aside and turned to leave with a flourish, leaving everyone staring in stunned silence. The bigwigs in the conference hall were left exchanging bewildered glances. Is that it? What about the promised important speech? The grand vision? After a long moment, the commander shook his head with a wry smile and said to Su Muxue, who was struggling to stifle her laughter beside him. Advisor Lu's style remains as straightforward and blunt as ever. The Eagle Nation's president slumped back into his chair, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. He finally understood one thing. Times had truly changed. After Lu Chen departed, the Human Alliance summit continued. Only now, the atmosphere had grown somewhat tense. Following Lu Chen's blunt and forceful opening statement, the subsequent negotiations proceeded with remarkable ease. No one dared to haggle or make unreasonable demands anymore. The Eagle Nation's president transformed into a yes-man throughout the proceedings, agreeing to every proposal put forth by China with the obedience of a model student. Ultimately, in an atmosphere of amicable harmony, the Universal Cultivation Initiative was unanimously approved. A grand new era, led by China and embraced by all of humanity, officially commenced. Meanwhile, Lu Chen, the mastermind behind it all, had returned to his estate on the outskirts of Chengdu. He lay in a rocking chair in the courtyard, gently swaying back and forth. Beside him, Kuei-Nyo clutched an exceptionally thick, specially crafted metal straw, puffing away at a high-purity lightning crystal the size of a washbasin. The thunder energy contained within the crystal stone occasionally released a strand or two of electric arcs, crackling softly in the air. The Kuei ox sucked with an expression of pure bliss. Its 2 bovine eyes narrowed to slits, its tail swishing back and forth behind it like an oversized pug. Burp. The Kuei ox let out a loud, satisfied belch, expelling a puff of green smoke from its mouth, carrying the acrid scent of ionized air. Satisfied, it patted its round belly and communicated telepathically with Lu Chen. Master, this stuff packs a punch compared to last time.
Lu Chen didn't even lift an eyelid, responding lazily. Of course it is. This is the Bear Core brand lightning crystal specially approved for you from the Human Alliance's stockpile of prized treasure from the Northern Bear Kingdom. One piece is worth more than a truckload of what you used to consume. Bear Core? This old ox loves it. Kuei Niao chuckled foolishly, rubbing its massive head against Lu Chen's rocking chair. The rocking chair creaked under the strain. Lu Chen pushed its massive head away with a look of disgust. Get lost, you're tickling me. He. The Kuei ox didn't seem bothered. It lay down on the ground, continuing to clasp its thunderstone and lick it repeatedly, as if savoring some exquisite delicacy. Man and beast living in peaceful harmony. Yet Lu Chen felt a bit uneasy inside. Ever since he took down Tiamat, he'd wiped out every major threat that dared to surface on Earth. The rest were too scared to show their faces. Western powers, led by the Eagle Nation, were now as docile as grandchildren. Human society had entered an unprecedented era of great harmony. He stared blankly at the LV-95 level displayed on his game interface. Late Golden Core stage. It seemed powerful, but it was still a long way from the LV-100 nascent soul stage. Though spiritual energy was reviving on Earth, for an existence of his caliber, that energy was like a drizzle, a drop in the bucket. As for the Guardian God project account, astronomical sums poured in daily. Yet he tried. No matter how much he topped up, the experience bar wouldn't budge an inch. The system. Higher dimensional energy. A breakthrough opportunity. Lu Chen muttered to himself, raising his hand. Subtle golden sword chi flickered at his fingertips, slicing the air before him into visible ripples. Suddenly, his swiping motion halted. A thought flashed through his mind. Lu Chen remembered. Back in the Valley of Death on Kunlun Mountain, he had casually slashed at the sky to test his newly mastered, Dingjin boundary-breaking sword chi. That single slash seemed to tear open a tremendous rift. Beyond the fissure lay a shattered, ancient, desolate world. He had even glimpsed crumbling palaces and pavilions. The Celestial Palace. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Wasn't that place a ready-made high-level map? It might even hold the higher dimensional energy and breakthrough opportunity he needed. How could he have forgotten about this? Lu Chen immediately sat up straight in his rocking chair. The nearby Kuei ox startled at the sudden movement, dropping the lightning crystal stone from its mouth with a clatter onto the floor. Master, what's up? Another fool coming to offer their head? The Kuei ox sprang to its feet, its horn crackling with electricity. It was getting bored stiff. No one's offering themselves up, but there's a place we might need to pay a visit. Lu Chen chuckled. Old bull, fancy switching up our playground? Hell yeah. Where to? East Sea or West Sea? Or how about we take a stroll right across Eagle Sauce's homeland? Kuei Niao's mouth was practically watering. Neither. Lu Chen shook his head, gazing up at the sky. His eyes seemed to pierce through the clouds, staring into the unknown void beyond. Let's go see what's up in the heavens. With that, he pulled out his communicator and dialed Su Mushua's number. The call connected almost instantly. Mr. Lu, Su Mushua's cool yet respectful voice came through. Ms. Su, are you busy? Lu Chen inquired. Not busy. I'm at your disposal whenever you need me. All right. Then inform old Li that I'm heading out to acquire something. Lu Chen was concise. Looking for something? Su Mushue immediately responded. Mr. Lu, whatever you require, I can immediately activate the highest authority of the Human Alliance to search for it globally. In her eyes, there was nothing in this world that Lu Chen couldn't find. Lu Chen smiled. This time, it might not be found on Blue Star. I'll have to look for it in the heavens. Chapter 112, Cultivation Bottleneck? Then pierce the heavens. The heavens? Su Mushue froze on the other end of the line. A dozen possibilities flashed through her mind. The moon? Mars? Or even a distant galaxy? Given Mr. Lu's current capabilities, interstellar travel didn't seem entirely impossible. Mr. Lu, are you saying you're heading into outer space? Su Mushue asked tentatively. Something like that, but not the outer space you're thinking of. Lu Chen paused, then chose a more accessible explanation. Think of it as a space overlapping with Blue Star, yet existing in a different dimension, a place straight out of mythology. Su Mushue's breath caught slightly. She understood immediately. The Celestial Palace. That place Mr. Lu glimpsed in Kunlun Mountains, tearing open a spatial rift. The Skydome project team conducted a top-level analysis of that incident afterward, concluding it was a subsystem independent of Blue Star, a new world potentially harboring ancient legacies and boundless treasures. However, that place was far too dangerous. Even the slightest spatial turbulence that leaked out was potent enough to shred the toughest alloys. Achieving stable access with current human technology was nothing short of a fairy tale. Mr. Lu, that place is far too dangerous. Su Mushue's voice carried a hint of concern. This might be the first time she'd ever voiced dissent toward Lu Chen's decision. I know. Lu Chen smiled. Precisely because it's dangerous makes it interesting. My cultivation has hit a bottleneck. I need some external stimulus. That place is perfect.
Hearing Lu Chen's reasoning, Su Muxue immediately stopped trying to dissuade him. To her, Lu Chen's cultivation was more important than the safety of the entire Blue Star.
Understood, Mr. Lu. I'll notify General Li immediately to prepare for full cooperation. Su Muxue's tone returned to its usual calm efficiency. What preparations do you require from us? Nothing. I'll go alone. Just pretend I don't exist on Blue Star. Carry on with your duties. Lu Chen stated.
Oh, and I'm taking old Neo with me. Over in China, have little A keep an eye on things. That guy's been eating himself fat lately, he could use some exercise.
Understood. I'll make the arrangements.
After hanging up, Su Muxue immediately dialed Li Jingguo's encrypted line.
After hearing Su Muxue's relay, even this battle-hardened veteran general couldn't help but suck in his sharp breath. What? Advisor Lu is going to that heavenly palace?
Li Jingguo pulled up the top-secret files on the Kunlun incident on the command center's large screen. On the screen, a pitch-black fissure stretched across the sky. Beyond it lay shattered palaces and endless void. Even watching the footage alone conveyed a sense of apocalyptic desolation and peril.
Too risky.
This is nothing short of gambling with the nation's fate. Li Jingguo paced anxiously back and forth in the command room.
Lu Chen was now the stabilizing force for China, indeed for all of humanity. If anything happened to him, the newly stabilized global order would collapse in an instant.
General Li, this is Mr. Lu's own decision.
Su Muxue's voice remained calm.
He said his cultivation had hit a bottleneck and he needed to go there to seek a breakthrough. The words bottleneck and breakthrough instantly sobered Li Jingguo. Though not a cultivator himself, he understood that for someone like Advisor Lu, who stood at the pinnacle of the world, each breakthrough represented a qualitative leap.
If Advisor Lu could successfully ascend to the next realm,
it would be a monumental blessing for China and all of humanity.
The risks were indeed immense,
but the potential gains were equally immeasurable.
I understand.
Li Jingguo took a deep breath, his gaze hardening with resolve. Since it is Advisor Lu's decision, all we can do is offer our unconditional support.
Issue the order, effective immediately. China enters Level 1 combat readiness. All space-based weapons lock onto potential global threat targets. Little 8 in the East China Sea, stay on high alert. Until Advisor Lu returns, not a single fly is to enter China's airspace. Yes. The entire national machinery of Huaxia sprang back into high gear, all because of one decision made by Lu Chen.
Meanwhile, Lu Chen, mounted on Kuei Niu, vanished into the sky as a golden streak of light.
His destination, Kunlun. With his current late-stage golden core cultivation, his sword riding speed had long transcended the limitations of physical laws. With a mere thought, he traversed thousands of kilometers, arriving above the Kunlun mountain range. It was the same familiar place, Death Valley. The Kuei ox, returning to its homeland, became unusually excited. It galloped wildly through the valley, knocking down several mountain peaks in its frenzy. Lu Chen paid it no mind, flying directly to the location where the rift had once been torn open. Closing his eyes, he unleashed his divine sense like a tidal wave, meticulously scanning the space for its weak points. Found it.
Lu Chen's eyes snapped open, a flash of golden light flickering in his pupils. He pressed his index and middle fingers together, tracing a swift arc through the void.
Gengjin boundary-breaking sword chi. Whoosh!
A golden sword chi, more solid and razor-sharp than before, erupted from his fingertips. The void split silently to both sides, like butter sliced by a red-hot knife. A spatial fissure, radiating an endless aura of desolation and death, reappeared before him. Beyond the fissure, the shattered realm of immortals lay clearly visible. Countless colossal fragments of continents, like a chessboard shattered by a giant, floated silently within the profound starry river. Further away, the faint outlines of collapsed golden temples, shattered jade arches, and parched star rivers could be discerned. A turbulent current, mingling pure spiritual energy with deadly gale winds, surged from the fissure. Kuei Niu shuddered at the deadly aura, then scurried to Lu Chen's side. It hurriedly darted behind Lu Chen, peering out with its large head, gazing at the crack with equal parts curiosity and fear. Master, there seem to be good things inside, but it also seems very dangerous. No kidding. Lu Chen chuckled. Fortune favors the bold, after all. Come on, let me take you inside to see for yourself. With that, he stepped forward, his figure vanishing instantly into the spatial fissure. Kuei Niu hesitated for a moment, but finally gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and charged in after him. After they entered, the spatial fissure began closing at a visible pace. The instant they passed through, Lu Chen felt as if he'd surfaced from underwater. The view before him suddenly opened up. Beneath his feet lay not the snow-capped peaks of Kunlun Mountain, but an endless, profound void. Countless stars, like diamonds, dotted the pitch-black curtain, emitting a cold, clear light. Around him, fragments of land of varying sizes floated silently. Some resembled small islands, bearing remnants of structures and withered ancient trees. Others resembled colossal mountains, cleaved cleanly in two, their severed edges smooth. An indescribable desolation and stillness washed over him. Was this the remnant realm of the Celestial Palace? Lu Chen hovered in the air, surveying his surroundings, his heart filled with profound awe.
This place must once have been an immensely glorious and powerful world. What kind of power could have shattered such a world into such utter ruin? Chapter 113, The Celestial Palace Ruins. The Unattended Herb Garden. Master, I can't breathe. Kuei No followed behind Lu Chen, its four hooves restlessly pawing at the void, its voice trembling slightly. The spatial laws here were entirely different from those on Blue Star, exerting immense pressure. Even more deadly was the intangible yet omnipresent energy permeating the air. The Nine Heavens Gale Wind. This gale was invisible and intangible, yet it could effortlessly tear through steel and erode divine souls. Though the Kuei-ox possessed thick, tough hide, here it felt as if countless tiny blades were scraping back and forth across its body, causing unbearable discomfort. Lu Chen glanced at it and casually waved his hand. A faint green sword aura coalesced into a protective barrier, enveloping both him and the Kuei-ox. The Kuei-ox instantly felt the pressure ease and let out a long sigh of relief. "Thank you, Master." Just then, an unexpected change occurred. In the distance, a flock of birds shimmering with azure light noticed these two uninvited guests. These birds possessed elegant forms and long wings, resembling cranes in appearance. Yet their entire bodies were formed from the purest Nine Heavens Gale Wind, radiating an intensely sharp killing intent. Chirp! The lead wind blade crane let out a piercing cry. In the next instant, hundreds of cranes transformed into 100 streaks of azure light, shooting toward Lu Chen and the Kuei-ox. Their speed was astonishingly fast, leaving faint scratches in space wherever they passed. Holy crap! Master, watch out! Kuei No startled, instinctively opening its mouth to unleash a bolt of lightning. Don't move! Lu Chen pressed down on its head, his expression utterly unruffled. Watching the swarm of wind blade cranes descending like a storm, a playful smile even curved his lips. A welcome gift package right after entering? This place is quite hospitable. He extended a single finger and tapped the foremost wind blade crane mid-air. Whoosh! A golden sword energy shot from his fingertip. The wind blade crane didn't even have time to react before the golden blade energy instantly pierced through it. Boom! Its body exploded mid-air, dispersing into a cloud of the purest gale energy. Immediately after, Lu Chen's fingers flicked rapidly. Whoosh! 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 Golden sword chi burst forth like machine gun fire, erupting toward the flock of cranes. Each blade struck its mark with deadly precision. A series of rapid explosions echoed through the sky. Boom! 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 Within mere breaths, over 100 wind blade cranes were slaughtered by Lu Chen. The entire process unfolded with the effortless ease of a clay pigeon shooting game. Kuei No watched beside him, utterly dumbfounded, his mouth gaping wide enough to swallow a basketball. Just moments ago, it had considered these cranes dangerous, yet before its master, they proved as fragile as paper. That's it? Kuei No stammered. What else? Lu Chen withdrew his fingers and clapped his hands. I thought they'd be formidable, but they turned out to be nothing but a bunch of paper tigers. His gaze flickered toward the gale energy scattered across the void after the crane's explosion. Though violent, this energy was exceptionally pure. If only it could be absorbed and refined. Lu Chen's thoughts stirred, and his life-bound flying sword hummed as it shot out from his body. The sword circled once in the air, emitting a powerful suction force. The unclaimed gale energy surged toward it like 100 rivers flowing to the sea, completely swallowed by the sword. A luminous glow rippled across the blade's surface, its aura seeming to condense further. It worked! Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Though the improvement was minimal, it was indeed effective. This proved the energy here was beneficial for someone of his level. Seems this trip wasn't in vain. Lu Chen's mood lifted considerably. He recalled his flying sword and began surveying his surroundings, searching for his next target. His gaze was soon drawn to a suspended continental fragment not far away. The fragment, roughly the size of several football fields, was shrouded in mist, vaguely revealing a lush medicinal garden. At the garden's center, a small pavilion seemed to stand. Let's go check it out. Lu Chen called out, then took off with his Kuei-ox toward the floating herb garden. This place was nothing short of an untapped treasure trove. Any corner could hold a life-changing opportunity. He was already anticipating what surprises this expedition might bring him. The man and his ox soon soared above the floating herb garden. Only upon closer inspection did they notice the entire garden was enveloped by a massive, translucent energy shield. The shield was covered in intricate, mystical runes that slowly pulsed, emanating an ancient and powerful aura. Clearly, this was an ancient formation dating back to a bygone era. However, judging by the shield's flickering, dim glow, its energy was clearly depleted and it was on the verge of collapse. Master, the formation blocks our way. We can't get in. Kuei No circled the shield once, then nudged it with his horn. A gentle force bounced him back. Just a nearly defunct formation, no big deal. Lu Chen hovered before the formation, scrutinizing the intricate runes. Their construction was 100 times more intricate and sophisticated than any runes circulating on Blue Star. Yet, the fundamentals remained unchanged. Given his current cultivation level and knowledge, deciphering this formation was merely a matter of time.
His gaze pierced through the translucent protective barrier, peering into the innermost part of the medicinal garden. The garden was filled with all manner of exotic flowers and rare plants. Many plants he had never even seen before, but just by their dazzling, iridescent appearance, he knew they were far from ordinary. The potent medicinal fragrance even penetrated the array, wafting out and refreshing the senses with just a whiff. This was a real jackpot. Lu Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. If he could bring this entire garden of spiritual herbs back to Blue Star, Su Muxue would likely smile in her sleep. His gaze drifted further, settling on the small pavilion at the center of the herb garden. Something seemed to be moving inside. He stared intently and froze in surprise. A small beast? The creature was about the size of a full-grown cat, yet its appearance was utterly peculiar. It had the head of a dragon, the body of a horse, and the hooves of a unicorn, resembling a lion. Its fur was grayish-white and it could fly. Most crucially, this creature radiated an aura of pearls and jewels? Yes, that's exactly it, a radiant, jewel-like aura. As if it were born from a pile of gold and silver treasures, making anyone who saw it feel it was incredibly valuable. Could this be a Pishio? Lu Chen's mind instantly conjured a name that existed only in myth and legend. Pishio, one of the 9 children of the dragon. It feeds on wealth, devouring all things without expelling them. It attracts riches and gathers treasures, taking in without giving out, possessing extraordinary supernatural powers. Who would have thought such a legendary auspicious beast actually existed? And it was trapped in this godforsaken, dilapidated medicinal garden. At this moment, the little Pishio looked in terrible shape. Golden chains bound it to the pillars of the pavilion. Its fur was dull and lifeless, its aura weak and weary, looking as if it were on the brink of death. It seemed to sense Lu Chen and Kuei Nyo's arrival, lifting its head with great effort to glance at them. In its eyes, there was no hostility, only profound weakness and a hint of longing. "Master, what is that thing? It looks pretty tasty," Kuei Nyo asked with drooling saliva, communicating through divine sense. Chapter 114, the newly recruited underling turns out to be the chief treasure hunter? In Kuei Nyo's eyes, everything was edible. "Eat my ass," Lu Chen snapped, giving it a sharp tap on the head. "This is an auspicious sign, a living ATM, got it? What's an ATM?" Kuei Nyo looked utterly confused. "It's a treasure that spits out money on its own." Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to explain further, his gaze returning to the little Pishio. It seemed this formation wasn't just protecting the medicinal garden, it was also a cage, trapping this little Pishio inside. Who knows how many tens of thousands of years had passed? The formation's energy was nearly depleted. This little creature, which survived by devouring treasures, must have been starving to the bone. Interesting. Lu Chen stroked his chin. He'd only intended to gather some herbs, but this unexpected find was a pleasant surprise. Rescue this little Pishio, bring it back to Blue Star, and have Su Muxue secure it a position as a fortune god. Then, feed it well and pamper it daily. Wouldn't Su Group's stock price shoot straight out of the solar system? With that thought, Lu Chen hesitated no longer. "Old ox, step back a bit. Watch me crack this turtle shell." He reached out toward the protective barrier of the formation. However, Lu Chen chose not to blast it open with brute force, as that might destroy the spiritual herbs inside. Instead, he released his divine sense, probing into the formation to begin deciphering its intricate rune structures. His mind raced at a speed rivaling a supercomputer. Countless runes began decomposing and simulating within his mind. 1 minute later. Found it. The array's focal point is here. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. He pointed a finger at a specific point on the protective barrier and tapped it lightly. Buzz. The entire shield trembled violently. Then, Lu Chen's fingers moved like lightning, tracing intricate patterns through the air. Streams of spiritual energy surged into different nodes of the formation. Crack! A crisp cracking sound echoed. The ancient formation that had shrouded the medicinal garden for countless years shattered like a cracked eggshell, crumbling into countless specks of light that dispersed into the void. A medicinal fragrance 100 times more potent than before flooded the air. Within the pavilion, the little Pishio's golden chains rattled and snapped as the formation shattered. It was finally free. Yet the little Pishio did not flee immediately. It was utterly drained, lacking even the strength to stand. It could only lie on the ground, panting heavily. It lifted its head, its large, watery eyes fixed on Lu Chen, who hovered mid-air. Its gaze was filled with gratitude and a hint of timidity. "All right, stop playing the victim." Lu Chen floated down to the ground, walked to the pavilion, and looked at it with amusement. "Locked up for so many years, starved, weren't you?" The little Pishio nodded in a human-like manner. Its stomach promptly growled in response. "Want something to eat?" Lu Chen asked again. The little Pishio nodded vigorously. "All right then." Lu Chen thought for a moment, then pulled something out of his storage space. It was a gold brick, about the size of a human head, gleaming with a golden luster. He'd snatched it from some unlucky tycoon back in the day and had it gathering dust in a corner ever since. He tossed the gold brick in front of the little Pishio. "Here, have a bite to eat." The moment the little Pishio saw the gold brick, its eyes lit up instantly. It was the look of a vagrant starved for 3 days and nights upon seeing braised pork. It leapt up from the ground with such force that there was no trace left of its earlier weakness. It pounced on the gold brick, opened its mouth wide, and began gnawing voraciously. Crunch! Crunch! The solid gold ingot crunched like a cookie in its jaws, shattering into crisp fragments. After a few bites, a gold brick the size of a human head had lost a third of its mass. The nearby Kuei ox watched in stunned silence. Holy crap! Master, this thing has such strong teeth? It had tried gold before. That stuff was soft and mushy, with no chewiness at all. Not tasty. Who knew this little thing would devour it so enthusiastically? Lu Chen couldn't help but marvel at the sight. Truly a legendary auspicious beast. Its taste is uniquely refined. Before long, the entire gold ingot was devoured clean by the little Pichot. Licking its lips with lingering satisfaction, it let out a satisfied burp. After its meal, the little Pichot regained some strength, its fur seeming to shine a bit brighter. It trotted over to Lu Chen's feet, nudging his pant leg with its little head while purring softly, as if begging for more. Alright, I get it. You're thanking me. Lu Chen bent down to stroke its little head. The texture felt surprisingly good, almost like petting a cat. From now on, you'll be sticking with me. My name's Lu Chen. What about you? Got a name? The little Pichot tilted its head, as if deep in thought. Then, it opened its mouth and spat out a copper coin. The coin spun in midair, bearing 2 ancient characters. Lu Chen recognized them: ancient celestial script. Wealth attraction? Lu Chen read the characters aloud. The little Pichot nodded happily, then nudged him with its head. Alright then, attract wealth it is. The name does suit your temperament. Lu Chen chuckled and shook his head. He tucked the copper coin away, considering it the little fellow's pledge of loyalty. Since you're with me now, I'll call you Little Fortune from here on out. Come on, first I'll take you to plunder. Wait, no, to inspect your assets. With that, Lu Chen headed toward the medicinal garden. Little Pichot aka Xiao Kai immediately scampered along behind him. It seemed to understand Lu Chen's intentions. Not only did it not resist, but it looked genuinely excited, as if saying, help yourself, don't be shy. This made Lu Chen like it even more. What a sensible little fellow. This medicinal garden was clearly left behind by Little Kai's former owner. The youngest of the spiritual herbs here were estimated to be at least 10,000 years old. Lu Chen wasted no time. With a flick of his divine sense, an invisible hand-like force uprooted the herbs by their roots, categorizing and storing them into his storage space. 9-leaf resurrection grass, 10,000-year blood ginseng, dragon scale fruit, phoenix perching paulownia wood. Each one, if placed in the cultivation world, would be a treasure capable of driving countless people mad with desire. Yet here, they were as common as cabbages, covering the entire garden. Lu Chen gathered them with a secret smile. This was truly a windfall. Kuei Niu watched greedily from the side, wanting to nibble on a few. But the moment it neared a radish-like spirit herb, Xiao Kai bared its teeth and growled, sending it scurrying away. Xiao Kai's message was clear: these belong to the master. Don't even think about it. Kuei Niu looked at Lu Chen with a pout. Lu Chen chuckled. Alright, old ox, don't fight over it. I'll get you something better later. You can't even digest this stuff anyway, it's a waste. Only then did Kuei Niu grudgingly retreat to the side. Half an hour later, Lu Chen had stripped the entire medicinal garden bare, leaving not a single patch of soil untouched. The entire floating continent lay barren and bare. Xiao Kai looked at the empty home, not saddened but rather quite pleased. It hopped onto Lu Chen's shoulder, pointed its tiny paw toward another direction in the void, and chirped softly. Ha? You mean there's more good stuff over there? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Xiao Kai nodded immediately. Holy crap, this isn't a sacred beast, it's a treasure hunting rat. Lu Chen was overjoyed. With this guy around, how could I ever worry about finding treasures? Alright. Xiao Kai, you're my chief treasure hunter today. Lead the way. Eek. Xiao Kai let out an excited squeak, leaping off Lu Chen's shoulder and transforming into a streak of light as it darted off in the direction it had pointed. Lu Chen and Kuei Niu immediately followed. One man, one ox, one Pichot, and so began their treasure hunt through the shattered ruins of the Celestial Palace. Chapter 115, Lost the Door? No panic, just go crazy with deduction. Guided by Xiao Kai, the living map, Lu Chen's subsequent journey proceeded remarkably smoothly. This little fellow possessed an innate, acute intuition for celestial treasures and earthly wonders. Wherever there were shattered magical treasures, undried spiritual veins, or secret realms hidden in spatial crevices, it could pinpoint them with precision. Following right behind him, Lu Chen happily picked up the scraps along the way. In a collapsed divine weapon pavilion, he discovered a pile of fragments from celestial weapons broken, yet crafted from extraordinary materials. Bringing these back for academician Shan Weidong and his team to study would likely advance China's materials science by a full century. In a dried-up alchemy chamber, he unearthed several bottles of perfectly preserved ancient immortal pills from beneath a dust-covered alchemy furnace. Though their exact effects remained unknown, the mere fragrance of the pills stirred the magical energy within him. What thrilled Lu Chen most was when Xiao Kai led him to an eye of the 9 heavens gale wind, hidden deep within the asteroid belt.
The gale energy there was 100 times denser than outside, having condensed into a liquid state and formed a small lake at the eye of the storm. Without a second thought, Lu Chen plunged in for a soak. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. The raging gale energy violently scoured his flesh and meridians. Any other golden core cultivator would have been torn to shreds within a second. But Lu Chen's Hongmeng sword body was incredibly formidable. It withstood the force and slowly absorbed and refined it. After soaking for a full 3 hours, he emerged from the Windeye Lake, still reluctant to leave. He could feel his physical strength had surged significantly. Though he was still far from breaking through, his experience bar had indeed advanced a small notch. Awesome! Lu Chen stretched lazily, feeling power coursing through his entire body. He glanced at the bored Kuei ox beside him and the eager little Kai staring at him, then smiled. Alright, that's enough for today. Not a bad haul. Time to head home. If he stayed any longer, he feared he might be tempted to clear out the entire Heavenly Palace ruins. Leave something for next time, better to have something to look forward to. Time to head home. The Kuei ox perked up the moment it heard they were leaving. This godforsaken place was nothing but gale winds and rocks, utterly boring. Blue Star was much more comfortable. Little Kai hopped onto Lu Chen's shoulder, brimming with anticipation for their new home. Lu Chen assessed their direction and flew toward the entrance with Kuei Niu and Xiao Kai. Yet after flying for what felt like an eternity, he furrowed his brow. Strange, why hadn't they arrived yet? He remembered clearly that the entrance was somewhere nearby. Yet now, as far as the eye could see, there was nothing but endless void and drifting fragments of continents, no trace of that familiar spatial rift. Master, did you misremember the way? Kuei Niu asked innocently. Impossible. Lu Chen shook his head. His memory could not be wrong. Lu Chen closed his eyes, and his powerful divine sense spread out like a tidal wave once more, searching in all directions. A minute later, he suddenly opened his eyes, his expression turning peculiar. Something's wrong. What's wrong, Master? Our gate seems to have vanished. Lu Chen's expression was slightly peculiar. At the very edge of his divine sense's reach, he finally detected a faint trace of a spatial fissure. But the fissure had become extremely unstable, flickering on and off as if it might close at any moment. Worse still, it was moving at breakneck speed. Like a soap bubble blown by the wind, it drifted chaotically through the chaotic void, darting about without pattern. Run away? Kuei Niu looked utterly bewildered, clearly unable to grasp the concept. The door grew legs? Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to explain complex spatial theories to it. He finally understood why no one had been able to enter this remnant of the Celestial Palace for so many years. Even if someone managed to tear open a crack like he did, that crack was random, unstable, and kept shifting. By the time you'd finished scavenging for treasures and tried to leave, you'd find your way back was gone. Who could endure that? Interesting. They intend to trap me here until I die. Lu Chen didn't panic, he actually started laughing. He glanced at the spatial fissure darting wildly through the void, then surveyed the floating fragments of continents around him. A bold and thrilling idea took shape in his mind. Master, what should we do now? How about you cleave open another gate? Kuei Niu suggested. Split? Where exactly? Lu Chen shot at a withering look. The spatial barriers here vary in thickness and are filled with spatial turbulence. Splitting it recklessly? Who knows what remote corner of the cosmos we'd end up in? What if we end up in some forbidden zone of the universe or some big shot's bedroom? That would be a real mess. Force our way through that crack and dash out? Lu Chen stroked his chin, deep in thought. This plan carried significant risks too. That crack was far too unstable. Forcing a passage through it would be tantamount to suicide. If caught in a spatial storm, even his Hongmeng sword body couldn't withstand the tearing forces of that dimension. Brute force clearly wouldn't work. Lu Chen sighed. No choice, he'd have to use his brain. He crossed his legs, suspended in midair, and closed his eyes. Kuei Niu and Xiao Kai exchanged puzzled glances, unsure what their master intended. They could only obediently stay by his side, guarding him. Lu Chen prepared to employ a more scientific approach to return home. He closed his eyes once more. His entire consciousness sank into a state of ethereal emptiness. Within his sea of consciousness, a small golden sword radiating primordial energy floated silently. That was the core of his sword intent. At that moment, the small sword hummed softly and began spinning at high speed. Countless streams of information converged from scattered divine senses, surging into the sword intent core. The movement trajectories, speeds, and decay cycles of spatial fissures. The mass, volume, inertia, and drift speed of each continental fragment. The flow, intensity, and impact on object movement of the nine heavens gale. The entire Celestial Palace ruins, in this instant, seemed to transform into a colossal three-dimensional model, perfectly replicated within his mind. The sword intent core served as this model's central processing unit. It began performing frenzied simulations and calculations at speeds beyond human comprehension. This was an incomparably vast and complex engineering feat. The computational load was sufficient to instantly burn out the most advanced supercomputer on Blue Star. Yet for Lu Chen, this was merely routine.
His Primordial Swordmaster profession not only granted him formidable combat prowess but also endowed him with a near-divine capacity for calculation.
Everything could become a sword, everything could be calculated. Time ticked away, second by second.
Kuei Niu and Xiao Kai waited anxiously nearby. They could sense the aura emanating from Lu Chen growing increasingly ethereal, as if it might dissolve into the void at any moment. Yet they dared not disturb him, only silently guarding his side. They had no idea how long it had been.
Perhaps an hour, or perhaps half a day. Lu Chen's tightly closed eyes snapped open.
Two beams of golden light, brilliant as stars, erupted from his eyes, piercing the void ahead. It worked. He exhaled a long, heavy breath, a trace of exhaustion flickering across his face, but it was overshadowed by excitement.
Master, did you figure it out?
Kuei Niu hurried over to ask.
Chapter 116, Space Surfing. Even the divine beasts were terrified. MHM. Lu Chen nodded.
After meticulous calculations, I've determined that in 7 minutes and 13 seconds, that spatial fissure will intersect and overlap for a mere 0.01 seconds with the continental fragment located 3,721 meters to our left front. That intersection point is the sole and most stable, safe window along the entire fissure's trajectory.
We will surge through that window. Kuei Niu was completely baffled. His bovine face wore utter bewilderment. What does that mean?
It means. Lu Chen stood up, patted its head, and grinned.
Get ready, we're about to do something wild. Surfing, you know what that is?
The Kuei bull nodded, looking half understanding. Back on Blue Star, it had seen humans playing that sport where they stand on a board and get pushed along by big waves.
Seemed pretty thrilling. Let's go. Lu Chen wasted no more words.
He grabbed Kuei Niu by the horns, tucked Xiao Kai into his embrace, and transformed into a streak of sword light, shooting toward the continental fragment he'd calculated. It was a fragment no larger than a basketball court, uniformly dark brown in color, its surface pitted and uneven, appearing utterly unremarkable.
Lu Chen landed steadily on the fragment, feeling its solid ground beneath his feet.
He looked up toward the distance. The pitch-black spatial fissure still writhed wildly through the void, like a drunken man staggering about.
3 minutes left.
Lu Chen silently counted down the time as the magical energy within him began to circulate slowly, adjusting to its optimal state.
Kuei Niu gripped the ground nervously, holding its breath. Little Kai poked his tiny head out from Lu Chen's embrace, watching with curiosity. Time seemed to stretch out in that moment. 1 minute. 30 seconds. 10 seconds. 9. 8. 3. 2. 1. Now.
A sharp gleam flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. He stomped his foot violently.
Boom! A colossal force erupted from beneath his feet.
The entire continental fragment shot forward as if fitted with rocket boosters, hurtling toward a specific point in the spatial rift at an unimaginable angle and speed.
Holy crap! Master! We're going to hit it! Kuei Niu let out a deafening bellow of terror.
All four hooves dug desperately into the ground, its bristles standing on end. Yet Lu Chen's face bore a wild, confident smile.
His calculations would never fail. Just as the continental fragment was about to collide with the spatial fissure, a miracle occurred. The rapidly moving fissure seemed to be paused by an invisible hand.
It had shifted precisely to the front of the continental fragment. And the point where the continental fragment struck was precisely the crack's most stable, central region. There was no violent collision.
No tearing of space.
The continental fragment, like a ship docking with precision, or a key fitting perfectly into a lock. Smoothly, it carried Lu Chen, Kuei Niu, and Xiao Kai, plunging headlong into the pitch-black fissure. Before their eyes, the heavens shifted and stars danced in a surreal spectacle.
The next instant, the familiar blue sky, white clouds, and snow-capped Kunlun mountains reappeared before them. They had returned.
Chengdu, Sky Dome Project Command Center. The atmosphere was oppressively heavy. It had been a full day since Lu Chen entered the Celestial Palace ruins. The spatial fissure he had left behind had long since closed and vanished. The live feed from Kunlun Mountain's Valley of Death on the large screen showed nothing but stillness. The snow-capped mountains remained, the biting cold wind still howling, but the gateway that had once connected to another world had never reappeared. Li Jinghua stood with his hands behind his back before the screen, his brow furrowed. The wrinkles on his face seemed to have deepened.
Su Muxue sat beside him.
Though her expression remained composed, the way she clutched her coffee cup betrayed her inner tension.
Academician Xian, still no breakthrough? Li Jinghua asked in a low voice.
Beside him, the silver-haired academician Xian Weidong pushed his reading glasses up his nose and shook his head.
No luck.
We've deployed every available device, including the latest spatial curvature detector. But the spatial parameters in that area have fully returned to normal.
We can't detect any anomalous fluctuations.
It was as if that rift had never existed at all.
The entire command center fell into a deathly silence. Everyone knew what this meant. Advisor Lu might be trapped in that unknown world.
Or worse, he might have met with an untimely end.
This possibility weighed on everyone's hearts like a boulder. I believe in him. Just then, Sumushua's cool, clear voice broke the silence. She set down her coffee cup, stood up, and walked to the screen. He is Lu Chen. There is no place in this world that can hold him captive. Her words carried an unwavering certainty. It was less an analysis and more a conviction. Li Jingbo glanced at her, opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed the concern that had risen to his lips. He knew that what was needed most now was confidence. At that very moment. Alert! Alert! Severe spatial energy fluctuations detected in the Kunlun Mountain target area. Fluctuation levels exceed measurement limits. The piercing alarm echoed throughout the entire command center. Everyone startled, all eyes fixed on the large screen. Above Death Valley in the Kunlun Mountains, space twisted violently like boiling water. The next second. Whoosh! A golden sword light, like lightning tearing through the night, forcibly cleaved a path through the warped space. Immediately after, a familiar figure stepped out of the rift, hovering steadily mid-air. Black hair fluttering, eyes indifferent, like a deity. It was Lu Chen. It's Consultant Lu. Consultant Lu is back. Good heavens! He really is back. The command center erupted in thunderous cheers. Li Jinghua's aged face flushed crimson with excitement. A look of relief flashed in Su Mushue's eyes, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. But before their joy could fully settle, they saw what emerged from the crack right behind Lu Chen. First, a massive, mountain-like bull with a green hide and a single horn. It's Kuei Nyo. The guardian beast has returned, someone recognized. But then, a fluffy little head poked out from Lu Chen's embrace. It was a creature resembling both a cat and a lion, with a pair of small horns on its head and a grayish-white coat, utterly adorable. The little creature curiously surveyed this entirely new world. Its large eyes darted about, brimming with intelligence. Everyone in the command center froze in shock. What on earth is this? Advisor Lu's new pet? So cute. I wanna pet it. A young female technician's eyes lit up. Li Jinghua and Xian Weidong exchanged glances, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. Not only did Consultant Lu return safely from his trip, but he also brought back a pet? This whole situation felt off. Above Mount Kunlun, Lu Chen stretched lazily, savoring the familiar air of Blue Star. Home was still the most comfortable place. He glanced down at little Kai in his arms and smiled. So, how about it? Like this place? Xiao Kai nodded vigorously, then opened his mouth. Ugh. It spat something out. Not a gold brick, nor a copper coin. Instead, it was a fist-sized stone, crystal clear and radiating a rainbow of colors. The moment the stone appeared, the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge on it frantically. Lu Chen took the stone and examined it. A spatial crystal core? Chapter 117, the new favorite is a mobile treasure trove? The Heavenly Palace expansion project. Lu Chen froze. This thing was a treasure that could only be born when space was extremely unstable or when a world collapsed. It contained the purest essence of spatial law energy. Its value alone surpassed everything he'd plundered from the entire medicinal garden. Where did you get this? Lu Chen stared at Xiao Kai in astonishment. Xiao Kai puffed out his little chest proudly and pointed with his paw at the spatial fissure from earlier. The implication was clear, he'd casually snatched it while passing by. Lu Chen. He stared at the priceless spatial crystal core in his hand, then glanced at Xiao Kai, whose face practically begged for praise. For a moment, he was utterly speechless. He now seriously suspected this little creature wasn't a sacred beast. It was a thief. A prodigiously gifted master thief. Lu Chen returned to his estate in Rongcheng. The moment he landed, Su Muxue and Li Jinghua hurried over. Advisor Lu. You're finally back. The moment Li Jinghua saw Lu Chen, his heart finally settled. He rushed forward and gave him a bear hug. But before he could touch Lu Chen, he was knocked back by an invisible blade of energy. Alright, old Li. You're getting on in years, no need to get so worked up. Lu Chen waved dismissively. Li Jinghua didn't seem embarrassed. He chuckled and began scrutinizing Lu Chen from head to toe. Just glad you're safe. Just glad you're safe. You disappeared for so long, we were all worried sick. Su Muxue stood silently by his side. Yet the phoenix-like eyes that never left Lu Chen were filled with concern. Mr. Lu, have you broken through? Her keen senses detected that the aura emanating from Lu Chen seemed more solid and profound than before. Not yet. Lu Chen shook his head. But it won't be long, I've found the key. As he spoke, he pulled something from his robe and tossed it to Su Muxue. Here, for your research. It should be useful. Su Muxue caught it instinctively, then stared in shock, her breath catching. It was a fist-sized crystal core, radiating multicolored light from every surface. A profound and colossal spatial force emanated from it, causing the surrounding air to warp slightly. A spatial crystal core? As one of the de facto managers of the Sky Dome project, Su Muxue's knowledge far surpassed that of ordinary people. She instantly recognized its origin and value. Li Jinghua leaned in for a closer look and instantly sucked in a sharp breath. Holy crap! A spatial crystal core this massive. If we put this into our warp engine, our ship might just leap straight out of the galaxy.
Calm down, routine procedure. Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. Eek. At that moment, Xiaokai perched on his shoulder couldn't resist the commotion and let out a cry. Then, opening its mouth, it spat out another object with a puff.
It was a palm-sized metal fragment, flickering with lightning like light.
Densely engraved with runes, it radiated an aura of world-ending destruction.
A fragment of the ancient thunder god's battle armor? Lu Chen recognized it at a glance.
It was the piece Xiaokai had secretly stashed away when he snagged a bargain at the Divine Weapon Pavilion.
Put. Xiaokai spat out another pill, radiant with flowing light. 9 transformation golden pill. Put.
A section of tree root radiating a potent life force.
The root of the heavenly tree. Put. Put. Put.
Xiaokai was like a broken gashapon machine, violently spewing out items.
Spatial crystal cores, magical artifact fragments, ancient immortal pills, rare treasures from heaven and earth. Before long, a small mountain piled up on the ground. Each item was enough to send the entire cultivation world into a frenzy.
Su Muxue and Li Jinghua had gone from initial shock to numbness. Their mouths agape, they stared at the adorable creature still vomiting, their worldviews shattered time and again. Consultant Li Jinghua stammered, pointing at Xiaokai, this is. Oh, forgot to introduce him. Lu Chen lifted Xiaokai off his shoulder and cradled him in his palm.
His name is Xiaokai. My new pet and chief treasure hunter.
A mythical beast, a Pishio. Li Jinghua and Su Muxue exchanged glances, both seeing the sudden realization in each other's eyes.
No wonder it's so good at hiding things.
It's the legendary Pishio treasure that only flows in, never out.
Alright, Xiaokai, stop spewing. Keep this up and you'll empty the entire house. Lu Chen patted Xiaokai's head.
Only then did little treasure reluctantly stop, belching contentedly.
Lu Chen waved his hand casually, dividing the treasures on the ground into 2 piles. One pile contained various materials and elixirs, which he pushed toward Su Muxue.
These, you may take for research and distribution. They should elevate humanity's technological and cultivation levels to a new stage. The other pile contained items useful to him such as that fragment of the Jianmu root and several soul-strengthening pills which he kept for himself. Su Muxue gazed at the mountain of treasures before her, shaking her head with a wry smile.
Mr. Lu, did you just move the entire heavenly palace back here? Not quite. Lu Chen replied earnestly. I only explored a few corners, the bulk remains elsewhere. Su Muxue. Li Jinghua.
They suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy for that place called the Celestial Palace.
Getting stuck with Mr. Lu? We're probably going to get fleeced. Oh, right. Lu Chen seemed to remember something and said to Su Muxue, I found a stable way to enter and exit the Tiangong ruins. The resources inside are abundant, but it's also very dangerous. My suggestion is to assemble an elite squad to establish an outpost there and develop it gradually. You and Old Li can handle this. At these words, Su Muxue and Li Jinggua's eyes lit up instantly. A stable way to enter and exit. This is the greatest gain of this expedition. This meant humanity would possess a second world. A new world brimming with endless opportunities and treasures. Understood. Mr. Lu. Su Muxue nodded emphatically, her eyes burning with the flame of ambition. I will present the most comprehensive Celestial Palace development plan within 12 hours. Lu Chen nodded, saying no more. Leave the professional work to the professionals. All I need to do is steer the overall direction and step in to save the day when everyone else fails. He yawned and sank back into the rocking chair. Alright, everyone can go now. I need to rest. Su Muxue's efficiency remained as high as ever. A mere 6 hours later, a top-secret document titled Strategic Deployment for Phase 1 of the Celestial Palace Expedition was placed before Lu Chen. The document detailed the selection of the first exploration team to enter the Celestial Palace ruins, their equipment, logistical support, and preliminary base location proposals. The personnel were meticulously selected from the elite ranks of the Human Alliance nations. The team included not only profoundly skilled cultivators but also top-tier scientists, engineers, and geologists. The equipment was state-of-the-art, leaving nothing to chance. Each member was outfitted with the latest model of spirit energy combat suits and life support systems specially engineered for the Heavenly Palace ruins environment. It could be said that Su Muxue had considered every conceivable detail. How about it? Not bad, right? Lu Chen reclined in a rocking chair, sipping an iced Kahlua while flipping through his tablet. Beside him, little Kai was happily gnawing on a piece of holy gold reportedly from some medieval king's collection that Su Muxue had specially retrieved from a Swiss bank vault. The plan's solid. Well thought out. Lu Chen nodded in approval. But it seems you've forgotten one crucial player. Chapter 118, Chief Martial Advisor. Human Alliance's first exploration team. Ha? Su Muxue froze. You mean? The Celestial Palace ruins aren't just filled with gale winds and lifeless objects. The native creatures in there aren't exactly known for their good temper. Lu Chen took a sip of his coke and remarked casually. Relying solely on these people? If they encounter anything truly formidable, they won't even be enough to fill the gap between someone's teeth.
Su Mushue's expression sharpened at his words. She had indeed overlooked that point. The plan did include heavy firepower, but those technological weapons would be limited against truly powerful mythical creatures.
So you're suggesting? Bring a meat shield. Lu Chen stated.
He tilted his chin, gesturing toward the Kuei ox not far away. At that moment, the creature was happily goring a small hill with its horn, thoroughly enjoying itself.
With its thick hide and tough hide, it was both durable and resilient, perfect for this kind of heavy-duty groundwork.
Besides, it was time to put its Heaven's Wrath 2 battle armor through its paces in actual combat.
Su Mushue's eyes lit up. Right. How could we have forgotten the guardian beast of the nation?
With the Kuei ox guarding us, the expedition team's safety margin would undoubtedly increase significantly.
I understand, Mr. Lu.
I'll immediately adjust the plan to include the Kuei ox in the first expedition team as the chief martial advisor.
Su Mushue stated decisively. Lu Chen acknowledged with a nod, returning the tablet to her. Notify me before departure. I'll personally lead the team to open the gate for you. Understood, Mr. Lu.
Su Mushue respectfully took the tablet and turned to leave, moving with decisive efficiency.
Lu Chen watched her retreating figure and smiled.
Having such a capable agent truly saves me the trouble.
He turned his gaze to Kuei Nyo. Old bull, stop fooling around. Come here. With a thunderous crash.
The small hill that Kuei Nyo had been ramming for ages finally gave way under the relentless assault, half of it collapsing. The Kuei ox shook its head with lingering satisfaction, then trudged heavily over to Lu Chen.
Master, what is it? Its telepathic communication remained as straightforward as ever.
We're heading to a new place to clear land.
Need someone who can fight. You'll be the security captain.
Lu Chen continued sipping his cola.
Clear land? Fight? A flash of excitement danced along the Kuei ox's horn. Yes. Yes. Where do we fight? Who do we fight?
The Heavenly Palace ruins, the place we visited last time.
Lu Chen gestured toward Su Mushue.
She'll fill you in on the details. Just follow her orders once you're there.
Fight whoever she tells you to fight. Stand when she tells you to stand, don't slouch. Kuei Nyo followed Lu Chen's pointing finger. Su Mushue worked with remarkable efficiency, already having finalized the revised plan.
She strode over, tablet clutched in her arms. Kuei Nyo had a favorable impression of this woman. She always managed to procure tasty treats and fun gadgets for him, like this increasingly well-fitting Heaven's Punishment battle armor he wore.
Old bull, this mission is crucial.
Su Mushue approached with a serious expression, fully immersed in work mode.
We're forming an elite human alliance exploration team.
You'll serve as its chief martial arts advisor and its sole non-human member.
Chief? How big is that title?
Kuei Nyo's divine consciousness brimmed with curiosity.
Su Mushue explained, it means that, aside from Mr. Lu, you have the final say in combat matters. I call the shots?
Kuei Nyo's bovine eyes instantly widened and the lightning on his horn crackled and popped. In all its life, beyond ruling Kunlun Mountain as its overlord, it had never held such a high-ranking position.
Yes, you have the final say, Su Mushue affirmed. Your mission is to protect the safety of all expedition members and eliminate any threatening targets. Here is your equipment list and upgrade plan. She handed the tablet to Kuei Nyo.
The screen displayed a 3D model of the Tianfa 2 battle armor, flanked by dense rows of data and newly added weapon attachments.
Electromagnetic railgun? High-frequency shockwave battle axe? Lightning energy overload mode?
Kuei Nyo was dazzled by the array, his mouth watering.
This cannon, can I have 2 of these? It pointed at the thickest, largest electromagnetic railgun. As long as the energy core can handle it, sure. Su Mushue nodded. Ha! Great! This old ox takes it.
Kuei Nyo excitedly pawed at the ground with his hoof, causing the earth to tremble and crack open several fissures.
Lu Chen watched from the side, amused.
This dumb ox give him a title and 2 cannons, and he's this happy.
Fine by me. Saves me the trouble.
He stood up and stretched lazily.
Alright, you and Old Lee sort out the personnel and equipment. Assemble here first thing tomorrow morning. I'll personally escort you there.
With that, he picked up Xiao Kai, who was still gnawing on a gold brick nearby, and gave him a shake. Xiao Kai, from now on you'll be under Su's command.
She'll feed you, got it?
Xiao Kai lifted his head, glanced at Su Mushue, then at Lu Chen, and nodded with a surprisingly human-like nod. Then he opened his mouth and plop spat out a tiny gold ingot, handing it to Su Mushue as if paying protection money. Su Mushue accepted it with a mix of amusement and exasperation. She felt that her future duties might extend beyond being Mr. Lu's chief steward to include moonlighting as a zoo director.
Time was extremely tight.
The Celestial Palace Development Project sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of the Human Alliance. A brand new subspace teeming with ancient resources.
Everyone understood what this meant. It represented the ultimate opportunity for humanity's civilization to leap forward. In an instant, nations scrambled to secure spots for their elite in the first exploration teams.
The Emperor of North Bear, Ivanov, even personally called, speaking earnestly about how his nation's warriors excelled at pioneering in harsh environments. Ultimately, through the coordination of Su Mushui and China's High Command, the Human Alliance's first exploration team was formally established, comprising 30 elite members. The team leader was the ace of China's Dragon Soul Special Forces, a physical cultivator who had just entered the Foundation establishment stage, codenamed Rock. The team members hailed from various Human Alliance member nations, Taoist masters versed in formation arrays, biologists skilled in genetic modification, and psychics capable of manipulating metal. Each member stood as a pinnacle of excellence in their respective fields. The next day, the lawn of Rongqing Manor was shrouded in solemnity. 30 fully armed exploration team members stood in perfect formation, each feeling a mix of excitement and apprehension. Before them stood the colossal Kuei Bull, towering like a small mountain. After emergency modifications, the Tianfa 2 battle armor had become even more menacing and terrifying. 2 massive electromagnetic railguns, like the fangs of a colossal beast, were mounted on its shoulders. The thick armor was engraved with spirit energy runes, the latest development from academician Qian Weidong's team, glowing with a faint blue light. Merely standing there, it exuded an oppressive presence that made breathing feel impossible.
"Are you ready?" Lu Chen's voice echoed.
Still dressed in his casual attire, he walked leisurely to the front of the formation, hands tucked into his pockets.
Reporting to Advisor Lu. The Alliance's first exploration team is assembled. Awaiting your orders. Captain Rock stepped forward and reported loudly. Lu Chen scanned them with a glance and nodded. Relax, treat it like a spring outing. Remember, follow orders, don't do anything stupid. Your lives are worth far more than any rock inside there. His words eased the tense atmosphere considerably. Alright, let's go. Lu Chen spoke, then walked to the center of the lawn.
Extending a finger, he drew a light line across the open space ahead.
Rip! Space tore apart as easily as fabric.
A golden fissure, radiating primordial energy, materialized out of thin air. Beyond the rift lay the shattered floating continent and endless void.
A desolate, ancient aura swept over them.
All the team members were stunned.
Was this the power of the gods? Old Ox, you go first and clear the way for them. Lu Chen patted Kuei Nyo's thigh. Aye, master.
Kuei Nyo bellowed excitedly, charging forward on all 4 hooves and plunging into the spatial fissure first.
Follow me. Lu Chen instructed Pan Shi. Yes.
Pan Shi took a deep breath, leading his team members in single file behind him.
Once everyone was inside, Lu Chen prepared to follow. Mr. Lu, Su Mushui called out to him. HM? Stay safe, she said. Don't worry. Lu Chen smiled, took a step forward, and vanished into the fissure.
The golden fissure slowly closed, as if it had never existed. Only Su Mushui remained on the lawn, staring blankly.
Chapter 119. Within the Divine Weapon Pavilion, spirit essences fill the sky. The Heavenly Palace ruins. The moment they entered this subspace, every member of the exploration team was stunned by the sight before them. Fragmented continents drifted in the boundless void. The 9 heavens gale, brimming with the aura of destruction, raged in the distance.
And the suffocating desolation and deathly stillness.
Is this the ancient celestial palace?
A psionicist from Europa murmured, his eyes filled with awe.
Attention all personnel. Activate life support systems. Check equipment.
Captain Rock's voice crackled through the communication channel, jolting everyone back to reality from their stunned silence.
Gravity here is only 70% of blue stars, while spiritual energy concentration is 120 times greater. However, it contains violent spatial particles. Those below Foundation establishment stage will suffer bodily collapse if exposed for over 3 minutes. The team's scientist immediately reported the data, his tone grave. A chill ran through everyone's hearts, and they dared not let their guard down for even a moment. Advisor Lu, where should we proceed next? Rock looked up at Lu Chen, suspended mid-air.
Lu Chen pointed toward a massive floating island in the distance. That place used to be known as the Divine Weapon Pavilion.
It would make an ideal first base for you. Divine Weapon Pavilion? At the mention of that name, everyone's eyes lit up.
As the name suggests, that place must have been where divine weapons and sharp tools were stored.
Just picking up a few fragments would be a national treasure-level discovery. Old Ox, take them there. Lu Chen ordered. Roger that.
Kuei Nyo responded with a grunt, his massive form soaring ahead like a moving fortress, clearing the way for the expedition team. The others followed cautiously behind, soaring toward the floating island. The closer they got, the clearer the island's outline became. It was an architectural complex of unimaginable grandeur. Though largely collapsed, the remnants of its crumbling walls and ruins still hinted at its former splendor. A towering spire, 1,000 meters high, stood fractured at its core, leaning precariously at the island's center. Scattered around it lay the ruins of countless palaces. Most unsettling of all, the island was studded with all manner of broken weapons. Shattered greatswords, broken battle armor, snapped spears. Each piece radiates an astonishing aura of malevolence and an unyielding will to fight. As if narrating an earth-shattering war,
What on earth happened here? One team member couldn't help but ask. No one could answer him.
Everyone remained vigilant. The aura here is heavy and may affect your mind, Pancher warned.
The Kuei bull landed steadily on a plaza at the edge of the island.
The exploration team members followed suit, touching down one by one and commencing environmental scans.
Reporting to the captain. High-intensity energy readings detected.
Right inside the broken tower, exclaimed one of the detection team members, pointing toward the central tower with evident excitement.
Let's go check it out. Lu Chen floated down and led the way toward the broken tower. The others immediately followed.
The entrance to the ruined tower was a massive bronze door, over 100 meters tall, covered in slash marks from blades. The gate stood ajar, leaving only a narrow gap wide enough for one person to pass through.
An even more chilling and eerie aura seeped out from the crack.
I'll go first to scout the way. As the team leader, Pancher volunteered. As a physical cultivator with formidable physical prowess, he was the most suitable for this task. No need, Lu Chen intercepted him, insisting the professionals handle it. He patted the Kuei ox. Old bull, break down the door. Got it. The Kuei ox excitedly took a few steps back, then lowered its head, aiming its horn at the massive bronze door.
Boom! It transformed into a streak of azure lightning, slamming into the door with tremendous force. Clang! A deafening roar echoed.
The bronze gate, which had stood for untold millennia, buckled inward from the force of the impact before crashing down in a thunderous collapse. A cloud of dust billowed into the sky. A stench mingled with rust, dust, and resentment poured out from within the tower.
Cough cough. What the hell is this? It's so choking. Kuei Nyo shook his head and emerged from the dust. The dust settled. The scene within the tower revealed itself to all. Inside was an immense, cavernous space. At its center lay a bottomless circular pit, seemingly a forge for crafting weapons. Surrounding the pit were tiered circular platforms, each laden with countless weapon racks. Yet most of the weapon racks stood empty. Within the shadows of these platforms, faintly glowing phantoms drifted. These phantoms took various forms. Some resembled swords, others blades, while others took the forms of bells, tripods, or mirrors. Are these weapon spirits? Among the group, Zhang Daoist from China's Dragon Tiger Mountain gasped in astonishment. So many artifact spirits? Everyone was stunned. Spirit essences are the sentient entities born when magical artifacts gain consciousness. Every artifact possessing a spirit entity is priceless. And here, there were tens of thousands of artifact spirits. Though they appeared weak and dimly glowing, their sheer number was enough to drive anyone mad. We're rich. We're truly rich this time. One team member exclaimed excitedly. Yet Lu Chen's gaze did not linger on the artifact spirits. His gaze settled on the deepest pit at the very center. There, he sensed an aura of extreme danger. At that very moment. Clang! A crisp sword's cry rang out from the pit. The sound carried an air of supreme authority and an unquestionable command. With that sword's cry, the lifeless artifact spirits on the surrounding platforms suddenly seemed to awaken. Eerie black chains simultaneously flared up on their bodies. The other ends of these chains stretched into the darkness of the pit. All the artifact spirits began to tremble violently and wail in anguish. The light emanating from their bodies was visibly being sucked away by the black chains, flowing into the pit. Is this devouring their power? Master Shang's face turned pale. What the hell is that? Come out here, you bastard. Kuei Nyo witnessed this scene and instantly flew into a rage. It detested such bullying of the weak. With a thunderous bellow, lightning surged from its horn, unleashing a massive bolt that slammed into the pit. Boom! The lightning struck the darkness, yet vanished without a trace, leaving not a ripple. The next second, a figure slowly rose from the pit. It was a 3-meter-tall humanoid construct, forged entirely from an unknown metal. It wore ancient yet ornate battle armor and wielded a greatsword as tall as itself. Its face bore no features, only a smooth visor. At the very center of the visor, a single crimson eye glowed. That gaze was cold, merciless, and filled with pure, unadulterated intent to kill. Trespassers into the divine hall shall die. A synthetic metallic voice, devoid of any emotion, echoed throughout the entire space. It was the current ruler of this divine weapon hall. A highly intelligent mechanical war machine. Chapter 120, woken by the master's scolding. Use technology, not brute force. Don't play tricks. Kuei Nyo's explosive temper flared instantly. It despised pretentious talkers like this. Take this blast from this old bull. It roared, and the massive electromagnetic railgun on its shoulder began charging. A deep blue electrical glow gathered at the barrel's muzzle, humming with energy. Across from it, the mechanical warrior stood motionless, its crimson single eye showing no flicker of emotion. Just as the Kuei bull was about to fire, the mechanical warrior moved. Its figure vanished from its original position in an instant. So fast. Captain Rock's pupils contracted sharply. The next second, the mechanical warrior appeared at Kuei Nyo's side. The massive sword in its hand suddenly slashed at the joint connection of the Kuei bull's battle armor at an impossibly angle. That was the weakest point in the entire suit's defense. "Old bull, watch out!" Rock shouted the warning. But it was too late. Clang! A shrill clash of metal rang out. Sparks flew everywhere. A deep gash, cutting to the bone, was forcibly carved into Kuei Nyo's indestructible Heaven's Punishment battle armor. The immense force sent the massive beast staggering backward. Roar! The Kuei bull roared in pain. It violently whipped its head, its horn striking the mechanical warrior with thunderous force. Yet the mechanical warrior, having landed its strike, immediately retreated. Its movements flowed like water, without the slightest hesitation. Like a master assassin, it perfectly controlled the rhythm and distance of its attack. The Kuei bull's horn grazed its body before crashing into the ground. Boom! The impact tore a massive crater in the ground, sending fragments of rock flying. This creature possesses formidable combat skills. A Swordmaster in the group remarked with a grave expression. He could see that every move and technique of this mechanical warrior embodied the sword principle of ultimate simplicity. Precise, efficient, deadly. This was no lifeless puppet, it was a battle-hardened grandmaster of swordsmanship. All ranged units. Fire support. Target its joints. Rock ordered immediately. The psychics and spellcasters in the squad began casting spells immediately. Fireballs, ice spikes, wind blades, metal spikes. In an instant, a barrage of multicolored energy attacks rained down upon the mechanized warrior. Facing these assaults, the mechanical warrior neither dodged nor retreated. It merely held its massive sword horizontally before its body. Hum! A translucent energy shield unfolded before it. Every strike that struck the shield vanished without a trace, leaving only ripples in its wake. Attack ineffective. Its energy shield was of far too high a grade. The crowd gasped in shock. Get out of my way! The Kuei bull roared again and charged forward. Completely enraged, the thunderous power within its body erupted without restraint. In an instant, the entire hall was engulfed in thunder and lightning. It clashed fiercely with the mechanical warrior. Yet the battle was one-sided, with overwhelming dominance. The Kuei Ox's attacks were sweeping and powerful, brimming with savage force. Each strike possessed the power to cleave mountains and shatter rocks. Yet the mechanical warrior moved like a dancer gliding through the storm. It consistently evaded the Kuei Ox's frontal assaults with minimal effort. Then, wielding its massive sword, it carved fresh gashes into the Kuei Ox's battle armor. Its attacks did not seek to deliver a single fatal blow. Instead, like a patient hunter, it steadily saps the beast's strength and resolve. Clang! 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 The clanging of metal against metal echoed incessantly. The Heaven's Wrath battle armor covering the Kuei Ox's body was now covered in deep gashes. In several places, sparks of electricity began to flare. No! The old Ox's attack pattern is too predictable. He's completely countered by his opponent. Master Zhang exclaimed anxiously. The Kuei Ox is a classic powerhouse. Brute force overcomes skill. But against an opponent whose skill far surpassed its own, brute strength alone was utterly useless. It's like a heavyweight boxing champion trying to fight a featherweight with agile footwork. No matter how heavy the punches, they're useless if they can't land. Roar! The Kuei bull let out another defiant roar. It felt utterly frustrated. Possessing immense strength yet constantly restrained. This feeling was even more agonizing than when Lu Chen had subdued it with a single move. Support! Quick, support it! Rock, accompanied by several close combat specialists, charged forward to assist from the flank. But the moment they drew near, the crimson single eye of the mechanical warrior swept over them. Then, its left hand rose. Buzz! The surrounding artifact spirits, bound by black chains, suddenly burst into brilliant light. Sword chi and blade glows shot forth from the spirits, weaving into an impenetrable net of fire that enveloped Panshur and the others. No! Retreat! Panshur's face paled as he scrambled backward. This mechanical warrior could actually command these artifact spirits to attack. How could they possibly fight this? Outmatched in one-on-one combat, overwhelmed in a group fight. In that moment, despair gripped everyone. Could it be that this expedition team, assembled from humanity's finest, would be wiped out by the very first elite monster the moment they stepped out of the starting village? Just then, a lazy voice suddenly echoed in Kuei Nyo's mind. Dumb ox, use your brain, not your horns. It was Lu Chen's voice. He had stood at the entrance the entire time, hands in his pockets, watching with keen interest. As if the fierce battle unfolding before him were merely an amusing play. Hearing Lu Chen's voice, the enraged Kuei bull jolted awake, his mind clearing considerably. Right. The master is still watching. This old ox mustn't disgrace his master. But use my brain? How exactly? My mind's only got eating and fighting in it, nothing else. Is that iron armor on your back just for show? Lu Chen's voice rang out again, tinged with disappointment. Connect to the Zhurong system and let it do the calculations for you. Connect to the Zhurong system? Kuei Nyo froze for a moment. Zhurong was the name academician Xian Weidong had given to the intelligence system powering this battle armor.
Lately, with no battles to fight, the system had been practically invisible except for managing weapons and energy. Kuei Nyo had almost forgotten it existed.
Jerome, you hear me? Quick, help me out. Kuei Nyo shouted inwardly.
Jerome Intelligent Combat Support System activated.
Connecting to user neural interfaces, successful. Beginning battlefield data collection.
The next second, Kuei Nyo's field of vision underwent a dramatic transformation.
A translucent blue interface appeared before his eyes. Countless red and green dots marked the bodies of the mechanical warriors. Beside them, a stream of rapidly scrolling data flowed.
Target, unknown model mechanical warrior.
Power assessment, late golden core stage.
Weakness analysis, core located beneath chest armor joint connections exhibit weaker defenses.
Analyzing attack patterns. A cascade of information flooded Kuei Nyo's mind.
Just then, the mechanical warrior lunged forward again, its massive sword tracing an eerie arc as it slashed toward Kuei Nyo's neck. In Kuei Nyo's vision, the sword's trajectory was clearly marked by a crimson prediction line.
Warning! High-risk attack detected. Optimal countermeasure, retreat half a step, thrust left shoulder upward, activate shoulder electromagnetic pulse. Chapter 121, Old Bull Cheats. Stylish movement. Jerome's voice echoed.
Kuei Nyo had no time to think, executing the command almost instinctively.
Its massive frame retreated half a step with surprising agility for its size. Simultaneously, its left shoulder thrust forward with force. Thud! The giant sword's edge sliced past its neck, slamming hard against the thick shoulder armor. Though sparks still flew from the impact, the force of the blow was perfectly absorbed, dissipating most of its momentum. Simultaneously, a device on its shoulder armor flashed with a blinding blue light. ZZZZT. An invisible electromagnetic pulse erupted instantly. The mechanical war golem, mere inches away, stiffened abruptly, its movements halting for a fraction of a second. Its crimson single eye flickered, seemingly disturbed. Opportunity. Target is now in a stiffened state. Optimal attack strategy, channel lightning power into your right fist and strike the target's chest. Jerome's prompt sounded once more. Roar. Kuei Nyo seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, roaring with fury. No longer did it haphazardly unleash the thunderous power as before. Instead, following Lu Chen's guidance, it compressed and channeled all the raging lightning into its right fist. Its entire fist was enveloped in a layer of blue-purple lightning plasma, crackling and popping with explosive energy. Break for me! The Kuei Bull unleashed its punch. This punch carried no earth-shattering momentum. But its speed was lightning fast. It slammed squarely into the chest armor of the mechanical warrior. Boom! The fury of thunderous lightning erupted in an instant. The mechanized warrior's sturdy chestplate caved inward as if struck head-on by a battering ram. For the first time, its massive frame was forced back by a direct hit. Clang! 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 It stumbled back 3 steps before regaining its footing. Its chest was charred black, still emitting wisps of smoke. It worked! The exploration team members watching from afar erupted into excited cheers at the sight. Awesome! Senior Kuei Bull! That's it! Take it down! Kuei Nyo himself froze in shock. He looked down at his fist, then at the mechanical warrior in the distance. So this is how you fight? It felt like playing with something entirely new. Don't space out. Lu Chen's voice rang out again. That thing's combat system is powerful. The same move used twice will only be half as effective. Have Juru help you predict its moves, and you handle the execution. Combine your strength with its calculations. Oh, okay. Kuei Nyo snapped back to attention and nodded firmly. It felt like it had just unlocked a new level of power. An unprecedented sensation surged through its being. It was no longer that brute of a bull charging recklessly with raw strength. Now, it had transformed into a high-level player with brains and tactics. Target's combat system undergoing self-adjustment. Threat level elevated. Warning! High energy reaction detected. Target is about to launch an area attack. Jerome's alarm grew more urgent. Across the battlefield, the mechanical warrior plunged its massive sword into the ground. The crimson single eye on its body flared with intense light. Buzz! Complex runes erupted from the ground, radiating outward from the warrior. These runes swiftly interlinked into a vast formation, enveloping the entire hall. A terrifying pressure descended from the heavens. No! It's the sword formation! Master Zhang gasped in alarm. It's activating the entire Divine Weapon Pavilion's killing formation. As the formation activated, the bound artifact spirits let out even more wretched wails. The energy within them was being frantically drained by the formation. Sword energies formed from pure energy coalesced within the formation. Thousands upon thousands of sword energies hovered in the air, their tips all aimed at the Kuei Ox. The sight alone was enough to send anyone with a severe fear of crowds into cardiac arrest. How could they possibly fight like this? Every member of the expedition team felt a chill run down their spine. This was practically cheating. Yet in the Kuei Ox's eyes, there was no trace of fear, only a blazing battle intent.
Detected formation activation, analyzing array I locations.
Analysis complete. 36 array focal points located at. Optimal advance route planned. Jerome calmly presented the plan. Alright. Let's do it. Kuei Nyo bellowed.
Today, this old ox will show you what a power gamer's strength looks like.
It moved again.
This time, its movements were no longer clumsy. Assisted by Shu Rome's system, it weaved and twisted through the swarm of sword chi along an unimaginable trajectory. Energy blades sharp enough to pierce tanks whizzed past Kuei Nyo's body, yet failed to graze even a single strand of its fur. It moved like the ultimate parkour master, strolling through a hail of bullets with effortless grace.
The scene left everyone utterly dumbfounded. Is this really that same clumsy ox? Its footwork was downright dazzling.
A flicker of confusion seemed to pass through the crimson eye of the mechanical warrior. How could this creature, which moments ago was as dumb as a pig, suddenly become so agile? It immediately manipulated the sword formation, altering its attack pattern. But no matter how it changed,
Kuei Nyo always found the optimal evasion route under Jerome's calculations.
One focused on offense, the other on defense. One handled calculations, the other dealt damage.
Their coordination was seamless. Now, it has exposed its most vulnerable choke point.
Lu Chen's voice suddenly echoed in the Kuei Nyo's mind.
Target confirmed. Locked on. Jerome's prompt perfectly overlapped with Lu Chen's voice.
In Kuei Nyo's vision, a rune node to the left rear of the mechanical warrior was highlighted by a massive red frame.
Break it for me.
Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Kuei Nyo channeled all his thunderous power into his horn. Its entire body transformed into a thunder spear piercing through heaven and earth, crashing violently into that array's focal point.
Boom! The lightning spear struck the marked array core with pinpoint accuracy. A sharp crack, like shattering glass.
The rune node instantly shattered.
A chain reaction unfolded. Centered on that node, the entire colossal sword formation began to collapse inch by inch, like toppled dominoes.
The myriad sword energies suspended in midair, deprived of their energy source, dissipated into the air.
Put!
The mechanical warrior's body suddenly trembled. A jet of black smoke erupted from the dented chest where the Kuei bull had struck.
Its crimson single eye dimmed slightly.
Clearly, the disruption of the formation had inflicted significant backlash upon it.
Success! Wonderful! Senior Kuei Nyo is mighty.
The exploration team erupted in thunderous cheers. They witnessed a textbook example of the underdog pulling off an upset. But their joy was short-lived. The mechanical warrior made a move no one had anticipated. It extended its left hand and clenched it fiercely toward the surrounding artifact spirits bound by black chains. Ah! Piercing screams of agony erupted from the ethereal forms of the artifact spirits. The light emanating from their bodies was being frantically drained by the black chains at a terrifying speed. This time, it was no longer merely draining energy. It was devouring their very essence. Several weaker artifact spirits saw their light completely extinguished. Their ethereal bodies shattered with a pop, scattering into countless specks of light that vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, the aura emanating from the mechanical warrior was visibly recovering and surging. The hollows in their chests rapidly mended. The crimson single eye regained its brilliance, now even more eerie than before. That beast! Master Zhang trembled with rage. It was sacrificing these artifact spirits, using their very essence to repair itself.
Chapter 122, One-Shot Kill. This is Thunder God mode. Everyone was stunned by the scene. Too brutal. This wasn't a battle anymore, it was a massacre. Stop. Kuei Nyo's eyes instantly turned red. A surge of unprecedented rage welled up from its core, shooting straight to its crown. It felt as though it saw itself. If it hadn't encountered its master back then, would it too have ended up like these pitiful artifact spirits enslaved by some powerful being, drained of all value, and dying in misery? You heartless lump of iron. Today, this old ox shall take justice into its own hands. Kuei Nyo unleashed a roar that shook the entire divine weapon pavilion. This time, it was no longer mere anger. It was a profound empathy born of shared suffering and an unyielding righteousness that brooked no desecration. The heaven's wrath battle armor upon its body seemed to sense its master's emotions. Every rune ignited simultaneously. The blue glow transformed into a blinding golden radiance. Warning! Warning! User emotional fluctuation overload. Detecting influx of unknown energy. Divine retribution system initiating deep synchronization with user. Synchronization rate 507,099. Synchronization complete. Thor mode activated. For the first time, Zhu Ron's electronic voice carried a hint of excitement. Boom! A golden thunderstorm erupted, sweeping outward from Kuei Nyo's center. Its form seemed to swell another size within the blinding lightning. Its already fearsome battle armor grew even more magnificent and sacred. Its single horn transformed into a golden spear forged entirely of lightning. Its eyes were no longer simple bovine orbs, but divine eyes blazing with golden flames. In this moment, it was no longer the simple guardian beast of the nation. but the Thunder God General who wields divine punishment and judges all evil. Death. A single, icy word erupted from the Kuei Ox's mouth. Its form vanished instantly from its original position. The next second, it materialized before the mechanical warrior. Fast. Fast to the extreme. So fast that the mechanical warrior's combat system couldn't react in time. The mechanical warrior instinctively raised its greatsword to block. Clang. A thunderous clang echoed. The massive sword that had accompanied it for countless years was easily pierced by the thunder spear in Kuei Nyo's hand. Then, without slowing its momentum, the spear plunged deep into the mechanical warrior's chest. The very spot it had previously been unable to penetrate no matter what. Snap. The sturdy chest armor, rendered as flimsy as paper before the lightning spear, was pierced through in an instant. Golden lightning burst forth from the back of the mechanical warrior. Ugh! The mechanical warrior's body convulsed violently. It lowered its head, staring at the lightning spear piercing through its chest. For the first time, a flicker of fear flickered in its crimson eye. It couldn't comprehend. Why? Why had this creature suddenly unleashed such terrifying power? It defied logic. It was unscientific. Because the Kuei Ox seemed to have read the other's thoughts, coldly declaring with divine perception. This old ox is cheating. As the words fell, the thunder spear in its grasp suddenly whirled. Boom! Frenzied golden lightning erupted violently within the mechanical warrior's body. Every intricate component within was utterly destroyed. The mechanical warrior's body shattered into countless fragments. Finally, with a boom, it exploded into countless fragments filling the sky. The battle ended. The entire hall fell into deathly silence. All the exploration team members stared in stunned silence at the figure bathed in golden lightning, resembling a god descended from the heavens. Is that really that dumb ox? The scene changed way too fast. Lu Chen stood at the entrance, nodding with satisfaction. This one is teachable. His words hadn't been wasted after all. As the mechanical warrior shattered, the black chains binding the artifact spirits snapped. All the spirit entities regained their freedom. They floated in the air, slowly bowing toward the Kuei Ox, as if paying homage to their new sovereign. The shattered fragments of the mechanical war golem scattered across the ground. Where they had once stood, a core the size of a fist, crackling with purple arcs of electricity, now hovered silently in midair. The moment that core appeared, the air within the divine weapon pavilion grew thick with tension. A thunderous will filled with destruction, calamity, and supreme authority radiated from it. It sent a chill through every heart, as if their very souls were trembling. What the hell is this? Rock swallowed hard. Merely gazing upon that core made him feel his own Dao heart nearly falter. The 10,000 calamities thunder core. Lu Chen's voice came through, calm and detached. He walked slowly into the center of the arena, approaching the thunder core. The ancient thunder god, who wielded divine punishment, consumed primordial thunder energy with every divine retribution he unleashed. This thunder core was a divine artifact forged from the residual calamity energy left behind after countless heavenly tribulations by the thunder god. It was both the source of the thunder god's power and the embodiment of all thunder and lightning laws in the world. Lu Chen gazed at the thunder core before him, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes. This mechanical war puppet was likely the thunder god's guardian from long ago. After the thunder god's demise, it had stolen this thunder core, using it as its power source while enslaving these artifact spirits to prolong its existence until now. After hearing Lu Chen's explanation, everyone sucked in a sharp breath. A divine artifact left behind by the ancient thunder god. No wonder that mechanical war puppet was so monstrous. It had been cheating all along with this thing. Kuei Nyo also deactivated its Thunder God mode, reverting to its original form. However, the Heaven's Wrath battle armor now bore a permanent, faint golden tint, making it appear even more extraordinary. Its ox eyes fixated on the Thunder Core, filled with longing. That Thunder Core held a deadly attraction for it. Like someone starved for 3 days and nights, suddenly seeing a banquet spread before them. Want to eat? Lu Chen saw right through its thoughts and chuckled. The Kuei Ox nodded heavily, drool nearly dripping from its mouth. Consume it, and it becomes your fortune. Fail to withstand it, and it becomes your doom. Lu Chen's expression turned grave. The power contained within this thing is far too violent. With your current strength, forcing yourself to devour it would be a gamble where death is almost certain. Do you dare take that risk? The Kuei Ox hesitated not a moment. He nodded firmly once more. His eyes held no trace of fear, only the resolute determination of one who had burned his bridges. It no longer wished to be that brute of a beast, relying solely on brute strength. It wanted to grow stronger. To become truly capable of aiding its master. Instead of just shouting 666 from the sidelines every single time. Good. Lu Chen gave it an approving look. That's the spirit. I'll protect you. He spoke, extending his hand to rapidly trace patterns in the air. Golden runes formed at his fingertips, then imprinted themselves upon the surrounding void. Soon, a complex and profound magical formation enveloped the Kuei Ox and the Thunder Core.
This spirit gathering and energy sealing array maximized the convergence of spiritual energy while preventing any leakage.
Go! Lu Chen instructed the Kuei Ox. Chapter 123, Destruction Leads to Rebirth. The Kuei Ox's Path to Divinity.
Kuei Nyo held his breath, focusing his mind as he took heavy, deliberate steps toward the 10,000 Calamities Thunder Core.
With each step closer, the pressure bearing down on its body intensified. The oppressive aura emanating from the divine artifact felt as though it would crush his very soul.
But it did not stop.
Finally, it stood before the Thunder Core.
It opened its massive jaws and sucked in the Thunder Core, which radiated an aura of destruction.
Whoosh!
The 10,000 Calamities Thunder Core transformed into a streak of light, swallowed whole in a single gulp.
Boom! The next instant, Kuei Nyo's body trembled violently.
An indescribable, terrifying force erupted violently within its body.
Arg!
The Kuei Ox let out a howl of excruciating agony. Its body began to swell wildly, like a balloon inflated to its absolute limit.
Grim, gaping cracks split open across its skin.
Golden blood gushed forth from the wounds. Purple arcs of electricity darted relentlessly across its body, inside and out, scorching its internal organs to a charred black. Even the Heaven's Punishment battle armor on its body began to melt inch by inch under this raging force, turning into molten iron that fused with its flesh and blood. The sight alone was enough to make one's scalp crawl.
Is this even possible?
A member of the exploration team asked nervously.
Terrifying. That power could destroy an entire city.
Pan Sure and the others also wore worried expressions.
Only Lu Chen remained calm.
He knew this was an inevitable process.
Destruction precedes creation.
To gain the power of the gods, one must endure the agony of the gods.
Hold on.
Lu Chen growled softly, his hands forming seals. The formation he had cast blazed with intense light. The spiritual energy from the surrounding heavens and earth was frantically drawn in, transformed into the purest life energy, and poured into the Kuei Ox's body to aid in repairing its damaged form.
It was a tug of war.
On one side lay destruction, on the other, rebirth. It all hinged on whether the Kuei Ox's will could endure until the very end.
Time ticked away, second by second.
The Kuei Ox's roar had grown hoarse.
Its consciousness gradually blurred amidst endless agony. Just as it was about to collapse, about to be torn apart by that raging thunderous force, a series of vivid scenes suddenly flashed through its mind. There was the arrogance of ruling Kunlun Mountain as its king. The frustration of being subdued by Lu Chen in a single move. The wonder and envy in its eyes as it gazed upon the human world on Blue Star.
The foolish excitement of its first time donning battle armor, crashing about recklessly.
And just now, the desperate wails of those artifact spirits as they were enslaved and devoured.
And the vow it swore before its master and comrades.
This old ox will uphold heaven's justice. No! I cannot die. This old ox hasn't had enough of being a Thunder Department Divine General.
A powerful resolve erupted from the depths of its soul.
Arg!
It let out a thunderous roar that shook the heavens.
This time, it was no longer pain but an unyielding will to fight.
The raging 10,000 Calamities Thunder Core within its body seemed to be infected by this will, slowly calming down. It began to fuse genuinely with its flesh, soul, and battle armor. The fusion process was long and agonizing.
Kuei Nyo's body cycled endlessly between destruction and rebirth.
Its original green scales shed entirely, only to be replaced by brand new dragon scales shimmering with a dark golden luster. The solitary horn atop its head grew more fearsome, resembling an inverted thunder god spear, coiled with purple gold arcs of lightning.
Its massive frame gained more fluid lines, radiating explosive power.
The melted Heaven's Wrath battle armor had now fused completely with its body.
It transformed into a majestic, semi-transparent golden divine armor.
Upon the divine armor, ancient thunder runes flowed like living entities. Behind him, two capes formed from pure lightning power fluttered without wind, rustling in the air.
1 hour later,
as the last trace of lightning retreated into his body, Kuei Nyo's eyes snapped open.
Boom!
Two golden beams of divine light erupted from its eyes, piercing through the dome of the divine weapon pavilion.
A vast and majestic aura, as if emanating from the primordial chaos itself, swept out from its body.
In the face of this divine might, every explorer present felt a wave of suffocation wash over them.
They even felt an overwhelming urge to kneel and worship. Success! Lu Chen exhaled a long breath and dissolved the formation.
A faint smile touched his lips.
This time, it was worth it. The Kuei Ox felt the unprecedented power surging within its body, still somewhat unaccustomed to it. It lowered its head to inspect its newly forged body, flexing its limbs to produce a resonant clang of metal. Zhurong system evolution complete.
New system named Heart of the Thunder God.
Final binding with user in progress. Binding successful. A more human-like electronic voice, now tinged with a hint of authority, echoed within the Kuei Ox's mind. With a thought. Clatter!
The imposing golden divine armor covering its body instantly dissolved into countless specks of light, merging into its body and vanishing without a trace.
Another thought. The divine armor reappeared. expanding and contracting with effortless ease, as if it were second nature. How does it feel? Lu Chen asked with a smile. Kuei-nyo turned, slowly lowering its proud head toward Lu Chen. Master. Its divine consciousness was no longer the simple, crude essence of before. Instead, it had grown steady, refined, and brimming with power. I feel very good. The Kuei ox raised its head, gazing at Lu Chen. Its golden divine eyes brimmed with gratitude and absolute loyalty. It knew that without its master, it would not have reached this day. This debt of rebirth, it would repay with its entire life. Enough with the formalities. Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively. Rise. From now on, you're my top enforcer. Don't disgrace me. Yes, master. The Kuei bull responded respectfully. At that very moment, the liberated artifact spirits that had been scattered around the hall suddenly flew toward it all at once. They swarmed around Kuei-nyo, fluttering up and down, emitting joyful hums. Then, the golden sword spirit leading them bowed deeply before Kuei-nyo. Following this, thousands upon thousands of artifact spirit swords, spears, halberds, axes, bells, tripods, pagodas, all named and unnamed magical artifact spirits, bowed deeply in submission to the Kuei ox. They sensed within the Kuei ox that primal power, the same ancient thunder god's essence that flowed through their own veins. They also sensed the Kuei ox's sincere heart, fighting for them. The mechanical warriors had been subjugated through brute force and enslavement. But this new sovereign before them had earned their reverence through sheer might and noble character. Hail the true god of the thunder department. Waves of crisp, resonant, and ancient-sounding intent poured in from all directions, coalescing into a torrent that echoed throughout the entire divine weapon pavilion. The Kuei ox stood frozen. It gazed upon the magnificent spectacle of 10,000 weapons paying homage before it, momentarily unable to comprehend the scene. Has this old ox truly become a god? And even secured a position as a thunder department deity? Wasn't this promotion happening a bit too fast? Chapter 124, Earth-Shattering Secrets. The truth behind the Celestial Palace's collapse? The expedition team members were utterly dumbfounded, their eyes red with envy. These were tens of thousands of spirit-infused artifacts. Though most were merely spirit artifacts or treasure artifacts in grade. Among them, however, were also powerful artifacts that had reached the level of magical treasures, and even spirit treasures. An army composed of such artifact spirits could easily sweep through any mid-tier cultivation sect. And now, they all bowed in submission at the feet of the Kuei ox. Old ox, why not gather your little brothers under your command? Lu Chen reminded from the side. Oh, right. Alright. The Kuei ox finally snapped back to attention. Clearing its throat, it mimicked the grand generals from the TV dramas it had watched, commanding in a deep, resonant voice through its divine consciousness. All soldiers, stand at ease. The sight was utterly ridiculous. Yet the artifact spirits seemed to hear the most majestic command in the world. One by one, they stood at attention with utmost reverence, hovering behind it as they awaited their new master's inspection. From this day forward, the spirit weapon core of the divine armory dormant for countless millennia had finally welcomed their new commander. And under Lu Chen's command, a new ace unit emerged, one powerful enough to make any faction take notice. Kuei-nyo's dramatic power surge and the unexpected acquisition of the Spirit Weapon Legion greatly boosted the morale of the entire expedition team. Under the command of Captain Panshur, the team began a comprehensive exploration and cleanup of this colossal divine weapon pavilion. This place would become the Human Alliance's first outpost within the Celestial Palace ruins. Each member performed their duties with orderly precision. Scientists collected samples of various unknown metals, analyzing their composition and properties. Engineers began planning the base's defensive structures and energy supply systems. Geologists studied the structural stability of this floating island. Meanwhile, under the guidance of Master Zhang, the most accomplished cultivators began restoring and modifying the original defensive formations of the Divine Weapon Pavilion. Kuei-nyo, however, found himself the most at ease. Now the official deity of the Thunder Department, it commanded tens of thousands of artifact spirits as subordinates. Routine tasks like exploration, patrols, and heavy lifting required no personal effort from it. It simply strolled about with its hooves behind its back, acting like a foreman. If it spotted any spirit artifact slacking off, it would simply roar a few times with its divine consciousness. It carried quite the air of a leader. Lu Chen, meanwhile, was thoroughly enjoying his leisure. He staked out the prime vantage point on the top floor of the Divine Weapon Pavilion, pulled his personal rocking chair and ice-cold drink from his storage space, and settled in comfortably. He also let Shao Kai out. The moment the little creature emerged and saw all those gleaming spirit weapons, its eyes widened in awe. Had Lu Chen not warned it beforehand not to eat indiscriminately, it would likely have pounced on the brightest golden sword spirit and started gnawing away. The base construction was in full swing. Soon, good news arrived. Under Su Mushua's leadership, the Huaxia faction had successfully established a stable, bidirectional spatial channel using the spatial coordinates and spatial crystal core Lu Chen had left behind. The first batch of supplies and engineering robots transported by the Kuanping heavy transport aircraft had arrived at the Divine Weapon Pavilion. This signaled that the Human Alliance had finally gained a foothold in this unknown world. With a steady stream of logistical support, the base's construction accelerated dramatically. A steel base brimming with cyberpunk aesthetics rose from the ancient ruins of the Divine Weapon Pavilion. It possessed a peculiar beauty where technology and mythology intertwined. Shao Kai seemed to know he couldn't just eat anything, so he turned his attention elsewhere. He always managed to dig up some ancient, forgotten magical fruits from hidden corners. Then it would trot back, proudly presenting its find to Lu Chen. They actually tasted pretty good. Just then, Captain Pan sure hurried over. Advisor Lu. Major discovery. A look of unmistakable shock and gravity flashed across his face. Oh? Unearthed another treasure? Lu Chen asked lazily. Not a treasure. Pan sure shook his head, took a deep breath. In the deepest level of the Divine Weapon Pavilion, we discovered a sealed chamber. After opening it, we saw some murals inside. Murals? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. What do they depict? You should see them for yourself. Panshire's expression was hard to read. Seeing that Panshire didn't seem to be joking, Lu Chen's interest was piqued. He stowed away his rocking chair and followed Panshire toward the deepest level of the Divine Weapon Pavilion. The deepest level of the Divine Weapon Pavilion was a vast underground chamber. Dark and damp, it reeked of decay. In an inconspicuous corner, a heavy stone door had been violently breached. Several team members stood guard at the entrance, each wearing grim expressions. Spotting Lu Chen approaching, they parted to make way. Lu Chen entered the chamber. The chamber was not large, only about 100 square meters. The surrounding walls were covered in ancient murals. The style of the murals was rustic and bold, radiating a primal impact. The first mural depicted an incredibly magnificent celestial palace floating above the clouds. It depicted a magnificent celestial palace floating above the clouds. Within the palace, countless immortals and celestial soldiers roamed, their robes billowing in the ethereal air. A scene of profound peace and prosperity. This must be the celestial palace of ancient times. The second mural. Above the celestial palace, the sky suddenly split open with gaping, monstrous fissures. Countless grotesque monsters, radiating an aura of evil, poured out from the rifts. Some bore wings, others trailed long tails, and still others were covered in eyes. Each radiated chaos and destruction. Are these celestial demons from beyond the realms? Lu Chen's gaze sharpened slightly. The third mural. War erupted. The celestial beings of the Heavenly Palace engaged in a fierce battle against the demonic beings from beyond the realms. The blazing radiance of divine artifacts and the frenzied roars of demonic beasts filled the entire scene. Countless immortals fell, their divine blood staining the sky crimson. The structures of the celestial palace crumbled relentlessly. The fourth mural. The scene depicted a colossal giant standing tall enough to touch the heavens. A colossal axe gripped in his hand, his body wrapped in thunder and lightning, he stood alone at the very forefront of the celestial palace. This must be the ancient thunder god. He stood alone, confronting an endless horde of demonic creatures. But 2 fists cannot withstand 4 hands. Ultimately, he perished from exhaustion, his body shattering into a shower of light across the sky. The mighty axe in his grasp shattered into pieces. The fifth mural. With the thunder god slain, the final defense of the celestial palace crumbled completely. The entire celestial palace was engulfed by the demonic hordes. The once glorious celestial palace was reduced to ruins amidst raging flames and thick smoke. The sixth mural, and the final one. The scene depicted only a shattered continent floating in the void. And a colossal nest, formed from countless demon corpses and fragments of the celestial palace. That nest resembled a monstrous planet, radiating a heart-stopping aura of terror. At its apex, a vague, indistinct throne seemed to sit. The murals ended here. The entire chamber fell into deathly silence. Everyone who witnessed the murals felt a chill surge from the soles of their feet to the crown of their head. These murals vividly depicted the apocalyptic battle that had once shattered the celestial palace. Advisor Lu's voice was dry as rock. Is what's depicted in these murals real? Lu Chen did not answer. Instead, he stared intently at the final mural, the nest formed from corpses. He couldn't shake the feeling that it looked familiar. Had he seen it somewhere before? He closed his eyes and began searching his memory frantically. Suddenly, it hit him. Back in the Abyss world, during the hunt for the Abyss King. Wasn't the Abyss King's lair exactly like this? Only on a much smaller scale. A terrifying thought surged through Lu Chen's mind. Could it be? The extraterrestrial demons that invaded the Celestial Palace back then and the Abyss monsters that invaded Blue Star are the same kind of entity? Chapter 125, Treasure Hunt Leads to a Divine Realm? The 7 Treasure Marvel Tree. This conjecture sent a chill through Lu Chen's heart. If this were true, the gravity of the situation far exceeded his wildest imaginings. Were the Abyssal Demons merely a branch of the Celestial Demon Legion? Or perhaps the Vanguard? Then where was their true stronghold? And where was that colossal corpse nest depicted in the mural? One mystery after another surfaced in his mind. Lu Chen felt as though he had touched the tip of an iceberg, revealing the ultimate truth of this world.
He must make complete rubbings of these murals, encrypt them, and transmit them back to Blue Star for Su Mushui and the Sky Dome think tank to analyze.
Lu Chen snapped back to reality and issued orders to Pan Shi.
Additionally, classify this matter as top secret. Even within the expedition team, it must not be discussed casually.
Yes. Pan Shi snapped to attention and saluted.
He knew this matter had already exceeded everyone's capacity to handle. Once Pan Shi and his men departed, Lu Chen remained alone in the chamber. He approached the final mural, extending a finger to gently trace the nest formed from corpses and ruins. A cold sensation touched his fingertip, carrying a faint, almost imperceptible aura of malevolence.
Interesting. Lu Chen withdrew his hand and turned to leave. Outside, the base had taken shape, blending cyberpunk and xianxia aesthetics. Massive anti-gravity engines lifted modular structures, while energy conduits glowed blue like giant serpents coiled over the broken walls and rubble. Exploration teams and engineering robots bustled back and forth, creating a scene of intense activity. Lu Chen returned to the top floor of the Divine Weapon Pavilion and sank back into his rocking chair. He pulled Xiaokai from his pocket and placed it on his stomach. "Xiaokai," he asked, "besides this scrap metal, do you think there are any other treasures left in this Heavenly Palace ruins?" Xiaokai tilted its head, its black bean eyes blinking as if processing Lu Chen's words. Then, it extended its pink tongue and gave Lu Chen's finger a gentle lick. Then it jumped down from Lu Chen's belly, sniffing the air with its little nose. Suddenly, Xiaokai seemed to spot something, his eyes lighting up. With a swift dash, it shot off in one direction. "Hey, you little rascal!" Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He got up from the rocking chair and followed after it. Not far away, Kuei Niu was directing a group of spirit beast minions as they hauled a massive metal plate. Spotting Xiaokai running over, it instinctively stretched out a hoof to block him. "Little one, don't run around. This place is dangerous." Its divine sense now carried a deep, commanding authority. But Xiaokai flickered and darted right under its hoof, moving so fast it left a trail of afterimages. "Hey! You little rascal!" Kuei Niu felt his face burn with embarrassment, sensing his newly appointed authority as the Thunder Department's supreme deity had been challenged. It handed its task to a bell-shaped spirit artifact, then set off in pursuit with a thunderous clatter. "Master! Wait for this old ox." Lu Chen followed leisurely behind, watching the two figures, one small, one large, darting through the ruins. Xiaokai's objective was clear. Weaving through twists and turns, it quickly distanced itself from the floating island housing the Divine Weapon Pavilion. It leapt directly into the void, its four stubby legs paddling frantically through the air as if swimming. Kuei Niu leapt after it, its massive frame traversing the void as if walking on solid ground. Now possessing the body of the Thunder God, it adapted to this space with remarkable ease. "Xiaokai, where exactly are you going?" Lu Chen followed behind, asking with a chuckle. Xiaokai turned and let out a low growl, as if to say, "Follow me and you'll find great treasures." Man, ox, and Pai Xiu advanced through the fractured void. Countless floating fragments of continents surrounded them, while the nine heavens gale howled past. After flying for about half an hour, in the distance, a unique floating island came into view. The island wasn't large, only a few kilometers across. Yet unlike the lifeless ruins of other islands, the entire island was enveloped in a faint, multicolored glow. Lush greenery flourished across its surface, ethereal mist swirled about, waterfalls cascaded, and the air was filled with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers. It was practically like a legendary paradise. Something felt off about this place. Kuei Niu halted, furrowing his brow with a look of alertness. It sensed an indescribable strangeness emanating from that beautiful island. Too perfect. So perfect it felt like a false illusion. Woof! Xiaokai, however, seemed excited. He turned back, urging Lu Chen and the Kuei ox onward, seemingly unable to wait any longer. "Let's go check it out." Lu Chen patted Kuei Niu's head. "With me here, what's there to fear?" "Yes, master." With Lu Chen's words, Kuei Niu's courage surged. Chest puffed out, it strode proudly behind Xiaokai, soaring toward the multicolored floating island. The closer they got, the more intense the refreshing fragrance became. The island's scenery also became clearer. Exotic flowers and rare plants dotted the landscape everywhere. Golden carp with dragon-like whiskers frolicked in the crystal-clear streams. Ancient peach trees were laden with divine peaches the size of a baby's fist, gleaming with an enticing radiance. Everything was so beautiful it seemed unreal. Xiaokai was the first to dash onto the island. After landing, he dashed straight toward a small sapling growing at the edge of a cliff. The sapling stood only half a meter tall, its entire form crystal clear and translucent, as if carved from 7 colored gemstones. 7 leaves hung from its branches, each a different hue: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, shimmering with radiant colors. Could this be the legendary 7 treasure marvel tree? Lu Chen's eyes narrowed. This was the supreme primordial divine root from ancient legends, famed for its limitless power and ability to refine anything. Who would have thought he'd encounter a sapling here? Just then, the Kuei ox also landed on the island. The moment it touched down, it froze in place.
Gazing at the breathtaking scenery before it, the golden bovine eyes betrayed a hint of bewilderment and yearning.
Where the heck am I? It murmured to itself.
So much thunder energy, these are primordial thunder spirits.
Devour them, and this old ox will grow stronger.
With that, it opened its massive jaws and lunged at the thunder spirits in the sky, though none were actually there.
Snap out of it. Lu Chen smacked the ox's forehead. The Kuei ox jolted awake, snapping out of its trance.
Looking around, it saw no primordial thunder essence, only the same scene of birdsong and blossoms.
Master, I just. Kuei Nyo looked terrified.
You were under an illusion.
Lu Chen said calmly. This island itself is a vast illusionary array.
What you see, what you think, it's all what your heart desires most. No sooner had he finished speaking than he saw Shao Kai already sprinting toward the sapling of the 7 treasure marvel tree. It extended its tongue, about to lick the sapling.
Don't move! Lu Chen barked. Too late. Just as Shao Kai's tongue was about to touch the 7 treasure marvel tree. Buzz!
A terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted violently from the 7 treasure marvel tree.
Chapter 126, Lu Chen immune to attack?
The divine tree recognizes its master.
That mental wave, like an invisible tidal wave, instantly engulfed the entire floating island. Shao Kai, being the closest, bore the brunt of it. The little creature let out a piercing yelp.
His entire body felt as if struck by a heavy hammer, sending him flying backward over 10 meters. He rolled several times on the ground before groggily scrambling to his feet, the small horns on his head noticeably dimmed. Its gaze toward the sapling was filled with hurt and confusion. All it wanted was a lick. Was such a brutal response really necessary? The Kuei bull was also affected by this mental shockwave, its massive frame swaying slightly. Fortunately, Lu Chen had just roused it, allowing its mind to brace for the blow. Coupled with the thunder god's body's strong resistance to psychic attacks, it avoided falling victim again. But its gaze toward the beautiful little tree grew solemn.
This thing, it's a tough nut to crack. Master, this thing is incredibly powerful.
Kuei Nyo boomed in a deep, resonant voice, positioning itself in front of Lu Chen.
It's fine. Lu Chen waved his hand, signaling it to step aside.
He examined the sapling of the 7 treasure marvel tree with keen interest. That mental assault was like a gentle breeze to him, not even worthy of a frown. The Hongmeng sword body had long since attained flawless perfection, impervious to all techniques. Illusions and psychic assaults of this caliber were mere child's play.
He's got quite the temper. Lu Chen smiled as he walked step by step toward the 7 treasure marvel tree.
With each step he took, the sapling of the 7 treasure marvel tree swayed. The 7 leaves on the tree blazed with intense light. The surrounding illusory landscape began to undergo violent changes.
The original fairyland scenery vanished in an instant.
All that remained were endless mountains of gold and silver, towering piles of spirit stones and immortal elixirs, and all manner of unheard of heavenly treasures and rare gems. The intense radiance of these treasures nearly blinded the eyes. This was an illusion designed to tempt greed.
Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to glance at it, continuing onward.
He truly had no shortage of such things now.
After all, he had a living ATM machine at home.
Seeing that wealth could not sway Lu Chen, the illusion transformed once more. Countless ethereal maidens, their figures graceful and their beauty peerless, materialized out of thin air. Dressed in revealing attire, they danced gracefully, casting alluring glances at Lu Chen. This was an illusion targeting lust. Not bad taste, just a bit old. Lu Chen remarked, even whistling at one maiden who bore a striking resemblance to a female celebrity from his past life. Then he continued walking forward. The 7 treasure marvel tree seemed provoked by his flippant attitude. Buzz! The illusory realm surged into chaotic transformation once more. This time, it manifested the ultimate power. Lu Chen found himself clad in the 9-dragon imperial robe, crowned with the heaven-leveling crown, seated upon a colossal dragon throne spanning the cosmos. Below him knelt billions upon billions of creatures, from mortals to gods and demons, none were spared.
Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! The roar, like mountains echoing and seas surging, was powerful enough to shake the spiritual resolve of any being. This was an illusion targeting the lust for power. Too small-minded. Lu Chen curled his lip and snapped his fingers. Snap! The entire illusion of power shattered like a mirror. He had already approached the 7 treasure marvel tree, standing no more than 3 meters away. The 7 treasure marvel tree seemed to have run out of tricks. Its trunk trembled violently as the light from its 7 leaves converged into a dazzling rainbow beam, hurtling fiercely toward Lu Chen's forehead. This was its ultimate divine ability. In theory, it could sweep away and shatter anything below the level of a sage. Yet, this divine light halted abruptly, just an inch from Lu Chen's forehead. It could advance no further. An intangible sword intent stood before Lu Chen like an impenetrable barrier. Have you had enough? Lu Chen extended 2 fingers, casually pinching the multicolored divine light. As if pinching a strand of noodles. The 7 treasure marvel tree was utterly bewildered. Its pitifully limited sentience couldn't comprehend the events unfolding before it. All the techniques it prided itself on, had they all failed against this human? This defies all logic. Lu Chen snapped his fingers. Snap. The rainbow-colored light shattered instantly, scattering into countless specks across the sky. The trunk of the 7 treasure marvel tree trembled violently, and the radiance on all 7 leaves dimmed. It was clearly suffering from significant internal damage. It seemed to be frightened. Its trunk suddenly shrank, attempting to burrow into the ground in a desperate escape. Run? Lu Chen smiled. He stepped forward and grabbed the trunk of the 7 treasures marvel tree. Its surface felt smooth as jade, emitting a peculiar, refreshing fragrance. Woof! Don't bully it! Xiao Kai, seeing his new toy being bullied, mustered unexpected courage and charged forward once more. He opened his mouth wide, aiming to bite Lu Chen's wrist. The result? His teeth nearly shattered, yet he couldn't leave even a mark on Lu Chen's skin. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, lifting it up by the scruff of its neck with his other hand. You little rascal, turning your back on me, huh? Xiao Kai struggled frantically in the air, baring its teeth at Lu Chen. Alright. I won't pick on it. Lu Chen set it down and turned his attention to the trembling sapling of the 7 treasures marvel tree in his hand. He paused, then forced a drop of golden blood from his fingertip. This drop contained the purest essence of his primordial sword body's fundamental power. For any heavenly spirit root, it was the ultimate nourishment. He gently dabbed the golden blood onto the trunk of the 7 treasures marvel tree. The golden blood instantly merged into the tree. The trunk of the 7 treasures marvel tree suddenly erupted with an unprecedented, dazzling radiance. The 7 leaves, once dulled by injury, regained their dazzling brilliance, shining even more radiantly than before. A cheerful, affectionate thought flowed from the tree trunk, flooding into Lu Chen's mind. Was it acting spoiled? Lu Chen could sense that after absorbing his primordial blood, this sapling had developed a deep-seated dependence and submission toward him, rooted in its very soul. Like a fledgling bird that regards the first person it sees as its mother. That's more like it. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. He released his grip, yet the 7 treasures marvel tree sapling not only stayed put but affectionately brushed its leaves against his palm. From now on, you'll be called Little 7. Lu Chen casually gave it a name. The 7 treasures marvel tree swayed its trunk, seemingly pleased with the name. And so, another formidable member joined Lu Chen's pet army. One for treasure hunting, one for fighting, and now another for mental attacks and illusions. This team composition was becoming increasingly well-rounded. Lu Chen was in high spirits, preparing to head home with his newly acquired recruits. Just then, the specialized satellite phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. He pulled it out to check. It was an encrypted message from Su Muxue. The message was brief, containing only one sentence. The eagle is moving. Target unknown. Be cautious. Lu Chen's eyebrows twitched slightly. Eagle? That must refer to the Eagle Nation. They haven't given up yet? Ever since the Leviathan incident and the Prometheus Fire project were exposed, Eagle Nation's international standing has plummeted to rock bottom, and chaos reigns within its borders. By all accounts, they should be overwhelmed and struggling to cope right now. How could they possibly have the energy to stir up trouble? Chapter 127, The Eagle's Thief Heart Won't Die, Still Wants to Switch Maps and Seek Death. Seems like last time wasn't painful enough. Lu Chen stroked his chin, his gaze turning amused. He wasn't worried about Eagle Sauce posing any real threat to him. In the face of overwhelming power, any scheme or trick was laughable. He was merely curious what new tricks these fellows could possibly pull. Master, what's wrong? Kuei Niao leaned closer, asking curiously. It sensed a slight shift in Lu Chen's mood. Nothing, just a minor inconvenience. Lu Chen tucked his phone away and waved his hand dismissively. Let's go back. He grabbed Xiaoqi's root with one hand and pulled it out of the soil. Xiaoqi didn't resist at all. Instead, it seemed to enjoy being packed up and carried away. With his other hand, he lifted Xiao Kai and tossed it onto Kuei Niao's back. Old ox, keep an eye on these 2 little ones. Don't let them wander off. Yes, master. The Kuei ox responded respectfully. With 1 person and 2 beasts, they soon returned to the Divine Weapon Pavilion base. By then, the base's construction was nearing completion. A steel fortress brimming with futuristic technology had firmly taken root upon these ancient ruins. Upon seeing Lu Chen's return, Pan Shi immediately stepped forward. Advisor Lu, you're back. His gaze was instantly drawn to the shimmering sapling in Lu Chen's hand. This is? I picked it up along the way. It looked pretty, so I brought it back. Lu Chen said casually. Pan Shi's lips twitched. Could anything found in a place like the Heavenly Palace ruins possibly be ordinary? But he wisely refrained from asking more questions. Advisor Lu, Commander Su has sent word. She requests you to immediately join a video call with her upon your return. Got it. Lu Chen nodded. He followed Rock to the base's command center. Inside the command center, over a dozen massive holographic screens displayed intricate data and charts. Su Mushue's coldly beautiful face appeared on the central main screen. She remained in her sharp business suit, her phoenix-like eyes radiating calm intelligence. Mr. Lu. Su Mushue's gaze softened slightly upon seeing Lu Chen. Did you receive the message? Received. Lu Chen settled into a comfortable chair. What exactly is the situation? According to our global intelligence network, Sky Dome, several staunch allies of Eagle Nation and the Shield Alliance recently conducted a series of unusual military maneuvers. Su Mushue spoke rapidly, her words clear and organized. They secretly assembled a group of top-tier scientists and extraordinary individuals, and even deployed ancient artifacts we've never seen before suspected to have been excavated from certain ruins. Our agents risked their lives to transmit a single photograph. As Su Mushue spoke, the main screen shifted. A somewhat blurry photograph appeared. It depicted a massive structure resembling an altar. At its center lay a peculiar key-shaped object. Lu Chen's pupils contracted slightly. He recognized that key. It was the very same demon key used by the Eagle Nation to unleash the devouring demon insects. They intended to use this thing again? Lu Chen's tone turned icy. For now, it seems so. Su Mushue's expression was equally grave. Moreover, based on the scattered intelligence we've intercepted, their target this time might not be Blue Star. Not Blue Star? Yes. Su Mushue nodded. Our agents discovered a star chart in a fragment of a document at their secret base. An image appeared on the screen once more. It was a star chart drawn on ancient parchment, marked with intricate celestial trajectories and spatial nodes. At the map's endpoint, a distinct symbol stood out. Lu Chen had seen that symbol in many places within the Divine Weapon Pavilion. It was the emblem representing the Celestial Palace. Had they also found the path to the Celestial Palace ruins? Lu Chen was genuinely taken aback this time. That was our assumption too, Su Mushue replied. The existence of the Celestial Palace ruins was likely no secret to them. They probably discovered another backdoor to enter this place through some method unknown to us. Interesting. Lu Chen analyzed. Looks like these guys haven't given up. They want to switch maps and keep playing their game with us. Mr. Lu, we must remain vigilant, Su Mushue cautioned. They operate in the shadows while we're exposed. Moreover, the Celestial Palace ruins are complex and fraught with unknowns. Should they launch a surprise attack here, the consequences would be unimaginable. I understand. Lu Chen nodded. What countermeasures do you have in place? I've activated the highest level combat readiness protocol, Su Mushue stated. The defense systems at the Divine Weapon Pavilion base will operate at full capacity around the clock. Simultaneously, I'll deploy the second and third waves of exploration team members to reinforce the base's defensive capabilities. Additionally, regarding those murals you discovered earlier, our expert team has preliminary analysis. They believe these so-called celestial demons from beyond are likely a special form of high-dimensional life that feeds on devouring worlds. An Eagle Chow nation? They're likely trying to harness the power of these celestial demons to fight us. Using someone else's blade to kill? Old hat. Lu Chen scoffed dismissively. Rest assured, any such schemes will find no foothold here. His tone was calm, yet carried an unshakable confidence. If they dare come, I'll show them what it means to deliver the goods right to their doorstep. After ending his call with Su Mushue, Lu Chen stood up and walked to the command room's floor-to-ceiling windows. Outside, the shattered yet magnificent expanse of the void stretched out before him. I hope you'll bring me a little surprise. He murmured softly. In another void, countless tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Divine Weapon Pavilion base. The sky here had taken on an eerie dark red hue, like congealed blood. The air was thick with the foul stench of sulfur and decay. A colossal base, constructed from black metal and unknown skeletal remains, hovered above a shattered continent. The base's design radiated violence and aggression, bristling with menacing spikes and gun barrels everywhere. Deep within the base, a brightly lit conference room. The newly inaugurated hawkish President Johnson of Eagle Nation stared with fervor at the holographic projection before him. Doctor, how is our Icarus project progressing? Johnson asked, his voice tinged with excitement. Across from him, a man in a white lab coat, appearing refined and scholarly, pushed his glasses up his nose. This was the Dr. Johnson referred to, the overall director of the Icarus project, Franklin. Rest assured, Mr. President, Dr. Franklin replied with a confident smile, everything is proceeding perfectly according to our plan. He gestured toward the holographic projection. The image displayed a vast, boundless black plain. Across the plains, a thick carpet lies spread out. But upon closer inspection, it sent a chill down one's spine. For these carpets were nothing but dense swarms of black insects. Chapter 128, Lu Chen, what's the rush? Just swat them with one slap. Each insect was as large as a human head, with transparent wings and sharp mouthparts. Their numbers were endless, stretching as far as the eye could see. They were void mites, terrifying creatures with an acute sensitivity to psychic fluctuations. These adorable little creatures were the protagonists of our current plan. Franklin's tone was like introducing his own children. They were born destroyers. Any object exhibiting psychic reactions was, in their eyes, the most delicious food. And we have just discovered the artifact capable of commanding them. Dr. Franklin's gaze settled on a massive drum positioned at the center of the conference room.
It was a colossal drum over 3 meters in diameter.
Its surface, fashioned from some unknown creature's hide, glowed in eerie dark gold.
The drum's body was densely engraved with ancient runes. This was the artifact they had discovered in this fallen fairyland, the Gathering Spirit Drum. According to our deciphering of ancient texts, this drum possesses the miraculous ability to amplify and channel spiritual energy fluctuations. Dr. Franklin's voice grew increasingly excited. Simply striking it will magnify specific frequencies of spiritual energy fluctuations thousands of times over, transmitting them to every corner of this abandoned realm.
And that so-called human alliance base of the Huaxiao people?
It would be like a lighthouse in the night. Its spiritual energy fluctuations would be an all too obvious target. President Johnson's eyes lit up, his breathing quickening.
So, all we need to do is strike a few drums here, and we can send billions of these insects to devour the Chinese base clean? Exactly. Dr. Franklin snapped his fingers.
This is the core of Project Icarus. We are like Daedalus, the mythical craftsman who built wings, while the Chinese are Icarus, who fancied himself capable of flying toward the sun. They believe they've discovered a new world, a stairway to the gods. But they don't realize the sky is filled with deadly perils. They will meet the same fate as Icarus just when they're closest to success. Their wings will melt and they'll plummet to their deaths.
Ha! Good. Excellent. President Johnson erupted in a maniacal laugh.
He could already envision Lu Chen and those Chinese men screaming in despair before an endless swarm of insects. All the humiliation the Eagle Nation had endured since Lu Chen's emergence would be repaid 100-fold today. We've detected a significant increase in psychic energy fluctuations at the Chinese base over the past few hours. A technician's voice came from nearby.
It seems they're transporting more personnel and supplies into that turtle shell.
Dr. Franklin sneered coldly, excellent.
The more, the better.
That way, our little darlings can feast to their heart's content.
When do we begin? President Johnson was already growing impatient. No rush. Dr. Franklin waved his hand, signaling them to prepare further and move all their belongings inside.
We'll wait until they're at their most complacent, their guard completely down, before delivering this grand gift. I will show the entire world how utterly powerless these so-called gods are in the face of true natural disasters. Technology is humanity's only salvation. And our Eagle Nation will forever lead the charge in technological advancement. A near-obsessive fervor glowed in Franklin's eyes. He was convinced that everything Lu Chen had demonstrated was merely an unknown form of bioforce field technology. Given sufficient time and resources, he was certain he could unravel its secrets and forge even more formidable weapons. This Icarus project was the first step in proving his theories to the world. Transmit my orders. President Johnson rose to his feet and commanded everyone in the conference room. All units enter final readiness phase. Stand by at all times. This time, success is mandatory, failure is not an option. For the glory of the Eagle Nation. For the glory of the Eagle Nation. A unified, fervent shout erupted throughout the conference room. They all firmly believed they were participating in a grand endeavor capable of reshaping the world order. Lu Chen returned to his private lounge on the top floor of the Divine Weapon Pavilion. The space had been transformed into a comfortable retreat by the construction team sent by Su Mushui. A rocking chair forged from millennia-old cold iron provided warmth in winter and coolness in summer. On the small table beside it sat ice-cold happy water and assorted snacks, freshly airlifted from the Blue Star. He stretched out comfortably in the rocking chair, resting Xiao Kai on his stomach like a portable heating pad. In his hand, he held Xiaoqi, freshly uprooted, twisting it like a walnut. Xiaoqi's trunk was smooth as jade, and the feel of it in his hands was surprisingly pleasant. Its 7 leaves occasionally flashed with soft light, seemingly enjoying this intimate interaction. Woof! Xiao Kai yawned lazily, rolled over, exposing his fluffy belly, and kicked his 4 stubby legs in the air. He was getting lazier by the day. Ever since discovering that following Lu Chen meant a life of luxury, his enthusiasm for treasure hunting had waned considerably. Kuei Niu, however, lay like a loyal bodyguard on the carpet nearby, its enormous bovine eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly. It was thoroughly content with its new status as the chief god of thunder and top enforcer. Seeing Lu Chen's leisurely demeanor, it couldn't help but ask in a deep, rumbling voice, "Master, are we just going to wait here? Those eagle brats definitely aren't up to anything good." "No rush," Lu Chen replied, taking a swig of his happy water. "We'll meet their moves with our own. If they dare jump, I'll swat them dead with one slap." He felt not a shred of panic now. At this level of power, one's mindset naturally changes. It was like a max-level powerhouse in full divine gear returning to the newbie village, watching a bunch of greenhorns huddled together strategizing how to team up and farm wild boars. It was more amusing than anything else, hardly worth getting worked up over. Instead of worrying about this, you'd be better off focusing on building rapport with your little spirit artifact minions. Lu Chen shot Kuei Niu a glance. "Stop obsessing over fighting all the time. Learn to use your brain." "Yes, master." Kuei Niu felt a bit embarrassed and buried his massive head. With over 10,000 spirits under its command, it did feel somewhat overwhelmed. Those spirits were all seasoned veterans. While they outwardly showed respect to him, the newly appointed Thunder Department Chief God, who knew what they were really thinking? Shao Kai, wake up. Time to get to work. Lu Chen patted the little pie show on his stomach. Shao Kai reluctantly opened its eyes, rolled over, and leaped off Lu Chen's belly. It knew its treasure hunting duties were about to begin again. Go, scout around here. See if you can find anything worthwhile. Lu Chen pointed out the window. Chapter 129, Divine Pets Unleash Their Powers. Casting the Fatal Illusion. Woof! Shao Kai let out a howl, as if promising to complete the mission. Its little nose sniffed the air, then it shot out like a golden streak, vanishing into the void. Master, isn't it dangerous to send it alone? Kuei-nyo asked with concern. Don't worry. That little guy's sharp. If he can't win, he knows when to run. Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively. Shao Kai's talent for treasure hunting extended far beyond merely finding valuables. Its perception of danger is equally terrifyingly sharp. Seeking fortune and avoiding calamity, that's the pie show's innate racial talent. Sure enough, Shao Kai returned shortly after. Clutched in its jaws was a radiant spirit herb, which it presented before Lu Chen as if offering a treasure. Wow, it really did find something. Lu Chen picked up the spirit herb and examined it. 9-leaf dragon's saliva grass, not bad, not bad. This will save a lot of trouble when refining pills. He tossed Shao Kai a gold brick as a reward. Shao Kai happily hugged the gold brick and began gnawing on it, producing crisp crunching sounds. Kuei-nyo watched enviously from the side. It too wanted to eat the gold brick, but alas, its teeth weren't up to the task. Just then, Lu Chen suddenly remembered something. He lifted up Xiaoqi, who was curled up in his hands. Xiaoqi, it's your turn to shine, he said to the sapling of the Seven Treasures marvel tree. Xiaoqi wiggled its leaves, seemingly confused. You can create illusions, right? Lu Chen coaxed gently. Go on, create some fun little surprises around our base for me. He wanted to test just how far Xiaoqi's illusions could go. The 7 leaves of Xiaoqi flashed with light. An invisible wave of spiritual energy rapidly radiated outward from them. Lu Chen closed his eyes, sensing with his divine perception. He could see that on the outskirts of the Divine Weapon Pavilion base, the once ordinary meteorites and ruins were undergoing wondrous transformations. Some meteorites transformed into ancient beasts, snoring loudly as they slept, emanating terrifying auras. Some ruins transformed into bottomless swamps, bubbling with deadly poisonous vapors. In yet another spot, a palace of dazzling gold and jade materialized, its entrance guarded by 2 imposing golden-armored divine generals. These illusions not only appeared lifelike but even mimicked their auras with uncanny precision. Had Lu Chen not known this was an illusion, he might have believed it himself. Impressive, Xiaoqi. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. The quality of this illusion far exceeded his expectations. It was absolutely perfect for early warning and as a trap. Kuei-nyo, don't just stand there. Lu Chen turned his gaze to the Kuei-nyo beside him. Take your artifact Spirit Legion and make those illusions look more real. For instance, create signs of combat near that colossal beast. Scatter a few shattered suits of armor throughout the marsh. Post a few artifact spirit minions to patrol the palace gates. In short, make it as realistic as possible. Kuei-nyo listened, utterly dumbfounded. Master, are you fishing? Smart. Lu Chen snapped his fingers. Now we'll see if those eagle brats take the bait. He now had 3 pets. One handled treasure hunting and logistics. One for direct confrontation and combat. One for illusions and scheming. This pet army's lineup was getting more and more luxurious. Lu Chen felt that even if he did nothing himself, these 3 little creatures alone could dominate the Heavenly Palace ruins. Still, he preferred to take matters into his own hands. After all, the thrill of crushing weaker opponents was something no pet could ever replace. While Lu Chen leisurely made his strategic moves, the Human Alliance's outpost in the Celestial Palace ruins underwent rapid and transformative changes. With the establishment of a stable 2-way spatial channel from the Huaxia side, vast quantities of supplies and personnel were being continuously transported to the Divine Weapon Pavilion base. Su Muxue personally commanded operations from the Blue Star Central Command Center, mobilizing the vast resources accumulated through the Guardian God project with unprecedented decisiveness. One after another, specially designed anti-gravity transport ships passed through golden spatial rifts and landed on the base's helipad. Stepping off the transports were top scientists and engineers from around the world, alongside elite soldiers handpicked from the Human Alliance's various military forces. Gazing upon the steel fortress erected upon the shattered continent, their faces were filled with awe. My God, is this our home in the New World? Murmured a blonde-haired, blue-eyed engineer. 1,000,000 times grander than I ever imagined, exclaimed a burly man from the Northern Bear Nation, pounding his chest in excitement. Rock, acting as the base's temporary commander, led his squad across the landing pad to welcome the new arrivals. Welcome to the Divine Weapon Pavilion, the Human Alliance's foremost outpost. From this day forward, we are comrades in arms. The new recruits were quickly assigned their respective tasks. Scientists and engineers plunged into laboratories and factories, commencing reverse engineering of materials and technologies salvaged from the Celestial Palace ruins. Meanwhile, elite warriors, under Rock's guidance, began familiarizing themselves with the base's defense systems and undergoing adaptive training. The entire base was immersed in an atmosphere of positive energy. Everyone knew they were participating in a monumental endeavor destined to be recorded in the annals of history. On the other side of the base, within a vast training ground, Kuei-nyo stood upright, its front hooves cradling an electromagnetic railgun recently mounted on its shoulder, examining it with obvious delight. This was the latest upgrade component, custom designed for its Heaven's Punishment battle armor by academician Qian Weidong's team, utilizing materials and technology from the Celestial Palace ruins. Jiron, let this old ox test the power of this thing, Kuei-nyo commanded the intelligence system of its battle armor.
Command confirmed. Heaven's Wrath 3 electromagnetic railgun, initiating power charge. Charging 103,070. Charging complete. Target acquired, C3 target 10,000 meters ahead. Fire. Kuei-nyo roared. Buzz. A blinding blue-white beam erupted from the cannon's muzzle. The beam was too fast for the naked eye to track. Almost the instant the shot was fired, the distant target forged from the hardest obsidian found in the Celestial Palace ruins silently disintegrated into dust. Whoa! A chorus of gasps erupted around the training ground. The new recruits stared at the wildly exaggerated cannon perched on Kuei-nyo's shoulder, their eyes sparkling with awe. Is this our nation's guardian beast? It's incredible. With Lord Kuei-nyo here, what do we have to fear from those foreign celestial demons? Listening to the surrounding praise, the Kuei bull puffed out its chest proudly, feeling its authority as the Thunder Department's supreme deity grow even stronger. Just then, the training ground's alarm suddenly blared. Alarm! Alarm! High energy reaction detected southwest of the base. Repeating. High energy reaction detected. The entire training ground fell instantly silent. Every face grew solemn. Rock rushed to the command console and pulled up the surveillance feed. On the base's holographic map, a massive red light point rapidly approached the facility. What is that? Rock asked, frowning. Reporting, Captain. Based on energy fluctuation analysis, it resembles an enraged ancient beast, a technician answered nervously. Chapter 130, Old Ox is acting? The fish has taken the bait. The view zoomed in. Amidst a meteor belt encircling the base perimeter, a monstrous, mountain-sized, one-eyed beast stirred from its slumber. Its earth-shattering roar reverberated through the air, and the terrifying aura emanating from its body sent a chill down the spines of everyone in the command room. It's the illusion set up by Advisor Lu. Rock immediately realized what was happening. But before he could issue orders, Kuei-nyo had already charged out with excitement. Ha! Perfect timing. Just what this old bull needs to test the power of my new weapon. Kuei-nyo's roar echoed across the base. Its hooves blazed with fire as it transformed into a streak of azure lightning, charging straight toward the one-eyed colossus. Rock was left speechless. Quickly contact Lord Kuei-nyo. Tell it that's a fake. But it was already too late. The Kuei Ox's speed was too great in the blink of an eye, it charged before the colossal beast. Take this blast. Without a word, the electromagnetic railgun on its shoulder flared with blinding light once more. Boom! A torrent of blue-white energy slammed into the one-eyed colossus. Yet, a bizarre scene unfolded. The beast, which had seemed ferocious beyond measure, deflated like a punctured balloon the instant it was struck. With a pop, it vanished into thin air. Only an ordinary-looking, massive meteorite remained, suspended in place. Kuei-nyo froze. It remained poised to fire, its massive bovine eye blinking in utter bewilderment. What on earth just happened? A deathly silence fell over both the training ground and the command room. Then, a thunderous roar of laughter erupted. Ha! Lord Kuei-nyo has been tricked. How hilarious. This illusion is too realistic. Kuei-nyo listened to the laughter echoing from the base, his ancient face flushing crimson. It felt its authority as the thunder deity challenged like never before. It roared angrily, turning on its heel and charging back, intent on confronting Lu Chen. Master, what the hell was that? You made this old ox look like a fool in front of everyone. But halfway through its flight, Lu Chen's voice echoed in its mind. Don't come back. Keep acting. Keep acting? Kuei-nyo froze. Yes, act like you were wounded by that giant beast and fled back in panic. Remember, make it convincing. Better yet, spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. Though utterly confused, Kuei-nyo chose to obey. He turned around, feigning utter disarray, and limped back toward the base. As it flew, it used its own energy to simulate the effects of injury and blood spitting. Inside the base, the laughter of those witnessing this scene abruptly stopped. Confusion and concern spread across every face. What on earth was this supposed to be? Kuei-nyo's performance had successfully baffled everyone in the base. Especially the new recruits, who exchanged bewildered glances, utterly clueless about the situation. Our guardian beast of the nation, wounded by a mere illusion? Was its combat prowess a bit lacking? Rock stared at Kuei-nyo's over-the-top performance on the screen, his lips twitching uncontrollably. He had a hunch this was another one of Advisor Lu's schemes. Ahem.
Pancher cleared his throat and addressed the command room with a serious expression. Everyone, don't panic. This is a special drill arranged by Advisor Lu. Its purpose is to test everyone's ability to respond to unexpected situations. Everyone, return to your stations immediately. Medical team, prepare to receive casualties. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and help Lu Chen cover up this lie. He couldn't very well tell everyone that our top enforcer was collaborating with our supreme commander to stage a feigned injury as a ploy to lure out the enemy, could he? That would be utterly absurd. Meanwhile, Lu Chen reclined leisurely in a rocking chair, observing Kuei Niu's Oscar-worthy performance through Xiaoqi's perspective. Not bad, not bad. Old Bull's acting has improved. He nodded in satisfaction. Though that blood spurt looked a bit fake like tomato sauce. He decided that once this exercise ended, he'd sign Kuei Niu up for a crash course in acting. Just then, Xiao Kai, who was out searching for treasures, suddenly sent him a telepathic message. Master! Master! I found something amazing. Xiao Kai's voice brimmed with excitement and curiosity. What is it? Lu Chen asked. A running iron lump. A lump of iron? Lu Chen perked up. Where? Take me to see it. He rose from the rocking chair, his form flickering, and vanished from the room. The next second, he materialized tens of thousands of kilometers away in the void outside the Divine Weapon Pavilion base. Little Kai was crouched behind a massive meteorite, peering cautiously toward the distance. Lu Chen followed the direction of its gaze. In the dark void, a small, spider-like mechanical creature was moving swiftly. Its movement was peculiar, not flight, but short-range spatial jumps between drifting meteorites. Each leap left a faint ripple in the air. A reconnaissance probe? Lu Chen's eyebrows raised slightly. Its design looked vaguely familiar. It resembled the unmanned reconnaissance equipment that came with the Eagle Nation's Aegis armor back in the day. However, the one before him appeared to be an upgraded version. Not only was it smaller and more stealthy, but it also possessed the ability to perform spatial jumps. It appeared the fish had begun to test the waters. A cold smile curled at the corner of Lu Chen's mouth. He didn't act immediately, instead observing with keen interest. The reconnaissance probe moved with extreme caution. After each short leap, it would pause, extending various sensors from its body to scan the surroundings. Soon, it detected the illusions Lu Chen had instructed Xiaoqi to set up. When it spotted the one-eyed giant beast snoring away, it visibly paused. It seemed to be analyzing the giant beast's energy level. After a few seconds, it chose to bypass it and continued forward. Upon encountering the toxic swamp, it likewise opted for a detour. Pretty smart. Lu Chen stroked his chin. It seemed these little creatures possessed highly advanced intelligence systems. Just then, the scout probe seemed to detect something. It halted atop a meteorite, its 8 mechanical legs gripping the ground firmly. The single eye at its center emitted a red beam, locking onto a nearby pile of rubble. That was where the Kuei ox had just put on its show. Traces of blood simulated by the Kuei bull still stained the ground. The scout probe scanned the bloodstains for a full 30 seconds. Then, a miniature collector shot out from its tail, carefully flying over to collect a blood sample. Having completed its task, it began to turn around, preparing to return the way it came. Leaving already? Lu Chen smiled. You came here, so don't be in such a hurry to leave. He gave a subtle nod to Xiao Kai beside him. Go. Fetch it back for me. Chapter 131, The Mad Plan begins. The insect plague army descends. Woof! Xiao Kai let out an excited yelp. He loved this kind of mouse-catching game the most. With a swift blur, Xiao Kai shot out from behind the meteorite. Its speed was astonishingly fast. In the void, it left a golden afterimage in its wake. The reconnaissance probe sounded its alarm the instant Xiao Kai moved. It immediately activated its space jump engine, attempting to flee. But it was already too late. Xiao Kai's speed surpassed even that of the spatial jump. Just as the scout probe was about to vanish, Xiao Kai opened its mouth and bit down on its rear end. Snap! A crisp sound rang out. The probe's shell, forged from a special alloy, proved as fragile as a cookie before Xiao Kai's teeth. A large chunk was bitten off cleanly. Its intricate internal components and circuitry were instantly exposed to the air, sparking dangerously. The reconnaissance probe struggled frantically, but to no avail. Xiao Kai clamped down on it, carrying it like a trophy, and scampered back to Lu Chen. Good job. Lu Chen patted Xiao Kai on the head and retrieved the half-dead reconnaissance probe from its mouth. He examined the little thing, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Let me see what you rats are up to. He extended a finger and lightly tapped the probe's casing. A pure sword intense surged into it instantly, beginning to violently crack its data core. Seconds later, a peculiar expression flickered across Lu Chen's face. Interesting. Eagle Nation, secret base of the Fallen Wonderland. The atmosphere in the command center was oppressive. Dr. Franklin stared intently at the massive holographic screen before him. On the screen, the signal representing reconnaissance probe number 13 had turned a blinding red. What was the last image transmitted before signal loss? Franklin's voice was dry. Reporting, Doctor.
A technician immediately stood to answer. The last image transmitted was a golden shadow moving too fast for our capture equipment to analyze. Then the signal cut out. A golden shadow? Franklin's brow furrowed. He immediately pulled up all the data transmitted by Probe 13. As he examined the photograph of the one-eyed colossus and the analysis report of the toxic swamp, Franklin's expression grew increasingly grave. These creatures are completely unrecorded in our database. Their energy levels far exceeded our previous estimates. And this? He pointed to the blood sample analysis report. Preliminary findings indicate this is biological blood imbued with formidable thunderous power. Its genetic structure shares 97% similarity with the Kuei bull samples we previously collected in the Kunlun Mountains. The Chinese have brought their national guardian beast here? A flicker of apprehension crossed President Johnson's face. The might of the Kuei Nyo was something they had witnessed firsthand. Back on Blue Star, that Kuei bull clad in Heaven's Wrath battle armor had single-handedly devoured 2 mechanical leviathans. That scene remains a nightmare for many high-ranking military officials in the Eagle Nation to this day. It seems our opponents are far better prepared than we imagined. Dr. Franklin pushed his glasses up, his eyes flickering. But this makes it all the more interesting, doesn't it? What satisfaction is there in hunting a sheep? Only by conquering a lion can we truly demonstrate the greatness of hunters. His tone brimmed with maniacal confidence. Doctor, should we proceed with the Icarus project? A general asked with evident concern. The situation there now seems far more complex than we anticipated. Of course we continue. Dr. Franklin declared with unwavering resolve. Precisely because it's complex, we must resolve it with the simplest, most brutal means. Faced with sheer numbers, any powerful individual will seem insignificant. He approached the massive gathering spirit drum, extending his hand to gently trace the cold runes etched across its surface. Our reconnaissance probe may have been lost, but it brought back the most crucial intelligence. Namely, the precise coordinates of the Huaxia base and its psychic energy fluctuation frequency. Now, we are like a hunter with a sniper rifle, having locked onto our prey. All we need to do is pull the trigger. He turned to face President Johnson. Mr. President, give the order. It's time to let those Easterners taste what true despair feels like. President Johnson looked at Franklin's fanatical face and took a deep breath. He knew this was a huge gamble. Win, and the Eagle Nation would ascend back to the pinnacle of the world. If they lost, they would be doomed forever. But at this point, there was no turning back. I authorize the Icarus project to commence. President Johnson's voice echoed through the command center. All units, take your positions. Sound the doomsday chime. Aye. The entire base sprang into action. 2 towering, muscular cyborg warriors carried a massive drumstick fashioned from the bone of a colossal beast toward the gathering spirit drum. Holding their breath, they summoned every ounce of strength to raise the mallet high. Thud! A deep, resonant drumbeat reverberated throughout the entire base. The sound seemed not to enter through the ears, but to resonate directly within the depths of every soul. An invisible, intangible wave radiated outward from the gathering immortal's drum, spreading frantically in all directions. This wave traversed the shattered continent, pierced through warp space, and raced toward the distant Divine Weapon Pavilion base at a speed beyond imagination. At the same moment, at the opposite end of the fallen immortal realm, upon that black plain covered in endless, void moth larvae, all the insects simultaneously ceased their slumber, as if a trigger had been pulled. They lifted their heads in unison. Translucent compound eyes glowed with a greedy, bloodthirsty red light. They sensed it. That alluring psychic fluctuation emanating from afar. Like the sweetest oasis in the desert, it was the sustenance they depended on for survival and evolution. Hiss. Some unknown insect was the first to emit a sharp hiss. Then, the entire plane erupted. Billions of void midges fluttered their wings in unison. Buzz. The sound coalesced into a terrifying sonic wave powerful enough to shatter eardrums. The black swarm surged upward from the plane like a bursting flood, or a cloud darkening the sky. They coalesced into a vast, black torrent, surging toward the source of the psychic fluctuations, overwhelming the landscape. Wherever they passed, not a blade of grass remained. Native creatures unable to flee in time were devoured to the last bone fragment upon contact with the swarm. This apocalyptic disaster, orchestrated by the Eagle Nation itself, had officially begun. Chapter 132, Turning the Tables. Taste the catastrophe you summoned. Meanwhile, Lu Chen sat in his rocking chair, holding the reconnaissance probe he had violently hacked. The device's screen clearly displayed real-time footage from the Eagle Nation's secret base. In the footage, Presidents Franklin and Johnson stared with fanatical fervor at the gathering immortal's drum being struck. Master, those bastards seem to have started moving. Kuei-Nyo's voice echoed in Lu Chen's mind. Though still performing its act outside, it witnessed the scene inside the Eagle Nation base through Lu Chen's shared perspective. Stay calm. Routine procedure. Lu Chen's tone betrayed no hint of agitation. Keep up your act. Remember, you need to project a sense of tragic heroism that even though I'm mortally wounded, I'll still fight to the last drop of blood to defend the base. Kuei Nyo heard this and was utterly dumbfounded. Master, are you certain a mirox can convey such complex emotions? Nevertheless, it obediently replied, yes, master. Lu Chen paid Kuei Nyo no further attention. His full attention was now focused on the tiny reconnaissance probe. Not only had he just cracked the probe's data core, but he'd also planted a small Trojan program inside it. Now, every surveillance device within that secret base in Eagle Nation had become his eyes and ears. He could clearly see that after the Yi Gathering Immortals drum was struck, a peculiar energy fluctuation was spreading toward his location at an astonishing speed. Was this their trump card? Lu Chen stroked his chin. Amplifying the base's spiritual energy fluctuations to attract specific creatures? Not a bad idea, but a bit naive. He stood up and stretched. Xiaoqi, time to get to work. Lu Chen addressed the sapling of the Seven Treasures marvel tree he kept as a potted plant. Xiaoqi's leaves rustled, as if in response. A large group of not-so-friendly little bugs will be paying a visit soon. Your job is to show them a real treat. A mischievous grin spread across Lu Chen's face. He brought Xiaoqi directly to the very top of the Divine Weapon Pavilion base. This was the energy core of the entire base, where spiritual energy fluctuations were strongest. Right here. Lu Chen planted Xiaoqi into the ground. Begin your performance. Xiaoqi's tree trunk burst into brilliant light. Its 7 leaves shone like 7 miniature suns, radiating dazzling, blinding light. A surge of spiritual energy, immeasurably more powerful than before, erupted violently from Xiaoqi's core. This time, it was no longer a trivial illusion. The entire Divine Weapon Pavilion base, along with tens of thousands of kilometers of surrounding void, was enveloped within an invisible force field. Under the force field's influence, the scenery began to warp and transform. The futuristic steel fortress vanished. In its place emerged a colossal black vortex, radiating an endless aura of malevolence. That vortex resembled a gateway to the depths of hell itself. From within, piercing screams and wails echoed incessantly. Pure, demonic energy seeped out from the vortex, contaminating everything around it. This was precisely the scene Lu Chen had Xiaoqi simulate. The simulation mirrored the colossal lair he had witnessed on the secret chamber's murals, a monstrous nest formed from countless celestial demon carcasses and the ruins of the Heavenly Palace. Though void maggots were born destroyers, they too had their own natural enemies. That was the higher-tier predator, the heavenly demons from beyond the cosmos. The aura of celestial demons was a fear etched deep into their very genes. Lu Chen's plan was simple. He would make these insects, wielded as tools by the Eagle Nation, experience what it meant to be suppressed from the depths of their very bloodline. Done. Call it a day. Lu Chen clapped his hands and reclined back into his rocking chair. He even had time to crack open a cold can of happy water. Now, all he needed to do was sit back and quietly enjoy the show. Report. Abnormal surge in psychic energy fluctuations detected in the target area. A technician suddenly shouted at the Eagle Nation base. Surge? How much? Dr. Franklin demanded immediately. Reporting, Doctor. According to our data models, it surged at least 100-fold. The technician's voice trembled slightly. What? 100 times? Everyone in the command room sucked in their breath. How is that possible? Even if the Huaxia people moved all their belongings inside, it couldn't possibly generate such terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations. Could it be that our Gathering Immortals drum has malfunctioned? A general speculated. Impossible. Dr. Franklin immediately dismissed the notion. The Gathering Spirit drum is operating perfectly normally. The problem must lie with the enemy. A look of wild excitement suddenly spread across his face. It must be the Huaxia people activating their final trump card. Do they think that by unleashing even greater energy, they can counter the natural disasters we summoned? How naive. This will only make those little darlings go even more berserk. Ha! Heaven is truly on my side. President Johnson joined in the laughter. Order. Increase the output power of the Gathering Immortals drum. I want this fire to burn even brighter. Don. 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 Heavier, more urgent drumbeats echoed throughout the base. They did not realize that the drumbeat they were striking was not the enemy's death knell, but their own. In the distant void, the black torrent formed by billions of void maggots drew ever closer. Sensing the intensifying allure of the feast ahead, each insect grew wildly excited, accelerating relentlessly. Yet, just as they were about to reach their destination, they abruptly halted. Every void maggot froze in place, as if struck by a petrification spell. The greed and bloodlust that had burned in their transparent compound eyes vanished without a trace. Only boundless terror remained. In their senses, the once tempting paradise of delicacies ahead vanished without a trace. Instead, a terrifying black hole had appeared, radiating the stench of death and destruction. That was the aura of their natural enemy. The deepest nightmare passed down through generations in their very blood. SSSSH. Some unknown insect was the first to emit a shriek filled with terror. Then the entire swarm erupted into chaos. Like headless flies, they began darting wildly through the air. The instinct to survive overwhelmed everything. They just wanted to escape this terrifying place as quickly as possible, getting as far away from that black hole as they could. Just then, they sensed another direction, a faint yet equally alluring psychic wave emanating from a nearby source. That fluctuation, though nowhere near as potent as the earlier paradise of delicacies. But most importantly, it lacked that terrifying aura that made their very souls tremble. Without a moment's hesitation, the entire swarm changed course. They charged madly toward that new culinary paradise, the secret base of Eagle Sauce Nation where the gathering immortals drum resided. Chapter 133, Reaping What They Sowed. Champagne turned funeral. Divine Weapon Pavilion Base, Command Center. The atmosphere was tense. All eyes were fixed intently on the massive holographic screen. On the screen, a massive red area representing the swarm was rapidly closing in on the blue dot representing the base at an alarming speed. 500 kilometers to go. 400 kilometers. 300 kilometers. The technician's voice trembled with tension as he reported the updates. Cold sweat drenched Pancher's palms. Though he trusted consultant Lu, seeing that overwhelming swarm of insects, it would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. The sheer numbers were terrifying. Even their saliva alone could drown the entire base. All defense units, enter level 1 combat readiness. Rock ordered loudly. Maximum power to energy shields. All automated cannons, fire at will. Buzz. A pale blue energy shield instantly enveloped the entire base. Outside the base perimeter, thousands of automated cannons simultaneously swiveled their barrels, locking onto the direction of the incoming insect swarm. A major battle seemed imminent. Yet, just as the swarm approached within 100 kilometers of the base, a bizarre scene unfolded. That vast red expanse suddenly halted. Like a sports car traveling at high speed, it slammed on the brakes. Then, under the stunned gazes of all present, that vast red expanse executed a sharp 180-degree turn, racing back toward its point of origin at a speed even faster than its approach. What the hell is going on? Inside the command center, everyone was dumbfounded. Were these bugs here to stage an armed parade? They reached their own doorstep and turned right back around? Rock was stunned too. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he must be seeing things. But the data on the screen clearly showed that it was all real. Could it be Advisor Lu? He immediately thought of that man who always seemed to pull off miracles. Only he could pull off something so utterly unconventional. Canceling the alert. Pancher took a deep breath and issued the new order. All units, stand by in position and continue monitoring the target's movements. Though still baffled, the tension in the command room finally eased. Whatever had transpired, at least the immediate crisis had been averted. Secret Base, Eagle Nation. Dr. Franklin sipped his coffee, watching the screen with a satisfied expression. Judging by the time, our little darlings should be tucking into their feast by now. He chuckled to President Johnson beside him. What a pity we can't witness that spectacular scene ourselves. President Johnson's face was also beaming with satisfaction. Rest assured, Mr. President, Franklin said. I've dispatched our latest stealth reconnaissance craft to document that historic moment. Soon, I'm confident, we'll receive the welcome news that the Chinese base has been leveled to the ground. Just then, a technician's voice cut through the silence, filled with terror and disbelief. Reporting, Doctor. Reporting, Mr. President. Something's happened. What is it? Don't make such a fuss. Franklin frowned slightly, displeased. It's the swarm. They've turned back. What? Franklin and Johnson froze simultaneously. They hurried to the technician's screen. On the radar screen, the massive red area representing the swarm was hurtling toward their own base at a terrifying speed. This can't be. Franklin exclaimed. The radar must be malfunctioning. Quick! Switch to the optical observation feed. The technician immediately switched the feed. Out in the void surrounding the base, an endless black cloud was rolling in, darkening the sky. It wasn't a cloud at all. It was an army of death, billions of void insects. Mad red light blazed from their eyes, their wings buzzing with a piercing hum. Their target was none other than this very base. Why? Why was this happening? President Johnson's face instantly drained of color. His legs buckled, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. It's the gathering immortal drum. Dr. Franklin suddenly remembered something and let out a desperate scream. The gathering spirit drum is still drawing them in. Quick! Quick, stop it! Stop the drum! He roared frantically at the two modified soldiers still beating the drum with all their might. The two cyborg warriors had long been petrified by the horrifying scene before them. Hearing the order, they felt as if they'd been granted a reprieve. They dropped the drumsticks and scrambled backward, rolling and crawling as they fled. But it was already too late. The swarm was already upon them. Activate all base defense systems. Now! Intercept them! Franklin bellowed into the communicator, his voice hoarse with urgency. Countless concealed gun ports simultaneously extended from the base's outer walls. Dense beams of energy and solid projectiles poured down upon the swarm like a torrential downpour. Yet their assault against the horrifyingly vast swarm was like tossing a few pebbles into the ocean.
Beyond stirring a few insignificant ripples, it had no effect whatsoever.
Countless void locusts charged the base's energy shields with reckless abandon. Boom! The dense clatter of impacts merged into a continuous roar. The base's energy shield began to flicker violently, its color growing increasingly dim. Alert! Energy shield overloaded. Projected failure in 30 seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. In the command center, the shrill alarm mingled with the desperate screams of the crew. Dr. Franklin stared blankly at the encroaching blackness on the screen, his eyes filled with regret and frustration. He couldn't understand how things had come to this. The plan had been flawless. Boom! A deafening explosion. The base's energy shield finally collapsed completely under the relentless assault of the endless swarm. The black tide of insects surged into the base like a flood breaking through a dam. Piercing screams echoed in waves. Those once arrogant Eagle Nation soldiers and scientists couldn't last even a second against these ravenous insects. They were devoured instantly, leaving not even bone fragments behind. President Johnson watched as a human head-sized Hymenoptera smashed through the command center's observation window and lunged toward him. Terrified out of his wits, he let out a twisted scream. Then, everything went black before his eyes. The feast they had meticulously planned had ultimately become their own funeral. Divine Weapon Pavilion Base, Command Center. Rock and the new recruits watched the entire ordeal unfold through shared surveillance feeds as the Eagle Nation base was overwhelmed by the swarm. A deathly silence hung over the entire command room. Everyone was rendered speechless by this sudden, earth-shattering reversal. After a long pause, a burly man from the Northern Bear Nation muttered to himself, Did I see that right? Those Eagle Nation bastards got wiped out by the very insects they summoned? Chapter 134, When the Gods Waved Their Hands, the Fate of Millions of Insects. Looks like it. A teammate nearby replied uncertainly. This is way too dramatic. It feels like watching a black comedy with a script written in advance. The group murmured among themselves, their faces filled with bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? What did I just witness? Only Pancher stared at the figure leisurely reclining in the rocking chair in the corner of the frame with an expression of pure admiration. He knew this was undoubtedly the work of Consultant Lu, though he couldn't fathom how Consultant Lu had pulled it off. But that didn't diminish Pancher's admiration for Consultant Lu, which flowed like a mighty river, unceasing and boundless. To toy with enemies as if they were mere pawns, driving them to self-destruction. Such tactics were nothing short of supernatural. Ahem! Pancher cleared his throat, forcibly snapping everyone out of their stunned silence. You all saw that, right? This is the fate of those who oppose our human alliance. No matter what schemes our enemies concoct, they'll crumble before Advisor Lu. He seized the moment to boost Lu Chen's prestige. Sure enough, upon hearing these words, the expressions in the command center shifted toward Lu Chen. Their previous curiosity and reverence had transformed into fervent adoration. Especially the new recruits, they finally witnessed firsthand just how terrifying this legendary guardian truly was. Without losing a single soldier, he had reduced a well-equipped enemy base to ashes with ease. What immense power! To follow such a godlike figure was the greatest honor of their lives. Lu Chen had no idea he'd just gained a whole new army of devoted followers. He now watched with keen interest as the swarm on the screen feasted voraciously. The Eagle Nation's base had been nearly devoured. Only the most robust metal skeletons remained, stubbornly standing tall in the void. With their fill eaten, it was time to move. Lu Chen finally rose from the rocking chair. He snapped his fingers at Xiaoqi beside him. Xiaoqi understood immediately, and the tree trunk flashed with light. The immense illusion shrouding the Divine Weapon Pavilion base vanished without a trace. The Iron Fortress reappeared in the void. The pure spiritual energy fluctuations radiated out once more. The void leeches cleaning up the battlefield at the Eagle Nation base suddenly caught the scent of that mouth-watering delicacy that haunted their dreams. And this time, the scent carried no trace of their dreaded natural predator. With their insect brains, they clearly couldn't comprehend what was happening. Their instincts echoed a single command. Eat. Thus, the swarm just sated from their previous feast reversed course once more, charging fiercely toward the Divine Weapon Pavilion base. Inside the Divine Weapon Pavilion Command Center, the momentary relief that had washed over the gathered personnel vanished instantly as they witnessed the scene. Their hearts leapt to their throats. What was happening? Why had they returned? Had Advisor Lu's illusion failed? Rock Solid's face betrayed his tension, but he forced himself to shout calmly, Don't panic. Trust Advisor Lu. Sure enough, just as the swarm was about to reach the base's perimeter, Lu Chen's figure suddenly materialized outside the base's energy shield. Alone, he hovered silently in the void, facing the overwhelming black tide of insects. The scene held a powerful visual impact. It was like a tiny human attempting to stop a runaway train with his bare hands. What was he trying to do? Was he really planning to take on the entire swarm by himself? Inside the command center, everyone held their breath for Lu Chen. Yet Lu Chen's next action left everyone staring in disbelief. Slowly raising his right hand, he gave a light wave toward the swarm, as if shooing away a swarm of bothersome flies. No earth-shattering explosions erupted, nor did any world-ending sword chi erupt. An indescribable, terrifying force descended in an instant.
The entire space seemed frozen in time. The foremost swarm of tens of millions of void insects had their bodies reduced to the tiniest particles in an instant,
as if an invisible giant hand had utterly erased them from existence.
The swarm behind them froze in their tracks, paralyzed by the horrifying spectacle. Though lacking in intelligence, they sensed that the aura emanating from this insignificant human was 10,000 times more terrifying than the black hole they had just faced.
It was death itself. The entire swarm fell into a deathly silence. Then, they made a move that no one could have anticipated. They began to devour one another, fighting for escape routes, desperate to flee from that terrifying man.
Those farther away furiously attacked any comrade blocking their path. Those closer to the man, overcome by sheer terror, chose to self-destruct.
In an instant, the entire void transformed into a chaotic battlefield.
Yet this war had nothing whatsoever to do with the Divine Weapon Pavilion base.
Lu Chen watched it all unfold like a spectator admiring fireworks. After about 10 minutes,
the chaos gradually subsided. Of the original swarm numbering in the billions, less than a tenth remained. Those that remained trembled in fear, never daring to approach the Divine Weapon Pavilion base again.
Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction. Alright, time to clean up the spoils of war.
He turned his gaze toward the distant ruins.
There lay the ruins of the Eagle Sauce Nation's base. Lu Chen extended his right hand and made a grabbing motion toward that direction. Buzz!
Amidst the ruins, the Gathering Immortals drum, over 3 meters in diameter, suddenly began to vibrate violently. Ignoring the spatial distance, it transformed into a streak of light and instantly materialized in Lu Chen's hand. Moreover, it rapidly shrank at a visible pace, eventually transforming into an exquisitely crafted small drum, no larger than the palm of his hand, resting in Lu Chen's palm.
Teleportation. Witnessing this miraculous feat, the command room personnel were utterly numb.
They felt their worldviews being repeatedly crushed and trampled upon today. It seemed that gods truly could do as they pleased. Lu Chen toyed with the palm-sized Gathering Immortals drum in his hand, finding it rather intriguing.
Its texture resembled jade, yet carried the weight of metal.
The ancient runes etched across its surface still glowed faintly, as if possessed of a life of their own.
Not a bad little toy.
He casually tucked the small drum into his pocket, then turned and headed back to the Divine Weapon Pavilion base. The moment he landed, Pancher rushed over with a group of people, his excitement palpable.
Advisor Lu. You're nothing short of a god. Rock's face was etched with fervent admiration, his speech almost incoherent. What technique was that just now? Absolutely incredible. Yes, Advisor Lu. You just waved your hand, and tens of millions of insects vanished? And that telekinesis. How did you pull that off? Chapter 135, Epic Enhancement. Acquiring the Sonic Weapon.
The crowd swarmed around Lu Chen like curious children, bombarding him with questions.
Standard procedure, standard procedure.
Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively, his expression calm and unconcerned.
Everyone, stop crowding around. Get back to your tasks.
That Eagle Nation base may be destroyed, but it must have left behind plenty of good stuff. Rock, take your men to clean up the battlefield. See what's usable and haul it all back here.
Remember, be thorough, don't overlook a single screw. Yes. Mission accomplished.
Rock saluted at attention immediately, then led his men off with eager determination, scraping the bottom of the barrel that was a time-honored tradition of their nation.
Once everyone had dispersed, Lu Chen finally returned to his own lounge. He summoned Kuei Nyo and Xiao Kai. The moment Kuei Nyo entered, he shot Lu Chen a resentful look. Master, next time you pull a stunt like this, could you give me a heads up beforehand? I've been totally humiliated today. Embarrassed?
Lu Chen shot him a sideways glance. If you're so embarrassed, next time I'll send Xiao Kai instead.
No. Quinia panicked at the thought. Master, I was wrong. I don't feel humiliated at all. In fact, I think my acting skills still have huge room for improvement. I'm willing to sacrifice everything to protect the base.
It had finally figured it out, following the master meant getting fed.
The journey might be a bit bumpy, but the outcome was definitely worth it. Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to respond.
He pulled the miniaturized, immortal gathering drum from his pocket.
Here, let me show you a real treasure.
He held the miniature drum before the Kuei ox. The Kuei ox curiously leaned its massive head closer, sniffing it with its trunk.
Master, what is this? I sense powerful energy within it.
This is called the Gathering Spirit Drum.
Lu Chen explained,
those idiots from Eagle Sauce Country use this very thing to lure that swarm of insects over here. Its function is to amplify and channel spiritual energy fluctuations. As he spoke, he turned to look at the Kuei ox, a mischievous grin spreading across his face.
Old bull, haven't you always felt your thunder power lacks might? Want to make it even more formidable? The Kuei ox's eyes lit up instantly. Yes. I've been dreaming of it. All right. Lu Chen nodded.
Then try roaring at this little drum with all your might.
Bellow? The Kuei ox froze.
Yes, just like that move you used to scare me back on Kunlun Mountain, the thunderous roar. Though Kuei Nyo didn't understand what Lu Chen was up to, he complied. It took a deep breath, its chest swelling high. Then, opening its gaping maw, it unleashed an earth-shattering roar at the palm-sized drum. Roar! Sound waves imbued with boundless thunderous power solidified into tangible force, crashing violently against the gathering immortal's drum.
Hum!
The moment the sound wave touched the drumhead, the runes on the gathering immortal's drum flared brightly. Immediately after, a terrifying sound wave hundreds of times more powerful than the roar of the Kuei ox erupted violently, radiating outward from the small drum.
Boom! The entire Divine Weapon Pavilion base shook violently under this terrifying sonic wave.
In the lounge, glass made from special materials shattered instantly. Jars and bottles on the table crashed to the floor with a clatter. The Kuei ox, bearing the brunt of the blast, was sent flying by the amplified shockwave it had unleashed.
Its massive body bounced off the wall like a soccer ball. It bounced back, landing with a thud that left it dazed and disoriented. The Kuei bull shook its dazed head and looked at Lu Chen with an innocent expression. Master, you tricked me again. Little Kai had already darted behind Lu Chen, peeking out with just a tiny head, staring in horror at the chaos unfolding before them. Lu Chen, however, remained as steady as a mountain, not even a corner of his robe stirring. He examined the small drum in his hand with satisfaction and nodded. Not bad, not bad. This drum packs quite a punch. He discovered that this gathering immortal's drum not only amplified spiritual energy fluctuations but could also convert various forms of energy into sonic attacks. The thunderous roar of the Kuei ox, amplified by it, saw its power increase by an order of magnitude. Used against enemies, this would be an absolute game-changer. Old ox, how does it feel? Lu Chen asked with a smile.
The Kuei ox scrambled to its feet and shook its head. Feels like my ears are buzzing a bit, it replied in a deep, resonant voice. But it sure felt exhilarating. It could feel that the roar had cleared its mind and sharpened its thoughts.
From now on, this thing is yours. Lu Chen tossed the small drum to Kuei Nyo. Figure out how to integrate it with your battle armor.
Thank you, master. The Kuei ox was overjoyed, carefully catching the small drum and cradling it like a precious treasure, unable to put it down. It was already imagining the scene. In future battles, it would first bellow at its enemies, stunning them with the sheer force of its roar, then pounce to deliver a brutal beating.
Just imagining it was thrilling. Panshir led the Alliance's first exploration team on a grand expedition, and they returned in equal splendor. Every face radiated genuine, heartfelt joy. It felt less like returning from a battlefield cleanup and more like coming back from a country fair with bags full of goodies. They not only retrieved all the high-value equipment from Eagle Sauce Nation's secret base, but even snatched up the leftover frozen steaks from the cafeteria and the unopened toilet paper rolls from the restrooms. As Panshir put it, this was strategic material every last grain brought home. Advisor Lu, come see this. The moment Panshir spotted Lu Chen, he rubbed his hands together like a child showing off a treasure, leading him to inspect the spoils of their expedition. Outside the Divine Weapon Pavilion, a mountain of oddly shaped equipment piled up in the open space. This is their energy shield generator. Though the bugs chewed it to pieces, the core remains intact. Academician Xian will surely appreciate it. And this that old codger Franklin's personal terminal. It's packed with valuable data. The Manhwa system has already cracked it, and all the files have been packaged and sent back. Rock Solid rattled off the details with a torrent of words, his excitement bubbling over like a 200-pound child. Lu Chen gave a perfunctory nod, his gaze sweeping over the pile of scrap metal. He held little interest in this so-called high-tech. No matter how advanced, could it possibly rival the power of a flick of his finger? Still, adhering to the principle of not wasting resources, Lu Chen instructed, have the research team thoroughly examine it. See if they can upgrade Kuei Nyo's gear. Got it. Rock replied promptly. His admiration for Lu Chen had now reached an entirely new level. What does it mean to strategize from behind the scenes? What does it mean to win battles from afar? Advisor Lu sat comfortably at the base and dismantled the Eagle Nation's painstakingly constructed secret facility. This wasn't just a tactical victory, it was a goddamn dimensional strike. Oh, and Consultant Lu, we found something strange in the deepest level of their base. Rock finished speaking and motioned for the team to clear a path. Chapter 136, The Mysterious Teleportation Array. No more passive defense. In the center of the clearing stood a massive circular stone slab. The stone disc measured over 10 meters in diameter, its surface engraved with intricate runes. These runes bore no resemblance to either Chinese Taoist talismans or Western magical arrays, their style distinctly bizarre. At the stone slab's center was a sunken platform. 12 black stone pillars stood around it, resembling some sort of altar. The entire stone platform emitted faint, fluctuating spatial ripples. What is this? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and stepped forward. He sensed this stone platform was no ordinary object. We don't know either. Panshir shook his head. When we found it, it was sealed behind several layers of alloy doors, each protected by the highest grade biometric locks. If it weren't for the Manhwa system's incredible capabilities, we wouldn't have been able to open it. According to Franklin's logs, they unearthed this thing in the Fallen Wonderland. It's incredibly ancient, and they couldn't figure it out themselves. All they know is it might be a teleportation array. A teleportation array? Lu Chen extended his hand and gently touched the cold runes on the stone slab. A faint stinging sensation pricked his fingertips, as if countless invisible needles were piercing his skin. The primordial sword body activated automatically, dispelling this strange energy. He closed his eyes and sent a thread of divine consciousness into the stone slab. In an instant, countless chaotic, shattered images filled with brutality and slaughter flooded his mind. Lu Chen saw boundless blood-red wastelands, hordes of monstrous beasts, and a planet shrouded in black demonic energy. Upon that planet, countless winged humanoid creatures were enslaving slender, shadow-like natives. They forced these shadow-like natives to mine a type of black crystal that glowed with an eerie light from deep within the earth. The vision flickered and vanished. Lu Chen suddenly opened his eyes, his expression grave. Extraterrestrial demons. He murmured to himself. Though it was only a fleeting glimpse, he was certain the winged creatures in the vision were identical to the outer heavenly demons depicted in the ancient murals. And this teleportation array's coordinates pointed directly to one of the heavenly demons' outposts in the cosmos. Advisor Lu, are you alright? Rock noticed Lu Chen's troubled expression and asked with concern. I'm fine. Lu Chen shook his head, though his mind was churning with shock. He had always believed the abyssal monsters were merely the heavenly demons' vanguard. The next large-scale invasion would likely occur during the mid to late stages after the game's full deployment. Who'd have thought those idiots in Eagle Nation would actually dig up the teleportation array from someone's forward base? This wasn't just offering up cannon fodder. It was actively opening the door for the enemy, as if afraid they couldn't find their way. Can this thing even be activated? Lu Chen asked. Probably not, replied Rock. According to Franklin's records, they tried every method and still couldn't activate it. It seems to be missing the most crucial energy core. Lu Chen nodded thoughtfully. He studied the groove at the center of the stone disk. Its size and shape seemed vaguely familiar. Suddenly recalling something, Lu Chen retrieved an object from his storage space. It was the spatial crystal core that Little Kai had spat out in the Celestial Palace Medicine Garden. He slowly placed the spatial crystal core into the central groove of the stone tray. It fit perfectly, neither too large nor too small. Click. A faint click sounded, as if an ancient mechanism had been triggered. The next instant, the entire circular stone slab burst into light. The eerie runes on the 12 black stone pillars lit up one by one, emitting a sinister crimson glow. A colossal, heart-stopping spatial energy erupted violently from the stone platform, radiating outward. The entire divine weapon pavilion base began to shake violently. Holy! Panshur and the others were startled pale by this sudden upheaval, scrambling backward. Don't panic! Lu Chen barked. At his command, everyone immediately regained their composure. Lu Chen stood at the center of the teleportation array, his robes billowing and black hair whipping wildly. The violent spatial energy before him seemed as docile as a kitten. He lifted his head, gazing upward at the teleportation array. There, space had begun to warp, forming a deep vortex. On the other side of that vortex lay the lair of the heavenly demons from beyond the realms. A thought, bold to the point of madness, surged uncontrollably within Lu Chen's mind. Rather than passively waiting here to strike first, go to their lair and see for yourself. Advisor Lu. Danger! Get out now! Panshur bellowed at the top of his lungs, his facial muscles twitching. That dark crimson vortex was unsettling just to look at, like a primordial beast opening its gaping maw to devour its prey. But Consultant Lu? Not only did he refuse to flee, he stood right in the center of it. Did he think his life was too long? The rest of the team looked tense, weapons raised and aimed at the spatial vortex. Though they knew full well that guns would likely be useless against this thing. Put your weapons away. Don't get trigger happy. Lu Chen's voice drifted from the vortex's center, still as calm and detached as ever. He turned to face the worried expressions and smiled. What's the rush? The sky won't fall. With a wave of his hand, an invisible force began to spread. The raging spatial energy instantly subsided. The violently shaking base regained its stability. Only the dark crimson spatial vortex continued to spin slowly, proving that everything that had just happened was no illusion. The crowd finally exhaled in relief, their gazes toward Lu Chen now filled with awe. Was this the power of a divine being? With a mere wave of his hand, he had pacified such a terrifying energy upheaval. Advisor Lu, what exactly was that? Panshur asked cautiously. A door, Lu Chen replied succinctly. A door? A gateway to another world. Lu Chen paused before adding, a world belonging to our enemies. The room fell silent at his words. No one present was foolish, they instantly grasped the meaning behind Lu Chen's words. Beyond the gate lay the demons of the outer realm. Those terrifying beings who destroyed the ancient celestial palace and nearly obliterated Blue Star itself. The mere thought sent a chill down everyone's spine. They had just walked through the gates of hell.
Then, should we destroy it immediately? A young team member stammered. The suggestion was met with immediate unanimous agreement.
Who could sleep soundly with such a thing lurking in the base? It's like having a ticking time bomb in your own home. Destroy it? Lu Chen shook his head, a hint of amusement curling his lips.
Why destroy it? Such a valuable thing, it would be a shame to destroy it. The others exchanged bewildered glances, each seeing deep confusion in the other's eyes.
What did Consultant Lu mean by that? Could he possibly want to keep this thing for the new year? I've made my decision. Lu Chen surveyed the room and spoke slowly. I'm going to the other side of the gate to take a look. Chapter 137, Staking Everything on Trust. Venturing alone into the demon realm. Boom!
The words exploded like a heavy bomb among the crowd. Everyone froze in shock.
They doubted their own ears. Advisor Lu was going to the lair of the heavenly demon beyond the realms? Alone? Wasn't that tantamount to suicide? No. Absolutely not.
Rock was the first to step forward in opposition, his stance unwavering. Advisor Lu, you are the cornerstone of our nation, the very hope of the entire alliance.
You cannot take this risk. Right. It's far too dangerous. We know nothing about that place. Rushing in blindly would be like walking straight into a trap.
The team members also spoke up to dissuade him. They admired Lu Chen's abilities, but this wasn't the time for heroics. This concerns the future of our entire civilization. Lu Chen remained silent, listening intently. Only after everyone had finished speaking did he ask, "Is that all?" The group paused, then nodded.
Very well. Now I shall announce my decision. Lu Chen's gaze swept over each person. I'm going to pay a visit across the way. Who's in favor? Who's opposed?
His tone was matter of fact, as if discussing something as trivial as tonight's dinner. Yet his eyes held an authority that brooked no argument.
Rock opened his mouth, about to speak, but found himself utterly speechless.
Under Lu Chen's gaze, he felt like a primary school student facing their teacher. Any counterargument seemed feeble and futile.
In the conference room,
Sumu Xue and Li Jinghua joined the impromptu emergency meeting via holographic projection. When they heard Lu Chen's decision, their reactions mirrored Pan Shi's and the others.
Nonsense!
Li Jinghua slammed his hand on the table. This battle-hardened veteran general had never lost his composure before Lu Chen until now.
Comrade Lu Chen, I vehemently oppose this decision.
This is no child's play. You're gambling with all of our futures.
Though Sumu Xue remained silent, her furrowed brow and icy gaze spoke volumes.
She swiftly manipulated the light screen, pulling up countless data analysis reports.
Mr. Lu, based on current intelligence analysis, the power of the extraterrestrial demons far surpasses any enemy we've encountered before. We know nothing about their civilization level, social structure, or military capabilities. Under these circumstances, your probability of survival if you venture alone into their territory is less than 0.01%. Her voice was utterly composed, each word radiating professionalism. I recommend immediately sealing or destroying this teleportation array. Then, we should commit all resources to deep exploration of the Celestial Palace ruins and building our defense systems. This is the most prudent and rational course of action at present. Listening to their words, Lu Chen picked up the teacup on the table and took a leisurely sip. You're both right. He set the cup down and looked at the two figures on the light screen. But you're overlooking the most crucial issue. What issue? Li Jinghua asked. We don't have time. Lu Chen's voice grew hushed. You've seen the murals in the Celestial Palace ruins. In ancient times, even the mighty Heavenly Court was destroyed by the celestial demons. Do you really think we can hold out with our current resources? Our so-called safety now rests solely on the enemy not yet discovering our precise location. The appearance of this teleportation array is a warning bell. It tells us the enemy is far closer than we imagined. Rather than sitting here waiting for death, waiting for them to come knocking, I propose we take the initiative and go probe their strength and weaknesses. Know thy enemy and know thyself, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Generally, you should understand this principle better than I do. Li Jinghua fell silent. He could not refute Lu Chen's words. Because everything Lu Chen said was true. But the risk was too great. Sumu Xue still couldn't shake her unease. Risk? Lu Chen smiled. When has my journey ever been without risk? From weathering the tsunami head-on, to taking on Leviathan single-handedly, to battling those world-class bosses. Which of those, in your eyes, was it a life or death struggle? And what happened? Here I am, standing tall and unharmed. You must have faith in me. Lu Chen looked at them. And you must have faith in the fortune of our China. He rose to his feet and walked toward the teleportation array. My decision is final. No further discussion. Sumu Xue, while I'm away, the base is yours to command. Continue the Heavenly Palace expansion project without pause. Kuei Niao and Xiao Kai will remain behind to protect you. General Li, I entrust Blue Star to you. Stabilize the situation, do not panic. As if settling his final affairs, he turned and prepared to step into the swirling vortex. Wait. Sumu Xue suddenly spoke up. Must you go?
Her voice carried a barely perceptible tremor.
Absolutely. Lu Chen's reply was firm and decisive. Sumushua took a deep breath, as if making a decision. All right. I support you.
Watching Lu Chen's retreating figure, she spoke slowly and deliberately, but you must promise me you must come back alive.
If you don't come back, I'll activate the Heavenly Fire Plan and blow up the entire solar system. No demon lord or deity will ever get their hands on it. Lu Chen's footsteps faltered, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily.
This woman, she's ruthless.
Don't worry.
He didn't turn back, merely waving his hand.
I'll be back soon. With that, Lu Chen stepped forward.
His entire body was instantly swallowed by the dark crimson vortex, vanishing without a trace. The sensation of spatial teleportation was far from pleasant. Even with the strength of Lu Chen's current primordial sword body, he felt waves of tearing sensations. It felt as though his body had been disintegrated into countless particles, only to be reassembled in an instant. Surrounding him was a surreal spectacle. Countless vibrant streaks of light streaked past him at breakneck speed.
Time and space lost all meaning here.
He had no idea how long it had been, perhaps an instant, or perhaps 10,000 years. A sudden blinding light filled his vision. Beneath his feet, he felt solid ground beneath his soles.
Lu Chen instinctively squinted, adjusting to the surrounding light.
A thick, pungent stench of blood, mingled with sulfur and decay, assaulted his nostrils.
Cough, cough.
Even Lu Chen was choked by the potent stench, coughing twice. He opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. The sky was an eerie dark red, like a sunset that would never fade. 3 purple moons of varying sizes hung high in the sky, emitting an eerie glow.
The earth was cracked, scorched soil, devoid of any vegetation.
The air was thick with grayish-black dust, stinging the lungs with a fiery burn upon inhalation. In the distance, bizarrely shaped mountain ranges stood bare and stark, like skeletal fingers thrusting toward the sky.
Is this the lair of the demons from beyond? Lu Chen frowned. This environment was far too harsh.
Even more desolate and decayed than he had imagined the demon realm to be.
Spiritual energy? None to be found.
The air was thick with a single energy, one of savage chaos and utter destruction.
Lu Chen called it demonic energy. Chapter 138, Demon Chi as a potent tonic? Covert infiltration. This demonic energy is deadly poison to cultivators.
Ordinary cultivators who linger here too long risk minor setbacks in their cultivation at best, and severe mental corruption or demonic possession at worst.
However, for Lu Chen, the impact was negligible.
His primordial sword body automatically activated, refining all the demonic energy that entered his body and transforming it into the purest form of energy. He even sensed that cultivating here might progress faster than on Blue Star. This place turned out to be a rather decent spot for leveling up.
Lu Chen muttered to himself as he began checking his current state.
He discovered he was standing on a circular stone platform identical to the one in the Divine Weapon Pavilion's base. Clearly, this was the other end of the teleportation array. Around the stone platform, there was not a soul in sight.
Or rather, not a single demon in sight. This surprised Lu Chen. By all logic, such a crucial strategic facility should be heavily guarded, shouldn't it? How could there not even be a single sentry? Had these celestial demons grown too complacent, or did they? They simply didn't believe anyone could approach from the other side? Lu Chen leaned toward the latter explanation. After all, those useless fools from Eagle Nation spent so long studying it and still couldn't activate the teleportation array. The celestial demons probably thought the same. Well, that saves me a lot of trouble. Lu Chen suppressed his aura, reducing his presence to the absolute minimum.
He became like a pebble by the roadside, a droplet merging into the ocean, blending seamlessly with his surroundings. This was one of the innate passive abilities of the Primordial Swordmaster profession. As long as Lu Chen chose to remain hidden, even a nascent soul cultivator standing directly before him would fail to detect his presence. He carefully descended the stone platform, preparing to explore this unfamiliar world.
Lu Chen chose to walk rather than fly. As a newcomer, caution was paramount. He followed a dry riverbed for about half an hour. Finally, at the edge of the horizon, the outlines of structures came into view. It was a vast city built from black stone. Its style was rugged and menacing. Towering walls bristled with sharp bone spikes. The city gate was the skull of a colossal demon, its hollow eye sockets resembling an entrance to hell. Along the walls, demonic guards with bat-like wings patrolled back and forth, wielding bone spears. Their appearance closely resembled what Lu Chen had seen in his divine perception visions. Human-like bodies were covered in dark red scales. Tattered flesh wings flapped from their backs, while 2 curved horns jutted from their skulls. They resembled the lesser demons of Western mythology. Is that all? Lu Chen felt a pang of disappointment.
The strength of these guards was generally weak. They were roughly equivalent to the 3rd or 4th tier of Qi cultivation.
Even a single artifact spirit under Kuei Niu could easily overpower them all. Could this place be nothing more than a beginner's village? Lu Chen wondered to himself. He bypassed the city and pressed onward. He wanted to find a place to capture a passerby and gain a proper understanding of this world.
After traveling another dozen kilometers, Lu Chen came upon a sight that made his pupils contract sharply. It was a massive open pit mine. Within it, thousands upon thousands of people were being driven to perform grueling labor. But calling them human was not quite accurate. Their bodies appeared as translucent, shadowy forms, lacking any fixed shape, as if they might vanish into thin air at any moment. Black shackles, glowing with runic light, encircled their limbs and necks. These shackles seemed to constantly drain their strength. Many shadow figures collapsed to the ground, overcome by exhaustion. Then the demon overseers nearby would lash them mercilessly with flaming whips. Piercing screams echoed in waves. The overseers emitted shrill, maniacal laughter, seemingly reveling in the pleasure derived from this torment. The shadow people were mining a type of black crystal. Lu Chen recognized this crystal. It was precisely the substance he had seen in his divine consciousness vision, the very thing known as soul crystals. Shadow Clan. The name surfaced in Lu Chen's mind. It seemed this was the indigenous race of this planet. He watched as an exceptionally small Shadow Clan youth slipped and fell while carrying a massive soul crystal ore. The ore rolled to the side. A supervisor wielding a flaming whip immediately approached. Without a word, he raised the whip in his hand, a cruel smile spreading across his face. The surrounding Shadow Clan members all wore expressions of reluctance and fear, yet not a single one dared to intervene. They were numb, utterly hopeless. Just as the whip was about to strike, the overseer's movements suddenly froze. The savage grin remained frozen on its face. Yet a tiny blood hole appeared between its eyebrows. The next second, its body silently turned to dust, dissipating into the air. Not even a scream had time to escape. The surrounding Shadow Clan members and the other overseers all froze in shock. They exchanged bewildered glances, unsure what had transpired. The Shadow Clan youth who had fallen stared blankly at the spot where the overseer had vanished. Lu Chen withdrew his finger, hiding behind a distant boulder, his expression unreadable. He wasn't a saint. Witnessing injustice wouldn't send his blood boiling, driving him to charge out and slaughter everyone. His earlier intervention stemmed purely from finding the overseer's laughter unbearably grating. Nothing more. However, that single strike gave Lu Chen a clearer understanding of his own strength and its standing in this world. Here, his power faced no suppression whatsoever. In fact, due to the presence of demonic energy, his attacks seemed to carry an annihilating quality. That sword finger strike had only utilized 10% of his strength. Yet it had utterly obliterated a demonic being equivalent to a 5th-tier chi refining cultivator on a physical level. Seems this starting village isn't so boring after all. A faint smile touched Lu Chen's lips. He decided to explore this mine thoroughly tonight. Night fell. 3 purple moons cast their chilly glow over the desolate land. Inside the mine, Shadow Clan workers who had labored all day were herded back to their camp. It was a cluster of crude caves built into the mountainside, lacking even doors. The demonic being seemed to know that with those special shackles, the Shadow Clan members couldn't possibly escape. Lu Chen slipped into the mine like a ghost, utterly silent. The clamor and screams of the day had vanished. Only a deathly silence remained. Several demon guards patrolled the outskirts of the mine with listless energy. As they walked, they muttered complaints in a language Lu Chen couldn't understand. Grumble grumble, when will this hellhole ever end? Gurgle gurgle. I heard the commander wants to increase the soul crystal mining quota again. Grumble grumble, if this keeps up, these Shadow Clan slaves will all be worked to death. Though Lu Chen couldn't understand their words. Through his divine sense, he could clearly perceive their emotions. Irritation, disgust, and a hint of fear. Seems these heavenly demons aren't having an easy time either. Lu Chen thought to himself. He paid no attention to these minnows, striding straight toward the center of the mining site. There stood a massive warehouse, constructed from black rock. The soul crystals mined during the day were all transported here. Chapter 139, A Shadow Clan Woman? Slaughtering a city as a gift. 2 slightly stronger heavenly demon guards stood at the warehouse entrance. They were likely at the 7th or 8th layer of chi refining realm. To Lu Chen, they were no different from 2 ants. He couldn't even be bothered to lift a finger. A single thought flashed through his mind. 2 invisible sword intents pierced straight through their skulls. The 2 guards' bodies swayed, then fell straight to the ground without a sound. Lu Chen pushed open the heavy stone door and stepped inside. A wave of pure energy washed over him. The warehouse was piled high with soul crystals like small mountains. These soul crystals were pitch black throughout, yet emitted a faint blue glow, giving them a dreamlike appearance. Lu Chen picked one up and examined it closely. He could sense a very peculiar energy contained within this soul crystal. It possessed the essence of a soul, yet also resembled the crystallization of some form of spiritual power. If this could be used for recharging. Lu Chen's eyes lit up instantly. He had no doubt that converting this entire warehouse of soul crystals into experience points would be enough to level him up several times over. He struck gold. Lu Chen fought the urge to start his zero-cost shopping spree immediately. Now wasn't the time. He didn't know enough about this world yet. Taking so many soul crystals recklessly would surely draw the attention of the higher-ups in the heavenly demon faction. He came here to gather intelligence, not to tip off the enemy. He'd take a few samples back for study first. Lu Chen pulled a burlap sack from his storage space. Then, like a diligent little bee, he began stuffing soul crystals into the sack. As he worked, he muttered to himself, seriously, a prestigious gold core cultivator like me, reduced to this petty thieving? If Su Mushui and the others ever found out, wouldn't they laugh at me for the rest of my life? Just as he was happily packing away. Outside the warehouse, faint footsteps suddenly echoed. Lu Chen's movements froze. He instantly suppressed his aura and darted behind a pile of soul crystals. He watched as a slender, shadow-like figure slipped quietly through the door crack. A member of the Shadow Clan. Moreover, judging by her agile movements, she didn't seem to be an ordinary slave. The Shadow Clan member appeared to be female. Her body appeared more solid than the slaves seen during the day. She wore a form-fitting black leather armor that accentuated her graceful curves. Her face was concealed by a black veil, revealing only a pair of eyes as bright as obsidian. In her hand, she held a small, crescent-shaped curved blade. Upon entering, she scanned the surroundings with extreme vigilance. Only after confirming there was no danger did she relax. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes when she saw the two fallen demon guards by the door. But she didn't dwell on it, assuming one of her comrades had acted first. She swiftly approached a pile of soul crystals, pulled a small cloth bag from her bosom, and began filling it with the crystals. Her target was clear, only the highest quality soul crystals, those glowing with a deep blue light. Moreover, she took only a few, filling the pouch only shallowly before preparing to leave. Clearly, a seasoned criminal. Lu Chen observed from the shadows, silently assessing her. This woman was highly purposeful and knew when to quit while she was ahead, clearly someone capable of big things. Just as the Shadow Clan woman turned to leave, Lu Chen stepped out from behind the pile of soul crystals. "My friend, please stay," he said in a gentle tone devoid of any hostility. The Shadow Clan woman stiffened. Almost instinctively, she spun around and swung her blade. The entire motion flowed like water, swift as lightning. The curved blade sliced through the air with a piercing whistling sound, aiming for Lu Chen's throat. What a fast blade! A flicker of admiration crossed Lu Chen's eyes. Though this woman was only at the peak of the chi cultivation stage, the grace and power of that strike could easily threaten a cultivator at the early foundation establishment stage. Too bad she'd met Lu Chen. Lu Chen didn't move. He didn't even blink. He stood there, utterly still. As the blade's edge neared the point of slicing through his skin. Clang! A sharp metallic clang rang out. The sharp curved blade halted just 1 centimeter from Lu Chen's throat. As if it had struck an invisible, solid wall. The Shadow Clan woman's eyes widened in disbelief. Even with all her strength, she couldn't force the blade to advance another millimeter. "I mean you no harm." Lu Chen smiled, extending 2 fingers. Then, under the Shadow Clan woman's horrified gaze, he gently pinched her blade between his fingers. Snap! A faint sound. The curved blade, forged from a special metal, snapped clean in 2. The Shadow Clan woman stumbled backward several steps before regaining her balance. Her face was etched with caution as she stared at Lu Chen, the hand gripping the broken blade trembling slightly. Who exactly was this man? He wasn't a heavenly demon. Celestial demons didn't possess such a pure aura. Yet he wasn't a Shadow Clan member either. The Shadow Clan had no physical form. "Who are you?" she asked in a magnetic, husky voice. Her language was the same as the celestial demons, yet her pronunciation was more melodious. Lu Chen realized he could understand it. It seemed the profession of Primordial Swordmaster came with a passive skill for language mastery. "Me?" Lu Chen smiled, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. "I'm just a concerned citizen passing by. I saw someone here needed help, so I came to take a look." Shadow Clan woman. She felt the man before her was either a madman or a terrifying entity she couldn't begin to comprehend. "What do you want?" she demanded in a low voice. She refused to believe anyone would help them for no reason. "I don't want anything." Lu Chen shrugged his shoulders, his expression innocent. "I just want to be friends with you. And, well, ask a few questions. Like, where does the most powerful being in your world live? Also, where can I find the most of these soul crystals?" The Shadow Clan woman stared at Lu Chen as if he were an idiot. This mysterious man who suddenly appeared, was he a little off his rocker? Asking such questions right off the bat. Asking where the most powerful being resides? What, are you planning to pay him a birthday visit or pay your respects at his grave? And soul crystals, where are they most abundant? Of course, the most are in the governor's palace. But is that a place you can just walk into? Why should I tell you? The woman retorted coldly. Her guard remained firmly up. Because I can help you. Lu Chen's tone remained unruffled. Help me? The woman reacted as if she'd heard the most absurd joke imaginable. How could you possibly help me? Help me steal more soul crystals? No. Lu Chen shook his head. His gaze pierced through the stone walls of the warehouse, fixing on the monstrous black city in the distance. I can help you kill every demon in that city. Then I'll hand this city over to you.
The mockery on the woman's face froze instantly.
She stared blankly at Lu Chen, as if searching his face for a trace of jest.
But she failed. Lu Chen's gaze was as still as a bottomless lake. Not a single ripple stirred within.
It was as if he just said he was going to the market to buy a cabbage, not to slaughter an entire city.
Madman.
This was undoubtedly a complete lunatic.
The woman mentally labeled Lu Chen as such. Chapter 140, Alliance. He's more like a bandit than a heavenly demon. On what grounds, the Shadow Clan woman demanded. Because of this. Lu Chen extended a finger and lightly tapped a small mountain of soul crystals beside him. No earth-shattering roar. No world-shattering light. Not even the slightest ripple of energy. But in the next second, the soul crystal mound, standing 5 or 6 meters tall and weighing dozens of tons, silently dissolved into the finest powder. It drifted down from the sky with a soft rustling sound. Like a black snowfall. The Shadow Clan woman's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of needle tips. She stared at the pile of powder, her hand gripping the broken blade trembling uncontrollably. What had just happened? Her mind was a blank. She strained to recall, but could only remember the man moving his fingers. Then, a small mountain vanished. What kind of power was this? Divine power? In all her years, she had never seen or heard of anyone capable of such a feat. Not even the mightiest ancestors in their Shadow Clan's legends could achieve such a feat. Now, do you believe I possess this power? Lu Chen's voice snapped her out of her shock. The woman took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Her gaze fixed on Lu Chen, her expression complex. Shock, fear, but above all, an unprecedented thing called hope. Who exactly are you? She asked again. My name is Lu Chen. This time, Lu Chen wasn't joking. I come from a place far, far away. You may consider me your ally. An ally? The woman chewed on the word. Yes, an ally. Lu Chen nodded. Our enemy is the same. That is the heavenly demon. The woman fell silent. Her mind raced. The man before her, who called himself Lu Chen, possessed unfathomable power. His emergence could be a tremendous opportunity for the Shadow Clan. But it could also be an even greater catastrophe. If he was an enemy of the heavenly demons, they might be able to form an alliance. But what if he was merely another invader seeking to enslave the Shadow Clan? Luring a wolf to drive out a tiger in the end, they themselves would suffer the consequences. How can I trust you? She demanded. You don't need to trust me, Lu Chen replied. You only need to choose, continue to scrape by under the celestial demon's rule until your entire race is drained of its last shred of value and utterly annihilated. Or take a gamble with me. Win, and your Shadow Clan regains its freedom. If you lose. Lu Chen shrugged. Well, your situation isn't much better now, is it? His words pierced the woman's heart like a sharp blade. Yes. What did they have left to lose? Freedom? Dignity? A future? These things had been stripped away centuries ago, on the day the heavenly demon descended. They were now nothing but a group of breathing slaves, a bunch of walking corpses. Rather than live in such humiliation, they might as well gamble everything in a blaze of glory. Two flames ignited in the woman's eyes. It was the flame of anger and resentment, suppressed for centuries. Good. She looked at Lu Chen, speaking slowly and deliberately. I'll take that gamble. My name is Ingwe, leader of the Shadow Clan resistance. The woman removed the veil from her face, revealing a cold yet breathtakingly beautiful visage. Her skin glowed with a silvery white radiance, like moonlight itself. Her features were exquisitely refined, as if carved by the gods themselves. Pleased to do business with you. Lu Chen extended his hand. Ingwe hesitated, seemingly unsure of the gesture's meaning. But she mimicked Lu Chen's action and extended her own hand. Two hands clasped together. One was warm and strong. The other was cold and slender. Now, can you tell me what I want to know? Lu Chen asked. Of course. Yue Ying nodded. She swiftly assumed the role of an ally, sharing everything she knew with Lu Chen. This planet, called Ghost Star, was the homeland of their Shadow Clan. Approximately 500 years ago, the heavenly demon army descended upon this world through a spatial rift. Though the Shadow Clan fought fiercely, they were ultimately defeated. From that day forward, they became slaves to the celestial demons. Ruling this planet was a powerful heavenly demon known as the Black-Horned Commander. His power was unfathomable. It is said to have reached the rank of demon general, equivalent to the nascent soul stage among human cultivators. Its palace stood at the heart of that distant Black City. Soul crystals served as vital strategic resources for the celestial demon's cultivation and for sustaining the operation of teleportation arrays. The largest soul crystal vein on the entire planet lies directly beneath the Blackhorn Marshal's palace. Blackhorn Commander, nascent soul stage. Lu Chen stroked his chin. This was tricky, but not impossible to fight. He was currently at late gold core stage LV95, not far from the nascent soul stage. With his various trump cards, he could certainly go toe-to-toe with a nascent soul early stage demon general. How many of you resistance fighters are left now? Lu Chen asked. Ing Yu's eyes dimmed. Including me, we're under 100 now. And most of them are wounded. We lack weapons, and we lack soul crystals even more. Soul crystals aren't just cultivation resources for the heavenly demons, they're also the source of power for our shadow clan to recover. By absorbing the energy within soul crystals, they can repair their damaged shadow bodies. That's why she risked coming here tonight to steal soul crystals. Understood. Lu Chen nodded. He walked over to the pile of soul crystals shattered into powder and waved his hand casually. The powder rapidly coalesced, reforming into the shape of soul crystals. Only, they were significantly smaller than before. Yet the energy contained within was far more refined. This was the result of his refinement using the primordial sword intent. Take these for now. Lu Chen pointed to the pile of purified soul crystals and said to Ingyu. It should be enough for you to restore some of your energy. Ingyu gazed at the pile of soul crystals, their alluring glow making her swallow hard. She could sense that the quality of these soul crystals was hundreds of times superior to any she had ever seen before. You're just giving these to me? She found it hard to believe. Don't look at me like that. Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively. Consider it a welcome gift for an ally. He paused before adding. Oh, and stop doing this kind of petty thieving in the future. It's far too inefficient. If you want something, just go take it. Remember, we're allies, not thieves. With that, he turned and strode out of the warehouse with a swagger. Ingyu was left standing alone, staring at his retreating figure, speechless for a long time. This man seemed more like a bandit than even the heavenly demon. Chapter 141, Strutting into the City. All just scum. Ingyu quietly returned to the Resistance's secret base with the soul crystals purified by Lu Chen. When she presented the bag of soul crystals, gleaming with pure radiance, to her comrades, everyone was stunned. Leader, where on earth did you get these? A Shadow Clan warrior with a severed arm asked, his voice trembling. Did you raid the Inspector General's treasury? No. It was given by an ally, Ingyu replied. An ally? The group exchanged bewildered glances. When did the Shadow Clan ever have allies? Shadow Moon offered no further explanation, nearly relaying Lu Chen's words. When they heard Lu Chen declare he would help them slaughter every demon in the city, everyone reacted just as Ingyu had initially. They thought he was a madman. But after absorbing those purified soul crystals and feeling the exhilarating rush of power rapidly restoring within them, their resolve began to waver. Perhaps that mysterious man truly possessed such power? A spark of hope reignited within the heart of every resistance fighter. Meanwhile, after leaving the mine, Lu Chen did not rush back to the teleportation array. He found a secluded cave and sat cross-legged. He pulled several soul crystals from his storage space. System, can this thing be recharged? He inquired silently. Ding! High-purity soul energy crystals detected. Recharge conversion available. Conversion ratio, 1 standard soul crystal unit equals 1 million experience points. The system's notification sounded in his mind. 1 to a million? Lu Chen's eyes lit up instantly. This ratio was far more cost-effective than spending money on rewards back on Blue Star. And that warehouse contained at least tens of thousands of units of soul crystals. If he could convert it all into credits, wouldn't he instantly become rich? Calm down, calm down. Lu Chen forced himself to calm down. You eat one bite at a time, and you walk one step at a time. First, take down the city before his eyes, then consider the warehouse. He topped up all his soul crystals. Ding! Recharge successful. Gained 5 million EXP. A wave of warmth surged through his entire body. Though he was still far from leveling up, this tangible sense of growing stronger felt incredibly satisfying. Next, it was time to explore the city. Lu Chen stood up and brushed the dust off his clothes. He intended to meet the legendary Blackhorn commander. Of course, not to pay a visit, but to send him on his final journey. Black Magic City. The largest stronghold of the celestial demons on Ghost Star. The city walls towered high, guarded by a formidable force. At the city gate, a squad of fully armed heavenly demon guards was scrutinizing those entering and exiting. Though termed searches, these were merely routine procedures. For those daring to pass through the main gate were almost exclusively celestial demons. As for the Shadow Clan slaves, they were utterly unqualified to use the main gate. Lu Chen strode confidently toward the gate. He made no effort to conceal his form nor employ any stealth techniques. He walked with open defiance. Lu Chen's appearance immediately caught the attention of the gate guards. Halt! Who are you? A demonic soldier who appeared to be the squad leader blocked his path, pointing a bone spear at him and barking the order. Other guards quickly surrounded him, encircling him completely. Their faces betrayed a mix of confusion and wariness. The creature before them looked utterly bizarre. No scales, no wings, no horns. Its skin was as white as snow, its hair as black as ink. It wore strange, unfamiliar garments they had never seen before. Most crucially, they sensed not a trace of demonic energy emanating from him. Like an ordinary human? Me? Lu Chen halted, surveying the hideously ugly celestial demons surrounding him.
He smiled and spoke in flawless demonic language tinged with an aristocratic accent.
I'm here to see your commander about a business deal.
The guards were stunned. Not only did this fellow look strange, but he spoke strangely too.
Seeking the commander to discuss business? Who the hell do you think you are? What kind of lunatic is this? Seize him. The squad leader waved impatiently. 2 heavenly demon guards immediately snarled and lunged at Lu Chen.
Their bone spears glowed with a sinister light, clearly poisoned.
Lu Chen stood rooted to the spot, utterly motionless.
Just as the 2 bone spears were about to pierce his body, a bizarre scene unfolded. The 2 heavenly demon guards' bodies froze in place, as if paused mid-motion. Then, their bodies began to disintegrate at a visible pace, crumbling away. Finally, they turned into 2 handfuls of black dust, scattering in the wind. Even the bone spears in their hands and the armor on their bodies vanished without a trace. It was as if these 2 guards had never existed at all. A deathly silence immediately descended upon the surroundings. All the celestial demons stared at Lu Chen with expressions of utter bewilderment. What had just happened? They hadn't seen a thing. A fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on the squad leader's forehead. His hand gripping the bone spear trembled slightly.
Now, may I proceed? Lu Chen asked with a smile, as if he'd just crushed 2 ants.
The squad leader swallowed hard and instinctively stepped aside.
It dared not refuse.
Intuition told it that if it dared say no, its fate would mirror that of the 2 unlucky souls moments ago.
Lu Chen stepped forward, walking right through their midst.
Not a single heavenly demon dared to obstruct him from start to finish. And so, under the reverent yet fearful gazes of all the heavenly demon guards, he entered the Black Demon City.
Through the main gate.
He strode in with deliberate confidence.
Only after his figure vanished at the end of the street.
The squad leader collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath.
Hurry and report to the commander.
Tell him a tough customer has entered the city. The atmosphere within Black Magic City was even more oppressive than outside its walls. Houses lining both sides of the street were built from black stone, uniform in style with sharp, angular edges, exuding a cold sense of order. The streets were filled with celestial demons. They moved with hurried steps and blank expressions, the entire city shrouded in a stifling atmosphere.
Occasionally, a few Shadow Clan slaves could be seen performing various dirty and exhausting tasks under the supervision of the celestial demons.
Their eyes were utterly vacant. Lu Chen's appearance was like a drop of clear water splashed into a murky oil pot. Instantly, he captured the attention of every demon. They halted in unison, scrutinizing this unusual outsider with eyes brimming with curiosity and confusion. Lu Chen paid no heed to these stares. He strolled down the street at a leisurely pace, glancing left and right, like a tourist exploring the sights. This architectural style has a bit of a postmodernist vibe, huh?
TSK, not even a speck of greenery. Thumbs down.
The air quality is terrible. PM25 levels must be off the charts. He muttered his complaints under his breath as he walked. Soon, he arrived at the city center. A massive, majestic palace loomed before him. Constructed entirely from a glossy black crystal stone, it reflected an eerie glow under the dusky crimson sky. Its shape resembled a giant beast lying prostrate. Countless menacing bone spines protruded from its walls and roof, jutting straight toward the sky. At the palace gate stood 2 rows of elite guards wielding massive black axes. Their stature dwarfed that of ordinary celestial demons. Heavy black armor covered their bodies, revealing only pairs of blood-red eyes. The aura emanating from them was vastly more potent than that of the city gate guards. Each possessed the strength of an early Foundation establishment cultivator. This was the palace of the Black-Horned Commander.
Chapter 142. Hello, I've come to borrow your commander's head.
Halt! At the palace entrance, the one-eyed demon leading the elite guard stepped forward, slamming his massive black axe into the ground and sending sparks flying. This is the marshal's residence.
All unauthorized personnel, withdraw immediately.
The aura of these elite guards was indeed far stronger than the common soldiers at the city gates.
On Blue Star, they would easily be considered minor masters in their own right.
Unfortunately, in Lu Chen's eyes, they still weren't worth much.
I seek an audience with your commander. Lu Chen's tone remained flat. The commander isn't someone you can just demand to see.
The one-eyed demon sneered, his crimson eye brimming with contempt.
State your race and name. Why do you seek an audience with the commander? Lu Chen thought for a moment before answering earnestly. I am human, Lu Chen.
My purpose here is to discuss with your commander lending me his head for a while.
The air froze instantly. The 2 rows of elite guards froze for half a second before erupting into uproarious laughter. Ha! Has this kid lost his mind? Human race? What kind of inferior species is that? Never heard of it. Borrowing the commander's head? Looks like he's planning to leave his own behind.
The one-eyed demon laughed the loudest. Pointing its massive axe at Lu Chen, it doubled over in laughter. Kid, I'll give you this, you've got guts. You're the first to utter such words at the gates of the Blackhorn Commander's palace. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant you your wish. No sooner had the words left its mouth than it raised its massive axe with a sudden, violent motion.
A dark, demonic aura coiled around the blade as it swung down toward Lu Chen's head. The blow carried the force to split mountains and shatter rocks, whipping up a vicious gale. The other guards crossed their arms, ready to watch the spectacle. To them, this reckless youngster was about to be cleaved in two in the next instant. Lu Chen didn't even lift an eyelid. He simply extended his right hand, raised his index and middle fingers, and gently pinched the descending axe. Clang! A crisp metallic clang echoed through the air. The envisioned scene of flesh and blood flying everywhere did not materialize. The massive axe, wielded with tremendous force, was held steady between two slender, pale-looking fingers. The blade stopped mere inches from Lu Chen's forehead, unable to advance another fraction. The laughter of all the heavenly demons abruptly ceased. The one-eyed demon's soul orb bulged like a copper bell as he strained with every ounce of strength, his face turning the color of liver. Yet the massive axe remained fixed in place, as if welded solid. Not enough strength. Lu Chen shook his head, then applied a slight pressure with his fingers. Snap! A crisp sound rang out. A crack appeared along the blade of the massive axe, forged from celestial mystical iron and once unyielding. Then, the crack rapidly spread. Boom! Before the horrified stares of all the celestial demons, the entire axe shattered into a pile of metal shavings. The one-eyed demon felt the weight lift from his hand, staring blankly at the bare handle now clutched in his grasp. Now, may I enter? Lu Chen withdrew his hand, his tone as calm as ever. Gulp! The one-eyed demon's expression turned panic-stricken. His gaze upon Lu Chen resembled that of a creature beholding a prehistoric colossus. It and the other soldiers all took a step back, any thought of resistance completely gone. This man before them was simply not someone they could afford to provoke. Lu Chen strode forward, passing right through the center of them. The elite guards who had been so arrogant moments ago now hung their heads, not daring to breathe loudly. Entering the palace, the interior proved vastly larger than its exterior appearance suggested. A wide corridor stretched deep into the interior, flanked by massive stone pillars carved with grotesque reliefs of celestial demons. Occasionally, patrols of demon squads passed through the corridor. Spotting Lu Chen, the outsider, they shot him wary glances. But upon seeing the guards at the palace entrance cowering in fear behind him, they wisely refrained from questioning him. Lu Chen proceeded unimpeded, as if he were a high-ranking official conducting an inspection. This security system is hopeless, anyone can just walk right in. This inspectorate headquarters was run like a bustling market, people came and went as they pleased. He muttered his complaints under his breath as he walked. Soon, he reached the end of the corridor. A massive stone gate, towering dozens of meters high, blocked his path. Carved upon the stone gate was a terrifying celestial demon with a spiraling horn, the very likeness of the Blackhorn military governor. From beyond the gate, faint yet unsettling energy fluctuations rippled through the air. Seems the real deal is inside. Lu Chen murmured to himself. Instead of pushing the door, he lifted his right foot and delivered a light kick to the massive stone slab. Boom! A deafening roar. The entire palace seemed to tremble. The massive door, forged from obsidian and weighing 10,000 catties, shattered instantly as if struck head-on by a battering ram. Countless fragments of stone flew inward in a torrent. The moment the door exploded open, a thick, pungent stench of blood assaulted his senses. Lu Chen looked up. Beyond the gate lay an immense circular hall. The dome ceiling simulated a dark crimson starry sky. A purple moon hung high above, casting an eerie glow. At the very center of the hall stood an even more colossal altar. Constructed from countless white bones, it was densely engraved with crimson runes. These runes seemed to be living entities, slowly writhing and emitting an aura of evil. Beneath the altar lies a bottomless pit. Within the pit lay countless soul crystals. Each soul crystal emitted a ghostly blue glow, coalescing into an ocean of soul crystals. Massive, pure soul energy rose from the sea of soul crystals, absorbed entirely by the crimson runes on the altar. At the very apex of the altar, a demon over 5 meters tall stood, clad in heavy black armor and crowned with a fearsome black spiral horn. With hands raised high, it chanted incantations. It was none other than the Blackhorn Marshal. Before him, a massive spatial vortex slowly took shape. At the vortex's center, the azure-hued silhouette of a planet flickered in and out of view. That planet was all too familiar to Lu Chen. It was Blue Star. So that's what they've been up to. Lu Chen instantly understood. This Blackhorn commander was harnessing the soul crystals accumulated across the entire planet to perform a sinister sacrificial ritual. The goal? To open a spatial passageway to Blue Star. Once the portal was formed, endless legions of celestial demons would pour through unimpeded, descending upon Blue Star. Damn it, is he using our Blue Star to pad his performance metrics? Lu Chen sneered inwardly. The sudden explosion of the stone door naturally startled the Blackhorn commander, who was presiding over the ritual. It halted its chanting and slowly turned around. A pair of blood-red eyes fixed on Lu Chen standing at the doorway. A human? The Blackhorn commander's voice was low and hoarse, tinged with surprise. It sensed that this human before it carried not a trace of demonic energy, yet possessed a terrifying power that made even its own heart tremble. Who are you? Why have you trespassed into this commander's sanctuary? the Blackhorn commander interrogated from its lofty perch.
As the supreme ruler of this planet and a powerhouse at the initial stage of the nascent soul realm, it had every right to demand answers.
Chapter 143, The Blackhorn Commander Loses Patience, Unleashing the Black Magic Inferno. Me? Lu Chen stepped into the hall, crunching the gravel beneath his feet. My name is Lu Chen, a concerned citizen just passing through.
Seeing this place in such a filthy mess, I thought I'd help clean it up.
Clean up?
The black-horned commander narrowed his eyes, then burst into maniacal laughter as if hearing the most absurd joke imaginable.
Ha!
A mere human, daring to speak such insolence before this commander.
Do you even know who you're addressing?
His laughter echoed through the hall, carrying an overwhelming aura of power that threatened to shatter Lu Chen's very soul. Pity that such pressure felt no different to Lu Chen than a gentle breeze. Of course I know, Lu Chen replied, growing impatient.
Aren't you that Blackhorn commander? Quite the unique look. Is that horn on your head a Wi-Fi antenna? How's the signal? The Blackhorn commander's laughter abruptly halted. His expression darkened instantly.
That spiraled unicorn horn was the source of its power and the symbol of its royal bloodline.
How could it ever have endured such humiliation? Very well, human. The Blackhorn commander's voice was icy cold. You have succeeded in provoking me.
Originally, I intended to use you as the final sacrifice to open the sacred gate. But now it seems I must first tear you to shreds, then use your soul to ignite this momentous occasion. It swung its hand violently. From the shadows surrounding the great hall, dozens of dark figures burst forth in an instant. These shadowy figures were all personal guards of the Blackhorn commander. Each possessed late Foundation establishment cultivation, a tier above the elite guards at the entrance. Armed with various weapons, they closed in on Lu Chen from all directions.
Is that all you've got? Lu Chen surveyed the scene, curling his lip in disdain. Not enough.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than his entire form vanished from the spot. The next second, he materialized directly before a personal guard wielding twin blades. Before the guard could react, a palm loomed larger and larger in its field of vision.
Smack! A crisp slap echoed.
The guard's head spun 720 degrees as if struck by a speeding truck. His entire body flew backward, crashing into a distant stone pillar and splattering into a bloody pulp.
Lu Chen's figure showed no sign of stopping.
Like a phantom, he darted through the grand hall. Each flash of movement was accompanied by a sharp slap and the collapse of another guard. Those formidable heavenly demon guards, in his presence, were like kindergarten children, utterly powerless to retaliate.
In less than 3 seconds,
dozens of guards were all flung across the room, plastered to the walls like they were glued on.
The entire hall fell silent once more.
Only the Blackhorn commander on the altar and Lu Chen standing in the center of the hall remained.
Now, only the two of us remain. Lu Chen shook out his hands, gazing at the Blackhorn commander on the altar with a faint smile. Come on, let me see what you're really made of, commander. The Blackhorn commander's pupils contracted to pinpricks. It finally grasped the sheer power of its opponent. Who exactly are you? The Blackhorn commander's voice grew solemn for the first time. To annihilate dozens of its late Foundation establishment stage personal guards in the blink of an eye, its strength was truly extraordinary. At the very least, a golden core cultivator. Or even higher. Didn't I already tell you? Just a helpful citizen passing by. Lu Chen flexed his wrists, cracking them loudly. Cut the chatter. If you want to fight, hurry up. I'm in a hurry. Arrogant. The Blackhorn commander roared in fury, hesitation gone. It leapt violently from the altar. Despite its massive frame, it moved with surprising agility, hurtling toward Lu Chen like a black cannonball. Demon Dragon Charge. It aimed the spiraling horn atop its head at Lu Chen. An inky black demonic energy coalesced at the horn's tip, forming a grotesque phantom of a dragon's head. Its passage ripped through the air itself, unleashing a series of piercing sonic booms. This was one of its signature moves, powerful enough to pulverize a small mountain. Facing this thunderous assault, Lu Chen neither dodged nor retreated. He merely raised his right hand slowly, extending a single finger. A thread of sword intent quietly coalesced at its tip. Just as the ferocious dragon head illusion was about to collide with his body, Lu Chen's finger gently tapped out. It landed precisely on the phantom dragon's forehead. Pop. A soft pop, like bursting a soap bubble. The ferocious dragon head illusion froze instantly. Then, starting from its brow, cracks rapidly spread across its entire body. Boom! The dragon head phantom shattered violently, disintegrating into a swarm of black specks that vanished into the air. The black-horned commander's momentum halted abruptly. An indescribably sharp force surged from the tip of its horn, instantly obliterating its demonic energy and spreading along the unicorn horn, penetrating deep into its very soul. Put! The Blackhorn commander violently coughed up a mouthful of black blood, his body flying backward uncontrollably and crashing heavily onto the altar steps. One strike. With just one strike, it was gravely wounded. How is this possible? Struggling to his feet, the Blackhorn commander stared at the fine crack appearing on his spiraled horn, the very source of his pride, his eyes filled with disbelief. This horn was the hardest part of its body. Even Appear wielding a divine weapon couldn't leave a single mark on it. Yet now, it had been shattered by a single finger? Is that all? Lu Chen withdrew his finger and shook his head in disappointment. I thought you were something special. Turns out, that's all you've got? Are you just scraping the surface? Those mocking words pierced the black-horned commander's pride like a dagger. Ah! I'll have you killed. The black-horned commander descended into utter madness. He roared to the heavens, unleashing his demonic energy without restraint. Black Demon Disintegration Technique. With the roar, its massive body began to dissolve inch by inch, transforming into pools of pitch-black liquid that seeped into the ground. The entire hall was instantly engulfed in darkness. Lu Chen felt as though he had been pulled into a separate dimension. Endless darkness surrounded him, while beneath his feet lay a viscous black swamp, constantly bubbling up and emitting an aura that seemed to corrode everything. Human, welcome to my domain, the Black Demon's Inferno. The voice of the Blackhorn commander echoed from all directions, dripping with the smug satisfaction of absolute control. Within this domain, I am God. Everything you are shall be devoured, corrupted, and ultimately become a part of me. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the black swamp beneath his feet suddenly began to boil. Hideous arms, formed from the very essence of dark magic, emerged from the swamp, reaching out to seize Lu Chen's ankles. In the sky, a colossal demonic face coalesced, its gaping maw opening wide to devour Lu Chen. This was the Blackhorn Commander's ultimate trump card, a fatal domain created by burning his own vital essence. Even a peer of equal strength, once drawn into this domain, would be drained to death. Domain? Interesting. Lu Chen stood rooted to the spot, observing this world-shattering spectacle without a trace of panic on his face. He simply extended his right hand and made a light fist toward the void. Sword, come. Chapter 144, Final Desperation, sacrificing himself to open the heavenly gate. Lu Chen uttered a soft command. A streak of light shot forth from his brow, coalescing into an ancient, elegant long sword that landed in his grasp. It was his life-bound flying sword. With the flying sword in hand, Lu Chen's entire demeanor transformed. If he had been like a lazy tourist moments ago, now he was a divine weapon drawn from its scabbard razor-sharp and ready to cleave through all things in the world. Playing with domains, huh? A cold smile curled at the corner of Lu Chen's lips. Then I'll show you what a true domain looks like. He slowly raised the long sword in his hand above his head. An intangible sword intent radiated outward from him in all directions. Blue Lotus Sword Chi. Lu Chen murmured the 4 words softly. The next instant, blue lotus blossoms formed from sword energy bloomed around him, materializing out of thin air. These blue lotuses grew as they met the wind. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into a sea of blue lotuses, enveloping the entire Black Demon Inferno. The hideous demonic hands were instantly shredded into nothingness by the piercing sword chi upon contact with the blue lotuses. The enormous demonic face in the sky was pierced through by a towering blue lotus that shot skyward, letting out a final, unwilling wail before vanishing into thin air. No! This can't be! The Blackhorn Commander's horrified voice echoed throughout the domain. It sensed its domain being relentlessly eroded and compressed by the opponent's sword energy field. The Black Demon Chi at once prided itself upon melted away like ice under the scorching sun before the blue lotus sword energy. Nothing is impossible. Lu Chen's voice rang in its ears. Your domain is utterly worthless. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lu Chen's figure materialized before the writhing mass of black liquid that was the Black-Horned Commander's true form. The sword in his hand slashed forcefully at the mass of liquid. No! Facing this sword strike brimming with overwhelming power, the Blackhorn Commander let out a desperate howl. It could feel itself locked in place by an indescribable sword intent, utterly unable to evade. The writhing mass of black liquid churned violently, attempting to reform its shape to withstand the strike. Yet all was futile. The azure blade sliced through the black mass like cutting through tofu, effortlessly cleaving it in two. Splash! The fierce sword energy erupted within the liquid. The Black-Horned Commander's screams abruptly ceased. As its physical form disintegrated, the entire Black Demon Inferno domain shattered like a mirage, crumbling piece by piece. The surrounding scene reverted to the vast, empty circular hall. Only now, the hall lay in utter disarray. Sword marks crisscrossed the floor and walls everywhere. The Blackhorn Commander's form coalesced once more before the altar. Yet its vitality had dwindled to an extreme low. A deep gash, cutting to the bone, split its chest, nearly cleaving its entire body in two. Black demonic blood gushed from the wound as if it were worthless. The spiraled horn atop its head snapped cleanly in two. With a clang, it fell to the ground. Cough, cough. The Blackhorn Commander knelt on one knee, coughing incessantly, his eyes filled with terror and resentment. It had lost. Defeated so utterly, so decisively. From start to finish, it hadn't even grazed the hem of its opponent's robe. You really are a nascent soul cultivator. And not just any early nascent soul stage cultivator. The Blackhorn Commander uttered in a voice hoarse to the extreme, trembling as he spoke. Nascent soul stage? Lu Chen sheathed his sword and stroked his chin. Seems like I'm still a bit short. He was currently at level 95, the peak of the late Golden Core stage.
Reaching the level 100 nascent soul stage truly required only a final push. Still, it was more than enough to handle a nascent soul early stage demon. Your horn looks promising. Lu Chen's gaze settled on the broken spiral horn lying on the ground. It contained pure demonic energy and fragments of spatial laws, a rare and valuable material for forging artifacts. With a flick of his wrist, the severed horn flew into his hand. Give it back. The Blackhorn commander's eyes bulged with rage as his horn was snatched away, struggling desperately to reclaim it. Lu Chen didn't even glance at it, instead delivering a backhand slap. Smack! The Blackhorn commander's head whipped around 180 degrees once more. He collapsed face down on the ground, utterly immobilized. Behave yourself. Lu Chen weighed the severed horn in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. This was his spoils of war. He stowed the broken horn into his storage space before advancing step by step toward the altar. At the altar's peak, the spatial vortex leading to Blue Star was growing wildly unstable without the Black Horn commander's energy support. It flickered on and off, as if it might collapse at any moment. He had to shut this thing down fast. Lu Chen had no intention of letting the heavenly demons know Blue Star's exact coordinates. Though the Blackhorn commander had likely already relayed the news, every moment gained was precious. He walked to the center of the altar, gazing at the floor paved with countless white bones, engraved with crimson runes. This was the very core of the entire sacrificial ritual. Destroying this spot would halt the ritual completely. However, just as Lu Chen prepared to act, a strange crimson light suddenly flashed in the eyes of the Blackhorn commander, who was lying prone on the ground. Great demon god above, hear the call of your most loyal servant. With its last ounce of strength, it uttered an ancient, malevolent chant. I offer all I possess, my flesh, my blood, my very soul, to unleash the ultimate destruction. As the chant echoed, its body began to wither at a visible pace. All its life essence coalesced into a crimson pillar of light, shooting skyward and vanishing into the collapsing spatial vortex. No! Lu Chen's expression darkened. This creature actually intends to forcibly stabilize the spatial passage through self-destruction. Without hesitation, he raised his long sword, its blade erupting with dazzling sword light. Break! He swung his sword at the altar's core. But it was too late. After the Blackhorn commander sacrificed his entire life force, the altar erupted in a blinding crimson light. An indescribable, terrifying force erupted from the altar, forming a crimson energy shield that enveloped the entire structure. Boom! Lu Chen's sword struck the crimson shield, producing an earth-shattering roar. The entire hall shook violently. Ripples spread across the crimson shield. Yet in the end, it stubbornly withstood the strike. Meanwhile, the spatial vortex, having absorbed the life sacrifice of the Blackhorn commander, had stabilized once more. Moreover, it began expanding outward at a terrifying speed. Ha! A final, maniacal laugh erupted from the Blackhorn commander's body, now reduced to a desiccated corpse. Useless humans. The sacred gate has opened. No one can stop. Prepare to welcome the descent of the demon god. Amidst the laughter, its body completely disintegrated into ash. The spatial portal had expanded to 100 meters in diameter, nearly filling the entire dome of the Grand Hall. From beyond the gate, waves of heart-stopping terror emanated. As if countless pairs of eyes were peering into this world from beyond the threshold. Lu Chen's expression finally darkened. Things seemed to be getting a bit tricky. Chapter 145, No Return for You. A heaven-sent opportunity? This is trouble. Lu Chen looked up at the massive spatial gate, now completely stabilized, his brow furrowing slightly. He could sense that beyond the gate lay a world far more advanced and far more dangerous than Ghost Star. That place must be the true demon realm. If the demon realm's armies were allowed to pass through this gate, not only would Ghost Star be doomed, but even Blue Star itself would likely face imminent peril. Though the Blackhorn commander was dead, it had surely transmitted the coordinates of this location back to the demon realm headquarters before perishing. By now, the demon realm had likely amassed a massive army, waiting only to breach this gateway. This gate must be utterly destroyed before they arrive. Lu Chen's gaze fell once more upon the altar below. That crimson energy shield was the final defense of the entire ritual and the very source sustaining the spatial gate's existence. Breaking this shield and destroying the altar would cause the spatial gate to collapse. His hasty strike earlier had failed to achieve its purpose. This time, he was going all out. It seemed he would need to exert some real force. Lu Chen drew a deep breath as his magical power surged wildly within him. He raised his long sword high. The tip pointed straight toward the heavens. Blue Lotus cleaves the heavens sword formation. With a low shout, a colossal sword intent surged skyward. The entire hall was instantly enveloped in azure light. 1, 2, 3. Countless blue lotus blossoms, formed from sword energy, bloomed out of thin air in every corner of the hall. These blue lotuses were no longer the small, insignificant ones of before. Each blossom was as large as a millstone, its petals unfurling with a menacing aura of sword energy. They rotated slowly through the hall along mysteriously intricate trajectories, eventually coalescing into a colossal sword formation. At the array's center, a colossal blue lotus soaring 100 zhang high rose steadily. Its layered petals radiated a terrifying sharpness potent enough to cleave space itself. This was precisely the large area attack sword technique Lu Chen had awakened at LV30. It was this very technique that had once cleaved through a towering tidal wave, saving 3 cities of China. Now, unleashed with his late golden core cultivation, its power was incomparably greater. Fall. Lu Chen's blue lotus sword swung downward with brutal force. The 100-meter-tall colossal blue lotus descended with earth-shattering might, crushing down upon the altar below. Boom! The entire world seemed to fall silent in that instant. In everyone's eyes, only that slowly descending blue lotus remained. It appeared breathtakingly beautiful, yet contained the most extreme form of destruction. The crimson energy shield emitted a cracking sound, unable to bear the weight, the instant it touched the colossal blue lotus. Spiderweb-like cracks spread across its surface. It frantically absorbed the soul crystal energy beneath the altar, desperately attempting to repair itself. Yet the power of the blue lotus sword array proved overwhelming. Each petal sliced like the sharpest blade in existence, relentlessly chipping away at the shield's energy. The stalemate lasted less than 3 seconds. Boom! The crimson shield shattered violently, scattering into a sky filled with red sparks. Deprived of its shield's protection, the altar built from countless piles of white bones was now directly exposed to the sword formation's overwhelming pressure. The colossal blue lotus showed no hesitation, crashing heavily onto the altar. Boom! An unprecedented deafening roar echoed throughout the entire black magic city. Centered on the inspectorate, the ground shook violently, and massive cracks spread out in all directions. Countless structures collapsed in the terrifying earthquake. The demonic beings within the city looked up in terror, witnessing a colossal blue lotus blossom rising from the direction of the commandant's mansion. The sight felt like a divine miracle, sending shivers through their very souls. Within the grand hall, as the blue light dissipated, the altar that had once stood there vanished without a trace. Only a bottomless pit remained. At the bottom, the ocean formed by countless soul crystals churned violently, as if poised to erupt at any moment. Meanwhile, the massive spatial gate in the sky, deprived of the altar's energy support, began to violently distort and flicker. From beyond the gate, faint, furious roars echoed. It seemed a powerful entity was attempting to force its way through the portal as it began to close. A massive claw, covered in black scales, suddenly thrust through the portal, gripping the frame in an attempt to hold it open. "Come through? Did you ask me?" Lu Chen snorted coldly, his figure flickering as he appeared before the spatial gate. He swung his sword at the massive claw. 10,000 swords returned to the source. This time, he unleashed a domain-class sword technique. Billions of intricate sword energies coalesced into a torrential flood of energy that spanned the heavens and earth, surging toward the massive claw. Put! The seemingly indestructible giant claw, under the onslaught of the torrential sword energy, crumpled like paper, instantly shredded into a sky filled with flesh and blood. A roar of agony and fury erupted from behind the gate. Immediately after, the massive spatial gate could no longer hold. After a violent distortion, it collapsed with a crash, vanishing into thin air. The crisis was temporarily averted. Lu Chen hovered in midair, his gaze flickering as he watched the soul crystal vein below, now on the verge of explosion due to energy overload. Such immense energy to let it simply explode would be a tremendous waste. A bold idea formed in his mind. "System, can we directly absorb what's down there?" Lu Chen gazed at the seething sea of soul crystals below, silently questioning the system. This was the Blackhorn Marshal's entire planetary hoard, accumulated over untold years. The soul energy it contained was unimaginably vast. If he could absorb it all, breaking through to the nascent soul stage would be a given. He might even surge straight to the mid-stage. Ding! Detected, supermassive high-energy soul energy source. Energy is extremely unstable, teetering on the brink of explosion. Warning! Forced absorption carries a 9,999% chance of the host being torn apart by the raging energy, resulting in complete annihilation. The system's alert sounded with unprecedented gravity. 99.99%? Lu Chen stroked his chin. That meant there was still a 0.01% chance of success, right? Alright, this gamble is worth taking. Fortune favors the bold. With such a massive experience boost right in front of him, if he didn't take it, would he still be Lu Chen? He'd never been one to shy away from risks. Ever since he gambled his entire savings on a unique class back on Blue Star, he'd been betting his way through life. And he'd always come out on top. This time, he trusted his luck. So what if the energy was a bit more volatile? No big deal. Lu Chen took a deep breath, hesitation vanishing. His entire body transformed into a streak of light, plunging directly into the bottomless abyss below. Boom! The instant Lu Chen entered the soul crystal ocean, an indescribable, terrifying energy surged madly into his body through every pore. Chapter 146, Golden Core Shatters, Nascent Soul Emerges. Fulfilling the promise. The sensation was akin to an ordinary person being tossed into a steel furnace. Raging soul energy surged violently through Lu Chen's meridians, threatening to tear his body completely apart. Gasp! Even with Lu Chen's iron will, he couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. The pain was excruciating. This agony was 10,000 times worse than any cultivation ordeal he had endured before. His skin began to crack inch by inch, golden blood seeping from the fissures. His body swelled like a balloon being inflated at an alarming rate, visibly expanding before his eyes. Hongmeng's sword body, forge yourself. Lu Chen roared furiously, frantically channeling his cultivation techniques. His body, tempered through countless trials, erupted with formidable resilience at that moment. Threads of primordial sword intent surged from the depths of his dantian, laboriously refining the raging soul energy. This was an exceedingly perilous process. The slightest misstep meant an irreversible descent into ruin. Yet, alongside immense risk came equally immense reward. Ding! Absorbed high-purity soul energy. Experience points, 10 million. Ding! Absorbed high-purity soul energy, gain 12 million EXP. Ding! The system's notification tones flooded his mind like a relentless barrage. His character level skyrocketed at a rocket-like pace. LV 96. LV 97. LV 98. At the same time, the entire Black Magic City descended into an apocalyptic scene. Centered around the commandant's mansion, the ground collapsed into a colossal sinkhole over a kilometer in diameter. At the bottom of the chasm, a blue glow grew ever more intense, as if a sun were about to rise from beneath the earth. Terrifying energy fluctuations caused all the celestial demons within the city to tremble in fear, cowering on the ground, unable to move. They did not know what was happening, but they sensed a force capable of destroying the entire planet was brewing. Outside the city, Shadow Moon and her resistance comrades also sensed this world-ending aura. Standing atop a mountain peak, they gazed toward the direction of the Black Demon City. Shock and horror etched themselves upon every face. What is that?" stammered a Shadow Clan warrior, pointing toward the towering blue pillar of light piercing the sky above Black Magic City. Such terrifying energy. Could it be the marshal performing some evil ritual? "Leader, should we still proceed?" All eyes turned to Yaya. Inghua stared at the pillar of light piercing the heavens, feeling the overwhelming pressure that could make even divine souls tremble. His heart was filled with uncertainty. Could that mysterious man truly possess the power to slaughter every demon in the city under such divine wrath? She didn't know. But she recalled Lu Chen's calm, confident eyes. Take a gamble. Those 3 words echoed in her mind. Wait. In the end, Inghua uttered only one word. She chose to trust that man. At the bottom of the sinkhole, Lu Chen's body had swollen to its limit, resembling a round, plump leather ball. His consciousness began to blur. The raging energy threatened to tear his very soul apart. Just as Lu Chen was about to collapse. Ding! Level up to LV 99. Ding! Host detected at Golden Core Stage Grand Perfection, needing conditions for infant formation. Proceed with breakthrough? Breakthrough! Lu Chen mustered his last ounce of strength and roared inwardly. Ding! Initiating infant formation. As the system notification sounded, the golden core within Lu Chen's dantian suddenly erupted with dazzling light. Cracks began to appear on its surface. Crack! A faint sound, as if emanating from the depths of his soul. The golden core shattered. Yet the shattered essence did not dissipate. Instead, guided by an invisible force, it began to coalesce anew. A golden figure, identical to Lu Chen yet no larger than a thumb, slowly took shape at the center of his dantian. This golden figure sat cross-legged, radiating an aura of solemn dignity, its entire body emanating a faint golden glow. The nascent soul. Success! The instant the nascent soul materialized, a suction force 10 times more powerful than before erupted from Lu Chen's body. The entire sea of soul crystals coalesced into a colossal vortex. Endless streams of soul energy were gobbled up by the tiny nascent soul, as if it were a whale drinking water or an ox devouring fodder. Lu Chen's body, which had been swollen to its limit, rapidly returned to normal at a visible pace. His wounds, nourished by the pure energy, healed rapidly, leaving not even a trace of scarring. His skin became more translucent and crystalline than before, resembling the finest jade. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully breaking through to LV 100 and advancing to the early nascent soul stage. Ding! All attributes have been significantly enhanced. Ding! New skill awakened, Yangshan Skyride. The system's notification sounded like heavenly music in Lu Chen's mind. He slowly opened his eyes. 2 golden beams of divine light flashed from his eyes, piercing straight through the rock layer above and shooting into the clouds. Feeling the unprecedented power surging within him, a satisfied smile curved his lips. Nascent Soul Stage? Was this the power of the Nascent Soul Stage? Indeed, it was formidable. He clenched his fist. He felt as though he could now shatter a planet with a single punch. After Lu Chen's breakthrough, the boiling sea of soul crystals below him finally calmed down completely, drained of all energy. A crisis powerful enough to obliterate an entire planet had been diffused by him in an utterly unimaginable manner. Breaking through in the heat of battle? And right in the enemy's lair, using the energy they'd accumulated over countless years to achieve it. Time to leave. Lu Chen felt the surging power within him. With a single thought, his entire body transformed into a golden beam of light, shooting skyward from the bottom of the crater.
Hovering above Black Demon City, he surveyed the ruins of the city below.
The surviving demon lords within the city, sensing the godlike pressure emanating from him, were so terrified they all fell to their knees. In their eyes, Lu Chen now seemed 10,000 times more terrifying than the demon god they worshipped.
A bunch of nobodies. Lu Chen curled his lip in disdain, utterly uninterested in these low-level demonic beings who offered him barely any experience points.
His gaze shifted toward a specific point outside the city walls. There, he sensed the presence of Yeye and her companions. It was time to fulfill his promise.
Lu Chen's figure flickered, vanishing from his spot in an instant. The next second, he had already appeared on the mountaintop where Yue and the others were. You. Seeing Lu Chen suddenly materialize, all the Shadow Clan warriors instinctively took a step back, raised their weapons, and wore expressions of alert vigilance. They had witnessed the earth-shattering destruction at the Black Magic City with their own eyes. They couldn't tell whether this man before them was friend or foe. Only Yue, upon seeing Lu Chen emerge unharmed, finally let out a sigh of relief. She waved to her companions, signaling them to lower their weapons. You succeeded?
Yue looked at Lu Chen, her voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor.
Yeah, I guess so. Lu Chen nodded, then pointed toward Black Magic City. The heavenly demons inside dead or fled. The ones left are just insignificant minions. From now on, that city is yours. Chapter 147, Build a Sacred Mountain. Wiped out a fortress with a single finger. Hearing this, all the Shadow Clan warriors froze. They exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with disbelief. The Black Magic City, which had dominated Ghost Star for centuries and enslaved their ancestors, had been conquered just like that. By this man alone, standing before them? It sounded like an Arabian Nights tale. Is this true? A Shadow Clan warrior asked, his voice trembling. Why don't you go see for yourselves? Lu Chen shrugged. Shadow Moon took a deep breath and bowed deeply to Lu Chen. On behalf of all the Shadow Clan people, I thank you for your help. This kindness, we shall never forget. The other Shadow Clan warriors snapped out of their daze and followed you in bowing to Lu Chen. Enough. Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively, responding without any pretense of politeness.
My help comes with conditions.
Please state them. Yue straightened, speaking with utmost respect. Whatever you require, we shall fulfill it without hesitation.
I need your Shadow Clan to do something for me. Lu Chen looked at Yeye and spoke slowly. I want you to become the new masters of this planet.
What? Yue and her companions froze once more. Become the masters of this planet?
They dared not even imagine such a thing. The Shadow Clan had been enslaved by the celestial demons for far too long since losing the courage and strength to resist. Now, their entire resistance force numbered less than 100 at most. Yet across this planet, beyond the Black Demon City, lay dozens of celestial demon strongholds, large and small. The celestial demons numbered in the millions. How could they possibly be less? How could such a small force possibly rule the entire planet? I know what you're worried about. Lu Chen saw their concerns. Rest assured, I will help you. He paused, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. But before that, I'll present you with a grand gift. A gift? Yue and the others exchanged puzzled looks. Lu Chen offered no explanation, merely turning to face the direction of Black Magic City. Slowly raising his right hand, he clenched it lightly toward the void. Rise. With a soft command. Boom. From the ruins of Black Magic City, a mountain peak hundreds of meters tall, formed of black rock, surged upward from the ground. The mountain peak grew taller and larger at a visible pace. Ultimately, it transformed into a colossal mountain range, towering majestically and piercing the heavens. Moving mountains and filling seas. This feat, once confined to myth and legend, now unfolded before the very eyes of the entire Shadow Clan. They stood speechless, mouths agape, as if they had forgotten to breathe. Surely this was power only a god could possess? Yet, it wasn't over. Lu Chen's left hand slowly rose. His fingertips swiftly traced patterns in the air. Golden runes shot forth from his fingertips, searing themselves onto the newly formed mountain range. Soon, the entire mountain range was covered in a dense, intricate web of golden runes. Gather! Lu Chen uttered another soft command. The scattered energies of the entire planet seemed to be drawn by some force, madly converging toward the mountain range. The spiritual energy, which had grown thin due to the depletion of the soul crystal veins, suddenly thickened once more. The rune-covered mountain range became the very center of spiritual energy for the entire planet. On the mountain peaks, tender green shoots began sprouting from the cracks in the rocks. Crystal clear springs flowed down from the peaks, coalescing into countless streams. Within mere minutes, the once lifeless Blackstone Mountain transformed into a vibrant, thriving paradise. This is... Shadow Moon stared at this miraculous scene before him, utterly speechless with astonishment. This mountain shall henceforth be known as Shadow God Mountain. Lu Chen withdrew his hand and patted it, as if he had merely done something insignificant. It shall be your Shadow Clan's new sacred ground, and the starting point for your counterattack against the heavenly demons. From this day forward, you shall rest and recuperate here, growing in strength and numbers.
As for those heavenly demons,
A cold gleam flashed in Lu Chen's eyes.
I will personally intervene and help you eradicate every last one of them.
What he sought was not merely to aid the Shadow Clan in restoring their kingdom.
He craved the faith of the entire planet. He would make every living being on this planet worship him as a god.
And this was merely the first step in Lu Chen's grand plan. Surveying the stunned expressions of the Shadow Clan members, he nodded with satisfaction.
What are you standing around for? Hurry up and gather your people, it's time to move.
Ha? Oh. Yes. Shadow Moon snapped out of her daze and hurriedly led her people, stumbling and staggering towards Shadow God Mountain. Lu Chen watched their retreating figures, then lifted his gaze to the purple moon hanging in the sky.
Newbie Village Quest, begin.
His figure flickered and vanished from the spot.
The next target was the nearest heavenly demon stronghold to Black Magic City, Blackstone Fortress.
It was said to be garrisoned by 3 golden core stage heavenly demon generals and over 10,000 heavenly demon soldiers. In the past, this was a terrifying force the Shadow Clan dared not even dream of confronting.
But now, Lu Chen appeared above Blackstone Fortress, surveying the heavily guarded, towering fortress below, its demonic aura thick and oppressive.
He curled his lips in disdain.
The design is too poor. Tear it down and rebuild it. He extended a finger and tapped lightly toward the fortress below.
A sliver of golden sword energy, so fine it was nearly invisible, shot forth from his fingertip.
The sword energy fell, silent as a whisper.
The entire Blackstone Fortress, along with every demon within, was instantly reduced to the finest dust, scattered by the wind. Only a smooth, mirror-like crater remained where it once stood. After finishing all this, Lu Chen yawned.
Done. Call it a day. Next.
When Ingwe led her clan cautiously onto the sacred ground known as Shadow God Mountain, everyone was stunned by the sight before them. An energy so dense it felt almost tangible washed over them. With just one breath, every bone and muscle felt utterly refreshed. No longer did tender shoots sprout from the rock crevices, but instead, crystal-clear spiritual herbs. The mountain stream no longer carried ordinary water, but a potent elixir brimming with pure energy.
A miracle. This is nothing short of a miracle.
An elderly elder of the Shadow Clan, overcome with emotion, wept tears of joy as he knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing toward the mountain peak. The other Shadow Clan members followed suit, their faces etched with nothing but reverence and awe.
Enslaved for centuries, they never imagined they would one day possess such a blessed realm of their own.
Watching her clan members weep with joy, Shadow Moon felt a whirlwind of emotions. She lifted her gaze toward the distance, but the man's figure was already gone. Yet everything he had done was etched like a brand, deeply engraved in the heart of every Shadow Clan member.
Chieftain, what should we do now?
A young warrior stepped forward, his eyes brimming with both excitement and confusion.
After a moment's thought, Ingwe's gaze hardened with resolve. Convey my orders, all warriors, immediately take roll call and prepare weapons. We are ready for battle. Battle? The warrior froze. Against whom? The celestial demons? Indeed. You nodded. That noble one has paved the way for us. The rest is ours to walk. But we have fewer than 100 men. Once we were 100.
Soon, we will be 1,000, 10,000, even the entire Shadow Clan.
Ingwe's voice rang out with unwavering resolve. Go!
Gather every clan member still hiding in the shadows.
Tell them our sacred homeland has returned. Yes. The young warrior, swept up by Ingwe's fervor, charged off with renewed purpose. Chapter 148, Seizing the Heavenly Demon Spoils, the Mana Assault Vessel. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had already arrived at the next Heavenly Demon stronghold. Windblade Canyon. The terrain here was far more complex than Blackrock Fortress.
Howling winds swept through the canyon, carrying countless tiny spatial fissures that formed a natural defensive barrier. The canyon's commander was a mid-golden core wind demon, rumored to be as swift as lightning and extremely difficult to deal with. Hovering above the canyon, Lu Chen felt the chaotic energy field below and stroked his chin.
Interesting. Perfect for testing my new skill.
With a flicker of his thoughts, his nascent soul stage divine sense instantly spread out, enveloping the entire canyon. Every movement of the celestial demons within the gorge, every location of the spatial fissures, became crystal clear in his mind.
Found you.
Lu Chen locked onto the deepest part of the canyon, the wind demon general, snoring away in slumber. He raised his hand and made a sweeping motion toward the depths below.
Yangshan soared through the air.
Deep within the canyon, the colossal wind demon commander suddenly felt his body tighten, as if seized by an invisible giant hand. The next instant, its massive frame shot skyward against its will. Roar! The wind demon commander snapped awake, letting out a terrified roar.
It struggled desperately, channeling all its demonic energy to break free from the restraint.
But the force was overwhelming. No matter how fiercely it fought, it was utterly futile. Before the horrified gazes of tens of thousands of celestial demons within the canyon, their commander was yanked from his lair like a chicken by the neck, flung violently 10,000 meters into the air.
Who dares ambush this commander?
The wind demon commander was both shocked and enraged.
Hello there. Lu Chen's figure materialized before it, smiling warmly as he greeted the demon.
The Wind Demon Commander's pupils suddenly contracted upon seeing Lu Chen. From this seemingly harmless human, it sensed a terrifying pressure that made its very soul tremble.
Early nascent soul stage? Who are you? Just a helpful passerby. Lu Chen grinned. This place has good feng shui. I thought I'd borrow it for a bit.
You dream, the Wind Demon Commander roared, his voice harsh but trembling inside.
This is the domain of the great demon god. Dare to be insolent, and the demon god will not spare you. Oh? Is that so? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Then have him come find me right now.
With that, he seized the Wind Demon Commander's wrist and applied gentle pressure.
Snap!
The Wind Demon Commander's rock-hard demonic body emitted a bone-chilling crackling sound.
Ah!
The excruciating pain made it let out a shrill, agonized scream.
I'll ask again, lend it, or not?
Lu Chen's smile remained unchanged.
I'll lend it. I'll lend it.
The Wind Demon Commander had completely broken. It had no doubt that if it dared utter another refusal, the other party would crush it without hesitation.
Why didn't you just say so?
You had to refuse the offer and now you're getting punished. Lu Chen released his grip, tossing the Wind Demon Commander down like discarded trash. Then, he blew a soft breath toward the canyon below. Whoosh!
An invisible wave instantly swept across the entire Windblade Canyon.
The once raging gale winds and the ubiquitous spatial fissures all calmed down at that moment.
The entire canyon became as calm as a still lake, utterly safe.
Having accomplished this, Lu Chen vanished once more. Left behind was the Wind Demon Commander, reeling from the fall and watching his homeland effortlessly transformed, left disoriented and flustered in the wind.
Not long after, Shadow Moon arrived at Windblade Canyon with a force of 300 Shadow Clan warriors. They had prepared themselves for a grueling battle. Yet the scene before them left them frozen in shock once more. At the canyon entrance, the legendary Wind Demon Commander renowned for his savagery was leading a group of heavenly demon minions. Armed with brooms and shovels, they were enthusiastically engaged in post-disaster reconstruction efforts. Spotting Yuan's contingent, the Wind Demon Commander scurried over, his face contorted into a smile uglier than crying. Honored elders of the Shadow Clan, you've arrived? This way, this way. The canyon's been thoroughly cleaned ready for occupancy anytime. Shadow Moon. All Shadow Clan warriors. Today, their worldview felt repeatedly crushed, reshaped, and crushed again. Shadow Moon watched this absurd spectacle unfold before her, finally unable to contain herself. She turned to glance at the warriors behind her. Clearing her throat, she adopted Lu Chen's matter-of-fact tone as she addressed the Wind Demon Commander. Well done. Hand over all your weapons and equipment, then get the hell out of this valley. From now on, this place belongs to us. This, perhaps, was the first lesson that Lord wished to teach them. How to properly loot and pillage. Yes. We're leaving. We're leaving right now. The Wind Demon Commander, as if granted a pardon, hurriedly ordered his men to pile all weapons and equipment on the ground before scrambling away from Windblade Canyon. Their pitiful state bore no trace of the Heavenly Demon Commander's former might. The Shadow Clan warriors stared at the mountain of weapons, then glanced at the fleeing figures of the Heavenly Demon forces, each of them feeling as if they were in a dream. Another stronghold taken? Chief, we're rich. One warrior stared at the armor and weapons shimmering with demonic energy, his voice trembling with excitement. These were the very high-quality equipment they had never dared to dream of before. Shadow Moon surveyed the spoils, a flicker of excitement crossing her eyes before she regained her composure. She approached a menacing black warship docked in the canyon's center. This was a demonic energy assault ship, approximately 50 meters long, its hull studded with sharp rams and gun ports. It served as the demonic force's core rapid strike capability. In the past, a single assault ship like this could easily annihilate an entire Shadow Clan tribe. Can we use this thing? Shadow Moon ran her fingers over the cold hull and asked the elder beside her. The elder stepped forward, inspected it carefully, and shook his head. Chieftain, the core of this assault ship is its demonic energy engine. It requires the demonic chi of the celestial demons to operate. Our energy attributes are incompatible with it. Forcing its use would likely cause an explosion. Hearing this, the warriors' newly kindled excitement was instantly doused with cold water. Indeed, even if they managed to seize the Heavenly Fiend's gear, they wouldn't be able to wield it. What good would that do? Just as everyone hung their heads in dejection, a lazy voice sounded above them. Who said we couldn't use it? Everyone snapped their heads up. Lu Chen had silently appeared atop the assault ship, now examining the vessel with keen interest. Lord! Ingwe exclaimed, both shocked and delighted, hastily bowing in salute. Greetings, Star God. The other Shadow Clan warriors knelt in unison. This time, their salute was offered with genuine reverence. Chapter 149, Barehanded Modification of the Demon Ship. A single cannon shot evaporates a mountain range. Alright, rise. Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively, leaping down from the ship's deck to land before the group. He circled the assault ship, marveling at every detail. This design truly embodies a wild, brutal aesthetic. Too bad it's so crude.
The energy efficiency is pitifully low, utterly wasteful. He walked to the side of the warship and extended a finger, lightly scraping it across the hard magic steel armor. SSSSHHH. A spark flew as the supposedly impenetrable armor split open like tofu, revealing a deep gash. All the Shadow Clan members were stunned. This was magic steel capable of withstanding attacks from Golden Core cultivators. Lu Chen paid no heed to their astonishment, his fingers swiftly dancing across the hall. His movements flowed like water, leaving intricate, mystical golden patterns wherever his fingertips touched. These patterns intertwined, weaving into intricate designs that seemed to embody some profound cosmic truth. The Shadow Clan couldn't comprehend what Lu Chen was doing, but they sensed that as these golden patterns emerged, the very essence of the assault ship was undergoing a profound transformation. The original cold, violent aura of demonic energy was rapidly dissipating. Now, a gentle yet colossal energy, one sharing the same origin as their own, filled the air. "What is he doing?" a young warrior whispered, unable to contain his curiosity. "Shut up! Don't disturb the master's spellcasting," the elder snapped. In his eyes, Lu Chen was undoubtedly performing some sacred ritual. Only Yue vaguely sensed what was happening. She recalled how Lu Chen had conjured mountains from thin air, inscribed runes upon them, and channeled the energies of heaven and earth. The current scene bore an uncanny resemblance. Could he be transforming this warship? After about 10 minutes, Lu Chen finally stopped. The entire surface of the assault ship was now covered by a dense, intricate golden network. These golden patterns glowed faintly under the purple moonlight, lending the once menacing warship an air of sacred beauty. Done. Lu Chen clapped his hands, looking thoroughly satisfied. He walked to the entrance of the warship's energy chamber and called out inside, "Stop pretending to be dead. I know you're awake." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a faint commotion erupted from within the energy compartment. A demon tasked with guarding the warship cowered in a corner, its face frozen in terror. It never imagined that after dozing off during its watch, the world outside would have changed so drastically. Where was the Wind Demon leader? Where were his comrades? Why were Shadow Clan members everywhere? When this demon witnessed the entire process of Lu Chen modifying the warship with its own eyes, its fear reached its peak. What kind of monster was this human? Not only was his power monstrously strong, but he also possessed such profound knowledge of energy circuit modification. Those golden patterns appeared to it as nothing less than the work of a divine being. "Get out here. I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself." Lu Chen gave the creature a casual glance, noting its considerable strength, then spoke indifferently. The demon dared not delay, scrambling out on all fours before kneeling before Lu Chen, head bowed low. "Master, what are your orders?" "Enter. Infuse your demonic energy into the energy core." Lu Chen pointed toward the energy chamber. "Ha?" The demon paused, doubting its own ears. Wasn't this lord planning to modify the warship? Why is he now ordering me to infuse demonic energy? What ha? Just do as you're told. Stop all this nonsense. Lu Chen kicked him squarely in the rear. The celestial fiend staggered, nearly falling flat on its face. It dared not question further and obediently scurried into the energy chamber. Following Lu Chen's orders, it carefully channeled its demonic energy into the core of the demonic energy engine. Hum. The engine emitted a deep, rumbling hum. The next second, an incredible sight unfolded. Instead of directly powering the warship upon entering the engine, the raging demonic energy began circulating throughout the entire hull, following the newly etched golden patterns. With each cycle, the essence of the magic energy underwent a transformation. By the time the energy finally converged at the main cannon's muzzle, the once pitch-black demonic energy had completely transformed into a pure, gentle golden energy. Boom! A massive golden beam of light erupted from the main cannon, striking a distant mountain peak. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The mountain peak, hundreds of meters tall, vanished without a trace the instant it touched the golden beam, melting away like ice and snow. Only a bottomless crater remained where it once stood. Whoosh! Witnessing this scene, both the Shadow Clan and the Heavenly Demon sucked in their breath in unison. This power was at least 10 times stronger than before. Moreover, this energy the Shadow Clan could fully absorb and control it. Got it? Lu Chen walked up to the stunned Yu. This thing is now called Divine Grace 1. I've modified its energy conversion system. Now it can run not only on demonic energy but also on your Shadow Clan's energy and even the free-floating spiritual energy in the air. Simply put, it'll burn anything it's not picky. All future demonic equipment we seize will be modified to this standard. I'll show you how with this prototype, the rest is up to your research. Lu Chen gestured toward the golden patterns. These things, back home, are called array patterns. Think of them as an advanced method of energy manipulation. As for what I just engraved? Not some sacred ritual, that's an energy circuit. Got it? Just like an electrical schematic. Shadow Moon. All Shadow Clan members. Array patterns are used to carve circuits? They felt their worldviews being shattered once again. Shadow Moon and her kin spent a full hour circling the gleaming new Divine Grace 1. They resembled a group of savages fresh from the mountains, encountering a modern tractor for the first time, their faces brimming with curiosity, awe, and bewilderment.
Chief, is this really something we can use?
A warrior cautiously touched the sleek golden patterns on the hull, as if handling a sacred work of art.
If the Lord says it's possible, then it is.
Shadow Moon felt her breath quicken, forcing down the shock within her. She walked to the cockpit door and glanced back at her people.
Who's willing to join me in testing this ship? The warriors exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting both yearning and dread.
After all, this thing had just been a demon ship that devoured its victims.
I'll go.
A tall young Shadow Clan warrior stepped forward. His name was Ingfone, one of the bravest fighters in the resistance.
Me too. Count me in.
Soon, a 10-person squad volunteered to step forward.
Shadow Moon nodded with satisfaction and led them aboard the Divine Grace 1. Chapter 150, The Mushroom Cloud Rises. One shot leveled the arsenal.
The cockpit's layout differed entirely from the standard Tiamat design, having undergone radical modifications by Lu Chen. The original and humanly complex controls and buttons had been entirely replaced by a massive crystal-like touchscreen. Displayed on the screen were text and graphical interfaces comprehensible to the Shadow Clan, clearly indicating the status of various systems like power, weapons, and defense.
This is just too.
Shadow Wind stared at the futuristic cockpit, at a loss for words to describe his emotions.
Press here to start.
Lu Chen's voice suddenly echoed in Yu's mind. Yu's body jerked as she quickly followed the instruction, gently tapping a green-lit icon on the screen.
Buzz. The entire warship emitted a faint vibration as it slowly rose into the air. How does it feel? Lu Chen's voice carried a hint of amusement.
Sir.
You can hear me? Yue responded in astonishment within her mind.
Basic spiritual communication at the nascent soul stage, nothing special.
Lu Chen's voice sounded casual.
Now, push that virtual joystick forward.
Let's head to the next location for a look around. Yes.
Suppressing her excitement, Yue followed Lu Chen's instructions, piloting the warship as it glided out of Windblade Canyon. The Divine Grace 1 glided with remarkable smoothness, barely a ripple of turbulence felt.
Through the porthole, the landscape below rapidly receded. Where is our next destination, sir? Yue inquired. The Lava River. Lu Chen replied.
That's the largest celestial demon armory on Ghost Star, guarded by 50,000 celestial demons and a late-stage Golden Core commander.
He's a tough nut to crack.
Hearing 50,000 celestial demons and late Golden Core stage, the Shadow Clan warriors in the cockpit unconsciously tightened their grip on their weapons, their expressions turning tense.
Shadow Moon's heart leapt to his throat. Sir, are we really going there? What's there to fear? Lu Chen's voice brimmed with disdain. You're piloting the Shinen 1, personally modified by me. Not just 50,000, even 500,000 demon soldiers wouldn't stand a chance. Follow my orders.
Push the speed to maximum.
We'll give them a surprise. Yes.
Encouraged by Lu Chen, Yue gritted her teeth and slammed the control stick all the way forward.
Boom! Blinding golden flames erupted from the Shinen 1's tail section.
The entire warship transformed into a golden streak of light, streaking toward the horizon at an unimaginable speed. Meanwhile, Lu Chen lay leisurely atop Shadow God Mountain, legs crossed, gazing at a massive light screen formed by condensed sword energy before him. The screen displayed real-time footage of the interior and surroundings of Divine Grace 1. This remote live feed combined with Battlefield Command far surpassed the technology on Blue Star.
Not bad. This girl picks things up quickly. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction.
The reason he hadn't intervened personally, instead sending Yue and the others into battle, was precisely to train this team.
Give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. He couldn't stay on this planet forever as their babysitter.
Cultivating a capable local force that could govern itself, then providing him with faith energy without hassle, that was the long-term solution.
The Lava River.
This was where the fiery veins of Ghost Star burned most intensely, a magma river stretching thousands of kilometers, cutting across the entire plain. Countless demonic armories were built along its banks, harnessing the Earth's fiery energy to forge all manner of war weapons. At this moment, the factory's overseer, a mountain-like lava troll, paced furiously back and forth. Blackstone Fortress and Windblade Canyon have both lost contact, he bellowed at a trembling messenger before him.
Yes, Commander, the messenger stammered fearfully. None of our scouts have returned. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. The lava overseer slammed his fist into the ground, instantly cracking the hard obsidian floor. Who did this? Is that bastard Blackhorn trying to annex my territory? Just as its rage boiled over. Alert! Alert! High energy reaction detected. Approaching at extreme velocity. The shrill alarm pierced the entire armory. The lava overseer snapped its head up. On the distant horizon, a tiny golden speck rapidly grew larger. What is that? Reporting to the commander. Unidentified.
The energy signature exceeds our mana assault ship's output by tenfold.
10 times? The lava commander's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Before it could react,
That golden streak of light had already reached the skies above the armory.
It was Divine Grace 1.
"We're here, sir." Shadow Moon stared down at the sprawling factory complex and the swarm of demon soldiers below, as dense as ants, and felt a chill run down her spine.
"Don't panic."
Lu Chen's voice echoed in her mind at the perfect moment.
"See that largest smokestack down there?
That's their main energy reactor.
Now, channel all power into the main cannon. Blow the hell out of it."
"Yes." A fierce glint flashed in Yue's eyes as she swiftly manipulated the touchscreen.
At the bow of Divine Grace 1, the monstrous main cannon began gathering a blinding golden light. The lava overseer below sensed the impending danger. "Activate the defensive array. All anti-aircraft guns, concentrate your fire. Bring it down," he roared madly. In an instant, thousands of anti-air magic cannons fired simultaneously. Dense black beams formed a vast net, enveloping Divine Grace 1 in the sky. "Activate the energy shield." Lu Chen's voice remained calm. Shadow Moon immediately pressed the defense button.
A layer of pale golden energy shield enveloped Divine Grace 1.
Boom! Countless beams of demonic energy slammed into the shield, sending ripples of energy outward.
Yet that seemingly thin shield proved astonishingly resilient, withstanding every attack without so much as a crack.
How is this possible?
The lava commander could scarcely believe his eyes. At that moment, Grace 1's main cannon completed its charge.
Fire! Shadow Moon pressed the firing button. Boom!
A golden beam, thicker and more dazzling than the one unleashed in Windblade Canyon, descended from the heavens.
Its target was the largest primary energy reactor. The lava overlord felt a palpable sense of impending doom envelop his entire being.
It tried to flee, but it was already too late.
The golden beam struck its target with pinpoint accuracy. No sound. The entire world seemed to fall silent. The next second. Boom! An unprecedented cataclysmic explosion erupted.
The primary energy reactor detonated, triggering a chain reaction.
The entire lava river and thousands of armories were engulfed in a sea of flames simultaneously. A terrifying shockwave swept over everything.
The Shadow Clan warriors aboard Divine Grace 1 stared in stunned silence at the massive mushroom cloud slowly rising on the holoscreen, collectively speechless. The sheer power of that single blast.
Well done. Lu Chen's voice broke the silence. Don't just stand there. There are still plenty of stragglers down below. Head down and get some practice in. Consider it a live fire exercise. Oh, and remember to pack up any undamaged equipment, don't let it go to waste. Chapter 151, the final weapon appears. The 100-meter Mecha Unit 01.
As Ingwe led the Shadow Clan warriors off the Divine Grace 1 and onto the still smoldering ruins, everyone felt a sense of unreality. The lava river, guarded by 50,000 heavenly demons, was just gone? Destroyed by a single cannon blast? The air thickened with the acrid stench of sulfur and the burnt smell of charred flesh. A few heavenly demons who had narrowly escaped death dragged their mangled bodies through the ruins, wailing in agony.
Seeing Ingwe's squad, these once arrogant invaders now revealed an unprecedented terror in their eyes. Kill! Ingfeng roared and charged forward first.
Centuries of pent-up hatred erupted in that instant. The Shadow Clan warriors charged like tigers descending the mountain, targeting the remaining foes. It was a slaughter with no suspense whatsoever.
Shadow Moon did not join the fray, instead standing atop a high vantage point, silently observing the scene.
She saw that after their initial victory, the confusion and fear in her kin's eyes had vanished, replaced by confidence and a soaring fighting spirit. They began wielding the weapons seized from the celestial demons with growing skill, learning to coordinate and form battle formations. A seed called hope was taking root and sprouting rapidly within this young force. And all of this stemmed from that man. Shadow Moon lifted her head, gazing toward Shadow God Mountain, her eyes brimming with gratitude and reverence.
Blackrock Fortress fallen. Windblade Canyon lost. Lava River annihilated.
One devastating report after another poured into the last and largest demon stronghold on Ghost Star, the city of 10,000 demons, like a blizzard of bad news. At the city's center, atop a throne constructed from countless skeletal remains, sat an exceptionally towering demon lord. Clad in heavy black armor and crowned with a fearsome bull-horned helmet, he was the Bull Demon General. He was the nominal supreme ruler of Ghost Star, the foremost general under the Blackhorn Marshal, the Ox Demon General possessing the pinnacle of golden core cultivation. Thud! The Ox Demon General slammed his fist onto the throne's armrest, shattering the hard bone armrest with a resounding crack. What the hell is going on? A bunch of useless fools. You haven't even seen the enemy's shadow, and you've already lost our home base? He roared furiously at the row of demon generals kneeling below him. The generals fell silent, heads bowed low, not daring to utter a word. Investigate. Investigate immediately. I'll see which blind fool dared to stir up trouble on my turf. The Ox Demon General roared. Soon, a sketch drawn by survivors and some blurry battle footage were presented before him. The sketch depicted a smiling, seemingly harmless human youth. The footage showed a golden warship and the terrifying beam of light that had obliterated the lava river. Human? Shadow Clan?
The Ox Demon General studied the intelligence, his brow furrowed. When did the Shadow Clan gain such power? And now they're colluding with humans?
General, intelligence suggests Commander Blackhorn may have met with misfortune.
A one-eyed commander spoke cautiously. Bull.
The Bull Demon General slapped him across the face, sending him flying.
The Marshal's power is unmatched. How could anything happen to him? He must have gone to the demon realm to receive His Majesty's summons. Though he spoke thus, an ominous foreboding had already taken root in the Ox Demon General's heart.
Blackhorn the Marshal had been out of contact for far too long, something that had never happened before.
Transmit my orders.
The Ox Demon General rose from his throne, his towering form casting a vast shadow.
All outposts cease resistance. Withdraw entirely to the city of 10,000 demons. Activate Inferno mode.
Elevate the city's defensive formations to their highest level.
I refuse to believe they can breach my demon capital.
The Ox Demon General resolved to consolidate his forces and hold the line until reinforcements arrived. He had already sent a distress signal to the demon realm through secret channels.
If we can hold out until reinforcements arrive, there's still a chance to turn the tide. Oh? Getting clever now? Realized you can't win, so you're calling for backup?
Upon Shadow God Mountain, Lu Chen watched the sword energy screen displaying the demonic hordes converging on the city of 10,000 demons from all directions. A playful smile touched his lips.
Master, what should we do now? Should we strike them with Divine Grace 1 before they finish assembling? Shadow Moon's voice echoed within Lu Chen's mind.
After this period of fighting, the Shadow Clan's resistance forces had grown like a snowball, swelling to nearly 10,000 strong. They had liberated dozens of enslaved tribes, seizing vast quantities of supplies and equipment. Under Lu Chen's technical guidance, they now possessed 3 modified Divine Grace class warships and over 100 Divine Grace mana-powered battle tanks. It could be said that the Shadow Clan had now upgraded from muskets to cannons, their combat strength increased by more than 100-fold.
No rush. Lu Chen shook his head, signaling them to assemble. Let's settle this in one go. Saves me the trouble of hunting them down one by one.
Besides, the new toys I've been preparing for you should be ready soon. Lu Chen rose to his feet and headed toward a vast valley on the backside of Shadow God Mountain.
He had transformed this area into a temporary armory.
Equipment salvaged from the lava river had been reassembled here, each piece etched with entirely new energy circuits by Lu Chen's sword intent. In the valley's center, atop a massive platform, sat an unprecedented colossal machine. It was a colossal humanoid mecha towering over 100 meters tall. Its main body was forged from captured demon steel and various rare metals, its line sleek and fluid, radiating raw power. At its chest, a massive energy core pulsed with brilliant light. This was Lu Chen's masterpiece, a trinity of fusion, the puppet arts from the immortal realm, Earth's mecha technology, and the demonic energy techniques of the celestial demons. He gave this mecha a resounding name, Unit 01. Master, this is. Shadow Moon, who witnessed it through shared divine perception, was once again utterly stunned. This is the ultimate weapon I've prepared for your final battle. Lu Chen patted Unit 01's thigh, causing it to emit a metallic hum. I've already chosen the pilot. It's you. Me? Ingyue froze in surprise. That's right. Lu Chen nodded. This Unit 01 requires psychic control. Your Shadow Clan possesses innate mental prowess, and you are the most exceptional among them. Stop dawdling. Time is tight. Let's get you through crash course pilot training. Lu Chen snapped his fingers. The cockpit of Unit 01 slowly opened. Ingyue gazed at the deep cockpit, then looked toward the distant city of 10,000 demons, already engulfed in surging demonic energy. She took a deep breath. She knew this might be the final battle that decided the fate of the entire planet. Chapter 152, The Enemy at the Gates. 10,000 swords converge, a divine miracle. Half a day later, Demon Capital. This city built upon bones had now transformed into a true fortress of war. A massive black-red energy shield, like an inverted bowl, enveloped the entire city. Upon its surface, countless malevolent demonic runes flickered erratically, emanating a heart-stopping aura of terror. The city walls were densely packed with over 1 million celestial demon soldiers. Each held a weapon, their expressions tense as they scanned the distant horizon. A stifling, murderous atmosphere hung over the entire city. Within the throne hall, the Ox Demon General paced restlessly. Where are the reinforcements? Where are they? He roared at the messenger. General Hui, the response from the demon realm is to hold our ground and await reinforcements. The messenger's voice trembled. Hold our ground and wait for reinforcements again? How am I supposed to hold it? The Ox Demon General kicked a nearby stone pillar in half. Not a single scout he'd sent out in recent days had returned alive. The enemy seemed to have vanished, leaving him with an unprecedented sense of unease. The unknown is always the most terrifying. Rumble. Just then, the earth began to tremble slightly. They're here. Nyomo's pupils contracted sharply. With a flash, he materialized atop the city wall. He looked toward the source of the tremor. On the distant horizon, a black line appeared. That line was advancing toward the city of 10,000 demons at an astonishing speed.
Soon, he could make out the details. It was an iron torrent composed of countless Shadow Clan warriors. Leading the charge were hundreds of fearsome Divine Grace war chariots. Behind the chariots marched nearly 100,000 Shadow Clan soldiers clad in uniform battle armor and wielding energy weapons. Their eyes held no trace of fear or hesitation, only the flames of vengeance and the thirst for victory. Flanking the army's wings, 3 golden Divine Grace warships stood like loyal sentinels, guarding the entire formation. At the sight of this well-equipped, formidable army, the demons on the city walls couldn't help but gasp in shock. Was this truly the same Shadow Clan they had once enslaved at will, too cowed to even breathe? How had they undergone such a complete transformation in such a short time? The Bull Demon General's heart sank. He knew this was absolutely not the Shadow Clan's own strength. Behind them, there must be that mysterious human. All troops, stand ready. Archers, prepare. Forcing down his unease, the Ox Demon General bellowed the order. Just as the two armies were about to clash, the Shadow Clan's formation suddenly parted down the middle, creating a passageway. A colossal figure emerged from the rear of the army, advancing with heavy, deliberate steps. It was a colossal humanoid mecha towering over 100 meters tall. Its entire body gleamed in a dark gold hue, its lines radiating both power and elegance. Under the purple moonlight, it reflected a cold metallic sheen. It was none other than Lu Chen's masterpiece, Unit 01. At the sight of this unprecedented war colossus, both the celestial demons and the Shadow Clan stood utterly stunned. What on earth is that monstrosity? It is the new divine weapon bestowed upon us by Lord Stargod. Inside Unit 01's cockpit, Inoue wore a specialized pilot suit, her body connected to countless circuits. Her divine consciousness had fused seamlessly with the entire mecha. She could sense an unprecedented, overwhelming power now within her grasp. Master, what should I do? Inoue asked silently. Relax. Just think of it like piloting a Gundam. Lu Chen's lazy voice echoed. See that turtle shell up ahead? Punch it with all your might. Yes. Inoue held her breath, her gaze sharpening. She piloted Unit 01, raising its massive metal right arm. A blinding golden light began to gather on the mecha's fist. No! Quick! Channel all energy into the frontal shield. The bull demon, witnessing this, was terrified out of his wits and began roaring loudly. The defensive shield of the demon capital blazed intensely, growing thick and impenetrable. Unit 01 moved. Its massive frame lunged forward with an agility utterly incongruous to its size. The earth shattered. Its massive right fist, carrying the force to shatter the heavens and earth, slammed viciously into the black-red energy shield. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated across the entire world. Time itself seemed to freeze in that instant. All witnessed the Inferno shield touted as capable of withstanding a full power strike from a nascent soul cultivator crack like fragile glass under Unit 01's iron fist, instantly covered in spiderweb like fractures. Then, with a resounding crash, it shattered completely. A terrifying shockwave of energy erupted from the point of impact, spreading outward with frenzied force. On the city walls, tens of thousands of heavenly demon soldiers standing too close were torn to shreds in an instant by the raging torrent of energy, without even a chance to scream. The entire demon capital shook violently, as if struck by an 18-magnitude earthquake. One punch. Just one punch. The strongest defenses of the city of 10,000 demons were utterly destroyed. The Ox Demon General stared dumbfounded at the scene before him, feeling his mind was no longer sufficient. Now, it's my turn to perform. A calm voice echoed in everyone's ears. Everyone snapped their heads up. A figure had appeared, suspended directly above the demon capital, its arrival unnoticed. Dressed in simple casual attire, his black hair flowing, his expression indifferent as if the earth-shattering destruction that had just unfolded had nothing to do with him. It was Lu Chen. He looked down at the city below, now in utter chaos, and at the stunned Ox Demon General, then curled his lips in a slight sneer. Warm-up complete. Time for demolition. It's you! The Ox Demon General stared at Lu Chen hovering in the air, his pupils contracting. Though they had never met before, he instantly recognized the man before him as the mysterious human described in the intelligence reports. A primal fear gripped his heart from the depths of his soul. He sensed no powerful energy fluctuations emanating from Lu Chen. The man stood there, seemingly ordinary, yet like a bottomless abyss that made one dizzy at a single glance. Who are you? The Ox Demon General bellowed, his voice trembling with inner fear. Me? Lu Chen tilted his head, pondering for a moment. A professional demolition crew captain. I'm here today to carry out the forced demolition of this illegal structure. Demolition? The Ox Demon General froze, utterly baffled. Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to explain. He extended his right hand toward the colossal city of 10,000 demons below, spread his fingers wide, then gently closed his fist. 10,000 swords returned to the source. The sound echoed in every ear. The next second, the heavens and earth changed color. Centered on Lu Chen, endless golden sword energies materialized from thin air. Thousands upon thousands, millions upon millions. Countless sword energies coalesced into a golden ocean, blanketing the sky and obscuring the purple moon. The entire world was now nothing but this dazzling, deadly gold. What is this? Within and beyond the city walls, all the celestial demons and Shadow Clan members stared upward, transfixed by this miraculous spectacle, utterly stripped of their ability to think. Chapter 153, The Coronation Ceremony. Hail the Star God. Go. Lu Chen pressed his palm downward. The golden ocean formed by billions of sword energies poured down like a celestial river flowing backward. Yet, the earth-shattering explosion anticipated did not occur. Upon touching the demon capital, the sword energies did not choose violent destruction. They moved like spirits with their own will, or like the most precise surgical blades. Some sword energies severed the foundations of buildings. Others deftly bypassed the main structures, precisely eliminating the demon soldiers within one by one. Others coalesced into invisible hands, carefully dismantling valuable building materials and equipment before stacking them neatly in open fields outside the city. The entire process unfolded with fluid grace, imbued with an indescribable artistic quality. A vast, chaotic demon city steeped in blood and bones rapidly disintegrated before everyone's eyes in an astonishing manner. It resembled a skilled craftsman dismantling a complex Lego model. The Ox demon generals on the city walls were utterly dumbfounded. He even forgot to flee. He watched helplessly as the city walls beneath his feet were sliced into perfectly sized stone bricks by streaks of sword energy, which then flew away. His personal guards, one by one, turned to ash. Yet he himself remained unscathed. It wasn't that the sword energies couldn't harm him, they simply ignored him entirely. The sensation was akin to an engineer, utterly absorbed in his work, not even bothering to acknowledge an ant scurrying at his feet. This was utter contempt. No! No! The Ox demon general finally snapped. He let out a furious, unwilling roar, channeling all his demonic energy into a colossal black beast. The monstrous bull charged toward Lu Chen in the sky with devastating force. This was his final strike as a peak golden core cultivator, channeling every ounce of his essence, energy, and spirit. Yet Lu Chen didn't even glance at his opponent. He merely waved his hand casually. A seemingly insignificant sliver of sword energy split from the ocean of blades, meeting the ferocious black beast head-on. Put! A soft pop. The black beast, along with the bull demon general behind it, vanished instantly like a balloon pricked by a needle, leaving not a trace behind. The entire process unfolded so swiftly that no one even noticed. All eyes remained fixed on the magnificent and efficient demolition feast unfolding before them. 10 minutes later, the ocean of sword energy slowly dissipated. The sky regained its clarity. In its place, the city that once symbolized the rule of the heavenly demon, the capital of 10,000 demons, had vanished without a trace. Now, only a clean, level expanse remained. Beside it lay mountains of construction materials and spoils of war. All surviving celestial demons were bound in place by the sword chi, unable to move, like prisoners awaiting judgment. The war had ended. In a way no one could have imagined. Done. Call it a day. Lu Chen clapped his hands and slowly descended from the sky. Landing on Unit 01's shoulder, he addressed Yeya in the cockpit. The rest is up to you. You decide whether to kill or spare these prisoners. These materials should be enough to build a new city. With that, his figure vanished. Shadow Moon piloted Unit 01, slowly turning to face the nearly 100,000 Shadow Clan soldiers behind them, still frozen in a dazed state. Through the mech's loudspeaker, she issued a rousing cry. We have won. A brief silence followed. Oh! A thunderous roar of celebration erupted across the entire plain. Countless Shadow Clan warriors tossed aside their weapons, embracing each other in tears of joy. They had won. They had truly won. They had overthrown the celestial demons who had enslaved them for centuries and reclaimed their homeland. This day would forever be etched into the annals of the Shadow Clan. And the name of that godlike man would be sung through the ages. The smoke of war soon dissipated. After the Shadow Clan fully took control of the ruins of the former demon capital, now to be called New Shadow City, no organized demonic resistance forces remained anywhere on Ghost Star. Those celestial demons who had been captured were ultimately ordered by Shadow Moon to be reduced to slavery, tasked with constructing the new city and mining its quarries. They turned their own methods against them. The Shadow Clan remained clear-headed in victory, efficiently commencing the reconstruction of their homeland. Guided by Lu Chen's blueprints and technical expertise, a brand new city, a fusion of immortal cultivation arrays and technological elements, rose from the plains at an astonishing pace. Meanwhile, news spread across the entire planet. Shadow God Mountain would host an unprecedented grand ceremony. On one hand, it was to celebrate the liberation and rebirth of the Shadow Clan. On the other hand, and more importantly, it was to pay the highest tribute of the entire race to the great being who had led them to victory. Soon, the entire Ghost Star was immersed in an atmosphere both solemn and festive. Shadow God Mountain. This sacred mountain, personally created by Lu Chen, was now adorned with a radiant new splendor. From its base to its summit, a staircase of the purest cloud crystal stone was laid. Flanking the staircase stood ranks of Shadow Clan soldiers clad in gleaming new armor, their long halberds held at the ready, expressions solemn. Countless Shadow Clan citizens had gathered from all corners of the planet, converging upon the vast plaza at the mountain's base.
Their numbers now exceeded 1,000,000. Each wore festive attire, their faces radiant with genuine smiles and excitement.
Shadow Moon, the Shadow Clan's supreme leader, stood before the altar atop the mountain, clad in a magnificent golden ceremonial robe.
The altar, carved from a single massive soul crystal, shone with a crystalline clarity, emitting a soft, radiant glow. Behind her stood the elders and high-ranking generals of the Shadow Clan. Every gaze, filled with profound reverence and anticipation, was fixed upon the palace constructed specifically for Lu Chen, situated beyond the altar. The auspicious hour had arrived. Yingyu took a deep breath, stepped onto the altar, and facing the 1,000,000 people below, proclaimed in a voice resonant with power. The auspicious hour has arrived. The ceremony begins. Play the music. Melodious and solemn music filled the air, an ancient sacred chant long lost to the Shadow Clan.
First rite, honoring our ancestors.
Shadow Moon led all Shadow Clan members in performing 3 bows and 9 kowtows toward the heavens, paying tribute to the heroic spirits who had perished during centuries of dark rule.
Second, the enthronement of the new king.
Shadow Moon turned and personally placed the crown symbolizing the Shadow Clan's royal authority upon the head of a young commander who had distinguished himself with remarkable valor in battle. From this day forward, the Shadow Clan would no longer be a scattered mass, but a unified civilization with its own kingdom. After completing these acts, Shadow Moon turned once more to face all present. Her expression grew solemn and reverent as never before. She raised both hands high, her voice echoing across the heavens. For centuries, our people languished in darkness, enslaved and denied the light of day. It was the gods, descending from beyond the heavens, unleashing thunderous wrath to vanquish all demons. It was the gods who, upon the ruins, rebuilt our homeland and reshaped our world. The grace of the gods flows like sun and moon across the heavens, like rivers flowing across the earth beyond description, beyond repayment. Today, I, Yingyu, in the name of the Shadow Clan's leader, swear this oath. From this day forward, our clan shall worship this god as our sole faith, honoring him as. Shadow Moon abruptly knelt, prostrating himself before the palace behind him. Star God. Chapter 154, The Power of Faith Infuses the Body. The Golden Wheel of Merit evolves. Below the mountain, 1,000,000 Shadow Clan members knelt in unison. With every ounce of strength, they unleashed a deafening roar. We humbly invite the Star God to ascend the throne. Hail the Star God's ascension. We humbly invite the Star God to ascend the throne. The roar, like a mountain echoing and a sea surging, coalesced into an invisible torrent that surged straight into the heavens. At that very moment, the palace gates slowly opened. A figure, bathed in golden radiance, emerged slowly. Still clad in that simple casual attire, still wearing that lazy expression. Lu Chen yawned as he walked up to the altar, looking down at the sea of kneeling souls below. 1,000,000 lives knelt before him, and he couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Why all this pomp and circumstance? Someone unaware might think this was some kind of pyramid scheme. He muttered under his breath. Shadow Moon heard this and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, but he still spoke respectfully. Lord, this is a token of our Shadow Clan's sincerity. Please accept our devotion. Fine, fine. Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively, wearing an exasperated expression. He stepped to the very center of the altar and cleared his throat. Below the mountain, 1,000,000 people instantly fell silent. Every breath was held as they awaited the first divine revelation from their new god. Lu Chen gazed at them, paused for a moment, then spoke slowly. He uttered his first words as Star God. Could we switch the sacrificial offerings to grilled meat and coke from now on? Those soul crystals? They're hard as nails. Shadow Moon. All Shadow Clan members. The entire hall fell deathly silent. Despite Lu Chen's coronation speech being full of cringeworthy moments, it did nothing to dampen the Shadow Clan's fervent adoration for him. To them, this very trait embodied a deity's casual disregard for trivialities and approachable nature toward mortals. After the ceremony, the entire Shadow Clan descended into a peculiar frenzy. They began obsessively researching what exactly grilled meat and cola were. For a time, speculating on recipes for grilled meat and cola that would satisfy His Divine Majesty became the 2 hottest academic topics in Shadow Clan society. Meanwhile, Lu Chen, the very catalyst of this frenzy, had retreated to his palace, studying the transformations occurring within his own body. It was during the coronation ceremony, at the very moment he received the kneeling homage of 1,000,000 Shadow Clan members. He distinctly felt waves of immense, intangible energy converging into his body from all directions. This energy was unlike spiritual energy or demonic energy. It was warm and peaceful, carrying a sense of recognition and reliance that seemed to originate from the depths of the soul. Was this the power of faith? Lu Chen's thoughts stirred, and he turned his gaze inward. He saw that the golden wheel of light within his consciousness, originally formed from the power of merit, was now undergoing a dramatic transformation. A vast torrent of faith energy surged into the golden wheel like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. The wheel spun faster and faster, its radiance growing ever more brilliant. Complex silver patterns began to emerge across the originally pure golden surface of the wheel. These patterns sketched out mountains and rivers, sun and moon, stars and constellations, and scenes of countless living beings kneeling in worship and prayer. The entire golden will seemed to transform from an inanimate object into a living entity, bearing the weight of an entire civilization.
Ding! Detected host acquiring massive amounts of pure faith energy. Merit golden will begins evolution. Evolution progress 1030701000. Ding!
Congratulations, host.
The Merit Golden Wheel has successfully evolved into the Faith Golden Wheel.
The long-awaited system notification echoed in Lu Chen's mind.
Faith Golden Wheel? Lu Chen's heart stirred. What new functions did it possess?
Faith Wheel, a divine weapon forged from the essence of pure faith.
Core Function 1, Faith Conversion.
Converts absorbed faith energy into pure power for the host's cultivation, spellcasting, or recovery.
Conversion efficiency depends on the devotee's piety. Core Function 2, Divine Blessing.
Consumes faith energy to bestow blessings upon devout followers, enhancing their aptitude, strength, or healing their wounds.
Core Function 3, Divine Aura. Deploying the Golden Wheel creates a divine aura field.
Within this field, the host gains enhanced capabilities while exerting powerful mental suppression and attribute debuffs against all heretics or blasphemers.
Hidden Function to be unlocked.
As Lu Chen read the system's description, his eyes grew increasingly bright.
Holy crap, this is basically a mobile fountain, power bank, and aura buff all rolled into one.
And it's an upgradable, growth-type equipment.
Lu Chen rubbed his hands together excitedly.
His previous Merit Golden Wheel had offered some support, but its effects were limited more like a decorative flourish. The current Wheel of Faith, however, was an entirely different story. This was essentially an entirely new energy system, independent of pay-to-win upgrades.
Faith conversion meant that even without spending real money, he could now enhance his power through the offerings of his followers.
While the efficiency might not match direct spending, it had the advantage of being a constant, free flow. Divine Blessing is nothing short of a god-tier skill.
Isn't this the standard procedure for cultivating fanatical believers and holy knights? He could easily forge his own legion of divinely chosen warriors. As for the Divine Might domain? Needless to say, it's an absolute team fight game changer.
In future brawls, he'd just hoist the Golden Wheel above his head, instant prestige and power maxed out.
Lu Chen's imagination ran wild. He had to test its effects immediately.
With a flicker of his thoughts, the Golden Wheel of Faith, suspended in his sea of consciousness, instantly materialized behind him. The Golden Wheel rotated slowly, emitting a soft yet majestic golden glow.
Lu Chen sensed a strange connection forming between himself and the entire Ghost Star.
He could sense the location of every Shadow Clan member, even hearing their most devout prayers. "Oh Star God, please bless me today with the capture of a plump ironclad beast, so I may add another brick to your temple's foundation. Great Star God, grant me strength to build your temple faster.
Star God, what does cola actually taste like? Is it sweet or salty?" Lu Chen.
His lips twitched as he swiftly tuned out the chaotic stream of prayers.
He focused his attention on the Golden Wheel's faith conversion function. Transform. At his command,
the colossal faith energy stored within the Golden Wheel began rapidly transforming into streams of supremely pure energy, surging into every limb and bone of his body.
Lu Chen felt his nascent soul, as if nourished by potent elixirs, emit a satisfied sigh of contentment. His cultivation base steadily increased at a visible pace. Though not as meteoric as devouring a soul crystal vein, this sensation felt like soaking in a hot spring, gentle yet enduring. Bliss. Lu Chen couldn't help but utter a sigh of admiration. He tried the blessing again.
His divine sense instantly locked onto Ingwe, who was diligently cultivating on the rear slopes of Shadow God Mountain. As his chosen representative, Ingwe naturally possessed the highest level of devotion.
"You're the one." Chapter 155, The Prophecy Crystal's Warning, The Demon God Slaughter Order. Lu Chen channeled a thread of faith energy through the Wheel of Faith, traversing space to infuse it directly into Ingwe's body. Shadow Moon, who was in deep meditation, suddenly trembled. She felt a warm, sacred power descend from the heavens, enveloping her. This force rapidly cleansed her body, widening her meridians and strengthening her soul. Her cultivation, which had previously reached a bottleneck, shattered with a thunderous boom at this very moment, breaking through completely. "This is the blessing of the Star God." Shadow Moon, both shocked and overjoyed, immediately knelt on the ground and bowed respectfully toward the direction of Lu Chen's palace. Meanwhile, Lu Chen, having completed all this, merely yawned. The results are promising. I can mass-produce golden core experts from now on." As he was formulating his plans, the palace doors were knocked upon. It was Ingwe. Her expression was frantic, the joy of her recent breakthrough completely wiped from her face. In her hands, she clutched a strange black crystal. "My lord, there's trouble." "What? Another fool trying to freeload off my food?" Lu Chen asked indifferently. "No." Ingwe handed over the black crystal. "This is the prophecy crystal passed down through generations of our Shadow Clan's high priests. It has just issued an unprecedentedly strong warning." Lu Chen finally showed a hint of interest and took the crystal. It felt slightly cool to the touch, with a peculiar spiritual energy flowing within. He probed it with his divine sense. The scene before his eyes abruptly shifted. he beheld an endless, dark universe. A pitch-black metallic throne, larger than any planet, floated silently in the void.
Upon the throne sat a vast, indistinct demonic shadow that radiated boundless terror and majesty. Before the shadow, a celestial demon resembling a herald knelt, trembling violently.
"What did you say? Black Horn and Ox Demon are both dead?"
A voice that seemed capable of freezing souls echoed through the cosmos.
Yes, Demon God Sovereign. Their soul lamps extinguished almost simultaneously. Ghost Star, a low-grade resource planet designated 734. A nascent soul stage and a golden core stage commander both annihilated? The Demon Lord's tone betrayed no emotion. Yet the surrounding space began to warp and collapse.
According to the final transmission from their soul lamps before they extinguished, it was a human.
Human?
The Demon Lord seemed to pause for a moment, then emitted a low chuckle.
Interesting. How many years had it been since news of that race had been heard? Transmit my command. 7th Demon Lord Shuetu, lead your vanguard fleet to Ghost Star immediately.
Tell him I care not what lies upon that planet, nor who that human is. I demand he refine the entire planet into a blood-red orb and bring it back to me. As for that human, if he can be captured alive, bring him back as an amusing specimen. If not, extract his soul essence and light a soul lamp beside my throne. Let it burn for 10,000 years.
Understood.
The vision abruptly ended.
Lu Chen's divine sense withdrew, his expression slightly peculiar. "My lord, what did you see?" Ingyu asked anxiously.
"I saw your planet.
It's about to be formatted."
Lu Chen toyed with the prophecy crystal in his hand, marveling at it.
"This thing's pretty neat, it can even stream live across star systems." Ingyue's face instantly drained of color. "Formatted? Is this the Heavenly Demon's revenge?" "MHM. Lu Chen nodded.
"They've dispatched some 7th demon king named Bloodslaughter. The name alone screams ruthlessness. He's brought a vanguard fleet, ready to obliterate your world."
"Demon lords?" Ingyue's voice trembled with fear rooted deep in her bloodline.
Legend held that each demon lord far surpassed the might of a marshal, possessing power capable of shattering the heavens and obliterating the earth.
"What should we do? Flee?"
An elder of the Shadow Clan burst in, clearly having overheard the news, his face etched with despair.
"Flee? Where to?"
Lu Chen shot him a dismissive glance.
"They're arriving in starfighters. You're paddling around in little rowboats. Think you can outrun them?"
He stood up, stretching lazily as his joints cracked with a crisp pop.
"Alright, stop acting like the sky is falling. If the sky falls, someone taller will catch it." Ingyue and the elders stared at Lu Chen, noticing not a trace of fear on his face, instead, a hint of excitement. "Sir, do you have a plan?" Ingyue asked cautiously. "Solutions? There are always more than problems." Lu Chen walked to the palace entrance, gazing at the purple moon in the sky.
A playful curve lifted the corners of his mouth.
"Demon King? Transcendence Realm?
It would be impolite not to reciprocate.
Since they're so eager to come all this way to offer themselves up, wouldn't it be rude of us to not give them a proper welcome? Wouldn't that make our Ghost Star seem uncivilized?"
He turned to Ingyue and the elders, who were staring in stunned silence, and grinned.
"Transmit my command. Starting today, all Shadow Clan mines are to operate at full capacity. All armories will operate around the clock, fill the warehouses to capacity.
Additionally, prepare the most detailed star chart of the entire planet, including every asteroid and nebula in the vicinity. We'll prepare a grand welcome gift for this blood-slaughtered Demon King. A surprise he'll remember for the rest of his life."
"Star charts? My lord, what purpose do they serve?" Ingyue was puzzled. Facing the approaching Demon King's fleet, shouldn't we be fortifying defenses or preparing for strategic retreat? Demanding a star chart of the entire galaxy?
This move was beyond her comprehension.
Why ask so many questions? Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively. "Just prepare it as instructed. Do you really think I'd betray you? Not at all. Not at all." Ingyue hastily lowered her head. "Alright, get to it." Lu Chen waved his hand. "Remember, get the most precise data possible. Every asteroid's orbital path, energy reactions, gravitational parameters.
In short, compile every piece of detectable information you can gather."
"Yes."
Though filled with questions, Ingyue respectfully accepted the order and withdrew. When it came to this unfathomable star god, she had learned to obey unconditionally.
History had proven time and again that whatever maneuvers she couldn't comprehend would invariably culminate in an astonishing victory.
After Ingyue departed, Lu Chen stood alone atop the palace, gazing out at the vast expanse of the starry sky.
A Demon King at the transformation stage, plus a vanguard fleet. A direct confrontation was out of the question.
Currently only at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, even with the Faith Golden Wheel's blessing, I could barely hold my own against a late nascent soul cultivator.
Facing a transformation stage opponent?
One sneeze from them would give me a severe cold.
The gap was too vast, like trying to take down a Gundam with millet and a rifle. Lu Chen silently weighed the disparity in strength between the two sides.
Therefore, a direct confrontation was out of the question. A clever strategy was needed.
Chapter 156, The Celestial Sword Array. Forging deadly weapons from the stars.
Lu Chen's gaze swept across the night sky, taking in the stars, some bright, some dim. A mad idea gradually took shape in his mind.
If I can't beat them, I'll call for backup?
No, in this godforsaken place, where else could I find reinforcements besides the Shadow Clan?
Then change the approach. If I don't have enough people, I'll just take the entire galaxy. Lu Chen's eyes grew increasingly bright. Back on Blue Star, he'd once read an ancient Primordial era novel. It described an ancient demonic clan's heaven-protecting great formation called the Celestial Constellation Array.
Using the river diagram and the Book of Changes as its core, it channeled the power of the 365 primary stars of the celestial sphere, augmented by billions of auxiliary stars, transforming into an unparalleled, world-shattering killing array.
Though I lack the river diagram and the Book of Changes.
Lu Chen's thoughts stirred, and the flying sword fused with the essence of primordial gung metal and demonic energy appeared in his hand. The blade shimmered with radiant light, faintly reflecting the spectacle of stars fading into oblivion. This blade of mine has devoured S-rank bosses, absorbed primordial divine metal, and tasted the winds of the heavenly palace ruins. It is itself a top-tier array core artifact. As for the 365 primary stars in this galaxy, though it's a bit broken, it'll do. We should still be able to find several hundred larger planets and satellites to serve as array bases.
As for the billions of auxiliary stars?
That's even easier. The surrounding asteroid belts provide more than enough.
Theoretically feasible.
Lu Chen grew increasingly excited as he pondered, sensing he'd found the key to breaking the deadlock. He would recreate a simplified version of the Great Celestial Array here in the Ghost Star system. No, it couldn't be called the Great Array of the Heavenly Stars, far too unoriginal.
It needed a more resonant name. Let's call it the Celestial Sword Array.
Harness the power of the entire star system to forge a single sword energy. One strike slicing through every invading foe.
That instantly elevates the prestige, doesn't it?
Just imagine when that blood-slaughtered dude charges in with his fleet all fired up, only to get met with a boom, the entire galaxy transforming into a sword that stabs right at his face.
That scene would be absolutely beautiful. Lu Chen could already picture the stunned look on his face. No time to waste.
Soon, Manhwa delivered an incredibly detailed star map to Lu Chen. It was a massive three-dimensional projection, revealing every corner of the Ghost Star system with crystal clarity.
Impressive. Highly efficient. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction.
He extended a finger and began tracing points across the star map. This one, brown dwarf star number 3, can serve as a substitute for the sun star, acting as the primary energy source for the array.
This one, gas giant number 13, possesses the strongest gravitational field and can serve as the anchor star, stabilizing the entire formation structure.
And this asteroid belt can be perfectly arranged into a constellation of heavenly sword chi. As Lu Chen spoke, he used his sword intent to etch intricate golden array patterns onto the star map. Centered around Ghost Star, these patterns connected 365 celestial bodies of varying sizes, planets, moons, and billions of asteroids within the galaxy. Together, they formed a profound and vast array diagram, radiating a cosmic-level aesthetic of raw power.
Shadow Moon and several Shadow Clan elders beside him were already staring in stunned silence, their minds completely frozen.
They couldn't comprehend terms like Sunstar or Root Ceiling Star, but they understood that Lu Chen was undertaking something they dared not even imagine.
He intended to transform the entire galaxy into a weapon? This was a power only gods could wield.
No, even the primordial true gods they worshipped couldn't possibly achieve such an unimaginable feat.
Alright, the array diagram is complete.
Half a day later, Lu Chen clapped his hands and let out a long sigh of relief. Gazing at the flawless galactic array diagram, he couldn't help but feel a touch of pride.
Next came the construction phase. He turned to look at Manhwa. I need you to send people to these 365 coordinate points.
Plant the array flags I gave you at the designated locations. With that, he swept his arm, and 365 small flags, shimmering with golden light, appeared in the center of the grand hall. Each banner bore an imprint of his sword intent and nascent soul power. These array flags will channel the planet's energy into the grand formation's orbit. Remember, there must be no margin of error in either position or depth.
Yes. We will complete the mission. Manhwa accepted the order with excitement.
To participate in such a magnificent divine feat is an honor for the entire Shadow Clan.
As for the most critical array points, I must personally oversee their placement.
Lu Chen finished speaking, and in a flash, his figure vanished from the spot. The next second, he materialized outside the atmosphere of Ghost Star, standing amidst the vastness of the cosmos.
First stop, brown dwarf star number 3.
After orienting himself, he transformed into a streak of light and shot toward the depths of the galaxy. Brown dwarf 3 was a failed star. Its volume was hundreds of times larger than Ghost Star, its surface engulfed in dark crimson flames, radiating terrifying heat and radiation. This was the energy core of the entire galaxy, and the central engine of Lu Chen's planned, Celestial Sword Array. Lu Chen's figure materialized in the void not far from the brown dwarf.
His posture was erect, his casual attire starkly out of place against the cosmic backdrop.
Violent stellar storms whipped his dark hair, yet not even the hem of his clothes stirred.
The temperature's tolerable, a bit more comfortable than a summer sauna. Lu Chen remarked, then extended his right hand, reaching out to grasp the massive brown dwarf. Up! A sharp command echoed. The churning crimson sea of fire on the brown dwarf's surface was forcibly lifted by an invisible force.
A colossal river of flames was drawn from the star's surface, winding and surging through the cosmos in a scene of breathtaking grandeur. Lu Chen extended both hands, like a master potter, beginning to mold and shape this fiery river. He gradually infused his primordial sword intent into its very essence. Under his command, the river of flames continuously shifted its form. Finally, it coalesced into an immense golden rune. The rune, profound and intricate, represented the core array eye of the sun star on the formation diagram. Go! Lu Chen thrust his palm forward. The colossal flame rune slowly descended toward the brown dwarf, finally imprinting itself deeply upon its stellar core. Hum! The entire brown dwarf star trembled violently. The light and heat it emitted surged several times stronger than before, now carrying an unparalleled, razor-sharp sword intent. One down. Lu Chen clapped his hands, as if he had accomplished nothing more than a trivial task. He turned and transformed into a streak of light, soaring toward his next target. Chapter 157, The Galaxy as an Array, Billions of Meteorites as Swords. Gaseous Giant Planet 13. Here lay the galaxy's most potent gravitational field. Any matter drawn near would be mercilessly torn apart. Lu Chen hovered above the eye of its storm. Closing his eyes, he unleashed his divine consciousness without reservation, connecting it to the planet's gravitational field. Rather than brute force, he employed a subtle, lever-like precision to begin guiding and untangling the chaotic, violent gravitational currents. Under this guidance, the once intangible gravitational field began to manifest visibly. Twisted spatial ripples radiated outward from his body in all directions. Ultimately, these ripples coalesced into a colossal gravitational array enveloping the entire planet. This array would serve as the stabilizer and skeletal framework for the entire celestial sword array. The Heavenly Gang's meteor belt. Billions of meteorites drifted aimlessly here. Lu Chen's figure darted through the asteroid swarm like a ghostly apparition. His fingers formed a sword-like point, and with each strike, a blade of energy precisely etched itself onto a meteorite. Whoosh! His speed reached its absolute limit, leaving behind countless afterimages. Within a mere hour, over 100 million meteorites in this belt bore his engraved sword energy runes. From this moment on, these meteorites were no longer useless space debris. They were now billions of flying swords poised to strike. At the same time, the Shadow Clan dispatched their most elite warriors, piloting captured heavenly demon warships to over 300 additional coordinates designated by Lu Chen. Ying Feng served as captain of one such warship. Once one of the Shadow Clan's bravest warriors, he now felt his heart pounding so hard it threatened to leap from his throat. Their destination, the Death Nebula. A forbidden zone riddled with spatial rifts and chaotic energy turbulence, a place where even light struggled to pass through, let alone warships. Captain, are we really going in? The lieutenant's voice trembled. This is the command of the Star God. Ying Feng gritted his teeth, forcing down his fear. We are warriors of the gods. Even in death, we must fulfill the divine will. He maneuvered the warship cautiously into the nebula. Warning! Warning! High-intensity spatial fissure detected ahead. Right side energy shields down 30%. Engine overload. We're about to explode. Inside the warship, shrill alarms blared incessantly. Shadowwind and his crew were ashen-faced. Just as they thought certain death was inevitable. The golden battle flag bestowed upon them by Lu Chen suddenly glowed. A soft golden light radiated from the banner, enveloping the entire warship. A miraculous scene unfolded. The space fissures, powerful enough to tear everything apart, instantly retreated like docile sheep upon contact with the golden light. The raging energy turbulence also subsided. It is the power of the Star God. The gods are protecting us. Cheers erupted within the warship, like survivors emerging from a catastrophe. Ying Feng, overcome with emotion, knelt reverently before the void, tears streaming down his face. We thank the Star God for his protection. Guided by the array flags, the group reached the nebula's center without incident. Following Lu Chen's instructions, they firmly planted the array flag into the remains of a neutron star that emitted an unusual glow. Boom! The instant the array flag was planted, the entire Death Nebula erupted in light. Countless energy currents were guided and converged by an invisible force, ultimately forming an energy passageway that pierced through the nebula. This passage pointed precisely toward the location of the next array eye. Similar scenes unfolded continuously across every corner of the Ghost Star system. Under the protection of Lu Chen's sword intent, the Shadow Clan warriors overcame one impossible obstacle after another, successfully deploying all 365 array flags to their designated positions. When the final array flag fell into place, Lu Chen hovered at the very center of the star system, directly above Ghost Star. Surveying the beautiful planet below and the 365 stars now linked to the array diagram, he nodded with satisfaction.
The foundational work was finally complete. Next came the most critical step, calibration. He drew a deep breath and summoned his life-bound flying sword. With me as the erase core and the sword as its eye. Zhou Xing Do Sword Array, activate. At Lu Chen's command, the entire Ghost Star system began to violently tremble. 365 planets and moons, serving as the array's foundation, simultaneously burst into dazzling radiance. Columns of energy as thick as mountains surged skyward from their surfaces, intertwining and connecting across the cosmos. They began spinning at high speed along the orbital paths Lu Chen had meticulously mapped out beforehand. Brown Dwarf 3, like a supercharged engine ignited, violently expelled energy outward. Gas Giant number 13 unleashed a powerful gravitational field, firmly binding all the rampaging energy within the array's confines. The Tiangang asteroid belt, billions of asteroids etched with sword marks, began spinning at high speed around the main array, transforming into unstoppable torrents of sword energy. At this moment, the entire galaxy seemed to come alive. It transformed into a colossal, intricate, and deadly war machine. At the very core of this machine, Lu Chen floated suspended, the sole CPU of this colossal apparatus. His life-bound flying sword hovered above his head, radiating dazzling light that resonated with the distant stars. Endless stellar energy, channeled through the array's guidance, converged and surged into Lu Chen's body. Transformed by his nascent soul, it was then infused into his life-bound flying sword. This process exacted a terrifying toll on his divine sense. For any ordinary nascent soul cultivator, the sheer volume of information and energy surging through the array upon activation would likely wash their soul into a state of utter stupidity. But Lu Chen was different. His primordial sword body granted him an almost incomprehensible mastery over energy manipulation. His Yuan infant was exceptionally refined, functioning like a supercomputer, calmly and efficiently processing feedback data from across the entire galaxy. Energy output, stable. Gravitational field parameters, normal. Sword energy torrent in position. System self-check complete. All units functioning optimally. A satisfied smile curved Lu Chen's lips. Excellent. First ignition successful. Now, all that remained was to wait for the fish to take the bait. With a flick of his thoughts, the world-shattering galactic formation slowly subsided, returning to stillness. All the light faded away, as if nothing had ever happened. But Lu Chen knew that from this moment onward, this galaxy was no longer the same as before. It was now a super sword formation disguised as a galaxy. Chapter 158, Faith Armament. The new ace up the sleeve. Ghost Star, Shadow God Mountain. Every member of the Shadow Clan stepped outside their homes, gazing up at the sky. They had witnessed the earth-shattering spectacle with crystal clarity. The entire galaxy pulsed in rhythm for their god, billions of stars obeying his command. Such power surpassed the limits of their imagination. Is the star god creating a new world? Murmured a young Shadow Clan member. No, child. The elder beside him wept tears of awe. He is forging a divine sword for us, one powerful enough to protect us all. A divine sword? Yes, a divine sword forged from the entire galaxy. From this day forward, any enemy daring to invade our home shall be reduced to ashes beneath this divine blade. Oh! Praise the star god! Long live the star god! A roar of cheers, like mountains shaking and seas roaring, once again echoed across the heavens. Waves of faith energy, more colossal and pure than before, surged from the bodies of millions of Shadow Clan members. They coalesced into a golden river, surging toward Lu Chen in the sky. The golden wheel of faith behind Lu Chen spun wildly, absorbing every ounce of this divine energy. The radiance on the wheel's surface grew even more dazzling. The silver patterns depicting mountains, rivers, sun, moon, and kneeling creatures grew clearer and more vivid. Ding! Faith Golden Wheel fully charged. Current energy reserve, 120. Ding! Detected significant increase in devotees' piety. Unlocking hidden feature, Faith Armament. Oh! An unexpected bonus? Lu Chen's heart stirred as he examined the new feature. Faith Armament consumes substantial faith power to forge a temporary divine armor for the host. The armor's strength and capabilities depend on the total quantity and quality of the faith power. Wow, it can even create armor? Lu Chen chuckled. This Faith Golden Will was nothing short of a surprise generator. Now he had another trump card up his sleeve. Feeling the surging power within him and the galactic formation now primed for action, his heart swelled with boundless ambition. Come on, blood-slaughtered Demon King. Let me see if your fleet is mightier, or if my stellar sword array proves superior. He returned to the palace on Shadow God Mountain and sought out Shadow Moon. My lord. You bowed respectfully the moment she saw Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded. I need you to assist me with one final task. At your command, Lord. Even if it means climbing mountains of blades or crossing seas of fire, I would die 10,000 times without regret. It's not that serious. Lu Chen waved his hand. I need you to mobilize every ounce of your Shadow Clan's strength to help me put on a performance. A play? Yu was taken aback. Exactly. A mischievous smile curved Lu Chen's lips.
I need you to assemble all your forces including those 100 replicas of the prototype unit and march them to the edge of the star system. Present a tragic tableau of preparing for a final, desperate battle against the enemy, yet clearly outmatched.
Ha! You was even more bewildered. Sir, we have the grand formation you set up. Why do we still need to? You don't understand. Lu Chen shook his head, speaking with profound mystery. Warfare is the art of deception. Sometimes, the strongest defense is making the enemy believe you're utterly defenseless. I intend to lure the demon lord into the grave I've prepared for him, lulled by the complacent joy of certain victory. Inghua nodded, half understanding.
Though she still didn't fully grasp it, she knew that following orders was the right course.
One more thing, Lu Chen added. This play needs a crucial actor. Who? You. Lu Chen pointed at Inghua.
I need you to personally pilot Unit 01, serving as the overall commander at the front lines.
Me? Inghua's eyes widened. Yes. Lu Chen's gaze grew more serious than ever. Inghua, I ask you, are you willing to stake your own life and the future of the entire shadow clan on this gamble?
Inghua stared into Lu Chen's eyes, deep as the starry sky, her heart pounding violently.
She knew this was a test. And an opportunity.
An opportunity to prove her loyalty and courage to the gods. She took a deep breath, knelt on one knee, and answered with unwavering resolve. I dare. At the edge of the ghost star system, in a void of utter stillness. Space, like a tranquil lake, was disturbed by a pebble, sending ripples across its surface. At the center of the ripples, a colossal black-red vortex materialized out of thin air. From within the vortex came a teeth-grinding metallic screech and a deep, rumbling roar of energy.
The next second, a monstrous warship, terrifying in its ferocity, slowly emerged from the vortex.
The warship was dark red throughout, its hull covered in sharp bone spines and twisted demonic patterns, resembling a primordial beast from the abyss. At its prow stood a colossal demonic head statue, its eyes burning with eerie green flames. Trailing behind this flagship were hundreds of smaller, yet equally monstrous escort vessels. Together, they formed a colossal fleet whose terrifying aura was enough to make any civilization tremble. This was the vanguard fleet of the 7th Demon Lord, Bloodslaughter. Inside the bridge of the flagship, the Abyss. A towering demon lord, clad in crimson battle armor and a horned helmet, sat regally upon a throne of bones. He was Bloodslaughter. A transcendent stage powerhouse infamous throughout the celestial demon civilization for his brutality and slaughter. Reporting to His Majesty the Demon King, we have successfully reached Star System 734, a herald announced. Bloodslaughter emitted a deep, nasal grunt, opening his blood-red eyes. What of the scan results? Your Excellency, scans indicate extremely low energy levels and primitive civilization. The strongest energy signature detected is merely late golden core stage. Oh? A cold, disdainful sneer curled the corner of Bloodslaughter Demon King's mouth. Such a trashy place, and yet it managed to take down those two useless pieces of trash, Blackhorn and Ox Demon? Seems they've grown complacent in their cushy posts, their claws have even atrophied. Your Excellency is most perceptive. The messenger hastened to flatter. Wait. Bloodslaughter Demon King suddenly furrowed his brow. You say a fleet preparing for battle was detected at the edge of the star system? Yes, my lord. The herald replied. Analysis indicates it's the native species of this planet, the Shadow Clan. They've assembled all their military forces, seemingly intent on resisting us. Ha! Bloodslaughter Lord burst into laughter as if hearing the most absurd joke imaginable. The entire bridge shook with his laughter. Resistance? With their scrap metal? A bunch of ants who can't even muster a handful of golden core cultivators, and they dare to try to stop a cart with their arms? His gaze fell upon the holographic projection of the Shadow Clan's desperate fleet, their tragic resolve etched upon the screen. His eyes brimmed with mockery and cruelty. At the forefront stood a 100-meter-tall mecha that seemed somewhat interesting. But that was all. Before his fleet, powerful enough to crush an entire advanced civilization, these things were no different from toys. And that so-called human expert? Found in yet? Asked the Bloodslaughter Demon King. Reporting, Lord. No human lifeforms above the nascent soul stage have been detected. We suspect the target may have already escaped. Escaped? The Bloodslaughter Demon King curled his lip. Good for him if he got away. But you can run, but you can't hide. Transmit my orders. Entire fleet, form a cone formation and crush them. I'll make these reckless vermin witness their own homes reduced to ashes in utter despair. Aye, sir. Chapter 159, The Terrifying Power of the Great Formation. A Mighty Sword. Inside Unit 01's cockpit. Shadow Moon stared at the holographic screen, watching the demon fleet, a steel-clad colossus obscuring the sky, pressing forward like a shadow of death. Her palms were drenched in cold sweat. Though she had prepared herself for death, the overwhelming terror that rose from the depths of her soul when confronted with this despair-inducing force was impossible to suppress. The others, they're coming. Her voice trembled. Don't panic. Lu Chen's lazy voice echoed in her mind. Actress, maintain your professionalism. Remember your lines. Ingyu drew a deep breath, forcing herself to steady. She activated the full-frequency communication and, with a voice both tragic and resolute, issued a rallying cry to the 100,000 Shadow Clan troops behind her and to the entire Ghost Star.
Comrades of the Shadow Clan. Behind us lies our homeland.
We have nowhere left to retreat.
For freedom.
For the new life bestowed upon us by the Star God. Charge with me.
Oh.
100,000 Shadow Clan warriors erupted in a deafening roar. Piloting war chariots and warships, controlling mechs, they charged like moths to a flame toward the colossal heavenly demon fleet, launching a desperate assault. On the bridge of the abyss, blood-slaughtered Demon King watched the scene unfold, his face twisted into an even more mocking expression. What a touching suicide attack.
Main cannons ready.
Let me offer them the most spectacular funeral for their courage. At the bow of the abyss, the colossal demonic head statue suddenly opened its maw.
A dark crimson orb, containing world-ending energy, began rapidly coalescing within its maw. At that very moment, Lu Chen's voice echoed once more within Ing Yue's mind. Enough with the preliminaries. Shadow Moon, take your people and retreat. Now it's my turn to take the stage. Ing Yue, as if granted a reprieve, immediately ordered the entire fleet to retreat.
Meanwhile, Lu Chen stood atop the highest peak of Ghost Star, surveying the demonic fleet now completely encircled. He snapped his fingers.
Zhou Tian Xing Do Sword Formation, activate.
Just as the blood-slaughtered Demon King prepared to order the cannons to fire, anticipating a grand fireworks display,
a sudden anomaly erupted. Alert! Alert! Detecting unknown high-intensity energy reaction.
The energy source is the entire star system.
Inside the bridge, the shrill alarm blared frantically. What?
The blood-slaughtered Demon King abruptly rose from his throne, his face betraying astonishment for the first time.
He gazed out the porthole. The once dead, pitch-black cosmos suddenly ignited. 1, 2, 10, 100. 365 planets and moons simultaneously burst forth with light brighter than the sun.
Golden pillars of energy shot skyward from these celestial bodies, connecting and intertwining in the void to form an unimaginably vast and profound array diagram. And their fleet was positioned right at the very center of this array.
What is this? It's a trap. We've been ambushed. Quick! Retreat! Chaos erupted instantly throughout the heavenly demon fleet.
But it was already too late.
Trying to escape?
A calm voice, as if from the heavens above, echoed in the mind of every demon.
Since you've come, you'll all stay.
Suddenly, the countless asteroids drifting within the asteroid belt all shifted direction simultaneously, locking onto the heavenly demon fleet. Each asteroid ignited with a razor-sharp sword energy.
Whoosh! The next instant,
billions of sword energies, forged from the power of the stars, surged forth like a bursting flood, converging from all directions upon the celestial demon fleet.
It felt like the entire universe was attacking them. Activate maximum power shields. The blood-slaughtered Demon King roared in fury and shock. Hundreds of demon warships simultaneously deployed their dark crimson energy shields.
Yet against the endless torrent of stellar sword energy, these shields proved as fragile as paper.
Pop! Pop! Pop!
The shield of a single frigate shattered in less than 3 seconds.
Immediately afterward, tens of thousands of sword energies instantly pierced through its hull. Boom! The massive warship, stretching a kilometer in length, exploded into a dazzling fireworks display in space.
And this was merely the beginning.
Boom! Boom! Explosions echoed one after another.
One demon warship after another was torn to shreds by the torrent of sword energy. The fleet's communication channels were filled with desperate screams and cries for help.
Lord Demon King, save us! We're surrounded! We can't break through! Ah!
Blood-slaughtered Demon King watched the scene before him, his eyes bulging with fury. This once proud vanguard fleet was being swiftly decimated right before his eyes.
Damn it! Damn it!
He roared in fury, unleashing the terrifying aura of his god-transcendent stage without restraint. A crimson energy surged forth from his body, forming an immense domain that firmly shielded his flagship, the Abyss.
Clang! Clang!
Countless stellar sword energies collided with his crimson domain, producing the clanging of metal against metal, yet they could not advance a single inch.
Break! The blood-slaughtered Demon King roared, manipulating the crimson domain to violently ram into one side of the encircling formation. He intended to use his immense power to tear open a breach. But at that very moment, Lu Chen's voice rang out once more. It's not over yet. The 365 planets forming the array base blazed with renewed brilliance. All the stellar energies ceased their scattered attacks, coalescing into a single, immense force. They condensed into a golden divine sword so colossal it defied description. This sword spanned the entire galaxy. Its hilt was the brown dwarf star. The blade was a pillar of energy formed by the connection of over 300 planets. The blade itself was formed by the countless sword energy meteors. The full might of the celestial sword formation was now unleashed to its absolute limit. Slash! At Lu Chen's command,
This supreme divine sword, forged from an entire star system, descended with terrifying might, slicing through the heavens and obliterating all in its path, crashing down upon the blood-slaughtered Demon King and his last remaining flagship. No! Fear and despair finally flashed in the blood-slaughtered Demon King's eyes. He felt he was facing not an enemy, but the entire world itself. He frantically channeled every ounce of demonic energy within him, pushing his blood-red domain to its absolute limit in a desperate attempt to withstand this world-shattering strike. Yet, it was all in vain. Boom! The golden divine sword collided violently with the crimson domain. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The blood domain, reputed to withstand any assault, melted away silently upon contact with the divine blade, like ice under the scorching sun. Immediately after, the blade of the divine sword sliced through the abyss's impenetrable hull without resistance. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. 1 second later, the flagship, resembling a primordial beast, was cleanly severed in two from the center. Put! The blood-slaughtered Demon King coughed up a mouthful of blood as his body was hurled backward from the exploding flagship. His crimson battle armor lay shattered and torn. His aura had withered to its absolute limit. That single sword strike, though failing to kill him outright, had dealt a devastating blow to this Demon King at the Huatian stage. Chapter 160, Divine Might Domain. Your power is suppressed by me. The blood-slaughtered Demon King couldn't even muster a parting threat before igniting his own essence blood. Transforming into a crimson beam of light, he fled frantically toward the galaxy's exit. He was afraid. He was utterly terrified. This place was far too unnerving. Yet a figure suddenly materialized before him, blocking his path. It was Lu Chen. Don't be in such a hurry to leave, brother Blood Slaughter. Lu Chen stood there, his life-bound flying sword slung over his shoulder, wearing a genuinely kind smile. I haven't even taken a sip of my tea yet. Who are you? Blood-slaughtered Demon King stared at this ordinary-looking human before him, his eyes filled with horror and confusion. Me? Lu Chen tilted his head. Just a helpful passerby. Oh, and I happen to moonlight as the terminator of your heavenly demons. Terminator? The blood-slaughtered Demon King stared intently at Lu Chen, trying to discern any clues from him. Yet, the man's aura was utterly unremarkable, appearing to be nothing more than an ordinary early nascent soul cultivator. Yet this seemingly ordinary early nascent soul cultivator had designed and manipulated that world-shattering galactic formation moments ago, annihilating his entire vanguard fleet right here. This was utterly defying logic. Stop staring, I don't have flowers on my face. Lu Chen tapped his shoulder with his sword hilt, adopting a carefree posture. What are you looking at? Human, you truly surprise me. Blood-slaughtered Demon King forced down his injuries, his voice growing hoarse and icy. To transform an entire star system into an array, such a feat, even in our demon god realm, is only within the reach of those grandmasters of array formation. But do you truly believe such petty cleverness could slay me? The chasm between the transformation stage and the nascent soul stage is an abyss you insignificant ants could never comprehend. No sooner had the words left his mouth. The blood-slaughtered Demon King vanished from his original position in an instant. The next second, he materialized behind Lu Chen. A claw wrapped in crimson demonic energy, possessing the force to tear through space, lunged viciously toward Lu Chen's back. Fast. Speed pushed to its absolute limit. This was the speed of a divine transformation stage powerhouse, one who had already grasped the rudiments of spatial laws. Yet Lu Chen seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, not even glancing over. The golden wheel of faith behind him spun violently. Hum. A golden light screen instantly unfolded, forming a perfect spherical shield that enveloped him. Divine Might Domain. Clang. The blood-slaughtered Demon King's claws slammed heavily against the golden shield, producing a piercing, deafening clang. The shield shook violently but ultimately held firm against the blow. HM? A flicker of surprise crossed the blood-slaughtered Demon King's eyes. A claw strike powerful enough to crush an asteroid had been blocked by a shield from the nascent soul stage? Moreover, the moment he entered this area enveloped in golden light, he felt the flow of demonic energy within his body become sluggish. His power was suppressed by at least 10%. What the hell is this field? You wouldn't understand. Lu Chen turned around, grinning. I call this the BGM realm. In my BGM, no one can beat me. Before his words faded, his soul-bound flying sword transformed into a streak of light, slashing down toward the blood-slaughtered Demon King. Blue Lotus Sword Chi. Blue Lotus-shaped sword shadows bloomed across the cosmos, beautiful yet deadly. Trivial tricks. The blood-slaughtered Demon King snorted coldly, neither dodging nor retreating. He opened his mouth and violently expelled a mouthful of pure, crimson demonic flame. The flames coalesced into a ferocious blood dragon, roaring as it charged toward the Blue Lotus Sword Chi. Boom! The sword energy and demonic dragon collided violently in the cosmos, annihilating each other. The explosive shockwave reduced surrounding asteroid fragments to dust. After the clash, both combatants retreated. A dead heat. How could this be? A storm of shock surged through the blood-slaughtered Demon King's heart. Though gravely wounded, his foundation as a nascent soul cultivator meant his power still far surpassed that of an ordinary late nascent soul cultivator.
Yet this human before him, wielding only early nascent soul cultivation, dared to stand toe-to-toe with him in direct combat? This defies logic. Surprised?
Lu Chen seemed to read his mind, waving the flying sword in his hand. This was merely an appetizer. Next, I'll show you what true power looks like.
10,000 swords returned to the source. Lu Chen unleashed his domain-class sword technique once more.
But this time, it was entirely different from his previous display on Ghost Star. Under the enhancement of his divine might domain, the countless sword energies born from thin air were now tinged with a faint golden hue. Each blade seemed imbued with divine essence, its power multiplied several times over.
Moreover, these sword energies no longer attacked indiscriminately.
Instead, they formed intricate miniature sword formations, completely sealing off every retreat route for the blood-slaughtered Demon King.
Damn it! What kind of sword formation is this? Blood-slaughtered Demon King's expression darkened.
He realized that no matter which direction he dodged, he would simultaneously face the combined assault of hundreds of sword formations. There was no escape.
Blood Demon Disintegration Technique. With no other choice, he could only resort to his ultimate life-saving technique once more.
His body instantly exploded into a dense cloud of blood mist, attempting to evade the sword formation's lock-on.
Naive. Lu Chen curled his lips in disdain.
He extended a finger and lightly tapped the mist.
Purify. The Faith Golden will blazed with radiant light.
A warm, serene golden light instantly enveloped the blood mist.
Sizzle.
From within the mist came a series of crackling sounds, like acid corroding flesh. Those demonic energies, brimming with evil and filth, met their nemesis in the face of pure faith's power, swiftly purified and evaporated.
Ah, my demonic form.
A tortured scream of agony erupted from the blood-slaughtered demon lord within the mist. He reformed his form. Yet his entire being had become utterly withered, as if drained of all vitality. His demonic form had suffered severe damage to its very essence during the purification.
What kind of power is this? The blood-slaughtered Demon King stared in terror at the golden wheel of faith behind Lu Chen. This power was supremely potent and supremely yang, a true nemesis to their heavenly demon clan. You wouldn't understand.
It's the power of love and peace.
Lu Chen delivered this nonsense with deadpan seriousness. Strike while the iron is hot. Seizing the moment, he activated the sword formation once more.
Billions of golden sword energies surged like sharks smelling blood, madly rushing toward the gravely wounded blood-slaughtered Demon King.
I'll fight you to the death.
The blood-slaughtered Demon King knew he had reached the brink of life and death. He let out a desperate roar. The Demon King's mark, the symbol of his Huatian stage Dao fruit, suddenly cracked open at his brow. A terrifying demonic energy 10 times more powerful than before erupted violently from his body. He was burning his own Dao fruit. This was the ultimate desperate tactic of a Huatian stage powerhouse: mutual annihilation.
Chapter 161, The Demon King's Final Desperation. Wiped out by a single sword. Boom! Having consumed his Dao fruit, the blood-slaughtered Demon King's power surged to an utterly terrifying level.
His fist struck out, transforming crimson demonic energy into a colossal pillar of light piercing heaven and earth. It tore a massive gash through Lu Chen's 10,000 swords returned to the source sword formation.
Human! Die for me!
Blood-slaughtered Demon King's eyes blazed crimson, his expression that of a raving madman. Unfazed by the countless slashing sword energies, he transformed into a crimson meteor hurtling straight toward Lu Chen. Before his own oil ran dry and his lamp extinguished, he would drag this damned human down with him.
Holy, is he high? Lu Chen's expression darkened.
He could sense that the power the enemy was unleashing now was approaching the true mid-stage of the transformation of the spirit realm.
Such power exceeded his current limits.
Without hesitation, he withdrew the sword formation with a flick of his thoughts, channeling all his power into fortifying the defense of the divine might domain.
Boom!
The blood-slaughtered Demon King's fist, burning with life essence and Dao fruit, carried an aura of utter destruction as it slammed heavily against the golden shield.
Crack! The seemingly indestructible divine might domain finally buckled under the blow, its surface cracking like a spider web. The terrifying shockwave surged through the shield, slamming brutally into Lu Chen's body. Lu Chen felt as if struck head-on by an invisible interstellar warhammer, sending him flying backward tens of thousands of meters.
A metallic taste filled his throat as he spat out a mouthful of golden blood. The blood of a nascent soul cultivator already contained energy, appearing golden.
Ha! Come again! Let's see how long this turtle shell can hold out. Having landed a successful strike, the blood-slaughtered Demon King's arrogance swelled to the heavens, his confidence skyrocketing.
Pressing his advantage, his fists transformed into a relentless, blood-red storm, pounding furiously against Lu Chen's protective shield.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Each impact sent Lu Chen's chi and blood surging violently, the starry sky before his eyes spinning wildly. The radiance of the divine might domain grew increasingly dim.
This won't do. At this rate, he'd be beaten to death sooner or later. Gritting his teeth, Lu Chen's mind raced, searching for a countermeasure. Going toe-to-toe was clearly out of the question. His opponent was like a madman with both invincibility and berserk buffs activated. Trading blows with him was pure folly. There was only one option left. A resolute glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. He glanced at the Faith Golden Will behind him, its glow already fading and even showing cracks, and felt a pang of regret. Damn it! This treasure, barely warm in my hands, was about to be used as a one-time consumable. System, activate, Faith Armament. Ding! Command confirmed. Beginning consumption of Faith power to forge divine armament. Energy reserve 120, initiating conversion. The golden wheel of faith behind Lu Chen suddenly erupted with an unprecedented, dazzling radiance. A torrent of faith energy surged forth like a burst dam, completely engulfing Lu Chen's body. Break! The blood-slaughtered Demon King roared his final defiance, channeling every last ounce of strength into the most powerful punch he had ever unleashed. Boom! Under this punch, Lu Chen's divine might domain finally shattered completely like glass. Yet, not a trace of joy flickered across the blood-slaughtered Demon King's face. Instead, his expression was frozen in utter horror and disbelief. For behind the shattered golden barrier, it was no longer the human in casual attire who appeared, but a god. Unbeknownst to anyone, Lu Chen's body was now enveloped in a set of exquisitely ornate golden armor. The armor seemed to be forged from pure light itself, its lines flowing and radiating a powerful aura. Engraved upon its surface were patterns of sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and streams mirroring the Faith Golden Will behind him. His black hair had completely transformed into dazzling gold, flowing without wind. His eyes had transformed into pure golden vertical pupils, cold, majestic, devoid of any emotion, as if surveying a lowly insect. A divine pressure far more terrifying than when the blood-slaughtered Demon King had ignited his Dao fruit surged forth from his being. Before this pressure, the blood-slaughtered Demon King felt like a tiny boat in a raging storm, insignificant and powerless. What kind of power is this? A true god? At that moment, the blood-slaughtered Demon King's Dao heart shattered completely. It felt rather good. Lu Chen in his divine form slowly raised his hand and clenched his fist lightly. He could feel the power of the entire universe coursing through his fingers. His voice grew vast and ethereal, resonating through the starry sky with an authority that brooked no argument. Lu Chen gazed at the blood-slaughtered Demon King before him, now utterly devoid of fighting spirit, and slowly raised the flying sword bound to his very soul. The flying sword was now bathed in a brilliant golden glow. Countless runes of faith swirled and danced around its blade. Those who blaspheme the divine shall perish utterly. He gently swung the blade forward. No earth-shattering sound or light effects. Nor was there any earth-shattering energy fluctuation. It was just an ordinary sword strike. Yet the blood-slaughtered Demon King's body froze rigid in place. His face still bore an expression of terror and despair. The next instant, his body, along with his divine soul, his Dao fruit, and every trace of his existence in this world, were wiped clean from the cosmos like pencil marks erased by a rubber. Not a single trace remained. As if he had never existed at all. A single sword strike instantly annihilated a Demon King at the Huatian stage who had ignited his Dao fruit. This was the terrifying might of the Faith Armament. After accomplishing this, the golden radiance enveloping Lu Chen began to rapidly fade. The divine armor dissolved into specks of golden light, vanishing into the air. His hair and eyes regained their original color. Put! He coughed up another mouthful of blood, his face turning deathly pale. The wheel of faith behind him glowed dimly, its surface covered in cracks as if it might shatter at any moment. Damn it, the aftereffects are brutal. Lu Chen felt as though 99% of his strength had been drained from his body, leaving him so weak he could barely stand. Sure enough, cheating feels great for a moment, but afterward, it's like a crematorium. He let out a bitter laugh, pulling out a handful of pills from his storage space and stuffing them into his mouth like candy beans. Just then, he noticed a ring glinting with a sinister black light where the blood-slaughtered Demon King had vanished. Oh? Dropped loot? Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he flew over and snatched the storage ring into his hand. Chapter 162. This was a huge win. Leveling up 5 times in a row like opening a blind box? Lu Chen's spirit soared, and the earlier wave of exhaustion seemed to recede considerably. Intricate demonic runes carved across the ring's surface carried a hint of malevolence. Let me see what treasures a Demon King at the transformation stage has stashed away. He eagerly probed a strand of his divine sense into it. The divine soul imprint on the ring had long since vanished completely with the blood-slaughtered Demon King's utter demise. Lu Chen's divine sense encountered no resistance whatsoever. The moment his divine sense entered, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel astonished. What did he see? The space within the ring was vast, as large as a football field. To the left, a mountain of premium demon crystals piled as high as a small hill, each radiating immense energy. On the right, a vast array of magical weapons stood, planted swords, spears, axes, halberds, hooks, and forks. Each radiated a fierce aura of magic, clearly no ordinary items. In the center, dozens of jade bottles floated, filled with multicolored pills. This was the real deal. Lu Chen felt like a player who just left the newbie village and accidentally stumbled upon a max-level account abandoned by a top-tier player. Any single item from this ring would be enough to dominate Blue Star. Calm down, calm down. This is nothing. Lu Chen took a deep breath, forcing down the wild excitement surging within him.
He began meticulously cataloging the spoils. There were roughly 10,000 magic crystals, and their quality was exceptionally high. Their energy purity was at least 10 times greater than the soul crystals he had absorbed from the veins on Ghost Star.
If I converted all this into energy, wouldn't it instantly catapult me to mid-evening cultivation?
Lu Chen calculated silently in his mind. As for the demonic weapons, he gave them a cursory glance.
Most were designed for celestial demons. Their designs were far too flamboyant for his taste. However, a few pieces had decent materials perfect for dismantling and feeding to his life-bound flying sword as snacks.
His gaze finally settled on the pills. He picked up a blood-red jade bottle, uncorked it, and a potent, pungent scent of blood mingled with medicinal fragrance hit him.
Blood essence pills? Lu Chen retrieved a jade slip resembling an inventory from his ring and cross-referenced it.
This was a sacred medicine used by the Heavenly Demon clan to rapidly restore injuries and demonic energy, forged from the essence blood of countless living beings.
Its potency was overwhelming. A valuable item. Exactly what Lu Chen needed most right now.
Without hesitation, he emptied the entire bottle of blood essence pills into his mouth like candy. The pills melted instantly upon contact with his tongue, transforming into a torrent of violent energy that surged wildly through his limbs and bones.
Gasp! Lu Chen endured the excruciating pain, feeling as if this energy would tear him apart.
He quickly sat cross-legged, circulating the primordial sword technique to channel this force toward repairing his damaged meridians and parched nascent soul. His body, like a parched sponge, frantically absorbed the colossal potency of the elixir. The once dull golden wheel of faith, replenished with energy, began to radiate with renewed brilliance. The cracks upon it healed at a visible pace.
Not bad. Lu Chen couldn't help but let out a low murmur.
The sensation of regaining this power was more exhilarating than anything else. He seized the momentum, downing several more bottles of pills in quick succession. The wounds on his body had healed completely, and his cultivation began to rise steadily. He had no idea how much time had passed. When Lu Chen opened his eyes again, his level had reached LV 105. Truly worthy of being a treasure from a Huatian stage powerhouse, the potion's effects were incredibly potent. Lu Chen stood up, stretched his limbs, and felt he could now take down 10 of his former selves with a single punch. Satisfied, he began organizing the remaining items within his storage ring. He couldn't care less about cultivation manuals or demonic arts. The demonic aesthetic was simply too ugly. Just as he was about to stow the ring away, his divine sense detected something unusual in one corner. It was a massive black metal box covered in intricate seals.
Ha! Encrypted files? Lu Chen's interest was piqued.
If the blood-slaughtered Demon King had gone to such lengths to seal it away, whatever lay inside was likely the greatest prize of this expedition. He extended a finger, its tip wrapped in a wisp of golden sword energy, and gently tapped the box's seal. Snap! With a crisp snap, the seemingly impenetrable seal proved utterly fragile before the sword energy, shattering instantly.
The box slowly opened. No dazzling treasure light burst forth, nor did terrifying demonic energy spill out. Only a corpse lay within. To be precise, it was the mangled corpse of a heavenly demon, yet it still radiated a terrifying aura of power. This was... Lu Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. From this corpse, he sensed an aura far more powerful and terrifying than even when the blood-slaughtered Demon King had burned his Dao fruit. Refining void stage? In the corner of the jade slip, Lu Chen found the record concerning this box. The remains of Nightmare, the vanguard great Demon King under the 9th Demon God. Who would have thought the blood-slaughtered Demon King had a peculiar hobby of collecting the corpses of his peers? A peculiar thought flashed through Lu Chen's mind. But he quickly snapped back to reality. This corpse was practically priceless to him now. Its worth surpassed everything else in this ring combined. The remains of a Demon King at the refining void stage. Lu Chen kept scanning the blackened corpse, marveling at it. Though damaged, the exposed bones still shimmered with a radiance surpassing gold and stone, retaining a lingering trace of undying Dao essence. Merely gazing at it made Lu Chen feel his nascent soul stir restlessly, as if it yearned to surge forward and devour the remains. This thing was nothing short of a complete set of divine equipment materials. Lu Chen stroked his chin, his mind already spinning with calculations. The bones of this corpse could be chipped off and used as the primary material for his life-bound flying sword, undoubtedly elevating its quality to a whole new level. The flesh and blood could be refined into pure demonic energy, enough to feed Kuei Niao and Little H for a long time. As for the divine soul, though it had dissipated, the lingering fragments of Dao essence held immeasurable benefits. If he could comprehend even a fraction of them, it would greatly aid his understanding of higher-level powers. Bloodslaughter, you're a real gem. Lu Chen sighed sincerely. 1,000-mile journey to deliver ahead. The gift is grand, but the sentiment is greater still. He carefully closed the box containing the corpse, reapplying several seals of his own sword energy before storing it deep within his storage ring. This thing must remain untouched for now. He must wait until he returned to Blue Star, find a secure location, and then study it thoroughly. After completing these tasks, Lu Chen stretched lazily and surveyed his surroundings.
In the vast emptiness of space, the celestial sword array had faded, reverting to ordinary stars and meteors. Only the drifting wreckage of warships remained, silently bearing witness to the ferocity of the battle that had just unfolded.
Time to go home. Lu Chen murmured softly. After being away for so long, I wonder how things are on Blue Star. But the game is about to descend upon the world. He must hurry back. That girl Ingyue must be waiting impatiently. Lu Chen's thoughts raced as his form transformed into a streak of light, streaking toward the direction of Ghost Star. Chapter 163, Demon Invasion? No, it's the King's return. Ghost Star. Ingyue paced anxiously back and forth in the command center.
Behind her stood a group of Shadow Clan elders, their faces equally clouded with worry. Having completed the mission Lu Chen had assigned earlier, all Shadow Clan members who had participated in the battle received orders to return to the planet. Through their space probes, they had witnessed the entire galaxy-scale battle unfold in crystal clarity. When they witnessed Lord Lu Chen commanding the stars and cleaving the Demon King's flagship with a single sword strike, the crowd erupted in excitement. They believed victory was now within their grasp. Yet none could have foreseen that the blood-slaughtered Demon King would prove so utterly fearless in the face of death, burning his Dao fruit to achieve mutual destruction with Lord Lu Chen. The earth-shattering explosion that followed obliterated every nearby probe. They lost contact with Lord Lu Chen. Is Lord Star God alright? A trembling Shadow Clan elder asked. Shut up. Shadow Moon turned and snapped. Lord Star God is all-powerful. How could a mere demon lord possibly harm him? Though she spoke thus, her tightly clenched fists betrayed her inner anxiety. At that moment, a Shadow Clan warrior monitoring the situation suddenly let out a startled cry of surprise. Detected. Detected Lord Star God's energy signature. He's approaching us at high speed. What? Shadow Moon darted to the control console, staring intently at the rapidly moving light dot on the screen. Quick! Bring up the feed. The next second, Lu Chen's face, bearing a hint of a mischievous grin, appeared on the large screen. Hey, everyone, having a meeting? He waved at the screen, looking relaxed and carefree. Lord Star God. The entire command center erupted in thunderous cheers. Ingyue stared at the familiar figure on the screen, her eyes stinging as her heart finally settled. You're okay. That's wonderful. Her voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. What could possibly happen to me? Lu Chen grinned. You lot, on the other hand, put on quite the show. You had those heavenly demons completely fooled. He was referring to the earlier plan where the Shadow Clan staged a mock final battle to lure the bloodshed Demon King deeper into the trap. It was all thanks to your brilliant planning, Star God. Shadow Moon said sincerely. Enough with the flattery. Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively. The blood-slaughtered Demon King and his entire fleet have been dealt with. From this day forward, Ghost Moonstar and this entire star system belong to your Shadow Clan. Ingyue opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Happiness came too suddenly. The celestial fiend that had plagued their ancestors for centuries, was it truly vanquished so easily? Thank you, Star God. Shadow Moon bowed deeply. Behind her, every member of the Shadow Clan knelt in unison. We thank the Star God for bringing new life to our clan. Lu Chen watched the screen filled with the densely packed, kneeling Shadow Clan members and nodded with satisfaction. He could feel pure streams of faith energy continuously flowing into the golden wheel of faith behind him. Enough. Rise. Lu Chen said. I've come this time to bid you farewell. Farewell? Ingyue lifted her head, her face filled with reluctance. You're leaving? Yes, I have more important matters to attend to. Lu Chen said. Develop yourselves well. The technology and cultivation methods I've left you will be enough to establish yourselves here. If fate permits, we may meet again someday. What he didn't say was that the true heavenly demon army would likely descend upon them before long. When that time comes, forget this tiny ghost soul star system, the entire universe will likely be engulfed in war. Rather than subject the Shadow Clan to a life of constant fear alongside me, it's better for them to live out a peaceful existence here. Lord Star God. Shadow Moon wanted to say more. That's enough. Lu Chen cut him off decisively. I'm leaving. With that, he cut off the communication. He wasn't one for beating around the bush. With everything that needed to be said already covered, it was time to leave. Heavenly Palace Ruins, Divine Weapon Pavilion Base. Ever since Lu Chen ventured alone to Ghost Star, this base had been on maximum alert. Led by academician Shan Weidong, the research team worked day and night analyzing the spatial laws of the Celestial Palace ruins. Su Mushua mobilized the entire Su Group's resources, continuously transporting supplies and personnel through the increasingly stable spatial passageway to this location. Kuei Niao and the eight-headed serpent, Little Eight, along with their squad of artifact spirits, patrolled the base perimeter daily, vigilant against any potential threats. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Yet a heavy weight pressed on everyone's heart. That weight was Lu Chen. He had been gone far too long. So long that even the most optimistic academician Shan Weidong had begun sighing privately. The place Mr. Lu had gone to was the true outpost of the celestial demons. What if, just what if? He dared not think it through. Without Lu Chen, Huaxia felt like it had lost its backbone. Even if everything seemed fine now, it was merely a castle built on sand, ready to collapse at any moment. Suddenly, the massive spatial portal within the base began to violently pulsate without warning. A shrill alarm instantly echoed throughout the entire base. Alert! Alert! High energy reaction detected. Spatial coordinates showing unknown deviation. All combat units immediately proceed to combat stations. The massive form of the Kuei bull appeared first. The electric light flickered on its single horn, its bovine eyes fixed intently on the unstable portal as a deep growl rumbled from its throat. Moo! Who's there? Get out here, you bastard! Xiao Bai emerged from the shadows of a nearby building, its 16 eyes across 8 heads gleaming dangerously. Su Muxue and academician Shen Weidong also rushed to the command center at top speed. What's happening? Su Muxue stared at the wildly fluctuating red data on the screen, her expression grave. Unclear. A researcher, drenched in sweat, frantically tapped the keyboard. The energy fluctuations are too intense, our equipment can't analyze them. It's like something utterly terrifying is trying to force its way through. Could it be the heavenly demon? Academician Shen Weidong's face instantly drained of color. If the heavenly demon breaches this portal, it will deal a devastating blow to the entire base. Prepare to activate the self-destruct sequence. Su Muxue acted decisively, her voice icy. The portal must be completely destroyed before the heavenly demon bursts through. This. Academician Shen Weidong hesitated. Though built upon the foundation of the previous teleportation array, this portal had also been the culmination of countless hours of effort by the research team. Execute the order. Su Muxue's tone brooked no argument. Just as she was about to press the red button, a familiar voice, tinged with a hint of teasing, suddenly echoed from within the portal. Hey, you guys, is the welcome ceremony really this elaborate? You've even prepared a self-destruct sequence? Ms. Su, this is a bit too enthusiastic. Chapter 164, a specialty from the demon realm shocks the entire audience. Hearing that voice, Su Muxue's hand, poised to press the button, froze mid-air. Academician Shen Weidong and everyone in the command center froze in place. That voice belonged to Lu Chen. The next second, under everyone's stunned gaze, Lu Chen's figure staggered out from the violently fluctuating portal. He still wore that simple casual outfit, his face adorned with that same carefree grin. It was as if he hadn't just returned from the enemy's perilous stronghold, but had merely stepped out to buy a pack of cigarettes from the supermarket downstairs. Mr. Lu? Su Muxue stared at him, her voice trembling slightly. It's me. Lu Chen waved at the command center's camera. Moo! Kuei Niu let out a joyful bellow, charging forward with its massive body. It affectionately nudged Lu Chen's pant leg with its enormous head. Little 8 swam over too, its 8 heads circling around him like a puppy trying to please its owner. Alright, I know you missed me. Lu Chen chuckled, patting Kuei Niu's horns and stroking Little 8's head. I didn't expect Little 8 to be here too. Now, come out and show yourself. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Boom! A colossal, pitch-black corpse was hurled from his storage ring, crashing heavily onto the center of the square. Though mangled, the corpse radiated a terrifying aura that swept out like a tidal wave, engulfing the entire plaza. The entire Divine Weapon Pavilion base seemed to tremble violently under this pressure. Inside the command center, every instrument instantly spiked off the charts, emitting a series of shrill screeches before their screens went black simultaneously. Ordinary soldiers and researchers could barely stand steady under this overwhelming pressure. Their faces drained of color as they collapsed to the ground. Even Kuei Niu and Little 8 bristled with hostility, their scales standing on end as they growled menacingly at the corpse. Only Su Muxue, Shen Weidong, and a handful of others shielded by Lu Chen's covert sword intent could barely remain standing. Yet their faces were etched with sheer terror. What on earth is that? Academician Shen Weidong clung to the control console, his voice trembling as he asked. Just a corpse alone radiated such terrifying pressure. How powerful must it have been when alive? Oh, this thing. Lu Chen walked over to the corpse and kicked the massive demon god's skull like it was a soccer ball. Just a demon lord I took care of on my last outing. This corpse belongs to one of his comrades. He brushed the dust off his hands and said to the stunned Su Muxue. Miss Su, please contact the commander. Tell them I've brought back a local specialty. China, imperial capital, within the red walls. In a top-secret meeting room closed to the public, the atmosphere was extremely tense. The commander sat in the main seat, silent. Before him stood a massive holographic projection screen. The screen displayed real-time footage from the transmission plaza of the Celestial Palace base. At the plaza's center lay the remains of a demon god, radiating an aura of boundless terror. Inside the conference room sat over a dozen of China's most prominent figures. Among them were several military leaders, such as General Li Jinghua, the chief scientist of the Sky Dome project, plus the highest-ranking officials overseeing economics, foreign affairs, and intelligence. At this moment, these individuals who remained unflappable even when faced with the collapse of a mountain were without exception frozen in shock and horror. Their eyes were fixed on the massive corpse displayed on the screen, not daring to breathe a word.
Is this the souvenir Mr. Lu brought back?
A leader in charge of intelligence spoke, his voice slightly dry.
His department handled top-secret intelligence from around the world daily. Superweapons, biohazards, he believed he had seen it all.
Yet the sight of this demon god's corpse, one glance enough to send shivers down the spine, completely shattered his understanding.
Preliminary data analysis from the Celestial Palace base indicates.
The chief scientist of the Sky Dome project, a gray-haired elder, adjusted his glasses and reported in a trembling voice. The physical strength of this biological specimen surpasses all known alloy materials. The residual energy reaction within its body is at least 1,000 times greater than that of the S-rank sea beast Leviathan in the South China Sea.
1,000 times?
General Li Jingguo sucked in a sharp breath. He had witnessed the Leviathan's terror firsthand.
Back then, the Eagle Nation's carrier strike group looked like papier-mâché toys in the face of Leviathan. And now this corpse before him was 1,000 times more powerful than that colossal deep-sea beast?
This was beyond any concept of scale.
It was the difference between a god and an ant. Moreover,
the chief scientist paused, as if gathering his thoughts. According to Mr. Lu, he did not kill this corpse himself. The one he did kill was a colleague of this corpse during its lifetime, a blood slaughter, a demon king at the transformation of spirit stage. As for the corpse itself, its cultivation level was at the refining void stage.
Transcendence? Refining void?
The bigwigs in the conference room exchanged bewildered glances. These cultivation terms originating from Lu Chen were still too unfamiliar to them.
To put it simply, the chief scientist explained using reasonable terminology.
If Mr. Lu at the nascent soul stage is like an earthly immortal in our eyes, then the Huatian stage represents beings capable of effortlessly obliterating an entire planet.
As for the refining void stage,
that represents a level of existence beyond the comprehension of our current scientific theories. We cannot even begin to imagine what kind of weaponry could inflict even the slightest harm upon such an existence.
The conference room once again fell into a deathly silence.
Every face wore a look of profound gravity.
A Huatian stage cultivator and a Lianshu stage cultivator.
These terms combined brought an unprecedented weight of pressure upon them.
In other words,
the commander, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke slowly. What we previously believed to be a global catastrophe triggered by the Abyss Rift, the so-called game's descent,
might have been nothing more than a trivial test for the true enemy?
The homeland we barely managed to defend with all our strength, aided by Mr. Lu.
In their eyes, it might be nothing more than a remote, barren starting village? The commander's words struck each of us like a heavy hammer.
Yes. They always believed the greatest enemy was the monsters that escaped from the game. But now it seemed those monsters were nothing compared to the true heavenly fiends.
Mr. Lu also brought back a message. On the screen, Su Mushue's figure appeared.
Her face was equally pale, yet her gaze was unusually resolute. He said the bloodshed demon king served under the 9th demon god. And demon gods like this abound in the world of celestial demons. What we face may be a star-spanning demon god civilization that has conquered countless worlds.
Chapter 165, the era is about to change, showing you the way.
Whoa! A collective gasp echoed through the conference room. If moments ago they had merely felt pressure, now, what they felt was a suffocating sense of near despair.
The star demon god civilization? How could they possibly fight this war? What could humanity possibly use to fight them? With keyboards? What's everyone freaking out for?
The commander surveyed the room. The usually gentle old man's gaze sharpened for the first time. The enemy is powerful, so powerful it's beyond our imagination.
But we are not defenseless.
His gaze finally settled on the young figure on the screen.
We have Mr. Lu.
As long as he stands with us, the sky of China shall never fall.
The commander's voice rang out with unwavering conviction.
The leaders in the conference room all perked up.
Yes. Almost forgot. They still had Lu Chen.
The man who, time and again, created miracles when everyone thought all hope was lost. The guardian deity of China who single-handedly infiltrated enemy territory and even brought back the corpse of a refining void stage demon god. I concur with the commander's assessment. General Li Jingguo was the first to rise, saluting with a textbook military salute.
No matter how strong the enemy may be, we must fight.
For the sake of the hundreds of millions of compatriots behind us, we have no room to retreat.
Right on. Fight. We'll fight to the death.
The atmosphere in the conference room instantly shifted from oppressive to charged with fervor.
Good.
The commander nodded in satisfaction.
He looked at Su Mushue on the screen.
Tell Mr. Lu we've accepted his local specialty.
This gift has also made us fully recognize reality.
Effective immediately, China enters the highest state of combat readiness.
The commander took a deep breath and spoke deliberately, enunciating each word.
Initiate the Pango project.
Project Pango?
In the command center of the Celestial Palace base, Su Mushue's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing the commander's words. As Lu Chen's chief representative in the secular world, she knew exactly what those 4 words signified.
It was the highest-level contingency plan drafted by China when establishing the preliminary framework for cooperation with Lu Chen.
Once activated, this plan signified China would commit its entire resources, transforming the nation into a colossal machine dedicated to the impending apocalyptic war. Economy, public welfare, technology, military, everything would revolve around a single core objective. That core objective was to empower Lu Chen to grow stronger at any cost. And to prepare for the potential nationwide crisis that might follow the game's full arrival.
It was a mad plan.
It is also a high-stakes gamble, staking the fate of an entire civilization on a single individual.
Until now, this plan had remained merely a theoretical contingency document in a filing cabinet. Everyone believed things wouldn't escalate to that point.
But now, with the emergence of that refining void stage demon god corpse, everything has changed.
I understand, Commander. Su Mushue's response was delivered without a moment's hesitation.
I will immediately relay your decision to Mr. Lu. Additionally, the Su Group and all assets under my name will fully cooperate with the execution of the Pango Plan effective immediately. Her voice was calm and resolute. On the other end, the leader fell silent for a moment, seemingly lost in thought.
Ms. Su, you are an entrepreneur with a broad perspective. The nation will not forget your contributions. Everything I've done is for China and for Mr. Lu.
Su Mushue said softly. After ending the call, she immediately turned and strode toward Lu Chen. At that moment, Lu Chen was crouched beside the corpse of the demon god, holding a small knife as if studying where to make the first cut. Just like slaughtering a pig, you have to find the right spot to bleed it out first. He murmured to himself.
Otherwise, the demonic energy might leak out and contaminate the environment.
Su Mushue felt a twitch at the corner of her eye. Treating a demon god at the refining void stage 1 powerful enough to terrify world leaders like a pig waiting to be slaughtered.
Only Lu Chen could utter such words. Mr. Lu.
Su Mushue approached him and briefly recounted the conversation she just had with the commander.
Oh? The Pango project? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, his hands continuing their work. They've finally woken up.
I thought they'd wait until the demon hordes were at our doorstep before making a decision. Su Mushue said, the commander's meaning is that he hopes you can lead the subsequent direction of this plan. After all, only you truly understand what kind of existence our enemy really is.
Lead? Lu Chen pursed his lips. I don't have the time for that.
Leave the specialized work to the specialists.
Tell them to handle it themselves.
He paused, as if something occurred to him.
Oh, right, make a list for them.
He gestured as he spoke. All kinds of rare metals, whatever quantities are available, especially those suitable for flying swords, like mithril, starlight steel, and sunken gold. Also, locate every single one of those so-called heavenly treasures and spiritual vein nodes, both existing and historically documented on Blue Star.
I want precise coordinates and comprehensive data.
Also, gather information on all mythical beasts and strange creatures mentioned in legends worldwide. The more detailed, the better. I need to see if there are any other formidable natives left on Blue Star.
Su Mushue swiftly jotted down the instructions on her tablet.
Simultaneously, she silently lit a candle in her mind for the relevant national departments. It was clear these people were about to be swamped with work.
Understood. Su Mushue nodded. I'll make the arrangements immediately. She turned to leave. Wait. Lu Chen called after her. What about you? What are your plans? He looked at Su Mushue and asked. Me? Su Mushue paused, taken aback.
Of course, I'll fully support your plans and those of the nation.
My business empire will become your most solid backing. No. Lu Chen shook his head. That's not what I meant.
He stood up, walked to Su Mushue's side, and stared intently at her.
I'm asking about you. The game is about to descend upon us all.
When that happens, everyone will become a player.
Have you thought about your future game strategy? Su Mushue fell silent.
She was a business queen, a top-tier operator in the world of capital. She was accustomed to orchestrating grand strategies, accustomed to leveraging money and resources to influence the entire world.
But now, the times have changed. When world-shattering forces descended, money became utterly worthless.
For the first time, she felt lost about the path ahead. She opened her mouth, but no words came out.
Still haven't decided? Lu Chen smiled, as if he had anticipated her reaction all along. Let me give you some advice. Chapter 166, Dissecting the Demon Corpse. Lao Nyo's Epic Transformation. Lu Chen extended a finger and gently tapped Su Mushue's forehead.
A golden light flashed and vanished. Su Mushue felt a thunderous roar in her mind as a torrent of intricate information flooded her brain. It was a complete legacy concerning array masters and artifact forgers. From the most fundamental rune drawing to the most profound construction of celestial realms. From the simplest artifact forging to the most intricate interstellar warship construction.
Encompassing everything, profound and extensive. What is this?
Sumushue pressed her hand to her forehead, her face frozen in shock.
I extracted some information from the memories of a celestial demon. Lu Chen said casually.
I think it suits you quite well. From now on, you'll be in charge of all war formations and logistical equipment across the entire Huaxia region. This task alone will keep you occupied for quite some time. Sumushue stared blankly at Lu Chen, her heart churning with overwhelming emotion.
She knew that what Lu Chen was offering her was more than just an inheritance.
It was the very foundation for her survival and standing in this new era. It would allow her to remain by his side, rather than being swept away by the torrent of the times.
Thank you.
She drew a deep breath and bowed solemnly to Lu Chen.
Mr. Lu.
Sumushue rushed back to Blue Star with a lengthy resource list provided by Lu Chen. It was easy to imagine that her return would unleash an unprecedented storm across the entire Chinese capital market and indeed, the global financial world. But these were not matters for Lu Chen to concern himself with. He had more important matters at hand.
Namely, to grant his 2 primary enforcers an epic level enhancement. Old Ox, Little 8, come here.
Lu Chen beckoned to the Qilin and Yamata no Orochi, who were nearby, boasting and joking with a group of spirit-bound minions.
Mu? Master, what is it?
Kuei Niao lumbered over with a slow, heavy gait, his expression thick with innocence.
Little 8 was a bit more alert.
All 8 heads crowded around Lu Chen, tongues flicking, looking eager to please.
Hiss hiss. Boss, is there another fight coming up?
Before we fight, I'll give you guys a level up.
Lu Chen said, glancing at the corpse of the demon god at the refining void stage.
The terrifying aura emanating from it caused Kuei Niao and Little A to involuntarily take 2 steps back, their eyes filled with apprehension.
Mu. Master, this thing smells like it's not going to be tasty. Quinio bellowed in his deep, resonant voice. It could sense the power within the corpse that sent shivers down its spine. Of course not. Is this for you guys to eat? Lu Chen kicked it irritably. This is for upgrading your gear.
He pointed at the corpse and addressed his 2 pets.
See?
The corpse of a void refining stage demon god, every part is a treasure.
Old Ox, haven't you always complained your Heaven's Wrath battle armor isn't powerful enough?
I'm going to extract its spinal column to serve as your main dragon bone, then remove its demon core to become your new energy core.
Then, forget about Thunderbelch, even your sneezes could flatten a mountain.
At this, Kuei Niao's eyes lit up instantly.
Moo. Really, Master? That's fantastic.
It instantly forgot its earlier fear, circling the corpse with drool practically dripping from its mouth.
Little 8, as for you, we'll use its ribs and tendons. Lu Chen turned his gaze to the Yamata no Orochi. I'll forge an exoskeleton armor for you and transplant its venom sacs into you. The venom you spit out will probably corrode even space itself. Hiss. Thanks, boss.
Little 8 excitedly rubbed all 8 heads against Lu Chen.
Alright, stop trying to be cute. Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively. The modification process might hurt a bit, both of you just bear with it. Anyone who dares to whine won't get any meat from now on.
Upon hearing this, Kuei Niao and Little 8 immediately shook their heads like rattles, insisting they were tough as nails.
Then let's begin. Lu Chen took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening with intense focus.
He extended his right hand, and his signature flying sword materialized out of thin air, hovering in his palm.
Hum.
The flying sword emitted a clear, resonant hum, its blade radiating golden sword energy.
Step 1. Disassemble the bones.
Lu Chen's gaze sharpened as the flying sword in his hand transformed into a streak of light, precisely slicing into the back of the demon god's corpse.
SSSSHHH. A piercing sound echoed.
The physical body of a demon god at the refining void stage was incredibly hard, comparable to divine iron. Yet before the flying sword imbued with the primordial sword intent, it sliced through like a hot knife through butter. Black demonic blood gushed from the wound, releasing a foul, putrid stench. Lu Chen's brow furrowed slightly as he swept his left hand. A shield formed from azure lotus sword energy tightly enveloped the demon blood, preventing it from contaminating the environment.
His subsequent movements were lightning fast.
Like the most skilled butcher dissecting a primordial beast.
Cut. Separate. Remove.
Soon, a massive vertebrae over 100 meters long, jet black as ink, and gleaming with a lustrous sheen was extracted intact from the corpse.
Boom.
The vertebrae crashed to the ground with a dull thud.
Old Ox, come here. Lu Chen beckoned to the Kuei Ox.
The Kuei Ox glanced fearfully at the bone radiating a terrifying aura, but obediently approached.
Take off that scrap metal you're wearing. Lu Chen commanded. With a thought. The sci-fi-style Heaven's Punishment battle armor on its body automatically disassembled, hovering mid-air. Go!
Lu Chen snapped his fingers, and the massive demon god vertebra transformed into a jet black beam of light, instantly merging into Kuei Niao's back.
Moo!
A roar of excruciating agony erupted from the Kuei bull's maw.
Its body began to convulse violently. Black demonic patterns emerged across its skin.
A fury of power, violent beyond measure, raged wildly within its body, as if it would tear its flesh apart.
Hold on! Lu Chen barked the command. His hands swiftly formed seals.
A torrent of golden runes shot from his fingertips, searing into the Kuei bull's body. They helped suppress the raging force and guided it to merge with the beast itself. It was an excruciatingly painful process. It was akin to shattering every bone in its body only to replace them with a new, more powerful skeleton. The Kuei bull writhed in agony across the ground. Its massive body pounded the plaza's ground, leaving deep craters in its wake. Yet it clenched its teeth, refusing to utter another cry of agony. It remembered its master's words. Cry out, and there'd be no meat to eat. After an unknown span of time, the black magical patterns on the Kuei ox's body gradually merged with its original blue-green scales, forming a deeper, more mysterious dark green hue. The aura emanating from it began to rise steadily. Early nascent soul stage, mid-nascent soul stage, late nascent soul stage. Until it approached the pinnacle of the great perfection stage before gradually stabilizing. Huff. The Kuei ox lay sprawled on the ground, panting heavily, its entire body drenched in sweat. Yet its eyes shone with an unprecedented brilliance and power. How does it feel? Lu Chen approached and asked. Moo. Master, I feel like I could smash a star with a single headbutt. The Kuei bull roared excitedly as it rose to its feet. It could feel explosive power surging through its body. Don't get ahead of yourself. Lu Chen chuckled. This is still only a half-finished product. With a wave of his hand, the celestial punishment battle armor, suspended in midair, flew toward him. Now, the moment to witness the miracle was at hand. Chapter 167, Naming the Divine Thunder. Little 8 cries with envy. Step 2, replace the engine. Lu Chen fixed his gaze upon the demon corpse's chest. There, he sensed an energy fluctuation more colossal and frenzied than that emanating from its spine. That was where its demonic core resided. And the most vital part of this corpse. Rise. Lu Chen growled, and his lifebound flying sword shot from its sheath once more. This time, he did not choose to slice. Instead, he aimed the blade's tip at the demon corpse's heart and twisted it violently. Hum. The flying sword spun at high speed, forming a golden drill composed of primordial sword energy. Drill through. Lu Chen guided the golden drill, driving it fiercely into the demon corpse's chest. Sizzle. A shrill grinding sound echoed across the entire plaza. Sparks flew everywhere, like a grand fireworks display. The ribcage of a demon corpse at the refining void stage was several times harder than any other part of its body. Even Lu Chen's lifebound flying sword felt a hint of resistance. Interesting. Lu Chen's lips curved into a faint smile. The nascent soul within him abruptly opened its eyes, unleashing its colossal power without reservation into the flying sword. The golden drill bit's rotational speed instantly increased tenfold. Snap. A crisp sound rang out. A crack finally appeared in the indestructible demon corpse's sternum. Then, like a spider's web, the crack rapidly spread outward. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the entire ribcage. A rhombic crystal, the size of a human head, entirely pitch black and covered in countless arcane demonic patterns, slowly rose from the shattered ribcage. It was the refined void demon core. The moment the demon core appeared, the surrounding space began to warp, and a terrifying aura of destruction spread out. Little 8 was so terrified that all 8 of its heads retracted into one, scrambling far away. Only Kuei Niu, upon seeing the demon core, had eyes that gleamed with excitement and drool dripping exaggeratedly. It sensed that within this tiny crystal lay power potent enough to shatter the heavens and obliterate the earth. If only it could swallow the thing whole. What was it thinking? Lu Chen smacked the ox's forehead. Its energy is far too volatile. Swallow it whole, and you'll explode on the spot, not even a crumb will remain. He beckoned with his hand, and the demon core obediently flew into his palm. Its weight felt immense in his grasp. Lu Chen could sense the violent energy within the demon core, like a supervolcano on the verge of eruption, ready to erupt at any moment. Gotta sterilize it first. Lu Chen muttered under his breath. He formed seals once more, this time utilizing the array inheritance bestowed upon Su Muxue. Golden array patterns flowed from his fingertips like agile serpents, swiftly enveloping the entire demon core. This was a multi-layered composite array serving both as a seal and an energy conversion mechanism. Its purpose was to transform the unstable, violent demonic energy within the core into a relatively mild lightning attribute spiritual energy that could be absorbed by the Heaven's Wrath battle armor. This process demanded extremely precise control. The slightest misstep would detonate the demon core. At that point, forget about this divine weapon pavilion base, the entire Heavenly Palace ruins might be blown to smithereens. Beads of sweat formed on Lu Chen's forehead. His divine sense was intensely focused as he meticulously guided the flow of each array pattern. Time ticked by, second by second. The demon core suspended mid-air, encased in golden array patterns, flickered with light that grew increasingly erratic, its emanating aura becoming more and more unstable. Kuei Niu watched with bated breath, forgetting even to breathe. Finally, at a certain moment, all the golden array patterns embedded perfectly into the demon core's interior. Buzz! The demon core trembled violently, emitting a strange humming sound. The violent black magic patterns on its surface gradually faded, transforming into golden lines that flickered like lightning. The terrifying aura of destruction vanished along with them. Only the purest essence of thunder and lightning power remained.
Success! Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief.
He pointed a finger, and the Heaven's Wrath battle armor, suspended mid-air, automatically flew toward him, unfolding in the air. Where the energy core had once resided on the armor's chest, a hollow void now appeared.
Go! Lu Chen gently pushed the modified magic core.
The magic core transformed into a streak of light, embedding itself into the void.
Click! A perfect click of alignment echoed.
The next instant, the entire set of Heaven's Wrath battle armor erupted with an unprecedented, dazzling radiance. The originally silver-white armor, in that instant, completely transformed into a deep, dark gold.
Golden lightning patterns flickered across its surface, radiating power and mystery.
The twin shoulder cannons grew thicker and more menacing. The flight pack on the back sprouted 2 additional pairs of menacing metallic wings. The aura emanating from the entire suit now radiated power at least 10-fold greater than before.
Old ox, try it on. Lu Chen said with a smile. Kuei Nyo couldn't wait any longer.
It let out an excited roar, twisted its body, and charged straight toward the new battle armor suspended in midair.
Clang! A pleasant clang of metal colliding filled the air. The dark gold armor flowed like water, swiftly covering the entire body of the Kuei ox. As the final plate snapped into place, a brand new war colossus, radiating a destructive aura, emerged in the center of the plaza. Kuei Nyo felt more powerful than ever before.
Stream after stream of pure, potent lightning energy surged forth from the demonic core in its chest, coursing through its entire body.
It even had the illusion.
If it wished, it could pierce a hole right through the sky.
Moo!
The Kuei bull let out a mighty bellow, and a thick, golden bolt of lightning shot from its single horn, piercing straight through the clouds. The 9 heavenly gale winds in the sky seemed to tear apart before this bolt of lightning.
Ha! The Kuei ox roared with excitement. This old ox has finally upgraded from a slingshot to a cannon. It turned its massive bovine face toward Lu Chen, its expression brimming with excitement and gratitude. Master, give it a new name. Calling this thing Heaven's Punishment anymore just doesn't fit its new status. Lu Chen stroked his chin, pondering.
Since it now holds the core of a demon god and has fused with your thunderous power,
from now on, it shall be called Divine Thunder of the Heavens.
Having finished upgrading Kuei Nyo's gear, Lu Chen turned his gaze to the Yamata no Orochi beside him, who was already staring intently.
Don't worry, you're next. Lu Chen said with a smile, soothing the creature. Little 8 immediately swam over excitedly, its 8 heads bobbing frantically like they were powered by electric motors. Hiss! Hiss! Boss, boss! I want that glowing armor too! It pointed at the Kueilo's dazzling, divine thunder armor, its 16 eyes brimming with envy. Forget it! Lu Chen shot back without mercy. You're as skinny as noodles.
Wearing armor would just make you clumsy.
Little 8's 8 heads instantly drooped, looking utterly dejected. Hiss hiss, what's wrong with noodles? Noodles can be awesome too. Alright, just messing with you. Lu Chen chuckled. Your strength doesn't lie in head-on combat, but in speed, unpredictable footwork, and deadly poison. What we're preparing next suits you better. Chapter 168, One Venomous Bite to Sink a Battleship. Countdown begins.
Lu Chen finished speaking and walked back toward the demon corpse, now torn to shreds. This time, his target was the ribs and tendons.
SSSSHHH.
His lifebound flying sword flashed up and down. Soon, over a dozen black ribs stretching tens of meters long and hundreds of incredibly resilient black tendons were stripped away. Each of these ribs contained potent demonic energy, their hardness far surpassing the toughest alloys on Earth. The tendons, meanwhile, were impervious to fire and water, resistant to blades and swords, while also possessing extraordinary toughness and elasticity.
Little 8, open wide. Lu Chen commanded the Yamata no Orochi.
Though Little 8 didn't understand Lu Chen's intentions, it obediently opened the gaping maw of one of its heads.
Go! Lu Chen snapped his fingers.
One of his ribs transformed into a jet-black beam of light, instantly shooting into Little 8's mouth.
Then, under Little 8's horrified gaze, the rib slid down its throat. Ha! Boss, what are you doing? Feeding me bones? I'm not a dog.
Little 8's 8 heads shook wildly in fright.
Don't move! Lu Chen barked.
His hands formed seals, and his divine sense instantly enveloped Shaba's entire body. Under his control, the rib that had entered Shaba's body didn't damage its internal organs. Instead, it precisely fused with its own spinal column.
Fuse! Lu Chen murmured softly.
A gentle aura of primordial sword intent enveloped the rib, slowly beginning to fuse it with Shaba's own bones.
This process was far gentler than replacing the Kuei ox's bones.
Shaba felt only waves of tingling sensation within his body, with little pain.
1, 2, 3. Lu Chen repeated the process, implanting over a dozen demon god ribs into Shaba's body, forming a perfect internal exoskeleton. After completing this, Little 8 felt as though his body had been completely reborn. His bones had become harder than ever before, and his strength had increased several fold. It tried wagging its tail. Whoosh!
The massive tail sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, slamming down onto the ground.
Boom! The solid plaza surface was instantly carved into a deep, several-meter-long trench. Whoosh! So impressive! Little 8 excitedly flicked his tongue. And that wasn't all. Lu Chen smiled.
Using a special technique, he wove the severed tendons into a vast black web. Then, he draped this web over Xiaoba's body.
Sizzle!
The black tendon web, as if alive, swiftly fused into the gaps between Xiaoba's scales, binding itself to its flesh and blood. From that moment onward, its scales would possess defensive capabilities elevated to a terrifying level. Ordinary flying sword artifacts would likely fail to even leave a white mark on its body. Finally, I'll add one last devastating weapon. Lu Chen's gaze settled on a distended, dark green glowing sac protruding from the demon corpse's abdomen.
That was the venom sac of a demon god at the refining void stage. The potent venom within could instantly poison every living thing on an entire planet. Lu Chen carefully extracted it, using an array to transform and seal its energy.
Then, he fused it with one of Little 8's poison sacs. With that completed, Lu Chen clapped his hands in satisfaction.
Mission accomplished. Alright, try out your new ability, he said to Little 8. Upon hearing this, Xiaoba's 8 heads exchanged glances.
The head that had fused with the demon god's venom sac suddenly opened its mouth wide.
Put!
A stream of dark green venom spewed forth, landing on a nearby warship wreckage.
Sizzle! A teeth-grinding sound of corrosion echoed.
The warship armor, forged from a special alloy, dissolved and vaporized the instant it touched the venom, like foam doused with concentrated sulfuric acid.
The entire process took no more than 3 seconds.
The massive armor vanished completely from this world, leaving not even a wisp of smoke behind.
Holy!
Kuei Niu, who was nearby familiarizing himself with new equipment, saw this and was so startled that the electric sparks on his horn stopped.
Moo! Little 8, your saliva is way too toxic. Stay away from this old bull in the future.
Xiaoba smugly raised all 8 heads, flicking his tongue.
Hiss! That's called power. Got it, country bumpkin? Gazing at its brand new, powerful body, it felt its confidence skyrocket. Swam swiftly to Lu Chen's side, affectionately nudging him with her head. Hiss! Thanks, boss. Now, I feel like I could take on 10 of my former selves. Its aura surged upward as well, stabilizing firmly at the late nascent soul stage. Lu Chen observed his 2 companions, one transformed into a thunderous demon god, the other into a venomous beast, and nodded with satisfaction. Excellent.
Now, he finally had 2 Yuan infant stage enforcers worthy of his command. Though merely at the late stage, still one step away from the great perfection. But armed with divine equipment forged from a refining void stage demon corpse, their true combat prowess likely already rivaled that of ordinary early stage transformation of the soul cultivators.
From now on, you two will be my right-hand men. Lu Chen patted Kuei Niu's horn and ruffled Xiaoba's head. One is the main tank, one is the main DPS perfect.
Just then, the game system suddenly emitted a series of urgent alert tones.
Lu Chen's expression instantly turned grave. What was bound to come has finally arrived. Global server announcement. World barrier damage level detected 9,999.
The Grand Path of Heaven expansion, Mythic Descent, is about to launch its global simultaneous open beta.
Open beta countdown, 11 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds.
A barrage of Crimson System alerts flooded Lu Chen's retinas like a screen-filling onslaught. His heart sank abruptly.
Is it finally here?
He murmured to himself. Though he had long anticipated this day, the immense pressure still overwhelmed him as it finally arrived.
Global open beta. This meant the game would merge with reality at 100% rate. At that moment, the physical laws of the entire Blue Star would be overridden by the game's rules. All humans would be forcibly transformed into players. They would receive their own attribute panels and could slay monsters and level up just like players. On the surface, this might seem like a positive development. It represents an opportunity for humanity's collective leap forward. But Lu Chen understood all too well the brutal truth lurking behind it. When order collapses and might becomes the new law, the darkest aspects of human nature will be amplified infinitely. Killing, plundering, betrayal. To grow stronger, to survive, people would commit any act of madness. And then there were the true enemies lurking in the shadows, their eyes fixed on Blue Star. The Abyss, the heavenly demons. They won't grant these new players much time to grow. A global bloodbath is about to begin. Chapter 169, Final Preparations. Forging the War Fortress. Time is running out. Lu Chen immediately contacted Su Muxue, who had returned to Blue Star, through the Heavenly Palace Base's communication system. Mr. Lu? Is there an emergency?
As the connection established, Su Muxue's slightly weary yet still beautiful face appeared on the screen. She appeared to have just concluded an important meeting. This is urgent. Lu Chen's tone was heavier than ever before. I just received word that the game will fully descend in 12 hours.
What?
Su Muxue on the other end of the screen and the senior officer listening in both paled visibly. Although the Pango plan had been activated, and all of China was preparing for war. But 12 hours was still far too rushed. There were still far too many things they hadn't prepared for.
Is this information reliable? The commander asked in a low voice. Absolutely reliable. Lu Chen replied. This is a prophecy from the gods. The commander fell silent. He now had complete faith in Lu Chen's divine revelation. I understand. He took a deep breath, his gaze hardening with unwavering resolve. China will make all necessary preparations.
Tell them to implement the highest level of wartime control regulations effective immediately.
Lu Chen declared. All military units are to enter level 1 combat readiness. All critical industrial facilities and research institutions are to be placed under military administration immediately.
Additionally, immediately disclose partial details of the Pango project and the impending crisis to the entire populace.
What? Disclose it now? Su Muxue asked in astonishment. Wouldn't this cause widespread panic? Panic is temporary. Lu Chen shook his head. But if we don't reveal the truth beforehand, when disaster strikes, they'll only be more desperate and more helpless. Better to let them die knowing the truth than to let them die in ignorance.
Let them take up arms and fight for their survival.
I understand.
The commander nodded in agreement.
Only when everyone realizes we have no way out will they unleash their strongest will to survive in unity. Additionally, Lu Chen continued.
Initiate the ARC plan immediately. Evacuate all non-combatants, especially the elderly, children, and our invaluable scientists and technicians to the underground cities and shelters we constructed earlier.
The surface is about to become a battlefield. Understood.
The commander immediately issued a series of orders to his secretary. At that very moment, the entire war machine of Huaxia began operating with unprecedented efficiency, running at full throttle.
Mr. Lu, what about you?
Su Muxue looked at Lu Chen on the screen and asked.
When will you return? In everyone's hearts, Lu Chen was the true anchor holding everything steady.
As long as he remained, everyone could still feel grounded.
I'll be back soon. Lu Chen replied.
But before I return, I must first transform this heavenly palace base into our most impregnable rear stronghold.
His gaze swept over the colossal demon corpse in the plaza and the massive pile of celestial demon worship wreckage beside it.
All of this makes for prime material.
Perfect timing, Su Zong.
You can put those newly acquired forging and formation techniques to the test.
Me? Su Muxue froze. I've only just started learning. There's no time for you to learn slowly. Lu Chen said. I'll be right here to guide you.
Within 12 hours, I want you to use these materials to transform this divine weapon pavilion into a super war fortress capable of offense, defense, and production.
This.
Su Muxue felt a chill run down her spine. The difficulty of this task was nothing short of hellish.
What? Lacking confidence? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. No. Su Muxue's gaze hardened once more. I will complete this mission.
She knew this was Lu Chen's test of her and also his trust in her.
Naturally, she couldn't let him down. Very good. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Then let's begin. Our time is running out.
He ended the communication, turned around, and gazed upon the ancient celestial palace before him. The ultimate trial that would decide the fate of civilization was finally upon them.
Time flew by in the tense yet orderly preparations. Blue Star, Huaxia.
When a video titled "A Message to All Compatriots," personally released by the Supreme Commander, was simultaneously pushed to every citizen's phone and television through all channels, the entire nation erupted. The message was simple yet profound. The world as we know it was about to undergo an unprecedented transformation. A global crisis and an opportunity for a leap in civilization was about to unfold. This is not a drill.
Effective immediately, China enters an indefinite state of emergency.
All compatriots are urged to remain calm, follow instructions, unite as one, and weather this storm together. Our guardian, Mr. Lu Chen, will stand with us.
China will prevail. Humanity will prevail.
The moment the video aired, the nation erupted in shock.
The internet instantly erupted. Holy crap! What's going on? The government personally releasing an apocalyptic trailer? Is the Guardian project real? Is the arrival of the game real? I knew it.
Lu Chen splitting tsunamis and slaying demons, there's no way that was just special effects.
Oh no, I haven't even bought my instant noodles yet. At first, chaos and panic reigned. Countless people flooded the streets, stormed supermarkets, and scrambled for supplies. Riots erupted to varying degrees across major cities. But soon, squads of fully armed soldiers, rifles at the ready, appeared on the streets.
Community workers and volunteers went door to door to reassure and explain the situation. Military trucks delivered essential supplies to every neighborhood. Chaotic order was restored with astonishing speed. After the initial shock and panic, the Chinese people demonstrated remarkable cohesion and execution. They raised few questions or offered much resistance. Because they trusted the nation. And even more so, they trusted that name.
Lu Chen.
The man who had repeatedly rescued the people from the brink of disaster.
What the hell are we afraid of? If the sky falls, Lu Chen will hold it up. That's right. Whatever the country tells us to do, we'll do it. So it's war? I played Counter-Strike back in the day. Countless young people answered the call, spontaneously organizing volunteer teams to assist the military in maintaining order and transporting supplies. Countless workers returned to their posts, working overtime to produce all manner of war supplies. Countless researchers worked in secret facilities, tackling final scientific breakthroughs. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, a different scene unfolded. Eagle Nation, White House. The acting president stared at satellite footage showing the miraculous social mobilization unfolding across China, his face turning ashen. Madmen. The Chinese are a bunch of madmen. How dare they just expose the truth like this? Don't they fear the nation's complete collapse? In his view, the actions of China's leadership amounted to a reckless gamble. A reckless gamble staking the entire nation's fate. Mr. President. A staff member cautiously interjected. Over in China, the large-scale unrest we anticipated doesn't seem to have materialized. Their social order is even more stable than usual. Why? The interim president asked in puzzlement. Because they have a god. The aide's tone was tinged with bitterness and envy. Yes. They have gods. And what do we have? The interim president slumped in his chair, feeling a helplessness he'd never known before. Chapter 170, the game descends in full force. China leads step by step. Heavenly Palace ruins, Divine Weapon Pavilion base. Lu Chen hovered mid-air, surveying the drastically transformed war fortress below. Under Su Mushue's almost inhuman learning ability and execution, coupled with Lu Chen's unstinting supply of materials and technical guidance. Within mere hours, the once dilapidated Divine Weapon Pavilion had been transformed into a super fortress gleaming with metal and runic light. The corpses of demons were forged into the fortress's load-bearing structures. The wreckage of the heavenly demon worship was repurposed into automated defense turrets densely covering the fortress. Countless offensive, defensive, and spirit-gathering arrays were etched by Su Mushue into every corner of the fortress. The Divine Weapon Pavilion now stood as an unsinkable star fortress of fitting description indeed. Not bad. Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction. Miss Su, your learning ability surpasses my expectations. It's all thanks to your excellent teaching, Mr. Lu. Su Mushue stood beside him, her face showing signs of fatigue, yet her eyes shone with extraordinary brilliance. After these intense hours of forging and array laying, her grasp of that legacy had reached an entirely new level. She was now a fully qualified array master and artifact forger. At that very moment, the entire Celestial Palace ruins, indeed the whole of Blue Star, trembled violently. As if an invisible giant hand plucked the strings of the world. The sky split open. Gigantic spatial fissures, like hideous scars, appeared above every person's head. Endless streams of multicolored data poured forth from the rifts, merging into every inch of this world's land. Mountains, rivers, cities, plants, and trees. Everything was being reconstructed, digitized. World reconstruction commencing. Law assimilation in progress 103070. Assimilation complete. Welcome to the Great Way. Newbie tutorial quests are now available. All players are encouraged to explore on their own. Wishing you an enjoyable gaming experience. The emotionless system prompt sounded simultaneously and clearly within the minds of all 70 billion inhabitants of Blue Star. Before everyone's eyes appeared a pale blue attribute panel visible only to themselves. The panel's design blended sleek futuristic lines with the ancient mystique of Eastern philosophy. At the very top sat each player's name, accompanied by a vivid red LV1. Below were concise options for class, attributes, skills, inventory, and more. Player? What player? These are my stats? Strength 5, Agility 6, Constitution 4? Am I this weak? After a moment of dead silence, an unprecedented uproar erupted worldwide. Countless people screamed in terror, convinced they were hallucinating. Some frantically rubbed their eyes, others slapped themselves hard across the face, desperate to wake from this absurd nightmare. Yet the pale blue interface panel clung stubbornly like a flesh-eating disease. No matter what they did, it stubbornly hovered in the upper right corner of their vision. Heavenly Palace ruins, Divine Weapon Pavilion fortress. Lu Chen gazed at the panel before him, his expression serene. Name, Lu Chen. Level, LV-105 Early Nascent Soul. Class, Primordial Sword Master Supreme Unique. Technique, Primordial Sword Art. Skills, Yangshan Skywriting, 1 Chi transforms into 3 purities, 10,000 swords return to the source click to expand. Equipment, Lifebound Flying Sword Evolving, Faith Golden Wheel Mythical. His stats screen stood in stark contrast to others. That absurdly high level and the string of skills and equipment flashing golden and purple light were enough to shatter the Dao heart of anyone who saw them. Finally, Lu Chen murmured softly. This global mandatory transition to online gaming was, to him, merely the end of closed beta and the official launch of open beta. Beside him, Su Mushue stared blankly at her own interface. Her stunningly beautiful face, slightly weary from continuous high-intensity work, was etched with utter shock. Name, Su Mushue. Level, LV8. Class, Divine Artisan Immortal Tier. Skills, Life-Saving Touch Passive, Alchemy of Gold LV1, Divine Craftsmanship LV1.
Notice, you have obtained the complete inheritance of Formation Master and Artifact Forger. Your profession aligns perfectly with this inheritance, increasing comprehension efficiency by 1000.
Divine Artisan?
Su Mushue murmured to herself, her eyes brimming with disbelief. She was merely a merchant, an ordinary mortal orchestrating strategies in the world of capital.
Yet now, the system had granted her a celestial tier profession? And at level 8, no less.
Her gaze instinctively turned to Lu Chen, her beautiful eyes brimming with inquiry. You practiced the foundational cultivation method I gave you before, so your starting point is naturally higher than ordinary people. Lu Chen's voice came through calmly, as if he had anticipated everything long ago. Moreover, you just worked tirelessly, transforming a dilapidated ruin into a star fortress with your own hands. This achievement was recognized by the system and directly converted into your initial experience points.
Only then did Su Mushua realize. So it wasn't just a trial, it was a one-of-a-kind beginner's gift package from Lu Chen. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, in the imperial capital of Huaxia, in the top-secret conference room, Li Jinghua and other leaders alongside Human Alliance high-ranking officials stared dumbfounded at their own attribute panels. My profession.
General Li Jinghua stared at the 4 golden characters written in a sweeping, elegant style on his panel. His tiger-like eyes widened and his breathing grew heavy.
Profession, Crimson Dragon Martial Ultimate.
Effect, when commanding Huaxia military units, slightly enhances the combat strength of all personnel. Can comprehend the art of military formations and combat tactics.
It wasn't just them.
All Huaxia military personnel and researchers who had preemptively trained in the simplified techniques provided by Lu Chen, along with core allies like Ivanov, Emperor of the Northern Bear Nation, their levels did not start at LV1.
Their starting levels ranged from LV3 to LV10.
This seemingly insignificant gap of a few levels, in the initial stages of the game's arrival, was a colossal chasm capable of crushing all opposition. This was Lu Chen's foresight, securing the greatest strategic advantage for the entire Chinese faction.
Ha! Excellent!
Ivanov, gazing at his level 9 status and the Furious Bear Battle Soul class in the Kremlin's underground command center, erupted in thunderous laughter. He felt immense relief, knowing he'd made the most correct choice by clinging to China and Lu Chen's coattails without hesitation. Yet this composure and delight belonged to only a select few. The vast majority of the world's corners were being swallowed by unprecedented chaos and terror.
Monsters! They're monsters! Help! Monsters are appearing on the streets! Ah!
Piercing screams echoed through the streets and alleys of New York, London, Paris, and major cities worldwide, rising and falling in waves.
As the system alert sounded, countless tiny spatial fissures appeared out of nowhere across the globe.
From these rifts emerged creatures short in stature, with dark green skin, wielding rusty daggers or wooden clubs.
Goblins.
These were the weakest, most basic monsters found in the beginner villages of the game Dao Tian 2. In the game, they were mere experience points that players could crush with a single finger. But in reality, when these hideous, grotesque creatures materialized before defenseless civilians, they became the most terrifying harbingers of death.
Chapter 171, Panic Across the Globe. Eastern Versailles?
A blonde woman posing for a selfie beneath Times Square's giant screen had barely finished smiling when a goblin burst from the sewer below, stabbing her in the abdomen. Blood stained her pristine white dress. She looked down in disbelief at the hideous, grinning face, the light in her eyes fading rapidly.
Panic erupted instantly.
Screaming crowds scattered in all directions, transforming the bustling street into a living hell. Cars collided chaotically, shop windows shattered by the panicked crowd.
Gunshots rang out as several patrolling officers attempted to fire.
But they soon discovered with despair that pistol bullets merely sparked upon impact with the goblins, unable to pierce their tough skin.
Instead, the bullets only enraged these bloodthirsty monsters. A dozen goblins let out shrill, squealing cries, surging like a tidal wave and instantly engulfing the officers. Similar scenes unfolded simultaneously in countless cities across the globe. Social order collapsed within the first minute of the game's arrival. Only in China did the landscape remain uniquely serene. As the first goblin emerged from a decorative flower bed on the Bund in Shanghai, before it could even take in the world around it. Bang! A whistling armor-piercing round tore through its skull, reducing the tiny head to a greenish pulp. Not far away, a fully armed military squad, already on high alert, calmly holstered their weapons. The squad leader glanced at his tactical computer, which clearly displayed the location and number of monsters. Reporting to command, level 1 goblin monsters detected in Sector A3. Eliminated. Requesting deployment of a new player squad for cleanup and initial experience points. Copy. Pioneer Squad 101 has departed, estimated arrival in 30 seconds. Soon, several young people dressed in assorted outfits, their faces tinged with nervousness and excitement, ran over led by a level 5 veteran. Is that a monster? It's ugly as sin. Cut the chatter. Hurry up and claim the kill. This is experience. My greatsword is itching for blood.
A global apocalyptic catastrophe in China had somehow transformed into a nationwide, organized, and disciplined beginners' village welfare event. All of this was captured in full view by Lu Chen, who watched from the Celestial Palace through the global surveillance network connected by Su Muxue. He stared at the screens. On one side, whales, flames, and death. On the other, an orderly, harmonious scene of leveling up unfolded like a picture-perfect tableau. Lu Chen's gaze shifted away from the map of China, slowly sweeping across the entire world. Those cities engulfed in chaos and flames were no longer hell on earth in his eyes. Instead, they were vast, untouched fertile fishing grounds brimming with limitless resources.
Oh my god. What kind of monsters are those? They're killing everyone. Help! The police are being overwhelmed. Run! Eagle Nation, New York, Times Square.
Once a symbol of the world's financial and cultural center, this landmark had now become a sea of flames and a slaughterhouse. A young Wall Street elite had just been on a conference call with clients, discussing a billion-dollar merger deal. The next second, the floor-to-ceiling office window shattered as a bloodthirsty demon bat, with a wingspan exceeding 3 meters, crashed through it. The shock hadn't yet faded from his face. The monster's razor-sharp claws easily ripped open his throat. Blood splattered across the priceless contract. In his final moments of consciousness, he saw only a message on his phone screen from a subordinate at the China branch. "Boss, everything is normal here. We are organizing employees to clear low-level monsters near the company in batches.
We expect to complete the full staff LV2 target this afternoon." Normal?
He tried to laugh, but only a hollow chuckle escaped him as his body collapsed heavily into the pool of blood.
Breaking news!
Buckingham Palace attacked by unknown creatures.
Royal Guard suffers heavy casualties. Queen escorted to underground bunker. France Express, a giant worm has appeared beneath the Arc de Triomphe.
Military missiles failed to inflict significant damage and city traffic has completely collapsed. Latest update, the Liberty aircraft carrier strike group in the Mediterranean has lost contact.
Final footage shows a massive shadow emerging from beneath the sea.
Social media and major news sites are utterly flooded with images of bloodshed and despair from around the world. Blurred videos captured at the cost of lives spread like wildfire across the internet. In the footage, ordinary citizens wielding fire axes, fighting off giant goblins that stormed into supermarkets. A young girl huddles trembling at home, helplessly watching neighbors torn to shreds by a pack of ravenous claws outside her window. Soldiers trapped inside tanks, their vehicles smashed by colossal armored porcupines, burning alive in the cabs. Slaughter, collapse, apocalypse.
These words became the global soundtrack.
Countless keyboard warriors in the West, before the game's arrival, had mocked the official apocalyptic warnings from Huaxia as alarmist, dismissing them as a uniquely Eastern collective delusion.
Oh, look! The Chinese are scaring themselves again. Have they watched too many apocalyptic movies? My god, they actually evacuated people underground? This is the biggest joke of the 21st century. We'll just sit back and watch the Chinese government's plan fail spectacularly.
And now, as the real disaster strikes, their social media accounts are frozen forever on their final post screams and pleas for help.
Save me! A monster just broke down my door. Who can tell me why China is fine? Why is only our place hell? I was wrong, I was so wrong. I shouldn't have mocked them. I want to go to China. Who can take me there? Panic fermented in despair, eventually morphing into a near pathological jealousy and resentment toward China. It's not fair. This isn't fair.
Why did Huaxia foresee the disaster?
They must have made some filthy deal with these demons. They are traitors to humanity.
They stole the peace that should have belonged to the entire world. The acting president of Eagle Nation, holed up in the deepest bunker of the White House, watched the harmonious scenes from Huaxia streaming across his screen. Rage shook his entire body as he slammed the cup in his hand onto the floor.
Damn it!
He roared, his face contorted with rage.
On the screen, China's news channel broadcast an utterly arrogant report. This station reports, today, our nation's nationwide playerization initiative progresses smoothly.
Under the orderly organization of military personnel and community workers, newly recruited players across major cities are conducting systematic sweeps of low-level monsters within urban areas in small squad units.
Chapter 172, The Land God's Plan. The entire world is a leveling zone.
In the footage, a reporter stood on a commercial street in the Magic City, delivering a live report. Behind her, the street is clean and orderly, with shops operating normally. Several school-uniformed youths, appearing around 16 or 17, surround a Gale wolf trapped in an electric net, excitedly discussing tactics.
I'm going first.
My class is Steel Shield Guardian, I'll tank the damage. A chubby boy held up a wooden shield gifted by the system at launch, his face set in grim determination.
Can you handle it? Don't get one shot. Teacher Lee said this thing has a ripping effect on its attacks. A girl with a ponytail gripped a staff emitting a faint glow of fire. She was a rare elemental class, the Flame Apostle. Relax. I'm the only tank here. Protecting you lot is my duty.
The chubby guy patted his chest emphatically.
Not far away, a level 8 veteran leaned against a wall, observing this group of rookies' first real battle, occasionally offering advice. Watch its flanks. That's its blind spot. Mages, watch your mana. Don't burn through it all right at the start. The entire scene resembled less a post-apocalyptic survival scenario and more an officially sanctioned outdoor VR gaming experience. The reporter smiled as he continued his coverage. Experts indicate that while the game's arrival has caused some global disruption, China has successfully turned crisis into opportunity thanks to the early launch of Project Arc and comprehensive contingency plans. Within the next 72 hours, China is expected to complete the construction of safe zones in all major and medium-sized cities, achieving the initial goal of raising the national average player level to LV3. Put. The Eagle Nation president watched the TV screen showing that chubby student, with his teammates' coordination, finally smashing that wolf to death with his shield. Then, a flash of golden light appeared as the student excitedly shouted, "I leveled up." He spat out a mouthful of old blood. How is this possible? What the hell gives them the right? Their nation was crumbling, their people being slaughtered, yet the Chinese were debating how to farm monsters more efficiently? He couldn't comprehend it, couldn't accept it. The mental shock from this stark contrast was more deadly than any weapon. It shattered a nation's confidence and pride at its very core. A trembling aide handed the president a document. This is a communication we just intercepted from within the Huaxia Alliance. The president took the tablet. On the screen, a familiar figure appeared. Lu Chen. The man revered by China as their guardian deity. He faced the camera, outlining the next phase of the plan to China's leadership and all member nations of the alliance. Everyone, the newbie benefits period is about to end. Chaos is temporary. Once players worldwide adapt to the new rules, they will unleash astonishing power in their fight for survival and resources. We cannot afford to give them too much breathing room or time to grow. I formally propose initiating Phase 1 of the global strategy for the open beta era. Lu Chen stated calmly. Fight to sustain the fight, shift the burden onto neighbors. The main force of Huaxia shall consolidate and purge the entire eastern theater. For our allies, we can offer protection and eradication services for a fee. As for those nations and regions that once harbored hostility toward us, a cold smile curled at the corner of Lu Chen's lips. Let them become the public training grounds and resource gathering points for all Huaxia and Alliance players. Boom! It felt as though a bomb had detonated inside the president's mind. He finally understood. From the very beginning, they had never been on the same level. While they were still struggling desperately to survive, Lu Chen had already turned the entire Blue Star into his chessboard. And they? Merely pawns on that board, sacrificable at any moment. Pushing the burden onto neighbors? Imperial capital, Supreme Conference Room. Even General Li Jinghua, who had weathered countless storms, couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath upon hearing Lu Chen's proposed strategy. This plan was ruthless. Directly defined those non-allied nations as resource points and training grounds. This effectively declared that from now on, the world would no longer recognize national borders, existing only as two opposing factions. The Human Alliance faction led by China, and the Prey faction. I agree with Mr. Lu's plan. The commander fell silent for a moment before speaking first, his voice steady. Mercy has no place in command, and kindness has no place in governance. At this critical juncture for civilization's survival, any trace of sentimental compassion would be the greatest cruelty we could inflict upon our own people. His gaze swept over every person present. We are not aggressors. We are merely consolidating every available resource through the most effective means to ensure human civilization survives this catastrophe. Moreover, Mr. Lu's plan does not entirely deny them a path to survival. The leader added, as long as they are willing to set aside their former arrogance and prejudice, actively join the Human Alliance, and accept our order, our doors remain open to them. Of course, the price of admission will be steep. No further objections were raised in the conference room. Everyone understood, a new global order led by China would be formally established at this dawn of blood and fire. Rongqing, Western Suburbs, entrance to an underground city. Next group. Pioneer Team 37, prepare to enter the ground safety zone. Objective, clear designated blocks of slimes and raging wild dogs. Focus on team coordination, no reckless advances. An officer clad in exoskeleton armor held a megaphone, addressing a group of new players who had just completed their profession activation. Most of these new players were young adults around 20, their faces a mix of tension, excitement, and a hint of fear. They had just finished basic combat training through virtual simulations in the dungeon's newbie hall. Now, they were facing real monsters for the very first time. Damn, I'm so nervous, my palms are sweating. A bespectacled, bookish-looking youth tightened his grip on the starter longsword gifted by the system and whispered to his companion beside him. His class was Swift Swordsman, a common agility-based profession. What the hell are you scared of? I just checked the forums. Our Rongqing is one of the safest newbie zones nationwide. The monsters outside have been cleared out by the military multiple times. The ones left are peaceful monsters that don't attack, they're here to give us experience. A burly athlete type slapped him on the shoulder and declared with a carefree grin.
His class was Berserker, boasting a staggering 9 points in strength at level 1.
Exactly.
My cousins in the magic capital, they're already organizing players to raid the Goblin Tribe's small dungeon.
Heard they're dropping some seriously good loot. If we don't hurry, we'll get left behind by the top tier. Chapter 173, Damage Maxed Out.
Why does Huaxia's art style differ?
Amid the crowd, a girl held up her phone, displaying the internal communication forum for Huaxia players. Right now, the hottest posts on the forum were almost all about leveling up. Essential, the most comprehensive guide.
Monster distribution maps, respawn timers for newbie villages across major cities.
Hot, the importance of class synergy.
Mage, healer, tank, not one can be missing.
Recruiting for a fixed team in Guangzhou. Explosive, shocking. Elite Goblin spotted in Magic City, dropped first blue item, sharp dagger.
Stats screenshot attached.
The entire forum's atmosphere felt so harmonious it didn't resemble a post-apocalyptic world at all.
Instead, it resembled the launch of a phenomenon-level online game, with all players enthusiastically discussing strategies and tips.
Occasionally, a few posts shared horrifying scenes from overseas cities falling, citizens slaughtered. The comments below, once filled with sympathy and prayers, gradually took on a different tone. Sigh, it's so tragic. Thank goodness I was born in China.
One, just watched a video of the Eagle Nation's guard squad getting wiped out by a pack of werewolves. Scared me into rushing downstairs to stockpile 10 extra boxes of instant noodles.
Dude, you're still buying instant noodles?
Our dungeon now hands out nutrition paste daily, supposedly keeps you full all day and gives temporary stat buffs.
Holy. Really? What flavors? We only have beef and tomato here. Shut up, you snob. Gotta go, our squad's heading out. Today's goal, everyone hits level 3. For China. This stark contrast made every ordinary person in China feel an unprecedented sense of security and pride. If the sky falls, the nation will hold it up. If the nation can't hold it up, General Lu will.
All they need to do is follow orders, level up diligently, and become someone useful to the nation. Wang Hao was a member of Team 37, the Vanguard. Before the game arrived, he was an ordinary programmer. He lived a grueling 996 work schedule, constantly worrying about his mortgage and the future. When the game descended, he thought he was doomed. Yet, the timely reassurance from community workers and volunteers, the nation's declaration to all compatriots, and the swift organization of his transfer to this vast, advanced underground city gradually eased his anxious heart. When he awakened as an arcane apprentice, Wang Hao knew a new era, one that belonged to him, had dawned.
All units. Maintain formation and follow me.
At the commanding officer's shout, Wang Hao took a deep breath and followed the column through the massive alloy gates, stepping onto the surface world. The sunlight was blinding. The streets he remembered had transformed beyond recognition. Everywhere he looked, there were armored vehicles on the move, soldiers patrolling, and groups of newbie players like himself, fresh out of the underground city and ready to level up. Instead of the stench of gunpowder and blood, the air buzzed with the fervor of construction.
Target area, 300 meters ahead. Level 1 slime monsters detected, quantity, 13. No aggressive tendencies. Team 37, begin your first trial.
The commanding officer pointed toward a grassy area in a nearby park.
There, a dozen or so jelly-like, translucent creatures wriggled lazily in the sun.
Wang Hao, upon seeing them, felt not fear but rather a touch of cuteness.
Charge!
The team's berserker athlete was the first to charge forward with a roar, swinging his axe down on one slime.
5.
A red number appeared above the slime's head. The slime wobbled, seemingly displeased, then slithered forward to ram the athlete.
1.
The athlete stared at his barely dented health bar, paused for a second, then burst into laughter.
Is that it? Not even as painful as when my girlfriend hits me. Ha! The rest of the team burst into laughter, the last trace of tension evaporating.
Wang Hao raised his hand, channeling the faint energy known as mana within him as taught during training, gathering it at his fingertips.
Arcane missiles. Whoosh!
A pale purple orb shot from his fingertip, striking another slime with pinpoint accuracy.
12.
A damage number more than double that of the berserker floated into view.
Holy! Howsy, you're awesome. Is this what a mage is like?
The berserker exclaimed enviously. Wang Hao gazed at his hands, feeling the strange power surging within him, and an unprecedented surge of pride welled up in his heart.
This is power.
He was no longer that lowly coder, hunched over a computer screen, being bossed around by product managers. He was now a noble mage, capable of commanding arcane energy. In Huaxia, Crisis had truly transformed into a nationwide celebration of leveling benefits. Lu Chen, the architect of it all, now stood atop the highest point of the Divine Weapon Pavilion Fortress, gazing down upon the ancient continent below, a land shattered yet brimming with opportunity. The foundation of Blue Star was now secure. Next, his gaze would turn toward stages far vaster and far more perilous. Mr. Su, he called out without turning his head.
Here, Mr. Lu. Su Mushua immediately approached, holding a tablet.
Displayed on the screen was a global map lit up with countless red warning markers.
Since the game's arrival, those red markers had grown denser and larger.
They were no longer mere spatial fissures, but had been formally designated by the system as world-class instances.
Compile a list of all instance data, sorted by danger level.
Lu Chen's gaze settled on one massive marker in the Egyptian desert, radiating an unusual golden glow.
Our tutorial is complete. It's time to challenge the game's first world boss.
His voice was flat, as if he were discussing something as simple as going downstairs to buy a bottle of water.
But to Sumu Shue, it sounded like a thunderclap.
World boss. Just these 4 words sent a shiver through her very soul. The game had barely been released for half a day, and the entire world was still in chaos and panic, with newbies being slaughtered by minor monsters in the starting village.
Lu Chen had already set his sights on this ultimate goal, one that sounded dangerously extreme. Was this truly him? Always one step ahead of everyone else. While others gazed at the stars, he had already placed the entire universe upon his chessboard. Suppressing the shock in her heart, Sumushua's slender, pale fingers danced swiftly across the tablet, recording Lu Chen's instructions. She began tapping into Nua's computational power to categorize information and conduct risk assessments on all known, world-class instances across the globe. Her expression was focused and serious, long lashes casting a soft shadow beneath her eyelids. The contours of her profile, illuminated by the strange light of the Celestial Palace ruins, were breathtakingly beautiful. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's voice sounded again, summoning representatives from all core member nations of the Alliance for a highest-level online conference. I have a new strategy to announce to them. Yes, Mr. Lu.
Sumushue responded immediately, then issued the meeting summons through the highest authority quantum communication channel established between the Celestial Palace Base and Blue Star, directed at the Human Alliance Liaison Office in the Imperial Capital.
Chapter 174, Human Alliance Online Summit. The World's New Rules. 10 minutes later. Blue Star, Imperial Capital of Huaxia, Human Alliance Headquarters Building, Supreme Strategic Command Center. Before the massive circular conference table, figures representing the world's highest authorities materialized as holographic projections at their respective seats. The Commander-in-Chief, General Li Jinghua, and other high-ranking officials of China occupied the main seats. To their left sat Emperor Ivanov of the Northern Bear Nation alongside a dozen other allied leaders who had swiftly aligned with China. Each face bore the relief of having survived the catastrophe, along with unabashed gratitude and reverence toward China. At the opposite end of the table sat representatives from newly joined nations, were those still hesitating over whether to pay their dues. Their expressions were far more complex. Fear mingled with unease, resentment, and a hint of humiliation. Once upon a time, they too had been powerful players commanding respect on the international stage. Yet now, they sat like prisoners awaiting judgment, lacking even the courage to speak up. For just moments ago, their homelands were being savagely ravaged by monstrous creatures. It was the peacekeeping forces from China, descending like celestial warriors, that pulled them back from the brink of annihilation. The price? The exclusive mining rights to all strategic resources for the next decade. Everyone. The commander surveyed the room and spoke in a solemn voice, instantly silencing the hall. I trust you have all been briefed through various channels on the current global situation. I shall not repeat those bloody statistics and images. I only wish to tell you this, it is merely the beginning. According to the intelligence relayed by Mr. Lu, as time progresses, the descending monsters will grow increasingly powerful, and the survival pressures we face will multiply exponentially. I have gathered you here today to discuss the next steps for our human alliance during the open beta era. The commander's words sent a chill through every heart present. If even China believes the future will be even more dire, what path should these smaller nations take? Just then, a flash of light appeared beside the main seat. Lu Chen's youthful face appeared in the holographic projection. The moment he appeared, it was as if an invisible force field instantly enveloped the entire hall. Everyone's breathing slowed involuntarily. Even the delegates who had harbored lingering resentment instinctively lowered their heads, unable to meet the gaze of those piercing eyes that seemed to see through everything. No need for pleasantries. Lu Chen's gaze swept across the room as he cut straight to the chase. We don't have much time. I'll keep this brief and cover 3 points. First, abandon the outdated mindset of thinking in terms of nations. Under the rules of the Great Dao Celestial Path, national borders are nothing but scraps of paper. The world is divided only into safe zones and the wilderness. China, along with the core territories of all Alliance member nations, will form our absolute safe zone in Phase 1. Our objective is to transform this safe zone into the world's sole super war fortress, a hub integrating production, cultivation, and research in the shortest possible time. Second, regarding resources. Lu Chen extended his second finger, his tone calm yet delivering words that sent shivers down everyone's spine. The financial and trade systems of the old era have collapsed. Only 2 new hard currencies remain, strengthen the essential supplies for survival. China will serve as the central bank of the Human Alliance, overseeing the unified allocation and distribution of all strategic resources. We will provide all allies with services including but not limited to weaponry, elixirs, cultivation techniques, and secure shelters in exchange for compensation. Naturally, you must exchange equivalent resources.
These resources may be minerals within your territories, industrial bases not yet destroyed by monsters, or the labor of newly recruited players from your nation.
A deathly silence fell over the hall.
Everyone was stunned by the cold logic embedded in Lu Chen's words. This was no longer cooperation.
This was naked annexation and integration, cloaked in the name of survival. It was binding the entire alliance onto China's chariot, transforming it into a super empire with China as its absolute core. What difference is this from looting in the midst of a fire?
A representative from a small European nation flushed crimson, unable to suppress a low mutter. Though his voice was low, it rang out jarringly in the hushed conference hall. Ivanov shot him a cold glance, as if looking at a fool.
Lu Chen's face showed no change in expression.
He seemed to have completely ignored the insignificant protest, continuing.
Third, and most crucially, regarding the non-human alliance territory.
His gaze fell upon the massive holographic world map at the center of the conference table. On the map, only the regions of human alliance member states remained illuminated in green, signifying safety. The vast expanses beyond, including all of the Americas, most of Europe, and Africa, were now engulfed in red, representing danger and chaos. In the old era, these places were our rivals, even enemies. But in the new era, they had only one name.
Lu Chen extended his hand and drew a light stroke across the vast expanse of red. Public Resource Zone.
I hereby declare that, effective immediately, the Human Alliance formally initiates the Global Purification Strategy.
The strategic framework consists of 8 words.
His words, deliberate and measured, echoed throughout the entire conference hall and reached the ears of the Eagle Nation's president, eavesdropping from the White House bunker via surveillance equipment.
Sustaining war through war, shifting burdens onto neighbors.
The main forces of Huaxiao will be responsible for clearing and integrating the entire Eastern Theater. The remaining theaters will serve as the shared hunting grounds for all Human Alliance member nations. You may organize your own player armies to purge monsters there, seize unclaimed cities, and mine unguarded resources. All spoils obtained except for the 30% contribution to the Alliance's public reserve will belong entirely to you.
I encourage competition. Whoever secures more resources for the Alliance in those lands will gain greater weight in future resource allocations. My words are done.
As Lu Chen finished speaking, his body began to fade into transparency. As for the specifics of how to proceed, that is for you to discuss.
I only care about results.
With that, his figure vanished completely from the conference room, leaving behind a room full of world leaders whose minds were blank from the sheer magnitude and cold ruthlessness of this global strategy.
They finally understood. Lu Chen wasn't consulting them at all.
He was merely informing them, notifying them that from this day forward, he would dictate the world's new rules. And they had 2 choices: either abide by the rules and become players at the table, or
become wild monsters to be ruthlessly harvested by the players. Chapter 175, Mission Grab. Human Alliance Vanguard, Fierce Bear Legion.
After Lu Chen vanished, the Supreme Strategic Command Center fell into a minute-long deathly silence. The air seemed to freeze, leaving only the heavy breathing of the representatives from various nations.
Passing the buck.
The representative of that small European nation who had murmured protests earlier now stood deathly pale, lips trembling, unable to form a coherent sentence. He was terrified. Completely cowed by the cold, domineering aura emanating from Lu Chen's words that treated the entire world as a chessboard. He had no doubt that if he uttered another word of nonsense, the next second, the peacekeeping force China had stationed in his country would instantly transform into a punitive expedition. I, representing the Duchy of Tulip, fully endorse Mr. Lu's magnificent strategy. He practically sprang from his chair, bowing deeply toward the seat of honor, his voice sharp with fear. We are willing to surrender the rights to China's largest diamond mine and 3 megaports for the next 20 years to the Human Alliance in exchange for permanent protection for Huaxia. His declaration was like toppling the first domino. We, the Andean Federation, are also willing. We possess the world's largest copper mine. And us. We are willing to open all our airspace and territorial waters. In an instant, representatives from nations still hesitating or observing began scrambling to declare their positions, as if fearing that speaking too late would see them struck from Lu Chen's list of allies and cast into that vast expanse of red public resources. The commander and Li Jingwo watched this unfold calmly, their eyes betraying not a hint of surprise. This was the deterrence born of absolute power. In the face of power capable of determining the survival of civilizations, all political maneuvers and scheming seemed pale and laughable. Just then, a loud, powerful voice cut through the slightly absurd spectacle of this pledge of allegiance.
Enough!
Ivanov, the great emperor of North Bear Nation, slammed his fist on the table and rose abruptly from his seat. His towering frame, like an iron tower, radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure. His LV9 rank in the Furious Bear Battle Soul profession meant his presence was second only to the few great figures of Huaxia among those gathered. You cowards! Ivanov's gaze sliced through the representatives scrambling to curry favor, his tone dripping with contempt.
Do you really think Mr. Lu and China care about your worthless scrap metal? What they seek is an ally capable of keeping pace and fighting alongside them. Not a pack of lapdogs begging for scraps.
His words sent waves of pale and flushed expressions across the representatives' faces, yet none dared to challenge him. Ivanov turned his attention away from them, his expression growing solemn as he addressed the commander.
Your Excellency.
On behalf of the Northern Bear Nation, I formally submit our first pledge of allegiance to the Human Alliance. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, a detailed operational plan materialized on the central holographic map. Mr. Lu's strategy is to shift the burden onto our neighbors.
Then let the Northern Bear Nation be the first spearhead. Our military has completed the initial player-based reorganization. I request to personally lead this 50,000-strong Bear Legion of newly recruited players as the Human Alliance's vanguard to launch a purification operation in the Western European theater. We require no assistance from China. We will handle our own logistics. We seek only recognition. Ivanov's voice boomed with conviction, reverberating through the conference hall. We, the Northern Bear Nation, will prove to Mr. Lu through concrete actions that we are worthy of being his most reliable comrades in arms, not a burden. We will carve out the most secure overseas territory for the Human Alliance and for China amidst the chaos of Western Europe. Well said, Ivanov.
A flicker of approval passed through General Li Jingguo's eyes.
This emperor of the Northern Bear Nation was indeed a charismatic leader with vision and decisiveness.
While everyone else was still squabbling over their petty trinkets, he had already grasped the essence of Lu Chen's strategy.
Lu Chen didn't need vassals, he needed feudal lords who could shoulder his burdens and expand the entire alliance's territory. Ivanov's declaration, while framed as an oath of allegiance, was in reality a preemptive move to seize the initiative.
Once he truly established a foothold in Western Europe, the resources of the entire Western European theater would fall under the dominion of his Northern Bear Kingdom.
This gain far outweighed the value of 10 gold mines. Good. The commander nodded slowly, a faint smile touching his lips. I approve your plan. Comrade Ivanov, effective immediately, you are appointed Commander-in-Chief of the Western European Theater for the Human Alliance.
I wish you victory from the very start.
Yura! Ivanov excitedly pounded his chest, the force causing the projection to wobble.
With the Northern Bear Nation taking the lead, the atmosphere in the hall instantly shifted from dividing the pie to scrambling for assignments.
Representatives from other nations quickly caught on, clamoring to lead troops into battle, eager to secure their share in the emerging New World Order. The entire conference, once oppressively subdued, transformed into a fervent military mobilization rally. Amidst the fervor within the Human Alliance over Lu Chen's global strategy,
a distress signal from a Southeast Asian nation breached the Human Alliance's emergency communication channel.
Help! Help! This is the Strait of Malacca. Our fleet is under attack by the Sea Clan. The city is about to fall. We implore the Human Alliance, we implore China, save us.
The communication feed showed flames reaching the sky. A blood-soaked general faced the camera, letting out a desperate, anguished roar. Behind him, countless bizarre sea creatures armed with coral spears and bone harpoons surged from the ocean onto land, engaging in brutal combat with retreating human soldiers. The most terrifying sight was a monstrous sea beast over 50 meters long, resembling a giant octopus but with a ferocious shark's head. With every swing of its tentacles, it could effortlessly flatten a main battle tank into a pancake.
Deep Sea Ripper Boss, LV-25.
The first customer has arrived. In the Celestial Palace ruins, Sumushua watched the synchronized feed and murmured softly. Her face showed no trace of pity, only the cool calculation of a merchant spotting an opportunity. Lu Chen nodded, as if he had anticipated this outcome. The game had descended, bringing not only monsters to the land. The oceans, that mysterious realm covering 70% of Blue Star, awakened countless even more terrifying entities. For coastal nations, this was undoubtedly a catastrophe of unimaginable proportions. But for China, possessing absolute naval supremacy, and for Lu Chen, it also meant boundless resources and opportunities. Notify Li Jingguo we can begin our product demonstration. Lu Chen's gaze fell upon the massive dry dock below the fortress of vast space carved out by Su Mushua's formation specifically for mooring large war puppets. There, a colossal entity lay silently coiled. It was none other than the eight-headed serpent, Xiaoba, whom Lu Chen had subdued in the East Sea and which Su Mushua had dispatched personnel to transport to the Heavenly Palace base for safekeeping. After undergoing an epic level enhancement using materials from a refining void stage demon corpse, it had undergone a complete transformation, its cultivation surging to the late nascent soul stage. 8 ferocious serpent heads gleamed with a cold, eerie light. Particularly the head fused with the demon god's venom sac radiated an overwhelming aura of destruction.
Little 8, you've got work to do. Lu Chen's divine sense transmitted into its mind. Hiss. Boss. Finally, a fight? The 16 eyes of the Yamata no Orochi lit up instantly, darting its forked tongue excitedly. Head to Malacca and dismantle the giant octopus for me.
And while you're at it, let all our global clients see
whether our Human Alliance's security services are worth every penny. Chapter 176, Go, Little 8.
The beast unleashed, divine might descends.
Understood.
Upon receiving Lu Chen's directive, General Li Jingguo immediately announced at the Human Alliance's highest council meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, in response to Star Nation's urgent request for assistance, the Human Alliance Council has deliberated and decided to activate the Level 1 Rapid Response Mechanism. We will dispatch an elite security team to the Strait of Malacca to execute a targeted elimination mission. To provide our allies with a direct demonstration of the Alliance's security capabilities, this operation will be broadcast live without delay. No sooner had Li Jinghua finished speaking than the holographic projection at the conference room's center switched to an entirely new image. There, the celestial palace ruins that super fortress blending sci-fi and xianxia elements revealed its entirety for the first time before everyone's eyes.
My god! What is this place? Is this Mr. Lu's celestial palace? Absolutely breathtaking. Representatives from various nations gazed upon the colossal fortress suspended in boundless void, encircled by countless chains of rune-inscribed light, and were once again profoundly shaken. They had assumed China's trump card was merely Lu Chen and those super soldiers who had been upgraded ahead of schedule. But now it was clear they were wrong. China, or rather, Lu Chen, had already established a true divine realm. As the crowd stood transfixed, the camera zoomed in. Beneath the fortress, within a colossal dry dock, the ocean-like spatial energy slowly receded, revealing a terrifying figure sprawled within mountainous in scale. 8 ferocious serpent heads, a slender body covered in dark green scales, 16 giant eyes burning like molten lava. Hiss! As the creature's form came into view, a collective gasp rippled through the hall. Yamata no Orochi. The ancient beast that once lurked in the East Sea. How could it be here? Its aura was at least 10 times more powerful than before. The sheer pressure nearly burst through the screen. Especially for the few high-ranking officials who had narrowly escaped to Eagle Nation after Sakura Nation was razed to the ground, only to cling to a miserable existence. Upon seeing this beast that had once brought them endless nightmares, they collapsed on the spot, foaming at the mouth. Yet now, this terrifying beast lay prostrate beneath its sacred fortress, docile as a tame pet. Is this the ace security team China is sending? A representative asked, his voice trembling. No, to be precise. A proud smile touched General Li Jinghua's face. It is merely one of the mascots of our elite security division. Mascot. At the mention of that word, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Using a late-stage Yuanling ancient beast as a mascot? Then how terrifying must your real ace be? No one dared to think about it further. On the screen, a golden spatial gate slowly opened before the Yamata no Orochi. Beyond the gate lay the Malacca Strait, lashed by thunder, lightning, and storm-driven winds and rain. Go, little 8. Lu Chen's calm voice echoed in everyone's ears. Hiss. Yamata no Orochi let out an excited hiss. Its massive form transformed into a dark green streak of light, instantly plunging through the spatial gate. Malacca Strait, port of Singapore. The flames of war had already engulfed the city center. Human defenses crumbled instantly before the endless tide of sea creatures. The level 25 boss-class sea beast, the deep-sea ripper, rampaged through the city like an invincible demon god. Skyscrapers crumbled like fragile building blocks beneath the swings of its tentacles. The wails of human soldiers mingled with the eerie, gurgling growls of the sea monsters, weaving a dirge of apocalyptic despair. The president of Star Nation stood ashen-faced before the command center's floor-to-ceiling windows, watching his nation slowly sink into the sea of flames. It's over. Everything is over. He murmured, his eyes filled with nothing but despair. The distress signals sent to the Human Alliance had been out for some time. Yet not a single trace of reinforcements had appeared. He knew he had been abandoned. Perhaps, in the eyes of those lofty figures above, his tiny city-state held no value worth rescuing. Just as the president prepared to draw the pistol at his waist and end it all to preserve his last shred of dignity. Boom! The sky suddenly split open with a massive gash. A sacred-looking spatial rift materialized out of thin air, bathing the entire sky of dark clouds in a golden glow. What was that? All humans and sea creatures engaged in battle instinctively froze, gazing upward in terror. The next second. Before the horrified gazes of all present. An indescribably massive, dark green shadow burst forth from the golden fissure. Snake heads. 1, 2, 3, a full 8. Each serpentine head towered larger than a skyscraper. 16 eyes, blazing with molten lava flames, gazed down upon the insignificant battlefield below with boundless majesty and savagery. A primal terror, rooted in blood in the very essence of life, instantly gripped the hearts of all the sea monsters. Gurgle. The merfolk and shrimp soldiers, ferocious moments before, now stood frozen in place, trembling like chickens caught by the throat, utterly voiceless. Even the once unbeatable deep-sea ripper halted its rampage. Its monstrous shark head bore a single eye now filled with human-like terror. It sensed that the creature in the sky existed on an entirely different plane of existence. It was a god. Hiss. All 8 heads of the Yamata no Orochi simultaneously raised toward the heavens, unleashing a roar that shook the very foundations of the world. Sound waves transformed into visible shockwaves, sweeping outward. Pop. 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 Lower-tier sea creatures caught in the immediate vicinity didn't even have time to scream before their bodies burst like punctured balloons, instantly exploding into clouds of blood mist. A single roar had cleared away nearly a third of the monsters in the harbor. This was the Human Alliance's reinforcements? The president of Xingzhou stared blankly at the godlike figure in the sky, his mind going completely blank. Product demonstration, officially commencing.
Lu Chen's voice transmitted through quantum communication, simultaneously reaching the ears of all Human Alliance member nations.
On the screen, the Yamata no Orochi stirred. Its serpent head, fused with the venom sac of a demon god at the refining void stage, suddenly opened its gaping maw. No earth-shattering energy gathered, nor any dazzling sound and light effects. Just a light spray. Put.
A seemingly insignificant droplet of dark green venom fell from the sky, heading straight for the deep-sea ripper, which was already terrified enough to try diving back into the ocean. The deep-sea ripper seemed to sense the deadly threat, letting out a terrified shriek as its massive tentacles flailed wildly, whipping up a towering wave dozens of meters high in a desperate attempt to block the poison droplet. Yet, it was utterly useless.
Chapter 177, Let You Escape? 8 heads roar in unison, Catastrophe descends.
The dark green venom effortlessly pierced through the water curtain. Then, it landed squarely on the colossal shark head of the deep-sea ripper.
Sizzle.
A bone-chillingly corrosive sound reverberated across the entire battlefield. Under the gaze of hundreds of thousands of Star Nation military and civilians, along with all the high-ranking officials of the Human Alliance, the level 25 boss-class sea beast, which moments before had terrorized a modern city with unmatched ferocity, disintegrated the instant it touched the venom like butter doused in aqua regia. Its body, flesh, and bones
rapidly dissolved and vaporized at a visible speed. The entire process took no more than 3 seconds.
That colossal creature, along with its formidable vitality, was utterly obliterated from this world. Not a single trace remained. The entire world fell into deathly silence. Only the 8 massive heads of the Yamata no Orochi remained, slowly rotating in the air.
16 indifferent giant eyes scanned the sea creature's army, now utterly petrified with terror. As if to say, who's next? Dead silence. A deathly silence.
Whether on the battlefield of the Malacca Strait or within the highest strategic command center of the Human Alliance headquarters, the silence was so profound you could hear a pin drop. Everyone seemed frozen in place, staring blankly at the shocking scene unfolding on the holographic screen.
A single drop of venom.
A single drop of venom had utterly obliterated a boss-level sea beast capable of effortlessly annihilating an entire carrier strike group.
What terrifying, unimaginable power was this? Gulp.
The representative from the Duchy of Tulip swallowed hard, his throat parched as if it were on fire.
He stared at the divine yet demonic Yamata no Orochi on the screen, recalling General Li Jinghua's earlier words. One of the mascots.
He suddenly realized how wise it had been to voluntarily offer up the diamond mines and the port earlier. This wasn't security services at all.
This was clearly a dimension-lowering strike. It was the absolute crushing of mortals by the divine. Gurgle gurgle.
On the waters of the Strait of Malacca,
the remaining sea tribe forces finally snapped out of their paralyzing terror.
Their king was dead. Evaporated by that terrifying 8-headed serpent in the sky, in a manner utterly beyond their comprehension.
The instinct for survival overpowered their bloodlust.
No one knew which fishman first let out a terrified shriek, but soon the entire sea tribe army collapsed completely. They turned frantically, fleeing desperately toward the deep sea, wishing their parents had given them extra legs.
Chaos reigned supreme. Countless sea creatures were crushed to death by their own kind in the crushing crush and stampede. Escape?
In the sky, the 8 heads of Yamata no Orochi simultaneously revealed human-like, cruel smirks.
Lu Chen's order was to dismantle the giant octopus.
But he never said to spare these little minions.
Hiss. All 8 serpentine heads opened their gaping maws simultaneously.
This time, it wasn't venom they spewed. Instead, lightning, flames, frost, wind blades, acid, shadow arrows, and petrifying rays erupted. 7 elemental attacks of differing attributes descended like 7 world-shattering torrents, instantly engulfing the sea for dozens of miles around. This was its innate ability, but after Lu Chen enhanced it with demon god materials, its power surged beyond measure hundreds of times stronger.
Boom! The entire sea boiled over in an instant.
Lightning and flames intertwined, frost and wind blades danced together.
Seawater vaporized instantly, revealing the terrified and desperate sea creatures beneath.
Then, amidst their helpless wails, they were torn apart by the raging elemental energy, reduced to their most primordial particles.
This was a one-sided slaughter with no suspense whatsoever. It was also a product launch aimed at every potential client of the Human Alliance. In less than a minute.
When the sea surface finally calmed, the vast marine army numbering in the hundreds of thousands, enough to plunge a nation into despair, had vanished completely from this world. Only charred debris and ice floats remained, drifting across the multicolored sea surface, silently bearing witness to the apocalyptic scene that had just unfolded.
Yamata no Orochi, seemingly unsatisfied, swished its tail.
Its 8 heads slowly turned, as if searching for the next target to attack.
But alas, not a single living enemy remained on the entire battlefield.
Bored, it yawned and let out a questioning hiss toward the golden spatial gate that remained open.
Hiss? Boss, done? That's it? Well done. Lu Chen's voice sounded indifferently. Come back. Hiss. The Yamata no Orochi, buoyed by the praise, instantly perked up. Its massive form transformed into a streak of light and darted back through the spatial gate. The golden fissure slowly closed, as if it had never been there. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and sunlight once again bathed the land. Were it not for the devastated cityscape and the sea littered with countless wreckage, the people of Starland might have believed the entire ordeal was merely a nightmare. We won? Are we saved? The surviving soldiers and civilians stared blankly at the unbelievable scene before them. Only after a long moment did they erupt into deafening cheers. Long live Huaxia! Long live the Human Alliance! The president of Xingzhou State's legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground. Gazing out the window at the scene of devastation and rebirth, tears streamed down his aged face. He wept and laughed, his expression bordering on madness. He knew that from this moment onward, his nation was forever bound to the organization known as the Human Alliance, to the nation called China, and to the godlike figure named Lu Chen. And it was done willingly, even with profound gratitude. Human Alliance Headquarters. General Li Jingguo watched the thunderous cheers on the screen, then glanced at the speechless, petrified representatives from various nations gathered around the conference table. A faint smile touched his lips. He knew this product launch had achieved unprecedented success. Ladies and gentlemen. He cleared his throat, breaking the silence in the hall. What you just witnessed was one of the core services provided by Human Alliance Security, our rapid nation-wrecking disaster cleanup protocol. Were you all satisfied with the performance of our mascot, Little 8? Satisfied? More than satisfied. It was downright terrifying, okay? Every delegate was mentally ranting inside, yet they forced the most enthusiastic, obsequious smiles onto their faces. Satisfied. Absolutely satisfied. It's nothing short of a miracle. A savior-like power. General Li, may we inquire, can we book this service now? Price is no object. A representative from a coastal nation nearly lunged from his seat. His nation's coastline stretched far longer than Star Nation's. Who knew if a giant deep-sea predator might surface there next? Chapter 178, Heaven and Hell? Two diaries spark public outcry. Of course. General Li Jingguo grinned like a sly fox. As the chair nation of the Human Alliance and the world's sole provider of extraordinary forces, we pledge to deliver the highest quality and most reliable security guarantees to all our allies. Our business representative, Ms. Su Muxue, will distribute the specific service packages and quotations to everyone after the meeting. Li Jingguo paused, then shifted his tone. However, I must remind you all. Our premium security resources are finite. Therefore, we will implement a membership system and a points-based system. Member nations that actively respond to Mr. Lu's call, like Comrade Ivanov of the Northern Bear Nation, and make outstanding contributions to expanding the Human Alliance's territory will earn substantial alliance contribution points. Members with higher points will enjoy greater service priority and more favorable pricing. The room erupted in commotion. Everyone understood. This was no longer merely about selling services. It was using security, the most precious hard currency of this new era, to drive them to risk their lives for China and the Human Alliance. To execute that global strategy of shifting burdens onto neighbors. An open strategy. A blatant, open strategy. Yet no one can refuse. Because the consequence of refusal might just be the fate of the next Singapore. And there might not even be a mascot to come to the rescue. I understand. The Great Korean Federation is willing to mobilize an army of 100,000 players to march into the Eastern Japan theater. To purify that land contaminated by nuclear radiation for the Human Alliance. We, the Australia-New Zealand Alliance, pledge to take charge of the entire South Pacific Theater's mop-up operations. Ivanov watched the representatives who had been timid moments ago now scrambling to volunteer as vanguards, and sneered disdainfully. A bunch of opportunists who won't act until they see the rabbit. Yet, a powerful sense of urgency surged within him. It seemed he needed to accelerate his plans. That big piece of cake in Western Europe couldn't be snatched away by this pack of hungry wolves. Dear Diary. Today marks the third day since the arrival of the Great Path to Heaven. The world has become unrecognizable. I'm holed up in the basement of an abandoned apartment building in Queens, New York, writing these words. Outside, the howls of monsters and the screams of humans have echoed nonstop for 3 full days and nights. Food is gone. The last bottle of water was finished yesterday. My teammate, Jack the firefighter who shared half a biscuit with me yesterday, vowing we'd survive together, went out searching for food this morning and never returned. All I heard was his agonized scream, followed by the sickening crunch of teeth. My profession is a holy light priest, a healing class said to be quite rare. Yet I couldn't even save myself. Still stuck at level 2, my healing spell's mana drained completely 2 days ago. I dare not venture out to kill even the weakest goblin, knowing that if surrounded, I'd have no chance to escape. I was starving, parched, and terrified. Just moments ago, through an old phone still picking up faint signals, I saw news from China. In the news, their cities were brightly lit, and their citizens queued in spacious, well-lit underground complexes to receive a food called nutritional paste. Their players, clad in uniform, issued armor, were leveling up in groups in the wilderness under military protection.
I saw a Huaxia girl around my age, also a priest named Suspended Pot to save the world. She stood in a vast plaza, casting a group healing spell I'd never seen before on hundreds of soldiers who had just finished battle, their bodies covered in wounds. Golden light rained down from the sky, and every soldier's wounds healed at a visible pace. She looked so sacred, so confident, so powerful. Her level was LV 15. Why? We became players on the same day. Why is the gap between us so vast? I prayed to God, but God did not answer me. Perhaps there is no God in this world at all. Or perhaps God is Chinese. The basement door is rattling. Something is out there. It has found me. Goodbye, diary. Goodbye, this damn world. Excerpt from the New York Survivor's Diary by Emily Jones, LV2, Holy Light Priest. Battle Log. The Great Celestial Path Era, Week 1. Another day packed with rewards. Under our captain's leadership, the Dragon Soul 1st Assault Squad successfully cleared the level 30 dungeon, abandoned chemical plant, on the outskirts of the Demon City. The final boss was a level 35 venomous splicer. Damn tough fight. That thing spews poison and self-detonates. It even corroded a huge chunk of our main tank, Rock's Black Tortoise heavy armor. Poor guy was heartbroken. But our rewards were incredibly rich. I, Zhang Wei, an ordinary wind blade archer, actually rolled a blue quality fine grade longbow called Wind's Whisper. Attack power 25, agility 5, plus a skill that boosts firing speed. Ha! We're flying high. Now our squad has a full set of blue gear per person. Walking out like this is just too cool. Chief Engineer Su Mushua from Logistics mentioned this is merely mass-produced standard gear. Once we complete the S-rank mission, we can apply to exchange it for purple gear personally crafted by her, engraved with ancient runes. Holy crap, purple gear. I never even dared to dream of it. All this is thanks to the nation, thanks to the land god. They provided us with a safe and stable environment for cultivation. It's them who've armed and trained us with resources gathered from across the globe. We now consume specially formulated nutritional meals that boost temporary attributes. We reside in spirit gathering array dormitories where spiritual energy concentration is 3 times higher than outside. We cultivate using military-grade cultivation techniques personally refined by the god of land. What reason do we have not to strive? What reason do we have not to lay down our lives for this nation? Today, while tackling a dungeon, we even rescued a player squad from the Free Nation. They looked utterly wretched, 5 people with only one basic piece of gear. When they saw us, they were so overcome they cried, clinging to our legs and calling us gods. They offered their nation's Statue of Liberty in exchange for a month's residence in our safe zone. Our leader just laughed and said, "What's that worth nowadays? Scrap it for scrap metal, it wouldn't even cover our gear repairs." Ha! That felt so satisfying. That's the gap for you. Enough chatter, I'm off to the training chamber. My goal is to reach level 40 within a month and become one of China's first Foundation establishment stage players. For China. For Lord Lu. Let's go. Excerpted from the China Player Forum, ID, Dragon Soul Zhang Wei, LV28, Windblade Archer. 2 starkly contrasting diary entries were simultaneously posted on the already overloaded global internet through certain special channels by some meddlers. The moment they surfaced, they sent shockwaves rippling through the gaming community. Chapter 179, The Walking Artifact Repository. Foreign players collapse. If the official announcements before merely fueled envy and injustice among survivors worldwide, then these 2 starkly contrasting accounts, raw, authentic experiences from ordinary players, landed like 2 resounding slaps across the faces of every non-human alliance player. For the first time, they saw it with brutal clarity. In this new world of Dao Tian 2, the nation you're born into matters 10,000 times more than any innate talent or class. Why? We were once the most powerful nation in the world. I refuse to believe it. This must be Huaxia's propaganda. It's fake. Fake? My friend, I saw it with my own eyes. A squad of players from the east slaughtered our entire district of ogres like cutting through butter. They drove armored vehicles we'd never seen before, ones that glowed. Their leader could even fly on a sword. Surrender. We have no hope left. Surrender to the east, perhaps we can still earn a chance to survive. The pride and confidence once rooted in Western hearts were crushed to dust before the bloody reality. A wave of surrenderist sentiment began to sweep through the remaining survivor camps like a raging tide. Meanwhile, the strategy of shifting the burden onto neighbors was being resolutely implemented by the major member states of Huaxia and the Human Alliance. The Fierce Bear Legion, personally led by Ivanov, swept across the Western European plains like a torrent of steel. With astonishing speed, they captured one abandoned city after another, each overrun by monsters. Paris, Berlin, Rome. These ancient capitals, once symbols of human civilization, art, and glory, now flew the banners of the Human Alliance. Countless treasures, gold, artworks, industrial machinery, rare minerals, everything of value was packed up and transported non-stop to Huaxia through hastily erected teleportation arrays. In exchange, China supplied them with vast quantities of standardized equipment, medicinal pills, and most crucially, the venom purification shells, generously sponsored by Yamada no Orochi.
These shells were used to rapidly cleanse areas contaminated by demonic energy.
It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Northern Bear Nation gained vast territories and spoils of war, solidifying its position as a feudal lord in Western Europe. Meanwhile, Huaxia incorporated the very essence of Europe into its domain without firing a single shot.
Similar collaborations unfolded across every corner of the world. The rainforests of South America, the savannas of Africa, the deserts of Australia. All the virgin lands untouched by human development in the old era now became hunting grounds where human alliance players roamed freely.
China's national power snowballed at a terrifying rate, expanding with frenzied momentum. Yet Lu Chen, the architect of it all, withdrew like a reclusive sage who had accomplished his mission, entrusting all affairs to Su Mushui and the state.
He himself has once again entered seclusion.
Outside, especially in China, an unprecedented wave of artifact forging fever was sweeping the land. The source of it all was none other than Su Mushui. After acquiring the divine artisan profession and the complete forging legacy bestowed by Lu Chen, this former business queen displayed astonishing learning ability and creativity. She transformed the entire Su group into a massive logistical department serving the nation's cultivation efforts. Countless funds were channeled into acquiring and transporting minerals and metals from around the world, materials that had been ordinary in the old era but were now proven to be invaluable forging materials in the new age. Under the leadership of academician Shen Weidong, her research team worked day and night to study the ancient runes she provided, attempting to integrate them with modern technology. The first batch of results soon emerged. Enchanted bullet, basic sharpness runes were inscribed onto specially designed armor-piercing projectiles, granting them an additional 30 armor-piercing damage against monsters below level 10. Upon its release, this technology was immediately procured on a large scale by the military. Chinese soldiers soon discovered that their rifles were no longer mere firewood sticks. They were now genuine magical artifacts capable of posing a lethal threat to monsters. Spirit Gathering Tent, a portable military tent inscribed with a miniature spirit gathering array that increases the surrounding spiritual energy concentration by 50%. Players resting inside not only recover stamina and mana faster but also gain a slight experience bonus. This product sparked a frenzy among ordinary players. Countless player squads frantically grinded quests in the wild, accumulating alliance contribution points just to secure a single spirit gathering tent. Possessing a spirit gathering tent became a key benchmark for determining whether a player group was truly elite. But the true sensation came with the release of the Divine Engineering Series standard equipment, spearheaded by Su Mushui. Divine Craft Type 1 Light Armor, forged from a special shape memory alloy, it is extremely lightweight yet boasts defense comparable to tank armor. At its core lies an energy shield generator powered by spirit stones. When facing a lethal attack, it automatically generates a shield capable of withstanding a full power strike from opponents below the foundation establishment stage. Divine Craft Type 2 Robe, woven from special fibers formed by magical arrays, it significantly boosts the wearer's mana regeneration speed and skill power. The robe also has 2 utility spells permanently embedded: cleansing and constant temperature, making it a favorite among female players and spellcasters with a cleanliness obsession. When the first wave of Huaxia players clad in Divine Craft gear appeared in public resource zones worldwide, their gear, shimmering with runic light and radiating sci-fi and fantasy aesthetics, instantly dazzled the eyes of all foreign players.
Oh my god! What is that? Is it a Gundam? No, it's not Gundam.
I heard from a Chinese friend that it's their country's free starter set.
Free? Holy! We're still fighting tooth and nail over a rusty iron sword, and they're already handing out full sets? I surrender. I'm heading straight to the Chinese embassy right now to beg them to take me in. I'd even be willing to serve as a servant to their players. Within just half a month, Su Mushui and her divine workshop became a sacred sanctuary in the hearts of every player worldwide. Countless riches, resources, and talents poured in from every corner of the world, converging toward China, toward Su Mushui's command. Her power swelled to unprecedented heights. Now, she was not only the CEO of the Su Group but also the head of the Human Alliance's Logistics and Equipment Department, hailed as a walking arsenal of divine artifacts. It could be said that Lu Chen handled external affairs, suppressing all dissent and setting strategic direction. Su Mushui, managing the internal operations, transformed Lu Chen's strategies into an unending stream of war potential, arming the forces to the teeth. The two complemented each other perfectly: one external, one internal, one forceful, one tactful. Together, they propel the colossal war machine of China forward toward the vast, unknown starry seas. Chapter 180, North America becomes a resource zone. Nationwide mid-stage chi cultivation. Mr. President, the situation is dire. In the White House bunker of the Eagle Nation, a war room dimly lit by backup power. The acting president's chief advisor reported, his face pale and voice hoarse. Our final line of defense on the West Coast was breached 3 hours ago. The Sea Clan Legion, led by the Fishman commander, has landed in Los Angeles. The city is completely overrun. The 3rd, 5th, and 7th Armored Divisions of the National Guard have been annihilated. The interim president slumped in his chair, staring blankly at the holographic map before him, now blanketed in red alerts, seemingly oblivious to the aides words.
His hair had turned completely white in just half a month. The once vibrant, commanding leader of a superpower now resembled a hollowed-out old man, drained of all vitality, waiting for death. "How many men do we have left?" he finally asked, his voice dry and strained. Uncertain, his aide replied with a laborious shake of his head. All communications had been severed.
"We can barely sustain Washington, D.C. as our last bastion of safety.
But satellite infrared scans indicate our population may have plummeted by over 70%.
70%.
The number struck the president's heart like a heavy hammer. In just half a month, over 200 million vibrant lives had vanished. What about the players? What about those who awakened their professions?
The president clung to his last straw. They were our hope.
They should have organized, fought back, and reclaimed our homeland. The player advisors' faces twisted into expressions uglier than tears. Most of them were slaughtering each other. For a mere scrap of bread, with the lowest tier white grade equipment, or even just to vent their fear and despair, they would swing their blades at their own kind without hesitation. We tried to organize them, but it was utterly futile. Without the nation's coercive power, humanity's darkest side has been magnified beyond measure. And the staff paused, seemingly afraid to continue.
"And what?
Speak up," the president roared. Moreover, according to intelligence we painstakingly obtained from the black market, large numbers of elite players, even extraordinary individuals within the military, are defecting to the east through various channels. They'd rather serve as mercenaries for Huaxia, risking their lives in the public resource zones for Huaxia, than stay and defend their own country.
Because China can provide them with equipment, elixirs, cultivation techniques, and most crucially hope. Bastards. Traitors. A bunch of shameless traitors. The president trembled with rage, violently sweeping everything off the desk onto the floor. He couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept that the great nation he took pride in, the one hailed as humanity's beacon, would crumble apart in such a humiliating manner.
What plunged him into utter despair was that the mastermind behind it all, that devil from the east, hadn't even lifted a finger. He had merely announced a strategy. A strategy called Beggar Thy Neighbor, a viciously transparent scheme. Then, he simply watched as they collapsed like a giant whose foundations had been hollowed out by termites.
"Mr. President, there's more, even worse news."
The aide's voice was already breaking.
"Speak." The president closed his eyes, his face numb. He could no longer imagine anything worse than this.
It's the Northern Bear Nation. Ivanov's Bear Legion, having swept through Western Europe, showed no signs of stopping. Their vanguard has already crossed the Atlantic.
Their target is our east coast. What? The president's eyes snapped open, bloodshot and filled with disbelief. What does Ivanov think he's doing? Has he lost his mind? He intends to invade our homeland?
No, not invade. The aide shook his head in despair.
They've come to purify.
On the Human Alliance's operational map, all of North America is marked as a class, a public resource zone.
Ivanov, he's just here to enforce the Alliance's resolution to hunt in his own territory.
Put. A mouthful of blood gushed from the president's mouth, staining the map before him crimson. His body slumped limply from his chair, consciousness completely lost. In stark contrast to the despair and apocalyptic atmosphere within the White House bunker.
At this very moment, China was immersed in an unprecedented fervor and excitement. Extra.
Our nation's average player level officially surpassed the LV20 milestone at dawn today.
China has become the world's first and only nation where its entire population has entered the mid-stage of chi cultivation. Victory report.
The expeditionary force formed by the Dragon Soul Special Forces and the Tiansfu Guild has successfully conquered the level 40 dungeon, Frost Nest, in the Great Lakes region of North America. They seized vast quantities of the rare mineral cold iron and the purple epic tear staff, Winter's Whisper, dropped by the boss.
Breaking news.
Chief Engineer Su Mushue of the Divine Workshop announced that the third-generation Divine Craft Series equipment is about to enter mass production. It is reported that the new generation of equipment will fully adopt cold iron as the primary material, with Chief Engineer Su personally engraving frost runes, resulting in an epic-level enhancement of equipment attributes.
These thrilling updates flooded major media outlets and player forums across China. Every citizen of Huaxia radiates genuine pride and joy.
They witnessed firsthand how their nation, within a mere fortnight, had evolved from a regional powerhouse into the undisputed, sole superpower of this new world. The once feared, even envied, Beacon Nation now served merely as a daily quest hub on player forums. Daily quest: clear North American Greater Resource Zone.
Mission description: travel to the North American continent to purge monsters infesting major cities and collect rare resources. Rewards: exchange submitted loot for Alliance contribution points, equipment, and potions.
Note: monsters in this area are high level, and remnants of hostile armed forces remain. Players are advised to form parties and prioritize safety. The profound sense of fulfillment from this transformation in identity and mindset is incomparable to any amount of money or power.
Let's go!
Team up and head to Liberty City, New York's new name to farm gargoyles. Heard they drop wing materials.
No way. I'm heading to the waters near Angel City, Los Angeles' new name. Heard mermaids spawn there, might even catch one as a pet. You guys are thinking too small.
I'm heading to that Bear Mountain Rocky Mountains with my master. Heard there are dragon sightings there. China's players are like a bunch of whales diving into a new map, buzzing with excitement as they strategize where to stake out for monster farming. The so-called new lands they speak of were, not long ago, centers of civilizations with glorious histories. The shadow of the East now completely envelopes the entire world. Chapter 181, World-Class Dungeon Unlocked. The Gods of Egypt. Blue Star, China. The inaugural Global Resource Integration Conference, chaired by Su Muxue and open to all member nations of the Human Alliance, was in full swing at the Alliance's headquarters in the imperial capital. The conference had only one theme. That is, how to develop and utilize those public resource zones more efficiently and systematically. According to our Divine Workshop's latest exploration report, a massive vein of refined gold ore has been discovered in the Bear Mountains Rocky Mountains region of North America. This ore is the core material for manufacturing Divine Workshop Type 4 heavy armor. I propose that the Human Alliance spearhead the formation of a joint mining force comprising at least 100,000 players of level 30 or above to undertake strategic development of this region. Su Muxue stood on the podium, dressed in a custom-tailored white business skirt suit, her expression confident as she spoke eloquently. Her stunning beauty and commanding presence left representatives from every nation below the podium momentarily transfixed. They knew this woman before them was no longer merely a business queen. She was now the tech goddess of this new world, the only one who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Lu Chen, holding the fate of countless lives in her hands. I endorse Ms. Su's proposal. Emperor Ivanov of Bear Nation was the first to rise in support. Our Fierce Bear Corps will deploy our elite Siberian battalion as the vanguard of this joint mining force. The Great Korean Federation stands ready. And us. With the lessons learned from past experiences, this time, no one hesitated. Everyone understood that aligning with China's rhythm was the only way to secure their share of the spoils. Observing the fervent crowd below the stage, Su Muxue's lips curved into an almost imperceptible smile. Everything was unfolding precisely according to the script Lu Chen had meticulously crafted for this world. Just then, the personal terminal on her wrist suddenly vibrated. A red alert marked top secret popped up. Alert! World-class instance Giza pyramid detected. Energy fluctuations abnormally surging. Ultra-high dimensional energy reactions detected within the instance. System determination, instance is about to activate mythic descent mode. Su Muxue's pupils contracted sharply. She instantly recalled the words Lu Chen had spoken, pointing toward that very location before entering seclusion. It was time to challenge the game's first world boss. Could it be? A thought that sent shivers down her own spine surged through her mind. Is Mr. Lu about to emerge from seclusion? Mythical descent mode? Su Muxue stared at the crimson text on the terminal, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. As Lu Chen's chief representative in the secular world, she possessed extraordinary privileges, granting her access to top-secret information unknown to ordinary people. She knew that world-class instances were already the most dangerous zones on this planet. And once a dungeon activated its so-called mythical descent mode, it meant the difficulty and danger level would skyrocket exponentially. According to simulations by the Manhwa supercomputer, instances that activated mythical descent were highly likely to spawn genuine mythical creatures tied to the region's ancient legends. These would no longer be mindless monsters acting purely on instinct, but highly intelligent beings wielding the power of cosmic laws, perhaps even immortal deities. Or, demon gods. Giza pyramids, Egypt. Su Muxue's gaze fixed on the vast holographic map, drawn to the massive marker in the North African desert that pulsed with frantic red light. Ancient Egyptian mythology. One by one, names that rang like thunderclaps flashed through her mind. Ra, the sun god. Osiris, lord of the underworld. Horus, the sky god. If these beings, existing only in myths and legends, were to truly descend due to the dungeon's disturbance, it would spell utter annihilation for the current human players. Even China, a superpower already leading the world by an entire era, would likely be. Su Muxue's heart tightened involuntarily. Her thoughts instinctively turned to Lu Chen. No, she must inform him of this situation immediately. She acted decisively, addressing the audience below the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, today's meeting will conclude here for now. Regarding the joint mining plan for the Xiangshan vein, my assistant will distribute the detailed implementation proposal shortly. Without waiting for a response, she strode swiftly down the podium in her high heels, heading toward the conference exit. She left behind a group of representatives from various countries, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of what had just transpired. What's gotten into Miss Su? Judging by her expression, she seemed in a terrible hurry. Could something major have happened? Anything that could make this Ice Queen lose her composure couldn't be trivial. Su Muxue hurried back to her private office, immediately locking the door and activating the highest-level security protocol. She walked to the center of the office, where a small single-person teleportation array stood, connecting directly to the Heavenly Palace ruins. This VIP passageway to the Celestial Palace space had been specially reserved for her by Lu Chen before his seclusion. She took a deep breath to steady her slightly ragged breathing before stepping onto the array. A flash of light, and her figure vanished from the office in an instant. The next second, she materialized within the Celestial Palace ruins, inside that magnificent star fortress.
Is Mr. Lu still in seclusion?
She immediately asked the base's intelligent butler, Giroux. Reporting to CEO Su, 3 standard hours ago, Mr. Lu triggered intense energy fluctuations. Database comparisons indicate a major breakthrough in his cultivation. Currently, energy fluctuations in his Hongmeng cultivation chamber have stabilized, but there are no signs of him emerging yet.
Zhu Ron's emotionless electronic voice echoed through the command center. A breakthrough?
Su Mushua's heart leapt with joy upon hearing this, but it was quickly overshadowed by deeper concern. She knew every seclusion period for Lu Chen was critical.
Unless absolutely necessary, she would never wish to disturb him at this moment. Yet the anomalies in the pyramid instance were too bizarre and perilous. What if an ancient Egyptian deity truly descended, and Lu Chen missed the optimal moment to respond due to his seclusion? The consequences would be unimaginable. Bring up the surveillance feed outside the primordial chaos cultivation chamber.
She paused for a moment before issuing the command. Soon, the massive door of the cultivation chamber forged from a single piece of stellar steel appeared on the screen.
Everything appeared normal, showing no signs of abnormality. Su Mushua bit her lip, caught in a dilemma.
She dared not disturb them rashly, yet she couldn't shake her unease. All she could do was stand in the command center, constantly refreshing the latest data on the pyramid instance.